Chapter 1. The mushroom house burned down. Xishuangbana, a village called Manyuan. The scenery here is beautiful, and although it's remote, transportation is relatively convenient. Spring blossoms, the landscape is picturesque. At the foot of the mountain not far from the village, there are a few wooden cabins. Outside the cabins, there are vegetable gardens and a sea of flowers. A riot of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. Not far away is a babbling brook, its waters rippling, with the occasional small fish swimming by, adding a unique charm. Not far away, there is an orchard where someone has planted many fruit trees. From a distance, this place seems like the idyllic paradise described by Tao Yuanming. Paths crisscross the fields, and the sounds of chickens and dogs can be heard. This is precisely the filming location chosen for the 4th season of A Longing Life. According to the plan, they were supposed to start filming today. But at this very moment, a group of people stood dumbfounded, staring at the ruins of the mushroom house. The villagers of Manyuan village had already known in advance about the news of a variety show filming there. After all, a construction team had been working here for months, building houses. Moreover, the production crew had brought in a large number of items. They even transported several livestock and poultry by vehicle. But last night's fire, it reduced the entire crew's months of effort to nothing. Ah, what a mess this is. Indeed, at least no one was hurt. Last night's fire was absolutely terrifying. I heard those almost got burned to death, but the film crew managed to rescue them at the last moment. Was it really worth risking so much? You don't understand, those are considered pets. Rumor has it they cost tens of thousands a month to care for, more than our living expenses for several years combined. Oh my God. I'm not even as good as a... Do you know how the fire started? It seems to be an electrical issue. Oh my, such a big fire. Is Qingqing all right? No, Qingqing is fine. Thank goodness Qingqing wasn't hurt. If that child had been injured, it would have been truly heartbreaking. A group of villagers stood by watching, occasionally exchanging words. Whenever the siblings Su Xinghe and Su Qingqing were mentioned, the villagers would break into a smile. Especially when it comes to Su Qingqing, everyone can't help but think of their own children. In front of the mushroom house, director Zhang Tianqi stood there, on the verge of tears. The regular guests have already set off and will arrive soon. But last night, an unexpected incident occurred. The mushroom house was gone. According to today's schedule, they were supposed to film the preview episode. Moreover, the production team had officially announced to the public that today's filming would be a live broadcast. During the 1st season of A Longing Life, they conducted a simultaneous live broadcast, which was very well received. After that, almost all variety shows adopted the live broadcast model. According to today's filming schedule, the regular cast members were supposed to come here to familiarize themselves with the environment and introduce the situation of the mushroom house. And now look what's happened. A fire broke out, and everything's gone to waste. It's not about the money at all. Millions of viewers are waiting in the live stream. What are we supposed to do about them? We can't just keep waiting like this. At this moment, Huang Xiaochu walked over and whispered to the director. There were only half an hour left until the broadcast, and millions of viewers were already waiting in the live stream. If this gets exposed, that was a live broadcast accident. What should we do? The director looked at the assistant director beside him. Fixing this will take at least a week. The assistant director had already communicated with the construction team's leader and now provided the answer. That won't work. The director shook his head. At that moment, however, Chef Huang's gaze turned toward the distance. He rubbed his chin and walked aside to whisper with teacher He Zhong. A moment later, the two of them headed together toward another small path not far away. Behind them, Peng Peng and Zifeng also followed. Walking along that path, the air was filled with a rich floral fragrance. Not far away, they spotted a wooden house in the distance. Behind the wooden house, there was also an orchard. Red and green peppers, apple trees, watermelons, muskmelons, all kinds of vegetables and fruits were available. This place was even more abundant than the original vegetable garden at the mushroom house. To their surprise, there was even a small stream beside the wooden house. This place is so beautiful, Sister Zifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah. Chef Huang nodded in agreement. Then, he turned to the director and the others who had followed and said, Director, what do you think about negotiating with the homeowner here to rent it for a week? Rent the place? Rent a mushroom house? For a moment, everyone was stunned. But then, they started nodding frantically. Exactly. I think it'll work. Teacher, he said. I think it's good too, Peng Peng said with excitement. I like this place. Sister Xinghe was even more direct. The director pondered for a moment, then nodded and instructed the assistant director beside him. Call the production team over. What are you going to do? Chef Huang looked at the director with confusion. Live stream the house rental, the director said. Huh? The 4 members of the Mushroom House group were instantly stunned. Then, they suddenly felt that this proposal seemed quite appealing. If it's really a live broadcast of renting a house, it might not be a bad idea. Soon, the production crew arrived. Get ready, start the live broadcast. The director simply instructed the camera crew directly. The camera crew following them quickly turned on the cameras. In an instant, the live stream finally displayed an image. Viewers' comments began flooding the screen. Not easy at all, it's finally broadcasting. Oh, so this is the Mushroom House. Yeah, I heard this year's Mushroom House is really nice. I really hope we can invite Naza. I like her so much. But the scenery here is so beautiful. Feels like the production team really picked a great spot this time. Hope our show keeps getting better and better. Little sister Xinghe has grown up. She looks even more beautiful now. While everyone was discussing, Chef Huang stood there and began explaining to the group. Dear audience, we have some unfortunate news to share. The mushroom house provided by the production team earlier was accidentally destroyed by a fire. The camera panned to capture the distant ruins. Fortunately, Susu and Little Gourd are all safe and were rescued. After discussions, we decided to look for a new mushroom house nearby. This is the wooden house you see now, and we plan to ask the owner if we can rent it for a while. Chef Huang pointed at the wooden house in front of the camera and said, the wooden house has a 2-story layout, and it looks very charming at first glance. And just at that moment, a melody started playing. Chapter 2, An Angel Descends to Earth. It's a piano, Peng blurted out. Ding dong, ding dong. The melody is fast, a rapid descending scale. At that moment, it felt as if a nimble wasp had swooped down in everyone's hearts, charging toward the evil weaver and the cook in the story. Then, the melody began to tumble up and down, much like the agile darting and dodging of a wasp. A standard 16th note tune, propelled by a tempo of around 170 beats per minute, suddenly poured forth, instantly creating a surreal freeze-frame effect in the surroundings. Everyone within the range of the music paused briefly in surprise. Then all eyes turned toward the wooden house. Teacher, he took out his phone. Xinghe covered her mouth, at a loss for what to do. Peng Peng stood there dumbfounded. Chef Huang stopped the director who was about to walk in, shaking his head slightly. Soon, a minute passed, and it seemed the other person had finished playing. Then, it's the second time. The tempo has quickened. The melody remains the same. This time, the person's hand speed is 200 beats per minute. And the third time, their hand speed increased once again, followed by the fourth time, the fifth time. At this moment, the members of A Longing Life outside the wooden house were completely stunned. That speed, could it have already exceeded 300? This is the level only the most top-tier pianists possess. Yet at this very moment, it abruptly appeared in a rural wooden house. Is this an illusion or a supernatural event? Could this person possibly be even faster? But the next moment, the sound of the qin abruptly ceased. This is absolutely amazing. Teacher, he looked at Peng Peng and his younger sister and said, the melody is fantastic. Peng Peng, who understands piano, couldn't recall ever hearing this piece before. But I don't think I've heard of it. Sister Xinghe was straightforward and blurted out. Yeah, I haven't heard of it either. Teacher, he also shook his head. Just now he thought it was his own ignorance and the generation gap with young people, but now it seems that everyone else hadn't heard of it either. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had already exploded. Never heard of it +1. Never heard of it +2. I've never heard of +3. I've never heard of +10,086. I'm a student at the music conservatory, and I can confirm, I've never heard this piece anywhere before. Could this be an original composition? Definitely, no one has heard it before, it must be original. The people inside the house are amazing. Their hand speed is like flying. Let us in. We want to see that pianist. The audience urged frantically. So, the few people from the mushroom house walked up to the door. Peering through the crack in the door, they saw the scene inside the wooden house. Then, everyone froze. With her back to them, a little girl in a pink dress was struggling to climb down from the piano. At her feet, a large orange cat lay sleeping. The girl appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, with a rosy round face, big eyes, and a bow tied in her hair like a fairy tale sprite come to life. Oh my god, this is exactly the daughter I've always wanted. Where did the production team find this extra? This child is so beautiful. Wait, was that piece just now played by her? Why is it that my kid only knows how to eat, while other children are so different? Qingqing was bored. Her older brother had gone to the orchard to pick coconuts, so she had no choice but to play with Dawei and Tianlong. Tianlong has no idea where he ran off to, and Dawei only likes to sleep. As a big kid who's already 5 years old, she can only pass the time by playing the piano. It's really boring, but my big brother is really amazing. The village boys, apart from giggling foolishly, only know how to climb trees. My own brother can cook, write songs, compose novels, and even sing. He's practically capable of anything, except for not having a girlfriend. But according to the aunties in the village, girlfriends are quite useful. They can cook and warm the bed. I really hope my brother gets a girlfriend so she can cook for him. But what if her cooking isn't as good as my brother's? So annoying. With a helpless sigh, Qingqing felt she was worrying too much about her brother. She looked up and suddenly saw a group of people standing at the door. Ha! There were familiar faces. Grandpa Village Chief was actually there, and those few people must be the new neighbors next door, right? Big Brother mentioned that many people would be coming over there soon, all of them celebrities. Qingqing remembered it very clearly. My goodness! Is this an angel from a fairy tale? Teacher, he murmured, looking at the rosy-cheeked little girl. She looks just like a doll. Sister Xinghe also nodded in agreement. I really want a third child. Chef Huang lost his usual composure, his face beaming with a fatherly smile. Qingqing is truly beautiful, with her rosy little cheeks, big dark eyes, and 2 crescent-shaped eyebrows. Standing there, she was like an angel descending from heaven to earth. The audience in the live stream felt their hearts melt the moment the camera focused on her. I'm going to the mushroom house to steal a child. Anyone want to join me? Haha. I think we've already found our future daughter-in-law. Bastard. Don't you dare have any improper thoughts about my wife. To the person above, that's at least 3 years in prison. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly increased, and it was about to surpass 8 million. Grandpa Village Chief, you're here. Qingqing stood there and called out to the village chief who had just walked over. Hey, Qingqing, where's your brother? The village chief, who had just been invited over, kindly asked Qingqing. Brother went to the orchard. Qingqing replied sweetly. Grandpa Village Chief, are they those celebrities? Yes, it's them. The village chief nodded. Yes, we're the new neighbors next door. Teacher, he quickly nodded and said, his voice so gentle that for a moment, it seemed as if he had returned to the days when he hosted children's programs. Do you have any little ones around my age at your house? Qingqing asked with eager anticipation. She longed for new friends. Having lived in the village for several years, she had spent most of her time playing with the lovely elderly folks. Children her own age only appeared during the New Year celebrations. Now, with new neighbors moving in, she was naturally hoping for playmates. Teacher, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to deceive this little angel, and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, there isn't. At that moment, the little girl's disappointment was written all over her face. Everyone's heart ached for her. Chef Huang could no longer hold back and blurted out. My daughter is coming tomorrow. She's a few years older than you, and I'm sure you'll like her. No more hesitation, just go for it. The next moment, Qingqing's eyes lit up, and a bright smile appeared on her face. At that moment, everyone felt that there really are angels in this world. Chapter 3. Finding a girlfriend for my brother. So happy. Qingqing simply jumped up on the spot. Clearly, she was very excited to have a playmate. The village chief quietly explained from the side. This child usually doesn't have many friends, and there aren't many kids her age in the village. Where are your parents? Peng asked casually. How could parents bear to keep such an adorable child locked up at home? Qingqing doesn't have a mom or dad. Qingqing was picked up by my brother. Hearing Peng's question, Qingqing froze for a moment before lowering her head, her voice growing quieter. Slap! Chef Huang's expression darkened, and he immediately slapped Peng on the head. Talk nonsense. Apologize. Chef Huang's voice was extremely stern. Given his usually gentle yet sharp personality, such behavior was quite rare for him. I'm sorry. Peng quickly apologized. Big brother was wrong. Qingqing, don't be sad. From now on, brother Peng will play with you. Okay. He truly hadn't expected that this child was actually an orphan. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers greatly praised Chef Huang's actions. Such an adorable child, having lost their parents, is already pitiable enough. Pengping's question seemed unintentional, but it actually hurt the little girl deeply. What about your brother? Teacher, he asked with concern. He was curious about who taught the child to play the piano. According to the village chief, she and her brother rely on each other for survival, so her brother must be quite remarkable to have raised such a young child to be so sensible. Brother isn't home, he went to pick fruit. Qingqing blinked her big eyes and looked at Xifeng. Sister, can you be my brother's girlfriend? Then we wouldn't just be two people anymore. What the hell? At that moment, Sister Xifeng was stunned. Never say a word unless it's shocking. This girl is simply terrifying. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Qingqing's hopeful gaze, she didn't know what to say. Well, Xifeng is still young and not yet of marriageable age. At this moment, Teacher he came to Xifeng's rescue and asked Qingqing, "How old is your brother?" "Brother is very old," the little girl said with all seriousness. Then, she sized up Xifeng and added, "Sister, you're a bit too young. The brother might not like you." Xifeng was already speechless. Turns out they didn't even take a liking to me. Teacher he, standing nearby, rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Qingqing, if you want to find a girlfriend for your brother, it's actually quite simple. Just let us stay at your place. Starting tomorrow, there will often be pretty sisters coming around, and you can help your brother pick one then." "Zhenda." Qingqing immediately perked up with interest. Teacher he was dumbfounded. Clearly, the little girl took it seriously. Gritting his teeth, "Teacher," he said, "of course it's true. Our Qingqing is so adorable and pretty, so your brother must be handsome too." Those female guests would definitely agree. No matter what, the priority was to make the girl happy first. In the live stream, female viewers were already overflowing with maternal love. Some sympathized with the poor girl for losing her parents so young, while others joked they'd become her sister-in-law if her brother was handsome. Someone also said that Qingqing shouldn't worry. He could wait for her to grow up. By the way, Qingqing, where did you learn the piece you just played? Teacher he remembered something and quickly asked Qingqing. "That was written by my brother. He's written a lot of them." Qingqing said with a proud face, "I've learned it all." Big brother said Qingqing is the smartest baby in the world. Everyone gasped in shock. The quality of this piece, everyone had just heard it for themselves. And now, this little girl was actually claiming it was her original composition. How talented must her brother be? Including the live stream audience, everyone grew increasingly curious about Qingqing's brother. I feel like her brother must be a gifted scholar. Could he be some famous musician? Is this a scripted segment arranged by the production team to introduce some big celebrity? Shouldn't be. Qingqing is so adorable. She can do anything. Everyone began speculating about Qingqing's brother's identity, with some even asserting that he might be a famous singer-songwriter. "Come on, I'll take you to see my brother's room," Qingqing said with a giggle. The orange cat named Dawei got up at this moment and wobbled along beside Qingqing. "What an adorable kitty," Sister Xifeng said. "Its name is Dawei, sister." Qingqing, upon hearing Xifeng's words, turned her head and said, "Dawei is very obedient, but he just loves to fight with Tianlong." Tianlong? The group was somewhat surprised. Could this also be the name of a cat? Upon hearing someone call its name, the orange cat named Dawei lifted its head, glanced around, meowed once, and continued lazily following Qingqing. But in that instant, everyone sensed it seemed to be observing something. This cat looked so smart. Chapter 4. I want to report a cat. Soon, the group entered the house. The room was very tidy, clearly indicating that the owner must be a neat and clean person. "Look, inside that bookshelf, it's all Big Brother's stuff." Qingqing pointed at a large bookshelf and said. Xifeng, the younger sister, curious, walked over to the shelf, randomly took out a certificate, opened it for a glance, and was instantly stunned. Following the camera, the live stream audience also saw the words on it. Well, it's in English. Fortunately, Mr. He, a top student from the Foreign Languages Institute, translated it. The 56th Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay, The Silence of the Lambs. Everyone was stunned. Sister Xifeng quickly picked up another certificate. Then he handed it to Teacher He. 50th Emmy Awards for Outstanding Writing for a Comedy Series, The Big Bang Theory. Teacher He's translation left everyone stunned. 2009 Internet Best Original Singer, Xinghe. 2008 American Architect Award, Xinghe. As teacher he spoke, everyone in the live stream felt their hands trembling slightly. At first, they thought it was just a joke by the director. Hire extras in advance to coordinate with the A Longing Life production team. But when they heard the name Xinghe, all their doubts vanished. Xinghe is your brother? Chef Huang quickly walked up to Qingqing and asked in surprise. The live chat room was now in a state of fervent excitement. Someone posted the news and screenshots on Weibo, and within just over 10 minutes, it skyrocketed into the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream officially surpassed 8 million. Is Xinghe the same person from back then? Yes, exactly the guy who announced his retirement 10 years ago. Oh my god. I love his songs the most. My idol, my star god. Does this mean I'll finally get to see what he looks like? This guy is such a weirdo. Back then, he claimed to be capable of anything, yet he never appeared in public, not even a single photo of him was ever circulated. To be honest, when he announced his temporary retirement on the newly launched Weibo back then, I cried all night hugging my roommate, two grown men sleeping in each other's arms. No wonder that piece just now sounded so amazing. It was written by the star god. The live stream audience was emotionally charged. Aren't the people from the A Longing Life production team the same? No one expected that the legendary figure would actually live here. You must know, since he announced his retirement 10 years ago, there has been no news of him in the entire entertainment industry. Even back then, he was the most mysterious superstar. And now, could it be that Xinghe is finally about to appear? At that very moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside, accompanied by a few barks from a dog. It's my brother coming back, Qingqing suddenly said. Then she happily ran outside. Everyone's gaze turned toward the door, because they knew, perhaps the next moment, the most mysterious man in legend is about to appear there. But just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Because she was running too fast, Qingqing accidentally tripped over her own feet, and her tiny body tumbled forward. Ouch! Peng Peng and teacher he both dashed out in an instant. The audience in the live stream had their hearts in their throats. That was a solid wood floor. If she had fallen, the little girl would have definitely gotten hurt. At that very moment, an orange figure dashed past. The next instant, everyone was stunned, because right before their eyes, Qingqing, who they thought would fall to the ground, did indeed fall. However, beneath her was the orange cat that had just been lazily dozing off. By the way, its name is Dawei. Qingqing leaned against the big cat, giggling sweetly. Oh Dawei, how did you get so fat? Next time Tianlong fights with you, you'll definitely lose. The orange cat named Dawei raised its head, glanced at its little owner, and gave a look of utter disdain. That's right, just despise. No one expected a cat to display such emotional acting. In the live stream's bullet comments, a creature called Chill was collectively inhaled by the audience. What did I just see? Hello, is this the Monster Management Bureau? I'd like to report that there's a monster in A Longing Life. Oh my god. That speed just now. Did you all see it clearly? I certainly didn't catch it. Haha. Did you see that side I just gave? Poor thing saved its owner only to be criticized for being too fat. My heart aches for Dawei. Haha. I'm really curious now, what does that cat named Tianlong look like? Zifeng hurried over to help Qingqing up. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Sis-in-law, it's alright. Qingqing chuckled sheepishly. I'm used to it. Dawei always catches me every time. Everyone was speechless. So you've gained experience from falling, huh? Qingqing, who are you talking to? At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door, clear and melodious. Although it was the scorching heat of summer, it gave people a feeling as refreshing as a spring breeze. At that moment, everyone's feelings could only be described in 4 words. A gentleman is like jade. Chapter 5. A fairyland on earth. A gentleman stands peerless, like jade beyond compare. Teacher, he never understood what this ancient poem truly meant before. But in this very moment, he finally comprehended. Indeed, such a person truly exists. Even if he just stands there, smiling at you, you would feel he is the center of the room. Nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a well-proportioned figure, his smile is like sunshine. At first glance, everyone knew this was Xinghe, and the audience in the live stream had already gone wild at this moment. Many of Xinghe's fans could no longer control their emotions at this moment. shedding tears uncontrollably. 10 years. A whole 10 years. You finally appeared. Xinghe. This is Xinghe. What a pity. If he hadn't retired back then, he would definitely be among the top celebrities now. Wait, did Qingqing just say she was looking for her sister-in-law? Haha, hubby. I'm here. Hey, you upstairs. Are you trying to steal my man? You upstairs, open the door. If you have the guts to steal my man, have the guts to open the door. The audience in the live stream, especially the female viewers, immediately got excited upon seeing Xinghe. No kidding. This is a world that values looks. If he were just a talented but ugly guy, everyone would probably feel a bit sorry for him, then bid him farewell without hesitation. But he's clearly a talented and handsome guy. Who wouldn't like such a cutie? Xinghe was also startled when he saw so many people in the room. Fortunately, he has a steady personality. After the initial surprise, his gaze swept over the camera and the village chief before finally settling on Qingqing. Qingqing, did you cause trouble? No matter what, let's pin the blame on Qingqing first, it's a sure win. Woof. As Xinghe spoke, a dog's bark rang out. A husky suddenly appeared by his side. Yes, the legendary little demolition expert. The husky. That bark just now seemed to be asking its little owner, did you do something wrong? Meow. At this moment, the orange cat Dawei stepped forward, shielding Qingqing, and bared its teeth at the husky. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Cat and dog fight? Great might. Heavenly dragon. Both of you out. At that moment, Xinghe shouted sternly. The next moment, to everyone's surprise, the two animals seemed to understand, looked at each other, and actually left the house together. That's incredible. Everyone was deeply amazed. Over there, Qingqing blinked her eyes and looked at Xinghe innocently. Nope. Qingqing is very good. Very, very good. Of course Qingqing is good. Playing the piano to attract guests, revealing her brother's secrets, and finding him a girlfriend, well, none of that was Qingqing's doing. Fortunately, Chef Huang and Teacher He were there. Qingqing is very kind. We're really grateful for her taking us in today, Teacher He said. Indeed, without her, we wouldn't know what to do. Chef Huang also chimed in to help out. Have you all eaten yet? I've got some dishes here. Why not have lunch with us? Xinghe said with a smile. Although he hadn't been in touch with this circle for 10 years, he had always kept an eye on the entertainment industry and still recognized these people. Great, sorry to trouble you then. Teacher He immediately nodded. There were too many mysteries surrounding Xinghe, from never showing his face back then, to later announcing his retirement, and now reappearing with a child. To be honest, if it weren't for Qingqing saying the child was found, they would have suspected whether the child was Xinghe's. Besides, the mushroom house is now burned down, and they're here to rent a place. All right, I'll start cooking now. Teacher He, you all can look around. Xinghe smiled. I'll help. Chef Huang spoke up. Xinghe nodded without refusing. The two of them walked toward the kitchen together. As they were leaving, Xinghe turned around and said to the remaining group, Teacher He, if you have nothing else to do, you can take a look around the second floor. The view of the surroundings is quite nice. At that moment, Xifeng felt her heartbeat quicken by a few beats, because when Xinghe smiled, he was just too good looking. Watching them head to the kitchen, the remaining few took Qingqing's hand and went upstairs. To be honest, just as Xinghe said, the scenery here offers an unobstructed panoramic view. A path adorned with clusters of flowers, the crystal clear stream, and the orchard blooming with colorful flowers. It's simply a breathtaking paradise on earth. The live stream audience has already gasped in amazement. This is simply a fairyland on earth. A paradise. An absolute paradise. Xinghe is amazing to have made this place so beautiful. Even just looking at it, I already love this place. I hope this environment can be maintained forever. No one knew that when the camera focused on Qingqing, a birthmark on her neck caught the attention. In a villa somewhere in Yanjing, a certain A-list actress burst into tears. Chapter 6. Dominating the hot search list. Xinghe and Huang Xiaochu were both busy working in the kitchen. As they worked, the two chatted casually. Surprisingly, Xinghe, compared to the erudite Huang Xiaochu, actually held his own. No matter what topic Huang Xiaochu brought up, Xinghe could respond with ease and humor, making Huang Xiaochu feel as if he had met a kindred spirit. In fact, Xinghe was not from the Azure world, he came from China on Earth. And this place was the Wuxia of the Azure world. As physicists would say, this should be a parallel world. As a time traveler, Su Xinghe naturally had his perks. His perk was a perfect life system. This system was an auxiliary one. If Su Xinghe had no desires or demands and relied solely on himself, there would be no need to make deals with the system. But if he wanted to gain more, he would have to complete the system's tasks. As for the mission content, it's naturally random. That's right. The perfect life system's missions are like a big wheel similar to a lottery wheel. For example, Su Xinghe went without breakfast for 10 consecutive days in order to acquire the culinary mastery skill. This is the system's task. Simple, right? But back then, in order to exchange for the protection of Qingqing and the mighty great virtuous heavenly dragon, a cat and a dog, he was forced by the system to free climb the Empire State Building a full 1,000 meters. Even his decision to retire from the entertainment industry back then was because the system randomly assigned him a task. At the time, Su Xinghe just wanted to grow 10 centimeters taller. Back then, he felt that if he were to appear publicly as a celebrity, his height would be too short and unsuitable. To his utter surprise, the system directly made him leave the industry for 10 years. As for Qingqing's origin, Su Xinghe really did pick her up. At that time, he had already been out of the entertainment industry for 5 years. While traveling around, he found Qingqing at the doorstep of an orphanage in Yanjing. Originally planning to send her to an orphanage, but unexpectedly, the little girl who had been crying stopped the moment she saw Su Xinghe and even started smiling. At that moment, Su Xinghe felt that she was destined to be with him. Thus, at the cost of losing sleep for a month, he completed the adoption paperwork for Qingqing. Professor Su, your cooking skills are truly impressive. Chef Huang watched Su Xinghe skillfully chopping vegetables and said with a smile, No, Chef Huang, please don't be so polite. Su Xinghe quickly shook his head. Just call me Xiao Su. Chef Huang was already in his 40s, almost 50, and addressing him as Teacher Su made Su Xinghe feel unworthy of such respect. Then I'll call you Xinghe. Chef Huang smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. Xinghe, the main reason we're here today is to discuss something with you. Without beating around the bush, Chef Huang explained to Su Xinghe about the mushroom house being burned down. Finally, he said earnestly, Our idea is whether we could rent your place for a while. Don't worry. We promise not to affect your and Qingqing's normal life. Su Xinghe was taken aback. Initially, he thought the other party was just here for a meal and to visit the new neighbor. He hadn't expected that they were actually here to rent the house. Teacher Huang, let me think about it. After some consideration, Su Xinghe said, No problem. Chef Huang also knew this matter couldn't be rushed and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as the two of them cooked and chatted, the internet was already boiling with excitement. Su Xinghe makes a comeback. Su Xinghe's true appearance revealed. Su Xinghe's younger sister, Su Qingqing. Is Su Qingqing really Su Xinghe's sister? Su Xinghe's illegitimate daughter. Su Xinghe's hidden identity. Great virtuous heavenly dragon, protected by the world-honored one. Su Xinghe is so handsome. The mushroom house burned down. Where does a longing life go from here? Will Su Xinghe join a longing life? 9 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were about Su Xinghe, and the remaining one was also related to the news of the mushroom house from a longing life being burned down. No one expected Su Xinghe to attract such overwhelming attention. Countless fans of Su Xinghe left messages on the show's official website. Their demand was singular. They hoped the production team of A Longing Life would keep Su Xinghe on the show. Meanwhile, the Hunan South TV station is also engaged in a heated discussion about this issue. Su Xinghe is such a sensational figure. Back in the day, he was the most mysterious celebrity, and now we've accidentally discovered him. That in itself is a hot topic. Exactly. The number of viewers in today's live stream has already surpassed 20 million. I saw it too. The viewership peaked when Su Xinghe appeared, and then again when Qingqing fell. That was the hottest moment. If we can get the production team to stay at their house and feature the siblings on camera, we're sure to break previous ratings records. No, renting the house is fine, but if they become a regular guest, it might be difficult to arrange things later. What's so difficult to arrange? As long as there's buzz, people will watch. Renting someone's house but not letting them appear on screen if it were an ordinary person. Fine, but that's Su Xinghe we're talking about. For a moment, everyone was at a standstill. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Chapter 7: A Bountiful Feast. There are 2 types of guests on variety shows. One is the permanent guest, and the other is the visiting guest. The former participates in filming throughout the entire season of the show, while the latter only appears in 1 or 2 episodes, usually for promotional purposes. Certainly, There's a lot of depth to this knowledge. For example, when popular artists appear as guest stars on a show, it's mutually beneficial for both the show and the artists themselves. The show leverages the guest's popularity to boost viewership. Guests leverage the show to increase their exposure and promote their work. So the question arises, what kind of guest selection best serves the interests of the production team? Naturally, it's guests with high popularity and buzzworthy appeal. Xinghe and his sister undoubtedly meet these criteria, but the problem lies in whether to have them as regular guests or as special guests. After much deliberation, the leader of Hunan TV slapped his thigh and said, "Here's what we'll do. Let the production team make the decision, and also take Jiong and Huang Lei's opinions into account. This show isn't just a production of Hunan TV host teacher He and Chef Huang actually invested in it themselves, giving them significant influence. In a way, this could be seen as a form of passing the buck." Meanwhile, back in Manhwa village, after holding Qingqing upstairs to enjoy the view for a while, teacher He and the others came back downstairs. As soon as I reached downstairs, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Wow, it smells amazing." Teacher He was absolutely thrilled. "Indeed, I can no longer contain the primal force within me." Peng, the big eater, said with a serious face, "Today, I'll only eat 1 bowl of rice." Everyone burst into laughter. The joke about Peng eating just 1 bowl of rice is never going away. You guys have quite the nose. Chef Huang walked out carrying dishes, chuckling as he went. "I'd say even that dog named Tianlong isn't as sharp-nosed as you all." Everyone burst into laughter, though they were also somewhat speechless about that husky named Tianlong. Soon, Xinghe also came out, holding dishes in his hands. "Dinner is almost ready. Everyone get prepared." "Great, great." Qingqing giggled and said, "Sister Zifeng, let's go wash our hands and enjoy the delicious food." Okay. Perhaps because she was rarely called sister, Zifeng happily led Qingqing to wash their hands. When they returned, the meal was already set on the table. Looking at the array of dishes on the table, the trio excluding Chef Huang were completely stunned. This is beef from the northeast, stewed with potatoes. This is wild rabbit, hunted on the back mountain, stir-fried with spicy seasoning. This is kung pao chicken, made with wild pheasants from the mountains. This is sweet and sour pork, Qingqing's favorite dish. Xinghe introduced each dish to everyone one by one. Not many dishes, just 4 plus a soup. The plate of food was large enough to feed all 5 adults and 1 child. As for the production crew, sorry, but Xinghe's household really doesn't have that much rice to spare. Besides, they wouldn't be able to sit down and eat with them anyway. In the live stream, the audience was already salivating at the sight of so many delicious dishes. "Holy cow, it's all meat." "Haha, exactly. Turns out Xinghe is a carnivore." "Don't talk nonsense. There's a vegetable salad on the side." "Ha, look at Peng, he can't take his eyes off it." "I'm so jealous. Definitely shouldn't watch A Longing Life at noon." "Isn't this prearranged? Are you kidding upstairs? Don't you know who Xinghe is? To get him to write the script, how much sponsorship money did A Longing Life have to cough up?" "Everyone, please have a seat." Xinghe extended his hand, inviting teacher He and the others to sit down. No one stood on ceremony, and they all took their seats. To Xinghe's surprise, Peng and Zifeng only took their seats after He, Chef Huang, and teacher He had sat down. Nodding inwardly, Xinghe's opinion of these 2 young people rose even higher. He had the right to judge. After all, although he had been retired for 10 years, when Xinghe was active in the entertainment industry, both Peng and Zifeng were still children. Even though Zifeng had already appeared in some movies back then, she was still just a child star. But Xinghe, 10 years ago, was already one of the most famous figures in the entertainment industry. If he hadn't announced his retirement himself, his achievements today would surely be no less than those of Huang Xiaochu and others. "Let's eat." Following Chef Huang's words, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Of course, the happiest person was none other than Qingqing. She couldn't wait for the beautiful sister who would come here tomorrow. After all, there's someone inside who could be my brother's girlfriend. Chapter 8. Clever Qingqing. Food is best enjoyed while it's hot. Especially dishes like sweet and sour pork, they're at their most delicious when freshly served. The sweet and sour meat, golden and crispy, tasted delicious in the mouth. Teacher He picked up a piece, and as soon as he took a bite, his eyes widened in surprise. "This is incredibly delicious. Even better than anything I've had before." He praised it repeatedly. Others also started picking up dishes and eating heartily. Xinghe remained quite composed, smiling as he helped Qingqing pick up some food. Teacher Huang, I've thought it over, I can rent the house to you, Xinghe said to Huang Xiaochu while eating. He thought it over and decided that since Qingqing had already agreed on camera to rent the house to them, there was no need to go back on her word. There are plenty of empty rooms here anyway. Thank you so much, said Chef Huang. We'll pay the rent as usual, teacher, he quickly said. After all, the production team has money, so they definitely have to pay the rent. That's not necessary. Xinghe smiled. I don't lack money. Just spend more time playing with Qingqing when you're here. Qingqing rarely takes a liking to someone, but in Xinghe's view, the members of A Longing Life have truly won her favor. Okay, teacher, he chuckled, then turned to Qingqing and said, Qingqing, how about playing with us uncles from now on? Tilting her head, Qingqing glanced at teacher he, then at Xifeng and asked, well, will there be any playmates? Of course there is. Teacher, he nodded. Are there any pretty sisters? Qingqing asked again. It must be. This time it was Chef Huang who answered. All right, I agree. Qingqing nodded like a little adult, her big eyes darting around, as if she was up to something. The live stream audience was already laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Xinghe probably doesn't realize that Qingqing just dug a pit for him. I can't wait to see this. Yeah, just imagine when the female guest arrives. Qingqing asks her, would you like to be my brother's girlfriend? Ha! Will this become a running gag in A Longing Life? I think it's quite possible. Oh no. Does that mean a bunch of flamboyant ES will be competing with me for my husband? Xinghe had no idea what a huge pit his beloved little sister had dug for him. If he had known earlier, he would never have agreed to let the A Longing Life crew rent his house, even if it killed him. By the way, Xiao Su, have you ever thought about making a comeback? Teacher, he casually asked the question. This wasn't the director's request, purely out of curiosity. After all, he knew exactly how popular Xinghe was back then. To be honest, many people felt it was a pity when Xinghe retired, not considering it for now. Upon hearing this, Xinghe smiled faintly, casually picking up a piece of chicken for Sister Xifeng and a piece of rabbit meat for Qingqing before saying, after all these years, I've grown accustomed to this life. It's actually quite nice this way. Peng Peng and Xifeng didn't quite get it, but Huang the little chef and teacher he, being the sharp veterans they are, immediately realized that Xinghe must have some reservations. Putting everything else aside, Qingqing is still so young and has been raised single-handedly by Xinghe. If he were to leave the child behind to work, he probably wouldn't feel at ease himself. Not to mention, Qingqing might not be able to bear being apart from Xinghe either. How about this? During this time, we'll help take care of Qingqing for you. Whenever you're free, you can join us in making the show and ease back into the groove. Chef Huang thought for a moment and said to Xinghe, I'll check with the production team later. I don't think it should be a problem. Yeah, that sounds good. Teacher, he also nodded in agreement. Their chemistry is absolutely top-notch. Although they haven't discussed it with the production team yet, based on Xinghe's previous performance and his own popularity, they believe that inviting Xinghe to become a regular guest on the 4th season of A Longing Life would definitely be beneficial without any drawbacks. He naturally brings his own popularity, and the sibling-like interactions between him and Qingqing are also quite entertaining. More importantly, Xinghe is the landlord for the production team. To be honest, after seeing the scenery here, Huang Xiaochu feels that the previous mushroom house really doesn't compare to this place. Why not make this place the new mushroom house? How about it? Qingqing, would you like to live with Sister Xifeng? Peng Peng decisively threw the question to Qingqing. Without any hesitation, Qingqing said with a serious expression, of course, I think the house is really too empty. We should have all the brothers and sisters move in. Xinghe looked speechless. He hadn't even said whether he agreed or not, yet this little one had already accepted. Reaching out to ruffle her little head, Xinghe laughed. I think you just want someone to play with you. Woof. Meow. The great virtuous heavenly dragon made a sound almost simultaneously. The audience in the live stream was stunned. This is just too clever, isn't it? I'm convinced. Seriously, is Xinghe some kind of animal whisperer? Honestly, I feel like we don't even need guests. Just watching their daily lives would keep me happily entertained all night. Haha. My wife is so adorable. Upstairs, are you a lolicon? All eyes were fixed on Xinghe. Everyone wants to know what his final decision will be. After all, should he become a permanent guest or not? Chapter 9. Setting the Ground Rules. In truth, the answer was already predetermined. When Qingqing nodded in agreement, Xinghe couldn't possibly refuse, because he would never do anything Qingqing was unwilling to do. Qingqing, since you've agreed, we need to set some ground rules. Even though they were on camera, Xinghe still put down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly to Qingqing. Qingqing nodded vigorously, also putting down her chopsticks and sitting up straight. Clearly, this wasn't the first time she'd had this kind of conversation with Xinghe. The 4 members of the longing group were all somewhat surprised. Teacher He and Chef Huang exchanged glances, astonished by Qingqing's maturity and thoughtfulness at such a young age, as well as by Xinghe's parenting approach. Clearly, he wasn't simply spoiling the child. First, you must not let participating in this program interfere with your piano and calligraphy practice. Second, be sensible and obedient. Don't cause trouble for the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunties of the production team. Lastly, don't bully others. Got it? Accompanied by Xinghe's words, Qingqing nodded vigorously and spoke with an air of maturity. Remember this, brother, you're great in every way except you talk too much. That's not my opinion, it's what the grandparents in the village say. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, including Xinghe, who had just been looking serious, now wearing a helpless smile. The phrase small in size but big in mind perfectly describes this little girl of ours. They say life should have a sense of ceremony. Although he has always doted on Qingqing since she was little, Xinghe also knows that excessive indulgence isn't good for a child's growth. So, in daily life, he teaches her some principles of life. The benefit of this approach is that, despite being only 5 years old, Qingqing has matured early, acting like a little adult. The downside, however, is that this girl is too mature for her age, often coming up with all sorts of peculiar ideas in her mind. Sometimes I just can't do anything with her. It's both funny and frustrating. In the live stream, the audience was already in stitches. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. Qingqing, this girl. How can she be so adorable? To be honest, I think this kid is more likable than Xinghe. Exactly, Xinghe was a star 10 years ago after all. Nowadays, it's all about popularity, and he might not be able to make a comeback. Wait, have you all forgotten about Qingqing? Yeah, I'm here for Qingqing, not Xinghe. Exactly. As long as the heavens stand, the green fans won't scatter. Right? Green fans checking in. Green fans right here. Xinghe had no idea that Qingqing, this little girl, already had her own fans. For him, ensuring the child's healthy growth was his greatest wish. After the meal, everyone started cleaning up. Hey, Xinghe, don't move. Teacher, he stopped Xinghe, who was about to clear the dishes, and said earnestly, you're the landlord, and you just worked hard to cook. There's no reason for you to clean up. Yeah, Brother Su, you should rest. We'll take care of it. Peng also nodded in agreement. Exactly. Sister Zifeng spoke as she stood up and began tidying up. Sister, let me help you. Qingqing wobbled as she stood up, wanting to help. No need, our Qingqing should just rest. Zifeng laughed. To be honest, this girl is truly adorable. All right then. Qingqing smiled and patted her belly. Oh dear. Qingqing is so full. Am I going to get as chubby as Dawei? Dawei. Who am I? Where am I? Everyone chuckled. Qingqing is still so young. Isn't it a bit early for her to learn piano and calligraphy? While chatting in the pavilion, Huang Xiaochu casually asked Xinghe. Xinghe shook his head and said, it's not too early. She can already play 30 pieces now, and her calligraphy is passable. After a pause, he added seriously, the competition is so fierce these days. Having more skills never hurts. Both Huang Xiaochu and teacher He were left speechless. How old is Xinghe to be speaking with such a fatherly tone? But upon closer thought, it's understandable. After all, he practically raised Qingqing single-handedly. Though they're siblings in name, the elder brother acted as a father, making her almost like a daughter to him. Chef Huang has a daughter himself, and the thought of his own girl helps him empathize with Xinghe. Let's take a break later, and I'll take everyone for a walk around the orchard. Xinghe smiled and said to Huang Xiaochu, consider it a way to familiarize ourselves with the area. After all, they would be staying here for over 2 months, and it wouldn't be practical for Xinghe to personally pick vegetables and fruits every time they would have to do it themselves. Huang Xiaochu nodded, understanding exactly what Xinghe meant. It seems this person agrees with the proposal I previously discussed with teacher He. To be honest, Huang Xiaochu has a feeling that this season of A Longing for Life might become completely different because of Su Xinghe's appearance. Chapter 10. Even male idols have dark pasts. After the meal, Su Xinghe took the group for a walk around the wooden house. They visited the orchard and flower fields, familiarizing them with the surroundings. The next task, naturally, was to move the belongings originally from the mushroom house to Su Xinghe's place. Although yesterday's fire destroyed many things, fortunately, all the pets were unharmed. The cow Susu, in particular, survived unscathed because it was tied up outside the mushroom house. Soon, everyone noticed that besides the previous few pets, there were actually 2 new friends. This peacock is truly beautiful. A group of people gathered around the 2 peacocks that had been delivered, all utterly amazed. Take them to the back. Su Xinghe thought for a moment and said, he had recently built a few animal pens, originally intending to raise some poultry. Now, it seemed he could only offer them up. Speaking of which, his wooden house had a remarkably spacious layout. It featured a large pavilion, a 2-story wooden cabin, an open bamboo kitchen shed, and various coconut and banana trees scattered throughout the yard. The entire courtyard is filled with the essence of life. Paired with the idyllic scenery around, it's simply intoxicating. After the staff brought the peacocks to the back, a few people gathered around, curiously examining the 2 peacocks. They're really beautiful. Qingqing looked excited as she held Zifeng's hand and said, Sister, look, they're taking a walk. Zifeng was also all smiles. Yes, it's really beautiful, she replied. Beside them, Peng held an umbrella, shielding them from the scorching sunlight. Su Xinghe nodded in satisfaction at the sight. You can tell Peng is a thoughtful person who knows how to care for the feelings of those around him. In the live stream, a wave of envy immediately swept through the audience. Sigh, look at other people's brothers, and then there's mine who fights me for snacks. I really want to punch him. Peng is genuinely so warm. It feels like Zifeng and Qingqing standing there are like 2 angels. Peacocks are animals we used to only see in zoos. Even Su Xinghe saw them here for the first time. These are 2 peacocks, a male and a female. Let's give them names. Teacher, he blurted out. The male one can be called Big Broom. Su Xinghe instinctively responded. The female one can be called Little Chopsticks. Silence. The live stream editor deliberately added 3 black lines and a crow above Su Xinghe and Teacher He's heads. Caw caw caw. The audience in the live stream were already bursting with laughter. Forgive me, the names Big Broom and Little Chopsticks are making me laugh so hard my stomach hurts. Are these 2 clowns hired by monkeys? Oh my god. Even my idol has moments when he's terrible at naming things. Haha. Su Xinghe's expression is absolutely hilarious. Look at Teacher He and Su Xinghe's antics, it's killing me with laughter. On the set, because of the baseless talk from Su Xinghe and Teacher He, the atmosphere became extremely awkward for a while. Fortunately, Qingqing was there. Her little face scrunched up as she complained to Teacher He and Su Xinghe. Brother, Uncle He, both of you stop talking, especially you, brother. You're the worst at naming things. The only decent name you've ever come up with is mine. The rest, like Great Vajra Dragon, seriously? Seriously? Sighing, she shook her head with a look of exasperation. Even Qingqing was only changed after I learned to talk. Grandpa Village Chief told me you used to call me Second Girl. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the live stream audience flooded the screen with comments. Haha. Great virtuous heavenly dragon is one thing, but what the heck is Nyo? What kind of name is Nyo? The unknown dark history of our male idol. Haha. Grandpa Village Chief seems like a total gossip king. Thanks to the interruption by little Su Erniu, the awkward situation finally passed. After the laughter subsided, Teacher He curiously asked Su Xinghe, why do you call Qingqing Erniu? When I brought her here, she was still very young. The elderly in the village always called her Nuno. So I thought Erniu would work just as well, Su Xinghe said with a slight hint of embarrassment. Then he decisively changed the subject. I remember in your 2nd season you had a duck or something called Kai Deng. How about naming this peacock Kai Ling? Everyone was speechless. Su Xinghe, can't you put a little more thought into naming things? Chef Huang stared at Su Xinghe in disbelief. Then how about naming the other one text message? The group chuckled, with Peng even turning around, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The live stream room became a sea of joy, with even Dynamic Zone being spammed across the bullet comments. Just the process of naming is so entertaining it seems this season of A Longing for Life is truly something to look forward to. Chapter 11. Joining A Longing for Life at a Sky-High Price. In the end, the two peacocks were named Kaiyun and Jinan, naturally reflecting the local charm of Xinghe. As for Su Xinghe and teacher He, everyone decided that when it comes to naming things in the future, they should probably take a step back. With that, today's filming came to a natural end. The cameras turned off and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Xinghe, thank you so much for today. Chef Huang walked over and shook Su Xinghe's hand. He meant every word. Today was supposed to be the filming of the preview, with the official shoot scheduled for tomorrow. But a sudden wildfire had completely disrupted the production team's original plans. If Su Xinghe hadn't shown up, things would have gotten really complicated. Sponsors, audience, any one of them could overwhelm the production team from top to bottom. Teacher Huang, you're too kind. Su Xinghe smiled and said, Qingqing likes you all very much, and I have nothing else to do. I'll call the director over. Teacher, he said decisively. After all, since they were renting the house and planning to invite Su Xinghe and Qingqing to participate, compensation would definitely be involved. Soon, the director arrived. The TV station just called me. We can decide for ourselves whether to invite Teacher Su. The director came straight to the point and spoke frankly to Su Xinghe. Teacher Su, how about 5 million for 2 months' rent? 5 million? Su Xinghe was taken aback. To be honest, he hadn't expected it. This director's offer was unexpectedly generous, a direct payment of 5 million in rent. Isn't this too much? Su Xinghe hesitated for a moment before speaking. Not much. The director shook his head. To be honest, the environment here is far better than our previous mushroom house. Plus, the orchard and everything else are fully equipped. The live comments from today's audience were extremely positive, so I really don't think this amount is too much at all. With him saying so, Su Xinghe naturally had no objections. He wasn't foolish. When someone offers you money for free, why not take it? Then there's the appearance fee. The director said to Su Xinghe, Peng and Zifeng each get 10 million, while Teacher He and Teacher Huang get 30 million, but they also receive profit shares. As for you, since you're with Qingqing, how about 20 million? 20 million. Su Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Then, he saw the director take a contract from the assistant and hand it to him. Here's the contract. If you find it suitable, just sign it. The director said earnestly. In fact, in today's Chinese variety show industry, the standard appearance fee for most celebrities is just a few million. For instance, when Peng first joined, his appearance fee was only 5 million. And that was considering his Golden Horse Award nomination for Best Actor. Normally, only A-list celebrities can command a fee of 10 million for a single appearance. For amounts exceeding 10 million, you're looking at top-tier superstars. Take Huang Xiaochu and Teacher He, for example. They've participated in the same show for multiple seasons, hold high status within the industry, and are beloved by audiences. As for someone like Su Xinghe, a celebrity who's been retired for 10 years, most production teams wouldn't dare offer such a price. But director Zhang Tianqi gave it. On one hand, he valued Su Xinghe's abilities and potential. On the other hand, his intuition told him that the addition of Su Xinghe and his younger sister would undoubtedly bring a fresh change to A Longing for Life. Little Qingqing's innocent charm and Su Xinghe's extraordinary talent. These two qualities were exactly what the show needed. 20 million. Su Xinghe stared at the contract in silence for a long time. He truly hadn't expected the A Longing for Life production team to make such a generous offer. Including the rental fee for the house, it was essentially gifting him 25 million. That's not a small amount. Chef Huang didn't say anything, but Teacher He took the contract and started reading it. After a while, he said to Su Xinghe, It's the same as our contract. The implication was clear. He was telling Su Xinghe that it was safe to sign, with no legal issues to worry about. How about it, Xiao Su? If you think the appearance fee is too low, I can apply for an increase for you together with Teacher He. Chef Huang suddenly spoke up. As the representative of the investors, he naturally had the authority to do so. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe quickly shook his head. Teacher Huang, I actually think it's a bit too much. After all, I've been out of the public eye for 10 years. If I take this much money, what if some viewers start gossiping about it? Hearing his words, Chef Huang and the others all rolled their eyes. In their hearts, they were all furiously complaining about Su Xinghe, retired for 10 years? Damn it, you've been in seclusion for 10 years. Yet just appearing on an entertainment show has dominated the hot searches. Even now, The internet is abuzz with discussions about you and your younger sister. Your longtime fans are so excited they're practically ready to set off fireworks in celebration. Even several award-winning actors have publicly posted on Weibo, welcoming your return. Now, you're saying you're afraid of gossip? You think you don't deserve a 20 million salary? So, do we have the right to take these 30 million? Thinking of this, Huang Xiaochu felt he needed to change his strategy to act swiftly and decisively, quickly securing Su Xinghe's permanent spot on A Longing for Life. Chapter 12. Live streaming again. Xinghe, I think you should just agree to it. Huang Xiaochu said to Su Xinghe. Think about Qingqing, how lonely she must be all by herself. Could you live like that? Could she? Teacher, he also nodded in agreement. That's right, Xinghe. You're an adult, but Qingqing is still young. It's really not suitable for her to live alone like this all the time. Their words moved Su Xinghe. Over the years of living together, Su Xinghe had truly come to regard Qingqing as his own little sister. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, All right, I agree then. The two seasoned veterans exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy. With Su Xinghe joining the team, the future of A Longing for Life would only get more interesting. Su Xinghe briefly skimmed through the contract and found it indeed very lenient. Aside from cooperating with the production team for filming and promotional broadcasts, there were no other restrictions. And the price is indeed very attractive. So he took out a pen and signed his name on it. As the representative of the production team, the director also signed his name on it. 2 copies were made, and that was considered a done deal. The show's official Weibo account will announce this news as soon as possible. The director said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded, naturally having no objections. Soon, the show's official Weibo account announced the news. Su Xinghe officially joins the 4th season of A Longing for Life as a permanent guest. Moreover, filming will proceed as scheduled, with the new mushroom house being Su Xinghe's own residence. The announcement immediately caused a huge stir. For fans of Su Xinghe, this was simply ecstatic news. Many people started laughing as soon as they picked up their phones, startling everyone around them. How bizarre. But when they asked around and found out what was going on, they too began to laugh uncontrollably with joy. Su Xinghe actually returned to the entertainment industry and even joined the 4th season of A Longing for Life as both the landlord and a permanent guest. This is simply fantastic. Originally, many people didn't enjoy watching this kind of daily life variety show, but after hearing this news, they immediately decided they had to watch it. Because Su Xinghe is in the show. To put it mildly, Su Xinghe single-handedly brought at least 5 million more viewers to A Longing for Life. This is precisely why the director was so determined to have him join the show. However, no one could have anticipated that this was just the beginning. After signing the contract, as Su Xinghe and the others stepped inside, they saw Peng Peng and Xifeng fiddling with the camera, playing around with Qingqing. What's going on? Teacher, he asked curiously. Qingqing heard this can do live streaming and wants to turn it on. Xifeng said with a smile. Sure, that works. Teacher, his eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to the director behind him, saying, Director, I think this is perfect. It's a great opportunity to announce the good news. No problem. The director was more than happy to seize such an opportunity and immediately called the camera crew. Soon, the camera crew arrived. The live stream resumed. Soon, this news was announced on Weibo. Within just half an hour, millions of viewers flooded into the live stream. Haha, didn't expect to catch a live broadcast at night. Yeah, so lucky. Oh my, what is Qingqing doing? Does she like the camera? What an adorable little girl. Look at that cute cartoon nightgown. I think if the production team invited more kids to keep Qingqing company, it would definitely be more fun. First of all, I'd like to announce something that many of you may have already seen on Weibo. After persuasion from me and teacher Xinghe has agreed to rent this place to us as the new mushroom house. Chef Huang, representing the production team, announced this news to the audience during the live broadcast. In addition, we've also invited siblings Xinghe and Qingqing to join us as regular guests for this season's recordings. As Chef Huang spoke, the live stream audience erupted in cheers once again. Welcome, welcome. Xifeng and Peng Peng were clapping there. Although Qingqing didn't quite understand, since everyone was clapping, she joined in the applause too. Ha ha ha. This child is so cute. Yeah. Seeing her makes me want to definitely have a daughter. Honestly, with Qingqing, I think the show is more real and interesting. Oh, I think it's scripted. How can there be such a coincidence? Climb upstairs for me. Script your ass. You're afraid you don't know what Xinghe is. This side of the mushroom house. A few people were sitting there chatting with the camera on. Pumba accompanied Zifeng and Qingqing as they played games. By the way, Xinghe, when we came here earlier, Qingqing was playing the piano, saying that you wrote the tunes. Are we going to have the blessing of hearing those nice tunes in the future? Teacher, he asked to Xinghe. Xinghe had a disinterested look on his face. I don't have a problem with it, but it depends on what Qingqing wants. If she likes it, then it's fine. I can. Qingqing sniffed and immediately raised her hand and said, "Ha ha ha." Everyone all laughed. Seeing her appearance, they thought this was preparation for battle. But Qingqing's next sentence made all the people present, and the viewers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Chapter 13. Little Genius Qingqing? I only know piano and saxophone. I haven't learned guitar yet, Qingqing said with a tangled face. Obviously, the little girl was very unhappy. She felt that she knew too few instruments. The viewers in the live broadcast room already didn't know what to say. A 5-year-old child. Playing the piano so well, she could also play the saxophone and was learning the guitar. What kind of child was this? This is a 5-year-old child? Oh, I must be dreaming. My child is 13, and all he knows all day is king pesticide. This is a genius, right? It's indeed a bit pathetic, only so old and has to learn so many things. Xinghe is afraid that his sister won't be able to find a job in the future, so he's letting her learn a little more skills first? Haha. I have a feeling that the guests who go to the yearning in the future will be given a big shock by this girl. The viewers in the live broadcast room said anything, but unsurprisingly, they all loved Qingqing. Those who were able to enter the live broadcast room at this time were all hardcore fans of the program. Naturally, they had also heard that previous piano song. There was a clear cognizance of Xinghe's composing ability and Qingqing's playing prowess. After all, Xinghe's previous brilliant record was there. 10 years ago, as one of the leading figures of the Hua system subnetwork songs, Xinghe debuted with a song called Sunny Day, which was a fire in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Although he didn't perform publicly, he became the hottest internet singer with just a single song and a moving voice. Subsequently, Xinghe's English single, The Nights, parachuted to the #1 spot on the B charts, reigning as the champion for 31 weeks. In that era, no one did not know Xinghe's name. More importantly, Xinghe had always been mysterious with a low-key style. Until he announced his retirement, no one had ever seen his true colors. It was even rumored that when he retired, a fan slit his wrists. As a result, no one expected that after 10 years, Xinghe would appear in the middle of the 4th season of Aspiring Life. Moreover, there was actually a sister by his side. More importantly, everyone suddenly realized that this guy is not just a singer. He could write piano music, he could write scripts, he could build houses, and even he seemed to have other identities. Return of the King? Or maybe, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken? A lot of people are actually waiting for the answer. This side of the scene. After hearing Qingqing's words, several people all froze. Xinghe, really? Teacher, he looked at Xinghe in disbelief. It was hard to believe that a child who knew the piano and the saxophone was also learning the guitar. Qingqing is very smart. Xinghe smiled and introduced to teacher She learns things especially fast, and is also very talented. I'm considering if I want her to learn music in the future. To be honest, he himself did not expect Qingqing's talent for learning to be so terrifying. This was not an ability attached to the system. Qingqing, besides knowing these instruments, what else do you know? Pang asked curiously. I know the 100 surnames, the 1,000-character classic, the 3-character classic, and the 300 Tang poems. Qingqing had a proud face. Really? Then why don't you memorize a passage of the 3-character classic for your brother? Pumba asked with a smile. Yeah. Qingqing had a pretty good impression of this brother, and nodded at his words. His small voice began to recite. In the beginning of man, nature is inherently good, nature is similar and habits are distant. Not to mention, she really memorized it. Someone in the live broadcast room immediately looked it up on the internet. It was really word for word. Not long after, Qingqing finished memorizing. Perhaps because she memorized so much in one breath, she was a bit tired and raised her head, saying to Xinghe, Brother, I want to drink a drink. Little children are not allowed to drink drinks. Drink water. Xinghe said without mercy. After a pause, he said, Moreover, you just memorized a word wrongly. It's what people feed on, not what people give. No more drinks today. The audience in the live broadcast room was speechless. Nima, a 5-year-old child, recited the 3-character classic in its entirety, just one wrong word, and he's not allowed to drink beverages. Su Xinghe, you're actually such a brother. Too shameless. Hehe. Where is Dawei Tianlong? Quickly take this demon. It's too much. How dare you bully the future flowers of the motherland? Despicable Su Xinghe. Even these few people who were looking towards the program team didn't know what to say when they looked at the 2 figures, one large and one small. Otherwise, just give her some to drink. Sister Xifeng really looked at little Qingqing too pitifully and pleaded out. Yeah, Qingqing's back is fine. Pang Pang decisively betrayed himself and his sister. Xifeng and I still don't know how to memorize. Really? Hearing Pang Pang's words, Qingqing decisively looked up. Yeah, I really don't know how, Pang Pang said with a smile. I won't either. Sister Xifeng nodded. At their age, they really didn't understand traditional Enlightenment literature like the 3-character classic, and they only knew the opening lines. Hee hee. Brother Pumba and Sister Xifeng are so stupid. Unexpectedly, the little girl giggled. Then, she said something that made everyone sputter. Ugh. Being uncultured, it's scary. This time, even Su Xinghe herself couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 14, Powerful Spitting. Little adult like Qingqing was really too cute. If an adult did what she did and said what she said, it would definitely be criticized for being impolite. But when a girl of a few years old said that, everyone would only think that childish talk was just reckless. A few people laughed out loud, and the atmosphere became more and more cordial. It had to be said that chatting with Su Xinghe was really pleasant. I think you guys are really alike. Watching Huang Xiaoqi and Su Xinghe chatting there, teacher he couldn't help but speak. Oh, Huang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. You're thinking that I'm as handsome as Xinghe? Ha ha ha. Mr. Huang is too self-absorbed. Peng Peng and Zifeng all laughed. Teacher he helplessly glanced at his old partner. Teacher Huang, although you were really handsome when you were young, but now look in the mirror, look at your stomach, and then you look at other people's Xinghe. Mr. Huang. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing their asses off. Ruthless Mr. He. The small boat of friendship capsized just like that. Haha. A rare opportunity to spit on Mr. Huang. Mr. He definitely won't miss it. Heartache for me, Huang. Cooking for them and being disliked. But it's really funny. Seriously though, do you know why I said you guys are alike? Teacher, he said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe was also curious and a little strange. It's actually because you're both kind of awesome. Just like Teacher Huang, if you talk about wine, he can talk to you about the history of wine, and if you talk about tea, he can talk to you about the history of tea. What's even more impressive is that he knows everything and is right. You don't even know when he accumulated this knowledge. Xinghe, you're the same way, don't you realize? No matter what Mr. Huang we say, you know, everything. He Jiong had a face of admiration. It seems to be true. Huang Xiaoqi nodded. Yeah, I just talked to Big Brother Su for a few moments about acting. He knows it very well, Sister Xifeng said. And I told him that I had learned the saxophone before, and he understood it too. Awesome. Really awesome. Several people together gave Su Xinghe a thumbs up. Of course. My brother is the most powerful person in the world. Qingqing stood up at this time, crossed her arms and said with a smug expression. At that moment, everyone was amused by this girl. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time for a break. On the second floor was Su Xinghe and Qingqing's room. There were 2 other guest rooms, and there were also 2 guest rooms downstairs. Zifeng's sister slept in one by herself, and the other remaining guest room was given to Pang Pang and their 3 big men. As for Su Xinghe and Qingqing, of course, they still slept in their own room upstairs. The little girl was also tired after a crazy day today, lying in Su Xinghe's arms while yawning and chatting with him. Brother, will there really be a young lady to play with me tomorrow? Qingqing hugged Su Xinghe's arm and asked with an expectant face. There should be. Su Xinghe smiled. I don't know. Then can I bring Davy and Tianlong with me to play with them? Qingqing asked again. Yes, as long as you're happy. Su Xinghe smiled dotingly. Really? Qingqing's eyes lit up, and a bright smile came to her face, as if flowers were blooming. Of course it's true. Su Xinghe nodded. But you also have to be good. Remember not to cause trouble for others, and pay attention to your own safety. Okay? I know. Qingqing is the most well-behaved. The little girl prettily leaned on Su Xinghe's shoulder with a face of excitement. Without realizing it, the night was deep. The moon quietly hid. Everyone fell into a beautiful dream. And at this moment, far away in a certain villa in Yanjing, a sweet-looking girl was looking at a certain photo on her cell phone with a surprised face. It's actually you. You're actually Su Xinghe. The girl was very pretty, with a bit of exotic flavor. Especially her eyes were particularly bright. Naza, what's wrong? Another tall figure walked over and asked Naza, who was fidgeting with her cell phone. Sister Yaya, you know what? The guy I told you about, I found him. Naza said with a serious face to her showbiz senior and hometown girl. Yeah. Who? Yaya, who had just divorced Scum-chan and was in quite a bad mood recently, asked with a somewhat strange sniff. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized something and said with double surprise, "Is that the one who saved you and threw you at the entrance of the camp?" She remembered very clearly that Naza was in love with a freshman in the circle, and after falling out of love in order to distress, she went to participate in a wilderness survival activity. As a result, there was an accident and a person got lost in the mountains. Luckily, she was saved by a certain person, but that person was particularly funny, carrying Naza for dozens of miles up the mountain, scolding her the whole way. As a result, at the end of the day, he left her in front of the campground and left. No mercy at all. But strangely enough, it was such a man who had managed to keep Naza in her thoughts for so many years. And now he actually appeared. Who is he? Chapter 15: Controversy and Questioning. Hangdian, Film and TV City. The theater group of Sand and Sea. This drama has been getting a lot of attention since the beginning of filming, knowing that it was adapted from the hottest web novel, Tomb Raider's Notes. Only, it was heard that the drama had already been finalized for 2 months, but it had yet to be aired on the stars. It was not known what the reason was. Director Zhang, otherwise forget it, it's just this theme song. You're dragging it out so much. The TV station side is calling to urge us. In a hotel, the producer of the Sand Sea crew said bitterly to the director. The reason why the TV series had never been released was because this Lord Director was too obsessed with the TV series theme song. No way. A firm expression flashed across Zhang Qian's face too. This drama is a copyright that I managed to beg from Uncle San with great difficulty. It absolutely cannot be flawed. The producer had a helpless look on his face. The song from before looks fine to me. The singer is a top-tier domestic flow, and the lyrics are also very famous in the circle, so don't hesitate. He had no choice but to persuade Zhang Qian in this way. The two had been friends for many years, and he did understand each other. This Sea of Sand was part of the Tomb Raider's Notes series of novels. Before this novel was so hot on the internet, and the author, Beipai Sanjia, had always been very mysterious, never accepting interviews. Even the editor of the publishing house didn't know his specific situation. Zhang Qian is relying on the microblogging to send a full 2 years of private letters to the North faction of the Three Uncles, before finally move people the Sand Sea film and television rights to him. But if it dragged on like this, the investors couldn't sit still. Well, it can only be done. After a long time, Zhang Qian sighed and finally said helplessly. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open all of a sudden. Director, I think I found a song that can satisfy you. Huh. Zhang Qian's expression changed and he stood up prancingly, saying to the assistant director who rushed in, Really? What song? Who sang it? No, director. It's because I think that there is someone who can definitely fulfill your request. The assistant director said to Zhang Qian as soon as he entered. Who? Zhang Qian was stunned. Su Xinghe, the singer-songwriter who retired 10 years ago. The assistant director exclaimed. The one who wrote Clear Sky? Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. The one who wrote East Wind Break? Even the producer was doubly surprised. They were all around 40 years old, so naturally they were deeply impressed with Su Xinghe, who was a big hit back then. In that era, Su Xinghe was the first musician to create the so-called Han-style songs. Whether it was Porcelain of Blue Flowers or Breaking the East Wind, both of which had sparked a huge discussion in the circle, even to the extent that whenever Su Xinghe released a new song, someone would immediately follow suit. This was his appeal. When Su Xinghe had announced his retirement from the singing world, he didn't know how many people were celebrating. After all, network singers who were his contemporaries, even if they were now heavenly kings and queens, had to be suppressed by him at that time. The pressure of that kind of terrifying influence was unimaginable to ordinary people. Wait, isn't Xinghe retired? Zhang Qian quickly reacted after his surprise. I know, but he was found by life toward you today. The assistant director hurriedly took out his own cell phone and found the Weibo hot search interface. Handing it to Zhang Qian and the producer, look! Zhang Qian took it and glanced at it, and his expression instantly became wonderful. Buy a plane ticket. Let's go there. Zhang Qian said decisively. No matter what, he must convince Xinghe to write a song for him. The producer also nodded his head in agreement, unlike Zhang Qian, who simply felt that Xinghe could create a song that would fit in with the TV series. What he cared more about was Xinghe's influence. After all, it would be a publicity for the TV series, too. Xinghe rested on his side, but on the internet, the discussion about him intensified. I don't know when, some people started discussing on Weibo whether Xinghe should open a concert or not. After all, back then, Xinghe was the hottest internet singer. Although he had never made a public appearance, he had quite a few fans. Very quickly, this matter killed the microblogging hot search and had a super talk. Similarly, it also attracted many so-called industry insiders. Oh, a network singer, who has been over the top for 10 years, still wants to open a concert. Dream on. What's wrong with a network singer? Why can't he open a concert? Upstairs, you first need to know what is a network singer. Don't look at your Xinghe's works online a lot, but I ask you, he has sold an album. This is not nonsense. Xinghe has not released an album. His works are free online, can be heard. Yeah, if you can listen to a song for free, why pay to hear it live? Are you out of your mind? But that's Xinghe. So what if Xinghe is still out of fashion? It's not his time anymore. Other than Xinghe's hardcore fans, most people were not optimistic that he would be able to open a concert. There were even some who were already questioning that this time Xinghe's appearance was just too coincidental. Perhaps he had scuttled with the aspect of aspiring life beforehand and was intentionally putting on a show. Most of the variety shows had tableaus anyway. This kind of talk, gradually fermenting online, intensified. Chapter 16, 3 minutes on stage, 10 years off stage. Good things don't go out the door, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. The internet certainly makes our understanding of information faster and more comprehensive, and likewise releases the demons in some people's hearts. These people always like to question everything, as if this can appear to be smarter and wiser than others. Regarding Xinghe's matter, it was even more so. Xinghe, this couldn't be that he has been planning to make a comeback for a long time, right? I think it's possible. The money in the entertainment industry is so good now, it's much easier than when he was 10 years ago. Oh, adopting a little girl, saying hello to the program in advance, taking advantage of this opportunity to sell the talent persona to make a comeback. What a perfect setup. Right. Turn around and open a few concerts. Make a fortune. Perfect. These people's malicious speculations were quickly echoed by more people. Don't you think it's too coincidental? The mushroom house caught fire before filming started, and I ended up meeting a neighbor who was the great talent Xinghe who retired 10 years ago. Huh? Upstairs. Are you out of your mind? No matter what happens, you all think it's arranged by others in advance. Being or be kind. The internet really has many benefits. The biggest benefit is that it allows you disgusting keyboard warriors to hide behind your computers and phones without worrying about being caught out. Those in favor of Xinghe, those who opposed Xinghe. The two sides were at odds with each other and soon fell into an argument. As for Xinghe, he didn't know about this. He was putting the little princess to sleep. Qingqing, this girl, during the daytime, perhaps because of too much excitement, even woke up twice at night. Fortunately, Xinghe had experienced it earlier and finally coaxed her to sleep. Early the next morning, at the dawn of day, Xinghe opened his eyes. Without startling Qingqing, he quietly climbed up. Walking to the kitchen, he was about to clean up, but realized that it was already clean. Only then did he remember that yesterday, teacher he brought Pang Pang and Zifeng and had already cleaned the place. Shaking his head, Xinghe laughed a little. If not for seeing the cameras around him, he even felt that he was dreaming. After washing up, Xinghe began to prepare breakfast. Because Qingqing liked to eat tea eggs, Xinghe would basically make them for her once a week. Today happened to be the day to eat tea eggs. Cook the porridge and tea eggs on. Later on, make an egg cake and mix a cold dish. This breakfast is complete. Doing these preparations, Xinghe went out for a morning run. Just after running around the village, he ran into Huang Xiaoko, who also woke up early. Yo, Xinghe, you're early enough. Huang Xiaoche was a bit surprised to see Su Xinghe. Used to it. Su Xinghe smiled. You were just about to go out? Well, I'm getting ready to go out here. Little Chef Huang nodded. Don't be in a hurry. I'll cook breakfast when I return. He was the chef of the Yearning family for all 3 seasons of the program. Su Xinghe smiled faintly. No, Mr. Huang, you don't have to rush. I've already prepared everything. I'll do it when I get back here. Really? Mr. Huang was stunned. Then how embarrassing. He was really a bit surprised that people had already rented their house to the program team, and now they were cooking breakfast for them. This feeling, why so happy? Haha. Finally, he didn't have to cook for everyone every day. With Su Xinghe around, it was simply not too easy. Xinghe, you say what else is there that you don't know how to do? Out of the hall into the kitchen. Which family's daughter marrying you is really a blessing that was cultivated in her previous life. Little Chef Huang kept praising Su Xinghe there, making him embarrassed. Waiting until he went for a run, Su Xinghe then walked home. Then, he began to hang his voice. Those who studied voice and those who studied acting had the expression practicing. To put it bluntly, it was the comprehensive aspects of form, voice, lines, expressions, and so on. What Su Xinghe had to do was all of these. Although he had never performed on stage for so many years, he had always tried to train himself. It had to be said that Su Xinghe's voice was really good. Even if he was just practicing, his voice, rhythm, and breathing worked very well together, which made it sound as if there was a babbling brook flowing by his ears. Natural, fresh, smooth. It was as if someone was gently tickling your ears. Regardless of whether it was Zifeng, who had just woken up, Teacher He, who had already gotten up and washed up, or Peng Peng, who had walked to the door and was ready to brush his teeth, everyone froze. No one had expected that Su Xinghe's level was actually this high. So, this was Su Xinghe's true strength? No wonder he had attracted so many fans 10 years ago on the internet, just based on his voice. It turned out that people were truly capable. Chapter 17 Qingqing. Be a person. Xinghe. This is too good for you. Teacher He gave Su Xinghe a thumbs up and said, Yes, big brother Su, at your level, this is definitely this. Peng Peng was also full of admiration. As an actor, he naturally knew that Su Xinghe had put in hard work to achieve this level of strength. On the contrary, Zifeng didn't say anything. In her opinion, it was normal for Su Xinghe to be so powerful. Yesterday, Qingqing had said that her brother could do anything and everything. Brother! At this time, Qingqing rubbed her eyes and walked out from the room. The sleepy eyes were so cute. Good morning, Uncle He. Good morning, Sister Zifeng. Good morning, Brother Pumba. Seeing the crowd in the courtyard, Qingqing politely greeted everyone, then rushing all the way to Su Xinghe. Brother! Su Xinghe smiled and extended his hand to catch the little girl. Good morning, Qingqing. Wash your face? You can have breakfast in a while. After saying that, he then said to Dawei Tianlong, who was following Qingqing, Dawei and Tianlong, go eat as well. Meow! Woof! A cat and a dog responded before running aside to eat. The few people next to them were dumbfounded. The fan audience who had just opened the live broadcast was also dumbfounded. This is okay? Dawei Tianlong. It really has become a spirit. They seem to be responding to Su Xinghe. I'm convinced. I like it so much, my family's era. He's good at tearing down the house. While they were talking, Zifeng silently helped Qingqing get the water for washing. Su Xinghe was a bit surprised, not expecting her to be so thoughtful. After washing up, Qingqing happily sat in front of the dining table. Qingqing, what are you doing? Teacher He was a little surprised. Waiting for brother to make breakfast. Qingqing said with a happy face. The breakfast that brother makes is the best breakfast in the world. The crowd was speechless. This infectious power of Su Xinghe was really too powerful. Even if she was a pro-sister, she didn't worship her brother this much. Soon, Su Xinghe brought up the finished breakfast. At this time, little Chef Huang also finished running and returned. Yo, Xinghe is done ah. Little Chef Huang said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Huang. You can eat it after you wash your face. Okay. I'll taste your handiwork. Little Chef Huang had a happy face. Oops, finally I don't have to cook breakfast every day. In the live broadcast room, the viewers looked at the sumptuous breakfast and were also a bit greedy. So awesome. This craftsmanship. Just looking at it makes me want to eat it. I think that a woman who marries him will simply die of happiness. Yeah. Look at teacher, he's smiling. It feels like Mr. Huang is the happiest person. That's right. He finally found someone to cook for him. Haha. This season's Mr. Huang has gone to the peak of his life. Everyone flirted, but they could indeed feel that Su Xinghe and Qingqing, the two of them, were very much in sync with the rhythm of the four people who were looking forward to it. Everyone was very much in sync without that raw feeling. Instead of the show becoming bloated with the addition of resident guests, it had a flavor of completeness. A few people happily ate breakfast and began to clean up the house in preparation for welcoming the first guests of the mushroom house. Qingqing, on the other hand, went to practice the piano under Su Xinghe's supervision. An hour later, the little girl appeared in the courtyard. Qingqing, finished practicing? Zifeng asked to her with a smile. Yes, Sister Zifeng, I played very fast. Qingqing had a proud look on her face. Brother even praised me for my progress. Qingqing is awesome. Zifeng smiled and said. Then, she was a bit strange as Qingqing looked at herself, wanting to speak. What's wrong? Zifeng asked with concern. Nothing. The little girl's cheeks blushed slightly, shook her head, turned around and ran away. Next, Qingqing would always unconsciously appear beside everyone, walking back and forth without speaking, occasionally coughing or making a little noise to make everyone notice her. Su Xinghe knew what she meant as soon as he guessed, and didn't point it out, just chatted with Huang Xiaoche there. Finally, the little girl couldn't hold back any longer and ran to Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoche's front. Uncle Huang, what's wrong, Qingqing? Huang Xiaoche asked somewhat strangely. When is Sister Duo coming? Qingqing asked with her little face tilted up. Soon, Huang Xiaoche smiled and said. He had called his wife yesterday, and suddenly brought her daughter and rushed over overnight. Qingqing. When Sister comes in a while, how are you going to welcome her? Su Xinghe smiled and asked Qingqing. Qingqing tilted her head. I can treat my sister to lots and lots of fruits, and I can also let her play the piano with me. After a pause, she sighed again. But I'm too small to carry the fruits. Hey, the fruits are all in the orchard. As she said this, she also raised her hand and compared her height. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaoche directly laughed. This girl was just too funny. Then what to do? The moody Huang Xiaochef put together a joke. This? Qingqing hesitated. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw an orange-colored figure beside her. Davy, can you help me carry fruits back from the orchard? The orange cat's pupils shrunk, and her entire cat expression changed. Bullying a cat? You don't have to bully it like this. You're clearly bigger than me. How dare you ask me to carry fruit for you? Isn't it good to be a human being? Chapter 18. It's not my tomatoes' fault that the bananas are out of date. Facts proved that cats and dogs are really good friends of humans. Su Xinghe finally led Qingqing, and brought Davy Tian along with him, and went to the orchard to pick a lot of fruits, preparing to come back to entertain the guests that arrived today. Of course, the basket containing the fruits was carried back by the heavenly dragon. Woof woof woof. Era's face was filled with helplessness. Obviously, he hadn't done anything. Why was there nothing on that damn orange cat's back? But he had to bear such heavy suffering. Back home, as soon as he entered the door, Qingqing shouted out, Brother Pangpeng, Sister Zifeng, come quickly, there's a lot of fruit here. A few people looked up and saw this little girl walking over with her little hands behind her back and her head held high. Yo, Qingqing, the way you're walking, you're quite imposing. Teacher, he smiled and teased. Of course, brother said. This is the footsteps of 6 relatives. The big guys all sprayed, but also the footsteps of the 6 relatives. This girl is really too funny. Really, brother said. In the novel he wrote, this is how the protagonist walks. Qingqing looked at everyone laughing and explained seriously. That protagonist is awesome, called the bloody-handed manslaughterer. Novel. A few people were a bit taken aback and gave Su Xinghe a surprised look. Su Xinghe rubbed his nose and helplessly explained, I'm just writing casually, it's idle anyway. The few stars didn't feel much, but the audience in the live broadcast room, especially those who had read the web novel, immediately brushed up their question marks. What do you mean? Bloody-handed human slaughter. Why do I feel that it sounds familiar? Isn't that Ning Liheng's nickname? Ning Liheng from the flabby son-in-law. No, wasn't that written by Angry Banana? When did it become written by Su Xinghe? No way. Su Xinghe is Angry Banana? He's the banana that shifts once a month. Haha. No wonder I heard that one never attends the annual meeting. It's because he doesn't have time. My God. Su Xinghe is actually the Angry Banana. one of the supreme gods of netiquette. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room quickly exploded. The director and film crew on the side of the program team, some of whom had also read the book Flabby Son-in-Law, looked at Xinghe with curiosity. The director simply instructed a few words to Teacher He in his headset. Teacher He looked at Xinghe with some surprise. Xinghe, so the novel called Flabby Son-in-Law was written by you? Xinghe shrugged. It's me, but I haven't had time to update it recently. The crowd was speechless. Big brother, be a human being. From daily to weekly to monthly updates, you call this no time? This is clearly laziness. Xinghe looked at the expressions of the crowd, but in his heart, he secretly snickered. Fortunately, when he first released his book, he used several pen names. You guys cursing angry banana has nothing to do with my love of diving bird thieves. You guys want to blame talking elbow for breaking the shift. It has nothing to do with my paladin's legend. The more he thought about it, the happier he got. Xinghe was really happy. At the time he wrote these novels. On the one hand, it was because of boredom, and on the other hand, it was also because he felt that there was no reason why those good-looking netbooks on Earth wouldn't appear in Azure. Although he paid the price of 99 consecutive failed blind dates in order to carry these books into his head, it was all worth it. But the books being in his head and updating them, those were two different things. So Xinghe would occasionally just break the update because he was too busy. No one had noticed this before, but now someone immediately started gnashing their teeth and cursing at Xinghe in the live broadcast room, who let his book Flabby Son-in-Law had been written for 5 whole years and still hadn't been completed, going from 1 chapter per day to 1 chapter per week to the current rate of 1 chapter per month. The readers had long since gotten angry. Haha. So many people in the live broadcast room are urging for more. Peng Peng took his cell phone, glanced at the live broadcast room and said to Xinghe. Xinghe's face darkened. What temperament his own readers had, he knew too well. I say, you guys all pay attention I'm a person you all know. If I'm in a bad mood here, I don't want to code words. If I can't write, there will be no update today. Seemingly unintentionally, Xinghe said to the camera. Obviously, the people he was talking to were his own book fans. Oops, who just cursed Bossu? Come on people. Carry those cursing ones out for me. Are you kidding me? Bossu, take a good rest. Don't be in a hurry. Think slowly. Make sure you think of this plot to the best of your ability. The picture on the pop-up screen suddenly changed, and Xinghe instantly became one of the good guys in the crowd's mouth. Smiling smugly, returning the cell phone to Peng Peng, Xinghe said with satisfaction, 2 more today. The audience in the live broadcast room had gotten high. Angry Banana actually had 2 shifts. This was simply more surprising than Pang Pang only eating 1 bowl of rice. Although Mr. Huang and Mr. He were middle-aged and didn't know much about these young people's matters. But looking at how lively the pop-ups were, they knew that there must be something fishy going on. Unexpectedly, this guy, Xinghe, was so talented. It was really admirable. Chapter 19, The Real Angel. People with talent were always worthy of admiration at all times. Uncle Huang, this is the fruit I prepared for Sister Duo. Qingqing prettily pointed at the fruits carried on Tianlong's body and said with a smile, that look of you guys come and praise me made people want to touch her head. Huang Xiaoche laughed. Thank you Qingqing. Teacher He also deliberately revealed a look of surprise. This fruit is so big. Qingqing, you're too good. Hearing a few elders praising herself, Qingqing was very happy, tilting her head back in triumph. Gorgeous. Pang Pang and Zifeng walked up and picked up the fruit basket from Tianlong's back. Not to mention, there were quite a few types of fruits. Watermelon, apples, bananas, melons, and there were actually strawberries. TSK. The director and cameraman next to him and the others couldn't help but gulp a big mouthful of saliva as they looked at the wide array of fruits. It smells so good. Zifeng's nose twitched in surprise. Yeah, it really smells good. Peng Peng also nodded and said. The director and assistant director exchanged glances and resolutely stepped forward. This, according to the rules of the show, you can only obtain daily necessities, including ingredients, through your own labor. Therefore, these things are against the rules and need to be confiscated. The word justice was written all over the director's face. Phew! Huang Xiaochef was instantly unsettled. Taking a step, he walked towards the director's team, and while walking, Huang Xiaoche said, "Can't you guys just be individuals? You dare to say such shameless words?" Mr. He also decisively to make fun of, quickly stepped behind Huang Xiaochef, while walking also said, "Aya, Mr. Huang, do not throw slippers are familiar, do not. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room all burst out laughing. These two people caught up with the humming two generals like, is really too funny. Familiar to familiar, this is indeed a rule. The director was unmoved, although he did take a few steps back in the face of Huang Xiaoqi's slipper threat. Uncle, you can't do this. At this time, Qingqing ran over, her big eyes staring at the director. Brother said that a good boy can't rob others. This is a gift I gave to Uncle Huang's sister Duo. You can't rob it. Faced with these innocent eyes, the director instantly didn't know what to say. The child was the purest. She didn't know those show effect things. She only knew that she wanted to bring her favorite food to her upcoming sister. Xinghe walked over at this time and said to the director, Director, since we are already members of the mushroom house, the things I planted in the orchard belong to our mushroom house, right? This fruit is what Qingqing gave to Missy, so I think we should keep it. Back in the day, if everyone likes to eat it, they can go pick it in the orchard themselves. How about it? This, since Ms. Xiao Su said so, then it's like that. The director decisively went down the slope and gave Xinghe a face. Then, Huang Xiaoqi clearly saw several young men from the director's team dashing off to the orchard. These guys, it was clear that they had premeditated this. Hey, little Su, this person is just too generous. Seeing these guys from the program team taking advantage of the situation, Huang Xiaochef had a pained look on his face. Unexpectedly, before the words fell, little Qingqing on the side, however, shook her head and said, Uncle Huang, it's okay. There are so many fruits in the orchard. Every year, my brother and I give them to the grandparents in the village to eat. Huang Xiaoqi was instantly speechless. Looking at Qingqing's innocent smile, he found himself speechless. The director next to him was about to get taught. It was a rare sight to see the cunning fox like yellow little chef get defeated. This scene was 100 years unique occurrence. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all laughing as well. Haha. Look at Huang Xiaochef's expression. It's too funny. Qingqing is so cute. Such a pure child. An angel, right? The first time I saw Mr. Huang have something to say. Too funny. Love Qingqing so much. I think, with Qingqing around, even if there are no guests, I will keep watching this program. Agree with what Upstairs said. Upstairs is right. The fruits are available, so let me make a fruit platter. Chef Huang thought about it and said to the crowd. Yes, yes. Pumba hastily applauded. For him who was a foodie, this was undoubtedly good news. Qingqing wants to eat too. The little girl smiled at the situation and narrowed her eyes. She then looked at little Chef Huang. Uncle Huang, remember to save some for Sister Duo. Remember, don't worry. Little Chef Huang nodded with a smile. For this kind little angel, he really liked it from the bottom of his heart. And just as a few people were talking, a few figures were walking on the flower path not far away. The guests from the first installment of the 4th season of The Wayward Life had finally arrived. Chapter 20. Sister, will you be my sister-in-law? There are guests coming. That guy Pang Pang had sharp eyes and saw the group of people on the flower road at a glance. Really? Qingqing stood up at once. Is it Sister Duo? What she was thinking about right now was Sister Duo from Uncle Huang's family. Then, she staggered and ran towards the door. It was at this time that the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly noticed an interesting image. The moment Qingqing stood up, the cat and dog, Davy and Tianlong, who were originally lying there, unexpectedly all climbed up and followed behind Qingqing. It was as if they were two bodyguards. Have you guys noticed that this Dawei and Tianlong seem to be particularly spiritual? Yeah. It feels like the other animals are completely incomparable to them. That's right. Every time Qingqing makes a move, they will follow right behind Qingqing. It's almost as if they are her protectors. Yes. Did you guys see that yesterday, that move of Davy's? It's obvious that he's often a meat cushion for Qingqing. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking about it. It was obvious that they were also very fond of these two spiritual pets. Just at this time, Peng Peng and Zifeng finally welcomed the first batch of guests in. Popular flower girl, Naza. Young actress, Ya. Famous actor, Zhou Sun. Young actor, Guiqilin. In addition to the four of them, there were two middle-aged men who looked quite civilized, not quite like people in the entertainment industry. What kind of group is this? Not to mention the few people in the mushroom house, even the audience in the live broadcast room is also a bit dizzy. Naza and Yaya were from the hometown, so it was normal for them to come together. But Zhou Gongzi and Guiqilin, These two people do not match at all. The former is famous for many years of post-film level actors. Early years have fordan double ice a shoe a soup, said the most popular young actresses in the country, Zhou Gongzi on the list of one of the four little flower girl. Guo Qilin, on the other hand, is a comedian. His father Guo Digang in today's comedy circle is also considered a big name level of existence. He himself specializes in comedy, but is also working towards becoming an actor. It's quite an odd combination of these four people. What was even more surprising was that the two people standing behind them were clearly not artists. Could it be agents? Brother Lei, Brother Jiong, why don't you guys hurry up and come pick me up? Zhou Gongzi was familiar with a few people and said to Huang Xiaojie and Mr. He as soon as he entered. Yo, Chica, why are you here? Huang Xiaoche was quite surprised. He hadn't really expected that the first guest would actually be Duke Zhou. The two had known each other for almost 20 years. That was really an old friendship. Mr. He, long time no see. Yaya and Naza also greeted Teacher He. Yeah, long time no see. Yeah, Naza too. Getting prettier and prettier. Teacher He also smiled and greeted the two beauties. They were all acquaintances from the entertainment industry, so naturally there was no shortage of pleasantries. Xinghe, long time no see. At this time, Mr. Zhou suddenly walked up to Su Xinghe and extended his arms to him. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Su Xinghe smiled and took a few steps forward. Yeah, long time no see. Sis, you guys know each other? Teacher He and Huang Xiaoche were both very surprised. Even Naza and Yaya were very surprised. Haha, surprised, right? I've known Xinghe for 13 years. Zhou Gongzi put his arm around Su Xinghe's shoulder and laughed. 13 years. Several people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was not a short period of time. Back then, Star River was the screenwriter for my movie, Li Mi's Conjecture. Mr. Zhou explained. Wow. Accompanying her words, everyone froze. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more stunned. Immediately, someone went to check the information on the internet, and not to mention, the name of the screenwriter was, surprisingly, really Xinghe. Awesome. Star God is awesome. It's actually true. The screenwriter is really Su Xinghe. Zhou Gongzi relied on this movie to win 10 Best Actress awards. Yeah, I seem to remember there was a Golden Rooster Award, right? No wonder they know each other. I didn't realize it was actually written by Su Xinghe. This guy. Just how many secrets do we not know? In fact, not only them, even the group of people in the mushroom house were stunned. No, Sun, are you serious? Teacher He asked to Zhou Sun with a surprised face. Zhou Sun nodded. Of course at that time. When he entrusted the script to me, I was still surprised, but after reading the script, I immediately couldn't put it down. The crowd was already speechless. Just at this time, Qingqing suddenly walked up to Yaya and asked with a serious face, Pretty sister, can you be my brother's girlfriend? Hey? Yaya was instantly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on here? Chapter 21. The Iron Straight Man. How could Yaya not expect that there would be such a cute little girl who would run up to her and ask this kind of question? Qingqing, stop it. Su Xinghe naturally recognized Yaya. Although the two had never met, he had watched the entertainment news over the years, knowing that this one had married a scummy man and had just recently gotten divorced. But, sister is really pretty, Qingqing said with some aggression. Yaya was speechless. Pretty has to be your sister-in-law? Sorry, Su Xinghe hurriedly apologized to Yaya. At this time, Qingqing had already changed to her next target. Sister, you're so pretty. How about being my brother's girlfriend? Mr. Zhou and the others were about to spurt their food. What's the situation with this child? Su Xinghe slapped himself on the head. He finally understood why Qingqing, this girl, was so attached to the program Xiang. She had long been clamoring to find herself a girlfriend, daring to treat Xiang as a blind date program. Teacher He and little Chef Huang had already laughed their asses off long ago. Yesterday, when they were sleeping at night, they were still discussing this issue, saying whether Qingqing would enlist Su Xinghe when she saw the guests today. Result. Qingqing really didn't let everyone down. The viewers in the live broadcast room were frantically swiping pop-ups at this time. Promise her. Promise her. Haha. Qingqing is mighty. That's the way to go. I can't. It's killing me with laughter. Qingqing probably thought that her girlfriend was a dining buddy who eats with her brother. It's possible. She's so young. She definitely doesn't understand. The expression on Yaya's face just now laughed me to death. Naza looked at the little person in front of her with a speechless face. Suddenly her heart moved and she laughed. Little girl, who is your brother? Bending down, Naza said to Qingqing. Brother is brother ah. Qingqing tilted her head, her big eyes staring at Naza's face. Sister, you're so pretty. Your eyes are as big as Qingqing's. Will you be my brother's girlfriend? You guys tell Qingqing stories together. So girlfriends are for telling stories? While several people looked at each other in disbelief, they all couldn't help a smile spreading from the corners of their mouths. Xinghe could no longer bear to look at them. It was all the fault of those old men and old women in the village, who spent the whole day in front of Qingqing saying something about introducing their girlfriends to them. AI. Teaching little children bad ah. Yeah. If your brother is willing, sister doesn't mind. At this time, Naza's words made everyone freeze. What the hell? Teacher, he was dumbfounded. Little Chef Huang was also dumbfounded. Zifeng and Peng Peng even grew their mouths, their gazes turning back and forth between Xinghe and Naza. Mr. Zhou and Guiqilin were even more puzzled. Only Yaya slapped her forehead and screamed in her heart. This girl, Naza, was jerking around again. Yes, yes. Qingqing happily clapped her hands and looked at Xinghe. Brother, I found you a girlfriend. Xinghe was all speechless. Looking at Naza, he said helplessly, wasn't it just that you were thrown in front of the campground back then, as to get back at me so much? The crowd was dumbfounded once again. What's going on here? The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was already screened with question marks at this time. It's even more exciting than a drama. Too exciting. Xinghe and Mr. Zhou have known each other for 13 years. Qingqing continuously confessed to Yaya and Naza. Naza actually agreed to be Xinghe's girlfriend. Xinghe is suspected to have exposed their relationship. Haha. The summary upstairs is too on point. Really? I feel like this episode. So much gossip. Xinghe also knew that he couldn't continue to let Naza fool around. If he didn't explain, in a moment, both himself and her would have to be on the hot search. After I first announced my retirement, I like to walk around alone. Glancing at Naza, Xinghe introduced. At that time, I happened to be exploring a mountainous region, and I ended up encountering an injured hiker. That's her. Naturally, Naza knew what was going on and nodded. About 7 years ago, I like mountain climbing, as everyone knows. That time I happened to go mountain climbing with a group, but it turned out that there was a temporary situation, and I was stranded in the mountain alone. Luckily, I met him, and he took care of me for the night. The next morning, he carried me out of the mountain again. But this guy was especially cold. He started reprimanding me for being careless from the moment we met. Then when he sent me to the bottom of the mountain, he left me alone at the entrance of the campground and left. Naza glared at Xinghe and said, Teacher, he and the others all laughed. No wonder Naza wanted to cooperate with Qingqing to fix Xinghe. Looks like this is revenge. The audience in the live broadcast room finally understood what was going on and began to mock Xinghe. A man destined to die alone. Naza is so beautiful. This guy actually ignored it. No wonder he's single. Straight man, already hopeless. Steel straight man. This guy is definitely a hopeless steel straight man. And at this time, everyone's gazes already looked towards those two middle-aged men. What were their origins again? Chapter 22. Did you write Tomb Raider's notes too? These two are. Huang Xiaojie and Mr. He were both a bit surprised. Obviously, they were not acquainted with Zhou Gongzi and the others. Hello, Mr. Huang. I'm the producer of the TV series Sansi. My name is Huang Zhenqi. This is our director, Zhang Qian. I came over today because I wanted to invite a song from Mr. Su. Invite a song? Everyone was a bit surprised. Even Xinghe was quite surprised. However, when he heard the names Sansi and Zhang Qian, his expression was a bit strange. The Sandy Sea? Peng Peng instantly lit up. Aya, that's great. I like the Tomb Raider series of novels the most. It's just that Uncle San, his updates have been really bad lately. When he was bored with filming, he liked to read novels to pass the time. I like it too. I like it too. Zifeng also smiled and raised his hand. Thank you all for your support. Zhang Qian hurriedly spoke. For our TV series, we're only missing a theme song now, so we'd like to ask for Mr. Su's help. Just as everyone was talking, a somewhat strange voice rang out. Tomb Raider? Wasn't that written by brother? Everyone froze. Because Qingqing's voice wasn't loud, some people heard it clearly. while others didn't. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room didn't hear it too clearly. But those who heard it brushed up question marks on their pop-up screens. What did this mean? Qingqing, what did you say? Who wrote Tomb Raider's notes? Pang Pang took an arrow step to Qingqing and asked loudly. Keep your voice down, you'll scare the child. Huang Xiao Chef nonchalantly chided Pang Pang. Then, he softly asked Qingqing. Qingqing, tell Uncle Huang. Just now you said, who wrote Tomb Raider's notes? Qingqing tilted her head with a smug face. Of course it's written by my brother. He even told me about it before. Qingqing's favorite is Fatty. Fatty is so cute. Everyone was not calm. The audience in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Show! Tianxiu. What a show. Su Xinghe is actually the third uncle of the northern school. My goodness. Su Xinghe even has a vest. Third uncle, please save stuffed oil bottle. Dog thief. You dead eunuch. I'm a bit dizzy. Who's going to help me? What exactly does this guy do? Writer? Singer? Screenwriter? What exactly is Su Xinghe? This side of the mushroom house. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Xinghe. A few of the new guests were even looking at Su Xinghe with interest. This guy, the secrets in his body, seemed to be a bit much. Let's go in first. Seeing everyone looking at himself, Su Xinghe touched his nose and said somewhat helplessly. Everyone laughed out loud, but all of them pressed down the curiosity in their hearts and began to move their luggage into the house, believing that Su Xinghe would definitely give everyone an explanation next. And just as they were packing up, the live broadcasting room and on Weibo all had gone crazy. Powerful explosion. Su Xinghe is actually the original author of Tomb Raider's notes. Northern School's third uncle surfaced. A big star writing online? Su Xinghe is in love with Naza? Mr. Zhou exploded Su Xinghe's old identity. On Weibo, Su Xinghe had news after news, and everyone was talking about it. Some people were curious about how many identities he actually had. Others wondered what this guy had been doing for so many years. Soon, everyone resumed their seats in the gazebo. Naturally, Su Xinghe became the target of attention. Are you really the third uncle of the Northern School? Huang Xiaojie, who had just used his cell phone to check out what Tomb Raider's notes was all about, asked Su Xinghe in surprise. Su Xinghe nodded. Yes, at that time I just announced my retirement, and I didn't have much to do, so I walked around, and then a little idea popped up, wrote it out, and it became what it is now. Then why haven't you updated much lately? Pumba pursued. Qingqing likes light-hearted stories, and isn't too fond of adventure ones. Su Xinghe spread his hands. Everyone was speechless. This reason, it was too good. Right, director? You don't know that Xinghe is the third uncle of the Northern School? At this time, teacher, he remembered something and asked Zhang Qian. It was important to know that the TV series, Sea of Sand, was the first film or television production of Tomb Raider's notes. But it looked like Zhang Qian, who was the director, and Huang Jinqi, who was the producer, actually didn't recognize Su Xinghe. Hey! Zhang Qian sighed and didn't say anything. Huang Jinqi on the side explained, Teacher, you don't know, at that time, in order to be able to get the film and television rights of Sanxi, old Zhang sent 2 years of private messages to Mr. Su's microblog for 2 years in a row before he finally got Mr. Su's authorization, and he's never even met Mr. Su. This time, the crowd burst out laughing once again. This Su Xinghe was really mysterious to the extreme. Chapter 23 Theme Song of Sanxi. Teacher Su. I finished filming the TV series, and I can assure you that it definitely did not live up to your expectations, Zhang Qian said to Su Xinghe with a serious face. The problem now is the lack of a theme song as well as an interlude. I didn't know before, but now since you're third uncle, then I think that it's undoubtedly the most appropriate for you to write this theme song. He was truly excited. Zhang Qian, this person, had made quite a few TV dramas before, all of them with suspenseful themes. Tomb Raider's Note was the novel he was most optimistic about, or else he wouldn't have persistently sent Su Xinghe 2 years of private messages just so he could get the rights to adapt the TV series. Let me think about it. Su Xinghe sat there, but did not speak immediately, instead closing his eyes. Everyone else was stunned. Some were ready to speak, but were stopped by Huang Xiaoqie waving his hand. At this time, Su Xinghe was communicating with the system. System, is there a theme song for Sea of Sand? Su Xinghe asked the system. Yes. Let the wine. Do I need to exchange it? The system quickly gave an answer. What price do I need to pay? Su Xinghe continued to ask. Task randomized in. Ding. If redeeming let the wine, the host needs to passionately embrace a person of the same sex for 1 minute. The system's voice caused the corners of Su Xinghe's mouth to twitch. Sure enough, this oddball system always giving himself problems. Redemption. Su Xinghe silently sighed. Standing up, he walked over to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian was somewhat baffled. He saw Su Xinghe suddenly hugging himself. Thank you, Su Xinghe said to Zhang Qian. Huh. Zhang Qian was stunned and somewhat surprised. The people around him were all at a loss as well. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't Su Xinghe considering the song? Why did he suddenly get up and embrace the director? Thank you for your persistence, Su Xinghe said to Zhang Qian. When you first sent me a private message, I knew that you really liked this novel. Now for a theme song, the fact that you can wait for so long means that I didn't choose the wrong person. With these words, he was a bit sincere, because he really didn't expect that Zhang Qian would be able to harden himself against the pressure of not putting the TV series on air because of a theme song. You flatter me. Zhang Qian also didn't expect that Su Xinghe would actually say this. Mr. Su, your writing is so good. If I don't make the TV series good, I'm afraid I'll be sorry to these eagerly awaiting viewers. As soon as the two finished these words, it immediately caused a chorus of hoots and hollers to ring out on the pop-up screen. Truly is the true conscience of the movie and television industry. This director is good. Yeah, if it was an ordinary person, there's definitely no way to stick to it. I hope that the movie and television industry will have more people like this, instead of making those godly dramas. Looking forward to the airing of Sansi. A minute's time was neither fast nor slow. Su Xinghe found a whole bunch of topics there, and finally got through a minute. Ding. Mission completed. Accompanied by the system's voice, all the information of the song appeared in Su Xinghe's mind. Little Su. At this time, Huang Xiaojie asked Su Xinghe, got an idea? Aha. Su Xinghe nodded. I have an idea. Why don't you guys wait for me? Trouble, Mr. Su. Huang Jinqi and Zhang Qian hurriedly nodded. To them, Su Xinghe being able to give face to personally compose the lyrics and music was already the best result. As for the others, had long since looked dumbfounded. In the past, I only heard that those geniuses could write a tune in a few minutes when they were inspired. Could it be that we have the chance to see it? Mr. He lamented there. Then, the crowd followed Su Xinghe into the house. Walking to the front of the piano and sitting down, Su Xinghe pondered. It looked like he was composing, but in fact, he was just recalling the music score in his mind. After all, it couldn't be seen that this was a song that had already been written long ago. After crossing over, this was something he often did. In the midst of the crowd's expectant gazes, the sound of the piano rang out. What followed was Su Xinghe's singing voice, and almost the moment Su Xinghe started singing, everyone froze. As for Zhang Qian, he was even trembling. Just by listening to these few words, just by listening to the sound of the piano, he knew. What Su Xinghe was singing was the song he needed. Chapter 24. Su Xinghe, is it bad to be a human being? I was a bratty teenage subject. I don't believe in ghosts or gods or people. This time, not another time. Just the climax of the song had already touched Zhang Qian's heart. Su Xinghe's voice was crisp to the ears, as if it carried the power of magic. It instantly immersed everyone in it. The two people, Yaya and Naza, looked at Su Xinghe's back in surprise. Pang Pang and Guiqilin were even more enthusiastic, feeling the power of the song. Even Chef Huang and Teacher He, plus Zhou Sun, the three middle-aged men, couldn't help but remember their own youthful days in their hearts. Live broadcast. The pop-ups had gone crazy. My God. My whole body is getting goosebumps. This is too powerful. Isn't it? A few minutes? Su Xinghe is truly talented. This melody, it makes one's blood surge with the feeling of it. It turns out that people are really more angry than people. Genius. Absolute genius. Although the full version of the song hadn't come out. But everyone believed that even with just these few lines, Su Xinghe's song definitely fit the temperament of Sea of Sand, and definitely fit the style of Tomb Raider. Because no one knew this work better than him. He was the one who created this work, worthy of being Uncle San. As a hardcore fan of the novel, Zhang Qian secretly thought in his heart. Su Xinghe sang the song over and over as he reminisced. That emotion of a hot-blooded teenager was displayed by him to the fullest. Hot-blooded peers, indomitable. Zhang Qian immediately felt this emotion. This song really suited Sansi. The song ended. Everyone was applauding. No matter if they were young or middle-aged, there were times when their blood surged. Everyone had days when they were young and wild. Other than Qingqing, who was still young and didn't quite understand, the rest of them really understood Su Xinghe's song. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, had been completely convinced. My God, what is this song called? It's too awesome. I'm so looking forward to the TV series airing. I'll be able to listen to it every day then. Yeah, upstairs is right. When can we release the sound source? I'm willing to pay to download it. This original ability of Su Xinghe, it's not diminished. It's true that he deserves to be the star god. No matter what, he's always so good. Mr. Su, thank you so much. Zhang Qian was so excited that he didn't know what to say anymore. To him, this song was just too perfectly suited to his needs. No matter what, he was going to use this song as the theme song for Sea of Sand. The name of the song is Let the Wine. Su Xinghe said to Zhang Qian. Being able to add to my own work is something I should do. Then, naturally, it was the matter of the fee. 3 million. Huang Xinqi, as the producer of the TV series, gave a buyout price. It's fine. Su Xinghe nodded. This was much higher than the market price. Generally speaking, even for a top creator like him, the price for a new song was just a few $100,000 up and down. Good. I will record it as soon as possible on my side, and it will be finished in 3 days at most. Su Xinghe thought for a moment and said to Zhang Qian, I'll send it directly to you inside your email afterward. He still had contact information with Zhang Qian. Of course, it was in the capacity of Northern School's third uncle, the author of the novel. Zhang Qian naturally had no problem with it. The contract is in my car. I'll pick it up right now. Ah! Su Xinghe was stunned, but he did not expect that people had come prepared. Soon after, Zhang Qian had the staff of the program, Aspiring Life, help fetch the contract. It was drafted before he came. Su Xinghe and Huang Xinqi signed on it, and the matter was finalized. Then Zhang Qian and Huang Xinqi left in a hurry. They weren't showbiz artists, they came here today to do business. Personally sending them to the door, when Su Xinghe walked back down the flower path, he was greeted by the eyes of the crowd as if they were looking at rare animals. No, what's wrong with you guys? Su Xinghe asked helplessly. Brother, they just said that they want to open your head, Qingqing suddenly said with a smile. Huh? Su Xinghe was already speechless. Yes, little Su, we really want to see. What exactly is in this brain of yours? Little Chef Huang nodded and said. I agree. Teacher, he hurriedly nodded his head. Xinghe, you're too good. You really wrote a song in just a few minutes? Su Xinghe shrugged. It's actually not bad. You guys know, everyone actually has something they're good at. The crowd was already speechless. Please, isn't it good to be a human being? Everyone has something they're good at. What you guys are good at seems like a bit much. Chapter 25, Two Sisters-in-Law? Fortunately, just at this time there were people at the door again. This time it was Huang Xiao Chef's wife Sun Li and daughter Duo. Unlike back then when she participated in Where Dad Goes, today's Duo had already grown into a big girl. Daddy! Seeing her dad, Duo was quite happy. Hey, my daughters are here. Huang Xiaojie joyfully hugged his precious daughter. After some pleasantries, everyone took their seats here. Huh? Pumba was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Teacher, he asked in disbelief. As a result, following Pang Pang's gaze, everyone all laughed. Turned out that right after Duo's arrival, Qingqing sat with her. But no one had expected it. The two guys, Dawei and Tianlong, actually came to Duo and Qingqing's side on the left and right. It was like two bodyguards. Xinghe, these two pets of yours, they are truly spiritual. Teacher, he heartily exclaimed. Yeah. Mr. Zhou also liked to keep pets, and nodded at his words. I've never seen such spiritual animals before. Su Xinghe smiled coyly. He could not tell these two that the great mighty heavenly dragon was a spiritual creature that he had exchanged from the system. Let's do it this way, Mr. He, you take Xiao Sun and our Miss Sun and the girls to the field to plant the watermelon seedlings. I'll be at home with Xinghe to cook. Little Chef Huang thought about it and arranged the work for the crowd. There were quite a few guests today, Zhou Guoqilan plus Yaya and Naza, that's 4 people, as well as the mother and daughter Huang Duo and Sun Li who had just arrived, plus the 5 big and 1 small people on the Xiang side, a whole 12 people. Just cooking, have to do at least 8 dishes. Fortunately, Su Xinghe can cook, otherwise Huang Xiao Chef felt that if he did it alone, I'm afraid that if he did it right, he would have to be exhausted. Everyone naturally had no opinion. Soon, Everyone had their own responsibilities and began to get busy. The vegetables were all readily available. Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoche went to the vegetable garden to pick the vegetables, came back to wash them and cut them up. The next step was the cooking process. Duo and Qingqing were taken to the fields. In Sun Li's words, the two children were at home. Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaochef had to take care of them, so it would be better to let them follow them to play in the fields. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaochef finally finished all 10 dishes. The two had just sat down to rest when the group of people who had gone down to the fields to plant the watermelon seedlings all returned as well. You guys take a break. I'll get you chilled fruits to go. Little Chef Huang smiled and said to the group of people who were washing their faces and hands. And at this time, Qingqing ran all the way to Su Xinghe. Brother, I found you a girlfriend. The child Su Qingqing, who was not surprised by his words, made his own brother's expression change drastically with a single sentence. Sister Yaya and Sister Naza have both agreed to be your girlfriend, Qingqing said beautifully. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of Yaya and Naza on the side turned red. Just now, while Qingqing was planting, she ran over and whispered to each of them. The two didn't think much about it, and just casually agreed as if they were teasing a small child. As a result, they didn't expect that. This girl actually took it seriously, and even in front of so many people said it. This is a camera in as expected. Accompanied by Qingqing's words, the eyes of the entire room were focused on the two of them, with those weird eyes, none of them revealing suspicion. This time it was good. The two of them couldn't even wash themselves by jumping into the yellow river. Bear child. It was really too scary. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers had gone crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha. I feel like Naza and Yaya are already crying without tears. TSK. I also want a sister like this, to help me hug left and right. Too happy. Oops. Wife don't hit. I can actually understand Naza and the girls. If it was me, I guess it would be hard to resist. Oh, my Naza. Bless you. Yaya. Did you change your mind so quickly? The audience's comments were naturally unknown to the mushroom house side. But someone on this side immediately quit. Teacher, he sighed. Hey, you two, didn't you say back then that you thought teacher he was the most temperamental and handsome man? But as a result, now that you've seen Xinghe, you don't want me anymore? After all, the two are actresses. This kind of topic is always not too good to pick up. By stepping in to round up the conversation themselves, they could also give them a leg up. Teacher you can't blame me. Teacher Su is too talented. Yaya decisively opened her mouth to clarify for herself. Yeah. When he first saved me, he wasn't as handsome as he is today. Naza wasn't a fool either, and directly found an excuse. No, the way you guys are saying this, it means that I'm not as handsome as Xinghe and not as talented as him, right? Teacher, he instantly quit. Qingqing, call sister-in-law. At these words, Qingqing instantly laughed. Yaya sister-in-law, Naza sister-in-law. Qingqing sweetly smiled at the two people and called out in a crisp manner. Then, blinking her big cute eyes, she just looked at them. Well, she's waiting for an answer. Chapter 26. The car is going too fast. I'm gonna jump out of the car. What should I do if someone calls me sister-in-law? Waiting online. Quite urgent. Looking at Qingqing, Naza and Yaya almost simultaneously came up with this thought in their hearts. This was in front of tens of millions of fans in the live broadcast. How could they dare to agree? But the problem is, they didn't agree, and Qingqing's expectant eyes just gazed on. After waiting for almost 10 seconds, seeing that the two people still didn't open their mouths, Qingqing was a bit disappointed. Sister, do you guys not like Qingqing? Finished. Su Xinghe couldn't help but sigh in his heart once he saw her appearance. The small theater of the Man Yuan Village Acting Academy officially began. This time, it looked like someone was going to be unlucky again, as expected. Seeing Qingqing's appearance, as well as the tone and expression of her words, the audience in the live broadcast room quit. Promise her. Promise her. No matter what she says, promise her. Yeah. Don't let her down. Children's words are reckless. Just think of it as making her happy. That's right. Qingqing is so cute. Do you want to let her cry? Yeah, you're a kind girl. You can't let me down. Naza, aren't you single now? And you're not afraid of your boyfriend being jealous. Just sacrifice a little. There is a special staff responsible for maintaining the live broadcast room of the Wayward Life. And at this moment, looking at the water of supportive remarks on the pop-up screen, Those few staff members were dumbfounded. Team leader, this isn't Su Xinghe's water army, right? Yeah. When did this audience turn out to be so kind? Hehe. This is the first time I've seen such remarks. Qingqing's power is really great. Alright, cut the crap. The live broadcast is now being watched by almost 20 million people online. So all of you keep a close eye on it. After reprimanding his own men, the group leader looked at the live broadcast, frowned and said to himself, this Naza and Yaya are also children's childish words. What can you do if you just cooperate? The surrounding people no longer wanted to say anything. Double standard dog. Really scary. You know, just a few days ago, this one also pointed at that ex-husband of Yaya and yelled at the scum. Alright. Qingqing. Sister promises you just that. Yaya is the most soft-hearted. See, the little child is not sad. Quickly hugged, Qingqing said. Aha. I'll listen to you. Okay? Naza also said to Qingqing. In itself, they had a good impression of Su Xinghe. To be honest, people had such minds. If one scandal was with a particularly outstanding member of the opposite sex, then one would feel it was still acceptable. But on the contrary, if the other person is someone one hates, then naturally one would not be willing to accept it. Seeing that they all came over to coax themselves, Qingqing immediately smiled happily, and even took the time to turn her face and winked at Su Xinghe. That means, brother, am I good? Su Xinghe was already helpless. This sister really didn't raise her for nothing, knowing to find herself a girlfriend. Moreover, she also specialized in picking the pretty ones to find. Since you guys are in love with each other, then what, little Sua, you bring your girlfriends inside, we'll sit here for a while. As a married man, Huang Xiaoche said meaningfully to Su Xinghe. What did I hear? I suspect that Mr. Huang is driving, but I have no proof. This car speed. Huang Xiaoche, you're actually such a person. Haha. Open the car door. I'm going to jump out of the car. Too late. The car door is already welded shut. The crowd was dumbfounded. Luckily, Duo had just gone upstairs with his mom, or else surely Huang Xiaoche's image of this old father would have completely collapsed. Don't listen to Mr. Huang's nonsense. It's broad daylight. He Jiong hurriedly waved his hand and said to Su Xinghe, we're in a proper live broadcasting room. After a pause, he said meaningfully, when the camera turns off, we don't care. Su Xinghe was already speechless. These two big brothers were truly too bad. Didn't they see that the two beauties beside them were already so shy that they could barely lift their heads? Dad. I also want to be Brother Xinghe's girlfriend. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out beside Huang Xiaochef. It was actually their duo. Why? Teacher, he was a bit surprised. Because Brother Xinghe is handsome and talented, and he's especially gentle. Duo had a longing face. Then, in the midst of everyone's astonished eyes, Huang Xiaoche's face changed. The gaze that looked at Su Xinghe actually carried a hint of a murderous aura. Ha. Heartache for Mr. Huang. Instant brothers turned into love rivals. But no. The young lover of a previous life is actually going to be snatched away by Su Xinghe. Mr. Huang, there's no need to endure any longer. Oh, I'm greedy too. I'm greedy for the star god's body. Lowly, star god. I, Wang Steel, am willing to give birth to monkeys for you. Awesome upstairs. Amidst the laughter, everyone sat in the gazebo and chatted happily. Chapter 27. Theatrical Mastermind. As an old father, Huang Xiaochef was naturally unwilling to just give his family's good cabbage to this pig Su Xinghe. Duo, listen to Dad. Huang Xiaoche took a deep breath, trying to make himself look a little more amiable. You are still young. The idea of falling in love is really not necessary. You wait for another 10 years, you will find that there are many handsome and talented people in this world. The crowd was going crazy with laughter. This Huang Xiaochef, in order to keep his precious daughter, had already started to fool around. But think about it, if I become Brother Xinghe's girlfriend, then this is our home and then you can stay here all the time. Well, the rent still has to be paid, Duo said with a serious face. So awesome. Everyone was surprised. Then they burst out laughing. It's true that girls are extroverted. It's not even a matter of what's going on. Their own dads have to pay for renting an apartment. Huang Xiaoche's eyes went black and he almost didn't faint. With a speechless face, he said to Huang Duo, behave yourself, or Dad will let Mom take you home. Uncle, don't be angry, okay? It's all my fault. Qingqing hurriedly walked over and pulled Huang Duoduo's hand and said, "Qingqing, stop playing." Su Xinghe took a look. He could not let Qingqing play on like this. Jokes were jokes. If it continued, it would be embarrassing. Qingqing smiled cheekily and quickly ran into Su Xinghe's arms. "Brother, am I awesome?" Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Qingqing and Su Xinghe with disbelief. This is staged? That girl Qingqing. She's been acting from the very beginning? This isn't a playwright. I'm afraid. Awesome. This child is simply too smart. Yeah. I didn't even see it. Everyone was fooled. She's a born actor. Even Yaya and Naza froze. What was the meaning of this? Acting. Hoping that, from the very beginning, they had been set up by a 5-year-old? Thinking about this, the two girls suddenly felt their cheeks redden. This was too embarrassing. They were actors themselves. Surprisingly, they were fooled by a child. Haha, you guys, you still have too little social experience, you see. I caught it early and cooperated with Qingqing to fool you guys. Teacher, he decisively stood out at this time, making a wise man's expression. What a joke. A large group of actors here were fooled. How proud of himself that a host found out. Hee hee. Zhou Gongzi answered Mr. He with a sneer from the side. Hee hee. Shaosun, what do you mean? Teacher, he glared at his longtime friend. Zhou Gongzi spat nonchalantly. Literally. Anyway, the two had known each other for so many years. The circle knew it, and so did the audience's fans, so they weren't afraid of sparking any controversy. Mr. He was immediately embarrassed. Old He, to be honest, you've just gotten into the scene even deeper than the two of them. Huang Xiaojie added from the side. Yeah. Teacher He, you just took it seriously. Peng Peng also spat. That's right. Sister Zifeng came in for the final blow. Teacher, he said that none of these people were his good friends. With this episode, the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. Everyone chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was almost time, Huang Xiaoche opened the meal. There were more people eating today, so naturally it was a bit more lively. After eating, everyone came together to chat. This was sort of a tradition in the mushroom house. When friends and family came, it was definitely necessary to have some nightly conversations around the fireplace. For these artists, they are busy all day long. There is no rest at all, and to have the opportunity to sit together and chat with 3 or 5 confidants like now, that feeling is really quite good. Chef Huang revealed the black history of Zhou Gongzi when he was filming, and Zhou Gongzi revealed Mr. He's past of forgetting words on stage, which made everyone laugh. Even Duo also broke the news that his dad sometimes complained at home that his mom's cooking was not as good as his own. Haha. I think Mr. Huang's family status is so miserable. Hee hee. How can you describe a man's affairs as miserable? That's love. Ha ha ha. Upstairs is very experienced. But seriously, why didn't Qingqing break the news? Yeah, I think Qingqing should know a lot of Su Xinghe's black history, right? No. I'm more concerned about Qingqing's black history. After all, she was brought up by Su Xinghe in a handful of… Right. I also want to know. The outcry of the masses proved to be useful. Su Xinghe quickly chatted about Qingqing's black history. Now, this made everyone laugh. Chapter 28, None of Your Business? It had to be said that the addition of Su Xinghe and Qingqing added a lot of interest to the program. At the very least, the program was now getting more and more lively. That's it for today. We'll roast meat at noon tomorrow. Su Xinghe said to everyone. Roast meat? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, grilling meat is good. That's right. Eating roasted meat and looking at the scenery. Beautiful. Yes, I like eating meat. You can also eat fruit. Everyone was happy, especially the few men. This won't work. At this time, the director in the corner stood out. You guys can eat roasted meat if you want to. You need to complete the task. According to the previous rules, if you wanted to eat delicious food, you needed to complete the tasks set forth by the program. But ever since Su Xinghe and Qingqing joined, this program had now become more and more run down. Hard work to get a hearty dinner? Doesn't exist. Su Xinghe had stored quite a bit of food here, as well as an orchard and vegetable patch, so he didn't need to work too hard at all. In the words of the director's team, it was now simply a case of getting something for nothing. And what was even more breathless was that Su Xinghe, that orchard, simply had everything. This was a bit embarrassing. So, this time the director must stop them from eating the roasted meat. Besides, just this group of guests eating, what about the program team? Accomplish what mission? Where is there a mission? Zhou Gongzi gave a direct veto and waved his hand. Director, you have to be kind. Yes, director uncle. Qingqing went even further, directly running to the director, blinking her big eyes and just staring at him. Being looked at by the little girl like this, the director suddenly felt a sense of guilt, as if he had made a huge mistake. How about this, director? Xinghe spoke decisively at this time, giving the director a step up. I see that everyone is working quite hard, and we've all been busy all day today. I have quite a bit of meat here in the freezer, so tomorrow why don't we let everyone on the program team eat some together as well? How about that? What do you think? I think so. Chef Huang nodded his head in a hurry. Right, director, you have to consider everyone's feelings as well. Teacher He and Yellow Chef were really too well matched. The two of them sang together and put the director on a pedestal there. Say yes, he had just clearly stated the rules. Do not agree. Looking at the expressions of those program staff behind him, he knew that he would definitely be complained about. This guy, Xinghe, was really good at giving himself problems. After thinking about it, the director finally compromised. It's just this once, it won't happen again. The director arrived. Everyone cheered at once. By the way, Star River, do you usually go on Weibo? As everyone sat here chatting, Zhou Gongzi kept looking at his cell phone and suddenly asked Xinghe. Xinghe shook his head. Not really on it, why? Haha. Now someone on the internet is talking about you, saying that you abuse small animals. Zhou Gongzi said. Xinghe was dumbfounded. He did have a microblog, but the followers were just a few 100,000 that was still accumulated back when he was on fire. At that time, people used blogs more, and microblogging had just risen. Picking up his phone, Xinghe opened the microblog and took a look, and immediately had an ugly expression. A big V. Please Xinghe stop abusing pets. Let pet dogs carry more than 10 pounds of fruit. This is pet abuse. Dogs are our good friends of humans. Yes, that's right. Xinghe really doesn't love pets at all. Pity that husky. I think we should find a more caring person to keep them. Yes. Looking at these remarks, Xinghe was speechless. Where did all these barflies come from? He did not take this matter to heart, but early the next morning, something that surprised him happened. There were actually a few people who claimed to be from an animal protection organization who came to the mushroom house in Manhwa village. Please hand over the two pets, Dawei and Tian Long. The man said nonchalantly. Are you sick? Xinghe did not give the other person any face at all and directly said coldly. My own family's pets, why should I hand them over to you? People respect me 1 foot. I respect people 1 foot. But on the other hand, if one took the initiative to provoke one's own people, Xinghe would definitely not give the other party any face. Xinghe, you are a star. Please pay attention to your attitude. The man said coldly. Idiot. Xinghe stood at the doorway, not caring that the camera was still on, looked at the other party and said, This is my private residence. If you take 1 step further, I will sue you for trespassing. Get out of here right now. These 2 animals are raised by me. How I treat them is my business. None of your business. I don't know why. Seeing Xinghe so nonchalantly spraying those people from the Animal Protection Organization, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly had a feeling of relief from top to bottom. Chapter 29. You're a member of your own family. You. The few people who were dumbfounded by Xinghe's dislike suddenly became furious. As a public figure, can you afford the audience's expectations of you if you are so tongue-tied? A few people from the Animal Protection Organization immediately began to label Xinghe. This was what they were best at. Firstly, I've already quit the entertainment industry for 10 years, and now I'm just an ordinary citizen. Secondly, the viewers are looking forward to me because they want me to bring them a pleasant mood. This is now a live broadcast for me. Tens of millions of people are watching. You have to be responsible for what you say. Xinghe looked at the person in front of him with a smile on his face and said. Instantly, that person was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Xinghe would be so rigid? Not caring at all about the image of a star because of 2 pets, he actually disliked himself in front of the camera. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was actually his own top boss. Don't go to work properly. Engage in those messy things all day long. Get back here immediately, or you don't have to go to work anymore. The leader was on the phone and directly spewed out angrily. The man's face immediately became incredibly ugly. Animal Protection also had to eat. Putting down the phone, he glared at Xinghe, but did not say anything, instead turning around and leaving. Idiot. Su Xinghe spat nonchalantly. These people were a bunch of idiots, fed up, caring about this and that all day long. Do they really think that they are those ordinary people that they can just bully? Dreaming. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a lot of talk at this time. Su Xinghe seemed to have anticipated this, smiled and said to the crowd, "Don't worry everyone. I respect every animal in nature and love my pets. Davy and Tianlong grew up with Qingqing, and our feelings are very deep. But for certain people with malicious intentions, I won't be polite either." As expected, with Su Xinghe's words, the fans in the live broadcast immediately understood what was going on. One after another, they condemned those few guys. "Big brother Su, you're too good." Zifeng had been watching this scene from a short distance away, and seeing Su Xinghe exasperate the other party with just a few words, he was really impressed. And at this time, Dawei and Tianlong came over to Su Xinghe's side, and rubbed themselves on his legs. The people in the live broadcast room froze. Holy! These two little things, they're demons, right? Haha! I feel like they're trying to please Su Xinghe, so that he doesn't give himself away. A little bit of that. Really, look at their expressions. Haha! I really want to ask those idiots, if you mistreated your family pet, would your family pet stick to you so much? Yeah, that's just wrong. Bunch of idiots. These two guys. Huang Xiaochef already didn't know what to say. Even though he had seen a lot, he was shocked by Su Xinghe's two pets full of spirituality. Haha, I'm convinced. Teacher, he said. Xinghe, you said that you're so smart as a person. How come all the pets you have are so smart? Su Xinghe smiled and waved his hand. Teacher, you don't want to praise me. In fact, it's just because I raised them for a long time and I trained them a little bit. That's why Davy and Tianlong are a little bit smarter. And usually these two guys can be very naughty, especially Tianlong. The crowd all burst into laughter. Tianlong was a husky, and everyone knew too well about the virtues of Era. All right, let's pack up and prepare to go to the orchard to roast meat. Su Xinghe said to everyone. Right, no problem. Little Chef Huang also nodded repeatedly. Qingqing, can I touch Dawei? For some reason, Yaya especially liked the orange cat, Davy. No problem. Davy doesn't mind, unless it's a stranger. Qingqing smiled sweetly. So, the few of us aren't strangers in its opinion? Yaya asked a little happily. Of course, you're my brother's girlfriend, hey. Qingqing tilted her head and said. Yaya said, not wanting to talk. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the logical thinking of what she said. But she actually felt that something was wrong. Where was it wrong? Something like roasting meat was actually mainly tedious to prepare, as you needed to wash the vegetables in advance as well as cut up the meat and also prepare all sorts of things. Luckily, there was a lot of power in a lot of people, and little Chef Huang and Su Xinghe were both good with their hands. Very quickly, they prepared everything. After finishing their work, it was almost noon. The program team side was quite fast, as there were more men on their side, and the preparations were completed a bit faster. Su Xinghe had just roasted it on their side, and the other program team side had already eaten it. Come. Let's speed up as well. Little Chef Huang smiled and said to the crowd. Everyone naturally had no opinion, but when they had roasted the meat and were about to eat it, something that doubly surprised the crowd happened. Chapter 30, The Great Demon King returns. Under everyone's gaze, the cat and dog, Dawei and Tianlong, quietly came before the crowd. They sat down there, eyes tightly fixed on the roasted meat. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on here? This is coming to eat? Why is it that the same Era, our family's Era, can't do anything but demolish homes? Awesome. I really can't help it. As a matter of fact, not only the audience in the live broadcast room, even Huang Xiaochef and the others who were sitting here eating were dumbfounded. No, they're going to eat meat here? Looking at Su Xinghe, Zhou Gongzi said. Yes. Dawei and Tianlong often grill meat with my brother and I. Qingqing said with a smug face. The crowd was speechless. Guiqilan laughed. I think both of them can make a movie. They are simply too smart. What he said was from his heart. He had seen small animals that were psychic and had human nature. But he had never seen such smart ones. Seeing Su Xinghe clip up a piece of roasted meat and put it on an empty plate, Tianlong sat up straight and woofed with a happy face. Dawei too meowed and looked towards his own plate. Everyone all laughed. Every now and then, the two little animals were given meat. Seriously, being able to eat barbecued meat here is simply enjoyable. Little Chef Huang had a happy face. Indeed. The others also nodded and said, with the beautiful mountains and flowers here, it really was perfect for a secluded life. Especially for artists like them who were busy all day long, this place was simply too attractive. By the way, Xinghe, what was your inspiration for today's song, Let the Wine? Mr. Zhou asked Xinghe with interest. After all, writing a song in a few minutes, and it was still original, was truly astonishing. Not only her, the crowd in the live broadcast room as well as the scene were all curious. It's not much. Xinghe shrugged. It's just thinking about the feeling of writing Tomb Raider's notes by myself in these 10 years. I have another tune that was written, so I'll sing it for everyone to hear sometime. There's another song? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Obviously, Xinghe was not joking. Wait, Qingqing always felt that something was wrong. After thinking for half a day, he finally realized what was wrong. Are you saying that this Let the Wine, from the lyrics to the tune, was all improvised? Within those few minutes, hearing his words, everyone reacted. It was less than 10 minutes. A tune that good was actually composed by Xinghe on the fly. Awesome. It's really original. It's awesome. To be able to write a novel and a song at the same time. Xinghe's talent. It's simply going to break through the sky. Yes, an all-round songwriter. With his hands at his fingertips, he's simply an idolizer plus a powerhouse. Seriously, I think Xinghe wrote this novel and wrote the theme song for the TV series adapted from the novel. This is simply too legendary. It didn't take long for this news of Xinghe and Tomb Raider notes to quickly hit the microblogging hot search. And along with that, it was more people's discussion on the matter of Xinghe opening a concert. Oh, 10 minutes and a song. Does anyone still doubt Xinghe's talent? Idiots. Open your dog eyes wide. My star god's talent. And there are still people questioning it. What idiots? Too strong. He was the most talented man 10 years ago, and he still is. The key is that he even wrote novels. I am truly convinced. On the internet, there were waves of compliments for Xinghe. Everyone recalled back in the day when Xinghe had created many songs, all of which were particularly popular on the internet. Because of this, Xinghe had offended many people in the circle. After all, people are more angry than people. He is so talented. Fans are attracted to him. Others eat what? This is the truth that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Back then, when Xinghe announced that he was quitting the entertainment industry, why so many people clapped and applauded was because of this reason. And now, some people didn't like his comeback for the simple reason that once Xinghe reappeared in the singing world, then I'm afraid that many of the so-called heavenly kings and queens would have to be stepped on by him. Soon, after finishing the roasted meat, everyone picked a lot of fruits in the orchard before they packed up together and returned to this side of the mushroom house. Right, Dalin, you and Pang, you guys go over to the creek and take the watermelon. Let's go back and make chilled watermelon. Xinghe remembered that he had put a few watermelons inside the creek earlier and said to Qingqing. Qingqing nodded. Good. I just love eating chilled watermelons. As a result, he and Pang stood up and were just about to go over there when they saw that two people also stood up on the program team's side, and by the looks of it, their destination was also the creek. No, you program teams. Can you have some modesty? Huang Xiao chef quit, pointing at the director. Dabbling with food and drinks is just fine. Why do you want to dabble with after-dinner fruits as well? Come on. Come on. Finish the task or don't want to eat watermelon. At that moment, a whole bunch of people from the program team were confused. Is this a mistake somewhere? Chapter 31. You write about Tomb Raiders, you don't understand the city. The director's team of The Wayward Life now had a feeling. Ever since Xinghe had joined the picture of this program, it had begun to be a bit skewed. No. When did our program team have to be abused by the guests? Yes. Now we even have to look at their faces. It can't be helped who made the director greedy. Then what to do? Mr. Huang is now taking the chicken feather as an arrow. Nonsense. Take it and run. Without saying a word, the two staff members went to the creek and took the watermelon and ran without a trace, leaving a group of people dumbfounded. The audience inside the live broadcast room had gone crazy with laughter. Haha. No. This program group feels so pitiful. Pitiful? Upstairs. You forgot how pitiful they were back then, Mr. Huang. Yes. If I knew it would be today, why would I bother? Yes, the wheel of heaven, this is all karma. Haha. Watching the director get screwed. I'm in a great mood. The news from the pop-up screen was quickly fed back to the program team's side. Hearing his subordinate's report, the director's mouth twitched a few times, and he felt that he might have been too kind to this group of people. But this audience was also strange. Could it be that they just liked to see the program team go against the guests? But with them making such a mess, the atmosphere was naturally getting better and better. Seriously, after doing 4 seasons, I feel that this season is the most interesting. Teacher, he said to everyone, the original purpose of us doing this program was so that old friends could have a chance to get together. You guys, how good is it to be as joyful as we are today? He was truly somewhat emotional. Huang Xiaoqie also nodded. Yes. What is the essence of yearning? It's just good friends being together, us being together, that's the life of yearning. The show's crowd, who were already resting in the distance, turned green in the face. What do you mean by that? Does it mean that from now on you have to do whatever you want with the program? Dream on. Everyone returned to the gazebo and sat down. Su Xinghe and Chef Huang cut up the chilled watermelon, and everyone sat in the gazebo chatting. What has Pumba been up to lately? While chatting, Mr. Zhou casually asked Pang Pang. Reading books. Pang Pang smiled. I read novels at home when I'm not filming. Have you guys read Cultivation Chat Group? You love reading it too? Guiqilin hurriedly said. Milk Rider updates too slowly. It's really making people anxious. The surrounding people all looked at the two of them in surprise. There was no way. In here, Yaya was in her early 30s and Naza was less than 30, but they were both past the age where they liked to read novels. As for Mr. and Mrs. Huang Xiao Chef and Mr. He and Zhou Gongzi, these middle-aged people, they knew even less about this. Zifeng did know about it, but she was a girl and preferred to read some girl-oriented novels. Just listening to the two people, Dalin and Peng Peng, exchanging words as if they had met their soulmates. While they were talking happily, the reaction in the live broadcast room was even greater. Holy! Do stars read novels too? Haha! How do I feel? This instantly brings me closer to the artist. Yeah, it's really grounded. But really, cultivation chat groups brainstorming ideas are really interesting. Yeah. I love Elder Bai. That luck was unbelievable. Cultivation chat group? Milk Riders. Finally catching them taking a break, Huang Xiaojie asked a bit strangely. Well, Cultivation Chat Group is the name of a novel that's particularly hot. The author is Legend of the Paladin, and we nicknamed him Milk Rider. Pumba explained to Huang Xiaoqie. Right? The book started out as an ordinary teenager who was pulled into a chat group by a group of cultivators. Guiqilin also began to introduce the contents of the book to everyone. Su Xinghe on the side let out a long breath. It was fortunate that his vest had not all been exposed. Otherwise, by them finding out that the book was written by themselves, they would definitely have to rush for more information again. But seriously, will Elder Bai turn into the heavenly Tao in the end? Pumba said with a worried face. It's possible. Dalin sighed. Honestly, I really don't want him to turn into the heavenly Tao. When they were saying this, the surroundings were really quiet. No one could understand what they were talking about. When these two finished talking and looked around, they realized that everyone was looking at them with strange eyes. It was most feared that the air would suddenly go quiet. Su Xinghe blinked and took the initiative to say, in order to keep the atmosphere from being too awkward, Elder Bai definitely won't become a heavenly Tao. Peng Peng glanced at him. Big brother Su, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're a tomb raider who writes about tomb raiding. You don't understand the urban cultivation trope. Isn't that right? Big brother, so you write Tomb Raider's notebook? Do you know what cultivation means? Guiqilin also said with a look of disgust. Hearing these words, the audience in the live broadcast room was inexplicably joyful and all laughed. Why do these words sound so funny? Chapter 32 Pit Brother God Sister. Haha. I'm going to die laughing. There's nothing wrong with Dalin's words. Yes, you, a northern school third uncle who wrote Tomb Raider's note, what qualifications do you have to comment on an urban novel? Haha. Seeing the omnipotent Su Xinghe being disliked, why am I laughing so hard? My girlfriend told me that she thinks Dalin is right. Dalin is mighty. Su Xinghe himself laughed. To be honest, Guiqilin really deserved to come from a family of comedians. This sense of variety was simply innate. A random sentence, seemingly unintentional, could be very funny. Just by looking at the surrounding laughter, he knew that the live broadcast room must be very lively right now as well. Moreover, Guiqilin disliking Su Xinghe, this news headline was definitely able to attract a large wave of eyeballs. When the crowd saw what was going on, they would in turn pay more attention to this episode. Awesome. However, Xinghe didn't try to refute it. What a joke. The one being sprayed right now was the Paladin's legend. It wasn't the Northern School's third uncle. This, as an author who often took time off to break his shift, Xinghe felt that it was better to hide his vest a little deeper. But he counted 1,000 times, did not expect, by his side, there is another person. Qingqing. Seeing his brother being refuted, Qingqing was not happy at all. Looking at Guoqilin, he said, "Brother Dalin, who said my brother doesn't understand. That elder by really isn't the heavenly Dao." Ah! The crowd was all stunned. Immediately after, they saw Qingqing seriously say, "What my brother said, he penned this white senior, is an interesting person." As soon as these words from the little girl were uttered, the entire gazebo went silent. "Qingqing, what did you say?" After a long time, Peng Peng asked in a shy voice. "I said that my brother said that this book he wrote is a happy book without tragedy." Qingqing, however, didn't think too much and replied smoothly. Xinghe's eyes went black. Sister. This pit brother god sister. The vest that he had managed to hide with great difficulty was actually exposed by her as another one. Heavens! What kind of sin have I done? Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were all quiet in that instant. A few seconds later, like a mountain roaring like a tsunami, at least 1/10 of the 30 million people who were watching the live broadcast sent out messages. What do you mean? The legend of Xinghe being a paladin? What did I hear, no? Just kidding, right? But at Qingqing's age, if someone didn't tell him, how would he know about such sayings as Elder Bai and the Heavenly Dao? So that means Xinghe really is a paladin legend? The Northern School's third uncle who wrote Tomb Raider's Notebook is him, and the paladin legend who wrote Cultivation Chat Group is also him? Ha 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 ha. Dalin's face has changed. That's not true. How can you, a spiritualist who writes about spirits, understand urban cultivation writing? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. My heart aches for our family Dalin, being shown off so miserably. But why can't I help but want to laugh out loud? The emotions of the viewers in the live broadcast room were more about watching and joking around. However, the group of people sitting in the mushroom house. However, they were all dumbfounded. Especially the two people, Pang Pang and Dalin, looked at Xinghe with eyes that were out of place. Brother Dalin. Zifeng looked at Guoqilin and was about to speak. Sister, wait. Let me slow down. Dalin quickly waved his hand. My mind is a bit messed up right now. So what? Big Brother Su. Is there an update today? Pang Pang blinked and asked Xinghe. Earlier, he had heard that Xinghe had written The Flabby Son-in-Law and also the Tomb Raider's Notebook. To be honest, Pang Pang didn't care much at the time. That book was too literal and youthful, and it liked to bring in personal information, so those who liked it especially liked it, and those who didn't couldn't read it at all. And Tomb Raider's Notes is a niche text. Only a specific group of people would like to read it. But Cultivation Chat Group is different. This kind of urban cultivation novel, the bones are still the formula of cool literature. The range of readers is really wide. No wonder so many people inside the live broadcast room went crazy. What update? Xinghe, however, continued to play dumb, and with a wave of his hand said, Qingqing is misunderstanding. I was saying that if I came to write it, I would definitely write it that way. You guys understand? Us authors, we actually all have common thinking. Hee hee. Pumba laughed nervously. The heart said that you are clearly testing my intelligence. Even if I'm short of heart, I can see that a child as smart as Qingqing wouldn't lie. It's really not me. Xinghe was still planning to make a last stand. Then, he uttered a sentence that made everyone all but burst out laughing. What does his paladin's legend breaking have to do with my angry banana? While saying this, although he was a little bit vain, Xinghe still tried his best to look dignified. That's right. I'm such a man of honor. Chapter 33 Qingqing's Mom? At Xinghe's words, the live broadcast room burst into laughter. I found it. This guy Xinghe is simply too shameless. Ha ha. This man, he's simply going to laugh me to death. Is he going to inherit my flowers? That said, just how many vests does he have? This is really hard to say, just the ones that have popped out now. There are 3 of them. Moreover, all of them are great gods. Right. Next time everyone urges for more, come to the live broadcasting room. You guys say, those great gods who like to break their shifts, could they all be related to him? How can that be? Then how many vests does he have to have? There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, and some people even speculated if it was possible that Xinghe had, well, other vests. The director's side was also a bit confused. What is this situation? How did it feel that the netizens of this session were so joyful? The previous 3 seasons of the program had never had such a high level of heat. One must know that back in the first season, there was almost no platform willing to receive this program. But now, the 30 million viewers in this live broadcast proved everything. And this side of the filming site, meeting everyone's skeptical gazes, Xinghe decisively changed the topic and looked at Qingqing. Qingqing, are you still brother's favorite baby? Of course I am. Qingqing nodded vigorously. Then in the future, you can't just say anything, okay? Xinghe hurriedly instructed her. There are some secrets that the two of us would be good to know. Okay da. I will definitely not tell brother about those few vests of yours. Qingqing nodded with a smile. Xinghe's face instantly turned into a black pot bottom. Whose family is this girl from? Trouble, take it away directly. Okay. I'll send a car and a room. Vest. At this time, Pang Pang asked Xinghe with some curiosity. Big brother Su, you have other vests? This? Xinghe blinked with an innocent face. It's the few pieces of clothes that I bought when I took her to the city earlier. I'll show you guys later. Oh. No one paid any attention to him at all. Are you kidding me? Which one here is not a human being? If Qingqing said it was really clothes, would you react so greatly? Guiqilin was already explaining to the others at this time what was a vest inside a net article. You mean to say that there's a possibility that Xinghe has written novels under other names? Teacher, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said to Guiqilin. Dalin nodded. Moreover, I now suspect that his other few vests should also be very famous. Hiss! Several people all froze. However, upon careful consideration, they didn't say that it was really possible. One must know that the 3 pen names that Xinghe had exposed nowadays, according to Pang Pang and Dalin, were all very famous in the online literature circle. If he really had pen names that hadn't been discovered, it was likely that he would also be a great god-level author. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more energized and started searching. They felt that Xinghe's other pen names must also have been updated in a crummy manner. So let's look for them. Xinghe was quite relieved. Anyway, Qingqing didn't say it, and he didn't admit it himself, and with all the strange pen names, he didn't believe it. Those readers had a way. After chatting for a while, it was actually afternoon. The sun was setting in the west. Sitting in the gazebo and looking towards the courtyard, the scenery was really beautiful. You say, with you guys, how does time pass so quickly? Hugging his precious daughter-in-law, Huang Xiaoche suddenly lamented. Yeah, when I used to stay at home by myself, I felt that the days could be slow. Zhou Gongzi nodded deeply. Haha, we're getting old. Teacher, he made a summary. Everyone all laughed. I see that it's still early. Otherwise, why don't we have a get-together? Teacher, he took the initiative to propose. It's going to be dark soon. Can it be done? Yaya was a little hesitant. It's fine. Xinghe waved his hand. There are electric lights, and the scenery over here is especially nice at night. He had said so everyone naturally had no opinion. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, became even more curious. The scenery that could make Xinghe even say it was nice to look at, of course they wanted to see it as well. Besides, this group of people getting together and having a gala. What kind of scene would that be? Yanjing, in a certain upscale villa. Someone who had been busy all day was also watching the live broadcast. Looking at Qingqing, who was playing with Huang Xiao Chef's daughter Duo in the camera. That person's heart felt a pang of sadness for no reason. My daughter. Mommy misses you so much, she muttered to herself. Thinking of this, gritting her teeth, she made a bold decision. Chapter 34. Star River Storytelling Gala. Since there was going to be a gala, it was natural to have a host. Teacher, he took on this role without a second thought. The first person to perform was Guiqilin. As the young class master of Diyun, even though he is now mainly a variety artist and actor, his skills are there, so naturally he is able to perform with ease. A one-liner that made everyone laugh. The 2 little girls, Qingqing and Duo, even clapped their hands and shouted. Then Mr. Zhou also sang a song from his previous album. This person was someone who had seriously released an album. Even Huang Duo's little friend went up and sang a song. Naza teamed up with Yaya for an ethnic minority dance, perfectly displaying their beautiful bodies and dancing skills. I'm finally in the position to know why that Emperor Wu of our Han dynasty went on an expedition to the west back then. When Naza and the girls finished dancing, Su Xinghe smiled and spoke. Why? Teacher, he asked curiously. Because of them. Su Xinghe shrugged and raised his chin, signaling Teacher he to look at the duo of Naza and Yaya who were walking over to sit down. Teacher he was stunned, then understood. The few people all laughed. Not to mention, there really wasn't any problem with Su Xinghe explaining it this way. Their hometown side did produce beautiful women. That exotic flavor was indeed eye-catching. They were having fun, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were mesmerized as they watched. It's too much. It's like watching the Spring Festival Gala. Isn't it? It's a rare opportunity. Just now, Yaya and Naza were really too beautiful. So looking forward to it. I hope they and Hatba have a chance to be on the same stage together. TSK. The three beauties performing together. Think about it. Raise your hand to prove I'm innocent. Big brother Su, you come one too. Pang Pang, who had just held a saxophone and played a section, yelled out. I'll wait. Su Xinghe waved his hand. He hadn't really thought about what he would perform. Yes, brother Su. Just perform a program. I want to see something fresh. Huang Duo clapped her hands on the side and said. Ahem, that Duo, call uncle. Old father Huang Xiaoche corrected his own baby girl decisively. Can't let her call her brother. It's not a good thing to keep calling her that. Duo glanced at her own old dad, blinked her eyes, and resolutely followed her heart. No kidding, asking me to sing isn't a problem, but this fresh one, I really haven't thought about it. Su Xinghe said honestly. However, this reason of his was not supported by the crowd. At a time like this, one could not be fooled by him. Sighing helplessly, Su Xinghe thought for a moment and said, Otherwise, let me tell you guys a story. A story. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Su Xinghe with some surprise. Su Xinghe didn't make any nonsense and sat down to tell a story. The name of the story is called The Night of the Generals, and it says that a long time ago in some inexplicable world, there was a country called Tang, and in some place called Weicheng, a teenager named Ning. This telling went on for half an hour. Soon, the first part was halfway through from the Weicheng teenager to the study in the academy. So much so, that when Su Xinghe finished speaking, everyone was still keeping their heads down and thinking about the plot. That's all for today. Su Xinghe smiled faintly and said to Zifeng, Zifeng, you dance. No. Big brother Su, you go on instead. Peng Peng said with a grin. Yeah. Big brother Su. Did Ning join the academy or not? Dalin was also filled with curiosity. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers were even more energized. This broken chapter. Su Xinghe, you graduated from the broken chapter training course, right? Excessive. This story you're telling here you're not? I like Chao Xiao Shu. Holy. I feel like this book will be a huge hit if it's written. Well, it would be great if it could be made into a TV series. No. Where did Su Xinghe get so many stories in this brain? Genius, a true genius. Otherwise, Su Xinghe, would you start another book? Upstairs. Can't you be a human being? He'll start another book and then continue to eunuch. Seriously, this story is really good. Teenage hot-blooded. Mr. He said from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, very much a sense of anticipation kind of feeling. Mr. Huang nodded his head as well. Pang Pang's eyes rolled back in his head, and he smiled and said, I think that we can actually add an additional program. What do you mean? The crowd looked at Pang Pang. Pang Peng heatedly smiled. Let's call it the Star River Storytelling Club, and set aside half an hour every night for Big Brother Su to specifically tell us stories. And this first story, it's the Night of the Generals. How about that? The crowd was stunned. Su Xinghe opened his mouth and just wanted to object, but was directly blocked by the quick-eyed Huang Xiaojie. Well, Xinghe has no opinion. Everyone applaud. Little Chef Huang, who had covered Su Xinghe's mouth, laughed loudly. Everyone applauded in agreement. And so, with everyone except the person in question, Su Xinghe, expressing their approval. The reserved program of the 4th season of The Wayward Life, the Star River Storytelling Club, officially set sail. Chapter 35, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. On the side of the directors' group, they were naturally in favor of this proposal. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Xinghe's appearance had undoubtedly, in a sense, pulled up the program's ratings. In this era where ratings were king, this was Su Xinghe's bottom line. Of course, it was also because after the firestorm of the first 2 seasons, The third season's ratings, although not low, needed to make changes after the word of mouth plummeted. At this time, the appearance of Su Xinghe with a positive image was undoubtedly something everyone was happy to see. The truth is cruel, but the facts are in front of us. Sometimes your own strength does not represent everything, the background, status, money. All the factors add up to the value of your existence as a person in the world. You are seniority deep, old, but also cannot compare to people born with a golden spoon in their mouth. The entertainment industry is the same. Su Xinghe had talent and ability. But 10 years ago, he was boycotted by many people. But now, appearing in the middle of the fourth season of Life Toward, no matter what he did, everyone thought it was good. This was what was different. Su Xinghe himself didn't have a problem with it, it was just storytelling. The entire novel was in his head anyway, and it wasn't like it took too much time, half an hour passed quickly. There's still me, there's still me. Just then, Qingqing's voice rang out. Haha, what are you doing? Huang Xiaoche asked Qingqing with interest. Me. I'm going to perform a program too. Qingqing raised her hand and said. Everyone all laughed. Qingqing, what program are you going to perform? Teacher, he said softly. He wasn't married and didn't have any children, and he especially liked cute babies like Qingqing. I'm going to give everyone a dance. Qingqing thought for a moment, then shook her head again. No, I'd better forget it. I don't look too good dancing. I'll play a piano for everyone. The little girl was still cautious, afraid that she would show her cowardice, and finally decided to choose a tune that she was good at. Everyone naturally applauded. Qingqing's popularity was definitely the highest in Mushroom House, something that even Su Xinghe couldn't compare to. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were watching with smiles on their faces as this girl walked to the front of the piano and sat down. Followed by her bodyguard. Dawei Tianlong, Orange Cat lying down, Era getting down. One left and one right guarding their little master. Oops, I'm sore. It's really too loving. So wish I had a pet like this. Really? This scene touched me. Yes, it's simply too beautiful. The sound of a piano rang out. A voice like a lark song rang out. Her voice, ethereal and clear, was like heavenly music that made everyone who heard this voice feel an inner peace. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear it clearly? The one who looks up. The loneliness and sighs of the heart. With just one verse of lyrics and melody, all the people around were dumbfounded. This song. Delin was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Qingqing would sing a children's song, but he didn't expect that it would be a pop song. And in the live broadcast room, there were already viewers who went to search for the lyrics. But what awaited them? But it was a blank. This song, no? I didn't search for it either. It can't be an original song, right? Another original song? What's this? Qingqing is exposing another Su Xinghe song? For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room, once again, became excited. Qingqing, on the other hand, didn't know that much. She just loved the song. This song written by her brother. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again, to cross the lies, to embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the night, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me closer to you. The youthful child's voice, singing this song, inexplicably gave people a feeling of peace of mind in their hearts. Ooh, I'm in love. Oh my God. This song, why is it so good? Qingqing, I'm pink. Yes. No matter what happens to Su Xinghe, Qingqing, I'm a fan. A large group of fans openly declared themselves as Qingqing's brainwashed fans in the live broadcast room now. There was no way around it, this kid was just too much of a fan. And along with the last line of the lyrics being sung, the entire audience rang out in applause. Awesome! Peng Peng directly shouted. Yes, Qingqing, you are truly a born singer. Zhou Gongzi also nodded her head. She really liked this child Qingqing. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this child was just like her former self, full of aura. And the little girl who had just been singing confidently had already blushed and rushed into Su Xinghe's arms, burying her head and refusing to look up. Law. People are shy babies. Chapter 36. Su Xinghe accomplished yearning. Qingqing is great. Yes. Go Qingqing, we all support you. I propose. Let's set up a Qingqing fan club. That's right. Guard the best Qingqing in the world. That's right. The cutest Qingqing. Let's protect it. A group of viewers in the live broadcast room were simply excited. To them, they watched Xiang's live broadcast because they liked this program. But finding Qingqing's existence within this program was simply like finding a treasure. This child was simply too appealing. Qingqing's performance was the grand finale, and the gala came to an end. Everyone had stood there and watched the night view, not to mention it was really like what Xinghe said, especially beautiful. Big brother Su, I think this place is really wonderful. Dawei smiled and said, I have a feeling that soon, my father and my master will run to buy a house here, especially my master, that person. His master was his father's partner, Master Yu, a well-known and stubborn man in the circle. All the other stars sold their personas as amiable or superb actors or something like that. Only Mr. Yu's persona was one of a smoker and a drinker with a perm. In his own words, the harder I smoke, the more stable his persona will be. His person has no other hobbies, just like to enjoy life. This kind of beautiful scenery is precisely his favorite place. Haha, welcome. Xinghe nodded. There are quite a few wooden houses over here, and there is also empty land, so if you want to build it, you can buy the land yourself. He didn't mind having neighbors. Then I'll buy one too. Zhou Gongzi responded from the side. All right, everyone, let's be neighbors. Teacher, he laughed. For a moment, the atmosphere grew better and better. Director, this is the latest broadcast data. A staff member presented the director with a form. This was the latest statistics of all the data that was being broadcast live today. It included the real-time search volume on Weibo, the Baidu search index, as well as the attention of the live broadcast room, and the number of pop-ups. Without any surprise, the 4th season of The Wayward Life beat all the weekend variety shows, exclusively occupying the top spot. And the ratings, the attention, was even double that of other programs. It wasn't that easy to do. The table in the director's hand was quickly circulated amongst the director's team. Right away, it left everyone greatly surprised. This is really a bit unexpected. They could just be eating and performing programs and chatting. Yeah. Look at this Xinghe storytelling. It's actually on the hot search. This season, I feel like we're going to explode, whether it's word of mouth or ratings. Oh, I think the advertisement fee should go up. That's right. Did you guys see? The online viewers, almost 40 million. As a matter of fact, many people in the industry had gotten their hands on this form statistic as well. Only they were more surprised that amongst the statistic, although the program hadn't changed much since the afternoon, it was just this group of people eating and chatting and singing and whatnot. The number of viewers, instead of decreasing, was increasing. This is very impressive. But if you analyze it carefully, you can actually understand why it's like this. Throughout this entire afternoon, including the evening, the program consistently had all sorts of explosive points. For example, Xinghe's identity, for example, Xinghe surprisingly knew Mr. Zhou, for example, Qingqing singing, all of these were things that made it to the hot search. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. Without Xinghe, today's Xiang wouldn't have exploded to this level. This made many people notice the value that Xinghe represented. Previously, many people had mocked online, saying that the program group of Xiang had gone crazy, actually taking the initiative to invite an over-the-top artist who had retired for 10 years to serve as a resident guest. But now, underneath these people's microblogs were all voices of angry curses from yearning fans. It's not like people are little cuties. Without Xinghe, although the 4th season of Xiang would have been a fire, it might not be in the current mold. The number of online viewers, at the end of the recording of this installment, had reached 43 million people. This was such a terrifying number. And on the internet, many program groups had started to circle those exposed microblogs of Xinghe, such as Northern School Uncle San, such as Angry Banana. There was only one purpose, and that was to hope that Xinghe would cooperate with them. Of course, all of these people could not get a response, because Xinghe seldom go on Weibo. Anyway, most of them are fans urging for more news. As for his own body, before registered microblogging, logged in not many times, before the blog has long been used. Even cell phones do not use much people. Fans looking for him cannot find, let alone those collaborators. Then, Xinghe's novel, unsurprisingly, broke off. Chapter 37. I opposed this marriage. Xinghe's broken shift was expected by the crowd. Therefore, the next morning, the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was urging for more. Xinghe just pretended not to see it. What a joke. This kind of thing, is it a habit that can be changed casually? However, the director's team was happy to see it. To them, the higher Xinghe's hotness, the more attention it would bring to the program, and when the time came, the traffic would be high, the ratings would increase, and the advertising sponsorships would also increase. Where's our family Qingqing? Got up yet? Huang Xiaoqi, who had returned from his morning run and was preparing to make breakfast, asked Su Xinghe. Dad, you accepted Big Brother Su? Duo was stunned, then laughed happily. Shut up. Huang Xiaoqi glared at his daughter. Any more nonsense. Believe it or not, you won't be allowed to come here to play in the future. Obey, obey. Duo didn't dare to be skinny anymore and ran towards the inner room with a smile. She was going to see if Qingqing had gotten up yet. I say, Teacher Huang, you really can't do it, just obey. Teacher, he got up at this time and flirted with Huang. Look at our Xinghe, he's a good-looking man, and he's handsome, and most importantly, he's talented. Not true. Mr. Zhou also got up and smiled as he said, I think Xinghe is just fine. Teacher, he is fooling around. Xiao Sun, you are also blindly interfering. I think our little boat of Friday end ship is about to capsize. Huang Xiao Chef glared at his two best friends without any good sense of humor and said, Haha. Look at you. How can you talk like that? Teacher, he and Zhou Gongzi all laughed. It was a rare thing to see the always cunning as a fox like Huang Xiaoqi so defeated. You guys. Huang Xiaoqi glared at the duo and looked at Su Xinghe, who was silently making breakfast there. It's all your fault. Ah. Su Xinghe raised his head with an innocent face. Right, you said how good would it be if you weren't so handsome? That's right, if you weren't so talented. Where would Teacher Huang get so much trouble? The two of them, Mr. Zhou and Mr. He, were singing in unison there, as if they were speaking comedy. You guys. Huang Xiaoqi waved his hand helplessly. I think Dalin's father should recruit you two into the Diyun Society. That's good to catch the love. That would be great. The two said in unison, and then everyone all laughed. But seriously, you said that these little girls nowadays, Xinghe, how old is this, and still managed to charm them with their mouths open and closed to Su's brother, who is clearly of the uncle generation. Huang Xiaoqi was still spitting there. The audience in the live broadcast room had already laughed into an ocean of joy. There was no way the mood of the old father the audience could still understand. Anyone who had a daughter in their family was also like this. It was especially annoying to those wild boars that were eyeing to arch their own family's cabbages. Mr. Huang is so pitiful. Haha. The mentality of an old father. I know it too well. Whoever dares to rob my daughter, huh? Hello, father-in-law upstairs. Haha. Seriously, heartbroken for Huang Xiaoqi. But Su Xinghe is really outstanding. It's just that he's a bit older than Duo. Duo is 15 years old. Su Xinghe is at least 12 years older than her. Well, age is not a problem. Height is not a distance. At this time, the two people, Dalin and Pang, finished washing up and walked out. Big Brother Su, how do you wash the dishes by yourself? I'll do it. Dalin took an arrow step to walk in front of Su Xinghe. The crowd was all puzzled. Pang, on the other hand, took over Huang Xiaoqi's words in a serious manner. Mr. Huang, what you said, how excellent Big Brother Su is. This kind of man is simply unique. Saying that, he looked towards Dalin, who was grabbing the dishes, and said, Brother Dalin, do you think it's right? That's right. Dalin hurriedly nodded. How can someone who can write novels like Tomb Raider's Notebook and Flabbergasted Son-in-Law be an average person? This guy was worthy of being a comedian. That compliments were simply endless. The crowd all looked at each other in disbelief. What's wrong with these two goods? Unbeknownst to them, ever since they knew that Su Xinghe had several vests, especially after even the cultivation chat group was written by him. Last night, Pang discussed with Dalin and decided to treat Su Xinghe properly today. The purpose was simple. It was to make him explode and update his novel a few more chapters. Brother Dalin and I are going out on a limb today. If Big Brother Su is made happy by the two of us and breaks out, everyone must remember us for a share of the credit. Peng smiled. Right. There's still hard work if there's no credit, brothers. Dalin also laughed. The book fans in the live broadcast room immediately said that they would definitely remember. Then they thought of something else. Go to Weibo. These people ran to the bottom of Dalin and Peng's microblogs, asking the two of them to cheer up and coax Su Xinghe, making sure to make him happy so that they could update more. Then, the followers of both of their microblogs skyrocketed by 2 million each. This news came and stunned everyone. Chapter 38. How many vests does Su Xinghe have? As soon as he saw that his microblog had gained fans, Peng Peng and Dalin became even happier. The two people surrounded Su Xinghe and brother and teacher Su a fierce boast. In their mouths, Su Xinghe simply became the world's most outstanding man like. Little Su is so outstanding. Have you ever been in love before? Teacher he looked at Su Xinghe cooking there and casually asked to Mr. Zhou. Among these people, only Zhou Gongzi was a little familiar with him. He really hasn't. Zhou Gongzi shook his head. Thinking back then, he couldn't look at ordinary girls. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Duke Zhou smiled, but did not say anything. What was Su Xinghe in the past? In fact, many people did not know. But Duke Zhou knew. The Su Xinghe of that year Duke Zhou had seen before. At that time, he was talented and unrestrained, intending to pick stars from the 9 heavens. He was unruly and untamed, and he had a horse to see all the flowers of Qingqing. Later, Su Xinghe announced his retirement, and the two did not meet again. To this day, seeing Su Xinghe's current appearance, Zhou Gongzi really has a lot of feelings. The saddest, that's all. The years are long, the mountains and rivers are unharmed, but you and I are no longer the same. She herself, how could she not have already married a woman? All right, have breakfast. Su Xinghe walked out at this time and said to everyone with a smile. The things of the past had all passed for him. Su Xinghe only wanted to enjoy life now. The crowd smiled back, knowing that he didn't want to talk about this much, so they digressed and started eating breakfast. During the meal, naturally, they talked about the matter of the two people, Dalin and Peng Peng, whose microblog followers had just skyrocketed. In less than an hour, it had gone up so much. From this, it could be seen just how great Su Xinghe's influence was. More importantly, this was also rarely seen amongst the history of microblogging. Unless it was some famous artist or big shot opening a microblog, this kind of scene was a rare sight. And the reason for their rise in fans was simply because Su Xinghe's fanbook friends were trying to push for more. This was simply laughable. When Su Xinghe knew this news, the entire person was also helpless. Fortunately, those fans did not know about his other vests, otherwise the army of hyping up the updates would easily kill here. Speaking of which, he now had a dozen or so vests, and if he updated, it was basically like updating 3 or 4 books a day, and it was still the 3,000 words per chapter kind of thing. It can't be helped. Even though there's a plot inside his head, it's time-consuming to type. However, looking at the performance of the fans in the last 2 days, Su Xinghe decided that it would be better to comfort everyone. After breakfast, Su Xinghe let Qingqing follow the group out to play, while he himself returned to his room. 2 hours passed. Some readers discovered that Cultivation Chat Group had surprisingly updated 3 chapters. The flunkies had also been updated with a chapter. As for Tomb Raider's notebook, there was surprisingly an extra that came out as well. The fans in the live broadcast room exploded. The hyping up of the updates is having an effect? Oh my god. Haha. We did it. Yeah, we did it. Woohoo. I've been waiting for 3 years. 3 years. Tomb Raider actually came out with an extra. What's this? Look at Flabby. I've been chasing it for 8 years. Well, looking at it this way, I feel like I'm still happy, at least Cultivation Chat Group. Su Xinghe is updating quite diligently. With this, Dalin and Peng Peng's microblog followers again went up quite a bit. This is too much, isn't it? Naza and Yaya were both dumbfounded as well. Although one of them was a first-tier flower girl and the other was a popular young flower, and had a lot more Weibo followers than Dalin and Peng Peng, this kind of speed of rising fans was something they had only seen in their lives. You know, most of these people were only there to press for more To be honest, I'm curious about one thing right now. At this time, Huang Xiaoche suddenly said. Everyone's gazes went to him. Do you guys remember? Last night, Qingqing said that Star River still has a vest. Yellow Chef reminded everyone. What I'm wondering now is, those other vests of his, what are their names? At these words, everyone's gazes changed. Especially those fans in the live broadcast room were even more excited. Haha. Revenge from the old father. That's right, Mr. Huang is right. Let's see what other books have broken. Right. Let's all work together to find out Su Xinghe's vest. Find out what for? Hehe, of course it's blasting him. Make him update. But the problem is, just how many vests does this guy have? In fact, not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room curious, even Huang Xiaojie and the others were also curious. This guy, Su Xinghe, just how many vests does he have writing novels? Chapter 39, Shedding Beauty Can't Set the Truth. Once upon a time, many people had heard a song called How Many Good Sisters Do You Actually Have? And now, What everyone was curious about was how many vests Su Xinghe actually had. I think that he still has at least 4 or 5 vests that have not been exposed. Teacher, he said with conviction. At least 3. Peng Peng looked like a great detective. Not necessarily, it may not be just 1 or 2, after all, if he writes like that, he'll be confused himself. Daylin, however, was conservative. Seriously though, I really didn't expect this guy to be so talented. Huang Xiaoche rubbed his chin, a look of surprise on his face. The others were also guessing, this Su Xinghe, just how many vests does he have? It wasn't that they were gossipy, but they were really curious. To know, it was already difficult for an author to write a popular online novel, but this guy Su Xinghe, the 3 vests that were exposed nowadays, just any one of them was a well-known god. Any one of these novels is a famous work on the internet. This made people curious. Just how many more vests does he have? A group of people were preparing to go back because they had finished their farm work, and along the way they were constantly guessing. But no matter how they guessed, they couldn't come up with an answer. Thinking about it, everyone's eyes cast to a certain little girl who was jumping around and playing jumping checker with Huang Duo. Qingqing, what's going on? Teacher, he hemmed and hawed and asked Qingqing. In the live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter. Coming. She's here. The famous sunrise crowd. Su Qingqing's little friend. Yes, the legendary secret revealer. Deep water little bomb Qingqing student. Please begin your performance. Ha ha ha. Why can't I help but laugh? It feels like every time Su Xinghe goes to great lengths to hide a secret, it is exposed by Qingqing. So true. But why do I still want to laugh? You guys, look at Mr. He's expression. Does it look like a weird uncle? Goddamn weird uncle. The crowd's flirting was naturally invisible to these few people. But they could also imagine that inside the live broadcast room right now, it must be hilarious. But to be honest, for their behavior, these viewers in turn didn't care. After all, everyone wanted to know how many vests that guy, Su Xinghe, had hidden. Qingqing is jumping on the grid. Hearing Teacher He's words, Qingqing tilted her head, smiled and said to the crowd, Uncle He, do you want to join? No. Teacher He hastily shook his head. What a joke. A 40-something-year-old is too childish to play checker jumping. If he didn't play, someone else would. Soon, the 3 of them, Dalin Peng Peng and Zifeng, accompanied Duo and Qingqing to have fun. In the end, even Zhou Gongzi and Naza Yaya participated. That left Huang Xiao Chef and Sun Li's couple, plus Mr. He staring wide-eyed at them. Sun Li was unwilling to play around because of her quiet personality. But Huang Xiaoko and Mr. He, it was purely because they couldn't let go of the face of adults. After playing around for a while, everyone was tired, so they sat down at the edge of the field to rest. Qingqing, did your brother write another novel? Wiping the sweat from his own forehead, Peng Peng asked seemingly unintentionally. Yeah. Qingqing innocently nodded her head. What's wrong, brother Pumba? Then can you tell me, what other novels did your brother write? Pumba asked. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qingqing's body. Cocking his head, he looked at Pang Pang, and looked at the others who had turned their gazes all to themselves. Qingqing thought about it and hesitated a bit, but in the end, she sighed. Ugh. Everyone was stunned. Then, they saw Qingqing say to Pumba with an apologetic face, Brother Pumba, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Why? Pang Pang subconsciously asked. Because brother said that people who ask him what other novels he writes are big bad guys who lure little kids. Although brother Pang Pang you accompany me to jump plaid is not a bad egg. But I promised my brother, I can't say it, said he won't write me a song in the future. Pumba immediately felt that the whole person was bad. Fortunately, he had just jumped the plaid. Otherwise, wouldn't he have turned into a big bad guy who seduced a small child? However, looking at Qingqing's meaning, it seemed like he wasn't too resolute. Thinking of this, his eyes turned to Naza and Yaya, and he thought in his heart, for the sake of the majority of the book lovers, you two just sacrifice a little. Thinking of this, Pumba said to Qingqing, Qingqing, do you think Sister Naza and Sister Yaya are pretty? Qingqing was a bit strange and nodded, pretty ah. Then, do you think you can tell me if you let them be your brother's girlfriend together? In an instant, Naza and Yaya's cheeks turned red. The next moment, what surprised them even more was that Huang Xiaoche and the others on the side actually said in unison, That's right. Qingqing, quickly tell us. Dang, is this even possible? Chapter 40 Unblessed Love. Ha ha ha. Pang Pang is too damn witty. Who dares to say that our Pang Pang is the stupid son of a landlord's family? This brain, how fast? That's not true. All thought of using bribery to solve the problem. Heartbreaking for Yaya and Naza. Well, but for Qingqing you guys might as well sacrifice. Haha. Naza's expression is so cute. This side of the shooting set. Qingqing heard Pang Pang's words, raised her head, and looked at Naza and Yaya. Sister, is what brother Pang Pang said true? Naza and Yaya wanted to tree. Qingqing, this girl, how did Su Xinghe teach her? Haha. This girlfriend of Xinghe's. It feels like there will be more and more of them. Teacher, he said with a smile. Isn't that so? This child is too smart. Sun Li also nodded. The crowd all laughed. Naza and Yaya blushed in the middle of the crowd's laughter. But Qingqing didn't care that much anyway. If you guys don't admit it, I won't say anything. This? Yaya and Naza no longer knew what to say. Qingqing. At this time, Huang Duo was not happy. Quickly walking to her good sister that she had recognized last night, Huang Duo said, "You clearly promised me yesterday that you would let brother Su wait for me to grow up." Huang Xiaoche almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood, staring daggers at his precious daughter. Who am I? Where am I? What am I hearing? Little Chef Huang's entire being was bad. How could this still happen? His eyes looked towards his wife, but he found Sun Li's face full of smiles, seemingly looking amused. Haha. Mr. Huang realized that Mr. Sun actually has no intention of objecting. He Jiong said with a smile as he watched clearly from the sidelines. I think it's okay. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Sun Li shrugged her shoulders and said, aside from being a bit older, little Su is really excellent in other aspects. Huang Xiaojie. What you said is so reasonable, I actually have no words to refute it. But why, suddenly, do I have the feeling that the cabbages that my family has been growing for many years are going to be arched by a wild boar from who knows where? Qingqing, your brother can only take one person as his wife. At this time, it was still Zhou Sun who helped to relieve the situation, saying softly to Qingqing, besides, you need to listen to your brother's opinion. Ah? Can you only marry one? Qingqing sniffed with some disappointment and blinked her eyes. Then girlfriends? How many can there be? How many girlfriends can you have? The crowd all laughed breathlessly. As for the viewers in the live broadcast room, they had already laughed their asses off. Ha ha ha. The first time I heard that a girlfriend can be measured in terms of a few. Childish talk. But I'm so envious of Su Xinghe. Oh, such a sister. Please give me a dozen. Come on, baby. The display begins. Haha. I always feel that these adults are going to be dumbfounded by Qingqing. It's really too likely. As a matter of fact, everyone really didn't know how to explain to Qingqing. After all, the little girl was still young, and there were some things that there was no way to say to her. Pumba and Dalin were on the verge of crying. Obviously, what they started chatting about was how many vests Su Xinghe actually had. How come all of a sudden, the picture changed to Su Xinghe wanting to find a few girlfriends? This transformation was a bit too fast. Fortunately, the words that Mr. Zhou had just spoken had impressed Qingqing. The little girl sighed and said with some distress, alas, it looks like it's still up to brother to decide on his own. After saying that, she looked at Yaya and Naza, and then at Huang Duo. Sister Duo, just wait for Uncle Huang to agree. Your love, you need his blessing. After the crowd was stunned, they then laughed maniacally. Godlike dialogue. This girl was simply a little person. A child who was quirky to such an extent was definitely something everyone had only seen in their lives. Sister Naza, Sister Yaya, when you two go back, tell my brother yourself and see which one of you he likes. Okay? Qingqing said to Naza and Yaya again. The two of them were helpless for a while, but also had no choice but to nod their heads. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing them agree, the little girl then smiled contentedly. By the way, Brother Pumba, what did you need to know? Qingqing asked to Pumba. How many vests does your brother actually have? Pumba said in a hurry. 12 or so. Blinking, Qingqing stretched out his own fingers, gestured halfway, and finally said, in addition to the 3 from before, there are 10 more that are being updated, almost like this. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room, at this moment, were all dumbfounded. 13 vests. That guy Su Xinghe, what exactly is his brain made of? Just how many secrets was he hiding from everyone? Chapter 41. embracing the world with tenderness. Xinghe was also watching the live broadcast. Only, he was now covering his head with a feeling of wanting to cry. In the past, he was willing to teach Qingqing everything, thinking that his own sister was smart and cute, and that feeling of having a daughter in my family growing up was really great. But now, Xinghe felt that how good it would be if Qingqing was not so smart. This was troublesome. He would definitely be interrogated by everyone when he came back. And at this time, he suddenly noticed that on the live broadcast, a pop-up screen brushed by. I'm obviously very kind. I will give money to beggars. I will give up my seat to old people and pregnant women. No matter what I do, I will say thank you to others. But all the bitterness in this world, why is there not a single thing that spares me? A movement in his heart. Xinghe remembered a person he had once met. After thinking about it, he simply picked up the phone and sent a Weibo message to the director. Moments later, 2 images appeared in the live broadcast. One of them was Xinghe, who was in the mushroom house gazebo. I saw a pop-up screen earlier. Xinghe spoke about the pop-up he had seen, and finally said, I don't know if that friend is still watching the program, but what I want to tell him is that if you treat the world with gentleness, the world might not return you with gentleness. But at the very least, you yourself are blameless. When Qingqing was very young, probably not long after he had just learned to speak. One day, I took her shopping in town and saw someone selling lemonade. I bought Qingqing a glass. After receiving the lemonade, I said thank you to the man. Qingqing was still young and asked me why my brother said thank you. I asked Qingqing, look at the price list and tell me the prices of the things I bought. Qingqing was smart and quickly found the answer. Lemon juice, $7. I then asked Qingqing, how much did I pay? Qingqing answered me, $7. I told her, Qingqing, you have to remember that what you paid for is just this thing, but not their attitude or the hand that they handed over. What I want to tell this friend is that many times, the purpose of doing something is not to get something in return, but just to put ourselves at ease. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room. From the time Xinghe started to appear, there was a clamor that, to the end, slowly it quieted down. Everyone was listening to Xinghe tell that story of his. In fact, each of us is an individual living alone in this world, and although it sounds a bit selfish, no matter if it's a parent or a child, there's no way to accompany us for the rest of our lives, and even if it's a wife, there's eventually a time when we're separated. What truly follows us throughout our lives and never separates us is our own heart. Therefore, all the suffering in the world, even though it's hard, as long as we can stand up to our own hearts, it's enough. There are too many people living hard lives in this world, just like Qingqing's parents. I have told her since she was a child to understand, to forgive, if it wasn't because of a compelling reason, who would put their newborn biological daughter at the door of an orphanage? Along with Xinghe's last sentence, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room that instantly exploded. Qingqing is actually really picked up. Quickly. I'm more interested in knowing what this is all about. Yes, I was curious before. These 2 people. How come they're 20 years apart and they're still brother and sister? Poor Qingqing, oh, really heartbroken for my Qingqing. So poor and so small. Luckily, she met Xinghe. All along, although Xinghe had never responded positively to Qingqing's birth, the viewers in the live broadcast room were actually very clear that, just like what Qingqing had said before, she was a child that Xinghe had picked up. The difference between the 2 was a full 20 years, so it was reasonable to say that being father and daughter was enough. There were even speculations that there was a possibility that this child was Xinghe's illegitimate daughter, only not wanting the outside world to know that he had already become a father, and only addressed as a sister. But now, with Xinghe personally admitting that Qingqing was picked up by him at the door of the orphanage, the audience exploded with emotion all of a sudden. So innocent and cute, like an angelic child. How exactly was she abandoned? And how was she picked up by Xinghe? Everyone hoped to get an answer from Xinghe's mouth. Even, some people are already calling for a way to help Qingqing find her real parents. And no one knew, just when Xinghe uttered those words just now. Far away in a certain villa in Yanjing, a figure looked at Xinghe in the live broadcast, listening to what he had just said and could no longer hold back the tears and cried out in pain. Daughter, Mom is sorry, Mom is sorry. Chapter 42. How is Sister Xifeng? By the time the large group returned to the mushroom house, Xinghe's live broadcast had already ended. He had only seen that message and was afraid that something would happen to the viewer who had sent the pop-up screen, so he had made a point of saying so. As for the words that followed, it was purely sentimental. After all, Qingqing was still young, and the program was definitely something she couldn't see. Moreover, there shouldn't be that kind of heartless guy who revealed the news to the little girl. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. As soon as she saw Su Xinghe, Qingqing said pitifully to Su Xinghe. That playful and adorable appearance instantly caused the female fans inside the live broadcast room to fall in love, wanting to pick her up and kiss her twice. This child is so adorable. It's okay, brother isn't angry. Su Xinghe naturally watched the live broadcast and softly said to Qingqing. At the same time, he glared at Peng Peng. It's all because of this guy, talking nonsense and actually deceiving our Qingqing. In that case, the other few people, they aren't good either. Thinking of this, Su Xinghe's gaze swept over teacher He and the others. These guys could all be Pang Pang's accomplices to this. Haha, this nice weather. Yeah. Look guys, the scenery is so nice. I think, to be able to live here, is simply too happy. That's not true. A group of people immediately started chatting amongst themselves. It was so happy. Su Xinghe was speechless. Ahem, that in a moment, Delin and Xiao Sun will be leaving. Let's pack up and cook, as a farewell to them. Huang Xiaoche smiled and said to the crowd. After all, they were all entertainers, and there were some things that had to be done. Although everyone really wanted to stay for a few more days, there was no way around it, the schedule was all set. It's really hard to leave. Mr. Zhou nodded his head. Yeah. I still want to listen to Big Brother Su tell stories for 2 more days. Dalin also said with a smile. This was from the bottom of his heart. This season of longing for life was different from the previous programs. There were just too many interesting places, and for these artists, there really weren't many places where they had the opportunity to be able to meet up with their friends and still have fun themselves. It's okay. Come back again sometime, Su Xinghe said as he took Delin by the shoulders. He had a very good impression of this young man. He was humble, knew his place, and had a smile on his face no matter what he did. At the very least, in Su Xinghe's opinion, Dalin did not have the kind of arrogance that the average Star 2 had. Good. Dalin nodded his head in a hurry. Right. There is a matter. Su Xinghe remembered a phone call he received a few days ago. His eyes lit up, and he said to Dalin, "Give me your phone number and WeChat. Turn around and there's a matter that I'll discuss with you." Ah, good. Dalin was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Su Xinghe had to do, but still happily told Su Xinghe his phone number and WeChat. Do you have a secret here? Huang Xiaoche asked with some surprise. Logically speaking, Su Xinghe had only known Dalin for a few days. He shouldn't have any secrets. No, it's just a small matter, intending to ask Dalin to do me a favor. Su Xinghe hastily changed the topic. What a joke. If this matter was mentioned in front of everyone, it would definitely expose himself to another vest. Resolutely not. Qingqing, what do you think of Sister Zifeng? At this time, the cunning Huang Xiao chef suddenly looked at Qingqing. Ha! Qingqing blinked with a blank expression. Zifeng was also stunned, then realized what was going on. Teacher Huang, stomping her feet, her sister's face was red. It's fine. You're about to take the college entrance exam. It's fine to fall in love. Little Chef Huang laughed and said to Qingqing, Qingqing, if you can guess what your brother is looking for Brother Dalin for, I'll let Sister Zifeng be your brother's girlfriend too. Okay? Su Xinghe was dumbfounded. When did little Chef Huang become so treacherous? Qingqing, my good sister, you must not. Before he could say anything, teacher He and Pang Pang had already come to his side, one on the left and one on the right. Big Brother Su, let's talk about what we're going to eat in a while, right? Pang Pang said. Teacher He also smiled and said, yeah, I think since Xiao Sun is leaving, we should make some of her hometown dishes. Su Xinghe looked at the humbugs around him with a bitter smile on his face. Qingqing over there, however, laughed. Really? Of course it's true. Huang Xiaoche nodded with a smile. Uncle Huang is an adult. How could he not keep his words? He. Sister Zifeng can do it too. She's pretty and can play with me. Along with Qingqing's words, everyone all laughed. Even those viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't bring themselves to laugh. It was true that in Qingqing's girl's heart, the most important role of her brother's girlfriend was to play with her. But everyone was also curious, this Su Xinghe looking for Dalin, what exactly was he going to do? I don't know. Qingqing tilted her head and thought before saying, but I guess it should be related to the TV series. A TV series. The crowd was stunned. And then, their gazes all looked at Su Xinghe. Chapter 43 Able to bend and bend Guadalin. Su Xinghe was stared at tightly by the gazes of the crowd. Even if he had a thick skin, he was a little out of breath at this time. You guys? What are you looking at me like that for? Dryly laughing a few times, Su Xinghe tried hard to break free from Teacher He and Peng Peng's grip. But unfortunately, these two people made enough effort to pull him hard and not let go. From the looks of it, they did not intend to let him go at all. Little Su, Xinghe, why do I get the feeling that you're hiding something from us? Huang Xiaojie said with a hefty smile. Yes, Xinghe, aren't we family? Teacher He pulled one of Su Xinghe's arms and nodded as well. Even Zifeng, who had just been shy, looked at Su Xinghe with wide eyes. Brother Xinghe, are you going to star in a TV drama? She was an all-around actor in movies and dramas, so she was naturally curious about this matter. Most crucially, Qingqing had just said that Su Xinghe's search for Dawei was related to the TV series. This sentence, what it meant, would be guessed by anyone with no brain problems. Su Xinghe was filled with helplessness. He himself shouldn't have just said it to Dawei in front of everyone. This time, it was a good thing that he had gotten into trouble. Actually, it's just that I have a friend who, as for him, wrote a novel that was adapted into a TV series, and then what? Su Xinghe looked at the crowd and sold a story. Then what? Huang Xiaoqie asked in disbelief. Then he asked me to help recommend an actor. Supporting role only. Su Xinghe was busy saying. Really? Looking at Su Xinghe suspiciously, Zhou Sun clearly did not believe his words. Although she was now a well-known Qingqing actor in the circle, she had done many TV dramas back then. With regards to certain insiders in the drama circle, Zhou was very clear. Really? Su Xinghe tried to make her eyes look incomparably sincere. But in the next moment, a single sentence from Duke Zhou made him break. I haven't heard of any TV series where the writers recommend roles and actually seek help from their own friends. Duke Zhou looked at Su Xinghe and said with a smile, What is the name of your friend's drama? Do you want me to help recommend a few actors? In the live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter. Haha. Ginger is still old and hot. Su Xinghe is too tender. A few words and he was blown out by Mr. Zhou. I have a friend series? Could it be that Su Xinghe is still a screenwriter? But he's a screenwriter. Does he have the power to recommend actors? The audience speculated. Everyone really didn't quite understand what was going on. Big brother Su, just be honest. Peng Peng laughed and said to Su Xinghe, Qingqing has already exposed you. Qingqing blinked with an innocent expression. I didn't say anything. Glancing at his baby sister, Su Xinghe had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, it's that I have a novel, the movie and television rights were bought. Then the producer side asked me for my opinion on the actors. I didn't have much of an idea before, but after I saw Dawei, I suddenly felt that there was a role in it which was very suitable for him. Hiss! The cold air gentleman once again came out and was sucked in by the crowd. What do you mean? The novel was adapted into a drama? Another one of Su Xinghe's vests has been exposed. This guy, just how many novels has he written? What name, exactly? Su Xinghe, you're really a treasure boy. What are you talking about? Don't talk about our old baby. The riot of the audience in the live broadcast was expected. But what shocked everyone even more was what Su Xinghe had just said. He unexpectedly had another novel adapted into a TV series. Is it from the Tomb Raider series? Teacher He thought of the previous one, Sansi, and hurriedly asked. No. Su Xinghe shook his head. It's Qingqing. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dawei then brightened up. You're catnip. Who is catnip? Zifeng asked somewhat strangely. You don't know, catnip is a super god in the net article gods, the same as Angry Banana, who is known for his literacy. His writing is delicate, and the characters among the novels are incredibly fleshed out, especially the supporting characters, which are even more colorful. Peng Peng immediately gushed and introduced to everyone. Moreover, he also often breaks. Hey, do you guys know how hard it is for me? When Peng Peng finished, Delin explained quietly from the side. The crowd all laughed out loud. Not to mention, this really fits Su Xinghe's habits. Dawei, you guy, if you say any more, I might have to think about whether or not to recommend you into the crew. In the next moment, Su Xinghe's words caused the expression on Dawei's face to stiffen. Brother Su, I was wrong. Guadalin, who had just been gleefully spitting on Su Xinghe as a reader, kneeled without hesitation. Urge for more? What are you urging for? Is there anything more important than my own character? Chapter 44, Woe to Peng Yuchang. A man's man is capable of bending and stretching. In the conception of the students of Dawei, himself is a comedian family origin, but also a comedian variety curiosity, a little sacrifice of personal image, is nothing at all. I have to say, this guy's variety art cells is really too good. Just his kneeling. The program effect instantly exploded. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly heated up. Ha ha ha. The Dawei who can bend and bend. Laughing my ass off. Dawei, does your dad know you're like this? Mr. Gua. Son, kowtow and see if you can get a leading man. Pfft. Are you the devil upstairs? So funny, you guys look at Su Xinghe's expression. Haha. Su Xinghe is lifeless, being pitched by his sister, and being pitched by Dawei. Su Xinghe thinks, why is he so miserable? Hurrying to help Dawei up, Su Xinghe said helplessly, no, Dawei, you can't do this. This? Dawei heatedly smiled, seemingly naive glanced at Su Xinghe, with a very casual tone. It's okay. Big brother Su. I'm kneeling all the way down. Really? That role? You really don't have to deliberately fight for me. The word specially. This guy added accents. The crowd burst out laughing again. Seeing Su Xinghe defeated, everyone inexplicably felt a wave of relief in their hearts. Who let this guy have so many secrets? He even had the horse armor of catnip. All right. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Chef Huang smiled at Su Xinghe. Dawei and Xiao Sun will be leaving soon. Let's prepare the meal now. When they're done eating, you'll tell a story, and the program side has prepared a car to take them to the airport. Good. Su Xinghe naturally had no opinion. He and Huang Xiao Chef immediately began to prepare. Sun Li helped with Zifeng and the others to help with the dishes. In less than 2 hours, a sumptuous dinner was ready. They were all specialties from this side, and Su Xinghe even made a special Buddha jumping wall. Of course, the ingredients were prepared by himself at home earlier and was originally intended for Qingqing to eat. It's really delicious. Dawei ate the dish Su Xinghe made with a satisfied face. Yes, Xinghe, you're simply a delayed cook. I think it's more than enough for you to open a restaurant with Brother Lei. Duke Zhou also nodded his head. I want to take a steak. Although Naza's sense of variety was average, she had a flash of insight at this time and decisively raised her hand. The crowd all laughed out loud. It was really unexpected that this girl's sense of variety was so interesting. Good. If I want to open up, look for you to take shares. Su Xinghe laughed and said to Naza. She basically didn't say much today. It was rare that she was willing to speak now. I really envy Qingqing. At this time, Pang suddenly spoke. Why? The crowd was a bit curious, and teacher he asked in disbelief. Because Qingqing can eat Big Brother Su's cooking every day and that's for 5 years. Peng leisurely said, a look of longing on his face. The corners of Chef Huang's mouth twitched, and he suddenly said to Pang, Xinghe may not star in the next season, but I know that it seems like it's hard enough for you to be able to star in it. Ha ha ha. Pfft. Pumba's face changed. Heartache for me, Pumba. What does it mean for trouble to come out of the mouth? This is it. Pang, you probably forgot that Mr. Huang is still the investor of this show. The audience in the live broadcast room gloated for a while. Of course, everyone knew that Huang Xiao Chef was purely teasing Pang. The program The Wayward Life was now in its 4th season, and the pattern of the resident guests had basically stabilized, with teacher He and Huang Xiao Chef being the 2 adults, and Pang and Zifeng being the 2 siblings, being the program's most basic personnel. The rest, even Su Xinghe and Qingqing, were the icing on the cake. It was only that the existence of Su Xinghe and Qingqing had caused the firestorm of the 4th season of Aspiring Life to reach an exaggerated level. If it was said that before, this program was 1 position ahead of other variety shows in the country, then now, with Su Xinghe joining Qingqing, they attracted more viewers to this program. At the same time, it also made the entire program more lively and interesting. Moreover, now that Su Xinghe's various hidden identities continued to come to light, everyone was becoming more and more curious as to how many identities this guy had hidden. How many things had he done in the past 10 years since he quit the entertainment industry? Even so, some people on the internet had already begun to open a disc. The content was very simple. It was how many secrets Su Xinghe was still hiding from everyone. Of course, whether or not these secrets can be exposed depends on whether or not Qingqing, this little cutie, will once again unintentionally act as the sunrise crowd. Not only that, What all the major brokers were discussing right now was how to get their own stars to appear on the 4th season of The Wayward Life, to rub off on this heat. Who let this program now is the whole network is discussing. Chapter 45 Xinghe, Are You the Devil? After eating, everyone sat in the gazebo. Pang Pang and Zifeng served the chilled fruits that had been cut in advance today, and everyone's eyes, naturally, looked towards Xinghe. Big brother Su, Sister Sun and I will be leaving in a while. Are you going to talk a little more today? Dalin cheekily said to Xinghe. Zhou Gongzi nodded at his words. That's right, Dalin and I will be leaving soon here. Xinghe, if you don't speak a little more, you are not giving me face. Xinghe was speechless. You weren't like this before, Mr. Zhou. How come you changed when you came to the mushroom house? What did you say? Duke Zhou instantly glared. The surrounding Huang Xiao chef and the others also laughed. Me? Did I say anything? Xinghe was dumbfounded. Qingqing on the side, however, said nonchalantly, Brother, you've already said what's in your heart. Haha. That you guys must have heard it wrong. Heard it wrong. Xinghe wiped a non-existent false sweat and decisively changed the topic. Since that's the case today, I'll tell you all the story of the Night of the Generals for a little while longer. After saying that, he began to tell the story of Ning, the protagonist of Will the Night. Last time in the book, we said that Ning became friends with Cao Xiaoshu after the battle at the Spring Wind Pavilion, that he began to enter the academy to study, and that he eventually began to advance towards the back of the academy's mountain, and that his rival was Emperor Longqing. It had to be said that Xinghe's level of storytelling was really quite something. When talking about Ning's climb up the mountain, his tone of voice and expression, and even every action, tugged at the heartstrings of the crowd. It even made the viewers in the live broadcast room fall over until then. Aya, Ning is awesome. Second senior brother is too handsome. Haha. I love Pippi. I'm especially curious as to who third senior sister really is. This story, it's really catnip style. Well, isn't that what catnip has always been like? With a delicate story and full-bodied characters. I feel that this play is actually suitable to be adapted into a TV series. For a moment, the viewers inside the live broadcast room were all discussing this novel. That's right. Although Xinghe did not openly say so, his fans knew that this was definitely one of his novels, only that it was now being told to everyone in a storytelling style. This telling was for more than an hour. It wasn't until Xinghe had finished telling the first volume that he stopped. What about the back? Yeah, what about the back? Pumba and Dalin asked together. One had to know that just now, Xinghe had only talked about Ning being appointed by the academy to walk the world and go on a journey to the wastelands. Then there was no more then. This couldn't be good. The young man had succeeded in his studies and was just getting ready to rise to prominence, so how could he stop talking about it? Little Su, why don't you go on? Even the aloof Sun Li asked with some urgency. Xinghe smiled. Teacher Sun, this is a very long story. I guess if I finish it, I'll have to get tomorrow morning. Haha. Saying that, he said to Guodalin and Zhou Gongzi. The so-called sending a gentleman for 1,000 miles, there will be a goodbye. Even if we only hear it here, I hope that you guys can enjoy my story. I hope that no matter how far apart we are in the future, we can all remember each other and the time we spent together today. His words struck a chord with everyone. For these people here, these 2 days together were truly unforgettable. Whether they were new friends or old friends, the fact that we all got together and had a good time was the most important thing. After sending off the reluctant Zhou Gongzi and Dalin, Xinghe sent another private WeChat to Dalin, telling him that he recommended him for the role, and then made a call to the producer's side. Of course, this was all after the cameras were turned off. When the cameras turned on again. On the Mushroom House side, there was only Xinghe and Qingqing left, plus Huang Xiaoqi's family. Zifeng as well as Pang Pang, as well as Na Jia and Yaya and Teacher He. Naza and Yaya wouldn't leave until tomorrow, and at the same time, Huang Duoduo and Sun Li would also be leaving. After all, Duoduo still had to go to school. However, Huang Xiaoqi promised that he would have Duoduo come over again when next week rolled around. Let me tell everyone a story. Sitting in the gazebo was boring. Xinghe blinked and said to the crowd. Good. Everyone came to be interested. After all, they all knew that Xinghe was a writer, so the story he told must be very interesting. It says that in a hospital room, there was a boy, staring blankly out the window, who said to the girl beside him, Wife, when the leaves on the tree fall off, I will die. Blah, blah, blah. Don't be ridiculous. There are still a lot of leaves on the tree. The girl kept comforting the boy. That night, the spring thunder rolled, the wind blew, and it rained super hard. Looking at the sleeping boy, the girl put on her raincoat, braved the wind and rain with a bamboo pole, and with a lot of effort, finally knocked down all the leaves. Before leaving, the girl left a note to the boy. "Honey, I'm leaving. You wake up from sleep and look at the tree. You can't forget what you said, oh?" After telling this story, Xinghe smiled wryly at the crowd. Everyone didn't react at first. The next moment, everyone froze, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room had long been noisy. "Xinghe, you guy, are you a devil?" Chapter 46, The Real Secret. Inside the live broadcast of The Desired Life, the pop-up screen had already exploded. So the girl is wishing for the boy to die? Husband and wife were originally birds in the same forest, but they flew separately when the big trouble came. Huh? Don't be so shady. Why can't it be the girl who wants to keep her boyfriend? Fart. The boy has said that when the leaves fall off the tree, he's going to die. What do you know upstairs? I'm asking you to be kind. Kindness? Can kindness be a meal? Everyone had their own opinion because they felt that what they perceived was the correct one. Especially when Xinghe told this story, in itself, he didn't make it that clear and needed everyone to guess for themselves. This was awkward. Not to mention the viewers in the live broadcast, even the few people in the mushroom house scene were puzzled. There was no way. In the hearts of 1,000 people, there were 1,000 Hamlets. Each of them had their own thoughts about this story. Girls were a bit more emotional, naturally lamenting the poignancy of love. Men, on the other hand, think a little more about it. But no matter what, everyone felt that this guy, Xinghe, was telling this story as if his purpose was to make the group think wildly. "All right, you guys just stop imagining things," Xinghe said to everyone with a smile on his face. "When I have the chance, I'll tell you all a few more short stories." "Good." Little Chef Huang nodded. He suddenly felt that this guy, Xinghe, was really good at telling stories. It was also getting late, and there were quite a lot of portions filmed today, so everyone turned off the cameras and stopped the live broadcast, which was considered to be the end of the filming. "Xinghe, did you really recommend a role for Delin?" After turning off the cameras, everyone was naturally a bit more relaxed, and Huang Xiaoche asked casually to Xinghe. "Well, that producer has a lot of sincerity." Xinghe nodded. Although Dalin's acting skills are average, but in himself, he is a person with a special sense of comedy, and for that role, what is needed is also a sense of comedy. Huang Xiaojie smiled. "You kid, you really have a lot of secrets." Xinghe hemmed and hawed, but didn't say anything else. "Right, Mr. Huang? Who are the next batch of guests?" Xinghe remembered something and asked curiously. "I don't know." Mr. Huang shook his head. "The director's side kept it a secret from us, saying that the guest candidates will change a lot from now on." Xinghe was speechless. This program group, there were more and more tricks now. "But Xinghe, I want to ask you, before Qingqing so exposed your vest and all, is it okay?" Huang Xiaoche said solemnly to Xinghe. Xinghe smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, Mr. Huang. These things, in the first place, can't be hidden for long. Besides, many people in the circle actually know who I am, so expose it." "That's good." Little Chef Huang was obviously relieved. However, he did not see that smile at the corner of Xinghe's mouth. What he was really worried about was never these secret identities of the literary circle being exposed. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Xinghe got up to make breakfast. After everyone ate breakfast, Yaya and Naza left, and Duo and Sun Li, the mother and daughter, also got into the car. There was no way. Everyone had their own things. Even if they couldn't bear to part with it, there was nothing they could do. They could only make an appointment to get together again when they had the chance. Anyway, they all added WeChat and phone numbers in private. Showbiz, that's how it is. "All right, everyone have a good rest. There are new guests coming today." After sending off the few guests for today, everyone sat inside the gazebo to rest. "Mr. He, who is the guest coming this time?" Xinghe casually asked. "This I really don't know." Teacher, he shook his head and pointed to the director's team in the distance. "They're getting better and better at keeping secrets now. They only told me that it's a female guest." "Female guest?" Xinghe froze. "Do I know them?" Hey. Little Sue, what do you mean by that?" Huang Xiaoche instantly exclaimed. "Could it be that you're planning to choose a girlfriend from amongst us guests?" Ha. Why is Mr. Huang targeting Xinghe? The old father is too pitiful. Is this revenge? Heartbroken for my Sue. It was clearly Duo who confessed. Other teacher Sun has agreed, and little Chef Huang is still struggling. The audience in the anchor room immediately began to mock Huang Xiao Chef. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that he was retaliating for Su Xinghe stealing his own precious daughter's heart. But for some reason, everyone just felt that this scene was so funny. And at this time, not far away from the flower road, several youthful and beautiful figures were walking. The second installment of The Guests finally arrived. Chapter 47: The Arrival of the Four Beauties. What was the concept of beautiful women like clouds? At this moment, Su Xinghe finally knew. Appearing in front of him were four gorgeous beauties: Li Fao, Lu Tao, Zhao Liang, and Song Qian. The four big beauties walked into the mushroom house with sun hats and sunglasses, wearing skirts and carrying suitcases. On their faces, they all wore joyful smiles. Sister Tao, is it appropriate for us to go over like this? The youngest, Li Fulgence, asked. Then make a phone call. Lu Tao smiled and said, I'll ask if they're there. Good. Everyone naturally had no opinion. Soon, Lu Tao dialed the mushroom house's number. Hello, is this mushroom house? Lu Tao opened her mouth and said, her voice gentle. She was the type of woman who was a virtuous wife and mother type at first glance, and all along on the internet, everyone felt that she was very suitable for roles such as wives, teachers, and the like, simply because her temperament was really gentle and virtuous. Ahem. Lu Tao, stop it, we saw you. The person who answered the phone was actually Huang Xiaoche. The few girls were stunned, and then they saw that not far away, teacher he had already brought Pang Pang and Zi Feng out to pick them up. Original. Just a moment ago, the few girls had already been seen when they came over. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, they came to the mushroom house together. Looking at the several beautiful women who were competing with each other, Su Xinghe was surprised for a while. Unconsciously, his place had simply turned into a country of daughters. Why were there so many beautiful women coming out of the woodwork? Teacher Su. Seeing Su Xinghe, Li Qin and Song Qian smiled and greeted him. Big brother Su, hello again. Zhao Baozi's greeting was obviously a bit special. Xinghe, long time no see. Lu Tao also had a smile on her face, but it was slightly awkward. The reason for this was complicated, but she hid it so well that almost no one could see it. Hello, everyone. Su Xinghe quickly reacted and greeted the crowd with a smile. With the help of Zifeng and Pang Pang, several people took their suitcases inside, and while placing their luggage, they could still hear their chatter. Aya, it's too beautiful here, isn't it? Yeah. Look at the orchard over there. I always feel like there's going to be some kind of critter in there. Haha. I kind of don't want to leave. Right. Did any of you see Davy and Tianlong? Didn't notice. Some people say that one woman is equal to 500 ducks. And now, for women have come to the mushroom house. Su Xinghe didn't say anything. But looking at the number of people who had come, he was secretly laughing in his heart. Another reason for himself to break his shift. Perfect. Have you guys eaten yet? Huang Xiaoche said to the few beauties. No. Li Fao looked at Su Xinghe pitifully. Teacher Su, I'm still hungry. Su Xinghe was speechless. You're a star, is it really appropriate to play pitiful like this? Then you guys sit down first, I'll go cook. Sensei. People a big star like a flower in front of himself playing pitiful, he couldn't bear to watch. Several people naturally had no problem with this, and Lu Tao even volunteered to go into the kitchen to help. As a result, she was stopped by Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoqi. People were guests, how could they let her cook? Right. Where is your sister? Lu Tao curiously looked at Su Xinghe and asked. Sleeping upstairs. Su Xinghe replied with a smile. Qingqing got up a bit early in the morning. It wasn't to see everyone leaving. He let Qingqing go back to sleep. Oh. Lu Tao was a little disappointed, but did not say anything. Su Xinghe cooked with Huang Xiaojie, and teacher he simply took the four of them to visit the environment of the annex. As for the two siblings, Pang Pang and Zifeng, they were sent out by Su Xinghe to pick vegetables and fruits inside the vegetable garden. Little Su, you know Liang? Because the live broadcast was on while cooking, Chef Huang naturally had to find a topic of conversation with Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe smiled and nodded. Well, know each other. She acted in a play before. I was the screenwriter. Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe suspiciously. How many scripts have you actually written? Well, Su Xinghe smiled and said to him, mainly because I had nothing to do. I just wrote for fun. There are only a dozen or so that have been filmed. As soon as his words left his mouth, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Originally, a few beautiful actors had come over before, and everyone's eyes were focused over there. There weren't many people in the live broadcast room over here, but when they heard Su Xinghe's words, the few viewers erupted. Please be a human being. Do you think scripts are cabbages? Casually writing a dozen of them. Writing for fun? Is that the difference between a genius and a mortal? A human being is different from a human being. Awesome. Shoot it out. Just a dozen. And then, everyone got curious again. What works had Su Xinghe actually written? Those who were interested immediately went to look for the movie and television plays that Zhao Liying had acted in, to see which play screenwriter was Su Xinghe. This search, not to mention, really let them discover a shocking fact. Chapter 48 Black History. Luanjia List was actually written by Su Xinghe. There's also The Pretender. Su Xinghe is also the screenwriter. What's going on? Several of the word-of-mouth dramas produced by Wuyang Film and Television in recent years, the screenwriters are actually all Su Xinghe. These are the few scripts he casually wrote. My God. Su Xinghe, this is too awesome. Yeah, I thought I had gotten it wrong, and purposely looked for the end credits of the TV series to see that it was indeed him. This guy, hiding too deep. The water users had started to explode on the pop-up screen, and they intended to dig deeper to find out just how many scripts Su Xinghe had written. Actually, this situation was quite normal. After all, screenwriters belong to the behind-the-scenes personnel in this industry, and even on top of the encyclopedia of movie and television dramas, the content about screenwriters was particularly small. Often there were only a few words. Su Xinghe also liked to use the pen name Xinghe, so naturally, no one noticed that he was a screenwriter. Only this time he himself did not expect it. Those netizens were so divine. Just because of a single sentence from him, they had found out his identity from the internet. And very quickly, what was on the pop-up screen was communicated by the director to Huang Xiaojie through the headset. The moment he heard this news, Chef Huang sucked in a breath of cold air. His mouth opened wide and his eyes widened. Looking at Su Xinghe, he felt as if he was hallucinating. What's wrong, Mr. Huang? Su Xinghe was a little strange when he saw Huang Xiaochie's appearance. Xinghe, some viewers in the live broadcast said that you wrote that Pretender? Without any nonsense, Huang Xiaochie asked directly. Ah, Su Xinghe was stunned. Rather, he did not expect that the netizens had discovered his identity so quickly. But he didn't take it seriously and nodded. Yeah, that's when I met Liying. After a pause, he laughed. To be exact, it was when I went over to Hongdian to cast actors. I thought she was good, so I recommended her to act in that movie. Boom! The pop-up screen instantly exploded again. Everyone knew that Zhao Liying wasn't a professional actress. She only had a secondary school education, and she was working as a group actor in Hongdian at first. It was by starring in the role of Chang Jin-yoon in The Pretender that she started to become popular. Immediately after, she starred in several large production film and television dramas of Wuyang Film and Television, and quickly rose to become a domestic first-line flower girl. And now, Su Xinghe even admitted that the Pretender that made Zhao Liying famous was a script written by him, and it was actually him who recommended Zhao Liying for the role of Chang Jin-yoon. Oh my God, how many secrets does this guy have? Mr. Huang, what are you guys talking about? At this time, He Jiong had already walked back with the four beauties, and Pang Pang and Zifeng, too, had returned with a large basket of vegetables and fruits. The one who just asked the question was naturally Mr. He. No, Liying, you and Xinghe have known each other for a long time? Huang Xiaochie turned his head and asked Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying was stunned, then looked at Lion Su Xinghe. Big brother Su, can you say it? Su Xinghe smiled helplessly. It's okay, you can say it. Only then did she nod. Well, when I first filmed The Pretender, it was Big brother Su who recommended me, and then going to act in Luang Pagoda was also his suggestion. Although Su Xinghe had just admitted it, at this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room still discussed it passionately. What? Really? Sister Liying, you actually knew Mr. Su a long time ago. Oh my God. That's awesome. I especially like Luang Pagoda. For a moment, this side of the mushroom house was all abuzz with activity. The few other people besides Lu Tao and Zhao Liying all had shocked faces. No, Xinghe, you actually wrote so many scripts. After learning the truth from Huang Xiaojie's mouth and being confirmed by Zhao Liying, Teacher He and the others all looked at Su Xinghe with shocked faces. Su Xinghe smiled. It's actually nothing. At that time, when I announced my retirement, There was nothing to do, so I traveled around. And occasionally when I was inspired, I wrote it as a script and looked for people I knew to invest in filming it. Knowing Liang, it was also because I went to Xinghe and felt that she worked hard and had a lot of potential, so I recommended her in passing. You guys don't know? At that time her round face looked like a bun. Before the words were finished, Zhao Liang had already stomped her feet and shouted, "Big brother Su, if you are like this, I can say, in the beginning, you and that." "Stop!" Su Xinghe hurriedly shouted to stop. Don't. I surrender. Let's not hurt each other." What a joke. When he was filming The Pretender, he really did have several pieces of black history, which would be troublesome if it was exposed. When the two of them made such a mess, the people around them immediately became interested. This issue of the program, it looks like there are explosive points again. Chapter 49, Remembering the Great Years of the Past. A variety show that wants to attract viewers. In addition to the fun of the program itself and the guest lineup, the most important thing is to have explosive points. It's like the current looking forward to life. Each installment of the guest lineup is highly anticipated, and viewers are guessing which big star will come to the mushroom house next. Also, how many secrets are hidden in Su Xinghe's body? Like right now, because of Zhao Liang's appearance, people realized that Su Xinghe had actually written so many hit TV series. Big brother Su, tell me, what dramas have you written? Pang asked Su Xinghe with interest. He was also a resourceful person, so he naturally knew what the audience liked to watch. Sure enough, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were full of compliments. Haha. Pang is a little wit. Well done, Pumba. Pumba, I've decided to fan you. Pang, you must act in a detective movie in the future. Haha. Famous detective Pang Yu Chong? But unfortunately, Su Xinghe simply ignored Pang. Find it yourself, I'm cooking here. Directly disliking Pang out of the kitchen, Su Xinghe simply made a bit of noodles with Huang Xiao chef. Everyone, let's make do and eat. We'll cook a big meal for you tonight. Little Chef Huang smiled and said to the crowd, "Thank you, Mr. Huang. Thank you, Mr. Su." After a few people thanked him, they ate beautifully. To be honest, for these stars, they were tired of eating mountain delicacies, and now that they had the opportunity to eat a little bit of home-cooked food in such a place with pleasant scenery, it was a different kind of enjoyment instead. Although they were all beautiful women because they were old acquaintances, they were not too formal. Even the two artists who were not familiar with Su Xinghe, Liang and Song Qian, had heard of Su Xinghe's great name 10 years ago. "Brother Su, this cooking skill of yours is getting better and better." Zhao Liang ate the noodles and said to Su Xinghe. The crowd's eyes lit up. "Teacher," he said, "Liang, Xinghe's cooking was good before?" "Yes." Zhao Liang was unsure, but still nodded her head and said, "When he was filming before, he would sometimes cook for everyone, and did better than even the kitchen masters." Haha. The crowd all laughed. Not to mention, it was really the first time they had heard of such a thing. That was all a few years ago. Su Xinghe waved his hand as he sniffed. You could still eat 5 large buns in one meal back then. Along with his words, the entire gazebo was plunged into scorched earth. Zhao Lixing's mouthful of noodles directly spewed out. Luckily, she was sitting on the edge and turned her head, so she didn't spray it on anyone else after all. Ha. It's over, my family's Liang's image. 5 big buns, haha. So that's how it is. Su Xinghe is too bad. The big exposure of black history. I feel like Li Ying's image is completely ruined. Haha. She's gone crazy. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. Zhao Liang got up and was about to fight with Su Xinghe, but was stopped dead in her tracks by Li Fao and Lu Tao. "Xinghe, you said what are you doing teasing her over nothing?" Teacher, he glared at Su Xinghe. "Next time there's something like this, just tell me quietly." Teacher, he. Zhao Liang was already speechless. I didn't expect that even teacher he had turned bad. Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders, looked at Zhao Lixiang and said with a smile, "To be honest, I also didn't expect that the ugly duckling in the crew back then could now turn into such a white swan. This was rather what he had in mind. When he met Zhao Liang in Hengdian back then, she had only just started her career a few years ago and had been running the show inside various movie and television dramas. At that time, Su Xinghe had just retired not long ago, purely on the spur of the moment, decided to help the stubborn little girl a hand, who had thought that the ugly duckling at that time, but really soared to the sky. Speaking of this matter, Zhao Liang was also somewhat emotional. "It was really hard for me at that time. I was bullied by the head of the group, bullied by the unscrupulous assistant director. Luckily, I met Big Brother Sue. Zhao Liying's eyes were a little red as she said some of the things that happened back then. She wasn't the same as a professional actor, as an artist who didn't come from a specialized class. Being able to go from a group actor to today, the hard work she had put in was unimaginable to ordinary people. And the more she couldn't forget that Su Xinghe had helped her at the beginning. Her words caused the others to be somewhat moved as well. After all, they had all worked hard to get to where they were today as well, and although they didn't have such complicated experiences, they had also put in a lot of hard work. Just when everyone's atmosphere was a bit heavy, even the audience in the live broadcast room was infected. A sleepy figure appeared in the camera. It turned out to be little Qingqing waking up from her nap. Brother! Rubbing her eyes, the little girl walked towards Su Xinghe, but halfway there, she suddenly saw the four big beauties sitting there. In that instant, Qingqing was instantly energized. Spinning and jumping, I don't stop. Walking with small broken steps, she walked over to the few people and, smiling sweetly, then, Qingqing asked with a serious face, "Pretty sisters, are you here to be my brother's girlfriend?" Chapter 50 Beautiful Dreams dashed. At this moment, Li Fowl and the others had the feeling of being knocked out by 1,000 tons of sledgehammer. What is this situation? A girlfriend? Several people looked at each other, all dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all on the verge of stomach aches from laughing. That's right, this is the flavor. Just now, when Qingqing wasn't there, everyone still felt that something was missing. Now that she's awake, sure enough, it was still the same flavor. That, Qingqing, I'm already married. Lu Tao looked at Qingqing with a complicated expression and softly said to her, "Married, ah?" Qingqing blinked. "Then sister, do you have a baby?" "There is." Hearing this question, Lu Tao seemed to be evoked by something sad and paused for a moment before saying. Inside the live broadcast room, a bunch of pop-ups were immediately brushed up. "I heard that Lu Tao seems to be divorced." "Really? Could it be that her husband really went bankrupt?" "It's possible. I just don't know if she can get custody. I guess it's because of this sadness." In the age of the internet, the netizens' detective skills were really too powerful, and the answers were quickly found by pulling the threads out of the cocoon. Mushroom House sighed. Seeing that Lu Tao was not in a high mood, teacher, he immediately changed the topic. "Qingqing, Sister Lu Tao is not allowed. So how about you look at the other sisters?" Saying this, he pointed at the 3 Li Fowls. "Which one do you think is the prettiest? Which one will be your brother's girlfriend?" "Okay." The pop-up screen burst into laughter. Everyone could see that teacher, he was digging a hole for Qingqing. One must know that no matter which one she said was pretty, she would offend the other two. Huang Xiaoche frowned and was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Qingqing tilted her head, bit her fingertip, and suddenly muttered in a small voice. "What did you say?" Because the voice was too small, teacher, he didn't hear it and subconsciously asked. "I said, can't they all be brother's girlfriend?" Qingqing raised her head, glanced at teacher he, and said in a milky voice, "Puffed." The crowd all laughed. It really didn't occur to them that this girl was a greedy baby. "Haha, all of them." Little Chef Huang laughed and picked up Qingqing. "Qingqing, if you're like this, your brother will go crazy." "That's not true." Teacher, he covered his stomach. "You're smart. Not afraid of your brother picking the wrong one." Su Xinghe was all speechless, glaring at the little girl. "No nonsense. Next time you introduce me a girlfriend indiscriminately, brother won't cook you good food. Then I'll tell them that you've written a lot of novels." The little girl was not willing to show weakness, made a face at Su Xinghe and said with a smile. Su Xinghe slapped his forehead. "Bear child." This girl had now turned into a bear child. "Yes, yes, yes, expose him." Pumba was overjoyed and hurriedly cheered from the side. He was eager for Qingqing to expose all of Su Xinghe's vests, so that he could find out just how many novels Su Xinghe had written. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing the scene of brother and sister disliking each other, had already laughed maniacally. To them, being able to see the always calm and self-contained Su Xinghe suffer defeat was a very interesting thing. What's more, the one who disliked someone was still the cutest Qingqing. Although she was a beautiful woman, after eating, she had to work just the same. "Everyone get ready. We still have to collect bananas today." Seeing that the few beauties had almost eaten, Huang Xiao Chef opened his mouth and said. The moment these words came out, the few people immediately lost their colors. Originally thought it was a program to enjoy life. How come here? They still had to work. Mr. Huang, no? Li Fengyun was astonished. Aren't we here on vacation? Vacation. Chef Huang hemmed and hawed. Vacation is right, but the prerequisite has to be work first. After saying that, he said to Li Fowl in a serious tone, Li Fowl, think about it. You work hard for an afternoon, and when you return to the mushroom house, a handsome man like Xinghe personally serves you the delicious food he made. You eat the food and look at the handsome man. How happy is that? In an instant, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were filled with happy voices. Seriously, even though I know that Mr. Huang is a setup, why am I yearning for it? Oh, upstairs, you're just cheap, craving my husband's body. Little goblin, where to go? Geez, I'm drooling just thinking about it. Yes, if I could eat the food made by Brother Xinghe, how happy it would be. All of you nymphomaniacs, get out of my way. Su Xinghe is mine alone. Li Taiguei. Just at this time, Su Xinghe glanced at them and suddenly opened his mouth and said, otherwise, let's let the program team go. Several people instantly widened their eyes. What did this guy mean? Chapter 51. Abdominal darkness has its bad luck too. What did you say? On the side of the crew, the director went crazy when he heard Su Xinghe's words. What was this situation? How did the topic suddenly shift to his own head? Just a moment ago, he was still discussing letting the 4 girls go collect bananas, but in the blink of an eye, it turned out to be better for the film crew to do this job. This isn't quite right, is it? The director said somewhat sheepishly. Although he didn't know why, he always had a foreboding feeling. The other program staff, too, gathered. If this was really agreed to, it felt like they were definitely not having a good day today. There's nothing inappropriate. Su Xinghe had a bashful face. If you don't believe me and ask the audience, I think they will definitely agree with me. After speaking, he muttered, if I have time to rest, it feels like I should be able to write a few more chapters of my novel. In a flash, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room buzzed with activity. Haha, no problem. It's time for the program to step up. Seriously, I've waited for 3 seasons just for a chance to see the program team get abused. Live long enough. Really, the first time I've looked forward to it so much. It's kind of fun today. Yes, for the sake of our updates, the showrunners dedicate themselves. If Su Xinghe breaks his updates today, I won't watch the program. The news on the pop-up screen was quickly known by the program team. The staff's faces turned green. What was this situation? Su Xinghe was calm and continued, it's really nothing, director. If you don't agree, I think we'll have to talk about fees in the future. After all, I rented the house to the show crew, but I didn't say that other than Mr. Huang and a few of them, other people can eat barbecue meat and stuff in my place too. The director was on the verge of tears. This Su Xinghe is simply a master at digging holes. Otherwise, don't let the uncles and aunts collect the bananas. So pitiful. At this time, Qingqing spoke up. Right, Qingqing is right. The director nodded his head in a hurry. At that instant, everyone felt that this child was simply too cute. How about this then? Let our Qingqing decide exactly what you guys do. Su Xinghe said to the director with a twinkle in his eye. The director thought for a moment, then discussed with the assistant director and others behind him, and finally nodded his head. In their opinion, even if this girl Qingqing was very smart, she was still a child anyways, and it was impossible for her to give people problems like Su Xinghe. As a result, the next moment, the director was dumbfounded. The staff of the program was also dumbfounded, because Qingqing thought about it, suddenly opened her mouth and said, our family's orchard and sea of flowers have not been tidied up. My brother got it for a week last time before he could organize it. Why don't you guys clean it up this time, Uncle Director? Huang Xiao Chef and the others all laughed. As for the gang from the program team, they already didn't even have the strength to cry. They could see clearly how large that large orchard and the sea of flowers was. If this is packed up, it is estimated that by the evening this group of people do not even have the strength to lift their arms. But there is no way, have agreed, gritted their teeth can only nod. And so, the members of the program team had to honestly take things under the gaze of the guests and left the mushroom house to clean up the flower sea and orchard. And in the live broadcast room, the viewers were laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha. What a miserable program group. But why can't I control my laughter? What to do when a person laughs like a pig in the office? Heartbroken director for 5 seconds. Just realized that Qingqing is also a small belly. That's true. Qingqing is too cute. The program team went out to work, and Xinghe was not idle. Qingqing had just woken up, and it just so happened that there was still hot noodle soup, so Xinghe gave her a bowl. "Brother, I can't eat anymore." The little girl didn't eat a few bites before deflating her mouth, not wanting to eat. "No, eat a few more bites. If you can't finish it, brother will eat it." Xinghe simply ignored her and continued to feed this girl on his own. She was just like this. When she was eating, she always liked to be lazy and then went to eat snacks. This was not a good habit. "Then I want a drink." Qingqing raised her head and looked at Xinghe. "You go get it for me." Zifeng hurriedly stood up. "Where is it? I'll go get it." "No, I'll do it." Xinghe shook his head, got up and walked into the house. As a result, just as he left, the crowd was dumbfounded, because in front of their eyes that girl Qingqing picked up a spoon and spoonful after spoonful of chili peppers inside the noodles. Her mouth kept muttering, "I'll let you feed me. I'll let you feed me. I can't eat it anymore. Spicy, spicy, spicy." The crowd was dumbfounded, and the viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. And at this time, Xinghe came back and looked at Qingqing with both hands and said, "Qingqing, there's no more juice? I'll squeeze it for you in a while. Otherwise, why don't you drink some more noodle soup?" At that moment, Qingqing wanted to cry. The viewers in the live broadcast room and Huang Xiao Chef and the others laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Chapter 52. Making the Little Princess Cry. Qingqing never dreamed that she had dug herself a big hole. "What's wrong?" Seeing Qingqing with a lifeless expression, Xinghe asked with some surprise. "No, nothing." Qingqing hurriedly shook her head. "I'm not drinking, I'm full." As she said this, she directly slipped into Huang Xiaoche's arms. "Uncle Huang, Qingqing won't eat, no more." Little Chef Huang was all smiles and was already on the verge of tears. When he heard this, he quickly nodded his head. "NN, no more food, no more food." The others were also laughing. For them, it was just too much fun to see such a scene. After all, this girl Qingqing, ever since she appeared on the program, had always been a quirky looker, and as a result, she now even had times when she was in a cocoon. This kind of contrast was really too enjoyable. Several actresses even laughed heartily. As people in the entertainment industry, they seldom had such a relaxing time. After all, they had to pay attention to their own image every moment, and like now, there were not many chances to have the opportunity to relax so much. Are you doing something bad again?" Xinghe knew his baby sister too well, seeing Qingqing in this appearance. He knew that this girl must have done something evil again. "No!" Qingqing blinked her big eyes and shook her head innocently at Xinghe. What a joke. Little Princess Qingqing wouldn't admit what she had just done. She wasn't stupid. "Did you add ingredients to my noodle soup?" With a sweep of his gaze, Xinghe saw the key place. "Would, absolutely would." Qingqing shook her head once. "If you don't believe me, brother, you let Dawei Tianlong taste it." Woof, meow. The next moment, Davy and Tianlong, who were originally still lying there honestly, instantly let out a miserable cry and, then, disappeared without a trace. The viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. What kind of pet is this? So resourceful. Great mighty heavenly dragon. What's going on? Why doesn't world-honored one bless me anymore? Listen to that mournful cry. How scary is this for Qingqing? Animal control? Did you guys land 2 animals recently? Really? My family pet is half as smart as the Dawei Tianlong." I can wake up laughing. On this side of the mushroom house, everyone was already speechless. Xinghe's family pet was just too smart, and the effect of this program was really too good. All right, Xinghe helplessly said to the crowd, who were already on the verge of cramping up with laughter. "You guys, don't gloat here." With that, he looked towards Qingqing. "Qingqing, come over by yourself, or should I grab you?" When Qingqing heard this, she hurriedly broke away from Huang Xiaojia's arms and honestly walked over to Xinghe. She knew that every time her brother called her by her full name, it meant that her brother was angry. "Tell me, have you made a lot of mistakes recently?" Xinghe looked at Qingqing and spoke. "Yes. Qingqing has not listened to brother recently." Qingqing lowered her head and said pitifully, "I shouldn't have told everyone that you have a lot of vests, brother. What with catnip, angry banana, and..." Pause. The next moment, Xinghe didn't wait for Qingqing to finish. He had already rushed over to cover the little ancestor's mouth. Then, Qingqing's mouth instantly deflated, and she was about to cry. This, Qingqing didn't say anything wrong. Qingqing is obedient. It's brother's fault. Brother shouldn't hide it from everyone. Xinghe said in a hurry. Oi, which god have I offended? Xinghe coaxed his little ancestor while silently lamenting in his heart. Originally, he had thought of clarifying things. But unfortunately, this girl Qingqing did not know how to cooperate at all. Forget it. Just admit your own bad luck. Haha. The star god really loves Qingqing. But I'm really curious. How many vestiges do you have, star god? Pumba, your following goal is to coax Qingqing and ask her just how many pen names the star god has. I, Qingqing, am mighty and domineering. The world is invincible. It was not easy for Xinghe to coax Qingqing. And then what greeted him was everyone's verbal abuse. What's wrong with you? What are you doing like a child? Isn't it just a few pen names? What can you do if you say it? Who can still fight you? Lu Tao nonchalantly said to Xinghe, and said, an arm around Qingqing, heartbroken. Yeah. Qingqing, don't cry. Don't cry. Our Qingqing is the best behaved. Teacher, he also hastened to pacify Qingqing. Yeah, who hasn't written a book yet? I even did when I was young. Huang Xiaoqi said without a good mood. Didn't you just write a few online books, and you're still hiding it? Why are you angry with the child? Xinghe was speechless. Why did it feel like he had become the bad guy since joining this program? This Qingqing was originally pampered by the whole village, and was naughty and mischievous all day long. This time, after the program team of The Wayward Life came, she was simply about to let herself go. Looking at the little girl who was coaxed by the crowd to finally smile, Xinghe shook his head. Being a man, it's so hard. Chapter 53, A Worldly Paradise. Just when Xinghe thought that things had come to an end, a scene that he never expected appeared. You guys don't scold brother. It's Qingqing's fault. Qingqing, who had stopped sobbing, said pitifully. Brother said that he writes novels just because of his interest and doesn't want to turn into a tool person who is being pushed for more work all day long. That way what he writes won't be pretty. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately felt a sense of guilt. Obviously it's Xinghe, the dog thief, who broke the shift. How come it seems like we people have done something heavenly wrong? After playing around for a while, Peng Peng proposed that everyone go to the orchard to sneak around. As for the reason, naturally it is to observe the program team, those who are packing the orchard. Everyone naturally clapped their hands. Everyone was happy to have the opportunity to torture the program team. In the previous 3 seasons, Chef Huang and Teacher He had been tossed around a lot. Now that there was a chance to get back at them, of course they wouldn't let it go. Soon, everyone arrived at the orchard. Xinghe brought them to a hut in the orchard. Aya. This place, why didn't we see it before? Pumba said with a surprised face. Yes, it's too beautiful. Teacher He was also overwhelmed with emotion. What they said was from the bottom of their hearts. This place was simply like a paradise in the world. There were tables and chairs for drinking tea, as well as swings for little kids to play on, and the surrounding area was lush with green trees and fragrant grass. Not far away, a burst of aroma from the sea of flowers let a person cannot help but be intoxicated. A beautiful sunny day. The men were fine. The first time a group of girls saw this place, they fell. Oh my God. I think I'm in love with this place. Li Fowl blurted out. That's easy. Chef Huang hemmed and hawed. You give Star River a girlfriend, and you'll be the mistress of this place in no time. Teacher Huang. Li Fengyuan instantly blushed in shame, sneaking a glance at Xinghe. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that perhaps this proposal from Huang Xiaoqi was not bad. But at this moment, Xinghe was not that happy, because he was holding his cell phone to code words. Big brother Su, what are you doing? Pang Pang came over with some curiosity. Xinghe instantly put down the phone, glared, and looked at Peng Peng. You stay away from me. If you don't manage to update today, it will be your fault. Pang Peng was instantly defeated. This guy, Xinghe, was too despicable. If this was because of himself and he broke his updates, then his book fans could probably blast his own microblog. Sure enough, people who write books have dirty hearts. A few women soon couldn't sit still, and pulled Qingqing along to play over the swing set. As for Mr. He and Huang Xiao Chef, they pulled Pang Pang to accompany them to drink tea and chat, and in the meantime they asked some things about online writing. After all, at their age, they weren't as young as Pang Pang, and they didn't know much about a lot of new trendy things. Let's put it this way, the status of these vests of Big Brother Su is equivalent to that of a movie star among our actors. Pang Pang simply explained it to the two big brothers. Hiss! Mr. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He really did not expect that Su Xinghe would have such a high status. This kid, he's really an oddball. Mr. Huang nodded, pondering. This talent of Su Xinghe's, in his opinion, was definitely a rare sight. For such a person to live in seclusion in a mountain village was really a bit of a pity in Huang Xiaoche's opinion. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaoche looked towards Su Xinghe and spoke seemingly unintentionally. Xinghe, that concert of yours, is it still going to happen? Hearing this from him, before Su Xinghe could answer, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became excited. Yes, yes, concert, we want to see Star God's concert. Yes, so many people support the Star God. There must be a concert. Looking forward to Star God's first concert. I'll go no matter where it's held. It's been 10 years, Star God. I owe you a concert ticket. Me too, 10 years ago I was still in high school. 10 years ago I was a student. This time, we must support Star God. There were people who said anything, but there was no doubt that everyone was looking forward to Su Xinghe's first concert. As for Su Xinghe himself, after hearing Huang Xiaojie's words, was first stunned, then smiled. There's no rush. Let's wait until we finish filming this season of the program, Su Xinghe said to little Chef Huang. It was said that a good meal was not afraid of being late, and for Su Xinghe the concert was the same. He believed that those fans of his would understand too. After all, they had waited for 10 years, it wasn't as bad as these 2 months or so. Moreover, what Su Xinghe cared more about was never the concert, but the people around him. If he really cared that much about his career, he wouldn't have brought Qingqing to live in seclusion in Manhwa village. Chapter 54 Lu Tao got divorced. Huang Xiaoche was a talent lover. He naturally hoped that Su Xinghe could put all his talents to use. But the problem was that Su Xinghe himself might not think so. For him, enjoying life was undoubtedly a little more important. Looking at Qingqing, who was having fun with a few girls there, giggling and laughing, Su Xinghe had a face of satisfaction. You, this guy. Huang Xiaojie was already helpless. Su Xinghe smiled and did not say anything else. Speaking of which, everyone was naturally in a good mood today. Having the opportunity to straighten out these people from the show and watching them work hard, there was a new thing for the guests. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were also clamoring for more. The data was fed back to the program team, and the director himself was helpless. But since the ratings were good, let's continue. The director was also a tough guy, and froze to lead the program team, working in the orchard for the afternoon. Although it was a bit of hard work, the crowd let out a cheer when Su Xinghe said that in the future, the orchard would be free for everyone to come and eat. The fruits obtained after hard labor were indeed something that could give people a sense of happiness. After playing for the whole afternoon and returning to the mushroom house, everyone was also tired, so the content of today's live broadcast came to an end. As for the part about cooking in the evening, it would have to be recorded again in a while. It was only at this time that the closeness was seen. Li Yun and Song Qian naturally surrounded Mr. He's side. After all, the two of them were more familiar with Teacher He, and both often appeared on Xiangnan TV's programs. Lu Tao, on the other hand, was talking to Huang Xiaoche, and the two looked like old acquaintances. Pang Pang and Zifeng took Qingqing upstairs to rest. This girl had been playing madly all afternoon and was now tired, and Zhao Baozi. Li Ying, however, came up to Su Xinghe.
Kikiki, big brother Su.
Baozi's classmate had a pleasing smile on his face that was soothing to look at. Haven't seen you for so many years. Why are you still so fussy? Su Xinghe glared at her. See what you said. Zhao Baozi also did not get angry. With a cheeky look, she said to Su Xinghe, at that time, you left after filming, and Hu Go and the others couldn't find you. Do you know how worried we were? What's there to worry about? I'm such a big person. It's not like I can lose it. That's different. It's not different. Seeing that the several of you are developing well now, I'm quite happy. Su Xinghe chatted with Zhao lying there. What kind of plays are those you've been choosing lately? Can you use your brain? As Su Xinghe spoke, he remembered the several plays she had recently filmed, and couldn't help but reach out his hand and knock Zhao Baozi on the top of her head. What did I teach you in the first place? It's better to not shoot a movie than to take on a bad drama. Look at others who goo. And look at you. Next to him, Mr. He and Li Fenjiang all froze. Who was Zhao lying? Nowadays, among the domestic flower girls, she might not be the most popular one. But if they were to select the most popular actress, she would definitely be one of the candidates. But now, Su Xinghe was not polite at all when he said he would teach a lesson. And on Zhao Liying's side, she also looked like she was taking it for granted, not angry at all. These two people's relationship, it was too good, right? I was wrong. Zhao Liying looked at Su Xinghe's expression and hurriedly and honestly admitted her mistake. All right, Xinghe, don't blame her. This is how the general environment is now. At this time, little Chef Huang came over and rounded up the scene. Teacher Huang, you don't know, this girl used to be like that. When she sees a script, she doesn't want to die. She doesn't know how to analyze it at all. At that time, I told her, in the future, when shooting, don't take on all roles, you have to see if it's suitable for you. Su Xinghe helplessly explained to Huang Xiaoche. After saying that, he also glared at Zhao Liying and said in an unkind manner, "She's good. It hasn't been long, and she's forgotten everything." Zhao Liying spat out her tongue and hurriedly came up to Huang Xiaochef, and in the name of asking for acting lessons, she relied on others not to leave. And at this time, Lu Tao walked to Su Xinghe's front. She was the type of person who was particularly dignified, even if she was wearing civilian clothes. The feeling she gave off was particularly graceful and atmospheric. This was probably the so-called aura. Long time no see. Long time no see. Two people spoke almost simultaneously. This was followed by an unanimous laugh. You go first. Su Xinghe looked at Lu Tao and said, I'm divorced. Lu Tao did not talk nonsense and directly said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe was slightly surprised. Divorce? Aha. Lu Tao nodded. The formalities were finalized 3 years ago. Congratulations. Su Xinghe was silent for a moment, then said, It looks like you are finally free. Yeah, it's great to be free. Lu Tao shrugged with a smile on her face. Inexplicably, Su Xinghe suddenly felt that this smile of hers surprisingly looked beautiful. Chapter 55 Keyboard Man's Attack. Lu Tao's affinity with Su Xinghe went back a long time. At that time, she had just been married for less than 2 years. Her husband's business was in a crisis and was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was under such circumstances that she met Su Xinghe. Since then, Lu Tao began to separate from her husband. Shortly afterward, she announced her comeback and starred in several sold-out TV dramas, one after another, quickly becoming a popular first-tier actress in China. And she paid off all the foreign debts her husband owed from his previous bankruptcy. A virtuous wife and mother. This is now Lu Tao's persona in the entertainment industry. However, only she herself knew that from the moment she met Su Xinghe, she had long ceased to be a virtuous wife and mother. I didn't expect that you actually live in seclusion here. Lu Tao looked at Su Xinghe and whispered. There weren't many people around the two of them, and there were no cameras, so the two of them were quite relaxed. Hehe. The days in the city are too noisy. Su Xinghe shrugged. What about the children if you divorce? Lu Tao had a pair of children before. I only want the children. I'll leave the rest to him. Smiling softly, Lu Tao said, He's very happy. Su Xinghe was silent. There were some things that did not need to be said so clearly. It was estimated that since Lu Tao's comeback, that former boss Wang, in his heart, had already begun to consider divorce. After all, there was no man that was willing to truly turn into a soft food eater. Quite good. If there is anything you need my help with, feel free to ask. Su Xinghe was silent for a while and said to Lu Tao, Thank you. Lu Tao nodded, but did not say anything to refuse. After all, back then, what she gave to Su Xinghe was the most valuable thing she had as a woman. Su Xinghe and Lu Tao were chatting here. Not long after, Peng Peng came down to tell him that Qingqing was asleep. Zifeng is accompanying her. Peng Peng said. Su Xinghe nodded. These 2 days have exhausted Zifeng. After all, Qingqing was a little girl who naturally liked to stick to a pretty sister like Zifeng, and Zifeng had been helping to take care of the child for the past few days, which was really hard. Right. Big brother Su, have you watched the news? Pang Pang glanced at Su Xinghe, wanting to speak. What's wrong? Su Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Pang Peng smiled bitterly and handed his cell phone to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe took it and glanced at it, and froze. Actor Lin Chong. Su Xinghe is selling his name, a mere writer of novels. What qualifications does he have to call himself a writer? And recommending Guiqilin to star in his own drama. How shameless. Famous writer Lu Xinda. Su Xinghe. I restrict you to end your messy, so-called network literature within 3 months. Network novels deserve to be called literature? That's right. This guy, Su Xinghe, doesn't deserve to be an artist. He already retired 10 years ago, and now he's coming out to rake in money again. It's really disgusting. It's fun to rub up against the heat and the yearning all day long. Xinghe get out of the entertainment industry. On the internet, there were actually people cursing themselves. Xinghe was a little surprised and looked at Peng Dao. What's going on here? He usually didn't surf the internet much and really didn't know about these things. Peng smiled bitterly and explained to Xinghe. From before, when Xinghe said that he was going to introduce a role to Dalin, there were people on the internet who were leading a rhythm, saying that Xinghe's this belonged to a kind of subterfuge, a backroom operation. Then, his identity as a network writer was exposed, and it was even more hotly debated online. There were people who appreciated it, and naturally, there were people who hated it. Especially certain so-called traditional literature writers. In their opinion, Xinghe this was simply claptrap. If Lin Chong, he should be the actor who was originally planning to compete for that role. As for that Lu Xinda, he's an idiot, just rubbing his nose in the heat all day long. Peng said. Xinghe blinked his eyes and was speechless. Here was the reason he didn't like the internet. Although the internet era promoted the development and exchange of information, allowing people to communicate and understand the world in a more aspectful way. But likewise, the existence of the internet also gave many people a channel to release their inner dark side. These people are the legendary keyboard warriors. As the saying goes, in reality, I'm a tolerant and obedient person. I don't dare to insult others. On the internet, I'm so reckless. I insulted the netizens. I'm so proud of myself. I'm a keyboard warrior. I'm a keyboard warrior. I've been spewing abuse for ages. Key to come. For this kind of existence, Xinghe was really disgusted. But there is no way, in today's internet without real names, this kind of person is no way to avoid the existence. It was just that he did not expect that this time those keyboard warriors threw the target at himself. Unfortunately, these guys this time chose the wrong target. A cold aura flashed through Xinghe's eyes, and he knew that he had to make a counterattack. Chapter 56 Chicken Leg Girl. Since he was going to fight back, there must be a reason. Soon, Xinghe found teacher He and Huang Xiao Chef, where the three of them muttered for a long time. Really? Little Chef Huang's surprised voice rang out. No way, it's really you? Teacher He was also astonished. Not long after, the director was also called over, and as he left, his expression was simply twisted beyond recognition. As for the others, they were confused, because no matter how much they asked, Xinghe and the three of them, Huang Xiaojie, kept their mouths shut. Soon after, the live broadcast began once again. This time, the recording was naturally the dinner portion. Sister is sleeping with Qingqing. After explaining the reason for Zifeng's sister's absence, everyone sat down and watched Xinghe and Yellow Little Chef cook. Xinghe's cooking skills are truly without words. Teacher He took the initiative to bring up the topic. Yes, watching Mr. Huang and Mr. Su cook is simply enjoyable. Li Fowl had a look of longing on his face. Just looking at it gives me an appetite. Song Qian also nodded her head. These two were clearly foodies. In the live broadcast room, hearing the two of them, many viewers all laughed. That's right, this program, Life Towards, is an eating broadcast. When you say that, it seems like you're hinting at me, Pang. Haha. Pang has indeed gained weight. Seriously, Xinghe and Huang Xiao Chef, why don't they partner up and open a restaurant? Entertainers who don't do their job. It's really annoying. Did you brush your teeth with a turd upstairs in the morning? Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served on the table by both Xinghe and Huang Xiaoqiu. It smells too good. Yes, I can't help it. I'm going to eat a bowl of rice today. Everyone was in a good mood and joked about it. I've set aside Qingqing and Zifeng's portion, so everyone eat more, Xinghe said to the few girls. He was worried that Li Fulgence and the others would see things differently. Thank you, Mr. Su. Hard work to the two of you. Li Fowl was a very polite girl, and she was especially courteous in her words. No need to be polite, Xinghe said with a smile. The few people were not polite and happily ate. In the morning, Xinghe marinated a few chicken thighs and had just made Orlin's roasted wings. Li Fowl seemed to particularly like this dish, and ate it happily. Li Fowl, you like chicken legs a lot? Looking at her, Xinghe said in his heart. It's delicious. Li Fowl heatedly smiled, and when she raised her head, there was even a hint of grease at the corner of her mouth. Do you know Qing Yunyan? Xinghe blinked and said to Li Fowl. Li Fox was stunned. She naturally knew about this TV series and was recently casting, but with her curiosity, it seemed that it was not her turn. I think your temperament matches that of the female lead. Wanna try? The next moment, Su Xinghe's words made Li Fengyuan dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room were immediately messed up. This Su Xinghe was crazy. He was only a screenwriter, and even if he was the original author, when did the original author of the Chinese systemia get to influence the casting? Mr. Su, what did you say? Li Fowl was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on here? Pie in the sky? Because of eating a chicken leg, he was actually chosen by Su Xinghe to be the female lead? This was too metaphysical. Novels don't even dare to write like this. Okay? Teacher He on the side frowned and looked at Su Xinghe. Xinghe. Don't joke. Huang Xiaoche also helped. Yes. Last time you introduced the role to Dalin, I wanted to say, don't be misunderstood. We're not operating in the dark. Haha. The truth. Teacher Huang is too straight. Yes, Mr. Huang's words are still quite true. That's not true. When I introduced the role to Dalin earlier, I heard that some people were talking about it on the internet. Is it a backroom deal or not? The audience in the live broadcast room immediately started discussing this matter. Hehe. Don't worry, it's fine. Su Xinghe waved his hand and said to Huang Xiaojiao, there's no talk of backroom operations. I do feel that Li Fulgence is very suitable for this role. No, you're not kidding, right? At this point, even Lu Tao and Song Qian and the others were surprised. On the contrary, it was Zhao Liying who had a calm face. Because in her memory, Su Xinghe was this kind of person. He never chose actors as he pleased. I'm really not joking. Su Xinghe said to Lu Tao, Sister Tao, don't worry. After saying this, he looked at Peng Peng. Peng Peng, you've seen Qing Yunyan. What do you think? Does she look like a chicken leg girl? When Peng Peng heard these words, he immediately froze. After a long time, he nodded. Like, it does kind of mean that. But you're just the screenwriter. Huang Xiaoche said helplessly. And the next moment, Su Xinghe's sentence made the audience in the live broadcast room, all of them, nonchalant. Calmly revealing a smile, Su Xinghe said, that's right. I am the screenwriter. However, I'm also one of the investors of this drama. At this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Chapter 57, The Feeling of Family. Investor. Su Xinghe is actually still an investor. No, what exactly does he do? Haha. How do I feel? Some people are dumbfounded. Hehe, there are people who he's a screenwriter on the surface, but a producer behind his back. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. Look at Li Fowl's expression. The audience was surprised but somewhat calm. After all, in the past few days on Su Xinghe, they had seen a lot of this kind of thing. Instead, it was Li Fowl herself who was somewhat incredulous. However, she quickly realized that this was a rare opportunity for herself. Although the casting for Qing Yunyan had just begun, many of the veteran actors in the circle had already joined the drama, and it was no surprise that this was bound to be a smash hit. If he or she is able to star in the female lead role. Oops. Without saying a word, Li Fulgence hurriedly stood up, not caring about the camera, and bowed to Su Xinghe. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will definitely act well. Su Xinghe was calm and waved his hand. First of all, what I'm giving you is an audition. Don't blame me if you don't perform well at that time. Words naturally will not say dead, but the discerning person knows that the role of Li Fenjiang 9 out of 10. No, Xinghe. How did you become an investor? After the purpose was achieved and Su Xinghe's identity was exposed, Mr. He asked him with a smile. No matter what, this matter definitely needed to be explained to the audience. It's nothing, Su Xinghe faintly explained. At first, I wrote quite a few scripts, then made a little investment, made money, and didn't know how to spend it, so I just invested in my own novels and scripts, and didn't expect to actually make money. The crowd was speechless. This guy is really too pretentious. How can there be such a person? As for the network, at this moment, the news of Su Xinghe being the investor of Qing Yunyan had already hit the hot search. Those people didn't believe it at first. But then, the production company of Qing Yunyan officially released an announcement, confirming the identity of Su Xinghe's investor, Mr. Su Xinghe, as the author of the original book, and participated in the investment of the TV series. Along with this announcement, those keyboard warriors were dumbfounded. No one had expected that Su Xinghe actually had such a layer of identity. Especially the actor named Lin Chong. The microblog was instantly blasted by a large group of Su Xinghe's fans. Come. Surname Lin, what else do you have to say? Skill is inferior to others. How dare you clamor? Star God is the author, the investor. Why can't he choose the actors? Apologize, apologize immediately. Yes. Lin Chong, you come out and apologize. The group of fans were unforgiving towards him. Lin Chong didn't dare to make a sound when he saw this, deleting his previous tweets and grayly closing the comment function. This guy unexpectedly became a shrunken head turtle. Mushroom house. After everyone had eaten, teacher he brought Pang Pang to clean up the table. Lu Tao thought about it and took the initiative to go upstairs, substituting Zifeng. In her words, she was a bit tired today, so she happened to accompany Qingqing to sleep and rest. Zifeng didn't think much of it. After all, she was also a bit hungry. When she went downstairs, she heard that Li Fowl had gotten Su Xinghe's favor for eating chicken legs, which made her laugh. Li Funqian herself was also a little embarrassed, but no matter what, this was a rare opportunity for her, so naturally she couldn't miss it. Eating fruits, everyone sat in the gazebo and chatted. As they chatted, they talked about the novels Pang Pang was reading. You young people, why do you like reading novels so much? Huang Xiaoche said to Peng Peng. Because it's interesting. Pang Peng shrugged. It's especially fun to look at, and it's a great feeling to catch up with more every day. Reading books is a good thing. Huang Xiaoche said with a smile. Sensei, whether it's Yangchun Baixue or Xyla Baron, as long as you look at it interestingly, then it's a good work. His words were naturally directed at those on the internet who blackened Su Xinghe's writing of novels. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly understood. Mr. Huang was standing up for Su Xinghe. Everyone was naturally aware of the previous online argument where Su Xinghe had been slammed. Now, Teacher Huang said this. It was clear that he was representing the wayward crew and was speaking for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's heart warmed. Originally, according to the plan, this word should have been spoken by himself. As a result, he did not expect that Huang Xiaoche directly said it, which was tantamount to drawing all the firepower to him. Yeah, I feel the same way. Although teacher he was a bit surprised, he immediately interjected. A philosopher once said, existence is reason. Any kind of thing, since it can exist and become popular and be liked by the masses, it must have desirable features. To oppose it persistently is a reflection of old-fashioned stubbornness. Looking at the two oldest brothers, Su Xinghe was truly happy. It felt good to have a family. Chapter 58. What is the Hugo Award? Since they were family, then of course, Su Xinghe would not let the two of them, Huang Xiaojie and Mr. He, become the target of others' attacks. He had already planned to expose a few of his identities so that he could suppress the previous heat. And in the live broadcast room, because of the words of Huang Xiao chef and teacher He, the viewers were already divided. That's interesting. The aspiring program team is giving Su Xinghe a leg up. I think the expert is right. Web novels really aren't considered literature, right? Fart. Could it be that those novels that are sickly all day long are literature? Ki Su Xinghe, those things he wrote, they have all kinds of topics. Heh. He's only worthy of writing online literature. Maybe it was written by how many gunmen he found. The pop-ups in the live broadcast, Su Xinghe supporters and those opponents, quickly started a debate. In fact, this live broadcast, among the traditional writers, there were also people who were watching again. Very quickly, that Lu Xinda then posted another tweet online. I have never objected to the claims of Yangchun Beiju and Xiaoli Baren, but the words written by Su Xinghe proves that he can only write the kind of so-called network novels on the internet and is not worthy of being called a writer at all. This microblog quickly triggered a hot debate online. It directly killed the top 10 hot searches. Even on the side of the program team, they received the news. A large number of netizens flooded into the live broadcast room. On Su Xinghe's side, he also got the online news from the director's side. So he took his cell phone and read the pop-ups. Then his face turned ugly. He hadn't really thought that there were such shameless people. Big brother Su, don't be angry. At this time, Peng Peng unexpectedly opened his mouth. I think that you just need to write what you want to write. Time will prove everything. Peng Peng said seriously. Su Xinghe smiled and was about to speak when the phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, Su Xinghe stood up, walked to the side and began to pick up the phone. A moment later, his expression, then, became incomparably wonderful. What's wrong, Xinghe? Seeing Su Xinghe's expression after picking up the phone, Huang Xiaoche asked strangely. Su Xinghe smiled. Nothing. It's just a novel that I wrote in the past and won an award. Ah! Huang Xiaoche was stunned, then smiled. Really? Then congratulations. No matter what, this was a good thing. Su Xinghe himself nodded. Thank you, Mr. Huang. The others naturally congratulated Su Xinghe. The viewers in the live broadcast room, although they didn't know what was going on, the fans naturally congratulated Su Xinghe. The keyboard warriors, on the other hand, began to mock. Hee, what kind of crappy novel is this again? Winning an award? Which website is it from? A waste of talent. What's this talk about wasting? Does Su Xinghe have talent? Soon, a large wave of beats appeared on the pop-up screen once again. Although Su Xinghe's fans and Xiangxiang's fans wanted to refute each other, they had a saying that was right: those web novels written by Su Xinghe really hadn't been officially recognized. Therefore, their rebuttals looked somewhat pale and powerless. The director looked at the pop-up data of the live broadcast. His face became more and more gloomy, if according to the plan Su Xinghe said before, exposing a few identities to cover up the heat. By the looks of it, it was already difficult to suppress this matter. Now that the live broadcast room was flooded with over 30 million viewers, it was not a good thing to have such a big rhythm. Right at this moment, a staff member suddenly stumbled over. Director, what's the panic? No, look at this, look at this. The staff member handed the director his cell phone. The director was a bit surprised, picked it up and glanced at it, and was instantly dumbfounded. This isn't a joke, right? After a long time, the director said in an astringent voice, I also just saw it. The man was astonished. I usually like to read science fiction novels, but as a result, I didn't expect to see this after taking a look just now. Quickly, contact Mr. Huang. Without saying a word, the director directly spoke to Huang Xiaoqie inside the ear return, holding his cell phone. Mushroom House side. When Chef Huang heard the director's words, his entire body was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that there was such a thing? That, Xinghe, let me ask you, that award you just took, what was it called? Little Chef Huang looked at Su Xinghe and asked cautiously. Su Xinghe smiled at his words. It's called the Hugo Award. It says it's in honor of a writer. Why? Little Chef Huang let out a long breath. Then, he took out his own cell phone and after searching for a while, he held it up in front of the camera. Viewers, please take a look at this. The viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit strange, but after they looked clearly at the content on top of Huang Xiaoqie's phone, everyone was dumbfounded. Hiss, there was only one line on it. A few days ago, the World Science Fiction Convention decided to award the 73rd Hugo Award for Best Long Story to the Chinese sub-writer Star River Su. At that moment, the live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 59, The Three Bodies. What is the Hugo Award? Oh, one of the highest-ranked awards in the world of science fiction literature. Holy, I just checked. The Hugo Award is known as the Nobel Prize of Science Fiction Literature. What do you mean? Su Xinghe wrote a science fiction novel? Yes, just now I found that report. Best long story author, Star River Su. According to foreigners, they like to put the first name in front and the last name at the back. Haha. This time that Lu Xinda is dumbfounded. With the ability, you guys say that science fiction is not literature. Awesome. Su Xinghe. Awesome. In fact, it wasn't just the live broadcast. Even the scene at the Mushroom House. All the artists and staff were also stunned. These days, information was very developed, and what the Hugo Awards were, everyone would know by searching online. And the more so, the more shocked these people were. Su Xinghe was surprisingly so powerful. Just now there were people on the internet saying that he would only write claptrap web novels. But in the blink of an eye, he had won the Science Fiction Literature World Award. This face-slapping, comfortable, Xinghe. Congratulations. Huang Xiaoqie pulled Su Xinghe and said, Yes, Xinghe. You've really brought honor to our Chinese systema. Teacher, he was also happy. That's awesome. Yeah, awesome. Li Fao and Song Qian were even more needless to say, looking at Su Xinghe with glowing eyes. It was the first time they had seen such a talented man. Zhao Liang was even more needless to say. The whole person was overjoyed. Directly taking her cell phone, she found the microblog that announced Su Xinghe's award and forwarded it. Forward this microblog. Draw 666 lucky fans tomorrow night. Cash 1,000 yuan each. Once this microblog was sent, it caused even more of a stir. But no one criticized her for doing so. After all, Baozi had already said in the program before that she was discovered and promoted by Su Xinghe. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Su Xinghe was her Zhao Liang's boule. Now that Su Xinghe had such a happy event, it was reasonable for her to come forward to help Yell. On the side of the program team, there were staff members who liked science fiction literature and were already waiting there with small books. Their purpose was clear. Hopefully, Su Xinghe would give them an autograph. Mr. Su, you are wonderful. Yes. The pride of our Hua Systema science fiction literature. Thank you for writing such a great work. Cheer up, Mr. Su. Everyone who had Su Xinghe's autograph cheered him on. It was really because the development of sci-fi literature in the Chinese systemia was really too difficult. For so many years, there simply hadn't been a few good works that were truly world-renowned, and as for film and television, let alone. Before A Magic Fortress claimed that the production cost 500 million, the results shot out. Well, that movie, people who have seen it, except for a certain Idols fans, no one seems to say good. Of course, the Chinese system Asian science fiction movie also has fine, Before the Wandering Azure, enough to record nearly $6 billion of box office, can be called a classic. But from a literary point of view, all along, the science fiction literature of the Chinese system Asia has always been a desert. And now, Su Xinghe's appearance bridged this gap. The entire Chinese Asian science fiction circle was abuzz. Su Xinghe won the Hugo Award. This piece of news quickly ascended to the first microblogging hot search. After the excitement, everyone sat in the gazebo. Xinghe, you're fantastic. As a representative, Mr. He said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe smiled. Teacher He, you flatter me. Can you say something about the specifics of this work? Teacher He asked to Su Xinghe. Everyone just knew that he had won the award, the specifics were still unclear. This novel is called Three Bodies. Su Xinghe began to introduce it to everyone. It was a story about an alien civilization, where human astronomers, because of their disappointment in humanity, sent a signal out into the middle of the universe, attracting an alien civilization, but unfortunately, these three-body people were not there to save humanity, but to destroy and occupy. It had to be said that Su Xinghe's story was fascinating, and even though he had only told a part of it, everyone was still attracted to it. Big Brother Su, this setting of yours, fantastic, Peng Peng said with a face of adoration. But why? I think it might end up being tragic? Huang Xiaoche frowned. Su Xinghe shrugged. I've only written the first and second part now, and I haven't written the back yet. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yellow Kitchen that the back was indeed a tragedy as he had guessed. Or rather, a tragedy that was ruined by the Holy Mother's female table. After all, in Su Xinghe's memory, although the first two installments of Three Bodies were full of hope, the ending of the third installment was indeed a dark novel. But sometimes, a novel becomes a classic precisely because the novel shows the truest cruelty. Chapter 64 Girlfriends? Face value is justice. For people with high face value, everyone holds high expectations, no matter for his ability and character. Also, there would be a high tolerance for his mistakes. A handsome man is introverted and cold-faced. That's called cool. Handsome guy is slow to respond. That's called nerdy. Handsome guy can't talk. That's called dead iron straight man. In short, handsome guys are good anyway. And when a handsome man, IQ double high and especially talented, then this handsome man is simply rare in heaven, rare on earth. Su Xinghe was undoubtedly such a handsome man. Originally, his many talents and fame had already made him a superstar in the eyes of many women. And now, with the news of Three Bodies winning the Hugo Award, Su Xinghe's image, all of a sudden, became high-end. His fans, in particular, were simply proud. Your family artist is handsome? Oh, our Su Xinghe is handsome and talented. Your family's artist is talented? Oh, our Su Xinghe won the World Award for Science Fiction Literature. It is said that people will die and goods will be thrown away. This is true. At the very least, comparing horizontally, in today's entertainment industry, there really isn't a young artist like Su Xinghe. That's right. Although Su Xinghe debuted very early, he was only 15 years old back then. Even today, he was just 28. But at the age of 28, Su Xinghe had already achieved accomplishments that many people could hardly achieve in their entire lives. This was what truly surprised people. This time, those who had previously cursed Su Xinghe all shut their mouths. Lu Xinda and the others, even more so, deleted their microblogs in a grayish manner, not daring to say another word. What international joke! He even won the Hugo Award. You say he does not deserve to be called a writer. That is not hitting the face of the nation's tens of millions of science fiction literature fans. Su Xinghe, on the other hand, obviously understood this point as well. So he didn't say anything else. Instead, he seriously introduced the storyline of Three Bodies to Huang Xiaojie and the others. Of course, This introduction, through the live broadcast, was also made known to tens of millions of viewers. Everyone listened to Su Xinghe's narration, worried about the fate of Azure Star, attracted by the characters in the story. Some loved it, some hated it, and even on the pop-up screen, they simply started discussing the plot. Of course, the one who was cursed the most was naturally that Holy Mother Qingqing. Almost the vast majority of viewers hated her. Why is this Qingqing so disgusting? Yeah. Never seen such a disgusting character. Oh my god. Star God. Please. Write this person to death. She's such a holy mother. I want her to die so badly. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were almost uniformly cursing about Qingqing's character. Su Xinghe also saw this scene when he was holding his cell phone. However, he did not refute it. It wasn't that he felt that what everyone was saying was wrong, but he knew very well that this was a normal human reaction. To be honest, this Qingqing, if placed in a peaceful era, would probably be a goddess in the eyes of many, with a beautiful face, a good heart, and idealism. If she hadn't encountered a dark age of life and death, a lot of what she did was actually right. But it's a pity. In the middle of the story of three bodies, the traditional moral laws could no longer be applied, and Qingqing's unprincipled kindness was bound to be reviled. This was also what Su Xinghe wished to express. He just didn't know how many readers could truly understand his thoughts. Everyone did not expect that today's shooting would expose such a big thing. But there was no doubt that when the program was aired, the ratings would definitely not be low. So far, the entire portion of the program that had been recorded had been almost 3 installments. The directors group finally decided to pause the shooting after recording today's program. Of course, the guests would definitely not leave. After resting for 2 days, they would record the 4th installment of the program, and after the recording was completed, they would leave the place. Everyone was naturally fine with it. The news of Lu Tao's divorce was about to go public. She definitely needed to take a break. Li Fulgence was planning to ask Su Xinghe for advice on drama roles. If Zhao Liying was concerned, she hadn't seen Su Xinghe for several years and couldn't wait to stay for a while longer to catch up with Su Xinghe. As for Song Qian, she wasn't stupid, participating in the recording of Life Toward You. She could stay for a while longer and increase her relationship with the group. Cutie. Only then would she refuse. She looked like a silly big sister, but she was definitely not stupid. Otherwise, how could she have debuted in a foreign country with so many strong players and become the group's captain? Now, the Mushroom House was really lively, and the happiest person was undoubtedly Su Qingqing's little friend, because she felt as if her brother had 4 more girlfriends all of a sudden. Chapter 61. Poor Pumba. For celebrities, cameras on and off, those were 2 different concepts. The entertainer under the camera and the entertainer in the middle of life were definitely different. Even a goddess was the same. The next morning, as usual, Su Xinghe woke up for a morning jog, and then coded, and in a little over an hour's time, he quickly wrote an update of 10,000 words. After sending it out, he started making breakfast. By the time everyone woke up, the fragrant breakfast was already ready. Sitting in the gazebo, everyone ate with a sweet smell. The dishes and kitchenware naturally did not need to be taken care of by Su Xinghe, Li Yun and Song Qian, as well as Zifeng's younger sister and their several girls. Led by teacher He, were very diligent in getting this done. After dinner, everyone finally started to really visit Su Xinghe's house. Previously, a few girls were in the way of the camera. Even when they were visiting, they were especially ladylike, not looking left and right, which, like now, could be so free to wander around the neighborhood. As children who grew up inside the city, to them everything here was new, especially the small courtyard of Su Xinghe's, as well as the orchard and sea of flowers, simply made them envious. If this was in a big city, one might not be able to buy a house with this kind of environment for any amount of money. Right, next installment, what are we going to shoot? Li Fulgence asked with some curiosity. Collecting pineapples and bananas. Huang Xiaoche replied. Ah, didn't you say you're not working? Li Fenqin was a bit surprised. How can that be? The purpose of this program is placed there, although the crew compromised a few times before because of Xinghe, but for the entire program, our style cannot be lost. Teacher He took the initiative to explain to the several girls. It was right for everyone to think about it. After all, no matter what, labor for food. This had always been the main symbol of aspiring life. Couldn't be because of Su Xinghe's appearance that this fine tradition was given up. All right, although we can't record it, everyone can broadcast it live. Huang Xiaoche said to everyone with a smile. Live broadcast. The few girls looked at each other, but they didn't have any opinions. Xinghe, What do you say? Teacher, he looked at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe smiled. I don't have an opinion. Anyway, it's just a live broadcast for a while. No problem. Soon, 2 photographers were sent from the side of the program group, and the live broadcast was officially opened. Users who subscribed to the Mango video website naturally received a reminder that the live broadcast was on. In less than half an hour, the online users of the live broadcast room quickly broke through 8 million. Moreover, it was still increasing. Haha. This is not recording the program, but live broadcasting instead? Wow. Several goddesses are so beautiful today. Star God is too handsome. Yeah, it feels like Pang Pang is standing next to the star god, so showing his age. Heartache for me, Pang, for a second. Well, you're right. Poor Pang Pang once again became the backdrop. Hello everyone. Today we opened our live broadcast because we decided to collect bananas and pineapples. Little Chef Huang stood in front of the camera and said on behalf of everyone, of course, we're not working all day. After we finish harvesting some of them, we'll start preparing for lunch, and we won't be live streaming for everyone then. And hearing the word lunch, Pang Pang's eyes instantly lit up. Mr. Huang, what are we going to eat for lunch? Su Xinghe was already speechless. It was clear that he had just finished breakfast less than an hour ago. Okay? Teacher He, however, wasn't so polite and slapped Pang Pang's head. You've only just eaten breakfast, and you're thinking about what you're going to eat for lunch? Are you a pig? Haha. Pang Pang, this is all basic operation. Who made him a foodie? Little Chef Huang shrugged his shoulders with a calm face. Su Xinghe also spoke decisively at this time, spitting at Pang Pang. Pang Pang, are you really planning to play tennis? Li Fowl and the others were laughing so hard that they could hardly stand it. Even Sister Zifeng, who had always been on Pang Pang's side, covered her mouth and laughed this time. Only Lu Tao, kindly, she walked to Pang Pang's side and patted Pang Pang's shoulder. It's okay. The old-timer said that it's good to be able to eat. Anyway, you have a girlfriend now, so it doesn't matter if you get fat. At that moment, Pang Peng felt that his entire being was bad. Why, he felt that this program was full of senile malice towards himself. Is this comforting? This was clearly a blitz. Okay. The audience in the live broadcast room, at this moment, had already laughed into a sea of joy. Chapter 62, A Family. It had to be said that Peng was a bundle of joy. Everyone changed their equipment and left the bamboo building together, heading towards the orchard that the program team had previously found. Of course, compared to Su Xinghe's orchard, this place was definitely a lot worse. The group of people was voluminous, plus the bouncing little Qingqing, it was quite lively. The Wayward Life was now in its 4th season. Although there had been times when a group of guests had worked in the fields in the past, it was really the first time that there was a group of beautiful women like today. The feeling of watching the goddess in one's heart become dressed for farm work, going to pick pineapples and bananas, was really interesting. The fans in the live broadcast room were all excited. Soon, everyone arrived at the pineapple field. Let's start, group of 2. Teacher He assigned everyone to work. Pang Pang and Zifeng were in a group. Teacher Huang took Li Fowl, and Teacher He took Song Qian. When it came to Su Xinghe, originally he planned to work in a group with Lu Tao, letting Zhao Liang help coax the child and take Qingqing to play. But Lu Tao actually took the initiative to propose that she wanted to accompany Qingqing to play for a while. Everyone naturally had no opinion. Thus, Su Xinghe then led Zhao Liang to pick pineapples, while Lu Tao led Qingqing around to give everyone a hand. The pineapples here were already ripe, and the big golden pineapples under the sunlight made people happy. Picking a pineapple, pick a big pineapple. While picking pineapple, Zhao lying there also beautifully humming a song. Next to Ms. He, she simply sang a mountain song. The sun is out, the sun is shining. A few girls are even picking while chatting. Not to mention, this atmosphere so that the audience in the live broadcast room are watching the happy. Soon, they picked 4 large baskets of pineapples. Send these back first, Su Xinghe said to Mr. He. Okay. I'll do it. Teacher He volunteered. Su Xinghe glanced at him and laughed. You guy, don't underestimate me. Teacher He grunted and hurriedly walked over to the side of the basket containing the pineapples and carried the basket up with a flat stretcher. Then, he was embarrassed. Because he was too skinny, he was able to carry it. But within a few steps, Mr. He couldn't carry it anymore. Hurriedly putting down the stretcher, Mr. He turned his head to his partner Song Qian. Qian, stop picking and come help me carry the pineapple. Song Qian looked confused and walked over with the pineapple in her hand. Mr. He, this I can't carry either. Although she made her debut abroad, Song Qian was just a girl, and if Mr. He couldn't carry the 2 baskets, she definitely couldn't either. Wouldn't it be better for you two to carry it together? Su Xinghe smiled and said with an idea from the side. Right. Teacher, he nodded his head in a hurry. Then, he placed the 2 baskets of pineapples in the middle of the stretcher and carried them back with Song Qian. These 2 people, one skinny and one female, carried 2 baskets that big and walked shakily, which really made everyone laugh. Ha 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 ha. It looks like penguins. Pang pointed at Teacher He and Song Qian and said, Don't say it, it's really quite similar. Su Xinghe also laughed and simply imitated Teacher He. Teacher He was so furious that he simply put down his stretcher and was about to fight with Su Xinghe. Don't. Mr. He, can I help you lift it? Su Xinghe decisively conceded. Teacher He is so old. Respect the old and love the young. After saying that, he looked towards someone who was watching the fun. Pang Lai, young people, you need to exercise more. Ah, Pumba was dumbfounded. Why me? Aya, you're a young man. Those who can do more should do more. Su Xinghe smiled and said to Pong. You said that Mr. He is so old, in case he flashes his back. How can you bear it in your heart? Teacher, he was hurt. As for the others, they all laughed out loud. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't stop laughing. In their opinion, this was the life to aspire to. A group of confidants and friends, gathered together, with the joy of labor and delicious delicacies. Soon, they had picked a full 5 large baskets of pineapples. Like this, Pang and I will carry 2 baskets, and you 2 will carry 1 basket for the rest. Su Xinghe said to everyone, Let's get these first and go back for dinner. How about it? After all, they were all entertainers and could not normally do any heavy work. And after picking so many pineapples, everyone was tired. That's good. Let's call it a day. The 2 of them, Teacher He and Little Chef Huang, discussed it for a bit and finally nodded their heads. After all, today wasn't specifically for recording or live broadcasting, it was just to bring everyone to experience rural life. Under the warm sunlight, everyone wore straw hats, carried baskets of pineapples, and walked on the countryside path. Until a long time later, all the viewers felt that this scene was the most cozy scene in the whole of the 4th season of Xinghe. Chapter 63 True Love is Huge. Back in the mushroom house, a few people put the pineapples in the yard, and the staff would turn around and collect them. I'm exhausted. Pumba sat in the gazebo, breathing heavily. Take a break. You guys take a shower or something first. Teacher, he said to the few girls. After all, they were female artists who still cared about image. When they went out in the morning, each and every one of them had put on makeup. As a result, now, because of the sweat, the makeup was all ruined, and it looked a bit lousy. The several girls naturally had no problem with this, and went inside to line up for a shower. Let's wash when they're done, Huang Xiaoche said with a smile. After all, a few men were a bit better. The women's bathing was naturally super slow. Even if it was just a shower, they managed to take more than an hour. By the time it was the few men's turn, everyone was dry. But taking a shower was still very comfortable. Sitting contentedly in the gazebo watching Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaojie make lunch for everyone, that feeling was really pleasant. What do you guys say? What kind of girlfriend does Xinghe have to find? Teacher, he looked at Su Xinghe's busy back and asked a few girls. Him. Several girls looked at each other. After a long time, Li Fowl said, Seriously, it just feels like Teacher Su is too perfect. Really? Yeah. Song Qian also nodded. You know what, Teacher He, it just feels like he's so far away from us. The 2 of them were not familiar with Su Xinghe and naturally looked at Su Xinghe from a different perspective. Teacher, he was a bit surprised. As for that, of course, as far as. Song Qian and Li Fulgence nodded their heads almost together. Think about it, Mr. Su became famous so early. His talent is naturally needless to say. He can write novels, he can be creative, and he can also cook, and he's handsome, you say. Does he have any shortcomings? Li Yun looked at He Jiong and asked. This? He Jiong was stunned. What Li Yun said was really right. Su Xinghe was too perfect. This guy, it was like a male god with no flaws. It made people feel a little ashamed of themselves. He's poisonous. Just at this time, Zhao Liying suddenly said. The crowd all froze and looked at her in surprise. Baozi classmate had a calm face, not feeling the slightest bit of awareness that she had become the center of attention of the crowd. Ryo, what did you just say? Teacher, he asked with some surprise. Zhao Liying, who had already started to be called Baozi on the internet, shrugged her shoulders. I would never find a boyfriend like Big Brother Sue anyway. You guys are unaware of how scary he is when he's filming. Gu when he was filming The Pretender. He was scolded by him in a raw and cried, you guys dare to believe. Everyone was stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Gu cursed to tears by Xinghe? This news was simply too powerful. Lying, you're not kidding, right? Teacher, he asked Zhao, lying in surprise. Of course not. Zhao lying also knew that the camera was on, so she couldn't talk nonsense, but she and Gu had a good relationship, and also knew that old who couldn't get over this, so she opened her mouth to explain. At that time Gu just transformed, acting always a little bit cannot find the positioning of the feeling. That script is Sue Big Brother specifically for him to write. The investment is also his little by little to save out. Then everyone is in the state, Gu cannot find the state, the Sue Big Brother angry almost exploded all. Later he simply forced Gu to shoot. A scene at most. Shot for half a month. Repeated dozens of times, Gu was really crying. With Zhao Lying's narration, everyone realized that the one that made Gu turn over that year, The Pretender, actually had so many insider secrets. But it had to be said that Xinghe's friendship with Gu was really good. I heard that at that time, Big Brother Sue mortgaged his house to get the money to shoot that movie. Zhao Lying's last sentence instantly triggered a big wave of rendering in the live broadcast room. Really? The two are that close? If what Little Bones said is true, wouldn't that mean that without Xinghe, there would be no old Hu today? Heavens, I'm a little drunk. These two, they're in true love, right? Specializing in writing scripts and mortgaging a house to shoot a movie. I feel like this is the drama, all right. The audience in the live broadcast room, someone soon went to circle Gu on Weibo. Moreover, the news of Xinghe scolding crying Gu also quickly entered the real-time hot search on Weibo. What was even more surprising was that, half an hour later, Gu, who had never tweeted much, actually posted a message. At Zhaoling, dare to expose me, don't forget. The video of you eating 6 buns in the first place is still with me. Also, tell Xinghe to wait for me. If I don't drink him under the table this time, I'll take his surname. As soon as the news came out, Weibo was instantly set off. Chapter 64. My Son's Godfather. In today's fickle entertainment industry, there are two kinds of actors. One is to rely on news eyeballs flow star. The representative character is Yang Tianbao kind. No acting skills, all rely on the flow of heat, acting either keying or reading numbers. To put it bluntly, people rely on a face to fight the world. There is another kind. If there is no work aired in the theater, you probably hardly see him. Low profile is the label of this kind of people. But their works and the characters they star in are still memorable even after a few years. They don't care about the passage of time because the more time passes, the more skillful their acting becomes. People, they rely on their strength. Gu is the latter actor. In his early years, he debuted in idol dramas and became a big hit, becoming the idol of thousands of girls. But as a result, he was involved in a car accident and was even disfigured. Afterwards, Nirvana Rebirth of Gu shot a succession of Pretender, Luangia List, such a big hit drama, quickly rose to fame. To this day, he is already a well-known first-line actor in the field of domestic TV dramas. But this guy also do not know whether it is born do not like to show up, or feel that such a route is suitable for him, since that car accident, Gu basically no longer participate in any variety show. And now, he actually went on Weibo and openly declared that he was coming to the 4th season of Aspiring Life. This news instantly set Weibo ablaze. The official microblogs of Xiangnan TV and Aspiring Life immediately gave a response. At Hugo, welcome Mr. Hu to Mushroom House. At Hugo, what kind of wine Mr. Hu wants to drink? The program group has it all. And at this time, Xinghe, who had made his lunch, also learned of the news just now. Just come. Xinghe had a calm face. He and I haven't seen each other for a long time either, so it just so happens that I have some things to say to him. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Why was Gu, who was obviously already a top star, in his mouth? It was like that feeling like Wu Lao air next door. After the live broadcast of lunch, everyone went their own way to rest. After all, this wasn't supposed to be a specialized recording, and even an entertainer wouldn't want to live under the spotlight every day. A few girls chatted there, while Huang Xiao chef and teacher he, on the other hand, looked for the program team to chat about some of the shooting in the past 2 days. As for Xinghe, after coaxing Qingqing to take a nap, he took out his computer and started coding. He was such a serious and responsible author. Pang Pang, on the other hand, was reading scripts. He had recently taken on quite a few scripts and was in the process of choosing a new movie. Zifeng's younger sister was the most laid back, holding her senior year textbook. She was going to take the arts exam this year, and it was the right time to review. After more than 2 hours, Xinghe finished his coding and saw that the girl Qingqing was sleeping soundly. So he instructed Dawei and Tianlong to guard the bed and walked out himself. Hu Gu will come over tomorrow. Seeing Xinghe come out, little Chef Huang came over and said, "So soon?" Xinghe was a little surprised, but did not expect Hu Gu to act so quickly. "You didn't read the microblog?" "Teacher," he asked Xinghe in surprise. Xinghe smiled. "What am I looking at that for?" "Well," Huang Xiaoche and teacher he were both speechless. This guy, Xinghe, sometimes gave off the impression as if he didn't look like a modern person. For these modernized things, including Jitterbug, WeChat, and even Weibo, he was almost never interested. Luckily, he was a network singer before. It was simply too backward. What the director means. "Let me ask you if there's anything that needs to be circumvented when the time comes," Huang Xiaoche asked. "No problem on my side." Xinghe shook his head. "You tell them to ask Hu Ji's side." Hu Ji's side means that as long as he can participate in the program, there's nothing he can't say. "Teacher," he replied. He then lowered his voice and said to Xinghe, "To be honest, I'm purely curious. How good is your relationship with Hu Gu?" "As good as Li Ying said." It wasn't that he was gossiping, it was purely because Hu Gu was too big of a name nowadays. Tomorrow's recording would definitely be centered around him, and by then, as the host, he would definitely have to circumvent some things. "Own person, don't worry." Xinghe smiled. "That guy, speaking of which, even said that if I got married, he would be my best man and would be my child's godfather." Teacher, he was silent. Having said that, then naturally there was no need to ask again. Even Huang Xiaojie nodded in reassurance. The relationship had reached this point, then naturally there was no need to consider anything else. Just the friendship between Xinghe and Hu Gu was enough to become the breaking point of tomorrow's program recording. Even so, at this moment, Huang Xiaojie actually had a trace of anticipation in his heart. He was looking forward to it. What kind of new content will Hu Ji's arrival tomorrow bring to this episode of The Wayward Life? Chapter 65, The Best Loser. Early in the morning of the second day, having just eaten breakfast, everyone was talking inside the gazebo. "A guest is coming," Pang Pang exclaimed as he caught a glimpse of the figure walking over from the flower roadside. Everyone stood up and looked into the distance. As expected, a tall man, carrying a suitcase, walked towards the side. "I'll get it." That guy Pumba happily ran out, followed by Zifeng's sister. There was also the curious Qingqing and her 2 bodyguards, Dawei Tianlong. As for the others, they stood in front of the courtyard. Except for Xinghe and Huang Xiaoche. The 2 of them were as steady as Mount Taishan, not intending to move at all. And by this time, Pang Pang and Sister Zifeng had already arrived at that person's side. "Who is it, Pumba?" Teacher, he raised his voice and asked. Unexpectedly, Pang Pang actually didn't answer his words, but was there smiling joyfully and not knowing what to say to the person. Even his sister, who had always been quiet, had a red face and a shy look. "Who is it? Is this? It can't be that person, right?" "Yeah. It's rare to see Zifeng and Pang Pang like this. This is too exciting, isn't it?" The viewers in the live broadcast room speculated. Even Li Fulgence and the others were a bit surprised. After all, they hadn't been prompted by the program. Everyone was speculating. This new guest, just what kind of god was he? And just at this time, that person finally took off his mask. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Hu Gu. It was actually Hu Gu, only to see that what appeared in the camera was a handsome man. Although there were scars at the corner of his eyes, it didn't affect his handsomeness at all, and made him feel even more masculine. What's more, when he smiled, the feeling he gave off was so comfortable. It was as if it was like a spring breeze. "Aya, it's actually Hu Gu. Teacher Hu Gu." A few girls also got excited. Although they were also entertainers were also divided into grades. Like Li Fulgence and Song Qian, their curiosity could only be said to be second tier but not first tier. Lu Tao and Zhao Liang were slightly better, but Hu Gu was such a mysterious actor and so handsome, they were naturally happy to see him. Teacher, he simply walked out the door already. "Aya, Hu Gu, long time no see." "Yeah. Teacher, it's really been a long time." The 2 hugged warmly. Then there were some more pleasantries, the 4 actresses, plus Zifeng and Peng Peng. From start to finish, Gu was quite polite. "You're so handsome." At this time, Qingqing's voice suddenly rang out. Only then did the crowd remember that they had actually forgotten about this little girl just now. Only to see her looking at Gu with a curious face and blinking her eyes. "I think I've seen your picture, hey." "Really?" Gu squatted down and looked at Qingqing. "I'm your brother's friend. Do you recognize me?" "Ah, I remember, you're that brother who said he has a good temper but likes to cry after drinking, right? I've seen videos of you getting drunk." The next moment, Qingqing's words made the big star image that Gu had created from the time he entered the door until now instantly collapse. The viewers in the live broadcast room had all gone crazy with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Look at Ji's expression. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. Pity me, Gu. To have a black history at the hands of the star god. Oh my god. Qingqing, are you a sunrise crowd? Ha ha. Qingqing's little flying dagger is here again. This time, the one who fell into Qingqing's hands is Gu." With a helpless face, Gu turned his head and looked at Xinghe, who had already stood up. "No, you fellow. Isn't it good to be a kind person?" Looking at his best friend, who he hadn't seen in a few years, Gu opened his mouth and chided. There was absolutely no hint of politeness. "Hee hee. Back then, I don't know who it was that hugged me and cried." Xinghe, however, "Half a point of face does not give this big star to stay," said faintly. "Friends of the audience, all Ji's fans, I first declare that I am absolutely not in the black Gu. If any of you don't believe it, I'll give you a minute to get out of the video of him drunk and crying. This video Before the words fell, he saw that Gu, who had just been laughing and hugging and exchanging pleasantries with Huang Xiaoche, with a big star look, a tiger pounced and covered Xinghe's mouth. "Shut up, you shut up," Gu said repeatedly. "After so many years of not seeing you, why are you still so bad? Be careful of me exposing the name you shouted that time you drank too much." The crowd present, including the viewers of the live broadcast, were, at this moment, all laughed madly. They felt more and more that this installment of the program seemed to have a bit too many explosive points. Chapter 66, Ji's Black History. Playing is playful, fooling around is fooling around. But as long as one is not blind, one can see that. Xinghe and Ji's feelings were really good. The surprise in Ji's eyes and the smile in Xinghe's eyes could not be hidden. Meeting a friend from another country is roughly this kind of mood. After some lively pleasantries, everyone sat down in the pavilion. As for Ji's luggage, Pang Pang had long ago helped carry it in. "Mr. Huang, if you live with him, it will be a relief to cook in the future. This guy cooks especially well." As soon as he sat down, Gu began to break the news. As expected, what he said was exactly the same as what Zhao Liang said before. "Ha ha, really?" Huang Xiaoche laughed and said to Gu, "It looks like you and Xinghe, Gu, are old friends." "Who is friends with him? Who is friends with him?" the two said almost in unison. The viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as everyone at the scene, all laughed. This arrogant look of the two of them was practically identical. "All right, you two. Don't make me laugh, okay?" Teacher, he rubbed his face, which was already about to stiffen from laughing, and said to Xinghe, "Xinghe, how long have you and Gu known each other?" Almost 10 years. Xinghe sniffed and thought before saying, "The first time we met, it should have been 9 years ago." Gu spoke. "At that time, I starred in a commercial war drama, and as a result, when I rented an office building, this guy was the landlord." Unexpectedly, his sentence caused everyone to freeze. Xinghe slapped his head. He knew, Gu, this big mouth, would definitely talk nonsense. As expected, when they heard Ji's words, the crowd all looked surprised. "Wait, Gu, did you just say that he is the landlord of the office building?" Teacher, he asked Gu with a surprised face. Gu nodded and looked at Xinghe. "Can you say it?" Xinghe was all helpless. This guy had just gotten the conversation going, and now he was even asking himself this. Too much of a beating. "Say it." Xinghe finally chose to compromise. Gu had already said it, so naturally he had to explain it clearly. "About 9 years ago." Cocking his head, Gu seemed to be recalling something. "At that time, I had just made a comeback not long ago, and although I acted in quite a few movies and TV dramas, my results were average. And the outside world's evaluation of my acting skills was not good either. Oh, after all, it used to be an idle boy, being said to rely on the face to eat, it's normal. Then I met this guy. He thought I was very suitable to play that kind of rich young man, so he wrote a script for me. At that time, he had just retired not long ago, and I was kind of at a low ebb, and although the company wanted to help, they couldn't find an investor. So the guy mortgaged his office building to the bank, and we started filming that Pretender. At that time, even the actors, it was the two of us who went to the actors union over at Xinghe to select them, and the others, they were looking for friends to help recommend contacts. The crowd listened silently. Everyone could feel the emotion in Xinghe's words. In the live broadcast room, the audience's emotions, even more excited. Whoa. It was too difficult for my male god back then. Yes, the transformation was too difficult. There will be blessings after a great hardship. They really are true love. Yeah. Being able to mortgage their real estate, this is definitely true love. And customized the script. Haha. No wonder they are so close. These are true brothers. Why brothers? True love, don't you understand? Ahem. Key. Even the few female artists on the scene were a little low in mood. Although they hadn't experienced the kind of thing Xinghe did, they were able to feel Xinghe's mood. In the entertainment industry, the difference between being read and not being read is really too big. When you are popular, everyone holds you up. When you are not read, even if you drink a mouthful of water, people think you are in the way. Lu Tao even silently wiped the corners of her eyes. Back then, when her ex-husband went bankrupt, she really knew what the coldness of people and the coldness of the world was. If she hadn't met Xinghe, Lu Tao had even almost been submerged. AI, you're almost a little bit Xinghe saw that everyone's mood was not high, and hurriedly interrupted Xinghe. Here you are reminiscing about the bitter and sweet, talking as if it's the old society. Facing his old friend, Xinghe spat without mercy. The crowd all laughed. This person, is just too capable of destroying the atmosphere. Xinghe was all speechless and glared at Xinghe, saying, "What words? Forget about the time when you were scolded by me for crying when you were filming a movie, didn't you?" Xinghe bristled and said, I know. At this time, Qingqing suddenly raised her hand and said, "Brother, you still have the video of brother who crying in your cell phone?" Xinghe were dumbfounded. He now had the urge to turn around and run. This black history, is it going to be exposed today? Looking at the others with a gaze of help. How Xinghe hoped that there would be someone to say something for him. As a result, what made him speechless was that every single person sitting in the gazebo surprisingly had a look of interest. Really? I want to see. Teacher, he said excitedly. Yeah. Xinghe actually has this side? Huang Xiao Chef was also not calm anymore. Teacher Su. Really, are you that fierce? This was Li Fowl. Ahem. I think I should witness your friendship. Lu Tao had a calm face. At that moment, Xinghe felt like he had come to the wrong place. Chapter 67. Long Live Friendship. The video was not taken out in the end. Of course, Xinghe paid a considerable price for it. Not only was he dragged to take a picture with everyone, he also performed a song himself. In the end, he also promised to do more work as the mainstay of today's banana collection. You guys are too bullying. Xinghe was forced to change into clothes for going down to the fields and was filled with helplessness. Haha. Just don't resist. Xinghe grabbed his arm. Don't you see now, this place, the mushroom house, is not a place where you can come and go whenever you want. That's right. Teacher, he also laughed and said, finish the farm work for us first, then we'll talk about leaving or not. The crowd all laughed. Looking at the bitter-faced Xinghe, there was an inexplicable burst of joy. It had to be said that watching a male god turn into a farmer, this feeling was quite interesting. Even the fans in the live broadcast room were all very joyful. Old Xinghe is experiencing life. Heartache for me Xinghe. Meeting someone is not good. Haha. Why am I laughing so hard I'm getting cramps? But seriously, was Xinghe really scolded by Xinghe on set and cried? Apparently, yes. I guess I was really anxious at the time. After all, seeing a friend going down in flames, that kind of mood, I envy old Xinghe having such a friend. To be honest, Xinghe's nirvana was simply a miracle in the eyes of many of his fans. From being a popular idol back then, to the current power acting school, it was said that if you don't die in a great disaster, you will be blessed later. Xinghe is the real interpretation of what is called nirvana rebirth. And to this day, these fans and viewers realize, original. Behind Xinghe's nirvana rebirth, it was actually Xinghe who was driving everything. It was he who supported Hu Gu to start afresh, wrote scripts for him, and even went so far as to mortgage his own property to invest in a TV series. What was even more surprising was that, after being all of this and watching Hu Gu step back to the top with his own eyes, Su Xinghe disappeared. He didn't stay by Hu Ji's side and wait for Hu Gu to repay him. Instead, he quietly left. The song that Hu Gu sang earlier was said to have been unintentionally written by Su Xinghe, which Hu Gu found particularly apt. When all the people left me, you advised me to be patient and stay with me through the longest winter of my life, being so forgiving. When all people come near me, you tell me to be quiet and calm. Seem to know that I have a heart that's never quiet, and it's so easy to move. I finally got 1,000 hands waving in front of me. I finally got 1,000 warm smiles. I finally got the crowd to be impressed. And I forgot to tell you, you've always been in my heart. When he sang this song, Hu Gu was really shedding tears. No one but himself could understand how desperate he was at that time. If there was no appearance of Su Xinghe, perhaps he had really quit the entertainment industry completely. Hu Gu participates in Aspiring Life. Hu Gu Su Xinghe's friendship. Hu Gu tears up Mushroom House. Su Xinghe dumped his family for Hu Gu. The top 20 of the hot searches, almost in the shortest time, were screened by several messages. It's not an exaggeration to say that. Previously, Hu Ji's relationship with Su Xinghe, which was exposed by Zhao lying in the middle of the live broadcast, had already sparked some heated debate online, coupled with the fact that he retweeted that microblog. Everyone was speculating about the relationship between the two. Only no one expected that their relationship was actually so good. Along with Hu Ji's personal account of what had happened in the middle of the program, the netizens were instantly impressed. Seriously, what is a true friend? This is it. Yeah, I'll help you when you're in trouble, and when you're better, I'll retire. Hu Gu is really lucky. But Su Xinghe is really powerful, writing his own scripts and investing himself. Oh my God, Star God is simply the perfect man. I love him so much. Really, that song of Hu Ji's made me cry. There was no doubt. Whether it was Su Xinghe or Hu Gu, they were both very influential people in the Chinese systemia today. To put it bluntly, the past of two people who possessed great popularity and visibility, and who shared hardships with each other, was just too heartwarming. Countless corrupted women instantly brainstormed a whole bunch of orangey plots. There were even people who openly stated that they stood for this pair of CPs. Of course, Hu Gu didn't know about this. At this moment, he was being forced by Su Xinghe to collect bananas and do hard labor. No, old Su. Don't you think that it's inhumane for you to hold an umbrella and watch me work? Hu Gu was furious when he looked at Su Xinghe's graceful appearance there. Why should he be able to rest when he himself is working? If you cook by yourself at night, I can help now. Su Xinghe skimmed his lips with a smug look on his face. Hu Gu was instantly speechless, turned his head, and simply ignored him. In the live broadcast room, the audience went crazy with laughter. Chapter 68 Huang Xiao Chef Possessed. Of course, playfulness was playful and fooling around was fooling around. It was impossible for Su Xinghe to really let Hu Gu do so much farm work alone. Besides, there was Pang Pang and the others. Everyone helped out with their hands and feet, and in the course of the morning, there was really no shortage of harvest. The saying, "Many hands make light work," was really true. Especially a few female stars, this time really let the audience see their different places. Yesterday's live broadcast and today's live broadcast, Li Fulgence and Song Qian and the others, were seriously and honestly working hard. Even the director's team and the audience in the live broadcast did not expect it. On the way back, while walking, Huang Xiao Chef asked Hu Gu, "Today you are a guest. Do you want to think about what to eat at night?" Evening. Hu Gu was surprised and asked, "Don't you order from noon? Let's have some cold noodles at noon." Su Xinghe smiled and said, "I'll cook you something delicious at night." "No problem." Surprisingly, Hu Gu agreed. Afterwards, he smiled and said to little Chef Huang, "Mr. Huang, can I order anything?" "You're still being pretentious. Say it, whatever you want to eat." Little Chef Huang laughed and made a big deal out of it. As he said that, he also implicitly glanced at Su Xinghe's side and raised his eyebrows at Hu Gu. That meant, "Feel free to order whatever you want. I'm not the one cooking anyway." How smart Hu Gu was. He understood in a flash and said with a hefty smile, "Since you said so, Teacher Huang, then fine. I'll have the dye-flavored fire-roasted dry bar and deep-fried pea powder." "What? Mr. Huang blinked his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. What was the meaning of this? Why was it that he recognized every word he said, but when combined, he had never even heard of it before? What in the world was this? Hugo smiled and looked at Huang Xiaoche. Mr. Huang, what's wrong? Huang Xiaoche waved his hand and said dryly, I announced that the job of mushroom house chef, I'm officially transferring it to Xinghe. What a joke. Hugo ordered a dish that he had never even heard of. Okay? Xinghe was speechless. He saw Chef Huang look at himself and said, Xinghe, did you hear that? Hugo said that he wants to eat dye flavor fire roasted dry bar and deep-fried pea powder. Xinghe shrugged. I'm fine with it, but the fire roasted dry bar needs beef, and the fried pea flour needs pea flour, which we don't have, and I don't have it there either. So this problem of ingredients will have to be solved by the guests themselves. I don't know why, at that instant, Hugo had a not-so-good feeling. Facts proved that Hu Ji's premonition was accurate. He did not expect, no matter what, that he would be punked by Xinghe again. After the program team offered 2 bundles of bananas and 4 baskets of pineapples, Hugo, the hallowed visionary, completely collapsed. I don't care the dishes I am going to eat. I participated in this program. The notice fee is not even there. Now ordering a dish, you guys even want me to have so many things, isn't it too inhumane? As if Hugo had learned to bargain without a teacher, he stood in front of the director and the staff of the program and argued with reason. Haha. Why do I feel that I saw Mr. Huang in a trance? That's right, this look of Hugo is too similar to Mr. Huang. Life has finally smoothed out the male god's edges and turned him into a greasy middle-aged uncle. Upstairs. What are you secretly implying? Ahem. Mr. Huang is just getting older. The fans in the live broadcast room were merrily murmuring. Everyone felt especially joyful about this scene. Teacher Huang, Hu Ji's skill in bargaining has been deeply passed on by you. Looking at Hu Ji's back, teacher, he smiled and said to little Chef Huang. Huang Xiaoche nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It does have my style. To be honest, he was also very satisfied with Hu Ji's performance today. There was no big star stance at all, and he also worked hard to do the program. The effect of this program was really great. To be honest, it wasn't that Huang Xiaoche hadn't come into contact with top stars. His position in the circle was there, and he had seen a lot of young and frivolous artists. The kind of guy who has his eyes on the top. There are just too many of them. But like Hugo, it was really rare. From the time he entered Mushroom House until now, Hu Ji's body didn't have any attitude at all. The director's team was careful to let Huang Xiaoche take care of the scale, not to bully the big star too hard. In the end, Hugo managed to turn the price into 2 baskets of pineapples. When he came back, he was greeted by a cheering crowd. Big brother who is great. Pang Pang raised his hands high as if welcoming Hu Ji's triumphant return. Yeah, that was awesome. Li Fowl was also in admiration. Hugo, you are really great. This directing team, usually we can't do anything with them. Teacher, he also gave a thumbs up. Brother who, you're great. Qingqing raised her head and looked at Hugo and said, even better than my brother. My brother said that this director's crew is very difficult to deal with. Ahem. Xinghe was instantly speechless, hurriedly hugged Qingqing and said, Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. Brother didn't say that kind of thing. No. Qingqing suspiciously glanced at Xinghe. But I clearly remember, brother, you said it. Ah. Qingqing's memory is very good. Look at, brother, your previous vests. I remember them all. There's also the matter of Spielberg emailing you. I also remember. And so on. Xinghe hurriedly covered Qingqing's mouth. Qingqing, is brother treating you well? Xinghe blinked and asked Qingqing. Qingqing, who had her mouth covered, nodded. Xinghe ignored the eyes of the others and hurriedly said, then remember, don't talk nonsense. What brother told you yesterday? Have you forgotten? Didn't forget. Ah. Qingqing snapped her fingers and said to Xinghe. Qingqing has it all memorized. Brother, you said that you can't tell anyone about those vests. That Spielberg grandpa sent you an email thing can't be said either, and you like. Xinghe was dumbfounded. Did he himself go wrong somewhere when he communicated with Qingqing yesterday? Why was this? Obviously, he said that he would not say anything. But as a result, now, this girl even said all of it. Oh my god. What should I do if I'm betrayed by my sister? Wait online. Quite urgent. Chapter 69, sold by her sister. In fact, when Qingqing opened her mouth for the first time, the audience in the live broadcast room had already started talking. Spielberg. Why does it feel like a foreigner? Nope. Seems like a director. Yeah. Wait, it can't be that guy, right? I just checked. That's a big Hollywood director. Really? Xinghe was invited by a big Hollywood director to write a script? Seems like it. I remember the first installment before. It seems like Xinghe's family has an Oscar certificate for best screenwriter? Holy. How many vests does this guy have? Beautiful. It's really the sunrise crowd. Little Qingqing. I just feel that as long as Qingqing is coaxed well, Xinghe has no secrets to speak of at all. On the side of the mushroom house, everyone was dumbfounded after hearing Spielberg's name. As insiders, they could know better than those viewers what the name Spielberg really meant. Hollywood's top director, a serious master-level figure. He actually sent an email to Xinghe. What the hell was going on? Xinghe, you know Spielberg? Huang Xiaoche asked directly. This? Xinghe hesitated. Recognize. Little Qingqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking at the side, and Xinghe couldn't even stop him. Haha. Qingqing is so good. Quickly tell brother who. How does your brother know that's Spielberg? Hugo was excited on the side, pulling Qingqing. You tell brother. Turn around and I'll buy you lots and lots of toys. Don't. Unexpectedly, Qingqing shook her head. Qingqing is a good boy. Don't want other people's toys. Ha! Hugo blinked, then said, I'm not an outsider. Your brother and I are good friends. Then you can't have it either. Qingqing still shook her head. Her brother had told her since she was a child that a good kid can't ask for other people's things indiscriminately. Then you say, as long as you tell me, no matter what you ask for, I will promise you. Hugo smiled. Really? Qingqing's eyes lit up. Her eyes seemed to flash with a light all of a sudden. Of course. Hugo nodded with a smile. Although he was not married, he loved children. Especially since Qingqing was so cute, when he watched the program before, he especially liked this girl. When he saw it in person today and found Qingqing so well behaved, he liked this girl even more. Then, I want you to find 10 girlfriends for brother. The next moment, Qingqing's sentence made everyone dumbfounded. 10 girlfriends. Ha ha ha. What a good sister for brother. Such a sister, please give me a dozen. Star God is too happy. His sister helping to find a girlfriend. Look at Hu Ji's expression. He seems to have fainted. The viewers in the live broadcast room were laughing. Hu Gu was indeed a little dizzy. Speechless, he looked at the little girl in front of him. Qingqing, you're not joking, right? You said it, promise everything. The little girl gave Hu Gu a resigned look. This big brother it was clearly him who said it himself, and now he was blaming himself. Mena, really are all untrustworthy. Hu Gu didn't realize that he had already been categorized into the ranks of bad men, but gritting his teeth, he still nodded his head and said, in that case, I'll introduce your brother to a girlfriend, and if he doesn't agree at that time, it's nothing to do with me. Okay? Good. The little girl happily nodded her head, and also stretched out her finger, pulling the hook with Hu Gu. After the two people's ceremony was completed, Hu Gu then said to Qingqing, Qingqing, tell me, is your brother and that Mr. Spielberg very familiar? Xinghe wanted to speak, but Pang Pang and Mr. He had already gathered around him. Obviously, this was responsible for watching him. Get, you guys feel free. Xinghe resigned himself to his fate. Qingqing shouldn't know much anyway. What she did know was all about her literary circle. This pitiful girl. If I had known, I would have said anything to carry her a bit in the first place. Xinghe, what do you say? Are you going to confess yourself? Or are we going to ask Qingqing? Huang Xiaoche stopped Hu Gu, however, and looked at Xinghe with a smile, saying, although what Qingqing said might expose more things. But as Chef Huang looked at it, there was still a whole season left in this program. There were plenty of opportunities and time. Those secrets of Xinghe could not be hidden at all. If Xinghe knew what Huang Xiaoche was thinking, the entire person would definitely collapse. Ginger was still old and spicy. Sure enough, it was still the old fox that was more insidious. At the very least, if he were to replace himself, he would never be able to consider this. Hearing Huang Xiaoche's words, Xinghe sighed. He knew that he couldn't avoid it after all. Since Qingqing had already said it, then according to the character of the program's team, and the habits of these people present, it was definitely going to seek out the root of the matter. What's more, this was a live broadcast. Those viewers would use all sorts of methods to pursue the truth. Since this was the case, it would be better to simply be honest themselves. Yes, Mr. Spielberg and I know each other. Su Xinghe faced the gazes of the crowd, faced the camera's lens, and frankly admitted, "Really? It's actually true. This guy, just how many more secrets does he have? My God, I'm getting more and more curious. Yeah, go check it out. Go check it out. I feel like it doesn't seem to make sense if we just know each other." The fans in the live broadcast instantly exploded and began to inquire. Intuition told them that Su Xinghe's so-called acquaintance was definitely not the meaning of knowing names and chatting a few words. On the mushroom house side, after hearing Su Xinghe's words, Huang Xiaochef instantly lit up. Although he already belonged to a semi-retired state, for Hollywood, the center of world cinema, which person engaged in the film and television industry would not yearn for it? Especially a top director like Spielberg. To put it bluntly, if Spielberg said that he wanted to cast actors in his movie in the Chinese System Asia, it was estimated that all the actors in the Chinese System Asia would not refuse this opportunity. Chapter 70 Witty Pong Pong. In fact, it wasn't the same as those viewers in the live broadcast room who were watching. These people in the mushroom house, everyone was looking forward to it, expecting Su Xinghe to explain clearly whether he was related to Spielberg or not. "I met with Mr. Spielberg a long time ago," Su Xinghe slowly spoke. At that time, gave him a script, didn't expect him to shoot it, the effect was not bad. "Liar. That script of yours, brother, was clearly given to that uncle only a few days ago," Qingqing corrected from the side. Su Xinghe covered his head and had a headache. It felt like he was no longer able to stop this girl from going farther and farther down the road of pitting brother and god sister. "Little girl, your path has narrowed, you know?" But he also knew, for something like this to happen, it was purely God's will. Let's not forget that no one had expected that one day A Life to Live would be filmed in their own home in the first place. Qingqing was getting along so well with these people again. Well, the script at that time and the other days were different. Su Xinghe had to honestly admit it. "Tell me quickly, what's going on?" Hu Gu hurriedly urged. He was already planning to advance towards the movie circle now. After all, in terms of TV dramas, he had already reached a peak that many actors could not reach in their entire lives. In Hu Ji's opinion, if he wanted to go further, he had to enter the movie circle. It was just that he couldn't contact Su Xinghe before. Now that he had the opportunity, he was naturally thinking of working with Su Xinghe. What's more, Su Xinghe was able to work with top director Spielberg. Hu Ji's heart, it was impossible not to look forward to it. In case Su Xinghe could write a Hollywood Oscar-level script for himself, that would be too powerful. At that time, in case he... Oops. Can't think. The words of the others, although not as obvious as Hu Gu, were nevertheless curious in their hearts. After all, no matter what, hadn't heard of any domestic artist who had cooperated with Spielberg, didn't think that Su Xinghe had already accomplished this pioneering work without a word. "Schindler's List," I wrote. Su Xinghe, helpless, frankly said, "Recently this book, he is preparing to start forming the crew." Hiss. Everyone was shocked. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Schindler's List. Holy crap. Really? It's the movie that swept the Oscars a few years ago? Oh my God. Su Xinghe is actually the screenwriter. I checked. Su Xinghe is too good. 12 Oscar nominations, 7 wins. Best screenplay. Su Xinghe is awesome. Star God is awesome. Breaking sound. Compared to those viewers in the live broadcast room, the shock on the Mushroom House side was even greater. A script that had taken 12 Oscar nominations, what kind of talent was that? And now, Spielberg actually got another script from Su Xinghe. Old Su, Xinghe, my good brother. The smile on Hu Ji's face was simply brilliant. "What are you doing?" Su Xinghe took 2 steps backward. Couldn't be helped. This Hu Gu guy's smile was simply too sinister. "Brother whose smile so fake?" At this time, Qingqing aptly said. "Ha ha ha." The crowd all laughed. Hu Ji's old face reddened and looked at Qingqing helplessly. "Qingqing, do you still want me to introduce 10 girlfriends to your brother?" Qingqing wrinkled her nose and hummed, glancing at Hu Gu. "Humph, just bullying little kids." The crowd guffawed, all amused by this girl. This child is really funny. Seeing that Hu Gu was stirred up by Qingqing, it was not good to open his mouth. Pang Pang suddenly opened his mouth. "Big brother Su, what's wrong?" Su Xinghe was a bit strange. "What do you think of me?" Peng Peng blinked and said, "Quite good." Su Xinghe smiled. It's still pretty good if you lose weight. Ahem. Let's not talk about losing weight. Peng Peng shook his head and pointed at himself. I'm an actor, right? I know. Su Xinghe nodded. Sister Zifeng is also an actress. Peng Peng pointed at Zifeng. He also pointed at Huang Xiaojie. Mr. Huang is also an actor. Then, he simply pointed at a few others. These sisters, they are all actors. So, Su Xinghe pretended to understand. We are all actors. Don't you understand? Pang Pang was on the verge of freaking out. You've written a script for Spielberg. Aren't you going to write one for us as well? Su Xinghe bristled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Finally, his eyes settled on Peng Peng. Actually, everyone else is fine. It's just that you're a bit too fat to write, Su Xinghe leisurely said. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room immediately became lively. Ha ha ha. Heartache for me, Pang. Pang Pang. What suits you best is really tennis. Pumba. Lose weight. Feeling so sorry for Pumba. Being taunted by Su Xinghe, Pang Pang instantly blushed and covered her chest. Big brother Su. You hurt me, you have to be responsible. Responsible. Su Xinghe bristled. Being responsible is impossible, Pang Pang. Just resign yourself to your fate. After saying that, he also shook his head and sighed. Hey, I was looking to write a script for you, but looking at your state, it seems like it's hard enough to film. At once, Peng Peng instantly switched to smiley face mode. Big brother Su, we're out of line here, you're my closest and most respected big brother. You see, just this smile, Big brother Su gives people a feeling as if spring-like warmth. His eyes, simply like the sun, is bright. See you. I feel like my life has a direction to move forward. Ahem. This is not my brother. Zifeng's younger sister spat out, quietly moving a few steps away from this disgraceful brother. No, Pumba. Who did you learn all this from? Too ruthless. Teacher, he even gave Pang Pang a thumbs up. Pang Pang hemmed and hawed, and instead looked at Su Xinghe. Brother Su, look, what role can I play? Not to mention anything else. As long as it's your work, I promise to perform well. What a joke. That's a chance to work with a big Hollywood director. Little cutie. I wouldn't miss it. Chapter 71. There's a villain who's arrogant. Although Pang Pang always looked like a fool in the wayward life. But the truth is, he is not stupid at all. Pang Pang debuted in a web drama. In it, he played a eunuch. That's right. It's a slightly better role than a groupie. But with this kind of origin, Peng Peng step by step, little by little in the entertainment industry to the present. To this day, he has become one of the representatives of the acting school among the young actors in China. Even the participation in the yearning for life is the same. In the beginning, he was introduced by Mr. He and was not recognized by Huang Xiaojie. However, Pang Pang relied on his own down-to-earth diligence and his sincerity to impress the program team and Chef Huang. Now, he is even more profound in the essence of doing programs. It was like now, Su Xinghe had exposed his identity as a gold medal screenwriter. Someone definitely had to cooperate with his juggling. Hu Gu was the main guest. Huang Xiao Chef and Mr. He's status was too high. Lu Tao Li Fulgence and the others were female, and Zifeng's sister was too young. Therefore, this person can only be Peng Peng, gagging and playing tricks. This was just his means to make the show more interesting. Fine, you win. Su Xinghe looked at Peng Peng helplessly. To be honest, he really did have a suitable script for Peng Peng in his head. To know, although in this world, Peng Peng was still a popular actor. However, the works he had filmed were not the ones Su Xinghe was familiar with. Movies such as Glitter Girl and Elephant Sitting on the Ground did not appear. When he first learned of this, Su Xinghe was surprised. This was probably the difference between Azure and Earth. Although the people were still the same and still famous as well, the works they relied on to become famous were different. Just like people like Huang Xiao Chef and He Zhong, although they were all famous, their representative works were not the ones that Su Xinghe was familiar with. Therefore, Su Xinghe dared to recklessly exchange the works he wanted with the system. I have a script. Do you want to try it? Su Xinghe said to Peng Peng. Peng Peng was stunned. He did not expect that he had actually gotten a script from Su Xinghe. This was someone who had been asked to write a script by a big Oscar director. Heavens! Peng Peng then felt as if he was a lucky man who had been hit by happiness. You're not kidding, right? Peng Peng trembled. Big brother Su. Stop it. Su Xinghe shook his head. What's the point of making a scene? I'll get it for you now, wait for me. With those words, he walked towards the upper floor. He naturally didn't have a script, but could pay the price and get it from the system. Watching Su Xinghe go upstairs, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were already lively. Oops, is this considered luck for Pang Pang? More than that, it feels like he's earned a lot. Look at Hu Ji's expression, haha. But seriously, Su Xinghe, this is too genius. This is nothing. Think of the days when Star God had a golden song a week and swept the internet. You've never seen it. That powerful? Of course, this is the Star God. Pang Pang. This luck of yours, kid, is really good. Teacher, he said to Pang Pang. This was from the heart. Pang Pang's actions just now were obviously for the sake of the program's effect. But no one expected that Su Xinghe would actually be able to take out a script for him. This wasn't luck, what was it? Hu Gu was also envious. Pang Pang, you don't know, he usually doesn't come up with anything, but as long as he says he has it, then it must be something good. As someone who had watched Su Xinghe write the two TV series, The Pretender and Long Pagoda, Hu Gu was truly aware of just how talented Su Xinghe was. Several actresses, too, had looked at Pang Pang with envious eyes. Even so, several people were thinking in their hearts that this drama might have a female lead. When the time comes, perhaps they could compete themselves. A dark current surged through the mushroom house. And at this time, on the internet, someone jumped out. Just now, in the middle of the live broadcast, Su Xinghe's identity was exposed. Just in time, the famous director Feng Degang's new movie was released. Director Feng, do you know, in the live tour just now, Su Xinghe was exposed to have a collaboration with the famous Hollywood director Spielberg. What do you think? Does this mean that the best screenwriter in the Chinese system Asia is Su Xinghe? A reporter took the initiative to ask the question. And after hearing the reporter's question, Feng Degang revealed a cold smile. Su Xinghe is a clown who clams up. What kind of Oscar-level screenwriter just finds a kid to say a few words and collaborates with a big Hollywood director? In my opinion, the best screenwriter in the Chinese systemia has always been my good friend Lu Jinyun. At these words, the fishing wheels were in an uproar. And at this moment, Su Xinghe didn't know this. He had just taken the script downstairs and walked in front of the camera. Chapter 72, Qingqing's own mom? Who is Feng Degang? The top commercial film director in China, who had previously become the first person in the Chinese system of Asian Lunar New Year movies with a series of sold-out comedies. This time, his new movie, I'm Really Not a Bad Woman, even hit a record of $50 million in pre-sale ticket sales. It is just like the champion of the summer movie. More importantly, Feng Degang was one of the famous Beijing circle bigwigs. This circle in the Chinese sub-entertainment circle but has a huge influence. Soon, this interview video was published online. Feng Degang angrily criticizes Su Xinghe, the battle for the #1 screenwriter in the Chinese systemia. Very quickly, these few pieces of news rushed onto the hot search. Not only that, even underneath the microblogs of Hu Gu and others, there were people retweeting them. Moreover, many fans of Feng Degang as well as the artists of the Beijing circle flocked to the live broadcasting room of Life Toward You. Haha. This is the liar Su Xinghe? Director Feng really wasn't wrong. Just a liar. He's not even 30 years old this year, right? Hollywood directors aren't blind. It's crazy to work with him. How much did the program group spend to prepare this gimmick? Variety shows nowadays are really disgusting. Yeah, there's no lower limit. The live broadcast room was filled with such rhythms. Even if the fans of Su Xinghe and the others refuted them, they would be attacked by them. For a moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were a mess. This is the script. Su Xinghe's footsteps stumbled a little as he descended the stairs. Xinghe, what's wrong with you? Seeing Su Xinghe's appearance, teacher, he asked. Su Xinghe shook his head. Nothing. He was really a bit tired. In order to get this script, he had just been asked by the system to do a full 100 push-ups within a minute. Let me see. Peng Peng had already excitedly taken the script and read it. Su Xinghe was not in a hurry either, stepping to the side and sitting down. And at this time, in Huang Xiaoqi's headphones, the director's voice was heard. A moment later, his face became ugly. Not only him, several other actresses, including Hu Gu, had vibrating sounds coming from their cell phones. Several people took out their cell phones and looked at them for a moment, and their faces instantly became incomparably ugly. Because it was not only Feng Degang alone, the Beijing circle was a very influential group. As Feng Degang alone took a stand, others also came forward to support Feng Degang. Actress Su Jinglei, Mr. Lu Jinyun is the best screenwriter I know. Su Xinghe is still young. There are still a lot of things he needs to learn. Movie works, not something you can dabble in by casually writing a few drama scripts. Famous actress Fan Bingbing. I've heard Su Xinghe's songs before, and he's really talented. But a walk in the park is like a mountain. I don't think that a good singer can write a good script. A movie is not a song. Su Xinghe has to know how to learn and understand what it means to be humble. Director Zhang Xiaolong. An artist who doesn't properly precipitate himself and thinks all day long about passing variety shows and clowning around. This kind of behavior is the shame of the entertainment industry. What's wrong? Su Xinghe was somewhat surprised to see the expressions of the crowd. This big brother Su, look at this. Zifeng hesitated for a moment, but still handed the phone to Su Xinghe. Although it was a live broadcast, this matter always had to be told to him. Su Xinghe took the phone and looked at it. Afterward, his brows furrowed. Xinghe, I think this matter it's better to explain. Huang Xiaoche spoke decisively. There happened to be a lot of unknown viewers in the live broadcast room. To be honest, he was also quite displeased in his heart about the behavior of the Beijing circle. But after all, this was a live broadcast, and as a public figure, it was impossible for him to say something over the top. Yeah, that trophy and certificate of yours, we saw it with our own eyes. Teacher, he had a surprisingly serious face. Yeah, I know English too. What was even more unexpected was actually Zifeng. The movie she debuted in back then was directed by Feng De Gang. And now, she was actually flagging on Su Xinghe's side, which was really unexpected. Yes, big brother Su, I believe in you. Li Fowl also spoke up. That's right, Mr. Su. Take out your certificate. Song Qian said. Instead, Lu Tao Zhao lying and Hu Guo spoke. The three of them fiddling with their cell phones there separately. You three stop. Su Xinghe raised his head and glanced at Hu Ji's three people. The crowd was stunned. Just then, he saw Hu Guo laugh. You're too late. My Weibo has already been posted. Me too. Zhao Lying had a calm face. You are my master. I believe you. Original. The two of them had actually already tweeted in support of Su Xinghe. Then Lu Tao. It's fine. I'm just checking the phone. Lu Tao looked quite calm. But the next moment, the Qingqing, who was sitting beside her, glanced at her cell phone and suddenly said, Sister Chun, help me push off Zhang Xiaolong's new TV series. What she was reading was clearly a WeChat that had just been sent from Lu Tao's phone. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. No one was surprised that Hu Gu and Zhao Lying did this. After all, they were Su Xinghe's friends. Huang Xiao chef and teacher he were also not strange. These two had always been eager to do what was right. As for Li Fulgence, her role in the new movie was assigned by Su Xinghe. If Song Qian, she was friends with teacher he. But Lu Tao, she was now on the rise, and what she was putting off was a drama by a big director like Zhang Xiaolong. Was she crazy? You have to know, Zhang Xiaolong's new drama is known to be well produced with a strong lineup. And it is said that Lu Tao's pay for starring in this drama is as high as $70 million. But she actually put it off. For a moment, everyone's eyes flowed back and forth between Su Xinghe and Lu Tao. The viewers in the live broadcast room, even more so, began to speculate wildly. Why do I feel it's not quite right? Yes. Ever since Lu Tao came to this program, she has been especially nice to Su Xinghe. Right. The way Lu Tao looks at Qingqing is also not right. She's especially nice to Qingqing. She wouldn't be Qingqing's mom, right? Then could Su Xinghe be Qingqing's real father? Don't guess upstairs, okay? The more the pop-up screen said, the more outrageous it became. This group of netizens' brainstorming ability was simply too powerful. Su Xinghe, on the other hand, smiled bitterly and said to Lu Tao, Sister Tao, why bother? Lu Tao looked at Su Xinghe and said word for word, no matter what, I owe you. I can't pay back in a lifetime. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Chapter 73 Righteousness Su Xinghe. There is adultery. What's going on with these two? Yeah, I smell a sour odor. Lu Tao and Su Xinghe? Really? You guys don't tease me. I'm a fan of Lu Tao. I love the characters she plays. Ahem, you people, be decent. Master, I want to get off. Someone's driving too fast. The picture style of the live broadcast room simply went askew. But everyone could see that Su Xinghe's relationship with Lu Tao was extraordinary. Otherwise, Lu Tao wouldn't have been able to directly push off Zhang Xiaolong's new movie. On the side of the mushroom house, everyone else was dumbfounded. Qingqing. Su Xinghe's face was serious as he glared at Qingqing. This child Qingqing, her mouth was really too fast. This time it was good. How much trouble did it add to the other Lu Tao? Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, Lu Tao laughed lightly, a calm smile on her face, seemingly not worried at all. Will you say it or will I say it? Lu Tao looked at Su Xinghe and said, It's better for you to come. Su Xinghe sniffed helplessly and said, It was always inappropriate for him to say it himself. That's good. Lu Tao nodded. Everyone was looking at Lu Tao, everyone was curious. Between him and Su Xinghe, what secrets did he have? Clearing his throat, Lu Tao had a calm expression and slowly opened his mouth. It's actually nothing. My ex-husband did go bankrupt back then. Speaking here, she paused and smiled at the camera and the crowd. Just to let you all know, I actually divorced 3 years ago, and at that time, it was just the right time to pay off all the debts owed from his bankruptcy. Divorced. The crowd was shocked once again. Lu Tao had actually gotten divorced. One must know that she was a model of a good wife and mother within the entertainment circle. When her rich husband went bankrupt, she didn't abandon him and desperately filmed to pay off his debts. And many media outlets had praised her before. But now, she actually told everyone that she was divorced. This news really took everyone by surprise. Paying off debts is a very difficult process. Lu Tao's expression was calm. When he went bankrupt, he owed a lot of money. A lot. So much that I even had to act in roles that I didn't like. As you all know, when you're filming a movie, the investors can't be offended. Even if they ask you to go over for a drink, you have to go over honestly. Even if you meet some nasty people, you have to smile along with them and you have to try to protect yourself. That's how I was at that time, trying hard to cope with everyone. Just so I could take more roles, make more money, and pay off my debts earlier. Then there was a time when I was still being counted. That day, my agent was transferred. I stayed alone in the private room and drank a lot of wine. Just when the other party was about to get his way, I met Xinghe. He was in the wrong private room that day, and when he realized it was me, he went along and saved me. What happened later was that he lent me a large sum of money to get me through that difficult time. He also helped introduce me to my current agency, which led to the later incident where I desperately took on a movie and eventually paid off my debts. To Hu Gu, Xinghe is his friend, his brother who helped him get back on his feet. To Li Ying, Xinghe was her master, her mentor, helping her become a star. But to me, Xinghe is my benefactor, because without him, I might have died. Lu Tao's voice was very soft, as if she was talking about a very ordinary thing. But the entire mushroom house was quiet. Li Fao and Zifeng, a few girls, had already begun to cry. Song Qian was crying especially miserably. She remembered the time when she was abroad. The few men, on the other hand, also had serious expressions. Teacher, he sighed, walked over to Lu Tao, and gently hugged her. It's hard for you. After a long moment of silence, Huang Xiaoche said to Lu Tao. He knew more about that ex-husband of Lu Tao's than a lot of people. That guy was bankrupt and even took forbidden drugs. He was simply a waste. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lu Tao, such a good woman, he is really not worthy. But even Huang Xiaochef didn't know about this part of Lu Tao's past. While they people were still like this inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups had long since exploded. Whoa, I'm crying. Really, it's too touching. Sister Peach is too difficult. A woman who has to raise a family and let go of her pride. It's really too hard. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Hey, women really aren't easy. Such a good woman, you guys still have the nerve to hack her? Is it human? That's right. Should have divorced that scummy guy a long time ago. No wonder Lu Tao came to the mushroom house to be so special to the star god. And even treated Qingqing so well. So it turns out that she's repaying a favor. If it were me, it's possible to give my body in return. Yes. The star god waited to save her life. Although these viewers weren't people from the entertainment industry, the traditional morals of the Chinese systemia were there. It was clear to everyone that, if there was no Su Xinghe, what kind of fate would Lu Tao be in? A woman, once she took a wrong step. It was really one thought of heaven and one thought of hell. On the contrary, Su Xinghe himself was calm. What happened between him and Lu Tao, only the two of them knew. Actually, Lu Tao didn't tell the whole story. That day, she wasn't just poured a lot of wine, she was also drugged. Moreover, it was a heavy portion of a psychedelic-type drug. After saving her himself, he had to bring her to the villa. As for what happened next, Su Xinghe never took that as a flirtatious encounter. He just felt that Lu Tao was a pitiful person. So, after Lu Tao came to her senses, He said that he would keep this secret forever. And Su Xinghe also lent Lu Tao a large sum of money, so that she could first pay off part of her debt. After all, having skin to skin with himself, Su Xinghe could not watch her sink. As for what happened after that, it was Lu Tao's own efforts. Su Xinghe only helped introduce a good brokerage firm to her. Originally, it was thought that the two would never have a chance to meet again in this life. As a result, he did not expect that because of this program, they would be reunited once again. What made Su Xinghe even more surprised was that Lu Tao actually really divorced, and also in the middle of the program, for his own sake, directly rejected Zheng Xiaolong's new play. Speaking of which, Su Xinghe himself did not expect it. Chapter 74. Xiangnan TV was blown up. Su Xinghe sometimes feel human mood is like a monster. When you are happy, very obedient. When you are not happy, you will rampage around and wreak havoc. And when you are excited, you will also make people do something that does not conform to the normal behavior. Though that doesn't always fit the person's intentions. Of course, occasionally there will be some time, the right atmosphere, the right words, coupled with the right emotional brewing, people will make some uncontrollable behavior. This kind of behavior is not rational, not the result of serious thinking. But I have to say, this time people often follow their hearts. Just like Lu Tao. Today, if she wasn't in this situation, she probably wouldn't have done such a thing. But since she had done it, it meant that she had already gone out of her way. Sighing, Su Xinghe glanced at Lu Tao. Why bother? I'm just seeking peace of mind. Lu Tao's expression was calm. It was as if the person who had just rejected a collaboration worth $70 million in film fees was not her. Su Xinghe smiled and looked at Peng Peng. Pang Pang, how is the script? Great. Pang Pang raised her head and said to Su Xinghe, Big brother Su, for this scene, can I act with Zifeng? Good. Su Xinghe nodded. When this season of the program ends, we'll start filming. Saying this, he looked at Huang Xiaojie. Mr. Huang, call the director for me. Huh. Huang Xiaoche was stunned and nodded his head in a hurry. Soon, the director walked in front of the camera. Of course, the special effects were still blocking his face. Director, do you think this is okay because it's a live broadcast of the recording process, so what? Let's turn off the live broadcast and continue filming, how about it? Su Xinghe looked at the director and asked. Because the recording had already begun, according to the broadcast plan, tomorrow would be the time when the first installment of the 4th season of Aspiring Life would be aired. In other words, the part they were recording now was not going to be aired until half a month later. And Su Xinghe was obviously doing this for the sake of Xiangnan Station's ratings. Otherwise, if what happened to him next was exposed on the air, then when the program was aired, the ratings would not be guaranteed. Along with his words, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. Dog thief. This dog thief. Don't. I want to see what happened next. Director. Don't listen to him. Yeah, director, hold on. Star God. Do you have to be so treacherous? Crazy. I can't wait to rush to the mushroom house now. The audience went crazy, but the director didn't. He thought for a moment and nodded to Su Xinghe. That's good. I know. Turning his head, the director instructed the side of the program team and cut off the live broadcast. The live broadcast instantly went black. On the mushroom house side, after the live broadcast was shut down, the director had originally planned to turn off the cameras as well. After all, variety shows had tableaus most of the time. And this situation today had just gone beyond the previous tableau. Director, there's no need to turn off the camera. Su Xinghe, however, stopped the director. Xinghe, what do you want to do? Huang Xiaoche asked with some surprise. Yes, Xinghe. Teacher, he was also somewhat puzzled. Logically, Su Xinghe should have agreed with the director to turn off the camera, and then everyone should discuss how they were going to fight back against Feng De Gang and the others. In fact, everyone here knew very well that Feng De Gang was doing this, clearly trying to step on Su Xinghe for publicity. Who let today's The Wayward Life is the hottest and most talked about variety show, on the hot search as if eating and drinking water. But never expected. Su Xinghe actually did not even intend to turn off the camera. It's fine. Looking at everyone's concerned eyes, Su Xinghe smiled and said to the camera, fellow viewers, the camera is not turned off, and it's not editing. What I want to prove below is not that I am the best screenwriter in the Chinese systemia. I'm just proving that I'm not cheating. After saying that, he smiled and said to Lu Tao, Sister Tao, is there any interest in acting in a Hollywood movie? Everyone froze, including Lu Tao herself. Xinghe, you're not kidding, right? Lu Tao looked at Su Xinghe and asked in surprise. Yes, Xinghe. Stop it. Huang Xiaoche and teacher he exchanged a glance. And in their hearts, they had already decided that they would turn around and talk to the director to edit out the segment. Su Xinghe, on the contrary, had a calm and self-assured face, smiled and said, Don't worry. It was at this time that the director's phone actually rang. Director. On camera, the director picked up the phone, and then there was a gasp. A minute later, the phone hung up. We still have to broadcast live. The director looked at Su Xinghe and said, What's wrong? Everyone was a little surprised. The director instructed the staff to open the live broadcast while explaining to everyone. After we just closed the live broadcast, our program's official microblog as well as the Xiangnan station's microblog, as well as the station's phone number, were all blasted. Some people simply rushed to the station and demanded a live broadcast. Shocked. Hearing the director's words, even the artists were dumbfounded. Hu Go even blurted out, Old Su, you're too good. These were his sincere words. To be able to have such influence, Su Xinghe was more than just the word awesome. Haha. Xinghe. I told you, you can't resist the audience at all. Teacher he also laughed. To be honest, they also didn't expect that things would actually turn out like this. The station's leadership has decided to change tomorrow's premiere to a 2-issue syndication. The director explained, and this season's program will be broadcast twice a week. Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air. This Xiangnan TV's handiwork was big enough. It was obviously to capitalize on Su Xinghe's heat and ruthlessly make a wave of things and at this time, the live broadcast room had already been opened. Almost instantly, more than 10 million viewers flooded in. Ha ha ha. Star God, are you convinced? My life is up to me. Xiangnan TV's phones are all busted. Quickly, what's going on? Yeah, I'm waiting to see the follow-up. Fengde just retweeted the video of his interview, and he said that's what he thinks. The Beijing Circle side is all retweeting it. It looks like they're planning to round up Star God. Zhang Xiaolong has tweeted. He stated that Lu Tao isn't the actor he wants to use at all. Star God. Tell me, what's going to happen? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Xinghe. Just now, he was about to make a call. Chapter 75, A World-Class Director's Cameo. Ladies and gentlemen, the director has just received a notification from the station that we will be broadcasting the next program. Live. Mr. He, as the host, stood in front of the camera's lens and spoke eloquently. After all, a few minutes had been cut off earlier, and it definitely needed to be explained clearly. Regarding the time that was cut off, we will play it for everyone in the highlights released on the official Weibo. Huang Xiaojie also explained. This was related to the issue of Su Xinghe's image, as well as the reputation of the program's team, and could definitely not be neglected. The pop-ups in the live stream, however, didn't care so much at all. The audience's targets were all on Su Xinghe. Look at Star God. Star God. Star God, you explain. Seriously, Mr. He and Chef Huang. So righteous. Yeah. It's rare that they're willing to stand up for the Star God at this time. I think it's still a bit better for my sister and Lu Tao. You guys are afraid that you haven't seen Zhao Liying and Hu Ji's 2 people's microblogs. Su Xinghe, however, had a calm face. After teacher he finished talking to Huang Xiao Chef, he took his cell phone and started calling. Soon, the call was connected. The next moment, the audience was dumbfounded, because what Su Xinghe was speaking was actually in English. What to do? Can't understand. Me too, haha. Master in no, who understands English? Coming. I'm from the College of Foreign Languages, English grade 6. It seems like the person on the other side is his friend. Su Xinghe wants to video with the other side. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded after seeing the translation sent out by the expert on the pop-up screen. In fact, even on the Mushroom House side, Zifeng and teacher He, who knew English, froze. A moment later, Su Xinghe hung up the phone. What's going on? Huang Xiaoche asked subconsciously. I contacted my friend over in the meter country. Su Xinghe smiled and said, Hold on. After saying that, he said to Zifeng, I remember that you seem to have brought your laptop with you, right? Zifeng nodded. She had brought her computer for the online class, but she didn't expect that it would come in handy at this time. Soon, Pang and Zifeng took the computers and went downstairs. Su Xinghe opened Zifeng's laptop and quickly downloaded a chat software Skype. Logging into his account, Su Xinghe quickly found a name inside his address book. All of this was under the watchful eyes of the crowd and the audience in the live broadcast room. Big Brother Su. This is? Zifeng was somewhat surprised. Su Xinghe smiled and said, an old friend. Soon after, Su Xinghe typed in the chat interface and the opposite side sent a video request. Su Xinghe clicked accept. Hi Su. An old man wearing glasses appeared on the opposite side, his mouth speaking a somewhat raw Chinese Asian language. Hello, Stephen. Su Xinghe smiled and spoke a bit of English to the man. On the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, someone quickly translated it. Tian. It's actually really Spielberg. My mama. Su Xinghe actually really knows Spielberg. Not an actor, not a liar. Just now on the oil pipe, someone uploaded a video. Spielberg is on video, opposite Su Xinghe. Waiting online, what are they saying? Su Xinghe said he had a friend to introduce to Spielberg. Sure enough, under the audience's gaze, Su Xinghe introduced the people around him to Spielberg one by one. Especially when Qingqing was introduced, the old man happily greeted Qingqing. It was obvious that he had known her before. This news further made the audience in the live broadcast room certain that Su Xinghe was familiar with Spielberg. Mr. He, you can help translate. Su Xinghe thought about it and said to teacher He. He could speak English, but Spielberg could not speak Chinese Asian, which was a bit of a problem. Teacher He naturally had no problem with this, and the audience in the live broadcast room also shouted that it was okay. Soon, the conversation between the two was translated by teacher He. Su Xinghe smiled and spoke, Stephen, can you do me a favor? Spielberg was a bit surprised and nodded. Of course, go ahead, my friend. This Ms. Lu Tao is my sister, a very good friend. She is an actress, if possible. I hope you can help me in Hollywood to find a role for her. Because of me, she just lost a contract worth $10 million. Wow! Spielberg gave Lu Tao a somewhat surprised look. Su Xinghe cooperated by turning the camera towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao didn't understand what it meant and had to smile at Spielberg. Soon, Spielberg thought about it and spoke. I happen to have a friend who is going to make an American drama about superheroes. If she doesn't mind, she can come and participate. Thank you, Stephen. Su Xinghe said. You're welcome, Su. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have filmed Schindler's List in the first place. What's more, that script you gave me before was really great. I think it will be a success. With Spielberg's words, the heat of the live broadcast of Life Toward quickly broke through 40 million. Spielberg personally admitted to securing the role for Lu Tao. Su Xinghe and Spielberg have a close personal relationship. The screenwriter of Schindler's List surfaced. Su Xinghe equals Oscar for Best Screenplay. Almost in the shortest time, the Weibo hot search was taken over by Su Xinghe's news. Yanjing, a certain villa. Feng de Gang sat there with a happy face, surrounded by his friends. These people, naturally, were the backbone of the Beijing circle. Mr. Feng, this surname Su, he's going to lose face this time. Su Jinglei said with a smile. Yes, daring to go against us, what audacity! Fan Bingbing, dressed up in a floral style, sat beside Feng de Gang and said, De Gang, how are the pre-sales of the movie going? Zhang Xiaolong asked the most crucial question. All of them, their interests were closely related. They all had a part in investing in Feng de Gang's movie. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stand up for Feng de Gang. Hearing Zhang Xiaolong's words, Feng de Gang hemmed and hawed and was about to speak when the phone suddenly rang. What's wrong? Picking up the phone, Feng de Gang asked in confusion. Teacher Feng, something has happened. On the other side of the phone, an Entertainment Weekly reporter who was particularly familiar with Feng de Gang said, What's wrong? Feng de Gang's heart trembled. He thought that the matter of his bread and butter mistress outside had been exposed. As a result, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. You should quickly go check Weibo. Spielberg is starring in Life Toward. That reporter's sentence made Feng de Gang's eyes go black and he almost didn't faint. Chapter 76. Feng Dagong was not the only one who had a black eye. Throughout Weibo, how arrogant the people who had previously insulted Su Xinghe were, how embarrassed they were now. Because Su Xinghe and Xiang Xiang's fans, as well as Hu Guozhao Lying and other people's fans, are exhaling and sending private messages to them one by one. Just ask, is it convincing? Even more powerful was Lu Tao's fans, who simply blasted Zhang Xiaolong's Weibo. Almost the instant Spielberg appeared in the live broadcast of The Wayward Life. The entire Jing circle, it became the laughingstock of the Chinese system Asian entertainment industry. And on the side of Mushroom House, After ending the video with Spielberg, today's recording came to an end. The viewers in the live broadcast room were simply excited. With a whole 50 million online viewers, today's aspiring life could be said to be the most lively place in the entire Chinese sub-entertainment circle. The cameras turned off and everyone let out a long breath. Big Brother Su awesome. Peng Peng was the first to speak, giving Su Xinghe a thumbs up. Yeah, really awesome. Little Chef Huang was also excited. He was a person who usually preferred to hide his heart's eyes, and rarely had this kind of openly taking sides. But this time, it had to be said that little Chef Huang felt that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Hu Gu even smiled and came over, saying to Su Xinghe, "Old Su, what do you think of me? Can I also act in an American drama like Sister Tao?" Su Xinghe bristled. You'd better be honest and act in a drama." Hu Deshuai was quite hurt. Su Xinghe, on the other hand, smiled and said to Lu Tao, "Sister Tao, prepare yourself. After you finish filming, start learning English, and try to master it in the shortest time possible. No surprises, you'll be going to Rice next month." Spielberg, this person, would not say any empty words. Since he promised Su Xinghe to help with this favor, he would definitely take care of this matter. Aha! Surprisingly, Lu Tao did not refute Su Xinghe's words, but instead nodded her head very obediently. Su Xinghe looked at Li Fulgence and Song Qian again, and said with a smile, "Thanks for today. No matter what, people were on his side. This was a favor that he would not forget." Both of them all shook their heads that they were not to be thanked. After just watching Spielberg, they couldn't even be excited now. "Zifeng and Peng Peng, you two take a look at this script." Su Xinghe pointed at the script that Peng Peng was holding. "When we have the chance later, let's work together." Peng Peng was fine. Zifeng was really not expecting it and had a surprised face. Su Xinghe smiled, didn't say anything else, but looked at Zhao Liang. "Don't look at me. I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon," Zhao Liang said to Su Xinghe. "And me." Lu Tao also raised her hand and said, "Both of us too." Li Fowl and Song Qian also smiled and said. The four of them were normally going to leave after recording today's program. "All right, I'll send you guys off tomorrow morning," Su Xinghe said with a smile. The main reason why he personally sent them off was to avoid being misunderstood by the audience at that time, as if they were avoiding this matter. As for Hu Gu, that guy was just here on vacation, and Su Xinghe didn't care about him. This was the friendship of men. Soon, several girls went to rest with excitement. Even Qingqing was taken away by Lu Tao. The only people left in the gazebo were Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaojie, as well as teacher He and Hu Gu. Even Peng Peng was driven back to his room by them. "You guy, what exactly are you planning?" Huang Xiaoche looked around to see that there was no one else, before he said to Su Xinghe, "Planning to go to the end with that gang from the capital circle? This question is crucial." "Hee. There's no need." Su Xinghe, however, shook his head. "I don't take things personally." A few people looked at each other in disbelief, but they did not expect that he would be so spontaneous. "Just know it in your heart." Teacher He and Huang Xiaoche glanced at each other and did not say anything else. After all, Su Xinghe was an adult. What things should and should not be done, he knew better than anyone else. Waiting until the two of them, Mr. Huang Xiaochef and Mr. He, left to talk to the director about editing matters. Only then did Hu Gu look at Su Xinghe. "Say, how do you plan to get it?" "What, how to get it?" Su Xinghe smiled. "Don't talk nonsense, you're not like before. You're also a famous artist. Don't talk nonsense on top of the microblogging, so as not to be brought up to speed." Hu Gu was speechless, but he also understood Su Xinghe's meaning. It looked like he had an idea. "All right, for the rest of the matter, you shouldn't meddle." Su Xinghe smiled and said to Hu Gu. After placating Hu Gu and the others, Su Xinghe walked alone on the road of the Sea of Flowers. Inside his hand, he held his cell phone. He was looking at Weibo, and on it nowadays it was all news of Spielberg's participation in Life Toward. Also, there was the news that Feng Degang had fainted and was hospitalized at home. Ha! The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Su Xinghe opened his cell phone address book and found a name. "Hello, it's me." The call was connected, and Su Xinghe's tone was flat. "Good day, sir." A voice quickly rang out over there. "You step in and take Feng Degang's movie and remove it from my schedule." Su Xinghe slowly uttered a sentence. "No problem." The person on the other side of the phone quickly agreed. After saying this, Su Xinghe hung up the phone. After looking around to see that no one was around, he turned around and returned home. After going upstairs to accompany Qingqing to play for a while and putting the little girl to bed, and letting Dawei and Tianlong accompany her, Xinghe then went downstairs. Just after going downstairs, he saw little Chef Huang and teacher He walking over quickly. What's wrong? Xinghe was somewhat surprised. That, Wanda Film has officially announced that it will remove the movie, I'm Really Not a Bad Woman, from their schedule. Teacher He looked at Xinghe and opened his mouth to explain. Feng de Gang has been planted this time. Yes. It's rumored to have been notified by the major shareholder of the Wanda Group. Huang Xiaoche also said, I asked around and the news is true. The Wanda Cinema side has already started refunding the tickets. It's really a case of more action than good. Xinghe laughed with a righteous face. A guy like Feng de Gang will definitely get his comeuppance, right? The two men looked at each other in disbelief. For some reason, they always felt that there was something else hidden in Xinghe's smile. Of course, no matter it was teacher He or Huang Xiaojie, neither of them connected this matter with Xinghe, because the gap was just too big. As one of the top cinema lines in the country, the influence of Wanda Film was definitely extremely powerful. As for Xinghe, 10 years ago he was a network star, and even to this day he had exposed many of his identities, but he was still just a relatively wealthy entertainer. Compared to Wanda Pictures, Xinghe was too far behind. Chapter 77, A New Guest. Many things in this world often looked and sounded ridiculous. But the truth, perhaps, was this. It was like right now, although Huang Xiao Chef and Mr. He didn't dare to imagine it. But precisely the possibility that they didn't dare to imagine was the real answer. Xinghe was the major shareholder of the major shareholder behind Wanda Pictures. To put it simply, Wanda Film and Television was controlled by Wanda Group, and the major shareholder of Wanda Group was a company called Yonghui Capital. The owner of Yonghui Capital is Star River Investment. The owner of Star River Investment is Xinghe. This was Xinghe's bottom line. No matter how powerful the so-called bigwigs of the Beijing circle were, in his opinion it was just like a dog barking. A group of people who pointed to capital to eat. What qualifications did they have to be powerful with capital? Of course, in front of the camera lens, Xinghe would not be so arrogant and domineering. He would make those people, one by one, kneel down and beg for himself. This night, many people tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. So much so that when they got up in the morning, several people from the mushroom house had panda eyes. Haha! You all didn't sleep well. Qingqing happily clapped her little hands and said, This girl slept until she woke up in the middle of the night yesterday. And if it wasn't for Xinghe's dead weight stopping her, she was going to go to the room where the girls lived and call her brother's girlfriends to come and chat with her brother. Qingqing, sister is leaving today. Li Fowl walked to Qingqing and hugged her. This girl is just too cute. In her heart, Li Yun really couldn't leave this place. If it wasn't for the agent's urgency to attend an event, she would have even planned to stay another day. Then will you still come? Qingqing blinked her big eyes and adorably asked Li Qichin. Sister Qichin, the next time you come, I'll let my brother make you chicken legs to eat. Okay? Uh-huh. Sister will come whenever she's free. Okay? Li Fowl's heart was moved, and she quickly nodded her head. Uh-huh. Pull the hook, Qingqing said with a smile. Seeing the two of them having fun, everyone all laughed. The dull atmosphere of yesterday actually disappeared without a trace. And the viewers in the live broadcast room all laughed as well. After all, Spielberg had come out, those negative news had long disappeared. And early in the morning, the live broadcast room inside actually flooded more than 20 million viewers. Actually put, the program team people were shocked. The director even specifically asked someone to check the data to see if the system had made a mistake. That was 20 million people. Today's live broadcast industry is hot, but those top big anchors don't look at moving claiming more than 10 million concerns. But when the real live broadcast, the live audience has 100,000 or 800,000 people, they have to celebrate. But this live broadcast of A Life toured. From the very beginning, there were millions of people watching. And now it's even surpassed 10 million. It's simply sensationalized. Qingqing, be good. Stop fooling around and come over for breakfast. Xinghe smiled and said to Qingqing and Li Fowl. The group of people happily sat in the gazebo and began to eat breakfast. Because a few girls were leaving, Xinghe had made a particularly sumptuous breakfast. The aroma of the rice filled the air, making people's mouths water when they took a sniff. This was bitter for those program staff. Xinghe and their guests were sitting here eating deliciously, and the program staff on the sidelines were gulping their saliva. Director, this is too torturous, isn't it? Someone shouted. Yes, Why does it smell so good? A breakfast? It doesn't have to be so sumptuous. Isn't this gluttonous? Hey! It feels like the bread and milk in my hand. So unscented. The director blinked his eyes with a helpless face. He was even more gluttonous than these people. In his heart, he thought, should he take the excuse of setting up a task to rub a bite? As a result, after looking around at his subordinates whose eyes were on the verge of glowing, he ultimately got in the way of the director's face and didn't do that. And just at this time, the phone in the house suddenly rang. I'll go pick it up. Teacher, he smiled and was about to stand up to answer the phone. It's better if I go. Zifeng put down his chopsticks and quickly walked into the house. This girl's personality was like this, sullen and a bit introverted. Unless it was a familiar person, she was basically the kind of person who didn't say anything on weekdays. Soon after, Zifeng finished answering the phone and returned to the live broadcast room. Who is it, sister? Teacher, he asked with a smile. I don't know, it's a man and a woman, said their old friends. Zifeng replied. Old friends. The several people all looked surprised. They were truly somewhat baffled. The guest list invited to the program before was just something that everyone had heard about, and with Xinghe joining, according to the director's team, the guest list would be kept secret. Even those who were previously scheduled to come were no longer certain. As if these people here today, Song Qian and Li Fulgence are the previously confirmed flying guests, but Lu Taozhao Lying and Hu Gu are temporary additions. Similarly, these two people who were coming soon, even Teacher He and Huang Xiaochef didn't know who they were. We'll know in a moment, Su Xinghe said with a smile. After eating, he personally sent Li Fulgence, Lu Tao and the others to the village entrance, hugging each of them separately to say goodbye. In front of the camera lens, it was natural that everyone would not say anything unnecessary. Anyway, they all had phone numbers and WeChat, so chatting privately was just a matter of course. Saying goodbye reluctantly, Su Xinghe walked back by himself. Seriously, it's hard to part with everyone, Su Xinghe said to the camera. There are new friends and old friends, but everyone, in my heart, is my friend. Sometimes when people are in the jungle, they can't help it. As an entertainer, it's probably just to be this busy. The moment the audience in the live broadcast room heard the phrase, people in the river can't help themselves, it instantly resonated with them. After all, everyone was actually in a jianghu. Su Xinghe's 8 words really revealed the helplessness of life. The scenery of the mushroom house in the early morning was truly beautiful. Dewdrops stick to the leaves, and from afar, there is a turquoise lotus pond with budding lotus flowers. There are also fruits that are about to ripen, and a flock of flying birds pass by in the distance. Looking at Su Xinghe walking in the flower path, the viewers suddenly felt that this is what really makes people the wayward life. No wonder Su Xinghe is willing to lead Qingqing into seclusion here. If he were himself, I'm afraid he would also like this kind of life. At this moment, an off-road vehicle was traveling on the road. A man's voice rang out. I haven't seen him for years too. That guy always likes to play missing. The last time we met, we were drinking together. Obviously he was still there before drinking. After drinking, he was nowhere to be seen. This time, I definitely won't let him go. Chapter 78. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my brother-in-law. I've heard about it. This program is mainly about Mr. Huang, Mr. He. Cooking for us, we're guests, we're mainly here to enjoy life. A female voice said. The viewers in the live broadcast room all felt something familiar when they heard the voices of this pair of men and women. There was a clear feeling that these two people should be a couple. As expected, when the car stopped and the two people appeared in the camera, everyone froze. Wu Jing, Xianan. Surprisingly, it was this couple. The words of Wu Jing in the car just now immediately aroused the curiosity of the audience. Could it be that Wu Jing knew Su Xinghe? Obviously, what he had just said was Su Xinghe. It couldn't be Hu Gu or Mr. He. After all, other than Su Xinghe, others weren't so mysterious that Wu Jing wouldn't be able to see them for many years. It's so pretty here. Walking on the road, Xianan pointed at the sea of flowers and said, yes, it would be even more beautiful with a red carpet. Wu Jing nodded and said, inside his hand he was carrying two people's boxes. This side of the mushroom house. Someone is coming. The people who had just sat down, accompanied by their sister's realization, all stood up. Who is it this early in the morning? Su Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Hello, teacher, he shouted. Hello. Unexpectedly, Wu Jing, who had heard his voice, actually answered back. Io Wu Jing? Huang Xiaoche was quite surprised. Wu Jing is here? Teacher, he was also surprised and hurriedly walked out. It feels like home. Xianan also said with a smile. After some pleasantries, everyone went inside. Did you order the steamboat chicken? Chef Huang said to Wu Jing. Wu Jing nodded. Yeah, pretentious. What's the point of making steamboat chicken? Just give him noodles. At this time, Su Xinghe on the side suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. At this time, it was seen that Su Xinghe suddenly stretched out his arms with a smile on his face. Long time no see, dear Nan Nan. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone as well as those viewers in the live broadcast room, Xianan directly jumped into Su Xinghe's arms. Little brother. Xianan's words caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Little brother? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also filled with confusion. What's this situation? Xianan called Su Xinghe little brother. Did I hear it wrong? It seems like it was called brother. Look at Wu Jing's calm face. Brother Jing, your wife is gone. How can this be tolerated? Su Xinghe, however, had a calm face, gently patting Xianan's back. It's fine, it's fine. It's not like I'm doing anything. It's not in so. Saying this, he smiled and said, Come, I'll introduce you to our sister. After saying that, Su Xinghe called over Qingqing. Come, Qingqing, this is Sister Nan. Ah, your Sister Nan. Brother showed me your picture. Qingqing obediently walked over and looked at Xianan with a smile. He said that you were tricked by an idiot into marrying that cutie who doesn't take his life seriously all day. Hee hee. Su Xinghe hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth. This camera could still be on. Everyone all laughed, their eyes naturally looking at Wu Jing. There was no way, as long as it wasn't a little cutie. I knew that the person Qingqing was talking about was definitely him. Wukio himself was also a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose and revealing a bitter smile. This, I think I can explain. Looking at the camera and the others, Wukio said. Explain what? You're just being a cutie. Idiot plus liar. Xianan looked back and glared at Wukio Dao. Ha ha ha. Everyone all laughed. The couple's story the entire entertainment circle knew. That guy Wu Jing, because of the movie, even went to the wedding on crutches. However, everyone was obviously more curious about what exactly was Su Xinghe's relationship with this couple. What are you looking at? There's no such thing as steamboat chicken or anything else. Let's eat noodles. Su Xinghe glanced at Wu Jing and said without any goodwill. Teacher, he and the others were dumbfounded. What was Wu Jing's fame in the country nowadays? It was a serious top-most action superstar, a super tier 1 big shot. But since entering the door, Su Xinghe hadn't given him a single good face. Just now, Mr. He and others were hanging in their hearts, fearing that Wu Jing would get angry and turn away. This is a live broadcast. If this is the case, there will be a broadcast accident. Surprisingly, Wu Jing didn't get angry at all, but instead nodded his head honestly. That's fine. Let's make do with a bite first. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is too nice to talk to, isn't it? Could it be the power of a great uncle? Soon, everyone put their luggage in the house and sat down in the gazebo. When they said they would eat noodles, they really did eat noodles. Su Xinghe personally cooked and made a bowl of cold noodles with shredded chicken and sent it to Xianan and Wu Jing. Thank you, little brother. Xianan smiled sweetly and took the noodles and ate them. Wu Jing didn't say anything either, and just served the noodles and ate quite happily. Soon, after finishing the meal, everyone sat there and chatted. No, Nan, why do you call Xinghe little brother? Teacher, he couldn't wait to ask Xianan. Don't you know, teacher, when he wrote Tomb Raider's notes, I was watching from the side. Xianan smiled and explained. Moreover, at that time, it was especially difficult for me to get to know him in Yanjing, and it was thanks to his help that I was able to get on my feet. Saying that, she glanced at Wu Jing. Even when I met our family's second senior brother, it was all because of his introduction. Everyone was all shocked as soon as these words left their mouths. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, even more so, exploded. What's going on? Envious of Xianan, being able to see the first draft of Tomb Raider's notes. Yeah. But no wonder Wu Jing doesn't have the courage to face Su Xinghe. Haha. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my brother-in-law. Imagine introducing your own sister to your buddy, and then your sister gets picked up. My heart aches for my star god for 3 seconds. Brother Wu Jing 666. So awesome. Ahem. What's going on here? Teacher, he was speechless, looking at Wu Jing and Su Xinghe. You two, very familiar? Of course familiar. Wu Jing pointed at Su Xinghe and said, When I went to Hong Kong Island for development back then, I knew him, he introduced me to so many opportunities, and then when I went back to China for development, he also returned to the country, and that's how I got to know CNN. Su Xinghe hummed, but ignored Wu Jing. Everyone all laughed. I can understand Xinghe, Huang Xiaoche said with a smile. I have a daughter, so I probably also understand his feelings. I treat you as a brother, but you turned into my brother-in-law, haha. He couldn't stop himself and covered his stomach and laughed maniacally. Even Su Xinghe couldn't help it and laughed helplessly. Of course. After laughing, he even glared at the innocent-faced Wu Jing. Chapter 79. Labor is the most glorious. Jokes aside, a clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that Wu Jing and Xianan's couple, with Su Xinghe's feelings, were definitely very deep. Xianan's excitement at seeing Su Xinghe just now was an overflowing emotion. Moreover, Wu Jing had never been angry at all from the beginning to the end, regardless of Su Xinghe's attitude towards him. I actually appreciate him. Glancing at Wu Jing, Su Xinghe said indifferently. After all, in today's Chinese system Asian film industry, there aren't many people who are willing to work as hard as he does to make action movies. But the thing is, I look at Nan Nan as my own sister, and what is the mood of my own sister marrying someone who takes his life to make movies whenever he can? When they got married, Wu Qiang went on crutches, and I was literally barely able to bite my teeth off. I was the one who introduced them. If something were to happen to him, how would I face Nan Nan? Everyone fell silent. They naturally knew that Su Xinghe's words were correct. It was one thing to like watching Wu Qiang's movies, but if one's loved ones were really action actors, then that would be a different story. People were all selfish. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Wu Jing spoke. This apology of his was to Su Xinghe, as well as to Xianan. To this day, he finally understood the reason why Su Xinghe had never been very kind to himself since the wedding ended. To put it bluntly, Su Xinghe was both loved and hated. All right, Wu Jing will pay attention in the future. Xinghe, you shouldn't blame him. After all, since he's in this industry, he has to take the corresponding risks. Little Chef Huang was the oldest, so naturally this peacemaker, it was up to him. And then, Mr. Huang is right. Let's look forward. Look forward. Teacher, he also nodded his head. With them interrupting like this, naturally the atmosphere became much more cheerful. Right. How's your health these days? Su Xinghe glanced at Wu Jing and suddenly asked. Ah. Wu Jing was a little strange, but still answered honestly. Not too good. The previous injury didn't heal well. That's just right. Do more work and exercise. Su Xinghe casually said. Wu Jing was dumbfounded. Didn't he say that he came here to enjoy life? How come you have to work and labor? Little brother, my body is quite good. Xianan hastily said when he saw Su Xinghe looking at him. Su Xinghe smiled faintly. That's even better. Just in time for someone to work. Both mouths were dumbfounded. Is there still this kind of operation? On the pop-up screen, the viewers were laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha. It feels like Wu Qiang has been set up. Wu Jing. The longest road I've traveled is your setup. Brother, big uncle. But it's really funny. Indeed, I can't help but laugh too. On the mushroom house side, teacher he and the others were already laughing so hard that their stomachs were cramping. This guy, Su Xinghe, was simply too pitiful. The atmosphere that was a little dull just now had unexpectedly become joyful. All right, pack up. Everyone get ready and go to work, Huang Xiaoche said with a smile. Wu Jing nodded helplessly. He sort of realized that he couldn't run away from this job. Yeah, Wu Jing, you know what? Hu Gu was very competitive yesterday. Teacher, he hemmed and hawed and said, he's a friend of Xinghe's and he's working so hard. You're Xinghe's brother-in-law. Can you not prove yourself? Wu Jing's face darkened, and his entire being was bad. Dignity on one side, pleasure on the other. What to do? After thinking about it, Wu Jing said, that, I can actually be inferior to him. The audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. To be honest, after being used to seeing Wu Jing's tough guy image on the screen, seeing him like this in the cold, everyone really found it particularly refreshing. Hu Gu on the side was already laughing. And you, Hu Gu, don't run away either, you ate so much in the morning. Su Xinghe glanced at Hu Gu, who was gloating by the side, and said in a salty manner. Hu Gu was instantly confused. I don't need to lose weight, Hu Gu said in a hurry. Yeah, so you do more work and when you're done, you can eat more and grow meat, Su Xinghe explained. Hu Gu suddenly felt that what he said made sense, and he was surprisingly speechless. Seriously, I feel especially happy. Huang Xiaochef's gaze swept over Wu Jing and Hu Ji's bodies and spoke with a smile. I think Wu Jing and Hu Gu can definitely do it. I like them. These are two good men. Ha ha ha. Everyone all laughed. Wu Jing was helpless. Mr. Huang, just how much work is there? I feel like I'm going to be treated like an old yellow cow. Didn't you say that this is the 4th season of the program? Why is there still so much work? Huang Xiaojia hemmed and hawed and exchanged a glance with Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe looked at Wu Jing. Do you know what that vaporized chicken you ordered is? Wu Jing was at a loss. Su Xinghe said indifferently, That's 7 baskets of bananas. Wu Jing was dumbfounded. It's called eating chicken and returning bananas. Su Xinghe said, The chicken we prepared, this banana, you have to pick it and give it to the program. Sighing helplessly, Wu Jing nodded. All right then, I know. With that, he stood up. Let's go. Let's go pick bananas here. In his opinion, stretching one's head and shrinking one's head was also a knife. Since it was all over, let's enjoy the joy of labor. Everyone laughed and got up. Changing their clothes, the crowd headed towards the orchard. Of course, behind the large group, there was also a little one and 2 other little ones. Qingqing, you're going too? Xianan asked as he looked somewhat strangely at Qingqing, who was following them. Well, brother said to let Qingqing exercise. Qingqing smiled cheekily and nodded her head vigorously. Then, the little girl came close to Xianan's ear and whispered, Sister Nan, can I ask you a question? Xianan was a bit strange, and simply fell behind the group, holding the little girl's hand as the 2 of them walked together. Say it, what's the question? Xianan said to Su Qingqing. Do you have a girlfriend? Qingqing looked at Su Xinghe and the others walking in front. No one noticed herself in Xianan, and hurriedly asked to her. Xianan was at a loss. Afterward, she remembered something she saw when she watched the live broadcast earlier, and with a hefty smile, she said to Qingqing, Qingqing, you're looking for a girlfriend for brother, right? Yeah, when brother has a girlfriend, he can play with his girlfriend, so he doesn't have to make me study all day, and I can just play games. The little girl had a smug look on her face, an expression of come and praise me. Xianan was speechless, suddenly feeling that Su Xinghe usually managed this bare child. Must be very tired to say. Chapter 80, The Highest Realm of Pitting People. Actually, it's fine for us to get coconuts. When the crowd walked near the coconut tree, Huang Xiaoche suddenly said, Coconut. Wu Jing and Hu Gu both looked at each other. This, my back injury, is still not healed. Without waiting for Hu Gu to speak, Wu Jing decisively said, Oops, this one. I'm afraid of heights. Hu Gu was not willing to lag behind and said, The 2 of them weren't stupid. If they didn't open their mouths now, in a while, Su Xinghe would easily arrange himself to pick coconuts. As expected, Su Xinghe skimmed his lips and looked at these 2 guys without saying anything. Xinghe, why don't you come? Teacher, he said to Su Xinghe. I'll come if I come. Su Xinghe shrugged. Who hasn't climbed a tree yet? Didn't they say a coconut takes care of everything? Awesome. Hero. Brother Su, you're awesome. Brother is awesome. A group of people clapped and cheered behind Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe guffawed. These few people, they were really unreliable. Quickly walking to the coconut tree, Su Xinghe raised his head and looked. This coconut was so high, right? Isn't it necessary to prepare tools? Pumba asked. It was naturally impossible for the program group to not prepare anything, since they said that the coconut could be exchanged for a Buddha jumping wall. That meant that they had prepared a tool for climbing the tree. The only problem was that the tool might be a bit complicated. However, Su Xinghe waved his hand. No need. You guys just find me a glove. Everyone froze. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more completely dumbfounded. What was this situation? Su Xinghe was going to climb a tree with his bare hands? The next moment, under their gaze, Su Xinghe took the gloves and put them on his hands and started climbing the tree. No, Xinghe, you pay attention to safety. Huang Xiaoche was startled. Yes, little brother, you must be careful. Xianan on the side also said somewhat nervously. Otherwise, why don't you wear a protective gear? Teacher, his heart trembled as he watched Su Xinghe's movements. This tree was simply too high. Su Xinghe, however, didn't care at all, wrapping his hands around the coconut tree and began to climb upwards. Halfway up, he looked down and realized that these few people in his line of sight were really quite small. Why is it so high? Xianan below said with some concern. Brother, come down, I'm scared. Qingqing suddenly said. To be honest, looking at her brother climbing the tree so alone, without even a safety measure, she was really a little worried. Xinghe, why don't you come down first and put on your equipment next time? Teacher, he also took the initiative to make a suggestion. After all, Su Xinghe's identity was different. If something really happened, the program group could not afford the responsibility. Xiangnan TV's side was extremely concerned about the physical health and safety of their artists. They didn't want to be like their competitor Blue Whale Station, who pressed the artists' bodies to the limit, and in the end, the artists would die of exhaustion, make a scene in the hospital, and then everyone would know about it. All right then. Su Xinghe thought about it and finally chose to compromise. He could care less about other people's words, but Qingqing's words he would definitely listen. Soon Su Xinghe came down. Brother, don't be so risky, okay? Qingqing quickly ran to Su Xinghe and pulled his sleeve, saying, aha, brother knows. Su Xinghe bent down and softly said to the little girl. He naturally understood what Qingqing meant. Other people still had family and friends if they died. But if he himself died, Qingqing would lose everything. To her, he himself was the world. Since he couldn't pick coconuts, he naturally still had to pick bananas. Walking to the banana plantation near the orchard, a banana fragrance came from afar. Wow, my friends, it's all fragrant here. Mr. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He was speaking from the heart. Amidst the sun's rays, the banana forest was a verdant green, and the banana scent was overflowing. Just looking at it gave people a feeling of relaxation. This banana tastes really good. Hugu breathed in the air of the orchard and lamented aloud. On a tree, there's only this one bunch, right? Wu Jing was here for the first time and asked curiously. Seems like it. Xianan nodded. Right. Then look at that one. It's so green, what's the point of picking it? It feels all green. Wu Jing continued to look around as if he was a curious baby. Hugu was more familiar with the terrain yesterday because he had already been here once, so he started to introduce him there. It's all green. Can we eat it? Wu Jing asked somewhat strangely. Su Xinghe smiled from the side. This is a specialty banana. Although it's green, it's still delicious. Really? Wu Jing had obviously never eaten one before. And when he heard Su Xinghe's words, he had a surprised look on his face. Eyes looking towards Teacher He. Wu Jing asked, Teacher He, can this really be eaten? Teacher He nodded and said in a serious manner, the flavor is not bad, before Xinghe ate it. Well, it's indeed not bad, Su Xinghe said, but you have to pick it yourself. People in front of you have prepared it inside a plastic bag. Seeing the banana trees not far away that were thickly wrapped, Wu Jing nodded with satisfaction, no longer skeptical. Soon, Wu Jing walked to the front of a banana tree, drilled in and picked a banana out. As expected, it was green. It's really edible? Wu Jing looked at his wife and then at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Hugu. Saying this, he casually took the banana that Wu Jing had picked, peeled it open and handed it to Hugu. You eat it for him. Hugu glanced at Su Xinghe and took the banana and bit into it. Afterwards, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It's delicious. With both of them saying so, Wu Jing naturally had no more doubts and broke open the banana that Hugu took over and took a big bite into his mouth at once. As a result, the next moment, Wu Jing's expression stiffened. Second senior brother, what's wrong? Xianan looked at her husband with some surprise. Then, he saw Wu Jing's expression become incomparably wonderful. And Hugu, who was on the side, could not help himself long ago and walked outside the camera and started to poo-poo and vomit furiously. My God! Teacher He and Chef Huang and the others at the side were simply laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Ha ha ha! You too! What a tease! Teacher He covered his stomach and said to Wu Jing and Hugu, what acting skills! Too hard-working. Yeah, I'm convinced. Peng Peng also gave a thumbs up and said, after I ate it yesterday, my whole mouth was astringent, and you guys can still eat it? So awesome. Wu Jing, whose mouth was full of sourness, looked at them speechlessly. He then looked at the culprit. You're too pitiful. Su Xinghe shrugged. Don't look for me. The one who pitied you is Hugu. Hugu. There is a MMP in his heart that he doesn't know whether to speak or not. Chapter 81, The Law of True Fragrance. In life, who doesn't have a few bad friends? Without any surprise, Su Xinghe was Wu Jing's damaged friend with Hu Gu. No, you're like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Looking at Su Xinghe, Wu Jing said helplessly. Right, right, is it really good for you to screw us both like this? Hu Gu also nodded his head in a hurry, blithely forgetting the fact that when he had just pitted Wu Jing, he himself also had a share. Su Xinghe laughed. Haven't you guys ever heard of a saying? What? The two people were puzzled. 100 causes will have consequences. Your retribution is me. Su Xinghe laughed loudly. Wu Jing and Hu Gu were speechless. This fellow, simply too hateful, simply sinister to the extreme. And in the live broadcast room, the viewers who heard Su Xinghe's words were already frantically swiping pop-ups since just now. There's nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong. Star God, you're such a badass. Haha. I can't stop laughing. Seriously. Raw bananas are astringent and very hard to eat. Yeah, it's like the feeling of eating a cucumber. The two of you upstairs. How many bananas are we going to get today? Everyone came together and Xinghe asked curiously. Su Xinghe smiled and raised 2 fingers. 2 bundles. Wu Jing was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Xinghe shook his head. You're overthinking it. Not really. Wu Jing was speechless. 20 bundles? Are you kidding? Su Xinghe pointed at Chef Huang. He talked to the program. Teacher, he also shook his head straight. Really, the director is also a talent. He dared to mention it. Teacher Huang is even more talented. You actually dared to agree. Mr. Huang laughed with a smug look on his face. Cutting bananas wasn't that simple. First you had to use a rope to hold the banana stem in place. Then you used the branches to create leverage, and only in the end did you cut the stem and slowly lower it. It's not just picking straight from the tree as many people think. Honestly, it's a team sport. A bundle of bananas was about 40 to 50 pounds, and with 20 bundles, carrying them from the orchard back over to the mushroom house was definitely not an easy task. To be honest, if it wasn't for Hu Gu and Wu Jing, Su Xinghe and the others wouldn't have dared to say that they would get 20 bundles. Time passed by. In a flash, the whole morning passed. At noon, everyone simply didn't rest. While they still had the strength, they worked until the afternoon. The 20 bundles of bananas were finally all finished. I feel as if I'm falling apart. As soon as he entered the door, Pumba could hardly stand it. Otherwise, let's pick coconuts next time. That's right, that's right. Wu Jing and Hu Gu both nodded their heads repeatedly. Everyone laughed out loud, not to mention, in their opinion, they were so tired they might as well go pick coconuts. Little Chef Huang was already laughing. He and Su Xinghe were in charge of cooking, and the two of them came back early. Zifeng, what do you think? Compared to last season's radishes, which one is more tiring? Teacher, he asked Zifeng with a smile. Zifeng shook his head. Seriously, I think this one is more tiring than breaking corn or radishes. All right, you guys take a quick rest. Su Xinghe waved his hand and told them to go rest. To be honest, this was indeed a physical labor. Even if the two people, Wu Jing and Hu Gu, had very good bodies, they were still a bit tired. Soon, the group washed up and sat in the pavilion to chat. Xinghe took Qingqing to go skate around the orchard, accompanied by Teacher He. Zifeng went to study. Pang Pang and Hu Gu were there watching Su Xinghe cook with Huang Xiao Chef, and Wu Jing did the same. This program of yours, it's true that the most appealing thing is still this time of the year. Smiling as he looked at the dishes stewing in the pot, Wu Jing said, Step aside. Su Xinghe pressed on with him without being polite. You people, you just know how to eat. Isn't it just stealing a chicken leg from you in the first place? Remembering it for so many years. Wu Jing skimmed his lips. Small-minded. Yes, this is how he is as a person. Hu Gu on the side nodded his head repeatedly, deeply convinced. On top of the matter of spitting on Su Xinghe, he found that he and Wu Jing had a very common language, and both of them had already exchanged WeChat and cell phone numbers, planning to make a date for a drink when they had time. You two hurry up and stay away from me. Believe it or not, I'll drop the ball in a while. Su Xinghe was exasperated by these two goods and didn't even want to speak. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two people happily ran to the side to chat. Su Xinghe was speechless for a while. He also didn't bother to pay attention to them and continued cooking on his own. Soon, the meal was ready, and all that was left was to wait for the evening. Everyone sat in the gazebo eating chilled fruits. It was a comfortable experience. Tell a story. Wu Jing looked at Su Xinghe and said. Again. Su Xinghe was somewhat helpless. That Star River storytelling club of yours, I listened to it well. Half of the story of the Night of the Generals has been told. Where's the rest of the half? Wu Jing asked. Didn't think about it. Su Xinghe shook his head. I made it all up on the fly. Along with Su Xinghe's words, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted. Su Xinghe, can't you be a human being? Too much, too much. I'm boycotting Su Xinghe. Yes, brothers, let's boycott him. This time, we'll let Su Xinghe know that we have power. Let's see if he dares to snub us in the future. On the pop-up screen, all of them were boycotting Su Xinghe. This guy was simply too much. How dare he play like this? How could there be a story that was half told and not told? This was too pitiful. Blinking his eyes, Su Xinghe himself was a bit flustered. What the hell is this situation? Isn't it just a story? Is there a need for so many beats? The netizens of this session were also too grumpy. I blame myself. Hey, usually they are really bullied badly. I want to cut off more. Too capricious. This is where there is oppression, where there is resistance. However, once he thought of his own miserable situation in his previous life when he was chasing a shift, Su Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. Serious must be serious. Thinking of this. Otherwise, how about this? How about I take this story and write it out? Su Xinghe thought about it and said. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Looking at the pop-ups again, they were all singing praises. Aya, it's really my star god so thoughtful. Star god is mighty. I'll wait for your new book. Star god flies forward. Fans will always follow. Looking forward to it. Both Wu Jing and Hu Ge were speechless. Su Xinghe's group of fans were also too uncouth. However, speaking after the sale, even the two of them were actually looking forward to the second half of the story of Su Xinghe's book, General Night, in their hearts. It's so fragrant. Chapter 82, Qingqing's Little Story. Stories and whatnot naturally could not be told. That would have to wait until after dinner. What was made for dinner was steamboat chicken, because it needed to be slowly stewed over a low fire, so naturally everyone sat inside the gazebo and waited. As the sun set, looking at Zifeng, who was sitting on a swing and swinging around, Wu Jing was overwhelmed with emotion. It's really far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Seriously, buying a house here is definitely comfortable. Haha. Teacher He and the others laughed. Then, Teacher He said to Su Xinghe, what did you think of living here in the first place? Su Xinghe shrugged. Originally, I lived inside the mountain, but then I realized that it was a bit troublesome. After all, Qingqing is still young, and I have to let her come into contact with people, so I lived here. After a pause, he laughed. I myself don't care. I like nature. As the few of them chatted, Pang Pang and Mr. He aptly began to make oral advertisements. Su Xinghe didn't mind, but he had never participated in it. He wasn't against this kind of behavior, he just really didn't like it. For this thing called advertising, Su Xinghe had always felt that as long as it didn't affect the program's broadcasting and production, what should be done? After all, people had spent the money. Nowadays, in this situation, the advertisers who wanted him to give endorsements or oral broadcasts were quite a few though, and even Huang Shaoqi had asked him sideways what he meant. But Su Xinghe were all directly refused. The reason was simple. Firstly, he didn't lack money. Secondly, he just liked the atmosphere of life toward. It's not like he really intended to re-enter the entertainment industry. Why should he look at the faces of those advertisers? In response to this, Huang Shaoqi actually felt that Su Xinghe was right. He had been living in seclusion properly, but as a result, his house was now rented to the program, and he himself had exposed his multiple identities in the middle of the program, and was even being hacked. Let's not forget that the wayward life was rubbing off on Su Xinghe. In this situation, still thinking of letting Su Xinghe give oral advertisements? Those people were afraid that they wouldn't go up to have brain problems. Soon, dinner was finally ready. Vegetarian shirshu, yellow wine-stewed elbows, chicken in a steamer pot, lemongrass roasted fish, minced meat and garlic sprouts, minced meat and eggplant, stir-fried cabbage, and eggs with leeks. A large pile of delicious food was placed on the round table. Come, come, come. Let's welcome Wu Jing and Xianan's couple to the mushroom house. And thank Hu Gu again for his hard labor today. Chef Huang was the first to raise his wine glass and said to everyone with a smile, let's toast Teacher Huang and Xinghe for working all afternoon to prepare such a large table of delicious food for all of us. Teacher, he also said with a smile. Come on, cheers. Cheers. Thank you both. To everyone's health and the prosperity of the country. After everyone clinked their glasses, they started eating. It's really delicious. Yes. This elbow isn't greasy at all. It's so delicious. This meat soup with rice. It's perfect. It's so fragrant. A group of people ate with a sweet flavor, completely without the slightest bit of a star entertainer's stance. And the audience in the live broadcast room was even more agonized at this time. Hey, I knew it. This is an eating broadcast program. So envious of them. Eating dinner made by star god and teacher Huang. Can't bear it. I've decided to order a takeaway. That's right. Eat dinner. Not watching this segment, monkish. No casein. Soon, everyone finished eating and sat there chatting. Can we tell a story this time? Looking at Su Xinghe, who Gu asked. He had been waiting to hear Su Xinghe's story. All right, then tell a paragraph. After Su Xinghe thought about it, he told a paragraph of the story from amongst the Night of the Generals. It wasn't long, only 20 minutes or so. Continue. Hu Gu and the others looked at Su Xinghe with an unfinished look. Su Xinghe shook his head. No more I said. This story, it's going to be written as a novel. A few people suddenly felt that no wonder those fans of Su Xinghe's books were moving to blast him. This guy was really hateful. Haha. Look at you guys, don't get angry. Su Xinghe laughed. Just at this time, a meaty little hand was raised. Me, I want to tell a story. Little Su Qingqing said loudly. Oops. Qingqing. Everyone was stunned. Teacher, he was even more surprised. Do you want to tell us a story too? Yes. Brother has told me many stories before. Qingqing smiled cheekily. Qingqing can also tell them for everyone to hear. Good, good. Qingqing is awesome. Welcome, Qingqing. Everyone started clapping enthusiastically. After all, for such a small child, for her to have the courage to stand up and tell a story for a performance was already very good. Of course, she should be supported. As for what was being told, it didn't really matter. Come, sit on Uncle Huang's lap. Huang Xiaoche said with a smile. He really liked Qingqing, and with a smile, he held Qingqing on his lap and let Qingqing start telling the story. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Qingqing. I'm 5 years old. I'll tell you a story. The little girl, however, jumped down from Huang Xiaoche's lap, wobbly steps to the center, facing the camera's lens, first bowed to everyone, and then bowed to the camera to the audience of the live broadcast. Aya. Qingqing is too cute. Love Qingqing, no worries. My Qingqing, love it so much. If only I had a daughter like this. This girl, so polite. Once upon a time, there was a little Taoist priest who could never catch a demon. Later, the little Taoist monk returned to the world because he wanted to marry a demon spirit. His fellow masters, brothers and sisters, all cut ties with him. The day of the wedding. On the wedding day, none of the masters and brothers were there. But all the ghosts of the city gathered over the wedding, wanting to block a thunderbolt for this little guy who was always soft-hearted and nagging, but finally married a little fox. After all, the great Tao is merciless, people and demons have different paths. But that day, clear skies, nothing happened. Only later heard from the mountain visitors that day, the green mountain above the brothers and sisters in rags. 100 years of inheritance on that day. 7 out of 10 fell. Accompanied by the little girl's clear voice, everyone's expression changed. Everyone's gazes stared at Qingqing, and then at Su Xinghe. Xinghe, this story, did you come up with it? Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe and said. Su Xinghe smiled coyly, but in his heart, he was helpless. I should have known better than to tell Qingqing so many stories. Chapter 83, Wu Jing Soaks My Sister. All beings are equal, not to mention that junior brother only married a fox demon, so what if he married a demon king? As long as he likes it, this heavenly calamity today, senior brother will carry it for you. Life is bitter. Suddenly I feel that this is a very sweet story. There is love in the red dust, and the Tao is merciless. Everything in this world, the most precious thing is just that silence hidden in the heart. Alas, nothing is absolute, it just has a different Tao. That day, an old Taoist wearing a tattered Taoist robe holding a sword in his right hand and a jug of turbid wine in his left hand, lay drunk on top of the white clouds. Looking at the sky, he said, although you didn't capture the demon, you are still my most honored disciple. It's just that the teacher will give you another ride today. The audience in the live broadcast room had already started to riot. Everyone hadn't expected that Qingqing had told such a story out. Originally, everyone thought it was a fairy tale. But now, everyone suddenly felt that this guy, Su Xinghe, was simply too pitiful. He was always able to use all sorts of exciting and fascinating stories to get everyone's emotions mobilized by him. This skill was truly awesome. In fact, not only was it the live broadcast, but even on the Mushroom House side, a group of artists, they were also looking at Xinghe as if they were crowding around a giant panda. You guys, what are you going to do? Xinghe looked at the eyes of a few people and said helplessly, I'm not a random person. Stop it. Huang Xiaojie instantly laughed. Getting down to business. It's just a little story I idly told her. Xinghe explained. This child used to have a particularly hard time sleeping, and every day when I put her to bed, I had to tell her stories for half a day. You mean this kind of story? There are many more? Teacher, he asked. Yes, brother has told so many. Qingqing remembers them all. The good boy Qingqing immediately raised her hand and grabbed the answer. Gotta. Xinghe already didn't want to talk. He felt that this wasn't his sister. This was his nemesis. Xinghe, do you think you should publish a book? At this time, Huang Xiaoqie suddenly brightened up and said to Xinghe, Publish a book? Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Yes, let's not care about those online articles first, but I think that if you summarize those little stories you told Qingqing before, you can actually publish a book. Huang Xiaojie said to Xinghe. He was a very traditional man of letters, and although he did not have any contempt for web novels, Huang Xiaoqie clearly preferred those bedtime stories told by Xinghe. That's fine. Xinghe thought about it and had no objection to this. After all, no matter what, this was considered a good thing. Yes. I have a classmate over at my publisher's side who can ask for you, Mr. He said in a hurry. After saying that, he simply took out his cell phone and started calling. As a result, before the call was dialed, WeChat over there rang instead. I'm watching the live broadcast. If Mr. Su guarantees that the quality of all these stories are like the stories told by Qingqing, they can be completely published. Reading the WeChat from his old classmate, He Zhong laughed himself. After laughing, he handed his cell phone to Xinghe. How about it? Take a look. Xinghe smiled. I have no problem. After thinking about it, he said, since it's Qingqing's story, it'll be called Qingqing's Bedtime Story Collection. Also, if it can be published, I intend to donate all the manuscript fees to the Spring Bud program. Spring Bud program? Many people, including those in the live broadcast room, were confused. What kind of program was that? Instead, it was Teacher He who glanced at Xinghe with some surprise, explaining to everyone, the Spring Bud program is a branch of Project Hope, mainly designed to help those poor girls in impoverished areas who can't afford to go to school. As we all know, although we have been advocating equality between men and women nowadays, in many places, there has always existed the phenomenon of son preference, and many girls have to drop out of school due to family poverty. Hearing him explain this way, the gazes everyone looked at Xinghe were immediately different. Little brother, you really do still like helping others so much. Xianan looked at Xinghe and said. Wu Jing also nodded. In this case, if this book comes out, I'll buy 10,000 copies. I want 10,000 copies as well. Hu Gu naturally wouldn't lag behind. Everyone opened their mouths to subscribe, naturally in order to be able to help those girls in the poor mountainous areas. Xinghe did not stop it. After all, this was a good thing. The viewers inside the live broadcast room also took the position that they would definitely buy this new book when it was released. After all, one could read Xinghe's story articles and do good deeds. No one would not like it. Sister Nan, you just said that Big Brother Su is still so fond of helping others. Is there a story? Xianan's sentence just now made Pang Pang notice it, and he asked Xianan somewhat strangely. Hearing his words, Xianan first hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xinghe and then at her husband Wu Jing. What's wrong? It's still related to the two of them? Everyone got curious, and Teacher He even asked Wu Jing directly, what's the matter? Did you offend him again? Wu Jing hurriedly shook his head. No, everyone don't misunderstand. Xinghe was very spontaneous. It's fine with me, say it. It can't be hidden anyway. Sooner or later it will be discovered. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. This was obviously a secret. Otherwise, Xinghe wouldn't have spoken like this. As expected, the first sentence Xianan opened his mouth shocked everyone. You guys probably don't know that when we were filming Warrior Wolf Eye, our family's second senior brother almost sold his house. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone froze. Sell the house? The gazes of everyone looked at Wu Jing. Wu Jing nodded. Yes, I was working as a director for the second time to make a movie. The first movie was called Wolf's Teeth, With an investment of 4 million Hong Kong dollars, in the end, the Hong Kong Island box office was 2.31 million Hong Kong dollars, and the mainland box office was 4.23 million renminbi. It was really a blood money loss. Everyone was surprised. No one expected that he had that kind of past. But what did this have to do with Su Xinghe? Just when I was at my lowest ebb, I met him. Wu Jing looked at Su Xinghe and suddenly laughed. Laugh your ass off. Glaring at Wu Jing, Su Xinghe said without a trace of anger. This guy, who wasn't doing as well as he wanted to on Hong Kong Island, was taunted that martial arts champions were all over the streets, and not everyone could become a superstar. I happened to be bored at the time, so I brought him back to the country. As a result, I didn't expect that this guy actually picked up my sister. With Su Xinghe's words, the entire mushroom house suddenly turned into a sea of joy. Chapter 84, Joyful Incompetence. Wu Jing looked at Su Xinghe breathlessly. He could sort of see that this guy would definitely not let go of this stunt. No, Xinghe, are you so griping about it? Huang Xiaoche was about to get a cramp from laughing and patted Su Xinghe's shoulder. Su Xinghe bristled. Mr. Huang, try to think about it. Peng Peng suddenly told you that he's in love with Zifeng. How dare he? Before the words left his mouth, Huang Xiaoche said subconsciously, and at the same time the pang, a crunching sound. Everyone heard it. Then, everyone's gazes looked at Mr. He. This? Teacher He blinked and removed his hand from Pang Pang's neck. I'm going to say that Pang Pang is so white that I couldn't help but slap him. Do you guys believe me? Ha 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 ha. Couldn't help myself. Mr. He, you're too funny. Everyone all laughed. But everyone was able to understand Su Xinghe's feelings. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room understood. Just imagine, if Sister Zifeng were to fall in love with any boy. Heh. Innocent Peng Peng was dumbfounded and helplessly rubbed his neck. Come on. Come on. Get down to business. As if to change the topic, teacher He said in a hurry. Wu Jing nodded. When I returned home after filming Wolf's Teeth, he suggested that I could go and film some military-themed dramas to get some exercise. It was only then that everyone realized why Wu Jing had gone crazy after returning to the country from Hong Kong Island back then to take on some domestic military-themed TV dramas. At that time, everyone still found it strange that after all the fuss, this was Su Xinghe's suggestion. Later, it was when I fell in love with Xie Nan that he found out. Wu Jing continued. At that time, this guy gave me a scolding, but didn't object, and then threw me a script, and then there was no sign of it. That script, it was the first part of Battle Wolf. Xie Nan said from the side. Everyone looked at each other, but strangely no one said anything. However, the audience inside the live broadcast room couldn't remain calm. Wait, Su Xinghe is the screenwriter of War Wolf. What does this mean? What's going on? Wu Jing and Xie Nan aren't kidding. I don't think they can. There's no need for them to joke, okay? But Su Xinghe, he's actually the screenwriter of War Wolf. Why do I feel that it's normal for the star god to write War Wolf? Is it because he's the best screenwriter at the Oscars? A group of viewers were lamenting, not to mention the people on the Mushroom House side. No one had expected that. Su Xinghe, he was actually the screenwriter of The Wolf. Ahem, what are you guys looking at me for? It's normal for me to write scripts. Sister Sun has said it all, I'm a screenwriter. Su Xinghe spread his hands and said to the crowd with a face full of innocence. This was not a lie on his part. Zhou Sun had mentioned before that he was a screenwriter and had written several scripts. It was just that people hadn't taken it to heart. No, you wrote The Wolf? Teacher, he asked in surprise. Yes. Su Xinghe nodded. Then Li Mi's Conjecture was also written by you? Teacher, he pursued. Yeah. Su Xinghe smiled. And no one said that a screenwriter can only write a movie script on one subject, right? Mr. He didn't want to speak. His heart was a bit stuffed. But seriously, at this time, Hugo said, it's actually quite normal for him to write scripts, right? He's so talented. What he said was from his heart. This guy Su Xinghe's talent was obvious to everyone. He had also written so many scripts for TV dramas for himself. Speaking of which, a few movie scripts, it really wasn't a problem if this guy had an outburst of inspiration. Yeah. Huang Xiaochef was looking on the bright side. He was already relatively calm now. Then, Sister Nan? What's with what you said about Big Brother Su helping you guys? Pang Pang was rather oddly focused and continued to pursue the question. Xianan smiled and looked at Wu Jing. Wu Jing nodded. Let me say it. Speaking. He shrugged to the crowd. Then Wolf was quickly set up. The budget we made at the very beginning was $50 million. But when we were filming later, we realized that it wasn't enough at all. Even hiring a foreign actor would cost a few $1,000,000. Coupled with the messy expenses, the money became increasingly insufficient, and there were several investors who chose to withdraw their funding. At that time, I was almost desperate. I had a good script, but no money to shoot it, that kind of feeling no one can understand. So, I discussed with Xinghe I plan to sell my house and car, and put all my money into this movie. If it's not enough, I'll borrow money. Even if I beg all my friends and family, I'm going to make this movie. And then, Xinghe laughed. Then he got a call from his little brother and was scolded. Ha ha ha. Really? Scolded Xinghe? Everyone looked at Xinghe with some surprise. Xinghe shrugged his shoulders but did not speak, instead signaling Xinghe and Wu Jing to continue. In the past, I always heard people say that it's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Although I'm not a hero at that time, I really knew what it was like to be short of money. Wu Jing said with a bitter smile. When this guy scolded me, I was still a bit unconvinced. Then the next day, someone sent a check to me. $80 million. A whole $80 million. It was with this amount of money that I finished the movie completely. By the time Wu Jing's words were finished, the eyes of the crowd could not leave Xinghe. Big brother Su, you're fantastic. Sister Xinghe unexpectedly gave Xinghe a thumbs up. At this moment, she was truly looking at Xinghe with that adoring gaze. Yes, big brother Su. Really? I'm really convinced. Peng Peng also had a face of admiration. To be able to have such great vigor to help others, this proved Xinghe's character. A few older people did not say anything, but their eyes already revealed their appreciation for Xinghe. Xinghe himself did not have that feeling. Hearing Pang Pang and Zifeng's words, Xinghe smiled. There's nothing to admire. I wrote the script. No one knows better than me how the quality of this script is. Although I don't like this guy, I have to admit that he's a good action actor and has the ability to make the script good. Since that's the case, it's only natural for me to support him. Saying that, he glared at Wu Jing. But I didn't expect that this asshole would be so desperate when filming, that he dared to go to my sister's wedding on crutches. Everyone burst out laughing once again. Seriously, this grudge between Wu Jing and Xinghe was really something that people couldn't help but laugh at. Chapter 85 Teenager. After a bit of casual conversation, everyone did not expect it. Xinghe had actually been exposed to a few secrets once again. But everyone was happy, because this time it allowed people to understand a different Xinghe. For his friends, he gave his heart to both of them, treating money like dirt. For his loved ones, caring, bent on the good of his sister. As for talent, that's even more needless to say. Xinghe's talent is well known, and has already spread all over the internet. The director Feng Degang, who questioned Xinghe before, had no time to care about Xinghe after his new movie, I'm Really Not a Bad Woman, was dropped by Wanda Pictures. Unbeknownst to him, this was just the beginning. Xinghe's revenge was never silent. After chatting for a while and seeing that it was getting late, everyone said goodbye to the viewers of the live broadcast and ended the shooting. Brother, I'm going to sleep with Sister Xifeng and Sister Xinghe today. Qingqing unexpectedly found Xinghe and made her request to him. That's good. Xinghe thought for a moment and nodded. Don't make any noise to your sisters? Got it? Got it. The little girl didn't know what she remembered, and nodded her head beautifully in agreement. After seeing her and Xifeng off to the bath, Xinghe then looked at Teacher He. Teacher He, do you have the contact information of that classmate of yours? Xinghe said. What? Teacher He took out his phone. I'll give it to you. Well, I'll have my agent contact her. Xinghe said. Broker? The several people were all stunned. Teacher He simply asked in direct surprise, didn't you quit the entertainment industry? Haha. Not a regular agent. Xinghe waved his hand and explained with a smile. To be precise, it should be my assistant. All of my published works are given to him to take care of. And so on. Xinghe's words caused Huang Xiaoche to raise his eyebrows and look at him in surprise as he asked, you have other published works? Yes. Don't you know about 3 bodies? Xinghe said blandly. Not right. Huang Xiaoche said, I remember saying before that 3 bodies was published by a publishing house. Fine. Xinghe nodded helplessly. He had indeed overlooked this issue. It's not like you've only written a 3 bodies. At this time, Wu Jing, who was at the side, suddenly said, They don't know that Wandering Azure was written by you? Pang Pang, Hu Gu, teacher he plus Huang Xiao chef. All froze there. No, Brother Jing, what did you just say? Pang Pang asked as he turned around haughtily and looked at Wu Jing. Wu Jing was a bit strange. Anyway, there were no cameras now, so he just pointed at Su Xinghe and said, Wandering Azure is his novel. Otherwise, why do you think I'd invest $100 million and go for a cameo? Hiss. Several people almost simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even someone as calm as Huang Xiaojie was doubly surprised as he looked at Su Xinghe. This was because he really did not expect that Su Xinghe was actually the original author of the movie Wandering Azure. You people. Su Xinghe glared at Wu Jing. This guy was just a big mouth sometimes, saying everything out loud. Too straightforward. Xinghe, you guys' secrets, you really have a lot of them. After a long time, teacher he looked at Su Xinghe and said, one must know that the Wandering Azure one was a breakout movie that hit a box office of nearly $1 billion, and was claimed to be the masterpiece of the Chinese system of sub-science fiction movies. This kind of feeling, for them who were in the entertainment industry, was far more direct and stronger than the Hugo Award-winning Three Bodies. It wasn't intentionally hidden from everyone. Su Xinghe shook his head and said, oftentimes, when I write something, it's just depending on my mood, and when I'm done, I just throw it to my assistant, and there are people who specialize in handling these things for me. Capitalist. Wu Jing spat from the side. Everyone all laughed. Those who knew about their relationship wouldn't even take that just now seriously. The matter of the story collection, I'll organize it and write out the manuscript, then they can go and study it. Su Xinghe said to Teacher He. Teacher He naturally nodded in agreement. Just now, he had almost forgotten that Su Xinghe was not an ordinary writer. He was a dang famous science fiction literature leader. Would there be no market for such a person to publish a work? Or rather, would be worried that no publisher would be willing to take it? How could that be? He had just inadvertently helped his old classmate fight for a big project, so it was no wonder that he agreed so quickly. A few people chatted a few more times and then they went to sleep. Su Xinghe didn't sleep and sat in the gazebo, chatting with Hu Gu and Wu Jing. I'm leaving tomorrow, Hu Gu said to Su Xinghe. So soon? Su Xinghe asked with some surprise. There's a sponsored branding event that I have to attend. Hu Gu said, moreover, I intend to go to Rice to study acting for a period of time. You also know that I have never been too satisfied with my acting skills. Good. Su Xinghe nodded. Do you need my help? I can help you find a few people. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Hu Gu shook his head. It's just a refresher course. If there's a need, I'll give you a call. Wu Jing sniffed and also said, Xianan and I will leave tomorrow night. This time we came just to see you. After so many years of friendship, there was naturally no need for him to say anything polite to Su Xinghe. Success. Do what you need to do. Su Xinghe nodded and said, on my side, when the shooting is finished, I will bring Qingqing to Yanjing to see you guys. Yo, you're not planning to live in seclusion anymore? Both Wu Jing and Hu Gu were stunned at the words, and after glancing at each other, they asked in surprise. It doesn't matter if I live in seclusion. The main thing is that Qingqing is getting older and is almost in kindergarten. Su Xinghe sighed. It doesn't matter to me. A child still needs to be educated after all. Moreover, I also want to help her find her parents. This was from his heart, although it wasn't easy to take care of Qingqing for so many years. But after all, a child still needs her biological parents. Although Qingqing did not say anything on her lips. But Su Xinghe actually knew that she wanted a mother very much. All right, you decide for yourself. Wu Jing naturally had no opinion on Su Xinghe's words. Hu Gu also smiled and said, then I have to finish my further studies in the meter country as soon as possible. The three of them chatted for a while longer, talking about past events that had happened, and occasionally laughing together. Just like that, there were no words for the night. The next morning, Hu Gu was personally sent to the entrance of Man Yuan village by Su Xinghe. Under the gaze of the camera, he left the mushroom house. Looking at Hu Ji's back, a song suddenly rang in Su Xinghe's heart. I'm still the same teenager I once was, without a single change. Time is but a test. The faith planted in the heart has not diminished in the slightest. Chapter 86 Great Demon King Su Xinghe. After sending Hu Gu away, Su Xinghe returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw that the colorful lanterns were actually squatting in the gazebo. In the past few days, these pets from the mushroom house had gotten acquainted with him and were not so afraid of people. Lamp, do you want to eat roast duck? Su Xinghe squatted in front of the colorful lamp and said to the lamp in a serious manner, "What do you think about me making you an authentic Qingqing roast duck at night?" The camera faithfully recorded what Su Xinghe had just done. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room doubled over in laughter. Star God, I advise you to be kind. Pointing at a monk and cursing a bald donkey. Pointing at a colored lantern and eating roast duck? Dog egg. Is that you? You're actually such a Su Xinghe. Why, I suddenly have a little heartburn. This guy is simply too bottomless. No wonder he opens several vests to write novels and likes to break off work so much. Colorful Light. My name is Colorful Light. I'm a duck. Someone wants to treat me to roast duck. What should I do? Wait online. It's quite urgent. There was no way. Su Xinghe's performance just now was really too unexpected. Imagine a goddess suddenly letting out a fart in public, that kind of feeling, tsk. It was simply confusing. What was even more frightening was that the colorful lamp seemed to realize what kind of crooked idea this human in front of him was playing with, glanced at Su Xinghe, took 8 steps and walked away. Huh? Are you dissatisfied with me, colorful lantern? Su Xinghe asked childishly, saying that this guy actually chased after the colorful lantern. The poor colored lantern, after glancing back and realizing that Su Xinghe was getting closer and closer to him, gaga. With 2 crunching sounds, the colored lantern lifted its wings and flew. Su Xinghe's entire being was bad. What the hell? He himself was actually disliked by a duck. He could clearly feel that the eyes of the colorful lantern looking at himself just now were just damn wrong. Colorful lantern, stop right there. Without saying a word, Su Xinghe quickly chased after him. He must let the colored lantern know today who was the true master of this home. Watching Su Xinghe happily chasing after the colorful lanterns, the audience all smiled. This guy, how come he didn't have a bit of a star's frame and baggage? Could it be that he didn't care about the outside world's comments? If you think about it, it's really true. When a person is away from the media as well as information, unconsciously creates a vacuum where no one is. It was as if one was isolated from the world, completely quiet. This was Su Xinghe's current state. For Su Xinghe, participating in aspiring life was a part of his life nowadays, and he did not treat this program as a program but as life. That was why he was so casual about doing what he wanted to do. Huang Xiaojie, who had returned from his morning jog, was dumbfounded when he saw Su Xinghe running after the colorful lamps. But there. Xinghe, what are you doing? Huang Xiaojie asked Su Xinghe. Nothing, Mr. Huang. I'm playing with the colorful lanterns for a while, Su Xinghe said without even turning his head back as he sniffed. Huang Xiaojie was even more confused. What was this? Then, teacher, he walked out from the house. What is Xinghe doing there? Yellow Chef asked. Hey, I was just watching the live stream, and this guy came back from delivering hugu and said he wanted to make a roast duck for the colorful lanterns to try, and the colorful lanterns just collapsed and are running around for their lives. Mr. He stifled his laughter. He's so boring. Huang Xiaojie was first shocked, then filled with contempt. A hallowed big star and big writer was fighting with a duck. What do you think was not boring? But it had to be said that Su Xinghe's deterrent effect on Kai Lantern was just too great. No matter what he said, the colored lantern just avoided him. And that footwork was so athletic that it was comparable to that of an athlete. It was an athletic duck. Xinghe, stop it. You can't catch up with him either. Looking at Su Xinghe still fighting with the colorful lights there, Huang Xiaojie really couldn't stand it anymore. Carrying his own teacup, he walked to the courtyard and said with a smile. Su Xinghe smiled and heatedly smiled. Mr. Huang, don't underestimate me yet. Ha! Little Chef Huang was stunned. Just then, he saw Su Xinghe whistling violently. Great mighty heavenly dragon, come out. The next moment, 2 figures, a cat and a dog, appeared in the courtyard. The orange cat, Davy, and the husky, Tianlong, walked to Su Xinghe's side like 2 soldiers on parade. Davy on the left, Tianlong on the right. Go! Su Xinghe gestured and ordered Davy and Tianlong. Stop it! Once Huang Xiaojie saw this scene, he was speechless and said with a smile. Yeah, let's clean up. There's going to be new guests today. Teacher, he also nodded his head. In the opinion of the 2 of them, this was pure nonsense on Su Xinghe's part. Even if Dawei and Tianlong were usually very humane, how could they carry out such a complicated order? As a matter of fact, it wasn't just Huang Xiaojie and Teacher He. No one in the entire live broadcast audience was optimistic about Su Xinghe's next plan. In their opinion, this guy Su Xinghe was simply thinking out of the box. However, what they never expected was the next scene that occurred shocked everyone. Right after Su Xinghe's order was given, Dawei and Tianlong, who were originally guarding Su Xinghe's side like two soldiers, actually acted. Surprisingly really acted. The orange cat, Dawei, slowly approached the colorful lanterns with a 4-square step and made a meow meow sound from his mouth, seemingly warning the lanterns not to move, or else I'll be careful to treat you with impoliteness. Husky Tianlong, on the other hand, has a serious expression. From time to time issued a burst of hissing sound in his throat, obviously in luck. The poor colorful lamp, just now was still glad to have escaped that horrible human. Yet how could he not expect it? He was actually surrounded by a cat and a dog. Looking around in despair, the colored lantern felt as if its duck life had lost its luster. And that man who was striding towards him was simply the great demon king of the legends. It was too terrifying, and inside the live broadcast room, the viewers had collapsed. Oh my God! Is this aiding and abetting the evil? I just think, Su Xinghe, this is not raising a pet. It's clearly two demons. That's right. Dawei and Tianlong are just too smart. Haha. I noticed that the colored lights are trembling. Star God. Isn't it good to be a person? I advise you to be kind. Even a duck you won't let go. Star God, you are too vicious. Heartache my family color lamp. How to meet such a strange. This are scared into what kind of. Just that is in the trembling right? Saying anything at this moment, the colored lantern simply became the poor baby that everyone sympathized with. Of course, the big devil, naturally, was Su Xinghe. Chapter 87 tragically slapped in the face. Justice partners were everywhere. In the end, little Chef Huang stood out to save the colored lantern. Couldn't be helped. Su Xinghe was simply too brutal, and the sense of justice in Mr. Huang's heart made it impossible for him to sit back and watch. That's enough from you. Look at how scared the colorful lamp is. It won't even move. Teacher Huang stretched out his hand and went to hug the colorful lamp. Then, everyone was shocked to know on weekdays in the mushroom house, the colorful lamp's least favorite person was Huang Xiaoqie. Sometimes when Huang Xiaoqie approached it, it didn't even bother. But today, it was unexpectedly docile. Holding the colorful lamp in his arms, Huang Xiaochef himself was surprised. My goodness, Xinghe. What kind of fright did you say you had to give the colorful lamp? I'm usually the one I hate the most, and now I'm actually letting me hold it. Huang Xiaoqie was astonished. Su Xinghe was a bit strange. How did you It annoyed you? Hehe, smile. Huang Xiaochef said. Actually, it's nothing. I just told it before that I was planning to stew duck meat. I don't know if it understood. Anyway, it's not close to me anymore. Su Xinghe blinked his eyes, suddenly feeling that this guy appeared to be no different from himself. And hearing Huang Xiaoqi's words, those viewers in the live broadcast room who were not sure and had not watched the previous programs were laughing uncontrollably. Poor colorful lantern. Why is it such a bitter fate to meet these two guys? Color lantern. Who am I? Where am I? I'm panicking inside. Seriously, it feels like these few animals in the mushroom house are quite interesting. As if they all have spirituality, especially Dawei Tianlong, who is practically a monkey. Upstairs, Dawei and Tianlong can be smarter than monkeys. Haha. I've been laughing all morning. My boyfriend asked me what I was laughing at when I went to the restroom. But seriously, Su Xinghe's sense of variety. It's simply brilliant. Forward to life, inviting him in is simply a stroke of genius. Uncle Huang, brother, you guys let go of the colored lights. No bullying the little animals. At this time, little Qingqing finished washing her face and followed Zifeng and Xianen out, and seeing the two Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaojia bullying the colorful lantern there, she quickly said. Su Xinghe was speechless. Hopefully you didn't see it just now, did you? Now coming out to be the good guy, clearly you were just watching the fun. Qingqing, are you really good like this? Looking at his baby sister, Su Xinghe said, have you forgotten how you usually treat Dawei and Tianlong? When you were little, you even let Tianlong go swimming in the river for you, and you let Dawei climb trees for you, have you forgotten? The audience and the group from the mushroom house laughed. Let the cat climb the tree, letting the dog swim. This Qingqing was also a bear child. Su Xinghe was in a good mood when he looked at the little girl's awkward appearance. But he knew what Qingqing was like. Humph! After Qingqing was exposed by her brother, she blinked her eyes and decisively raised her head to look at the sky. Stinky brother. Seeing as there were so many people in the house, she wouldn't be general with her brother. Otherwise, she had to let her brother know what the iron fist of love was. The audience was laughing like crazy at this time. At the beginning of Qingqing's performance, they thought it was quite serious. As a result, it was revealed in the next moment. Everyone was all speechless. Haha. This kid is too amusing. Mutual dislike of siblings, this is. I feel like Star God is right. Do you guys remember when Qingqing first appeared on camera and almost fell? How accurate was that Dawei's catch? It's obvious that he's been doing that a lot. Don't say it, it seems to be true. But seriously, this kid Qingqing, this little belly is awesome. It had to be said, with them making such a mess. Early in the morning, the audience of the live broadcast or the program, all of them were very joyful. Big brother Su, can you teach me how to write a script? At this time, Xinghe walked to Su Xinghe's side and whispered. Ah! Su Xinghe was stunned. Then he smiled. That's good. When you're done with your college entrance exams, I'll personally teach you, hand in hand. Go to one side. Hand to hand you my ass. Stay away from our Xinghe. Huang Xiaoche instantly widened his eyes and looked at Su Xinghe without any good humor. To be honest, today's Xinghe has already grown into a big girl, standing there, giving people the feeling that she is full of innocence and cuteness. Whether it was the audience who watched her grow up or these elders around her, they all really liked her. Ring, ring, ring. Just as everyone was talking, the phone rang. I'll go. Xinghe's younger sister just happened to be a bit shy, and at this time, she quickly ran into the house. Su Xinghe smiled and followed him in as well. While walking, he also said with a smile, I'll go too. I'll try to see if I can recognize which one it is. You can't fool around. Huang Xiaoche said, don't be ashamed that you can't recognize someone. How could it be? They're all entertainers. Can't you tell by listening to their voices? Su Xinghe was filled with disinterest. He did not notice that little Chef Huang, who was following him, looked at him with pitying eyes. Poor kid. He didn't realize how shameless the program team of Yearning Forward had become nowadays. By the time Su Xinghe walked over, Xinghe had already picked up the phone. Hey, thunder roar. The moment he opened his mouth, it was actually a Hong Kong island accent. Su Xinghe was instantly nonplussed. Just when everyone thought he was going to pick up the phone, the guy's feet naturally crossed over Xinghe's sister and prepared to walk towards the upper floors. Hey, 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 that friend who is preparing to go upstairs, don't go. At this time, the voice inside the phone changed again. Moreover, the other party was obviously watching the live broadcast, otherwise it would be impossible to know Su Xinghe's movements. Su Xinghe was dumbfounded. On this side of the mushroom house, everyone all laughed and looked at Su Xinghe. Let's see what you do this time. This, I say to all of you who are watching the live broadcast, since you know me, then you should know what kind of person I am. Slightly embarrassed, Su Xinghe turned his head and came to the phone. After thinking about it, he said, I see it like this. Let's all guess, especially the friends of the audience in the live broadcast. If you can guess who this person is, I'll present an autographed photo. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately came to life and guessed on the pop-up screen. Of course, people were mostly in a hilarious frame of mind, and many were just guessing blindly. Su Xinghe held his cell phone. Looking at the pop-ups above, his heart was also frantically guessing. At this time, Xinghe's heart stirred, remembering the previous guest list. After thinking about it, she said, Is it Sister Yangmi? No. The person on the other side of the phone quickly denied it. Su Xinghe's expression, unnoticed, changed when he heard the name Yangmi. Only the camera did not notice it. Chapter 88. Intellectually breathtaking behavior. The name Yangmi, Su Xinghe hadn't heard it mentioned for a long time. But when he thought of the memories she had left behind for him, Su Xinghe's heart ached. But now that he was recording the program, he naturally controlled his emotions easily, making himself look like nothing was wrong. Dryly coughing, Su Xinghe looked at Xinghe. Xinghe, it's not that brother Xinghe is talking about you. You're still too young. Think about it. If it were Yangmi's words, would she be so easy for you to hear? After a pause, he appeared to speak seriously. When we do things, we must have the ability to think independently, but also have innovative divergent thinking, so that we can face every hurdle in life. Hearing his words, Xinghe's younger sister nodded her head in a hurry. Although the little girl had quite a bit of life experience, the problem was that Su Xinghe's previous series of images were just too lofty, making her involuntarily believe them. completely not realizing that this guy, Xinghe, was changing the topic. Watching her own Xinghe sister being fooled there, the surrounding teacher he and teacher Huang could no longer hold back. Peng Peng even slapped his forehead with a broken-hearted look. Ahem. This, some people, really refreshed my 3 views. Wu Jing spat nonchalantly from the side. That's right. The thickness of this cheek. The speed of dumping the pot. It's almost catching up with Scud. As soon as Huang Xiao Chef saw that there was a fellow traveler, he immediately followed suit. Xinghe, aren't you afraid that the part you just did and the part you're doing now will be edited and posted online? Teacher, he asked Xinghe with a curious expression. Xinghe was stunned at his words. It won't be that exaggerated, right? At the thought of his own image, appearing in the middle of a ghostly video, Xinghe suddenly had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. Facts proved that Murphy's Law was still valid. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Just like Xinghe, the more he worried about this, the more likely it would happen. Soon, after Mr. He finished that sentence, someone had already started making it. In less than an hour's time, a certain station had Xinghe's ghostly videos appearing, and they were all sorts of different. From the very beginning when he appeared inside life toward you all the way to the present. And this video caught fire in the shortest possible time. It even triggered countless followers. This was all an afterthought. And now, Xinghe pretended not to hear the words of Huang Xiaojie with teacher He and the others, holding his cell phone with a calm face. He hadn't guessed who the other party was until now, so he could only hope for the audience on the pop-up screen. As for those trolling and gloating messages, Xinghe treated them as invisible. Xinghe, why don't you guess? Seeing that Xinghe didn't say anything, Huang Xiaoche asked with a smile. Yeah. Admit it if you can't guess, people can tell us. Wu Jing gloated there. It was rare to see Xinghe having this moment, and he now couldn't wait to take his cell phone and film this scene. You shut up. Glaring at a certain best loser action giant, Xinghe thought for a moment and said to the phone that had already been put on speakerphone by Xifeng's sister. Can you give some hints? I actually already have a rough range in my heart. Really? The person on the other side of the phone forced a smile and said, Teacher Sue, you know what? I've always been a fan of yours. This time, the other party actually used a bent accent. Xinghe felt like his entire being was bad. Where the hell was this going to be guessed? What made him even more devastated was that the other party, next, actually said in Yanjing dialect again, Teacher Sue, I really like you. If you guess who I am, how about I make you my girlfriend? Everyone laughed. No matter if it was the viewers in the live broadcast room or the group of people from the mushroom house. Each and every one of them all laughed and couldn't bring themselves to do so. This was simply a living treasure. The expression on Xinghe's face was almost like the bottom of a black pot. Where did this Nima come from to be a playwright? If you can't guess, you'll lose face. If he guessed, he would have a girlfriend. In this moment of time, Mandarin, Hong Kong Island, bending accent, Yanjing dialect, she had changed the language of 4 places. If we keep chatting, I'm afraid we'll have to start speaking foreign languages, right? To be honest, looking at Xinghe's awkwardness, everyone's mood, not to mention how pleasant it was. In the live broadcast room now, the number of people watching the live broadcast had already exceeded 50 million. Moreover, the heat was even too high to be imagined. The leader of Xiangnan TV was in a good mood now. With this heat, it simply crushed other programs. Xinghe's 3 words were now a guarantee of ratings. Not condescending, grounded, and talented with topics of conversation, making news every now and then so that people had to pay attention to him. How could such a person not be liked by everyone? To be honest, the director now felt that the price he had offered Xinghe at that time was really too low. The man who brought his own laughs was simply the magic weapon of the program. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were getting more and more joyful, and some people even clamored for Xinghe to simply guess the names of all the places in all of Chinese systemia once, and see if he could guess them. Looking at this pop-up screen, Xinghe's entire being was bad. Why can't there be a little more sincerity between people? These old why can't they be a little kinder in their lives? Oi, Zhuan foul language greetings. However, looking at those unreliable speculations on the pop-up screen, Xinghe thought about it and simply used his cell phone to start secretly checking to see if there was any news on the internet about which star he had met by chance. After all, artists are all public figures, especially now that the 4th season of Aspiring Life is so hot. Even if the director's side keeps it a secret, the itinerary of the participating guests is still easy to be betrayed. As expected, he really let him find out. He really let him find out. Some netizens met Lu Shishir and teacher Huang, as well as Tan Song-yoon at the airport in Spring City. From the looks of it, today's guests should be the few of them. Thinking of this, Su Xinghe rubbed his chin and revealed a smug smile. Let me guess, you're Lu Shishir, right? Su Xinghe was smug, with a look of being sure of everything. There were a total of 2 people. If this guess was wrong, the big deal was to guess Tan Song-yoon again. Sure enough, a witty person will definitely be happy. God can't starve a blind house sparrow. Then, the next moment, Su Xinghe was dumbfounded. Chapter 89. What if you're not popular? Su Xinghe was filled with the thought that he was definitely foolproof this time. But he never expected it. There are some things in this world that have no reasoning. Just like now. After he finished saying Lu Shishir's name, the person on the other side of the phone suddenly sighed. Star God. I'm your fan. My name is Tan Song-yoon. Xinghe. What's going on? Why don't you follow the rules, old sister? I threw out a pair of 3s. Shouldn't you have thrown out a pair of 4s or a pair of 5s? Why did you just throw out 2 kings? This is not the way to play. He was screaming madly in his heart, wanting to guess again. Next time, he would not make a mistake. This is not a fan. This is a black fan. Okay. How can anyone play like this? The audience in the live broadcast room, as well as Huang Xiaochef and the others, had already started to cover their stomachs with laughter. They had just watched clearly through the camera, where Su Xinghe was holding his cell phone to look up the information, but in this situation, he had even guessed wrong. It was simply too funny. What was even more interesting was that Tan Song-yoon, this girl's sense of variety was also good, and actually did not give Su Xinghe a chance to correct himself. It's sad. But seriously, Su Xinghe found it very interesting. This girl should be very smart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cooperated with herself so much. Thinking of this, he decided that he would give the other party a chance. At the very least, let the other party take advantage of his popularity and catch fire. Thinking of this, Su Xinghe laughed. My fan? Why haven't I heard of you? By the looks of it, are you not popular? At these words, the person on the other side of the phone burst into laughter. On the other hand, Huang Xiaojie and the others glanced at each other. The few of them were not idiots. What kind of person Su Xinghe was, in these few days together, everyone was already too clear. Other than that, in Su Xinghe's place, there was absolutely no such thing as popularity, red or not, let alone a little girl that he had never met who took the initiative to say that she was his fan, and he retorted that people were not red or something like that. Obviously, Su Xinghe was joking, creating a topic for Tan Song-yoon. This guy, he was purely using himself as a ladder to get that girl on the hot seat. After the joke, it was natural to order the food. Tan Song-yoon, who had finished ordering, even after hanging up the phone, had a smile on her face. No, Su Xinghe has hacked you so much, and you're still so happy. Godfather Huang sat there and couldn't help but ask with a smile when he saw Tan Song-yoon's appearance. Haha, of course. Tan Song-yoon laughed prettily. Brother Xiao Ming, I'm a fan of the star god He. Besides, he was obviously joking. I don't mind at all. Being able to molest her idol and being spat at by him was undoubtedly a very happy thing for her. What's more, Tan Song-yoon wasn't stupid. Su Xinghe had just clearly created a topic for himself, and that too at the expense of his image. She naturally wanted to clarify for Su Xinghe. Shaking his head helplessly, Teacher Huang said that there was no way for normal people to understand the world of fans. Lu Shishir instead laughed and said to him, Brother Xiaoming, you don't understand. Song-yoon, this is called love. Aha, aha, of course. Tan Song-yoon nodded with a smile, as if she didn't hear Lu Shishir's words. Lu Shishir was speechless for a while. The cameras had already been turned off by this time, and it was natural for a few people to speak without so many taboos. But she could see that Tan Song-yoon really liked Su Xinghe. As a result, less than an hour later, Tan Song-yoon's phone suddenly rang. Sis, what's wrong? Tan Song-yoon saw that the call was from her manager and asked somewhat strangely, You're on fire. Song-yoon, you're on fire. The agent was so excited that her voice was incoherent. Huh? Tan Song-yoon was confused. What's going on here? Airborne Weibo hot search number 1. Su Xinghe registered on Weibo, and the first message he sent was your picture. The agent quickly explained. At that moment, not only Tan Song-yoon, Lu Shishir and Teacher Huang, who heard this news, froze. Time rewind back. Mushroom house side. Su Xinghe waited until the call was hung up and started fiddling with his cell phone there. What are you doing? Huang Xiaoche asked Su Xinghe. Did you have fun just bullying other people's Songyun? I'm registering a microblog. Su Xinghe's reply made everyone freeze. Weibo? What do you mean, honored one? Teacher, he subconsciously asked. Su Xinghe had a microblog, but it was all various vests, writing novels and such. What do you want? Even Wu Jingjing was surprised, who didn't know that this guy Su Xinghe didn't like the internet and almost rarely went online. But now actually want to register for microblogging. Ah, I'm posting a picture, Su Xinghe said with a smile. Registering for Weibo was simple, just use his own cell phone number. Soon, he uploaded his avatar and performed user authentication. The name was Su Xinghe, and in order to distinguish himself from others, Su Xinghe added the word honored after his name. As for the notes, they were also very simple. Qingqing's older brother. As for the rest, Su Xinghe didn't write it because he didn't think it was necessary. Then, Su Xinghe posted a picture of Tan Songyun, of course the kind where her entire body was painted red. And it was accompanied by a text. My fan, why aren't you red? How about I help you get red? A Tan Songyun. At first, this message did not attract attention. After all, Su Xinghe had registered a new number, and this kind of small number had no fans, so how could anyone pay attention to it? But it couldn't help that there were other people in the mushroom house. Seeing Su Xinghe registering his microblog, Huang Xiaoche and the others took out their cell phones, followed and retweeted his microblog. Moreover, the viewers inside the live broadcast room saw that Su Xinghe had a microblog, and it was still his own, so naturally they would not let this opportunity pass, and they all began to follow him. In less than half an hour, Su Xinghe's fans rose from 0 to 20 million. The customer service on the Weibo side was dumbfounded. Almost thought that it was a hot search bot by a traffic kid. As a result, it was Su Xinghe's own face, and it was also a microblog that was forwarded by Huang Xiaoqiu and others, and immediately gave Su Xinghe a certification. In this way, the microblog became even more fiery. In less than an hour's time, the amount of retweets surprisingly exceeded 10 million. The replies and likes also broke 10 million. The 3 words, Tan Songyun, truly came out of the circle to become a hot search term. Everyone wanted to know who this fan that Su Xinghe had flirted with for not being red and wanted to help her become red was. Even Su Xinghe himself did not expect what kind of wave his single tweet had triggered. Chapter 90. My fans, I make the call. In today's entertainment era, Weibo was a very influential platform. Especially for young artists, the existence of Weibo was undoubtedly a place for them to expand their influence. At the very least, with this platform, these young people are able to get better development opportunities, gathering up more fans. Similarly, there were short video platforms such as Shake, Shutter, and so on. Su Xinghe didn't know much about this. He didn't think about it that much, he just felt that he should have some fans. After all, there were so many people in the live broadcast room. It would be best if he could help Tan Songyun. After all, this girl gave him a good impression. Although the program flirted with himself, it was clearly a variety effect. Moreover, being told by himself that he wasn't popular didn't make him angry. Su Xinghe had no reason not to help out, but he had really underestimated his influence. Su Xinghe said Tan Songyun is not popular. Su Xinghe opened his microblog only for Tan Songyun. These 2 pieces of news in the shortest amount of time made it to the top 2 of the Weibo hot search list. For Tan Songyun, the entire Weibo was now all about her. And all of them were positive. Ha ha ha, poor Tan Songyun. Acting in several dramas but only debuting today. Star God. Isn't it good for you to be a human being? You can't even picture. This girl is very pretty. Star God, you opened a microblog just for her. Could it be your girlfriend? I'm convinced. Really? Su Xinghe, are you so cheap? Opening a microblog just to hack our Miss Songyun. Haha. I like it. Come. Help Songyun go red. Tan Songyun sat in the car, listening to her agent's words. Her entire body was dumbfounded. She was truly not expecting it. This matter would actually turn out to be what it is now. Even more so, the magical netizens actually dug out her space logs from when she was in middle school and high school, and found that they were actually all Su Xinghe's songs. Stone Hammer. Su Xinghe's 10-year-old fan has come to report for duty. Reporting for duty. Loved the Star God for 8 years. Love the Star God. No bumps in the road. Life is a little flat all the way. Star God. I love you. Accompanied by all sorts of comments. This time, Tan Songyun was truly out of the loop. She became the entire internet, one of the hottest artists today. You're not red. It had become a terrier. Recording the program today. Make sure you perform well. Xinghe is the hottest person right now. With his heat, you can definitely be read, the agent said bitterly. I know. Tan Song-yoon also knew that the agent was doing it for her own good. After all, it had been almost 6 years since her debut. During these 6 years, it was true that she wasn't considered popular and had only appeared in a few youthful idol dramas. If it wasn't for the fact that her brokerage company had a good relationship with Xiangnan TV and that she herself was good at what she did, there was no way she would have had the opportunity to star in the 4th season of Aspiring Life. To be honest, she didn't know when the last time she was on a hot search was. Seriously though, it warmed her heart. It was because her idol knew how she felt, and moreover, he had even registered and tweeted specifically for her. That kind of feeling really moved Tan Song-yoon too much. Putting down the phone, Tan Song-yoon sat alone and giggled. Bishop Huang slapped his forehead. He was sort of convinced. A creature like a fan was truly the most difficult existence to understand. In fact, the effect of this microblog had only just begun. As Xinghe's fans spread the word by word of mouth, his microblog followers grew more and more. Within a few hours, it had already surpassed 50 million. And at the same time, after these fans saw Xinghe's first microblog, many of them incidentally clicked on Tan Song-yoon's microblog and followed her. In just over an hour, she had actually gained almost 4 million followers. One must know that the previous her only had 10 million followers. Now it had actually risen by 40%. Mushroom House side, after everyone saw the effect of Xinghe's one microblog, they were all shocked. It's so bullish. Sister Zifeng gave Xinghe a thumbs up and said, yes, big brother Su, you're too good. This fan speed. Peng Peng had a face of admiration. Xinghe was quite smug. On the side, Wu Jing just couldn't stand to watch anymore. He followed Xinghe and retweeted his Weibo while spitting out from his mouth. This time it's good. Those fans of yours, they have a place to press for more. Xinghe stalled for a moment. Then his face changed drastically. In that instant, his entire being was bad. I forgot about this. In the past, when he didn't go on Weibo, his fans couldn't find a place to urge for more work. But this time, it's good that he registered for Weibo, so everyone can urge for more work to come here together. The audience in the live broadcast room also immediately noticed this. Haha! Star God is panicking. Wu Jing did a good job. That's right, we're going to rush the shifts. No, what are you happy about, Star God? Other people Tan Song-yoon is on fire by herself. That's not true. We like Miss Song-yoon to be pretty. Star God, do you want to challenge the entire Mushroom House critters to see if they all dislike you? Xinghe felt that inside this live broadcast room, most of them were his own black fans, where there were no fans. Also, these few guys around him were also, actually no one spoke for themselves, one by one all gloating there. In fact, everyone has to understand Big Brother Su. He works very hard every day. He has to cook, code, and also take care of Qingqing. Fortunately, someone finally spoke up at this time. Sister Zifeng opened her mouth, instantly making Xinghe feel that there was still warmth in this world. That's not true. Xinghe raised her head and looked at everyone proudly. It's still Zifeng who understands me. You guys, is it easy for me? Again, I have to take care of the child, I have to cook, and I have to help my fans read up. Really, you guys still have the nerve to blame me. Everyone was already speechless. This guy's shameless appearance was simply too punchable. And looking at Zifeng looking at Xinghe with a face of adoration. Little Chef Huang couldn't help but sigh. AI. When the daughter is older, the girl is outward-looking. Sister Zifeng directly reddened her face and disappeared into the room with a whoosh. As for Xinghe, well, he was also a bit embarrassed. After all, Zifeng's sister was only 18. But thinking carefully, it seems like there's no need to worry about age. Chapter 91 Excited Fans. More than an hour quickly passed. Everyone sat in the gazebo and chatted. Someone is coming. Pumba stood up and happened to see a car parked over the flower road in the distance. 3 figures walked down from the car. Who is it? Although they knew that one of them was Tan Song-yoon, the other two, Mr. He and the others didn't know. It seems like Xiao Ming. Teacher, he carefully sized up the figures and frowned. Really, it seems like him. Huang Xiaoche nodded, still familiar with this native of his own. Which one is Tan Song-yoon? Xinghe stood there, asking with some surprise. He then saw that there was a skinny figure that suddenly began to run wildly with a school bag on its back. No, that... Xinghe was confused. It seems to be Sister Song Yoon. Zifeng was familiar with Tan Song Yoon and said with a smile. Su Xinghe was quite surprised, and hadn't really thought that Tan Song Yoon, who looked so cute on Weibo, was so petite. Even compared to Zifeng, it was about the same. But what was she running for? Aya, Song Yoon is here. As Tan Song Yun's close senior inside the entertainment circle, Mr. He smiled and opened the courtyard door, and was about to shake Tan Song Yun's hand when he saw her rush past him in a gust of wind. She just passed by. Mr. He put his outstretched hand there and the only thing that responded to him was a sentence in the wind. Hello, Mr. He. I'll hug you later. Whoosh. The next moment, Tan Song Yoon hugged Su Xinghe at once and shouted excitedly. Everyone was speechless. This was too exaggerated, right? Ooh. Star God. What have you been doing? Why haven't you been heard from for 10 years? As she spoke, Tan Song Yoon burst into tears. Su Xinghe was startled and, just as he wanted to push her away, he remembered those fans who desperately left messages for him back when he announced his retirement. At that time, he had announced his retirement from the Chinese cinema entertainment industry. Although the internet wasn't very developed, the fans still retained themselves through various channels. Even now, 10 years later, after they learned of his news, what they left for themselves in the live broadcast room and on Weibo were all words of support. At that moment, Su Xinghe really felt deeply. And in the live broadcast room, the audience, who had always been picky, were all very touched by this scene. The moment just now when Tan Song Yoon crossed over Mr. He and directly rushed towards Su Xinghe. Many people felt that she was very impolite. After all, Mr. He was a senior in the entertainment industry and usually took very good care of her. But for her to cross over teacher He so directly was simply excessive. As a result, the next moment, seeing the way she hugged Su Xinghe and bawled, everyone suddenly understood what kind of status Su Xinghe actually had in her heart. Don't cry, don't cry, Su Xinghe softly said to Tan Song Yoon. The people beside him were doubly surprised, knowing that other than to Qingqing, he had never been so gentle to a bystander. Sister doesn't cry. At this time, little Qingqing came over and handed Tan Song Yoon a tissue. Sister, don't cry. Brother said that if a girl cries, she should not be pretty. Perhaps it was Qingqing's words that did the trick, and after sobbing for a while, Tan Song Yoon stopped crying and took the tissue handed over by Qingqing and wiped up. I'm sorry, Star God, for causing you trouble, the little girl said to Su Xinghe as she cried. She also knew that what she had just done was too presumptuous. But a lot of things had happened recently, which really left her with no control. It's fine, it's fine. Su Xinghe stroked her head and said. Saying this, Su Xinghe walked to the front of the camera and bowed twice to the camera. The first one is for my fans. I'm sorry for letting you all miss me all these years. The second one is to apologize for just Song Yun's behavior, for troubling everyone. Then, Su Xinghe took a step and walked to Teacher He again, bowing once more. Sorry, Teacher He. Just now Song Yoon was too excited to see me and didn't have time to greet you, sorry. Aya, what are you doing? Teacher He hurriedly supported Su Xinghe. What kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to care about this. Two different things. Su Xinghe shook his head. Fan behavior. Idol pays for it. She is my fan. I naturally have to be responsible for her. Boom. Su Xinghe's sentence instantly caused the live broadcast room to explode. My God. This is too touching. Star God. I'm still here. This is the Star God I love. 10-year-old fans here. Star God. Love you. See. This is our idol who cares about us no matter what. Envious of Sister Song Yoon. Mushroom House side. With Su Xinghe's apology, everyone naturally wouldn't be minding what just happened. Moreover, at this time, sect leader Huang and Lu Shishir also walked in. After some pleasantries, they came before Su Xinghe. Hello, Teacher Su. Hello, Teacher Su. Both of them coincidentally extended their hands to Su Xinghe with a warm face. You're welcome, too polite. Su Xinghe shook hands with the two and said to Teacher Huang, Brother Xiao Ming, don't call me Teacher Su, just call me Xinghe. I grew up watching your works. Teacher Master Huang debuted at about the same time as Zhou Gongzi, that truly was a senior in the entertainment industry. That's good. I won't be out of line. Godfather was quite happy. After all, Su Xinghe was so popular nowadays, yet he still gave himself face so much. Speaking of which, when we were filming The Wind, we missed out. The sect master smiled and said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe froze, then sighed. Oh come on, accidentally he was exposed again. Chapter 92. Exposed again. Did you write The Sound of the Wind as well? As expected, with Teacher Huang's words. Teacher, he blurted out, asking Su Xinghe. Ahem. Let's talk about it later. Without saying a word, Su Xinghe turned his head to look at Lu Shishir. Ms. Lu. But don't. Lu Shishir hurriedly waved her hand. Teacher Su, if you call me Miss Lu, that would be cursing. If you don't mind, I'll call you Xinghe. You can just call me Shishir. She wasn't stupid. The Su Xinghe and Teacher He as well as Huang Xiaochef and the rest of them were all calling themselves brothers and sisters. If she really let people call her Miss Lu, then how petulant she would seem. Good then, I'll be polite. Su Xinghe smiled and shook the other party's hand. Sister, you are beautiful. At this time, little Qingqing popped up again. Stop! While this girl didn't speak, Su Xinghe hurriedly covered her mouth and let Xianan carry her away. There was no way to let her ask that question again. Haha. Is she going to ask if I want to be your girlfriend? Lu Shishir covered her mouth and laughed. It was obvious that she had also seen the previous program. Su Xinghe nodded helplessly. This girl, being spoiled by me, and Teacher Huang and the others spoiling her all day long, she doesn't listen at all. It's actually quite cute. Lu Shishir smiled. Could be seen that she really quite liked Qingqing. Pang Pang, Zifeng, you two help take the luggage inside. While the others were exchanging pleasantries, Huang Xiaoche said to Zifeng and Pang Peng. The two of them were the youngest here, so naturally they had to be the laborers. This was a good thing to do. With so many guests coming and going in the mushroom house, they were all big names. It wasn't a bad thing for the two young men to show their faces more in front of these seniors. This was especially true in today's era of endless flow stars. Of course, Su Xinghe, a certain fan, didn't need anyone else's help. That girl with red and swollen eyes carrying a large school bag went into the house by herself. After a while, the crowd settled down and sat down in the gazebo. Welcome Xiao Ming, Shishir and Song Yun. Teacher He took the lead. Everyone clapped together. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Xinghe. Come on. Xinghe, explain. What exactly was that thing you said when you and Xiao Ming just met? Su Xinghe was filled with embarrassment. He truly did not expect that Teacher He was waiting for himself here. But since the sect leader had already said it just now, it was definitely impossible to hide it. Trying to calm himself a bit, Su Xinghe shrugged. It's nothing much. It's that script of wind sound. I wrote it. Hiss. Several people who did not know the inside story all froze. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. The reason was simple because the movie Sound of the Wind was really too famous. As a thrilling and suspenseful war espionage movie, this movie had gathered a large number of powerful actors and actresses from the Chinese system Asian movie circle. Zhou Gongzi, Zhang Hanyu, Li Bingbing, and Godfather Huang were all big stars at the time. And the movie, in the end, did achieve success. It swept the major domestic movie festivals. It was just that no one had expected that it was actually Su Xinghe's work. You kid? Awesome. There's no genre you won't write. Huang Xiaojie said to Su Xinghe with a surprised face. Yes, big brother Su. This is too big a span for you, isn't it? Xianan was full of astonishment. It was Wu Jing who didn't have much of a reaction, and when Xianan looked at him, he shrugged. It's normal. I won't be surprised if Su Xinghe does anything. Is there anything he won't do? There was a pause. Wu Jing bristled. Probably just giving birth to a child he won't. The audience in the live broadcast room all laughed. Ha ha ha. Why do I think Wukio is right? Yeah. Star God is simply all-powerful. What's awesome? This is... Really? I feel that he must have other scripts hidden. Let's look for them. For a moment, Su Xinghe's fans set off a wave of searching for scripts he had written. But it was a pity. They were destined to be disappointed. It was because Su Xinghe was particularly witty, and for every script, he used a different pen name. At that time, it was Sister Sun who mentioned it to me, saying that Huai Brothers' side wanted to find a script, mainly of spy war suspense. Su Xinghe patiently explained it to everyone. In fact, this matter was really nothing. At that time, when he got the script, the task given by the system was only for him to run around the 9 gates of Yanjing. Compared to the price he had paid in order to get his hands on the wolf, it was simply not worth mentioning. Thanks to Xinghe's script, I also broke through once. Godfather Huang said with a smile. As Huai's most popular actor, he had starred as the villain Takeda and had successfully portrayed the image of that proud, sinister, and cruel officer at heart. Teacher Huang was indeed praised for a while at the time. Actors and roles, they never fulfill each other. The sparks that can blossom when a good actor and a good character come together are unforgettable. Chapter 93, My Gift to You. Not long after, Pang Pang returned to the gazebo with Zifeng and a few others. Tan Song-yoon. Come. Come. Everyone is tired from traveling, have some fruit. Huang Xiaoche served everyone chilled fruits. They were all picked from Su Xinghe's orchard. The flavor is really good. Godfather Huang picked up a piece and finished it with a surprised look on his face. It really is. Lu Shirshir also had a face of admiration. After all, this was all something produced by the system, so of course it was very good. Su Xinghe smiled and looked at his fan. What does Song-yoon think? Ah! Tan Song-yoon was awakened by Su Xinghe's words, and hurriedly nodded her head. Delicious? Really delicious. The crowd was all speechless. Teacher, he pointed at her hand. Song-yoon, you haven't eaten it yet. Ah! She then reacted and blushed. Everyone laughed out loud. Not to mention, this look of hers was really funny. Fan mentality. I guess if Xinghe tells her that the sky is square now, she might even nod her head. Teacher, he teased with a smile. Su Xinghe, however, waved his hand repeatedly. Teacher, don't bully her. If there's anything, come at me. The viewers in the live broadcast room said that they had received a 10,000-point blitz. It was the first time I had encountered an idol who favored his fans so much. This guy is just too much. By the way, Star God, I brought you a gift. After Tan Song-yoon was shy, she still summoned up the courage to say to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe was somewhat surprised. He saw her get up and run into the house, taking out 2 large boxes in a short while. What is this? Huang Xiaoche was a bit strange. This is the 1,000 paper cranes I used to fold for the Star God when I was in school. I folded one every day. Tan Song-yoon replied playfully. 1,000 paper cranes? Su Xinghe was not expecting this at all. Looking at the 2 large boxes in front of him, he was a bit surprised. This is part of it, the rest is inside. A total of 3857. Tan Song-yoon said to Su Xinghe. At that instant, Su Xinghe was truly touched. 3857? Pang Pang on the side had a puzzled look on his face. Tan Song-yoon didn't say anything. Su Xinghe was silent for a moment before slowly saying, That's the time between when I quit the entertainment industry and now. Everyone was dumbfounded. This meant that from the time Su Xinghe announced his withdrawal from the entertainment industry until now, Tan Song-yoon had actually folded 1,000 paper cranes for him every day. From the day you announced your withdrawal, Star God, I was looking forward to you coming back. Every day I would make a wish and fold 1,000 paper cranes. Tan Song-yoon stood in front of Su Xinghe and said earnestly, I thought that if I could see you one day, I would give them to you in person, and I finally did. At this moment, everyone was moved. When star chasing became a love that encouraged a person to move forward, that kind of feeling was already hard to describe with words and phrases. I'll take it. On Su Xinghe's face, a smile appeared as he said to Tan Song-yoon, Don't worry, I'll keep this one well. He could see that these 1,000 paper cranes were both new and old, and were not folded at the same time at all. In other words, this wasn't some gimmick arranged by the program group, but a fact. The Tan Song-yoon in front of him had really waited for herself for 10 years and liked herself for 13 years. This heaviness forced Su Xinghe to take it seriously. Thank you. Su Xinghe looked at Tan Song-yoon and said, You gave me such a precious gift. I will also give you a gift. Ha! Tan Song-yoon was stunned, then smiled. No need, Star God. I'm already quite popular now. After saying this, she couldn't help but smile herself, revealing 2 cute tiger teeth. However, Su Xinghe did not listen to her. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Everyone was a little surprised. What was the meaning of this? Didn't he say he was going to give Tan Song-yoon a gift? Why call? Courier? Or was it shipped from outside? Hello, it's me. Su Xinghe spoke calmly. The person on the other side of the phone obviously knew Su Xinghe. Yo, why are you free to call me? A man's voice rang out on the other side of the phone. It's a bit familiar. Huang Xiaoche listened to the man's voice and muttered to himself. The copyrights of those novels you mentioned earlier, I can give them to you. Su Xinghe said indifferently. Really? Because it was on speakerphone? Everyone was clearly able to hear that person's surprised voice. You're not kidding, you didn't agree when you approached you several times before, but now you actually agreed. However, I have a condition. Su Xinghe said in a deep voice, I hope that the female lead must be starred by Tan Song-yoon. Otherwise, I won't sell the copyright. Tan Song-yoon. The person on the other side of the phone mumbled a bit and asked in a somewhat strange manner, What's her relationship with you? Girlfriend? No. Under the astonished gaze of the live broadcast audience and the crowd at the Mushroom House site, Su Xinghe replied, She's my fan. A very important fan. Okay. The person on the other side of the phone was helpless. No problem. I'll wait for you to sign the contract. After a pause, he added, But I only promise to give her a chance to audition for the female lead. Whether it works or not depends on her. No sale then. Without saying a word, Su Xinghe directly flipped his face. AI. You person, what's going on? In that case, the money invested, you have to contribute half. Can. Su Xinghe nodded and directly hung up the phone. And at this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as the people around, had all been stunned. One by one, their mouths grew to look at Su Xinghe. No one had expected that the gift Su Xinghe had said was actually pressing a female lead for Tan Song-yoon. This was also too expensive. Chapter 94. Giving you a chance. Xinghe. Who are you calling? Teacher, he was more anxious and asked directly. Director Kai. Brother Chun Kai. Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaojie spoke almost simultaneously. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air with the appearance of this name. As one of the top few directors in the Chinese systemia, although his works in recent years were average at the box office. However, no one would deny that in terms of artistic achievement, Brother Chun Kai's status. What's more, although people were not good at the box office, winning awards was like eating and drinking water. But what is this situation? Mr. Huang, how did you hear that? Wu Jing asked to Huang Xiaoqie somewhat strangely. I had dinner with Director Kai before. Chef Huang explained. Then how do you know him? Teacher, he looked at Su Xinghe again. Collaborated. He was planning to buy the rights to my novel. Su Xinghe smiled and said frankly. As for what novel rights, he didn't say anything. A movie or a TV series? Huang Xiaojie asked. Both. Su Xinghe smiled and said, Doesn't he have a company that is planning to make a movie for their son to be the lead actor, and just happens to be looking at my copyright? The crowd was all dumbfounded. The top director himself was the director, and the male lead was his own son. Even if it was just a gimmick, the attention of this play would not be low. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the news was released, it would definitely be a role that was fought over by the popular Flow girls. And now this role was set for Tan Song-yoon. My goodness! Star God is favoring the fans with strength. Awesome! In one sentence, a female lead role was set. I'm convinced. Really, loving Star God is right. You don't regret it. It feels like Miss Song-yoon is going to be on the hot search. Tan Song-yoon had long since been dumbfounded. It wasn't that she hadn't thought that Su Xinghe would give her a gift, and even before she came, she had thought that if it wasn't a very expensive gift, she would accept it. After all, that was Su Xinghe's first gift to his fans. This honor, she didn't want to let it go to someone else. But the problem was, she had never expected that Su Xinghe would give himself such a surprise no matter what. This gift was just too big. Working with the great director Chun Kaige, the male lead was also Chun Kaige's own son. This was an opportunity that no Flow young flower could possibly miss. But Su Xinghe just so capriciously gave it to himself. Even so, in order for him to get this role, he went so far as to allow himself to enter the group with funding. To be honest, this friendship, Tan Song-yoon was touched, but she couldn't accept it. Star God, I really can't act. Looking at Su Xinghe, she was a little nervous to speak. Su Xinghe smiled. There's nothing that you can't act in. My book, I'm the investor, and I believe in Kai's ability to direct. Your image also matches the image of the female protagonist inside the book. Trust me, you can definitely do it. Everyone froze. The reason was simple. It was because Su Xinghe's words were spoken with too much certainty. To be honest, there was no one left to question Su Xinghe's talent nowadays. He could write web novels, all of which were fine, and was known as the great god of web writing. He could also write science fiction novels. Wandering Azure and Three Bodies were renowned. Moreover, he can also write screenplays, won the Oscar for Best Screenplay. Even a big director like Chun Kaige asked for his script. To be honest, even Lu Shir, this was for Tan Song-yoon, was also a little jealous. She was jealous of why she wasn't a fan of Su Xinghe. If the one who just entered the door and confessed to Su Xinghe was herself, then right now she could have been promoted by Su Xinghe. Showbiz is a fame and fortune. In this place, the hey hey rong rong are all for the sake of interest. But the same problem lies. Thousands of people walk on a single wooden bridge. There were too many guys who wanted to make a name for themselves inside the entertainment industry. Everyone had their own little schemes. Third-tier artists aspired to become second-tier artists. 18th-tier wild models aspired to become famous overnight. Those second-tier artists, on the other hand, were thinking of becoming a popular first-tier. Lu Shi's situation nowadays belongs to the category of not being on top. Although she was also a popular flower girl back then, the problem was that because she never had any masterpieces and faced competition from rising stars in the past few years, she had gradually been distanced by those in front of her. For example, Zhao Liang has fully surpassed the likes of Lu Shi in the past few years and has since risen to the top. As for Tan Song-yoon, just a third-tier artiste. Having acted in a few youthful idol dramas on Xiangnan TV, she attracted a lot of fans by virtue of her lowly face. But her popularity is there and that's about it. But this time, because of Su Xinghe's fan status, Tan Song-yoon was given a chance to move from the third tier to the first tier. How could this make the onlookers turn a blind eye and have no hard feelings? Star God. Tan Song-yoon no longer knew what to say. She was a truthful child. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so fond of Su Xinghe, and also folded 1,000 paper cranes every day. Su Xinghe smiled and rubbed her watermelon head. All right, pack up. Go to the orchard to pick vegetables in a while. I'll make you a delicious meal in the evening. He did not mind at all showing a bit of closeness to Tan Song-yoon. After all, this was the person who had liked himself for more than 10 years. Even though Su Xinghe knew full well that the matter of him choosing Tan Song-yoon as the female lead would trigger a lot of beats. But he did not regret it, nor would he care. Because from the beginning to the end, Su Xinghe had only lived for the sake of being happy for himself. Not for the sake of a certain person or group of people. Although this was a bit selfish, Su Xinghe believed that one should still live a bit selfishly so that at the very least one would not be too upset. Still, he did not expect that this time the nonsense that, surprisingly, it was so serious. Chapter 95. I would have turned my heart toward the bright moon. Su Xinghe had underestimated the influence of the internet. Or rather, he had underestimated his influence in the entertainment industry today. From the moment he called brother Qingqing and helped Tan Song-yoon get the role of the female lead, the internet had already begun to talk about it. Even to the extent that news like Su Xinghe Chun Kaiga subterfuge deal simply became the top 3 real-time hot searches. Many people were discussing this matter. Hee, it's really a long time to live, to see subterfuge in a program again. Disgusting to me. A director who is so despicable in order to promote his son. Su Xinghe is the one who's disgusting. Okay? He's shamelessly booking some female lead. No matter if it's a movie or a drama, I won't watch it anyway. Too fake, really? Oh, I don't know if it's fake or not. I just feel pathetic for those who are competing with Tan Song-yoon. No matter how good your acting skills are and how hard you work, it's no better than a sentence from someone else. The netizens were talking. In the beginning, it was naturally mostly negative. But with the addition of Su Xinghe's fans, the group was immediately sprayed. Heh, water army all this? According to you guys, if you get rewarded for your efforts, would there still be so much unfairness in this world? I work hard to make money and I have to become the richest man in the world. Idiot. Shady your ass. Star God's own novel, designated female lead, and invested in it himself. How come it doesn't work? It has to be all according to your ideas. No matter if it's a movie or a TV series, as long as it stars Tan Song-yoon, I'll go watch it. What's wrong with that? Just because she's a fan of the star god just like me. Su Xinghe's fans, their fighting strength that was all over the place. The reason was simple, after all, they were all old netizens. Those who liked Su Xinghe had at least been in contact with the internet for more than 10 years. These people, who had no other skills when it came to the ability to spray people, it was absolutely jaw-dropping. Even some opponents of Tan Song-yoon's agency hoped to buy some big verses to support the topic of the so-called conspiracy theory. As a result, they had just sent out microblogs and were sprayed by Su Xinghe's fans and yearning fans. For a moment, even those agencies were confused. An artist who had retired for 10 years had this much influence? It was reasonable to say that the existence of the profession of a water army was very powerful amongst the internet. After all, these people were good at arching fire and cursing. But this time, in front of Su Xinghe's fans, no water army would work. In the words of the fans, if you talk about subterfuge and blackmail and such, if you have the ability to also write a novel, spend your own money to shoot it, and see if anyone is willing to watch it, then it's over. Mushroom House side. Under the command of Huang Xiao Chef, everyone started working and tidying up the house. And Xinghe, well, he said that he was a bit tired and planned to be a quiet, beautiful man today. And then, the bastard was like a commander-in-chief. Hey, hey, hey! Pang Pang! Move this over there. Wu Jing, you and brother Xiao Ming lift this up. Zifeng that's not how you wipe a table. In the end, even Qingqing couldn't watch anymore. Brother, isn't it good for you to go upstairs and write a book? Qingqing pointed upstairs and said to Xinghe, it's fine. I'll just write at night. Xinghe fell back with an innocent face. Qingqing said, I've done my best. Then go over there and don't hang around in front of my eyes. Wu Jing stated that Xinghe was really too annoying. When he was chopping a piece of firewood himself, he was able to spit on him because his posture wasn't graceful enough. No, I'm telling you the way to save time and labor. Xinghe said seriously. You hurry up, you're leaving at night. Don't do more work, are you good at it? Wu Kyoto already didn't want to speak. Luckily, after spitting, Xinghe walked away with his hands behind his back. Then, the ones who suffered were Xianan and Mr. He. Even the two guests, Lu Shishir and Tan Songyun. Xinghe did not let go. As usual, he made the two women laugh and cry. Even Xinghe's die-hard fan Tan Songyun, after Xinghe spit out his own shortness, are facing the camera speechless, said, Ladies and gentlemen, do you think it's too late for me to get rid of the powder? In the end, Xinghe, who hated God and loathed ghosts, was driven to the gazebo by everyone. In the words of Chef Huang, don't do anything. Just sit there honestly and shut up. Xinghe was hurt. He felt that he had been misunderstood. I obviously just came over to say hello and teach you guys how to work in the meantime. Huh? Xinghe, who was sitting down in the gazebo, suddenly saw a figure. Colorful lantern. Xinghe happily shouted to the colorful lamp standing over the beam. Gee. In the next moment, the colored lantern's body actually shook. Nima. See. The colored lantern just shook. Under Xinghe's lustful authority, the shivering colored lantern, duck life is a worry. My God, he's terrible. Xinghe, please be a man. Oh. Dawei Tianlong where? Left and right guards, follow me out of the palace. Stop it. A Xinghe are already scared like this. Plus great mighty heavenly dragon. Upstairs you are afraid that the colorful lamp will not die, is it? Look at you. Why are you so timid? Xinghe looked up and down the colorful lantern, hated the iron and said like a steel, Don't you understand, what you eat makes up for what you eat. Look how thin you are. Eat some roast duck. Surely you can be stronger. The colorful lamp did not say anything and lifted its wings. Nima, I believe in your evil. Looking at colorful lantern's back, Xinghe shook his head helplessly. It's too hard to be a human being. This duck doesn't understand his bitterness at all. What a tragedy. Chapter 96. Another identity exposed. Jokes are jokes. Xinghe was actually still very understanding. Since no one was willing to use him to help, he simply went upstairs and really went to code as Qingqing had said. After all, a dozen or so novels to write was also very hard work. Even if Xinghe was very fast at coding, even if he updated half of these many novels, it would still take more than 20,000 words. Coming upstairs, Xinghe sat in front of the computer and started typing. At this time, the split screen of the live broadcast room flooded with more than 2 million people. These people, naturally, were his book fans. I don't know what book he's writing today. Yeah. This guy has too many vests. It's really hateful. Ahem. Be careful what you say. Yeah. Be careful with your words. What if this guy doesn't code properly anymore? Readers were undoubtedly the most adorable group of people, in their opinion. As long as the author updated every day, it was fine. At this moment, seeing Xinghe sitting in front of the computer typing, everyone's mood was quite pleasant. Fingers flying and typing on top of the computer, Xinghe wrote while reciting in his mouth. Before Qi Dangua led his troops into battle, he once wrote me a letter, saying that in the future, in case he died in battle, let me take the time to go back to Bailiang to take a look. On the letter, he also foolishly hoped that I would be able to serve Bailiang, saying that being a brother, there is no threshold to step over. After I received the letter, I knew that Qi Dangwa's what if inside 10%, 90% will come true. So I made an exception and came back here, thinking that I could make him not really die. I didn't expect you, Su Fengnian, to bide your time for so many years, but you finally practiced martial arts and became a great master of martial arts. But still half useless. In the battlefield, even a person cannot save down. Although you killed Hong Jingyan, you and I both know in our hearts that Qi Dangua died because of you. I don't care how many of Northern Liang's 300,000 Iron Horsemen died, but a dead Qi Dangua, I have to settle the score with you, the rightful king of Northern Liang. As Su Xinghe wrote, his eyes suddenly moistened. People who write books actually have this habit of bringing themselves into the plot of the book. When writing here, remembering the image of Qi Dangua, Su Xinghe couldn't help but feel sad. But he forgot that at this time, the computer he was coding on was facing the camera lens. Qi Dangua, this seems to be a character in the snow, right? No way. Could it be that Su Xinghe is the great inner chief? Fake. It must be fake. I can't stand it. Brothers, don't tell me this is real. My snow in the No wonder the shift has been broken so many times. After making a mess, it's written by that guy Su Xinghe. I'm sorry. My mind is broken. How the hell can I do this? It's fine. Look at the brothers of the flabby son-in-law. They only have one chapter a month. Be a person. I advise you to be kind. Oh, the classic writing are slow. Really, the last chapter Qi Dangua died in battle, I cried. My girlfriend has gone crazy. She thinks Su Xinghe is too handsome. She's going to marry him. Brothers, don't be angry. Green is green. The girl then continued. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room had exploded when they saw clearly what Su Xinghe had written. The influence of this book in the snow is just too great. The fans of all the major short video platforms added together, say a few million were less. It was no exaggeration to say that after Su Xinghe's identity was exposed, his popularity instantly reached a peak in the online literature circle. What's more important was that, as the news spread, more and more people flooded into the live broadcast room. Everyone wanted to see what the legendary chief eunuch was really like. 10 minutes later, the number of viewers in the split-screen live broadcast room where Su Xinghe was officially exceeded 30 million, and downstairs in the mushroom house, all were dumbfounded. No, in the snow. Big Brother Su wrote this? Pumba held the phone with a dumbfounded face. Aha! Wu Jing was also filled with disbelief. It was important to know that this book in the snow was different from Su Xinghe's other works. This novel had long been out of the loop by virtue of its huge pattern, as well as the portrayal of the characters, each with their own characteristics. There were countless accounts on all the major short video platforms that used the plot of Snowy Middle for their segments. Everyone had been guessing what kind of person that mysterious eunuch in chief was. But now, they suddenly realized that that person was actually Su Xinghe. This was just too terrifying. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Peng Peng muttered to himself. It was really a bit hard for him to accept. Knowing that Su Xinghe was updating at this rate, chasing after his books was nothing short of pain and pleasure. I'll go take a look. Qingqing smiled and went upstairs. Beside her, Zifeng hurriedly followed, afraid that she would fall. Coming upstairs, Qingqing knocked on the door before walking in. She knew that when her brother was writing, he couldn't just be disturbed. Why are you here? Su Xinghe looked at Qingqing with some surprise, and then looked at Zifeng behind her. Zifeng is also here. That, Big Brother Su, everyone is watching. Zifeng said with some embarrassment. Ah, Su Xinghe was stunned. But then his face turned ugly. Forgot about the fact that there was a camera. What to do? Seeing Su Xinghe's appearance, Zifeng's younger sister couldn't help herself and covered her mouth and laughed. She had never seen such a funny person before. Su Xinghe also laughed, but the brighter the smile on his face, the heavier the bitterness in his heart. Mother another damn identity exposed. What to do? Snow in the Middle was different from the other books. This book was just like it was out of the circle and had a lot of influence. Most importantly, Su Xinghe used this pen name and eunuchized several books, just as if he had already been called the chief eunuch, the king of eunuchs. But now, the identity was exposed. It was not guaranteed that those readers of his own would send razor blades. When he thought of this, his heart moved, and he already had an idea. Sighing, Su Xinghe raised his head, looked at the camera, and said sincerely, "Fellow bookworms, I know that you all love this book in the snow, and I also understand that you all want me to update more. But today I really don't have the mood to update. Qi Dangua was written to death by me, and to be honest, it's especially hard in my heart. Every book is my child. As an author, I see my favorite character, but I have to write him to death with my own hands, that kind of feeling you can't understand. I'm going to write a song for Qingqing. The moment these words came out, everyone froze. This guy, Xinghe, actually wanted to write a song. Chapter 97. Starting a sect. Writing something like a song required inspiration. This point was clear to many people. Xinghe had actually not released any new works for a long time. Even when he was discovered on the Mushroom House side and joined Life Toward You, he had not written a song. And now, he actually said that he wanted to write a song. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Tan Song-yoon even ran directly from downstairs to upstairs. Star God, you're finally going to write a song. Could be heard that she was truly excited. After all, when she liked Xinghe, it was because of his voice. You call me brother, Xinghe said to Tan Song-yoon. Ha! Tan Song-yoon's expression changed slightly, then she heatedly laughed a few times. It wasn't just her. The expressions of the surrounding people who followed up, such as Huang Xiaochef, also became very subtle. Even Sister Zifeng covered her mouth and laughed. What's wrong? Xinghe was puzzled by their laughter. There didn't seem to be anything anywhere wrong on himself. That, actually, Song-yoon is just a bit younger looking. Teacher, he really couldn't stand to watch and explained to Xinghe. Then what? Xinghe looked at Tan Song-yoon in surprise. I'm 30. The next moment, Tan Song-yoon's shy and timid words made Xinghe freeze on the spot. You're not kidding, are you, Mr. He? After a long time, Xinghe asked Teacher He. Teacher He shrugged. Of course not. I'm telling the truth. Pang Pang explained from the side. It's true, Big Brother Su. Sister Song-yoon came to our program in the 3rd season. That's when she said it. Xinghe instantly felt that his entire being was bad. After all this nonsense, this doll face in front of him was actually older than himself. At the expense of himself, he had just acted like a knowing big brother. So embarrassing. So what? You guys go out first, I want to write a song. In order to avoid embarrassment, Xinghe decisively changed the topic. The crowd roared with laughter, and the viewers in the live broadcast room, who had already laughed their asses off, madly taunted Xinghe on top of the pop-up screen. After all, this guy simply had eyes without pearls. Seeing that people Tan Song-yoon is small, he wants to be a brother, really shameless. Soon, the crowd went downstairs, and Xinghe sat alone in front of the computer. Cough cough. That what? Write a song, write a song. Xinghe sat there and opened a document. Drunk don't turn off. Broken a few lifetimes of thought. I'm annoyed that this light has smoked my eyes. 3 lifetimes of sighing. Autumn nights are ultimately short. I'll fill a cup of bitter wine alone. Ruashi, what year? 1 man and 1 horse to cross the border. I've never achieved my goal, but I'm willing to let go of MT Nan. Ruashi, what year? I'm accompanied by thousands of beautiful women. It's funny that I'm alone today. I'm all alone now. The old road is full of smoke. May I ask what year it is? Would you like to go to Yenmen Pass with me in my dreams? I'm blaming the Palace of Moro. I'm to blame for my wild and frivolous words. Don't you see me stepping through the jade appendage? Looking at Xinghe typing there, the audience in the live broadcast room froze. Azure hadn't had any ancient style songs come out so far. Once Xinghe's song came out, everyone was surprised. This is too moody. Are these lyrics or an ancient poem? Star God's great talent. Truly, the precious sword has not aged. Indeed, it has not aged. I'm convinced. The lyrics are written. Too nice. A group of people shouted frantically on the pop-up screen. Xinghe didn't realize that the crowd downstairs was watching him writing lyrics through the live broadcast. The lyrics! Wu Jing frowned. He always felt that the flavor and mood of Xinghe's lyrics seemed to be different from other songs. Very niche. Peng Peng thought about it and said, saying that, everyone's gazes, they all looked at some Huang Xiaojie and Mr. He. After all, among these people here, Wu Jing, Lu Shishir, Peng Peng, and Zifeng were purely actors. Xianan was from a host background. In the words of The Godfather, that year's line about making too much noise had long since made his musical prowess known to everyone. Tan Song-yoon was even more needless to say. Even if Xinghe wrote a bunch of ghostly drawings, she, a 10-year Iron fan, would probably clap her hands and applaud. Therefore, the only ones who really had the ability to appreciate and discriminate were Huang Xiaochie and Mr. He. These two were both people who had released albums and won awards back then. Teacher He, what do you think? Teacher Huang was the first to ask Teacher He. Teacher He's expression was calm, turning his head to look at Chef Huang. What do you think? Chef Huang didn't say anything, only staring intently at Su Xinghe on the live broadcast screen. What's wrong? Seeing Yellow Chef's expression, Teacher He asked in confusion. Let's not talk about the music score for now. Huang Xiaoche said, with this lyrics alone, Xinghe will probably start a new genre. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone completely did not expect that Su Xinghe would have such a skill. Starting a school, one must know that in today's singing world, singers who could claim to have started a school were absolutely rare. Any of them is a famous first-tier big name. To put it bluntly, those are all Heavenly Kings level characters. And now, Su Xinghe wrote out this song in front of them. In Huang Xiaojie's opinion, it was definitely something that could start a school. Is it that exaggerated? Pumba asked in surprise. Huang Xiaoche nodded with a serious expression. That's right, because this song, Star River, is completely the opposite style from the current pop songs. The entire song is all in ancient style, like poetry. To be honest, I'm now getting more and more excited about the song's score. Huang Xiaoche said seriously. He was someone who had written songs, released records and won awards, a true talent. Of all the people present, he was probably the most capable of understanding the flavor of Su Xinghe's song. The more so, the more he was impressed by Su Xinghe's talent. Unbeknownst to him because of his words, inside the live broadcast room, a riot had already been triggered. Starting a sect? The viewers in the live broadcast room had all been shocked by Huang Xiaoche's words. It was truly hard for them to imagine that Su Xinghe had rewritten a song after 10 years and had given everyone such a surprise. This guy, could it be that he was born as someone who should be a singer? Originally, there were many of Su Xinghe's fans in the live broadcast room, and after hearing Huang Xiaojie's comment, some people immediately uploaded the lyrics to the internet. For a moment, many people on the internet were discussing the lyrics. Everyone was curious as to what kind of tune Su Xinghe would actually put together for this song, which was called an ancient style song by Little Chef Huang. Chapter 98 Su Xinghe's Face. Su Xinghe did not think that much. To him, the words were readily available and the tune was also in his mind. The only problem was how to compose the music. After all, this was live. But after all, it involved the production process which definitely couldn't be aired, so Su Xinghe closed the live broadcast and began to make a small sample. And at this time, there were more and more discussions on the internet about whether Su Xinghe was qualified to open a sect. Some questioned it, some appreciated it. Everyone was curious as to what Su Xinghe's song, in the end, would be like. Of course, no one doubted that Su Xinghe could compose. Everyone was just more concerned about what Huang Xiaoche said about opening a sect. A network singer. What qualifications does he have to say that he's opening a school? This was the most common statement. In the opinion of most people in the music circle, Su Xinghe was just an over-the-top singer who had retired for 10 years. Even if he had outstanding achievements in other areas nowadays. But that didn't represent the music aspect after all. Very quickly, there was a large number of people who came forward to accuse Su Xinghe. The first to bear the brunt. It was the famous music production company in China, Taihe Maitian. Su Xinghe is indeed a good singer, but we have said more than once that music is a serious art, even pop music. Having developed for many years to the present day, pop music has a variety of models, but casually piling up a bunch of words that are difficult for people to understand is not called starting a school. Famous singer Wang Half-City also publicly stated, I respect Mr. Huang Lei's literary attainments, and I like to watch his dramas. But above the matter of music, I think I have more say than him. Su Xinghe's work, although the lyrics are good, but the moral is obscure and difficult to understand, and up to now, I don't know the tune. I can only say that it's a half-literary lyrics. As for what is said to start a school, I think he has a long way to go. Once these two news came out, public opinion became more and more unfavorable to Su Xinghe. Taihe Maitian and Wang Half-City, whose influence in the music circle was great, openly opposed Su Xinghe, followed by a group of third, fourth, and fifth-tier singers coming forward and initiating statements. All in all, it was as if Su Xinghe had become the scum of the earth in the music circle. These guys, they're just too hateful. Looking at the news online, Tan Songyun said nonchalantly. As Su Xinghe's hardcore fan, there was no one who hated this more than her. Think about it. One's favorite idol, it was so hard to appear in front of one's face, and it was so satisfying. As a result, now it was being hacked out of existence. It was a wonder that Tan Songyun would be in a good mood. It was Qingqing who stopped her with teacher Huang and the others, not allowing her to go upstairs a long time ago and report this matter to Su Xinghe. Yeah. How can you talk like that? Even teacher He, with his brows furrowed, was quite dissatisfied with those who were bringing up the tempo on the internet. A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that if Su Xinghe's song was successful, it would really enjoy a great reputation in the singer circle of the Chinese systemia, especially the circle of original singers. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like establishing Su Xinghe's status as a generation of masters. At such a time, needless to say, those heavenly kings and queens, even if it was a super tier 1 big name, Su Xinghe would not be afraid of the other party. This was his bottom line. Starting a sect. As soon as he thought of this, teacher He looked at the camera and slowly said, I've always felt that people with strength and ability will succeed at all times. Xinghe is undoubtedly such a person. The audience was in an uproar. No one had expected that teacher He would actually say this. Having been in the arts for so many years, although teacher He, a person whose specialty was studying foreign languages, had been hosting children's programs for many years before, and later crossed the border to engage in a number of careers such as hosting and film directing, both voluntarily and officially. So here's the problem. Mom has 2 kids, one who is exceptionally obedient and one who is not so obedient. If something good happens, who does mom subconsciously choose? The answer is self-evident. So it wasn't long before Mr. He even officially left CCTV and started his own business. So many years to build. He with all the entertainment industry is Mr. He. Maybe you go to participate in a program, do not know when will meet Mr. He's acquaintances. But everyone knows that. Mr. He's got a good temper and rarely flips out and falls out with people. But this time, the expression on He Jong's face was quite gloomy. Anyone with a little bit of brains would clearly see that he was very upset. All right, Mr. He. At this time, Huang Xiaojie decisively came to be a peacemaker. He naturally understood that those beats on the internet right now were all due to Su Xinghe. There was a huge team involved in this one. Some were headhunters and water armies from rival companies. There were also those that purely hated him. Teacher Huang. I think we should turn off the live broadcast first. Teacher He thought about it and said to Huang Xiaojie. This thing called live streaming had both good and bad points. When it was good, it was indeed able to interact with the actor-artists and promote the program. But when it was bad, if the recording of the program was always under the spectator's gaze, it would inevitably create problems. It's like what's happening now. Chapter 99 Qingqing's Talking Skills. Teacher He's words were ultimately just words of anger. However, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were a lot less shady. Everyone could see that. Teacher He was really angry. The director's side also noticed some of the rhythms on the internet right now, and quickly began to ban some of the accounts that were talking nonsense inside the live broadcast room. Now that Su Xinghe was the hottest person in the 4th season of The Wayward Life, Xiangnan TV's side knew how they should choose as long as they didn't have a pit in their head. Su Xinghe himself, on the other hand, did not show up for a day. He had been busy making song samples. Anyway, Qingqing's side was taken care of, so he didn't have to worry about anything. He had been busy until the afternoon. Only then did Su Xinghe come downstairs slightly tired. Teacher Huang. Where is my Qingqing? As soon as he went downstairs, Su Xinghe saw little Chef Huang cooking there. So he opened his mouth and asked. Seeing him coming downstairs, Huang Xiaojie replied, out playing with Song Yun and Zifeng and the girls. Have you finished writing your tune? Su Xinghe was about to speak when Qingqing and the girls happened to walk in, and in the little girl's hands, she was still holding a few dragonflies. Aya, brother. Seeing Su Xinghe standing in the courtyard, Qingqing had a jolt. Her hand shook, and several dragonflies quickly escaped from her clutches. Looking at the dragonflies that flew away with some disappointment, Qingqing quickly adjusted her expression and quickly ran towards Su Xinghe. Brother! Stop! Su Xinghe let out a broken cry, making the little girl stand there. Look at what you've built on your body. Hurry up and take a bath. Just now, it was estimated that he had played too crazy. This child was like a mud monkey, looking that buried. The little girl nodded helplessly and followed behind Zifeng's sister, going upstairs to take a bath. Finished writing? It's written quickly. Instructor Huang and Lu Shishir and the others asked. Su Xinghe smiled and greeted them, naturally admitting openly that he had already written the tune. Do you want me to sing it? At this time, Wu Jing asked excitedly. Off. Without saying a word, Su Xinghe directly disliked. Hurry up and leave after dinner. After a while, I'll go to Yanjing to see my great-nephew. After saying that, he glared at Wu Jing. Look at that name you gave the child. Have you grown a heart? Wu Jing was silent. He was truly afraid that Su Xinghe would bring this up. After all, the matter of naming his son Wu so-called was really a bit unreliable. It was a sad story. Your relationship is really good. Sect leader Huang looked enviously at Su Xinghe and Wu Jing. He could naturally see that. Don't look at the fact that the two of them, Wu Jing and Su Xinghe, didn't speak politely at all, and even weren't as polite to each other as they were to themselves and Su Xinghe at all. But this precisely proved that the friendship between them no longer needed the word polite. Otherwise, with Wu Jing's curiosity, why would he need to come and participate in Aspiring Life, and even have to sing a small sample of Su Xinghe's new song for him to help publicize the heat? As for Su Xinghe, he wouldn't hesitate to throw scripts that could earn hundreds of millions of dollars to Wu Jing and help him out when he was short of money. This was a truly good friend. Brother Xiao Ming is laughing, Su Xinghe said with a faint smile at Godfather Huang. He had no ill feelings towards this one, but he also had little idea of befriending him. This person, the sect leader, was too smart and was also a Tengu who was in love with Zhao Yanzi. This was simply unforgivable in the view of Su Xinghe, who was a cynic. After all, the image of that swallow, Su Xinghe was not even willing to spit on it. Teacher Huang was also a smart person, and could see that Su Xinghe appeared to be polite to himself, but actually did not intend to deepen his thoughts. But wasn't the entertainment industry like this? Everyone was a peaceful mess on the surface. As for how to tear in private, that was a private matter. Well, water doesn't offend river water. When it doesn't involve a battle of interests, it's definitely good for you and good for me and good for everyone else between each other. By the way, have you written your song? Teacher Huang spoke again. Do you want us to listen to it? Su Xinghe smiled. For the evening. He understood what the sect leader meant. Naturally, he wished to help promote himself. But Su Xinghe really didn't care about this matter. To him, writing a song was just because he wanted to write it. As he was talking, little Qingqing, who had finished her bath, came down from upstairs and first looked around, observing the surroundings for a while. Then, she ran to Su Xinghe. What's wrong? Glancing at this girl, Su Xinghe asked somewhat strangely. He knew this child too well. With such a demeanor, 9 times out of 10, she had something to tell herself. As expected, Qingqing hemmed and hawed and said to Su Xinghe, Brother, Sister Shir is so pretty and has an okay personality. Do you want to chase her as your girlfriend? As she said this, the little girl had an expectant face. Su Xinghe's expression instantly froze. Sure enough, she was a real sister. This was no matter when, as long as she saw a pretty girl, she would think of letting herself be abducted home. That Qingqing other Shir sister is a big living person. We can't just let her be my girlfriend because she's pretty, right? Got to have her consent. Su Xinghe thought about it and finally found a good excuse. Then he was dumbfounded, because Qingqing turned her head and shouted to Lu Shir, who had just walked over, Sister Shir, my brother said that if you agree, you can be his girlfriend. Do you want to be my sister-in-law? Su Xinghe grew his mouth, dumbfounded as he looked at Qingqing's back. When did I ever say such words? Afterwards, what greeted him were the strange looks and bizarre gazes of those people beside him. Embarrassment. A capitalized embarrassment. Su Xinghe now hated to find a crack in the ground. This bare child now is more and more difficult to manage, even learned to set herself up. I don't know who taught her? Well, Su Xinghe wouldn't admit that this matter had something to do with himself. Chapter 100 Confidence or Hubris. Su Xinghe was embarrassed. Lu Shir was even more embarrassed. Anyone else, an unmarried young woman who was suddenly forced into marriage, would have fainted. No. Xinghe, you wouldn't have taught Qingqing from a young age to find you a girlfriend, right? Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe suspiciously and asked. With regards to this practice of Qingqing, it was simply too amazing. Sensei, which person came to the mushroom house? As long as the other person was beautiful, that was a candidate for brother's girlfriend. Looking at those pitiful big eyes, there was no way for an ordinary person to refuse. Even if one jokingly agreed, that would be like getting a few points closer to Su Xinghe. As for the next development, that would depend on fate. At the very least, every beautiful female artist who had previously come to the mushroom house, Su Xinghe now had their phone number WeChat. At the thought of this, everyone's eyes looking at Su Xinghe were filled with strangeness. Su Xinghe was speechless. I swear to God, this look of Qingqing is definitely not something I taught. Su Xinghe hurriedly raised his hand and said with a serious face, what a joke. If this was confirmed, would his own reputation still be on the line? He himself was really curious. It was reasonable to say that he really hadn't talked to Qingqing about this kind of thing. But this girl, even without a teacher, simply too much care for himself as a brother. She was afraid that she would end up without a companion and be alone for the rest of her life. Lu Shirshir's side quickly calmed down after experiencing embarrassment and helplessness. After all, she was a serious actor. Even if her acting skills were commented by outsiders as average, she was still able to cope when facing Qingqing, this little girl. Gently comforting Qingqing, Lu Shirshir said to Qingqing with a smile, "Qingqing, sister is fine with it, but your brother is so powerful. Aren't there a lot of people snatching him from me?" "Of course," Qingqing said with a proud face. Sure, sister, I'm telling you. Now many sisters want to be brother's girlfriend. There is Li Fengyuan's sister, Qianqian's sister, and Lying sister. Lu Shirshir was stunned. This girl looks like she has gained a lot in these 2 days. Just when everyone was all laughing at Qingqing's innocence, over at the program team, an unexpected call was received. The popular flower girl, Yang Mi, actually called the Hunan South TV side, hoping to participate in the recording of a program. Receiving this call, the director almost bit his tongue off. What's going on here? Yang Mi is the top traffic star in China. She has been famous for more than 10 years. And even today, her popularity is still very high. It wasn't that the Wayward Life hadn't sent invitations to people before, but unfortunately, they were all politely declined by the other party. But now, Yang Mi actually took the initiative to ask to come on the program. This is a great opportunity. The director agreed without saying a word. He wasn't stupid. If he didn't agree in this situation, it would be troublesome if the other party backed out. Don't worry, Ms. Yang. There's no problem at all on our side. But if the specific recording time is concerned, we have to reconsider. The director directly contacted Yang Mi herself. No problem. On the other side of the phone, Yang Mi's voice was very nice, but after listening carefully, it seemed to be trembling a little. This matter, remember to keep it a secret. Putting down the phone, the director said to the 2 assistant directors beside him, Yang Mi appearing in our program is too big of a gimmick. It's best to make it a surprise. This will have a great effect on the program's ratings. That's right. Let's keep it a secret, one of the assistant directors said. But speaking of which, why did Yang Mi suddenly come to our program? Another assistant director said. I reckon it's because of Su Xinghe. The director hemmed and hawed and said, you guys probably don't know that back then, when Yang Mi first debuted, she and Su Xinghe were rumored to be in a scandal. To be honest, it's Qingqing's age that's too young. Otherwise, I would have suspected that Qingqing is their child. Both of them were speechless. Why didn't they realize before that the director had such a gossipy side? On this side of the mushroom house, Su Xinghe naturally did not know that the woman who had left deep memories for him in the beginning was about to appear. After he chatted with teacher Huang and the others, he began to help Yellow Kitchen cook. And at this time, he also learned about what was happening online from Huang Xiaoche's mouth. The internet is a mess right now because of your new song. Huang Xiaoche didn't avoid anything, and directly said to Su Xinghe, your fans, and the fans of our program, and those who are against it, are making a lot of noise. Saying that, he shrugged. It's all my fault. A word got you into trouble. Since it was a live broadcast, then of course Huang Xiaoche said this in order to focus the conflict on himself. After all, in that case, Su Xinghe might not be under as much pressure. Su Xinghe naturally understood what little Chef Huang meant by wanting to help share the pressure. However, he did not care about this at all. Laughing, Su Xinghe said to little Chef Huang while chopping vegetables. Actually, Mr. Huang, your words are right. This kind of writing style is indeed something that has not been used before. The audience in the live broadcast room froze at once. This guy, Su Xinghe, this was a frank acceptance of Huang Xiaoche's claim of starting a school? This guy, where did the confidence come from? I've always felt that our ancient poetry is full of beauty. And I also feel that the Chinese system of sub-ancient style songs actually has great potential for development. The combination of classical and modern is the main style of my song, Su Xinghe said calmly. When speaking these words, his eyes were looking straight at the camera. Thank you, yearning fans, and those of my fans, for your trust and support. Tonight, I will perform the song I wrote in the morning for you all, and I believe I won't let you all down. After saying these words, Su Xinghe lowered his head and no longer opened his mouth, and just silently started cutting vegetables. But the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly exploded because of his words. War letter. This is definitely a war letter. Good just Star God is just getting on with those spammers. Haha. Begging for Wang Half City's psychological shadow area. Yeah, It was so hard to jump out once, only to be disliked by the star god. Dislike him until he can't take care of himself. Oh my god. After 10 years, will I be able to hear the star god sing again? In fact, not only the live broadcast, but even these people from the mushroom house were shocked by Xinghe's words. Where did he get his confidence? Could it be that the song was really good? Everyone's hearts were flooded with such a question. Of course, except for two people, Qingqing and Tan Songyun. The two of them, one felt that their brother was omnipotent, and the other felt that Star God's song was deservedly good. For a moment, everyone was somewhat looking forward to the evening. Chapter 101 Stars are crazy too. Today's meal was still sumptuous, but it was something that those of them had labored all day in exchange for. Xinghe was writing a song, so Wu Jing went out to labor with Godfather Huang and the others. After completing the task, the program provided a large pile of ingredients. After eating, the group ran inside the orchard to play. Honestly, I really want to live here all the time. Every day, looking at the scenery in the mountains and listening to the star god sing. It's simply a god's day. Tan Songyun said with a contented face. Yeah, it's really blissful. Xianan also nodded. She was also someone who liked quiet, especially in this kind of scenic place with friends and family. It was simply a perfect life. Does anyone want to go to the Sea of Flowers and sneak around a bit? Lu Shishir proposed. When she said this, she also glanced at Xinghe intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, for Xinghe, she had a good feeling. Otherwise, when Qingqing said that she should be Xinghe's girlfriend in the afternoon, she wouldn't have agreed so painfully. In her heart of hearts, if there was an opportunity, she wouldn't mind communicating with Xinghe in depth. Even if it was a relationship, it didn't matter. After all, Xinghe was handsome and talented, and if he matched himself, he was definitely a man and a woman. But unfortunately, Xinghe, this guy seems to be a wooden head, although Qingqing's joke himself agreed, but he actually did not indicate at all, up to now did not talk to himself much. Occasionally, he just chatted with Xianan, urging her to remember to call him when she went back or something. If not for the fact that Xianan and Wu Jing are very close, Lu Shishir would even have to suspect that these two people do not have any secrets. But one had to admit, Xinghe was really handsome whenever he smiled. It was a feeling as if sunlight was shining on one's body, or as if a gust of spring breeze brushed against one's face, making one unconsciously intoxicated. Brother, you look so pretty when you smile. Qingqing looked at Xinghe and suddenly said with a smile. Yes, Xinghe, you can't just smile at people in the future. Others will easily misunderstand. When Huang Xiaoche thought of his precious daughter who was so mesmerized by Xinghe that she didn't know what was going on, and who had obviously arrived home, but also called herself and opened her mouth to ask what brother Xinghe was doing, she was suddenly furious. Right, you're tempting people to commit crimes. Teacher, he also nodded. Xinghe had an innocent face. What did this have to do with him? Was it his own fault that others looked at him and liked it? But the words of a few people made the audience in the live broadcast room think deeply. That's right, Star God smile. It's just too warm. The power to heal the heart there. Look at Lu Shishir, staring at the Star God the whole time. I feel like it's actually quite a match, male talent and female beauty. Where do you put my Godmaster? Hee. The Godmaster's evil smile is better left alone. He'd better go home and play with Tian Bao. Seriously, I feel as if Shishir likes Xinghe. Same feeling. She's acting very obviously okay. Netizens' discussions were often the easiest to skew. At first, they were discussing whether Xinghe and Lu Shishir were a good match or not. But in the end, the chat turned into how many celebrity fans Xinghe had inside the entertainment circle. After all, stars like Tan Songyun 10 years ago, many people happened to be youthful. That was exactly when Xinghe was at his hottest. And just as everyone was discussing, a message exploded on Weibo. It was actually Pang Pang's good brother, Lu Haoran, who posted a message. At Xinghe Han, Star God, you're actually the author in the snow. You compensate me for all these years of affection. He. This microblog instantly triggered a hot debate. It even became a topic in the top 5 of Weibo's hot searches in the shortest amount of time. Haha. It's actually Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran, who made 3 friendly appearances as Xiang. Is he coming to Xiang as well? It's possible, I think it's very likely. Xinghe is really great. No matter if it's a star or an ordinary person, they all have his fans. Men and women, young and old, inside and outside the circle, all of them, dabbling in the heat. Not so much. Pang Pang and Lu Haoran are good brothers. It's normal for both of them to love reading novels. And just at this time, the second star fan appeared. This time, it was actually a female artist. Although she wasn't very famous, she was still considered a little famous. Her name was Zhang Tianai. First, everyone thought she was rubbing it in. But after she announced her ID inside Su Xinghe's fan group, the microblog instantly gained 3 million fans. The reason was simple. It was because she was actually the vice president of Su Xinghe's fan club. Su Xinghe's fans were nonplussed. This was too amazing, right? Actually, Zhang Tianai originally didn't intend to reveal her identity, but after she had sent out a Weibo post saying that she liked Su Xinghe out of excitement at the time, a whole bunch of spammers came to scold her, saying that she was rubbing it in. It was only in a fit of anger that she announced her identity. As Su Xinghe's earliest batch of fans who had liked Su Xinghe for a full 13 years, she was qualified to scold anyone who questioned her to get lost. And then, a strange phenomenon appeared on Weibo. Many people who didn't even know who Su Xinghe was and hadn't even seen his works, but had only listened to his songs, began to claim that they were Su Xinghe's fans. So-and-so claimed to be a 10-year-old fan of Su Xinghe. So-and-so has loved Three Bodies for many years. Such news filled the microblogs. The entertainment industry was like this. Once something was particularly hot, then there would definitely be people who chose to rub it in. But no, one would pursue this matter. Even Su Xinghe himself would not care. After all, this was a matter of mutual benefit. The other party claimed to be their fan and rubbed off on the heat. In turn, regardless of whether the person was popular or not, the matter itself was publicity for the three words Su Xinghe. But he didn't care, someone else did. Or rather, for those of the general public, this matter was simply too awesome. Think about it. Even those high and mighty celebrities like themselves were fond of Su Xinghe. What does that mean? It means that they are just like the stars. That sense of accomplishment was something that many people would find hard to refuse. In an instant, the three words Su Xinghe had become the hottest words on the internet. Anything that had anything to do with him was capable of generating a huge amount of attention. Chapter 102 Me and My Fans. Regarding the news on top of Weibo, Su Xinghe was aware of it. When they were playing in the orchard, the microblog was so lively above it, and someone soon found out through their cell phones. Especially when Zhang Tianai was forced to expose his identity as the vice president of Su Xinghe's fan club, the crowd was stunned. My god. Why is it that Su Xinghe's fans are either cute types like Song Yoon or sexy types like this Zhang Tianai, my fan? Wu Kyoto was speechless and sighed. Either they're females or stingy. Everyone all laughed. Xianan even glared at him. What's the matter? Second senior brother, you still hope to have a few beauties like you chant? There was a killing aura. Wu Jing, who had practiced martial arts since he was a child, instantly sensed a murderous aura. Then, under the eyes of everyone, Wu Jing immediately piled up a smile. See what you're saying? Beautiful women are like floating clouds to me. My eyes only have you, daughter-in-law. Everyone was stunned. The speed of this confession is truly unrivaled. It was clear that it was often the case. You're awesome. Su Xinghe gave Wu Jing a thumbs up. To interpret fear of wife so evocatively, I'm convinced of you. Cough, cough. This is respect, respect. Wu Jing's face did not turn red. His heart did not jump. His face was calm and self-contained. The crowd was speechless. Right, Mr. Huang. Do you think I can invite a friend to our program? Su Xinghe remembered something and asked Huang Xiaojie. Yo, who are you planning to invite? Spielberg? Mr. He brightened up and asked to Su Xinghe. Yeah, if it's him, I'll call the director over right away. Mr. Huang nodded his head as well. What a joke. That was Spielberg, the world's top director. If he really was willing to appear in Life Toward, the ratings would probably explode. Su Xinghe gave them a blank stare and said breathlessly, he's been filming recently, he definitely doesn't have the time, and so on. Recently? Several people looked at each other in disbelief. For some reason, Huang Xiaoche suddenly felt that the meaning within Su Xinghe's words clearly meant that Spielberg would come if there was a chance in the future. Then, who are you going to invite? Teacher, he asked somewhat strangely. After all, Su Xinghe's circle of friends, although several had come over the past few days, none of them had been invited by him on his own initiative. These people had all come over on their own initiative. Including the Wu Jing couple and Hu Gu, those were the ones who took the initiative to call the program team to participate in the recording of the program. Even Lu Tao and Zhao Liang, they all directly contacted the TV station side. And now, Su Xinghe actually took the initiative to say that he intended to invite his friends, so of course they were curious. I want to invite Zhang Tian AI. Su Xinghe raised his cell phone and showed it to the camera. She's the vice president of my fan club, and is also an actress, one of my earliest batch of fans. Although we haven't met over the years, I think I should be one of her best friends. I hope she can come to my house as a guest. Watching this scene, the program team over there was speechless. You're discussing this with Mr. He on one foot, and saying it directly in the program on the back foot. Can we still refuse? However, a few assistant directors still looked towards the director. After all, he still had to make the call on this matter. Look at me for what? The director shook his head helplessly. He said that he invited Zhang Tianai to his home. Don't forget, this is Su Xinghe's home. Could we still disagree? Besides, don't you guys think that it's actually quite interesting for a person to chase a star to become a star themselves? Even if she's just a third or even 18th line artist, that in itself is quite inspirational. I have no opinion. No comment. Agreed. Several assistant directors nodded their heads almost in unison. They weren't stupid, this director was talking to himself here, the stage was set. Unless they were crazy, it was impossible for them to reject this proposal from Su Xinghe. Besides, the director's words were also correct. Originally, the wayward life was borrowing the light of Su Xinghe, although Zhang Tianai's curiosity was indeed much worse. But her identity as the vice president of Su Xinghe's fan club, the gimmick was really not small. Nowadays, it was the time when there was heat. If she were to be invited, it really wouldn't affect the ratings, and even then, it might be able to pull up the ratings. After all, this time, Su Xinghe was a strong favorite. In fact, after Su Xinghe had just said his invitation, the entire live broadcast room was already high. My goodness, this is too sweet. Isn't it? My old friend, my fan. I invite you to my home. My star god. I love you. Really, for the first time, I feel that it turns out that chasing a star also involves chasing the right person. Yes, with an idol like Su Xinghe, no matter if it's Tan Songyun or Zhang Tianai, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Envious to death, I want to go too. Star God. Star God 10-year fan report. Star God 11-year fan report. Liked you for 6 years. In an instant, Su Xinghe's name once again hit the hot search. And this time, accompanying him was Zhang Tianai. The news quickly fermented. When Zhang Tianai received this news, her entire body was dumbfounded. Tianai, you're in contact with Su Xinghe? The agent asked her strangely. Her agency, like Tan Songyun's, was not a big company, and it was even worse than Tan Songyun's company. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone on to act in some third-rate web series. But never thought that this artist from his own company would be the vice president of Su Xinghe's fan club. Originally, the number of microblog followers was less than 1 million, but since this identity was exposed, it had only been a few hours, and she already had more than 5 million fans following her. When Su Xinghe openly invited Zhang Tianai to participate in the 4th season of Aspiring Life, the entire agency was dumbfounded. This was not a dream, was it? Hearing the agent's words, Zhang Tianai himself laughed bitterly. Sister, I really don't know, to be honest. When our family star god does something, other people simply can't guess it. Otherwise, back then, he wouldn't have declared his retirement when he was at his peak. Chapter 103. The Story of Flip-Flopping. Many things in life were often unpredictable. It was just like Zhang Tianai, just like Tan Songyun. Of course, it was also like Wang Half-City. Before, he sprayed Su Xinghe purely to rub off on him. After all, nowadays, Su Xinghe was the person with the most heat on the entire internet. As long as he was involved with him, there would be heat. But he never expected that because he sprayed Su Xinghe. The entire microblog was blasted by Su Xinghe's fans. Even though he had spent money to hire water armies. But those water armies were all defeated in front of the powerful attacks of Su Xinghe's fans. The only thing he could pray for now was that Su Xinghe's song must not be too good. Otherwise, he would really be disgraced this time. For this reason, he even went so far as to secretly watch the live broadcast of the 4th season of The Wayward Life at home. But this group of people doing nothing but playing in the orchard was simply too hateful. That guy, Su Xinghe, was even more irritating. He had clearly finished writing the tune, but instead of making it public, he was there inviting some fan to the show. Simply a retard. Angry Wang Half-City almost didn't smash his cell phone. Finally, an hour had passed, and seeing that it was getting late, everyone urged Su Xinghe to start telling the story. Because General Night was going to turn into a novel, Su Xinghe did not intend to continue telling it. I'll tell a few short stories, Su Xinghe said to everyone. No problem, it's fine. Teacher, he nodded. It's fine if you tell them. Peng Peng's request was even lower. As Su Xinghe's old reader, he was deeply aware of how capricious Su Xinghe was when he wrote novels, breaking up even more. Now being able to have stories to listen to every day, for Peng Peng, it was already a contented thing. To be a human being, the most important thing is to be content. This is something that Peng Peng knows only too well. Sitting there, Su Xinghe began to speak. A few years ago, about 3 or 4 years, when I had just met Qingqing and brought her to the side to live in seclusion. One day, I had nothing to do and went hunting in the mountains. When I came back, I picked up an injured snake on the side of the road. Su Xinghe faced the crowd and the camera and spoke eloquently. Everyone became curious. Picked up a snake? Could it be that Su Xinghe was going to save lives and aid the snake? Big brother Su, did you save the snake? Sister Zifeng subconsciously asked. Su Xinghe smiled faintly and continued. In order for this snake to recover quickly, I put 50 grams of ginseng around it, another 200 grams of wolfberry, and 20 grams of angelica. After all, these are all great tonic. Then, I put 5,000 milliliters of white wine to help sterilize the snake's wounds. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, the expressions of the crowd all became strange. Sister Zifeng and Lu Shishir were baffled, while Huang Xiaojie and Mr. He and the others were shocked. Then, everyone heard Su Xinghe sigh and said, in order not to disturb its recovery, I sealed the mouth of the bottle. The few people who understood all spewed out. Wu Jing simply pointed at Su Xinghe and said, you guy, you're also too damaging. Aren't you taking snakes to make wine? Ha ha ha. Peng Peng simply slapped the ground in laughter. This story of Su Xinghe, it was just too interesting. This reversal, it simply made people clap. As for the side of the live broadcast room, the viewers were also laughing their asses off. Holy cow. A divine twist. That's not true. I thought he would show kindness and save that snake. But as a result, he soaked someone in wine. Star God. Is this a story? Why do I feel as if it's the truth? Yes, it's definitely Star God's own experience. Well, he did this kind of thing. If it was just this, it would have been just that. But on the contrary, after Su Xinghe finished speaking, seeing everyone laughing so happily, he opened his mouth once again. In fact, this story just wants to tell everyone that perhaps every excuse for hurting us has a rich reason, such as for your own good, such as I'm doing you a favor. The crowd instantly fell silent as soon as those words left their mouths. Everyone thought of something. In life, many times, one would really encounter such things. I am doing this for your own good. I am doing you a favor. These were words that many people would hear. Some of it is right, but a lot of times it may not actually be so. Because the power to choose for yourself is taken away. A phrase for your own good, a phrase that you have to understand me, and often in return it is hurtful. Suddenly it seems that this story of the Star God is really warning us of something. I knew it. He definitely wasn't doing it for laughs. Awesome. Hey. Back then it was because of this sentence that I filled in the wrong volunteers for the college entrance exams. That scummy guy, when he broke up with my mom back then, he used this reason. There were people who said anything in the live broadcast room, but at this moment, everyone understood that the original Su Xinghe did not just tell the story for the sake of being funny. Seeing that everyone's emotions were not high, Su Xinghe smiled and slowly said, let me tell another story. The crowd was stunned, and their eyes all looked at him. Obviously, they were all looking forward to this story. About a year ago, I took Qingqing to the county town to do some errands. In a snack bar, our neighboring table was a woman with a child. The two were videoing with someone. Baby, Daddy won't be coming back this year. Listen to Daddy. Don't be a soldier when you grow up. Listen to Mommy. Because Mommy is alone, it's hard to live alone. The man on the other side of the video said. Su Xinghe's tone was calm. But when he said these words, it was obvious that his mood was not calm. It wasn't just him, everyone around him, including the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all tightened in their hearts when they heard these words. Sighing, Su Xinghe continued. When I got up to pay the bill, I quietly told the store owner to pay for that mother and son together. Then the shopkeeper told me, the one who just left has already come, you're the fifth one to pay. I can't take this money. My man used to be a soldier too. That moment, the hearts of all the people in the mushroom house and the live broadcast room were warmed. Even the pop-ups, they all went quiet. No one said anything, but everyone heard Su Xinghe's last words. There is always someone who treats you gently on behalf of this world. So, we must live well. Chapter 104 Technique amazes the four. It had to be said that this guy, Xinghe, was a born storyteller. With just 2 stories, the emotions of the entire mushroom house and even the audience in the live broadcast room were completely controlled by him. Seeing that everyone was still reminiscing about the story they had just told, Xinghe smiled slightly. He actually remembered a lot. Thinking of the people and things he had experienced over the years. Thinking of the person he once was. Picking up his cell phone, he posted a picture of himself with Qingqing on Weibo, accompanied by a text. We would have thought that. The mountains are high and the water is long. The future will be long. There is no need for a long way to go. But I don't know. After 3 rounds, the tea will be cold. After all, it's just a big dream. Although the opening of Weibo was less than 24 hours, Xinghe's number of followers had already exceeded 40 million. This was just like the fastest growing account in the entire history of Weibo. Moreover, inside these fans of his, there were no so-called zombie fans, they were all actual living people. This is awesome. To know the whole microblogging, don't some people claim fans hundreds of millions, but the real activity but far from that high. There is a kind of fans called zombie fans. To put it bluntly, it's just for fooling people. Xinghe, on the other hand, was not, and these fans of his, they were all real. Hehe. What did the star god remember this time? Lost love. That's not right. Star god doesn't even have a girlfriend. Upstairs, you're solid. I kind of understand what star god means. You guys, at a glance, you're not really Star God's old fans. He always likes to post these things. Right. I remember him posting on his blog back then. The world wants to go far away to the Earth's astonishing banquet, to see the Earth's flourishing face. Unfortunately, it is most impossible to stay on Earth. And the vermilion face resigns from the mirror and the flowers resign from the tree. You tweeted. Soon, the hilarious news on top of Weibo was discovered by the crowd of Mushroom House. Teacher he saw it and glanced at it, asking Xinghe in surprise. Xinghe nodded. Just a little sentiment. The crowd guffawed. It was unexpected that he would actually have such moments. After sitting for a while longer, Wu Jing and Xianan saw that it was getting late, so they prepared to leave. Little brother, when the shooting is done, I'll wait for you in Yanjing. Xianan was truly unable to leave, pulling Xinghe unwillingly. Good. I will definitely go. Xinghe rubbed her head and looked at Wu Jing. You two? You are not young. Don't think about playing with your life all day long. Is it not good to think about your wife and children? Wu Jing this time, surprisingly did not refute Xinghe, but honestly nodded. I know. He naturally knew that Xinghe was doing it for his own good. And to be honest, Wu Jing also knew very well that his physical condition was there, and filming another movie, especially an action scene, was really fighting for his life in general. Let's go. I'll see you off. Xinghe patted Wu Jing's shoulder and said to him. I'll go too. At this time, Qingqing jumped up. Good, you go too. Xianan smiled and nodded, pulling Qingqing's hand and said, Qingqing, when you visit me in Yanjing in a few months, I'll let you play with your little nephew. Okay? What's a nephew? Can I eat it? Qingqing asked after thinking about it. It was the first time she had heard this title. After all these people around her, usually Xinghe made her call her brother and sister. Even Duo from Huang Xiao Chef's family, on Xinghe's side, it was each to his own. Otherwise, if Duo called himself brother, wouldn't he be a generation shorter than Huang Xiaoche? Xinghe was indifferent, but Huang Xiaoche was dead set against it. Nephew is my son. He's about the same age as you guys can play together. Xianan said to Qingqing with a smile. She was afraid that Xinghe would play missing again, so she simply lifted her son out to attract Qingqing. As expected, as soon as she heard that there was a little friend who could play with her, Qingqing was instantly tantalized. Yes. Nodding happily, Qingqing said, I can. Xinghe looked at Xianan breathlessly. You really have a way. Xianan hemmed and hawed and gave him a victory gesture. After sending the couple to the buggy provided by the program, Xinghe then held Qingqing's hand and slowly walked back home. By the time he returned home, Huang Xiaojie and the others had already moved from the orchard to the gazebo. Are we going to listen to the song below? Teacher, he asked as he looked at Xinghe with a smile. Xinghe didn't make any pretense and directly nodded his head, letting Qingqing go play with Zifeng and going upstairs himself. Soon, he walked down with a microphone. This is the accompaniment CD. Xinghe handed it to the program team. You guys help play it. As a result, the director actually didn't pick it up. Sorry, our program team does not have the equipment, the director said, slightly embarrassed. It would be best if you have equipment on your side. Looking at the other party speechlessly, Xinghe was too lazy to even spit. After thinking about it, he said, "How about this? The program team will send out 2 people to help me with the wiring and connect my computer to the outside." Good. The director hastily nodded his head in agreement. Soon, the wiring was connected. Xinghe stood on the open space opposite the gazebo. It's starting. Haha. It's finally here. Waiting all night. Finally waited by me. I hope I won't be too disappointed. I don't think so. Star God's level is still very secure. The fans in the live broadcast room were naturally looking forward to it. As for these people from the Mushroom House, they were more worried, afraid that Xinghe would not be able to write a good tune for this song, and at that time he would really become an easy target. But the next moment, the moment the piano sounded, everyone froze. This music is awesome. Awesome. And Xinghe's song even made everyone dumbfounded. Drunken farewell pass breaks the thought of several lifetimes. A calm and steady voice rang out, making it seem as if a gentle scholar had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just when everyone thought the entire song would be so bland, Ruashi he nian shi he nian, a man and a horse crossed the border. Before one's ambition troubles the South Mountain. Ruashi, what year? 10,000 beautiful people accompanying each other. Xinghe's voice gradually rose to a high pitch. Suddenly, a Beijing accent exploded, like a silver bottle exploding, like an iron horseman protruding. At that moment, everyone felt that the hairs on their bodies stood up. It's ridiculous that I am alone this day. The smoke of the green graves on that ancient road. I dare to ask what year it is this evening. Would you like to go to Yanmen Pass with me in my dreams? To ask for the offense of the palace of Moro. I'm to blame for my wild and reckless words. Don't you see? I'm going to break the jade ribbon. At this moment, the entire live broadcast of The Wayward Life exploded. Chapter 105, The Logic of the Strong. What is music? Those who were kind, and those who were wise. But there was one answer that everyone agreed on. That is that music is a way for people to express their feelings. Therefore, many times we would cry and laugh because of a song. And this was the case with the song Xinghe had just sung. This song, awesome. Hear that, Star God's voice. This Beijing accent. It's so ruthless. Really? I'm kneeling. Open mouth kneeling series, haha. I just want to see Wang Half City's face. Right, same request. Go, brothers. Let's go ask Wang Half City what kind of songs are considered good. You guys are too bad. But I like it. In fact, the viewers in the live broadcast room didn't even need to go to Wang Half City's Weibo to blast him, because it was useless. Wang Half City couldn't see it at all. The moment Xinghe sang the Beijing accent, the phone was smashed by Wang Half City. Angry, Wang Half City smashed the cell phone fiercely on top of his own TV set, cursing viciously. He was not a white boy who knew nothing about music. From the moment Xinghe sang that Beijing accent, he knew that he had disgraced himself this time. The 4 words, having eyes but no pearls, were probably going to be placed on his head. There was no way. Who let Xinghe's song, whether it was the lines or the score, was simply like cheating. Coupled with the aura of his live rendition, the Wang Half City had to admit that even he himself was not as good as others. Don't ask. Asking is talent. This is definitely a sad story. And what made him even sadder was the next difficult problem he was going to face. The media would definitely be desperately looking for him and interviewing him about his thoughts on the song. What to do? If he was really found by those reporters, he would definitely be embarrassed beyond belief. Thinking of this, Wang Half City's eyes lit up. He noticed his shattered cell phone and a plan came to him. Soon, the news of Xinghe's skill amazes the 4, and a divine song is born occupied the top of the Weibo hot search. And to the reporters' helplessness, they suddenly realized that they couldn't find any trace of Wang Half City at all. The phone is off, WeChat does not return. Wang Half City unexpectedly lost contact. Xinghe naturally did not know that because of his own song, he had forced Wang Half City to play missing. To him, this was just the beginning. On the side of the Mushroom House, with the end of Xinghe's last trill, the music stopped. The Mushroom House was quiet. Ahem. You guys give more or less a reaction. Seeing that everyone was looking straight at him, Xinghe said helplessly, "Did I sing badly?" At this moment, the crowd only woke up like a dream. Crackle. Warm applause rang out. It wasn't just the guests of Mushroom House, but also the staff of the program who were standing in the distance. As the first live audience for this song, they really felt what it meant to have out-of-this-world vocals and stage presence. Even if Xinghe was just standing there, it allowed people to clearly feel the charm of the song. Awesome. Teacher, he raised his hands high, his thumbs up. Yes, awesome. Huang Xiaoqie also gave Xinghe a thumbs up. Other than this, he couldn't think of any other way to praise Xinghe because he was really too good. Big brother Su, you're really great, really? Pang Pang looked at Xinghe with glowing eyes and a face of admiration. He was truly convinced. Xinghe was like there was nothing he couldn't do. No matter if it was writing or singing, it was almost always at his fingertips. This was admirable. Yes. Big brother Su, can you teach me? Zifeng asked. Yeah. Xinghe smiled and nodded. He was indifferent. Brother is awesome. Star God. Ah no. Big brother Su, you sing so well. These two, naturally, were Xinghe's hardcore little fans. Su Qingqing and Tan Songyun. As for teacher Huang, he couldn't sing himself, but he was still more or less able to distinguish between good and bad songs. Instead, it was Lu Shishir who looked at Xinghe with interest. There were just too many secrets in this man, and these secrets, more and more, attracted every woman who came close to him. The recording basically ended here. After all, no matter what, the explosive points that should be there were already there, and the rest of the matter, naturally, was the media's business. And according to Xinghe's temper, he could not easily let it go like this. With the end of the live broadcast, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Huang Xiaoqie put his arm around Xinghe's shoulders. Well done. You've completely swollen those people's faces this time. Basic operation. Xinghe shrugged his shoulders with a calm face. To be honest, he really didn't take this matter as a big deal. Even more so, in his heart, this was not as important to him as the departure of Wu Jing and Xianan. In Xinghe's plans, this song was never considered a big deal. Whether it was Taihe Maitian or Wang Half City, it was the same. This probably had something to do with Xinghe's character today. After all, an elephant, when walking, would not care if an ant died or lived. Today Xinghe was, in fact, an elephant, so he really didn't care whether Wang Bancheng or Tai and Maitian acted as his enemies. These guys couldn't even fight their own fans, so what qualifications did they have to appear in front of them? Not bothering with them would already be a blessing from their ancestors. What are your plans next? Huang Xiaojie asked Xinghe. If you want to send out a tweet questioning, we can all help, as well as the guests who have been here before on our program. I don't think there's any problem with any of them. After all, the two of them, he and teacher he, were considered to be well-traveled in the entertainment industry, and if Xinghe really wanted to seek justice, if they raised their voices together, they would definitely be able to make those who knew how to blacken Xinghe apologize. There's no need. Xinghe, however, did not agree to Huang Xiaoqi's words. It was not that he was kind, but because Xinghe knew that he could not control this kind of thing. People were red and there was a lot of right and wrong. These 5 words had already been proven by countless facts for thousands of years. Like himself, his popularity was soaring, but he didn't even have an agency and could only rely on his own artists. In the eyes of certain entertainment industry practitioners in the Chinese system Asia, or in the eyes of certain company owners, it was very easy to hold. After all, they held Xinghe's star. Therefore, no matter how many intellectually extinguishing decisions these people made, Xinghe felt that he could get used to them. Of course, getting used to it did not mean that he would accept and compromise. When he should clean up this group of people, he definitely still had to do so. It was just that his character had always been used to planning before acting, and he was not willing to make trouble. But he didn't realize that sometimes you don't look for things, but things will look for you. Chapter 106, Whose sincerity is greater? Xinghe. Rested? Xinghe finished talking to Huang Xiaojie and the others, just went upstairs, and was about to rest. The director actually came to his door. Director, is something wrong? Xinghe asked strangely. It's like this. Just now, Penguin Side passed a message to the program group, saying that they intend to invite you to endorse their products. The director said with some embarrassment, I said I couldn't make the decision, so I gave them your number. No problem. Xinghe nodded and smiled. I still have to thank you. Sensei said, people giving themselves a favor, after all, an endorsement, and it was from a big group like Penguin, it must be worth a lot. After saying a few words to the director, he left. Xinghe put Qingqing to sleep and was about to rest when the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Xinghe? I am Chung Jun, the senior vice president of the enterprise. On the phone, the caller introduced himself, instantly leaving Xinghe stunned. Penguin's senior vice president, that was a serious company executive. Hello, Mr. Chung. What is it that you are looking for me for? Xinghe did not talk nonsense. After a few polite words, he cut to the chase. It's not like he was familiar with the other party. Let's be more realistic. It's like this. Our Penguin has recently developed a short video software called Webtoon, and would like to invite you to join and become our exclusive spokesperson. Chung Jun opened the door and said. Xinghe nodded. He did know about this software. When he had just learned from the director that Penguin was planning to invite him to be the spokesperson, he began to wonder about it and used his cell phone to look it up, and found that Penguin had indeed made a lot of moves recently, spending a lot of money to invite a lot of celebrities to join them. And this microvision, in Xinghe's opinion, Penguin has great ambitions. Their goal is the short video platform, nowadays the hottest jitterbug and racer. And the reason for inviting himself 9 times out of 10 was because he was too popular recently. I'll think about it. Xinghe did not immediately agree, but instead confessed to Chung Jun, I need to think about it. Chung Jun was slightly unhappy in his heart, but still nodded with a smile. That's good. I hope Mr. Su will give me a reply as soon as possible. In his opinion, Xinghe was simply a bit ungrateful. You're a small artist. It's ridiculous that a company as big as Penguin invited you to be an endorsement and you still have to consider it. Unbeknownst to him, Xinghe didn't even put this amount of money in his eyes. He wasn't short of money, he had saved a lot over the years, and there was also the gift of the system completing the task. Money was just a number to Xinghe. What really made him care was his influence. Along with the appearance of fans like Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Tian AI, Xinghe gradually realized that his influence was great, and that many of his fans viewed him as their life idol. Since this was the case, then one's behavior should be worthy of the word idol. He didn't want to be described as a stinky fish and shrimp who cha rotten money. After a night of no words, the next morning, Xinghe got up early for his morning run, and just as he was about to go out, he happened to run into Huang Xiaojie, who was also up. Together, huh? Huang Xiaojie issued an invitation to Xinghe. Xinghe originally intended to decline. Then remembering yesterday's events, he nodded, sure. Since it was a recording and not a live broadcast, Xinghe waited for the photographer to record for a few minutes before waving his hand and asking the other party to stop recording. The cameraman was not stupid. Xinghe obviously had something to exchange with Huang Xiaojie, so he turned off the camera and turned back. Something's up. Huang Xiaojie slowed down his pace and asked Xinghe. Aha, Xinghe said, telling him about Penguin's invitation. Interesting. Huang Xiaojie laughed. It looks like Penguin's side is planning to keep you from joining Shake or Racer. The competition between short video platforms right now was so intense that it was almost like you're dead or alive. Then I'll wait. Xinghe quickly thought of an answer. Right, wait. Huang Xiaojie said, this news definitely can't be hidden. So let's see what Shake and Racer's reaction is at that time. Xinghe nodded and stopped thinking about it. Just as Huang Xiaojie said, waiting to sell was actually his best option today. After all, Shake Voice's side would definitely get the news as well, and it was impossible for them to watch Webtoon grow bigger. Facts proved that Yellow Little Chef was indeed worthy of being a senior in the entertainment industry. His guess was indeed correct. The two of them, Xinghe and Yellow Little Chef, ended their morning run and returned home when they were about to make breakfast, when the phone rang. This time it was Jitterbug. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Huang Xinghe, the chief executive officer of Byte Flying Dance. The other party spoke politely, opening the door to reveal his identity, and then said to Xinghe, I know that Penguin's side is also inviting you. I'll give you a promise. If you agree to be the spokesperson of our platform and move into Jitterbug, then our endorsement fee will be $100 million a year. As long as you are willing, we will use your image as the main focus of positive promotion, or if you think any artist has a future, we can also choose the other side. Spilling a whole lot of words, Huang Xinghe was close to telling Xinghe, as long as you don't join Penguin, anything is fine. There's no way. Both sides were big conglomerates, and both knew the potential of short video platforms by heart. In the era where traffic is king, whoever owns the traffic has the first chance. Who wouldn't grab a spokesperson like Xinghe, who brings his own traffic and has a positive image? Penguin's side had just made a move, and Jitterbug's parent company, Byte Flying Dance, got the news. After an overnight meeting, Huang Xinghe, who was the president, made an immediate decision that no matter what, they couldn't let Penguin take the lead on this matter. They had to show greater sincerity than the other party. Teacher Su, do you think this is good? As for me, I'll take a plane to Diana now, let's talk face to face. Huang Xinghe saw that Su Xinghe didn't say anything, and thought that he didn't think the conditions were good enough. So he hurriedly continued. To be honest, Su Xinghe didn't say anything. Not because the conditions offered by Huang Xinghe weren't good enough, but he was shocked. To be honest, he hadn't even expected that Bite-Flying Dance's sincerity on his side was so great. Not to mention the staggering figure of $100 million for the endorsement fee. The matter of letting Su Xinghe choose the main promotional artist alone was already very impressive. Jitterbug nowadays had a great deal of influence in the Chinese system Asia, with a very large number of users. For artists, it was definitely an excellent exposure channel. And according to Huang Xinghe, if Su Xinghe was willing, he could hold up a popular flow. Honestly, this sincerity, Su Xinghe would have to be moved even if he was a wooden man. Chapter 107 Penguin blocking Su Xinghe? Face is something that is never given to each other. As the saying goes, everyone carries the sedan chair. Others give you face, you also have to give people face. Otherwise, people will feel that you are a person who does not know how to advance or retreat. This point, Su Xinghe undoubtedly thought very clearly. Jitterbug's side was even more sincere, and the president personally called and opened a series of conditions, clearly aspiring to win. In this situation, Su Xinghe felt that there was no need for him to refuse. At least, compared to Cheng Jun's condescending gesture and Huang Xinghe's serious begging gesture, he preferred the latter. Su Xinghe, who was not short of money, cared more about attitude. Mr. Huang, since you said so, then bring the contract by the way. Su Xinghe opened his mouth and said. Huang Xinghe didn't even react at first. First stunned, then trying to be surprised, he asked, You don't think about it anymore? Wait for Penguin's offer. According to the normal operation, many stars in the circle like this left and right so that it is easy to raise the price. After all, everyone was there for the benefit. But Su Xinghe actually didn't even hesitate what was going on. Consider. Su Xinghe smiled slightly. Mr. Huang, are you sure if I consider it, it may not necessarily be the case by then? Huang Xinghe instantly laughed. He naturally understood that Su Xinghe was joking. It's my fault. How about this? I'll buy the tickets now. Let's see you tonight. Huang Xinghe was also a man of quick action. Naturally understanding the meaning of no time to lose, he quickly made a decision. Putting down the phone, Su Xinghe himself laughed. There were some things that really left people speechless. Although Penguin had approached himself first, their gesture and sincerity was not as good as Bite Flutter's side. Therefore, it was often not the case that the first person to eat crabs in this world would always succeed. Because Su Xinghe said yesterday that he intended to invite Zhang Tian AI, according to the program team's plan, the shooting time was intended to be placed tomorrow. After all, it would take time for Zhang Tian AI to rush over. And with the news of Su Xinghe's upcoming signing with Jitterbug coming to light, Penguin's side couldn't sit still. Cheng Jun's phone call came over once again. Su Xinghe, what do you mean by this? As soon as the call was connected, Cheng Jun asked furiously. Su Xinghe frowned. To be honest, he disliked this tone of Cheng Jun's. He himself was cooperating with Penguin, not an employee under Penguin. What gives you the right to be condescending to me? Mr. Cheng, what? I can't work with companies other than Penguin? Su Xinghe's voice also went cold. Since people did not give themselves face, then don't blame him for not giving the other party face. Hee, Su Xinghe, I know you're in it for the money. Isn't it just a 100 million signing fee? We at Penguin offer 100 million to lead 10,000. You'd better consider my words carefully. Cheng Jun's tone said grimly. Mr. Cheng, are you threatening me? Su Xinghe frowned. I'm not. Cheng Jun laughed coldly. You don't look at what status you have? Do I need to threaten you? I'm just telling you the truth. If you choose to cooperate with Sheikh, then don't blame me for not being polite. In the business world, if you're not a friend, then you're an enemy. Being our Penguin's enemy is not a happy thing. At that moment, Su Xinghe really wanted to say, Are you planning to cottage me out? However, once he thought about saying that then, it would be too funny. So Su Xinghe just calmly said, Mr. Cheng, you're overdoing it, aren't you? Excessive. Cheng Jun's voice carried a hint of smugness. So what if it's excessive? If you dare to go against Penguin, you should know what the consequences are. Su Xinghe was speechless. This guy was simply an idiot. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of person. Su Xinghe's principle had always been that if people respected me, I would respect them. To be honest, if Cheng Jun's attitude had been better, Su Xinghe would have definitely felt guilty and found a way to make amends to Penguin's side, such as introducing a few internationally renowned superstars to sign with them. But on the contrary, Cheng Jun came up with this kind of accusatory stance and even dared to threaten to block himself. Su Xinghe was already well-cultured for not scolding him. In that case, let's wait and see, Su Xinghe said calmly. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. There was nothing to say to this kind of retard. What's wrong? Hearing that Su Xinghe's tone was not right when he just called teacher, he asked somewhat strangely. Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders and told him what happened. In the end, he said, that Cheng Jun said that he would block me on behalf of Penguin. I'd like to see how he'll block me. Besides, it's not certain who will block who. People living is supposed to be very hard. The last life as a submissive, mediocre life, this life, Su Xinghe is not going to go on like this. With the system in his body, there are many hidden cards. Why should he still be submissive and look at other people's faces? In this life, Su Xinghe had made up his mind early on that he must whip round and live. Why is it so serious? Teacher, he also did not expect things to turn out like this. To know that was Penguin. As one of the biggest and most famous internet companies in the country, Penguin's influence was really too great. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Penguin wanted to block an artist, it really wouldn't take much effort. After all, artists all needed exposure, and Penguin possessed exactly this energy, making it impossible for this artist to get exposure and attention. It's nothing. Penguin is probably used to everyone kneeling in front of them to eat, Su Xinghe said indifferently. But I don't intend to kneel. In this world, no one can make me kneel. Just at this time, Qingqing's voice rang out, brother, I'm going to fly. In the next moment, the little girl flew towards Su Xinghe. Then, Su Xinghe, who had just been acting like his old man was the best in the world, hurriedly knelt down on one knee and held the little girl in his arms. Aya, my little baby, get up. Teacher, he looked at this scene and was already speechless. The domineering Su Xinghe that he had just seen was probably a false phantom. The girl controller in front of him, who was being ridden and teased by the little girl's neck, was the essence of this guy. But laughing, teacher, he knew. This matter, I'm afraid it really isn't that easy to solve. Chapter 108, Huang Xiao Chef's Moment of Glory. Soon, the crowd in the mushroom house all knew about this matter. Everyone's expressions turned serious. After all, it was a penguin. For a moment, the staff looked at Su Xinghe with different eyes. This person is really powerful. Think about it, a signing fee of $100 million, being fought over by two supergiant companies on two major short video platforms. In China, which other star had such treatment? Xinghe, you're impulsive. Huang Xiaoche found Su Xinghe and said seriously. He also did not expect that Su Xinghe would be so rigid, directly topping Penguin's side. It's fine, Mr. Huang. Su Xinghe smiled. I know in my heart. At this time, Huang Xiaoche's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his brows furrowed, but he still picked it up. Long time no see, Mr. Zhao. Little Chef Huang's tone was quite polite. It's been a while since we've seen each other. He then opened the speakerphone, allowing Su Xinghe to listen along. Mr. Huang, long time no see. On the other side of the phone, it was a woman's voice. Mr. Zhao is looking for me? What's the matter? Huang Xiaoche continued to ask. The other party was one of Penguin's top leaders who had worked with him before, which was why he had contact information. It was just that he didn't expect that the person's phone call actually came to him. By the looks of it, this still had some plans. After all, Su Xinghe had already told Huang Xiaojie before that Cheng Jun had put out word to block him. As expected, that general manager Zhao did not hide his intentions and calmly said, it's like this. Our company means to cooperate with Aspiring Life, to jointly promote our artists and sponsor $300 million for the program. Are there any prerequisites? Huang Xiaoche, however, was calm, as if he hadn't heard about the matter of $300 million in sponsorship fees. Of course there is. General Manager Zhao continued, that Su Xinghe can't remain inside the program. General Manager Zhao, you're not joking with me, right? Don't you know that our program is being filmed at Su Xinghe's home? Huang Xiaoche said in a deep voice to that General Manager Zhao. That's not a problem. If Mr. Huang agrees, we can rebuild a mushroom house in another nearby location, and by then we can guarantee that it will be exactly the same as Su Xinghe's house. that Mr. Zhao had obviously investigated some information before making the call to Mr. Huang. Su Xinghe frowned and was about to speak when Yellow Little Chef suddenly spoke. "Sorry, Mr. Zhao. I can't agree to your request." "What?" Mr. Zhao was stunned. His tone held a surprise that he couldn't hide. "Mr. Huang, you can't be joking, right? You're going to reject Penguin's request. After all, it was an internationally renowned company, a super internet company that ranked in the top few in Chinese systemia, and since many years Penguin's employees had the self-consciousness of being superior. And now, there were actually people who dared to reject Penguin's request, and there were more than one. These guys, are they crazy? Is Huang Xiao Chef crazy? Of course he's not crazy. On the contrary, he was now wide awake. It's said that the stormy wind tests the test, and the board swings to recognize the sincere ministers. The reason why the 4th season of The Desired Life was able to become this hot, casually opening a live broadcast, there are tens of millions of people watching online. The reason for this is, without any surprise, most of them are because of Su Xinghe's appearance. Without realizing it, this so-called outdated singer who had retired for 10 years had become an integral part of the entire program. Even someone as proud as Huang Xiao Chef had to admit. Su Xinghe was indeed really great. Talented, kind, and without any black spots. It was only a matter of time for this kind of person to advance into a super tier 1 position. To put it bluntly, because of his various identities being exposed, the heat of the 4th season of Aspiring was simply so high right now that it was somewhat frightening. In this situation, the program group was rubbing off on Su Xinghe's heat. On the contrary, that idiot vice president of Penguin was still thinking of having the director fire Su Xinghe. Who did he think he was? Even if Xiao Ma personally came here, Huang Xiao Chef could be sure that what he could get would definitely be a negative answer. After all, no matter how close the relationship with Penguin is, they are not one after all. However, little Chef Huang had been making a living inside this entertainment industry since she was a child, and there were some things that she was aware of. "I'm telling the truth." At this time, Yellow Chef looked at the phone and slowly said, "If you guys want to communicate with Su Xinghe, I can help and match you up, but if you're trying to block him, I'm sorry, I probably won't be able to help you." When he said the last sentence, he was very frank. Su Xinghe has a bond with the Wayward Life, and has contributed to the development of the program, and wants him to leave the show, then fine, I'll just leave as well. Huang Xiao Che's sound words instantly caused Su Xinghe, who was beside him, to change his face instantly. Su Xinghe seldom received favors from others, because he knew that in this world, the most difficult thing to return to others was the debt of favors. But there was no way around it. There were many things that were simply out of his control. Just like now, Huang Xiaoche didn't even give Su Xinghe the chance to taunt the opposite party, and directly took the matter into his own head. Su Xinghe was not calm. Even Teacher He and Teacher Huang and the others were stunned. Because how could they not have expected that Huang Xiaoche actually insisted on his idea by using the stance of a fish out of water with the other party? It was important to realize that although Huang Xiao Chef was an actor, and had even now been an important member of the 4th season of The Wayward Life, but for a big company like Penguin, Huang Xiao Chef, was really just a slightly more energetic entertainer. But it was this man, who had been told all day long that he was as cunning as an old fox. Just now, directly facing Penguin's deputy general manager, said no. So, the phrase that was the pinnacle of Huang's life, the phrase that the entire actor's career was memorized for, was born. "Mr. Huang, I don't mean that." Mr. Zhao was all but helpless and said to Huang Xiaoche, "Mr. Huang, I was also entrusted with this matter." "It doesn't matter." Huang Xiaoche grunted and said in a salty tone, "Mr. Zhao, my words are there. Although I am very interested in your offer, including the sponsorship fee. But the thing is, I'm not responsible to you guys. I have to be responsible to my fan audience. I'm responsible to my conscience. And firing Su Xinghe is undoubtedly a mistake. I'm sorry, I really can't do this kind of thing." At that moment, the audience of the live broadcast that had just opened was confused, while Su Xinghe and the others had serious faces. Chapter 109. Sealing Su Xinghe. As a matter of fact, Su Xinghe was truly not expecting Huang Xiaoche's refusal. The viewers who had just flooded into the live broadcast room were also baffled. What's going on here? Teacher Huang seems to be arguing with someone. Yeah. Could it be the TV station? Not like that. It sounds to me like it has something to do with Su Xinghe. At the same time, the director's voice rang out in Huang Xiaoche and Su Xinghe's headphones. "Since Mr. Huang has refused the Penguin, let's expose the matter." The director said calmly, No matter what, we need to stand on the fishing wheel first. It turned out that while the two of them, Mr. Huang and that Mr. Zhao, were arguing, the director quickly had his staff turn on the cameras in the live broadcast room and start broadcasting live. His thoughts were very clear. Aspiring Life could do without Penguin sponsorship, but it couldn't do without Su Xinghe's joining. Most of the program's such high-topic heat today came from Su Xinghe. Once Su Xinghe left, the program's heat was bound to drop, and when the ratings were weak, how could he explain himself to the production company and the TV station? Besides, Penguin was bullish, but the entire internet, they weren't the only company. The director just didn't believe that the bite-flying dance company behind Jitterbug would stand by and watch Su Xinghe get blocked. How smart was Huang Xiaojie? He quickly understood the director's meaning and put down the phone. To Su Xinghe, he said, "Xinghe, don't worry. No matter what Penguin says, we won't let you leave Xiang. Teacher," he also nodded and said, "Yes, we will keep you." Zifeng and Pang Pang opened their mouths and were just about to speak, but Su Xinghe waved his hand. "Don't talk. You too. It has nothing to do with you." They were different from Huang Xiaochef as well as Mr. He. They were all still too young, and in the future their development and Penguin's company would also be related. If they really spoke casually, it would be like placing obstacles in the way of their own careers, and Su Xinghe didn't want to make them take the blame because of himself. He is not that kind of person. At this time, Su Xinghe's phone rang. It was Huang Jinqi. Su Xinghe did not avoid the camera, but picked it up in front of all the live broadcast viewers. "Mr. Huang, something's wrong?" Su Xinghe asked with a smile. "Teacher Su, I'll make a statement on behalf of Bite Flying Dance. As our company spokesperson, whoever blocks you is an enemy of our company. Please rest assured, Bite Flying Dance will always be your strong backing." After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. The words he said were not a performance for show, but really represented Bite Flying Dance's attitude. It wasn't just because of Su Xinghe, the spokesperson. More importantly, this is related to the game of the two big companies. Internet companies, the core competitiveness is the user, is the flow. Jitterbug chose Su Xinghe as the spokesperson, valuing the traffic and users that Su Xinghe can bring to the product. And Penguin blocking Su Xinghe was undoubtedly making an enemy of them. In this situation, Bite Flying Dance Company could not possibly stand by and watch. Everyone was stunned. Teacher Huang opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. To be honest, to this extent, it was no longer a situation where he, an artist, could speak. Because of this matter, the atmosphere in the mushroom house was also a bit serious. Everyone didn't go out in the morning and just stayed there to chat, occasionally checking their cell phones. As a result, in less than an hour, a piece of news circulated in the industry. Penguin officially announced that it had blocked Su Xinghe and would not allow any of its artists to cooperate with Su Xinghe. At the same time, Penguin's senior vice president in charge of the entertainment sector, Chang Jun, said that if anyone dared to cooperate with Su Xinghe, they were enemies of Penguin. And less than 10 minutes later, the Jitterbug platform as well as today's headline Ping jointly released a message expressing support for Su Xinghe. The two major groups directly went to war. The entire entertainment circle shook. On Weibo, the topic about Su Xinghe was even higher. My God. This is the two major groups drying up because of Su Xinghe? Blocking? Penguin is really bullish. Blocking someone just because they say so. On what grounds? Hehe, I think Su Xinghe is too arrogant. An artist? Why would he go against a big corporation? Yeah, Su Xinghe probably thinks he's still a popular star. Are you guys pigs? Star God's Weibo followers have reached 70 million? Why can't he resist Penguin? So what if it's 70 million? Can all these people still go to shake it off? But honestly, Su Xinghe is really courageous. Doesn't he know what he's fighting against? Throughout the internet, the hottest topic today was the two major groups, Bite Flutter and Penguin, officially flipping out and going to war because of Su Xinghe. And in the live broadcasting room, Huang Xiaojie openly expressed his attitude in front of the camera. The reason I support Xinghe is simple because he is a real person. Although he has withdrawn from the entertainment industry over the years, I believe everyone should be clear about Xinghe's character. Some people think that he doesn't know what he's doing and that he's hitting a stone with an egg. But if you ask me, Xinghe is truly living his life according to his heart. I don't know how many of his fans are watching this program. I just hope that you guys can support him and stick to the path. After he finished speaking, he saw that Zifeng and Peng Peng were about to open their mouths again, and hastily glared at them. Shut up, you two. Kids, don't get involved in adults' matters. Su Xinghe also nodded and said to Pang Pang and Zifeng's sister, no matter what you guys are going to say, Don't say anything. What a joke. If one opened his mouth at this time, even if he opposed himself, he would offend by flying Dance's side. So not saying anything and remaining silent was the most appropriate choice. Sect leader Huang let out a long breath and gratefully glanced at Su Xinghe. He knew that Su Xinghe was also doing this for his own good. However, there was one person who thought otherwise. Before Su Xinghe's words fell, Tan Song Yun directly spoke up. I support the star god and will not act in any movie or television drama that Penguin invests in and produces in the future. Everyone was speechless. Huang Xiaoche was first stunned, then laughed. Teacher He, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. As for Su Xinghe, he was slapping his head and glaring hatefully at Tan Song Yun. How could one forget about this girl? She was his own hardcore fan. At this time, if you didn't curse, you'd be doing Penguin a favor. Chapter 110. It's time to expose a little undercard. Tan Song Yun's stance was expected. She was Su Xinghe's hardcore fan, an idea that hadn't changed in all these years, and it was impossible for her to back down just because the target was Penguin. If that were to happen, her fans would also look down on her. Lu Shur opened her mouth and hesitated. But in the end, she didn't open her mouth. In the end, she was not Tan Song Yun, although in her heart she admired Su Xinghe. There were many things she had to take into consideration. Even though in her heart, she also wanted to support Su Xinghe, at this time, in front of the camera, she still did not dare to speak casually. But just at this time, Sister Zifeng suddenly spoke up. I think Big Brother Su is right. Standing up, walking over to Su Xinghe's side and sitting down. Her sister's face was as usual, still as bland as ever. But anyone could see that she had made a great determination to say these words. Zifeng. Teacher He looked at Zifeng in surprise. Even Su Xinghe was a bit surprised. However, her sister smiled faintly. Teacher He, I think Big Brother Su is right. She repeated what she had just said. Everyone naturally understood what she meant. This stubborn little girl. You girl, ah, really? At this time, Pang, who had been looking down there not knowing what to fiddle with, looked helplessly at Zifeng's sister and said, What am I going to do after you finish my words? Su Xinghe frowned and was about to speak when his cell phone vibrated. After opening it and looking at it, he froze. Peng Yuchang at Su Xinghe's own. Big Brother Su, go for it, we're family. Su Xinghe was instantly nonplussed. Raising his head, he looked at Peng. What are you doing, Peng? Peng shrugged. I'm a fan of your books, what's wrong? Su Xinghe's heart warmed. Of course he understood what Peng meant. You guys. Teacher He shook his head and shrugged helplessly. Not obedient at all, one by one. The children are getting older. It's not good to control them. After saying that, he turned to the camera and said, Friends of the audience in front of the camera, through the programs of the past few days, you have seen and understood what kind of person Xinghe is. What I want to say is, as his friend, his older brother, I have always felt that Xinghe is a very good young man. Whether he is from the entertainment industry or not, I hope that everyone can support him, and I hope that we, the family of Xiangxiang, can recognize him. Because together, we are Aspire. The viewers in the live broadcast room had been shocked. The cohesion of the program, Aspiring Life, was a bit too strong. It was important to know that there had been many variety shows in the Chinese system Asia that had been exposed for many shady practices. There are some programs where, on the surface, everyone looks like they're in harmony. As a result, when they turned around, they were fighting with each other, and they were all about deceit. Some programs even call each other brother and sister on the surface, but behind their backs, they desperately expose each other's black materials so that they can get more footage and resources for themselves. The only program that seldom had this kind of news exposure was Xiangxiang. And now, because of Su Xinghe's appearance, the cohesion that Xiangxiang had erupted was even more surprising. They actually dared to be hardcore even against Peng. Whether it was Zifeng or Peng, they were all using practical actions to support Su Xinghe. Huang Xiaochef and Teacher He, not to mention, simply supported Su Xinghe directly inside the live broadcast, calling on their fans to support Su Xinghe. This was the power of family. Go Teacher Su. Go Star God. We will always support you. Yes. Let the penguins go to hell. Yearn for life and always be together. Together. We are the life we aspire to. Together. We are the life to 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 aspire to. In an instant, the pop-up screen was screened with the program's slogans. At this moment, everyone truly understood what was the aspiring life. Song Yun, come on, take a picture for us. Su Xinghe thought for a moment and said to Tan Song-yoon. Okay. Tan Song-yoon nodded and hurriedly walked over with her cell phone. Su Xinghe called the clueless Qingqing to his side again. Thus, little Chef Huang sat on a chair with teacher He. Sister Zifeng stood behind them with Pang Pang, and Su Xinghe stood in the middle of the two with Qingqing in his arms. Click! As Tan Song-yoon pressed the shutter, a precious photo stayed. What happened next, naturally, could not continue to be broadcast live. The camera was turned off, and both teacher Huang and Lu Shishir came over to comfort Su Xinghe and apologize. After all, they had just failed to state their support for Su Xinghe in front of the camera. Su Xinghe smiled and said it was fine. He truly did not mind. After all, these two had nothing to do with him before, and to put it bluntly, why should they contribute to their own affairs? There was no such thing as hatred without a cause, nor was there love without a cause. This truth Su Xinghe knew better than anyone else. When Lu Shishir and teacher Huang went to rest, Su Xinghe then glared at a certain fan of his. Are you crazy? This kind of thing? Is it something you can get involved in? Su Xinghe didn't have the heart to say to Tan Song-yoon. He now counted to see that this fan of his was simply a silly big sister. Don't look at her doll face. But she really didn't have much heart. That's different, you're my idol, of course I have to support you. Tan Song-yoon had a straight face. Just at this time, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered it. Before she opened her mouth to speak, a chorus of reprimands crackled on the other side of the phone. A few moments later, Tan Song-yoon hung up the phone, her eyes slightly red. What's wrong? Su Xinghe looked at Tan Song-yoon with some surprise. Why is she crying? My agency wants to terminate my contract. Tan Song-yoon's eyes were slightly red as she said, the boss just called to tell me that he actually supports me, but Penguin's side has put pressure on him, and if he bails me out, the company probably won't last. So he said that the company has decided to terminate my contract. This isn't considered a breach of contract on my part. It's the company's problem. Su Xinghe's face turned ugly when he heard this. Of course he understood what was going on. Obviously, on Penguin's side, this was the start of a counterattack. And Tan Song-yoon was undoubtedly the first target for them to make an example of. After all, aside from these family members of life toward you, she was the first artist to jump out in support of herself. Moreover, she was also a fan of Su Xinghe. At a time like this, if you didn't clean her up, who would you clean up? It looks like I need to expose something. Su Xinghe was silent for a long while, and secretly made up his mind. Chapter 111. Turning the other cheek is like turning over a book. If you want to fight, I will fight. 10 minutes later, Su Xinghe's Weibo updated with a message. Obviously, the target of his words was aimed directly at Penguin. Although Su Xinghe usually acted like he didn't care about anything. But those who were familiar with him knew that once he got angry, he really wouldn't give face to anyone. The netizens on Weibo quickly followed suit and left comments below. Some supported, some mocked. More people were eating their melon. After all, a person who was an enemy of a large group, how to look at it all felt that Su Xinghe was crazy. But something that shocked them happened. Surprisingly, someone retweeted Su Xinghe's microblog. Hu Gu. How about writing me a script sometime? Wu Jing, you still owe me a Wolf War II. Zhao Liang. How about I be the female lead in the next script? Lu Tao. I'm too old to grab the female lead with lying, but I can do without the paycheck. Chun Kaiga. Promise me the script. Don't forget. Zhou Sun. What war? Hurry up and update. I'm waiting to catch up. Zhang Tian AI. Idol. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. These were all stars who had previously been exposed as having friendship with Su Xinghe, and at this time, even in the face of the Penguin, they actually didn't choose to give up on Su Xinghe. What's going on here? Oh my god. So touched. Our family's old who is just so righteous. That's not true. It feels like all these friends of Su Xinghe, which are really good with him, moved. Really? The entertainment industry has rarely seen such friendships now. Haha. Penguin's executives are probably cursing in their hearts all the time. Why does this damn old man feel as if I'm the one being blocked? Su Xinghe naturally saw these messages and sent messages to each of these guys, telling them not to worry about themselves. Then he paid no more attention to those rhythms on the internet. To him, there was no need to expose his bottom card now. Su Xinghe was waiting for Chung Jun to make the first move. As it turned out, Penguin's influence was indeed great. Just less than an hour after Su Xinghe sent out that microblog, all of Su Xinghe's songs on Penguin Music were taken off the shelves. When the news came out, Xinghe's fans were furious. "Oh, uninstall Penguin Music. This is disgusting. Is this an attempt to force us users away? Penguin is awesome, really awesome. What a fast action." Not only Penguin Music, all the music platforms, Xinghe's songs have been taken down. Really? NetEase Cloud Music, Cool Dog, Cool Me, all gone. The netizens went crazy. How much hatred was this, to directly block Xinghe's music online? Big brother Su, there's trouble. Learning of this news, Zifeng hurriedly took his cell phone and went to find Xinghe, informing him of this matter. Xinghe smiled. "It's fine, don't worry. But I see that the internet is saying that Penguin Music has led the establishment of a music copyright alliance, and they want to internally open up the music copyrights of their platforms," Zifeng said to Xinghe. Hearing the news and rushing over, Huang Xiaoqie frowned. "Good tactic. In that case, they actually have nothing to lose. The only person who loses is only you, Xinghe. Normal, after all, people are doing business." Xinghe nodded and said, "And don't you think, Teacher Huang, that they did this? That it was actually premeditated?" Mr. Huang frowned and did not say anything. He was very smart and immediately understood what Xinghe meant. According to this approach of Penguin Music, the various music platforms did not lose anything during the entire incident, and even though they took down Xinghe's music works, they likewise opened up the copyrights that had previously been restricted amongst each other. To put it bluntly, apart from Xinghe's fans, for the majority of netizens who liked to listen to songs, it was in turn a good thing. It was not a matter of scarcity but unevenness. This was a universal convention of human nature. In this way, the Penguin side casually arranged for some water armies to start bringing up the tempo, and the whole thing really wouldn't have much of an impact. Even so, some people had already begun to advocate that Penguin was the industry pioneer in combating piracy, the leading brother of the entire internet industry. Even if Xinghe's fans were complaining about Penguin's overbearing monopoly, they were quickly overshadowed by those water armies. There was no way. People were outnumbered. And what was said wasn't even from the perspective of Xinghe's works being taken down. They only emphasized the benefits of this genuine copyright alliance to the majority of netizens. Could it be that? Wasn't Xinghe willing to sacrifice himself for the benefit of the public? What to do, big brother Su? Zifeng looked at Xinghe, worrying for him. Xinghe laughed and waved his hand. "Don't worry, sister. Nothing will happen." Several people all looked at each other, not understanding where Xinghe's confidence came from. Xinghe smiled, then explained to everyone. In fact, this matter was very simple. Penguin Music side shelved Xinghe's music works because they knew very well that if they didn't do this matter, then Xinghe would do it himself. This was because when he had first put his musical works online, Xinghe had firmly held the copyrights in his own hands. What he signed was not a buyout agreement but a share, and it wasn't even an exclusive share. In other words, even if Penguin Music did not take their songs off the shelves, Xinghe did not intend to let them continue to play his works. The other party was merely making the first move. So that's how it is. It's actually like this, no wonder. When Xinghe finished speaking, everyone then realized the reason inside. "Then what are you going to do next?" Huang Xiaojie thought for a moment and asked Xinghe. "Since that's the case, it looks like you're going to collaborate with Shaking Voice's side." "Cooperation for sure." Xinghe smiled. "But to be honest, most of the people who like these works of mine are my fans. After all, it's been a long time. I actually have an idea, but I need the Shivering Voice official to cooperate with me." After thinking about it, he then looked at Pang Pang and Zifeng. "You too. Do you want to sign up for a jitterbug for fun?" The two of them, Zifeng and Pang Pang, looked at each other in disbelief, not quite understanding what Xinghe meant. Even Huang Xiaoqie was confused. What exactly was Xinghe playing in his gourd? Why did he feel as if the Penguin had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with this time? Chapter 112: Xinghe's ambition. Xinghe's biggest card, of course, was the existence of the system. He had even quietly asked the system what price he would need to pay if he wanted Penguin to be euthanized. The task given by the system was that Xinghe needed to date 1,000 girlfriends within a year. Despite his own physical qualities, Xinghe thought about it. To be a human being, one really couldn't be too much of a scumbag. Xinghe music works off the shelves of the matter quickly triggered a hot discussion on the internet. Microblogging side upholding the idea of watching the fun is not afraid of the big idea, even allowed this news on the hot searches. Teacher Huang and Lu Shirsher quickly left. After all, they have nothing to do with this matter. Only when they left, Lu Shishir was obviously a bit anxious to speak. Su Xinghe smiled, but did not stay her. People were different from each other. Character determined destiny, and her character was too soft and did not suit her. In Su Xinghe's opinion, if a person couldn't even dare to love and hate, then let alone other things. I'm also going to join Jitterbug, Tan Song-yoon prettily said to Su Xinghe. You! Su Xinghe didn't even know what to say. She was clearly older than herself, but looking at this doll face, Su Xinghe had absolutely no urge to treat her as an adult. Or how about this? Turn around and I'll introduce you to an agency. How about that? Su Xinghe said to Tan Song-yoon. Tan Song-yoon shook her head. No, don't waste favors. I'll turn around and open my own studio. I'm not a popular artist anyway. I don't need to think about it that much. Her meaning is very simple. She is not a first-tier artist. At best, she is a third-tier out-of-the-gate, second-tier dangling small transparent. Since the agency side had cancelled the contract, it was estimated that the Penguin side would also reveal the news to other companies in the industry, and it wasn't that easy for Su Xinghe to find herself a next home. Since this is the case, why bother others? Why not open his own studio and go it alone? Su Xinghe thought about it and nodded. Good. I'll introduce you to a few people later. No matter what, fan or friend, Tan Song-yoon had become the way she was because she had been dragged down by herself. According to Su Xinghe's character, he would never let his friends around him down. Tan Song-yoon nodded and did not say anything else. Right. Big brother Su, what exactly are you doing? Pang Pang asked Su Xinghe with some confusion. Regarding Su Xinghe asking himself to register for Jitterbug, Pang Pang was indifferent. He himself had brushed Jitterbug before, only with a small number. Let's shoot segments. Su Xinghe smiled and said, Oh? Not only Pang Pang, even Zifeng was a bit surprised. Although today's Jane was a short video platform on par with Racer, most of the users were posting some of their daily photos and videos and whatnot, or editing some movie and drama works, relying on such means to attract fans. This statement of Su Xinghe, however, was the first time they had heard it. It's actually nothing. Seeing that everyone didn't quite understand his words, Su Xinghe smiled and said to Pang Pang, Do you remember the story I told yesterday? Remember. Pang Pang nodded. Then you say, if that story or a story like that was made into a video, would anyone watch it? Su Xinghe asked with a smirk. Pang Pang was instantly dumbfounded. He was really not expecting that Su Xinghe had such an operation. But upon careful consideration, it seemed as if the entire operation appeared to be very much of achievable significance. Moreover, look, doesn't Zifeng know how to dance? Su Xinghe said with a smile. If you use my song, with her dancing, edited in a handsome and nice way, with a nice piece of copy, do you think anyone will watch it? Zifeng suddenly felt as if he should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it was possible that Su Xinghe would come up with some more ideas. Only when they had all left did Huang Xiaoche look at Su Xinghe. It looks like you've already made a decision? Yellow Little Chef asked Su Xinghe. Aha! Su Xinghe nodded. One step at a time, in fact, Mr. Huang. I'm considering that this matter is actually an opportunity. Opportunity? Mr. Huang was stunned. Su Xinghe nodded. Yes, if we can make Xiang into a brand, then perhaps it would be a better outcome for the program. Chef Huang did not say anything, but in his heart, waves of shock had already turned up. He naturally understood what Su Xinghe's words meant. A variety program had a cycle. Taking Xiang as an example, from the first season where no one asked for it, and almost no platform was even willing to receive it for airing, to nowadays, advertising sponsors are flocking to the program, and the guest lineup is incredibly powerful, which shows that the entire program is in a peak state. But the problem is, there is no variety show that can last forever. Flowers don't bloom for 100 days, they eventually have to fade. The same is true for variety shows. When the time comes, changes in the production team, changes in the inputs, changes in the resident guests, etc., could all bring about a different impact on the program. As the main producer of the program, and also a resident guest, Huang Xiaochef's mind has always been thinking about the direction of the program in the future. It was an inevitable outcome that the show would flourish and decline. But how to keep the show going for as long as possible before that was undoubtedly a problem that needed to be solved. And now, it was clear that Su Xinghe had provided him with a different answer. What made his heart flutter even more was that it seemed that maybe, as if probably, Su Xinghe was right. If he really cooperated with Shake and made Xiang into a brand, I'm afraid that the entire program would be more than just a program, but could accommodate encompassing more things. Let's wait for Mr. Huang. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaojie was somewhat looking forward to the arrival of that honcho of his. In fact, he didn't know that Huang Xinghe was even more anxious than him right now. Despite flying Big Brother was quickly urging the driver of his car to arrive at Manhwa village as soon as possible. He must rush before everyone else and get Su Xinghe to sign on top of the contract. This was because he had gotten word that Weibo's side was considering deeper cooperation with Su Xinghe, and even Ali's side, too, was having such thoughts. He had worked so hard to get ahead of Penguin, and if he was picked by someone else, there was really no place to cry. Chapter 113. Signing up for Jitterbug. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. This sentence was very reasonable. Huang Xinghe was undoubtedly a prepared person, so he had set his sights on Su Xinghe very early on. Or rather, from the moment the 4th season of The Wayward Life started, and Su Xinghe appeared in the program, Huang Xinghe knew that the person he needed had appeared. Su Xinghe was talented, famous, and had a positive image that carried its own traffic. This kind of person was undoubtedly what he needed. Soon, he arrived at Manhwa village. On the side of the desired life, the director's staff brought Huang Xinghe into the mushroom house. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Huang Xinghe." As soon as he saw Su Xinghe, Huang Xinghe took the initiative to extend his hand. Huang Xinghe was stunned at the side. This gesture was too low, right? If not for the fact that he knew beforehand that this person was an executive from Bite Flying Dance's side, he would have even thought that this couldn't be a trustee that Su Xinghe had found, right? Sensei Huang. The others who had rushed here on hearing the news were all confused as well. Sensei Huang liked to do business, and had once attended a wine party and seen Huang Xinghe from afar once. At that time, this one was really a front and center. The sect leader didn't even have the qualifications to speak and greet people, but such a towering big shot was so polite to Su Xinghe. What in the world was going on here? "Good day, Mr. Huang." Su Xinghe smiled and greeted Huang Xinghe. "If people respect me, I respect them." Since the other party was so polite, he was certainly willing to give the other party enough face. Soon after, everyone exchanged pleasantries and sat down in the gazebo. Since this involved business secrets, Instructor Huang and Lu Shishir and the others soon left. Originally, Chef Huang and Teacher He were also prepared to leave, but Su Xinghe took the initiative to let them stay with Zifeng and Peng Peng. By the way, it also made Tan Song Yun stay as well. "Brother, I want to stay too." Qingqing raised her small hand and said, "Well, you go sit on Sister Song Yun and Sister Zifeng's side." Su Xinghe smiled and softly said to her. Watching the little girl run to sit over there beautifully, Su Xinghe then looked at Huang Xinghe. "To be honest, Mr. Huang, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. This is from the heart." Originally thought Huang Xinghe might wait a bit or press the price. Unexpectedly, people actually came directly to the door. To be honest, this really made Su Xinghe not expect it. "Haha, Mr. Su. I'm now seeking for talent." "Ah, a person like you is exactly what our company needs, so don't be modest," Huang Xinghe said with a smile. Then, he took a document from his secretary and handed it to Su Xinghe. "This is the contract, take a look at it. If there are no problems, sign it. For the endorsement fee of 100 million, I can immediately have the company side remit the money." Huang Xinghe's words were said quite succinctly. The surrounding Teacher He and the others were dumbfounded. 100 million. Hiss, that's really cool. Peng Peng's eyes changed as he looked at Su Xinghe. One must know that he was considered a popular artist nowadays, but the endorsement fee was only $8 to $10 million. Compared to Su Xinghe, it was just a drop in the bucket. The gap was really too big. Even the 2 seasoned veterans, Chef Huang and Teacher He, were dumbfounded at this moment. Is this money really RMB? 100 million. Just give it away like that? Su Xinghe, however, was calm and took the contract and read it. Huang Xinghe was a bit strange, according to reason. Shouldn't he call his agent over and find a lawyer? Thinking of this, he simply said to Su Xinghe, "Mr. Su, why don't I wait here while you get someone to look at the contract?" "No need." Su Xinghe smiled. "After I retired before, I went to study abroad for a while and took a law degree." Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Surprisingly, there was such a thing. They suddenly felt that this Su Xinghe was simply bullish to the extreme. There was nothing he wouldn't know. "AI, Brother Su, you're really bullish. When will I be half as good as you?" Peng Peng thought freely. Su Xinghe smiled and lowered his head to continue reading the contract. Qingqing blinked and suddenly said, "Dreams and delusions. I think they are still different." Pumba immediately felt as if he had received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. Qingqing, however, smiled cheekily and hid in Tan Song Yun's arms. Obviously, the little girl was purely spitting on Pang Pang on purpose. Qingqing, did your brother teach you that? Teacher, he asked with a smile. Not at all. Qingqing shook her head. It was when my brother was on the phone with someone. I heard him say it. Ha ha ha. Su Xinghe's face went black, and the others burst out laughing. This girl, what a pitiful person. The contract was quickly read. Su Xinghe picked up a pen and quickly signed his name on it. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two stood up and shook hands in greeting. By the way, Mr. Huang, what do you think of the program, Aspiring Life? Su Xinghe suddenly asked Huang Zhenqi. Huang Zhenqi instantly froze. He always felt that for no reason, Su Xinghe would not ask himself such a strange question. Could it be that he had something in mind? Thinking of this, Huang Zhenqi said to Su Xinghe, Teacher Su, if there's anything you have to say, we're our own people now, of course our own family should be towards our own family. This was definitely from the heart. In today's situation, Su Xinghe flipped off Penguin, and the two sides were targeting each other. As Penguin's opponent, Bite Flying Dance's side, was undoubtedly very happy to see this situation. Especially if Su Xinghe was able to come out unscathed, that would mean Penguin's defeat. Huang Zhenqi couldn't wait to see such a scene. Chapter 114, Su Xinghe's True Identity. Mr. Huang, I think, in fact, the Jitterbug platform can consider inviting the entire Life Towards You program team to join. Su Xinghe's words like a thunderbolt that blossomed in Huang Zhenqi's ears. Mr. Su, what did you say? Huang Zhenqi looked at Su Xinghe dumbfounded, and the several assistants and secretaries behind him were also dumbfounded. Yearning for life? Entering the shake? Su Xinghe, are you sure you are not joking? But on second thought, Huang Zhenqi suddenly realized that it seems that this matter very feasible. Now the yearning life heat is high, coupled with this incident, it is not exaggerated to say, now as long as a little bit of wind blowing, it will be on the hot searches. This was simply free advertising. As soon as he thought of this, Huang Zhenqi nodded. No problem. Since it's your suggestion, Mr. Su, I will definitely follow it. Su Xinghe was also happy in his heart that the other party was giving him enough face. Huang Xiaojie and the others were also happy. Although they had a good relationship with Su Xinghe, it didn't mean that they didn't like real money. Previously, they had offended Penguin in the program. This meant that they would lose a lot of resources in the time to come. And now, those resources were obviously getting back on Bite Flying Dance's side. In itself, Jitterbug was one of the hottest short video platforms nowadays, and if they joined in, they had the platform to push them and Su Xinghe a great talent to help them. Huang Xiaojie believed that the Wayward Life would definitely be able to become a long-lasting program. Teacher, he reacted quickly and quickly agreed, while also glancing at Peng Peng and Zifeng. These two young people, although they both had agencies behind them, the fact was that their resources were average, and if it wasn't for little Chef Huang and Teacher he lifting them up, they might not even have had the chance to enter Life Towards. At this moment, naturally, they were all smiles. As a matter of fact, they had already received a call from their own agency before. The bosses of the two small companies, although they had already been threatened by Penguin's side, they made a different choice than the boss of Tan Song Yun's agency. They chose to stand on Su Xinghe's side. The reason was simple. It was because whether it was Pang Pang or Zifeng, their position today, apart from their own superb acting skills and reputation, relied on the nationalities brought about by Xiang Xiang. This program meant a lot to them. Huang Xiaoche and Teacher he had both nodded their heads in agreement, so they naturally had no reason to refuse. What's more, Su Xinghe's words had just been placed there. They definitely had to follow Su Xinghe. Huang Zhenqi was now overjoyed. This Su Xinghe was indeed a blessing. He had just signed him up, and by attracting all the guests of Aspiring Life, it was really great. Also, I have a gift for Mr. Huang, Su Xinghe said with a smile. A gift? Huang Zhenqi was a little surprised. Then remembering the road, he heard things. Then his eyes lit up. You mean those songs of yours? That's right. Su Xinghe nodded his head. The moment he saw him nod, Huang Zhenqi's heartbeat sped up a few points. All of Su Xinghe's songs since his debut. It should be known that although Su Xinghe had retired for 10 years, all those songs of his were actually very classic, and even now there were many people who liked to listen to them. Jitterbug's side, in fact, was also considering making a music platform, but it just lacked works that could carry the platform's traffic. But this big gift from Su Xinghe instantly solved the problem that had plagued them before. What a great gift! Thank you, Huang Zhenqi said seriously to Su Xinghe. However, he then asked Su Xinghe, Mr. Su, with all due respect, If you cooperate with us, then this copyright issue. What he was considering was that since Su Xinghe could work with himself, then one day if he should work with someone else, wouldn't Shake Shack side be a basket case? To be honest, if the working relationship between the two was put aside, he was still more appreciative of Su Xinghe. But business was business and favors were favors. Huang Jinqi would not bring his personal feelings into his work. Before Su Xinghe could answer, he suddenly thought of a way. Perhaps he could ask Su Xinghe to sign an agreement with himself so that he could grant the copyright of the song to Shivering Voices side for a period of time. 20 years? 50 years? In Huang Jinqi's opinion, this number naturally was the longer the better. Mr. Su, why don't we sign an agreement? Huang Jinqi said to Su Xinghe, you grant us the copyrights of these songs for 20 years. Don't worry, we will give you the full royalties and share. This was the method he came up with. As a result, he did not expect Su Xinghe to laugh. What's wrong? Looking at Su Xinghe's bright smile, Huang Jinqi asked in confusion. Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders and smiled without saying anything. It looked like it was time for him to reveal his other identity. Otherwise, this matter might turn into something. Mr. Huang, I think that you may have misunderstood one thing. Su Xinghe looked at Huang Jinqi and slowly said, Ah, Huang Jinqi was a bit strange. He did not quite understand why Su Xinghe said this. Could it be that he still had some secret that he did not know? In front of him, Su Xinghe dialed a number and handed the phone to Huang Jinqi. Soon, the person on the other side of the phone made a sound. Hello. At that instant, Huang Jinqi was dumbfounded, staring daggers at Su Xinghe in front of him, unable to even utter a complete sentence. On the side, Huang Xiaojie and the others were bewildered. What's going on here? Little Chef Huang looked at Su Xinghe in puzzlement. Yes, Xinghe, is everything all right? Teacher, he also asked with concern. It was really because Huang Jinqi's performance was too surprising. After a person's voice came from inside, he actually froze there while holding the phone. And through the sound of the phone, everyone could be sure that the person was still talking. But at this time, Huang Jinqi's posture was quite surprising. He stood up, his body bowing slightly, a bright smile on his face. That feeling was as if he was greeting a leader for a parade inspection. Only after a long time did Huang Jinqi hang up the phone. But this time, the eyes he looked at Su Xinghe with became incomparably bright. That feeling was as if a person who loved antiques was looking at rare treasures. Not right. Everyone felt that something was not right. This matter, it was definitely not that simple. Chapter 115 Mysterious Identity. Teacher Su, you and Zhang Dong. Huang Jinqi carefully glanced at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe smiled faintly and said to him, Don't think too much, Mr. Huang. I only met with Zhang Dong a few times back then. Huang Jinqi, however, did not dare to slack off and quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. The chairman said that I must respect you and listen to your arrangements. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of person was Huang Jinqi? The president of Byte Flying Dance, a serious big shot. The chairman in his mouth could naturally only be Byte Flying Dance's boss, that big shot Zhang Yiming who was worth tens of billions of dollars. Su Xinghe unexpectedly knew such a person. What's going on? This guy's circle of friends. It's too complicated. Su Xinghe laughed and waved his hand. But don't. Dong Zhang was just joking. Let's talk about the program. Good, good, good. Huang Jinqi nodded his head in a hurry. Seeing that cautious look of his, Su Xinghe helplessly shook his head. Big brother Su, you know Chairman Zhang Yiming of Shake Shack? Zifeng was a little surprised. She was truly not expecting it. Su Xinghe was about to shake his head in denial, but as a result, Qingqing on the side said with a smile, I know. It's that Uncle Zhang who wears glasses. His family lives in Yanjing. Huh. Qingqing, how do you know? Pang Pang was quite surprised and asked in disbelief. He came to our house, He lived in the room that is now your room, brother Pang Pang. Qingqing said innocently. At this moment, even Huang Jinqi couldn't remain calm. His own big boss Zhang Yiming had actually come to Manyuan village. No wonder he was acquainted with Su Xinghe. Qingqing. Su Xinghe frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Wow. Qingqing hurriedly lowered her head at his words and muttered in a low voice, All right, I know. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they could not ask further. After all, it was obvious that Su Xinghe did not want to say anything more. Regarding the contract for aspiring gentlemen to join Jitterbug, I will have someone arrange it as soon as possible. Huang Jinqi was after all a professional manager. and quickly came back to his senses, saying to Su Xinghe and the others. He also knew that the secret he knew, if Su Xinghe didn't want to talk about it, he definitely couldn't talk about it himself. Good. Su Xinghe had just become the spokesperson for the yearning side at this time. In addition, at that time, Mr. Su, you will have to cooperate with us to shoot a few advertisements. An assistant beside Huang Xinqi said respectfully to Su Xinghe. The other party was able to reach the chairman of the board with a single phone call. He wasn't an idiot. Of course he knew what attitude he should use to treat Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded. Good. As long as it doesn't conflict with the shooting of the program, I can cooperate at any time. We just took a look. It's actually fine to shoot over here. That assistant hurriedly replied. The environment over here is too good, especially that orchard of yours, and the sea of flowers. Everyone all laughed. It was funny to say that everyone who came here would be attracted by the environment over here and praise it. No problem. Su Xinghe smiled and nodded. After chatting about these matters, Huang Xinqi left with his people. The rest of the matters did not require him to stay here. They could be completely resolved through a conference call. Su Xinghe and Huang Xinqi personally sent him away. Teacher Su, I have an idea. Huang Xinqi walked on this side of the sea of flowers and suddenly said to Su Xinghe. You say. Su Xinghe smiled. If I contact the Xiangnan TV side to broadcast our next cooperation during your live broadcast, do you think it's okay? Huang Xinqi asked carefully. Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoqie glanced at each other. Mr. Huang, what do you say? I have no problem. Huang Xiaoqie nodded. The production company's side is definitely fine, but there are many things that I guess the director's team will have to design to avoid the risks. This is fine. Su Xinghe naturally had no problem with this. After all, this could publicize himself and also publicize the show. Seeing that he was about to get on the car and leave, Huang Xinqi suddenly remembered something and said to Su Xinghe, Teacher Su, in case if your identity is exposed in the program, look at, never mind. Su Xinghe waved his hand. That's all a small matter. Witnessing Huang Xinqi's car go away, Su Xinghe looked at Huang Xiaojie. Mr. Huang, do you have a lot of questions in your mind? Huang Xiaoqie nodded but shook his head. This time, it was Su Xinghe's turn to be puzzled. Everyone has their own secrets. Little Chef Huang smiled and said to Su Xinghe, since you haven't told everyone, that means it's not time for now. When you want to talk, you will naturally talk. Su Xinghe guffawed, nodded, and did not continue chatting on this topic. But Sect Master Huang and Lu Shishir, after the recording tomorrow, let them leave. Su Xinghe thought for a moment and said to Huang Xiaoqie, since our fight with Penguin has already started, it is actually not very appropriate for them to stay here without taking a stand. The yearning fans will feel that they are not righteous, and if they take a stand, it will be a problem on the side of the brokerage company and the advertisers. Huang Xiaojie thought deeply about this. In fact, he understood these unspoken rules of the entertainment industry better than Su Xinghe. In Little Chef Huang's opinion, it was a matter of affection for people to take a stand, and it was a matter of honor not to take a stand. What about the guests? How about this? I will step in with Mr. He and see if we can invite some people. Those students of mine shouldn't have much of a problem if they do. Huang Xiaojie discussed with Su Xinghe. The two of them, He and He Jiong, had been famous in the entertainment industry for many years, and with their connections there, they would always be able to invite some artists and stars who were not afraid of Penguin retaliation to appear on the program. Only what he didn't expect was that Su Xinghe laughed. No need. I'll take care of the guests, Su Xinghe said calmly. Chapter 116. Some are happy. Some are sad. Su Xinghe naturally wouldn't let Chef Huang and Mr. He to mobilize their connections to find guests, because he knew very well that it was his own business. Besides, in this situation now, how many people were willing to risk offending Penguin to come here as a guest? It wasn't like people were crazy. That was Penguin, one of the biggest internet companies in the entire Chinese systemia. The candidate for the guest. I'll find him, Su Xinghe said to Yellow Chef. Huang Xiaoqie was stunned and looked at Su Xinghe with some surprise. You look for it? Aha! Su Xinghe smiled. You don't think I won't be able to hire someone, right? That's not true. Huang Xiaoqie shook his head. He naturally believed in Su Xinghe. He was just worried that Su Xinghe's connections were not as rich as before. That's okay, Su Xinghe said. It's settled. He had said so naturally Huang Xiaojie no longer insisted. Solely, he let him go. Right, over at Sect Leader Huang and Lu Shishir, you go and talk. Little Chef Huang said to Su Xinghe. After all, it was because of you that people had to leave early. Good. Su Xinghe understood what he meant. It was nothing more than not wanting to leave a bad reputation for himself. After all, because of his own relationship, the aspiring program team had become rivals with Penguin, and in this situation, if it were to spread out, it would indeed have a not-so-suitable impact on his own reputation. The two people returned home while talking. Huang Xiaoche went to find teacher He, and the two communicated with the program group about that proposal of Huang Jinqi's, while Su Xinghe took the initiative and went to find the Godmaster. The Godmaster was whispering something to Lu Shishir. Seeing Su Xinghe come over, he smiled. "Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. How did you know we were talking about you?" Su Xinghe was stunned at his words, then shrugged. "Brother Xiaoming, you said that if Shishir were to tell me something like the heart is in the right place, I could probably be happy, although you're very handsome, but let's forget about it." "Ha ha ha." Instructor Huang burst out laughing. It had to be said that Su Xinghe just had this kind of ability, always able to make people drop their defenses against him without realizing it. "Xinghe, I'm sorry, Shishir and I are not at liberty to speak for you." After sitting down, Sect Master Huang looked at Su Xinghe and slowly said, there was nothing he could do about this matter. He and Lu Shishir were in a different situation. Tan Songyun, Su Xinghe's hardcore fan notwithstanding. Throughout the Yearning program team, Huang Xiao chef and teacher he had been on the road for many years, and their connections within the circle, their own status, and even the degree of association with the program, all decided that they would not be in any situation if they stood beside Su Xinghe. As for Zifeng and Peng Peng, there was even less to say. For these two to be able to have what they had now, the wayward life deserved much of the credit. The four of them, without a doubt, were in the same boat as the program. What's more, Zifeng and Peng Peng's agencies were both very small, and it was usually difficult to get them resources, let alone a popular variety show like Looking Forward. This is probably the helplessness of top artists. Oftentimes, one could not help it. "Yeah, I'm really sorry," Lu Shishir said to Su Xinghe. She actually wanted to speak up for Su Xinghe, but she was different from Hu Gu. Hu Gu was the first brother of Tangren Agency, owning shares in the company. And most importantly, he had now gained a firm foothold as one of the leading actors and actresses in the drama industry to that job. There was no need to look at Penguin's face to do things. But she was different. As one of the flower girls, Lu Shishir had always been criticized for being empty of a pretty face, and if she offended Penguin, when the time came for the exposure to drop, the problem she needed to face would be too much. That was a loss she had no way to bear. "You guys don't be like this." Su Xinghe smiled and shook his head with a bashful expression. "I don't mean to blame you guys. It's not your fault that this matter has reached this point. To be honest, if I were to apologize, it should be me apologizing to you guys. Originally, if there was no such thing as me, perhaps now Brother Xiaoming you guys should be on the hot search." He, as a person, had always disliked shirking responsibility. Wrong is wrong, manly man, have a mistake to admit, stand straight and take a beating, that is. It was indeed because of his own advertisement endorsement issue that had caused an impact on people. Su Xinghe did not intend to shirk his responsibility. That was why he did not feel that there was anything wrong with teacher Huang and Lu Shishir's attitude of remaining silent. Don't. Sect leader Huang smiled. "Let's not be so polite. Xinghe, you have something, right?" He was a person whose emotional intelligence was extremely high. Aside from marrying an oddball wife, you had to admit that the sect leader as a person was very smart. If there was no Yang Tianbao, Su Xinghe felt that the sect bishop might be able to develop better. "There is a matter." Su Xinghe did not mean to beat around the bush and told the sect bishop and Lu Shishir the results of his discussion with Huang Xiaojie. In the end, he said, "In this current situation, it would be easier for you guys to be misunderstood if you stay instead. Tomorrow when we finish recording, you guys will leave. I will invite new guests over." Lu Shishir and teacher Huang exchanged a glance, and both sighed in their hearts. They naturally understood that Su Xinghe was doing this for his own good. "It's just that I'm a bit sorry for you." Sect Master Huang looked at Su Xinghe and said. To be honest, he was still very appreciative of Su Xinghe. After all, Su Xinghe, this person, was truly talented. "It's nothing. There will be opportunities to work together again in the future." Su Xinghe was quite spontaneous. It was good that people didn't stand out to blacken themselves. Soon after chatting with the two people, Su Xinghe excused himself and left. Looking at his back, Lu Shishir opened her mouth to speak. The sect leader on the side, Sure. Let me say one more thing. There is no way you can bind such a man." "Ah." Lu Shishir was a bit surprised. Sect Master Huang shrugged. "He's too talented, and he's also too dazzling. Think about it, even Penguin couldn't manage to completely block him, and teacher Huang, who is so deep in his city, is willing to stand up to Penguin for him. How strong is this person's personal charisma? How could such a person be within your grasp? Lu Shishir was silent. She naturally understood what the sect leader meant. To put it bluntly, Su Xinghe was simply not a man she could obtain. The existence of such a man was inherently meant to be with a more dazzling woman, not a gentle as water girl like herself. This thing called fate was never like this. There are gains and there are losses. You gain something, you are bound to lose something. Just as Lu Shishir was feeling a lot of emotions, a figure dragged a suitcase and came to the neighborhood of the mushroom house. Chapter 117 Snow Crisis? The one who rushed over at this time. Naturally, it was Zhang Tianai. After learning that Su Xinghe had been blocked by Penguin, she had first tweeted to side with her idol, and then rushed over to Manhwa village without stopping. As for the agency, sorry. She was on a flight earlier and her cell phone was turned off. Aya, boss, what are you afraid of? While walking, Zhang Tianai was on the phone. On the other side of the phone, it was the boss of her brokerage firm. You hurry back. I'm telling you otherwise. Don't blame me for snowing you. The boss's side was also too lazy to talk nonsense to Zhang Tianai. Previously, when Xiang was hot and Su Xinghe was hot, it was just that she claimed to be Su Xinghe's fan. Now that Su Xinghe has been blocked by the entire network, it's too late for others to avoid him. Zhang Tianai even took the initiative to lean over. What is that if not stupid? Holding the phone, Zhang Tianai's expression was tangled. Obviously, the boss's words were not a joke. His own liquidated damages amounted to $30 million. If he really pushed his boss to the brink, he would really snow himself. No matter that much. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Tianai did some calculations and made up his mind. No matter what, Su Xinghe was the idol he had loved for more than 10 years. She herself was the vice president of the hallowed fan club. After so many years, she had long since regarded Su Xinghe as the direction to move forward in her life. At a time like this, it was even more important not to back down. Anyway, there were still 3 years left for the contract to expire, so the big deal was to be snowed in for 3 years. Just as she approached the mushroom house side, a staff member arranged by the program group of the Wayward Life stopped her. After identifying herself, Zhang Tianai was brought in. Star God. The moment she saw Su Xinghe, she was excited. But unlike Tan Songyun, who was so exaggerated, Zhang Tianai cried. She stood right in front of Su Xinghe and looked at this man that she had been haunting for more than 10 years and cried. Sister, don't cry. At this time, Qingqing walked over and handed Zhang Tianai a tissue. What are you crying for? Su Xinghe looked at his vice president of the fan club, whom he had never met and had never even interacted with, and glared at her. My fans, when did they like to cry so much? One must know that from the time of his debut, Su Xinghe had said, his fans, they must live a sprightly life. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun were stunned. In the next moment, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Life has too many hardships. Tears can't solve anything. Every dream deserves to be honored but it's not a given that hard work will lead to success. The thing of right and wrong never matters. Because reality only talks about winning and losing. Everyone was stunned. Zifeng. Go get the director and tell him to turn on the camera. Huang Xiaojie made a snap decision and ordered Zifeng. No need. At this time, the director's voice sounded not far away. Originally, when Zhang Tianai appeared, he had already instructed his staff to turn on the cameras placed in various corners. And at this moment, the live broadcast room, too, was flooded with millions of viewers. What's going on here? What is this doing? Why is it crying all? This girl, isn't she Zhang Tianai, that fan of Su Xinghe? Seems like it. Miss Songyun, don't cry. I'll hug you. What are they talking about? No, I remembered. These are the words inside the Star God blog. That's right. It's the last blog Su Xinghe posted before he retired. Oh my God. It's so touching. Really? The goosebumps all over the body kind. This is a true fan and idol. The viewers in the live broadcast room quickly realized what was going on. No one had expected it. As soon as they came in, they saw such shocking images. At this time, the live broadcast staff on Mango's side quickly explained in the live broadcast room, stating that this was a temporary live broadcast because Su Xinghe's fan, Zhang Tianai, had arrived at the mushroom house in advance. So the program team decided to temporarily broadcast live for a while. The viewers were naturally very happy, especially now that the entire life tour had a super high level of attention, because of Su Xinghe's being blocked by Penguin, everyone wanted to know exactly what would happen next. In less than half an hour's time, in the live broadcast room, more than 30 million viewers had already flooded in. Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun, also under Su Xinghe's pacification, finally stopped being so agitated. But even so, Zhang Tianai was still sitting beside Su Xinghe, looking at his side face without blinking. Huang Xiaoche and the others were all watching the fun, and the viewers in the live broadcast room also found it interesting. After all, Su Xinghe had always been the image of omnipotence. Now that his fans were here, let's see how he reacted. Star God. Where have you been all these years? Star God. Do you have any ideas for a concert? Star God. When are you planning to release an album? Zhang Tianai took Su Xinghe's arm and asked a series of questions. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that. She was truly happy and excited. What was even more surprising was, in the face of Zhang Tianai's somewhat pestering behavior, Su Xinghe surprisingly did not get angry at all, except for not moving his arm away. He kept a smile on his face and patiently answered every question this Tianai asked. Occasionally, Su Xinghe would also ask her about that fan club of his. The behavior of spoiling the fans was unmistakable. Sister Tianai, you came really fast. It was hard to wait for Zhang Tianai to take a break, and Tan Songyun finally had a chance to ask Zhang Tianai. It's all right. I got on the plane as soon as I got the news. Zhang Tianai said with a smile. Everyone knew that the news she was talking about should be the news that Su Xinghe had been blocked. It was at this time that Zhang Tianai's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she did not intend to answer it, instead hanging it up directly. However, the other party did not relent and actually called again. Because she was sitting beside Su Xinghe, Su Xinghe was able to clearly see the name on the caller ID. Mr. Chen. Su Xinghe asked Zhang Tianai, is it the boss of your agency? Ah, yes. Although there was a camera, since Zhang Tianai was even prepared to be snowed in, he naturally did not care about such things. So he simply said frankly, the agency does not want me to participate in this program. I plan to go back to being snowed in. The moment this sentence exited, it immediately triggered an uproar inside the live broadcast room, and Su Xinghe's face. It also became ugly in that instant. Chapter 118. How much is the termination fee? What was the entertainment industry? A place of fame and fortune, the field of Shura. Each and every one of them was fighting desperately for their own interests. However, as a star in front of the public, no matter how unhappy you are in your heart, on the surface you have to be in a peaceful state. Including the brokerage company was the same. Very few artists would openly tear themselves apart from their agency and among their expressions. Even if they leave their old employer, everyone parted peacefully and blessed each other. Despite the fact that, every time the contract expires, there are all kinds of interest games, secretly under the black hand explosion of black information. And for artists, once they offend the agency and are suppressed, then they are completely screwed. Like Zhang Tianai was like this. This time she came to participate in Xiangxiang under the pressure of her agency boss. Then no matter how much attention she gained afterward, as long as the company snowballed her, it wouldn't be long before she would be completely forgotten by this entertainment industry. There were just too many examples like this. In the live broadcast room, with Zhang Tianai's words, the audience boiled over. Heartbroken Miss Tianai. It's really too pitiful. Yes, for the sake of her idol, she would rather be blocked. Admirable. Really, the agency is too dark. How can there still be people like this? But seriously, this young lady has a great body. Get lost. Scum. You're all so good at this. There were people who said everything, but most of them, for the most part, were sympathetic to what happened to Zhang Tianai. Obviously, her agency had made this decision purely due to the pressure from Penguin's side. Answer the phone. At this time, Su Xinghe slowly spoke. Zhang Tianai was stunned and looked at Su Xinghe with some surprise. It's fine. Su Xinghe gave her a reassuring smile. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Tianai picked up the phone. She turned on the speakerphone. Zhang Tianai, are you out of your mind? Dare not answer my call. Inside the phone, an angry roar came directly from the phone. Do you know, what are you doing to yourself? Come back to me immediately. Otherwise, you're just waiting to be snowed in. Zhang Tianai's face instantly turned pale. But after gritting her teeth, she said, Mr. Chen, I'm willing to accept the company's punishment. It doesn't matter even if it's a snow collection. But I can't leave. I have to finish the program. Everyone did not expect that this girl would say something like this. She was actually very nervous, otherwise the other hand would not have gripped the chair with force. Her body nails were a bit white, so it was obvious how much strength she had used. But at this moment, she still chose to stand on Su Xinghe's side, because she knew that she had worked so hard for so many years and entered this circle because she wanted to follow in the footsteps of her idol. Now that she, with great difficulty, had walked in front of Su Xinghe, how could she leave just like that? Mr. Chun on the other side of the phone was about to explode with anger. Originally, when Zhang Tianai's identity as the vice president of Su Xinghe's fan club was exposed and the heat increased greatly, he was still very happy, thinking that this time there was a chance to get involved with the top traffic, and that Zhang Tianai, this girl, would be able to soar to the sky and bring even greater benefits to the company. But this time is good. This girl not only did not bring their own interests, on the contrary, caused trouble. Before, not to mention openly supporting Su Xinghe on Weibo, now she ran to participate in Xiangxiang. Rather than be snowed in, he also wanted to support that idol of his, Su Xinghe. It was simply stupid to the extreme. Thinking of this, Mr. Chun coldly said, "Since you won't come back, then don't blame me for being unsympathetic." He had already made up his mind to completely snowball Zhang Tianai. Her liquidated damages amounted to a full $30 million, which she definitely couldn't afford. When the time came, she would not be allowed to participate in any activities, and 3 years would be enough time to turn her into a small transparency in the entertainment industry that no one remembers. See if she still dares to be so arrogant in front of her. He did not know that the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room had already exploded at this time, and everyone was crazily cursing this black-hearted brokerage company boss. Thinking about it was actually quite normal. One was a black-hearted capitalist with a repulsive face that one didn't need to think about. One was a poor, beautiful woman who was willing to gamble her way to stardom in order to support her idol. Anyone with a little bit of a normal brain would know who to support. It was normal that people were animals that looked at faces. On the mushroom house side, the others were also furious. Even the always good-tempered teacher, he had a gloomy face. Teacher Huang and Lu Shishir, who had rushed over at the news, similarly had unhappy faces. As entertainers, even if Zhang Tianai was an 18th-line entertainer, they were, at this moment, empathizing with each other and had a feeling of a rabbit dying and a fox grieving. And at this time, Su Xinghe raised his hand and took Zhang Tianai's phone. "Mr. Chun, hello?" Su Xinghe slowly spoke. "Hello." Mr. Chun was somewhat surprised. "Who are you?" "Me?" Su Xinghe smiled. "I am Zhang Tianai's friend. I would like to ask, if she terminates her contract with your company, how much does it cost?" "Terminate the contract?" Everyone froze. That Mr. Chun was also a bit surprised, and subconsciously said, "If you terminate the contract, it will cost at least $30 million in liquidated damages. What's wrong?" "Very well." Su Xinghe nodded. "Someone will contact you. I am now officially informing you that Ms. Zhang Tianai, the contract with the company ends here." After saying this, Su Xinghe directly hung up the phone. These people from Mushroom House were confused. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused. As for Zhang Tianai herself, she was now at a loss for what to say. "Xinghe." Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe with some surprise. Su Xinghe, however, smiled and said to him, "Mr. Huang, you've forgotten that I just got a big contract." Mr. Huang was stunned, then fell silent. He really didn't know what to say. However, the audience inside the live broadcast room became curious. Su Xinghe smiled, but did not explain. After all, this matter, it was better to be released by Jitterbug's side. But he also didn't mind helping his new partner advertise here. If you want to know the specifics, please pay attention to the Jane platform. I believe you will soon know the answer. Looking at the camera's lens, Su Xinghe said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately realized that this was, perhaps, no longer a fight between Su Xinghe and Penguin. The Bite Flying Dance Group behind Jitterbug stepped in. Chapter 119. I'm actually a rich man. Forward side of the program, the Jitterbug platform had people who were specifically paying attention. When he heard Su Xinghe personally advertise for his own video platform, the staff that Huang Xinqi had arranged for immediately informed him of the news. Huang Xinqi himself did not expect the spokesperson to start working so soon. "Hihi, this is a message for me." Laughing softly, Huang Xinqi's fingers tapped on the coffee table. After a long time, he raised his head and instructed the assistant beside him, Notify down immediately. Officially announced to the public that Xinghe is joining our Jitterbug platform as our partner and spokesperson with an endorsement fee of $100 million. Is that clear? Okay, Mr. Huang. The assistant hurriedly nodded and went out to start making calls to arrange this matter. 10 minutes later, Jitterbug officially announced that Xinghe had become the spokesperson of the Jitterbug platform. The endorsement fee was $100 million a year. The news spread out and directly airborne to the #1 microblogging hot search. Immediately after that, Byte Flying Dance announced that it would unite with the Shake Tone platform to shelve all of Xinghe's music works. For a moment, the entire network was filled with Xinghe's news. As for the side of Manhwa Village, with Xinghe announcing the termination of his contract on behalf of Zhang AI, the live broadcast came to an end. Everyone else left. The agitated Zhang AI was sent to her room by Tansong Yun and Zifeng, and the three of them girls chatted, explaining in passing where Xinghe had gotten the money to terminate her contract. Pang Pang, on the other hand, hugged Qingqing, and Dawei Tianlong to go upstairs to play on the computer. Xinghe and Huang Xiaojie, as well as the three of them, Teacher He, however, came to the orchard. Xinghe, what do you think about this matter? Teacher He asked Xinghe. The reason for supporting Xinghe was because we were friends, for the sake of the program. But to be honest, he privately chatted with both of them, Huang Xiaojie, and both felt that this matter was a bit troublesome. After all, Penguin was not an ordinary small company. Xinghe nowadays, even if his popularity was high, he was just a retired artist. How could he fight against Penguin? Even though Xinghe had quite a few fans and his popularity was booming. But the question was, those people, could they give up Penguin's products for him? Let's not talk about anything else. How many users did WeChat have? In fact, many people online were also discussing this matter. Most of everyone's opinions felt that Xinghe was touching the stone with an egg, a praying mantis, although he has traffic popularity and visibility. But the problem was that Penguin was the capitalist and people had money. Traffic versus capital. The outcome was actually doomed at the very beginning. Other than those die-hard fans of Xinghe, there were probably not many people who felt that a miracle would occur. It's nothing. Xinghe smiled. Teacher He, don't worry, there's nothing wrong. Huang Xiaojie shook his head helplessly. That's Penguin. Do you think that you, alone, can fight against them? Besides, Byte Flying Dance's side, although they gave such a high price, but in case they harbor evil intentions. It doesn't matter. Xinghe said indifferently. Zhang Yiming wouldn't dare. Teacher He and Huang Xiaojie both froze. What did Xinghe mean by this? He actually called the chairman of Byte Flying Dance, that behind-the-scenes boss of Jitterbug, by his name. Recalling the phone call Xinghe made when Huang Zhenqi appeared earlier, Huang Xiaojie snapped, You know Zhang Yiming? Aha! Xinghe nodded, and had no intention of hiding it from them. After all, these two had always been very supportive. Xinghe also wished to give them a bit of confidence. When Byte Flying Dance was first created, I gave him a little advice and contributed a little money. In return, he gave me some shares and voting rights. Xinghe calmly explained, I'm actually a shareholder of Byte Flying Dance. It's just that the shares aren't very many. What he did not say was that although Byte Flying Dance's shares themselves were only 10%, the voting rights were as high as 23%. This was where Zhang Yiming was truly jealous of himself. Of course, for so many years, Xinghe had never dictated the management operations of the company. He had always been a quiet, beautiful man, and even held the voting rights in trust for Zhang Yiming. And after Zhang Yiming received that phone call from Xinghe, he immediately showed his attitude. He would naturally support Xinghe. This was just one of Xinghe's bottom cards. This identity of yours, ready to be exposed? Huang Xiaojie asked Xinghe after a long time before he came to his senses from the shock. Aha! Xinghe nodded. But this is just a plan of mine. To bring down Penguin, we need to take it step by step. First, my songs should drive a group of fans to abandon Penguin's music platform. After that, Jitterbug will start working with Mango TV to expand the influence of our program. Then after that, I plan to expose those pen names of mine that write novels, one by one, always occupying the hot searches. I'll see how Penguin blocks me. Hearing Xinghe's words, the expressions of the two people, Huang Xiaojie and Teacher He, also changed. Not to mention, Xinghe's plan really had the possibility of being realized. In itself, Xinghe's hotness was very high, and the number of Weibo followers had grown very exaggeratedly. If he exposed all of his pen names, it would definitely be another wave of crazy rhythms. Don't forget, previously, after Xinghe's several pen names were exposed, they all caused some hot debate. Basically, many people read novels, and those top gods had millions of fans for any of them. This was not a small number. Once the power of these people was gathered, even Penguin would have to weigh a few points. As for the latter, in Xinghe's opinion, there was no need to consider it at all. Because there was no need. Penguin blocking himself was a joke in itself. The microblogging side, for the sake of heat, would definitely keep focusing on reporting their news. And the journalists would always pay attention to themselves for the sake of eyeballs and sales. What right does Penguin have to block itself? It was simply a fool's dream. With Jitterbug as a platform support paired with his own works and influence, Xinghe did not think that he would definitely lose to Penguin. Of course, before that, the first battle he had to win first was those songs that were about to be shelved on the Jitterbug platform this evening. Afterwards, Xinghe sent out a microblog, calling on his fans to go to the Shake Tone platform to download his songs. Some people say that life is, in the morning, I'm going to over this world. In the evening, to be ed over by this world. I don't believe it. My life is up to me, not heaven. 12 o'clock midnight. Xinghe's song, officially on the Jitterbug platform. Chapter 120 Shocking Data. In the age of the internet, there was never any such thing as a secret. It hadn't been long since the news of Xinghe's song hitting the shelves of Jitterbug had spread, and the various gods on the internet began to pay attention to this matter. There were those who gloated and those who scoffed. After all, Shake Voice had never gotten involved in this piece of business. Many people even said, "Is this Jitterbug crazy? Buying a whole bunch of over-the-top songs to go on the shelves? Could it be that Xinghe was a relative of the owner of Shake Voice?" The water armies that Penguin had hired were even openly mocking Xinghe on the internet. An over-the-top star. Really thinks he's some kind of big shot. Yeah, really smug. I think that Xinghe will definitely be disgraced this time. Jitterbug is really blind, actually buying the rights to his songs. Got no place to spend your money? In this, Xinghe's fans occasionally retorted, and would be drowned out by the other side with various excuse reasons. Right in the middle of such discussions, Xinghe's song officially hit the shelves. 10 minutes later, the data display on the Shake Shack platform made everyone dumbfounded. This can't be a mistake, right? Xinghe, who had been waiting inside the conference room, looking at the data, asked the people around him. It seems to be correct. Xinghe's assistant looked at the table in his hands and said excitedly, "Mr. Huang, it seems to be true. A whole 5 million download data. Too powerful. Xinghe's appeal. It's really too strong. The number is still growing. Just how many fans does this Xinghe have? I'm convinced, really, our registered users have actually increased by 2 million as well. This guy, he simply has more appeal than those traffic kids. It's not even on the same level. It's really awesome. Awesome." A group of Jitterbug employees were talking there, and they were even already thinking about what a terrifying situation it would be when Xinghe officially registered his Jitterbug account and announced his entry into Jitterbug. Xinghe was also excited, although he only realized later that Xinghe was a shareholder of the head office. But before that, he had already decided to sign Xinghe at a sky-high price. Based on this alone, he himself had gained a lot of points on the board side. The entire company on the Shaky Voice side was in the midst of a frenzy. And online, because of this data, some people were already fuming. To know that a 5 million downloads in 10 minutes was simply unheard of in the entire industry. Deep City, Penguin Group. Chung Jun sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this news in his office, with a look of disbelief on his face. This number, it's not a joke. Is it a trick from Shake's side? He subconsciously asked to his secretary. The secretary was slightly embarrassed, but didn't know how to answer him. In fact, not only them, the entire internet, almost everyone who knew about this matter, couldn't believe it was true. Fake it. I probably drank too much today. 5 million people in 10 minutes. That's 5 million paid download users, not 5 million pigs. Xinghe has such great appeal. I also think it's impossible. Where did Xinghe get so many fans? Is it possible that Jitterbug's side messed up and swiped the data for him? This kind of thing, it's really possible. You guys are idiots when the water army also have to have a brain line that downloads are going to spend money, you know? Yes. Really, Penguin Water Army hopeless? What a bunch of pigs. Don't you want to lose your brains after receiving money? Xinghe supporters were in a mess with Penguin's Water Army. And at this time, something that shocked them even more happened. Within an hour, the number of downloads, surprisingly, reached 30 million. Xinghe is going to heaven. Awesome. Really awesome. Oh, come on. Those water armies you guys stand out. You guys tell me, even if it's fake, does Jitterbug have the guts to do this? It's too exaggerated. Really? Xinghe is taking 10 years of popularity and using it all today. Fans of Shadow of the Sky have come to check in and support my brother Dong. Fans of Flabbergasted report in to support Banana. Fans of Snow in the Sky report in to support the Chief Steward. Cultivation Chat Group, fans report in to support Milk Rider. The Three Bodies fans report in. Go for it. Old Who fan reporting in. Friends for life together. Wu Jing fans reporting in. Big brother-in-law, please spare our brother Jing. Qingqing fans reporting for duty. I'm your brother-in-law, brother. Gradually, more and more people showed their download records online after downloading Xinghe's songs. Among these people, there were Xinghe's book fans, his song fans, Qingqing's fans, fans of Gu Wu Jing and others. There were even fans of the variety show Life Towards. Everyone's thoughts were the same. Xinghe had already retired for 10 years, and after listening to his songs online for free for so long back then, now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to do something for him. Penguin's side was completely dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that Xinghe's appeal would be so powerful. Chung Jun was in his office and directly slammed his teacup. Bastard! Undoing his own tie, Chung Jun said to his secretary, "Find out for me? What the hell is going on?" The secretary was also an old subordinate who had been with him for many years, smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Chung, I've already sent someone to ask about it," and the shivering voice side of this matter was also shocked. Chung Jun already didn't know what to say. As the person in charge of the Penguin Entertainment program, he knew very well that this time he had really failed. At the very least, in the music copyright piece, although he had facilitated that music copyright alliance, he had not been able to achieve the goal of dealing with Xinghe. As I recall, isn't he going to make a movie with brother Qingqing? Chung Jun remembered something and asked his secretary. There is such a thing. The secretary nodded. But are you sure? Although we are the main investor in the movie, brother Qingqing is not that easy to talk to. Well, tell brother Qingqing that if he doesn't agree, then we'll withdraw our investment. Chung Jun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. As things stood, there was no way back for him. No matter what, he could not let Xinghe continue to be complacent. He had to do something. Chapter 121 Repelling Reporters. Waking up early the next morning, Xinghe woke up with Huang Xiaojie for a morning run. As a result, just after running a lap, he realized that on this side of Manhwa village, a group of reporters had actually come. What for? Somewhat puzzled, he asked to Yellow Little Kitchen. It won't be an interview with you, right? Yellow Little Chef thought about it and said to Xinghe, that download you had yesterday, it was too scary. When he woke up in the morning, he saw that data and was also startled. Weibo was now all about Xinghe's topic, and some people even shouted out the slogan of the rise of the Heavenly King. In response to this, Huang Xiaojie felt that it was quite normal. After all, if he hadn't retired for 10 years, the current Xinghe would have already been one of the top heavenly kings in the Chinese Asian music scene. It's all just fans helping out. Xinghe casually laughed, his gaze looking towards the figures of those reporters, whispering, "Are the two of us going to be interviewed? Depends on your mood." Huang Xiaoche said indifferently, "I'm fine with both. As long as it doesn't affect the shooting, I guess the director's side is fine with it. After all, doing a program, it was impossible to have no communication with the media at all. This was inevitable. The relationship between artists and the media was like fish and water. If the fish didn't have water, it wouldn't be able to breathe and would naturally die. And without fish in the water, it won't take long for it to become a pool of stagnant water. The same is true for artists. Without media exposure and heat, the artist will lose the public's attention, and it is not uncommon for them to disappear. On the other hand, if there is no news about the artist to report, what do those entertainment reporters do for a living? Hello, I'm good. Everyone's good. That's how artists and the media get along. From this perspective, Huang Xiaoche was smarter than Xinghe. Who made him in this circle? Immersion is more than 20 years. Of course, Xinghe did not count. This one was no longer an entertainer nowadays. To put it bluntly, the mushroom house they were currently living in was a private residence. If there was no permission from Xinghe and these reporters dared to break in, even if they were beaten out, they deserved it. Even if Xinghe wouldn't do that, Huang Xiaojiao knew he had to say it. As expected, hearing Huang Xiaoche's words, Xinghe considered. In the end, Xinghe said, "Let's go. The two of us will stop them." His thought was that he did not want these people to go over to the mushroom house and affect others. There were so many hot topics in Xiangxiang right now. Whether it was Zhang Tianai's $30 million termination of contract, or teacher Huang and Lu Shishir being silent here, or why the others were supporting Xinghe and so on, as long as they were interviewed by the reporters, it would definitely be the front page headlines. Instead of that, it would be better for Xinghe to simply take things onto himself. Anyway, now that he has retired from the circle, those reporters can't do anything to himself. If they are really pushed, then don't blame yourself for not being polite, and continue to expose their cards to clean them up. Huang Xiaoche naturally had no opinion. The two stopped and stood there at the intersection waiting for the reporters. The reporters were also a bit surprised. Looking at the flower roadside from afar, there were two figures. At first they thought it was the program group sent over there to block the road. As a result, they came closer to take a look. All of them were dumbfounded. "Teacher Huang? That one, is that Xinghe? Hurry, hurry. It's Mr. Huang and Xinghe. Where? Hurry up and run. Wait for me." One by one, people who were usually used to being lazy in the editorial department at this time, it was as if they had scuds installed on their feet. There was no way. Each one of them was a famous reporter in the entertainment industry though. An ordinary entertainer might have to accompany a smiling face in front of them. But the problem was, these two, they weren't considered ordinary entertainers. Huang Xiaojie, famous for nearly 30 years, a teacher at Nortel, has acted, released albums, written poems, and worked as a director. He is a serious big star, an old-timer in the entertainment industry. He doesn't care about these reporters at all. The name of Huang Loxi, is it not a waste of time? As for Xinghe, when this one didn't retire 10 years ago, he was the existence of the biggest headache for reporters. No interviews, no hype, no gossip. Even the news of his retirement, the media reporters knew about it from Xinghe's blog, just like the public. In the blacklist of these journalists, the most difficult artist that had been passed down from the mouths of his predecessors was that guy Xinghe. Because you simply don't know what exactly he wants to do. Although it was humiliating to say it, there were rumors before that there were once a few paparazzi in the country that followed and secretly filmed Xinghe. What was the result? All of them were caught out by others and were said to have been cleaned up quite badly. And now, these two difficult people were standing there, smilingly looking at the dozen or so reporters. Teacher Su, please receive our exclusive interview. Teacher Huang, may I ask what you think about the matter of Xinghe's song downloads being falsified yesterday? Mr. Huang, what are you guys up to? Several reporters rushed to the duo and raised their microphones to ask questions. However, the questions that came out were such that one couldn't help but frown straight away. Seriously, Xinghe felt that this group of people were really doing this for the sake of news heat, without a little bit of the integrity of a media person. Everyone, don't mess up, quiet. Huang Xiaojie could see that Xinghe was not very happy, and quickly calmed these reporters down. Xinghe and I came out to exercise, and as a result, I didn't expect to meet all of you. Yellow Little Chef said to the crowd, "The mushroom house we are using now is Xinghe's home, and belongs to private property. If you guys rashly go in like this, it belongs to trespassing." With his next sentence, Huang Xiaoche made these reporters change their faces. They had always been accustomed to running roughshod over people, relying on the so-called freedom of the press to put labels on people at every turn. Not to mention the stars, which person dared to mess with the reporters. The 4 words freedom of the press were the shield for these so-called uncrowned kings. Even if they report fake news, they can just push a temporary worker out to take over. But now, listening to Huang Xiaojie's words and looking at Xinghe's expression, it was obvious that Xinghe simply did not intend to let them enter here. "Mr. Su, you're being overbearing, aren't you?" "Yes, we are also doing this for the sake of publicity for aspiring life. And as a result, you won't even allow us to enter for an interview. This is an infringement of freedom of the press. This is destroying a harmonious society." Looking at the 2 reporters who were clamoring to expose Xinghe suddenly revealed a cold smile. These idiots probably forgot what they were. Chapter 122, Exposing the Identity of the Shareholder. Xinghe had never been a good-tempered person. He was not temperamental with Qingqing because he knew that he was Qingqing's older brother. the little girl's only reliance, and he had to spoil his sister. And the reason for getting along with these guests of life toward you was because these people had different identities and personalities. The ones who came before, Zhou Gongzi or Hu Gu, those were Su Xinghe's acquaintances. Not to mention Wu Jing and Xianan, those were his own family. As for people like Zhao Liang and Lu Tao, there was even less to say. Some had received favors from themselves, and some were purely because they thought they were handsome. Even the few people from the mushroom house were different from these reporters in front of them. Mr. Huang and Mr. He are both old geezers with unquestionable intelligence and emotional intelligence. Of course they understand how to get along with Su Xinghe, which is the most comfortable and enjoyable way to work together. As for Peng Peng, this guy is Su Xinghe's fanboy. Although Zifeng didn't like to talk much and liked to stay there quietly, she made people feel especially comfortable in their hearts even sitting like that. With such a lineup, of course it was impossible to find any bad temper in Su Xinghe. But facing this group of reporters, Su Xinghe certainly could not give them any face. What's the matter? You guys think I'm overbearing? Su Xinghe coldly looked at the group of reporters, especially the two guys who were making the most noise. I now announce that if you two continue to stay here, then I won't be interviewed today. Su Xinghe, don't go too far. You're an over-the-top artist. What do you have to be arrogant about? Those two people were instantly dissatisfied and said with glaring eyes. But the next moment, they froze. Because along with Su Xinghe's words, people around them, they steeply pulled away from them. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Yeah, you guys won't listen to him, right? The two people panicked. What's going on here? Old Wang, Old Li, you guys better go. Yeah, Mr. Su is right. I also agree with Mr. Su. It's not appropriate for us to intrude into someone's private residence. Indeed, we are journalists. It's not true that we pursue freedom of the press, but we have to abide by the law. That's right. The rest of the people said a lot of things. All in all, the core meaning was just one. Let the two of them get lost. There were a few people who simply pushed and shoved. Everyone is not stupid, Su Xinghe and Penguin who lost and who won, and not to mention just today's heat. Su Xinghe is undoubtedly the highest in the whole network, that person. As long as there was news with Su Xinghe's name on it, it would definitely trigger the public's attention. Moreover, Su Xinghe had never accepted an interview with the media since his debut. Today, he unexpectedly agreed to hold a press conference. Perhaps the venue was rather humble, but every reporter was excited in their hearts. They knew very well that as long as this press conference was attended by themselves and a few questions were asked and answered by Su Xinghe, then next, their own newspaper media could announce that they had conducted an exclusive interview with Su Xinghe. It was exciting to think about it. So, of course, they couldn't allow these two guys to continue to exist. In case Su Xinghe got angry and the press conference was not opened, wouldn't it be a chicken and egg situation? A cooked duck flying away was definitely hard to accept. Su Xinghe just stood there, watching the two rowdy reporters being driven away by their counterparts. On the side, little Chef Huang was dumbfounded. He had always been known for his intelligence, but this time, Huang Xiaoche had to admit that this guy, Su Xinghe, was really no worse than himself. Even more so, in some aspects, it was even more ruthless than himself. To know, this time, he didn't just tell these two media reporters to get lost. Moreover, he had also planted a thorn between this group of paparazzi. Would the two people who had left, who had lost the opportunity to interview Su Xinghe, have no resentment towards their counterparts? Perhaps nothing could be seen now. Could afterward, in case there was an opportunity to retaliate, would they let it go? It was said that no one could see what would happen in the future. But Huang Xiaoche felt. This guy, Su Xinghe, seemed to have already calculated the future. Awesome. And over here, waiting until those two reporters walked away. Only then did Su Xinghe look at the remaining people with a smile on his face. Fellow reporters, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Because of the limited time, I will only answer 2 questions per person. There were a total of 7 media reporters, 2 questions per person. That was 14 questions. Su Xinghe's proposal, in the eyes of the crowd, was quite generous. And so, right next to the beautiful sea of flowers, a unique press conference officially began. The participants were Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaojie, who were dressed in all sportswear. And it was the reporters from 7 media outlets. Long guns and short-running cameras were all set up. Mr. Su, I would like to ask you, why did you agree to join Jitterbug? Is it because Penguin announced that they blocked you? The first reporter was a girl, asking a question that was quite sharp. Su Xinghe looked at her and smiled slightly. This young lady, You are asking two questions. After saying this, he nodded. The reason why I joined Shivering Voice, in a sense, is indeed because of Penguin's so-called blocking, but the reason why it's Shivering Voice and not another company is simple, because I am a shareholder of this company, Byte Flying Dance. Quiet. The reporters froze at once. Obviously, Su Xinghe's answer was too out of their expectation. The female reporter subconsciously said, "What did you say? You are a shareholder of Byte Flying Dance?" Hiss. The next moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally realized what Su Xinghe had just said in that instant. This guy was actually a shareholder of Byte Flutter. Holy, it's not true, is it? This guy wasn't even an entertainer, he was a rich man? The reporters quickly began to take pictures, and they were hoping very much to see any breaks in Su Xinghe's face, so that he would admit that he was lying. But unfortunately, it was simply impossible. Su Xinghe was still smiling faintly, nodding his head frequently to the reporters. "Mr. Su, you're not joking, are you?" That reporter hurriedly asked after him. Su Xinghe, however, waved his hand. "Sorry. This young lady, your chance is gone." At that moment, all the reporters were nonplussed. Chapter 123 Shocking News. These reporters had thought through their heads, but they had never expected that. Today, in this field press conference, they had never thought that at this press conference in the field today, there would be such fierce news exposed. Su Xinghe was not only a singer and an artist, he was actually one of the shareholders of Byte Flying Dance. This isn't a joke, right? Big news, big news. My turn. I want to ask a question. Immediately, someone seized the opportunity to ask Su Xinghe another question. "Mr. Su, may I ask, when you joined Byte Flying Dance, how many shares do you have in the company?" Immediately, someone continued to ask. "No comment if the specific number. As for the time of the share entry, you should ask Mr. Zhang Yiming." Su Xinghe replied, dripping with water. "Then will you use Byte Flutter's power to fight against Penguin's blocking?" Someone asked with concern. If Su Xinghe was an ordinary artist, it might not matter. But he had now become a shareholder of a large company that was evenly matched with Penguin, and that was different. Didn't you Penguin want to block Su Xinghe? Fine. If he can't make it, he'll go back to being a rich man and start using his assets to give you Penguin a hard time. This was a sad story. It wasn't until this time that those reporters realized why Su Xinghe dared to directly say yesterday that he would terminate the contract with his original agency on behalf of his fan Zhang Tianai. Byte Jump's market capitalization today was over $100 billion. In other words, even if Su Xinghe only has 1% of the shares, his worth exceeds $1 billion. With this kind of assets, even if you Penguin blocked people, what can you do to them? What's more, listening to Su Xinghe's tone, it was obvious that he was acquainted with Zhang Yiming from Byte Flying Dance's side. Such a person was simply not something Penguin could block. When things came to this point, everyone was no longer in the mood to continue the interview. What a joke! This level of fierce news was out there. What could be more attractive than this? The ultimate goal of any news, no matter how big the gimmick, was to attract the public's attention. And right now, the exposure of Su Xinghe's identity was undoubtedly the biggest gimmick of all. A group of reporters politely said goodbye to Su Xinghe and left, taking a few pictures before leaving. Looking at their backs, Huang Xiaojie had a dumbfounded look on his face. Leaving just like that? Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe. He really didn't quite understand. Su Xinghe shrugged. "It's normal. If you don't leave, can you still ask anything?" Huang Xiaoche was silent. It had to be said that Su Xinghe's words were indeed correct. "Don't mind so much, Mr. Huang. Let's record ours. The rest is a matter for the media," Su Xinghe said to Mr. Huang. The reason why he intended to publicize this identity was naturally because he had his considerations. If Su Xinghe was just a person, he certainly didn't mind playing some kind of pig-disguised cat and mouse trick with the penguins. But he was already surrounded by too many people, and with so many friends involved, he certainly couldn't put everyone in danger. Besides, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was something that, in Su Xinghe's opinion, was a very brain-dead thing. After pretending to be a pig too many times, it was really easy to become a pig. He didn't want to be despised a bit by someone. The two returned to the mushroom house and everyone was up. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone congratulated Su Xinghe on the big sale of his song. After all, with such a high number of downloads, it was evident that his popularity was still intact and he was still the same Heavenly King superstar. "Star God, you're awesome," Zhang Tianai said excitedly to Su Xinghe. She was truly happy for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe smiled. Well, you don't worry blindly for me. Just record the program properly and I'll thank you. He sort of kind of saw that Zhang Tianai, the sister, was a bit of a natural nerd. Usually silent, she could make people laugh with an occasional sentence. Of course, this kind of character doing a program always needed someone around her to be able to guide her. And himself is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. After all, it was known that she was her own fan, and it made sense for him to bring her along. As for Tan Song-yoon, she was much more mature than Zhang Tianai. Moreover, Tan Song-yoon had a good relationship with teacher He, who would occasionally throw topics to her and help her find shots. As for Zhang Tianai, if he ignored her most of the time, this child would be with Xinghe, silently being a little transparent there. It was really helpless. Hehehe. Zhang Tianai also knew her own faults and smiled he, shaking his head, looking at Tan Song-yoon over there who was interacting with teacher He and Huang Xiaochef together, trying to fight for the camera. Su Xinghe sighed helplessly with emotion. You say the same are all my fans. Why is the gap so big? Zhang Tianai blinked her big eyes, quite innocent. There was nothing she could do about it. This kind of thing you can't ask, asking is a talent. I actually envy Song-yoon as well. Zhang Tianai muttered in a small voice. She's particularly eloquent and has a great personality. Of course, there was another sentence she didn't say. That was naturally envious that Tan Song-yoon was more popular than herself. Su Xinghe smiled and slowly said, there are naturally people in this world who are living the life you want, but many times, they have endured hardships that you have yet to experience. Zhang Tianai was stunned. In the next moment, she didn't even wait to speak. Peng Peng, who was holding a cell phone, had already rushed to Su Xinghe. Big brother Su, you're on the hot search, Peng Peng said in shock. Isn't this normal? Teacher Huang laughed and teased, smoothly taking Peng Peng's cell phone. But the next moment, the expression on his face froze. What was this situation? Right on Peng Peng's cell phone, the top 3 microblogging hot searches were all about Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's billion-dollar fortune. Su Xinghe is a byte-flying shareholder. Su Xinghe's Heavenly King returns? In addition to the last one, the remaining 2 hot searches, when clicked on, had similar contents. Today, a reporter interviewed Su Xinghe, who claimed that he did not join Jitterbug because of Penguin's blocking, claiming that he is a shareholder of Jitterbug's parent company, Byte Flying Dance. The reporter asked the office of the chairman of Byte Flying Dance for confirmation and got the reply that Mr. Su Xinghe is a good friend of Mr. Zhang Yiming, the chairman of Byte Flying Dance, and provided a lot of useful suggestions at the early stage of the company's creation. And the company has always cherished the cooperative relationship with Mr. Su Xinghe. As soon as this piece of news came out, the entire Weixin internet circle immediately exploded. Chapter 124. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. This guy Su Xinghe, it turns out that he is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is obviously a rich son, but he wants to pretend to be an ordinary person. Since ancient times, a floor comes out and it's true. When did Su Xinghe say he was a rich family's son? He's an orphan, don't you know? You didn't read the announcement over at Byte. He's one of the co-founders of the company. Idiot. I, Star God, am awesome. Star God on me. Star God on my left. Star God on my right. Star God on me in all directions. Really, I just know that he knows quite a lot of things. But I didn't expect that he actually understands the internet. I think it's normal. Su Xinghe is after all the earliest group of internet singers. Makes sense. But how much money does he actually have? This is not clear, but it shouldn't be more than 5%, because more than 5%, it is to be announced. On Weibo, whether they were Su Xinghe's fans or not. At this time, they were all discussing this topic. There was no way. This was really too shocking. It was like having a person next to you who you originally thought was a singer, but you found out that he could write novels. Just when you were treating him as an unimpressive internet writer. You found out that he was actually a very famous god. And then, you find out that this guy actually won an international award for science fiction. And he writes screenplays for movies and TV shows. He's even good friends with Spielberg. And just at the moment when you think that's all he is, he suddenly tells you, actually I'm a billionaire and I'm experiencing life. Clueless. Truly, at this time, other than the pre-informed Huang Xiaochef and teacher He, the only word left in everyone's head was the word dumbfounded. Big brother Su, you're really a shareholder of Byte Flying Dance? Peng Peng asked with a face full of shock. Su Xinghe smiled and nodded. Yes. Then you are a co-founder? Godfather Huang was more concerned about this. One must know that if one was merely a shareholder, it meant that Su Xinghe was rich. But if it was a co-founder, it meant something different. That meant that Su Xinghe most likely knew that big brother Zhang Yiming as well. Yes, at the time when Byte was created, I gave some advice to the company. Su Xinghe nodded his head and explained to the crowd. But I haven't participated in the company's decision-making for several years now, just hanging on to my name as a shareholder. And my voting rights are all held in trust for Chairman Zhang. The crowd was once again shocked. Not only did this guy have shares, but he also had voting rights. In other words, if he was willing, he could even enter the board of directors. Just thinking about this, Teacher Huang felt as if he had missed the last chance to change his fate in life. As for Lu Shirshir, she was even more helpless. She now incomparably hated this tangled nature of hers. If not for this, I'm afraid that Su Xinghe's attitude towards herself right now would be in a different mold. This thought of hers was correct. Even if Su Xinghe didn't care if she stood out to help her voice, at this time, who stood on their side and who chose to stand by, there was certainly a difference between close and distant. All right, how about we all eat breakfast and talk about it? Su Xinghe smiled and said to the crowd. Everyone had been so busy gossiping this morning that they hadn't even eaten yet.
Fine, commandite.
Teacher He and Chef Huang hurriedly guided everyone to start eating. Soon, the big group finished their breakfast. Teacher He brought Pang Pang and Sister Zifeng to wash the dishes. That girl Qingqing was also smiling as she followed them with Dawei and Tianlong. The two of them, Tan Songyun and Zhang Tianai, simply followed along to help with the dishes. A few moments later, they cleaned up the kitchen and walked in with 2 large plates of fruits. Come, everyone eat the apples. Teacher He smiled and said, this is what Qingqing got someone to send over from their old side of the country. Ludong big apples. Su Xinghe tasted a bite, not to mention the flavor was good, crispy, and delicious. For Song Qian as a person, Su Xinghe was still very satisfied. Although it was only a recording of a program, Su Xinghe still did not expect that she would actually support herself. Song Qian was on top of the microblog, and did not forward any messy microblogs, and did not even forward her own microblog that you have to fight. She just retweeted the trailer of her participation in the episode of Looking Forward and paired it with the text. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. That sentence alone. Although there was no public statement, the meaning was already obvious. Later, she also entrusted someone to send a message to herself, telling Su Xinghe that the company's side was more strictly regulated, and that this was the only extent of what she could do. Su Xinghe himself did not expect it. That girl who only had a one-sided relationship would treat herself this way. But Xinghe, I really don't understand why you haven't done the internet industry in the past few years. You have to know that you are the one who is friends with Zhang Yiming. Teacher Huang asked in disbelief. Su Xinghe smiled and waved his hand. Brother Xiaoming, you have to understand that everyone is different. I'm great at brainstorming, but I don't know how to develop software, and I don't intend to make myself work that hard. Don't you think? Bishop Huang was speechless. People are really different from each other. This Nima, a genius's brain, was completely different from a mortal like himself on the same channel. They chatted like this. The viewers in Xiang's live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Many people in here just knew that Su Xinghe had been blocked by Penguin, and what happened on Weibo because it had just been exposed, they hadn't had time to look at it yet. As they chatted, everyone exited the live broadcast room and started logging into Weibo to check the details. A few moments later, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was lively. Ha ha ha. Tell a joke. Penguin blocked Su Xinghe. Shake. What? Penguin blocked Su Dong? Come on, boss, this is $100 million in endorsement fees, you keep it. Amusing me to death. I especially want to know what kind of mood Penguin's side is in. In the end, it's still the star god that's powerful. Indeed, 7 or 8 years ago, it was able to foresee the explosion of the short video platform and lay out it in advance. This vision, it's truly awesome. There were people who said anything, but the consensus was that Su Xinghe was really too powerful. Based on this alone, Penguin's so-called blocking is just a joke. Chapter 125. There's no such thing as an unbroken feast under heaven. Who was the most depressed person after Su Xinghe's identity was exposed? There was no surprise. It was that vice president of Penguin, Chang Jun. He felt like an idiot right now, walking around the company. There were people pointing and talking behind his back, as if he was saying that he was a, look, that's Mr. Chang, the one who blocked Su Xinghe. Haha. Really, brain problem, right? It's not because he asked people to endorse him. They didn't take care of him, he got annoyed. This kind of person is also good enough to stay in the company? He's still a vice president. He has no level at all. Yes, Xinghe is so handsome. He actually wants to block people. There were those who said anything, but they were all whispering. But even if he couldn't hear it at this moment, Chang Jun's mood was as disgusting as eating a fly. That guy was actually one of the founders of Bite Flying Dance. The moment Chang Jun thought of this, he felt his brain heat up and had the urge to hit his head against the wall. Nima, you a billionaire, honestly enjoy life is not good. Learn what Tao Yuanming, even play recluse. Surprisingly also participate in entertainment programs. Simply too pitiful. Walking into the office with everyone's attention, Chang Jun's face was about to turn into a pig's liver color. Mr. Chang, Xinghe's side announced his identity inside the live broadcast. What should we do? The secretary walked over to Chang Jun and asked, should we still contact brother Chang Kai's side? Contact him. Chang Jun gritted his teeth. No matter what, I must make Xinghe look good. He was now completely mad. No matter what, he must teach Xinghe a lesson. Mushroom House side. With the announcement of Xinghe's identity, the heat on the Weibo hot search side increased once again, and in the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers had once again flooded in. The number of people watching online was surprisingly close to reaching 60 million. After having breakfast, everyone did some more farm work in the morning. In the end, Huang Xiao chef opened his mouth on behalf of the Mushroom House crowd. That, after this meal, we're going to send off Xiao Ming and Shi. During these 2 days, all of us have experienced a lot together. Thank you for their arrival and their hard work. But there's no such thing as an unbroken feast, and the Mushroom House will eventually come to an end at the end of the night. No matter where we go, I hope that everyone can remember this wonderful memory. Teacher, he also stood up and walked over to Huang Xiaoche. Come on, we've had a very interesting 2 days this time around, and even though we have to part ways for the time being, I still wish Xiao Ming and Shi a safe journey. Come on, let's all take a group photo together. Yes, take a group photo. Boys in the back, girls in the front. Everyone stood there and took the picture together even though they were all very sad. The camera clicked. Everyone's expressions were fixed in the middle of the picture. Teacher, he's warm smile. Huang Xiaoche's kind expression. Pumba's naive look. Sister Zifeng's innocent cuteness. Teacher Huang's thick eyebrows and big eyes. Lu Shi's reluctance to give up. Also, Zhang Tian Ai and Tan Song Yun's spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. One cute and the other sexy and beautiful, as well as the warmth and geniality of Xinghe holding Qingqing. At this moment, no matter how those outside flurry of disturbances, at the very least, in the midst of the yearning life, everyone was happy and blissful in their hearts. Despite their reluctance, Instructor Huang and Lu Shi left. Only this time when they left, they did not have as much psychological pressure, which the audience could understand. After all, before, Xinghe was the status of a weakling. In the eyes of the public, choosing to leave at this time was undoubtedly a traitorous act of betrayal. But after Xinghe's identity as a rich man was revealed, everyone felt that it didn't really matter. Even if sect leader Huang and Lu Shi stayed, they wouldn't be able to do much. It was a game between the two big companies, Bite Flying Dance and Penguin, so what use could their two little artists be? Not everyone is as grounded as Xinghe. He went to see them off. Soon, he returned to the Mushroom House. Tan Song Yun was actually about to leave, but she relied on not leaving, saying that she would wait another day. Unable to help, Xinghe could only agree. Moreover, at this time, Tan Song Yun's agency that had announced that they were terminating her contract had actually contacted her again, hoping to re-sign her. This matter, Xinghe also had to talk to her. The camera at this time was turned off. Song Yun, are you planning to go back? Xinghe asked Tan Song Yun. No way. Tan Song Yun shook her head and said, since I've cancelled my contract, I have no intention of going back. Although they treated me well in the past, this time, they are too chilling. She truly didn't expect that under the pressure of the penguins, her own agency wouldn't even hesitate to give herself up directly. Also good. Xinghe nodded. Didn't you say before that you were planning to open a studio? Let me look at it this way. I'll invest money in you and you'll open it. How about it? Tan Song Yun was dumbfounded. There was such an operation? After Xinghe finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Tianai again. Tianai, I've already sent someone to finish the negotiations on your company's side, and your contract is declared over. If you also want to open a studio, I can also invest. Me? Zhang Tianai was stunned, then nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, I'll open it. But that liquidated damages, even if it's something I borrowed from you, Star God. I'll definitely return it to you when I've saved up enough money to open a studio. Obviously, with a somewhat stubborn personality, she did not want to owe Su Xinghe this favor. No problem. Deduct it from your share. Su Xinghe said indifferently. Although he didn't care about the money and could have just said to waive it, the problem that would make Zhang Tianai feel as if he was giving her a handout. Su Xinghe did not want to hurt his fans. At this time, his phone rang. Glancing at the number, Su Xinghe stood up and walked aside. Boss Ma, what can I teach you? Su Xinghe asked with a smile. Xinghe, I feel that there might be some misunderstanding between us. A voice rang out on the other side of the phone. Sincerely, he said to Su Xinghe, Boss Ma, I think you've misunderstood. Su Xinghe, however, interrupted the other party and said, Between us, there is no misunderstanding. What do you want before you can release process army? The person on the other side of the phone sighed helplessly and said to Su Xinghe. He, however, knew Su Xinghe too well. If he really pushed this guy, he would be able to do anything. Chapter 126 Su Xinghe's Little Secret. Give me face. Let him go. The person on the other side of the phone once again said to Su Xinghe. Tell you what, I'm only targeting Penguin Entertainment, not the entire company. After a moment of silence, Su Xinghe slowly said, Good. The man painfully nodded his head and agreed. Putting down the phone, Su Xinghe skimmed his mouth and sneered in his heart. People. Sure enough, they are shameless animals. Previously, when Chung Jun let slip that he wanted to block himself, this person did not call over. When he exposed his relationship with Jitterbug, he immediately called. To put it bluntly, isn't he waiting to see what cards he has? People who do business really have dirty hearts. Who is it? Mr. He walked over and asked strangely. Nothing. An old acquaintance. Calling to ask about recent events. Su Xinghe smiled and said to teacher He, What do you think? How about I invest and let Song Yoon and Tion AI and the girls open their own studio? Teacher He was stunned, then nodded. I think it's fine with your connections. At least they don't lack resources. If there's a chance, they might be able to soar. This was the truth. Nowadays, in this entertainment circle for artists, resources were the most important. This resource included resources for movies and TV dramas, resources for advertising endorsements, and even resources for publicity. To use an analogy, Pang Pang and Zifeng, why did their agency prefer to offend Penguin and support them in supporting Su Xinghe? That was because they were clear that the wayward life was the most important resource for Zifeng and Pang Pang. They were incapable of finding better resources and connections for Pang Pang and Zifeng. If they lost their fixture in life toward, did they expect Penguin to give them resources? As for Zhang Tianai and Tan Song Yoon with Su Xinghe around, then they did not lack resources. So this studio, naturally, did not have to worry about closing down. You too. Do you hear me? You need to act well in the future. Su Xinghe smiled and said to Zhang Tianai and Tan Song Yoon. The two naturally nodded their heads repeatedly. They also knew that this was Su Xinghe helping himself. The four people were talking there. Su Xinghe's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he didn't avoid anyone and picked it up. Director Chun, what's the situation? Penguin Picture Side gave me a notice. If they use your script and Tan Song Yoon, they are not going to invest in this movie. Brother Qingqing opened the door and said, Hee, how interesting. Su Xinghe sneered. He knew that Chung Jun would definitely mess things up behind his back. But what he did not expect was that this guy's tactics were so boring. To actually think of threatening Brother Qingqing. What do you have in mind? Brother Qingqing over there said, If they withdraw their investment, I can get investment from somewhere else. But the actress you recommended, I don't think it's too suitable. I'm going to use another actor. It's fine. Su Xinghe smiled and said, I'll sell you the copyright, you just don't need the investment from Penguin. I reckon that with the female lead position left, there should be quite a few people willing to invest in you, right? Brother Qingqing was stunned, not quite understanding what Su Xinghe meant. Su Xinghe, however, did not intend to tell him the specifics, just saying that he would arrange for someone to contact him, and hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, Su Xinghe sent a few messages out. Then, he lifted his head to look at Tan Song Yoon. You won't be able to shoot Brother Qingqing's movie, but would you like to act in a comedy movie? Female lead. Tan Song Yoon was at a loss. Su Xinghe looked at Zhang Tianai again. Why don't you have a cameo role as well? Play a female badass, haha. These two were confused and no longer knew what to say. What in the world was going on here? Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders and explained to them, finally saying, Chun Kai's side is looking for a new investor and wants to take the female lead in exchange. I'm not going to invest in it either. Instead of spending that money to promote his son, it's better for us to invest in the movie ourselves. Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Tianai were dumbfounded. What Su Xinghe meant by this was that he was planning to write a script himself, invest in Tan Song-yoon, and let her play the female lead. I had the script before. Seeing their expressions, Su Xinghe smiled and said, the main lack of actors. I'll contact an old friend later. Teacher He and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Su Xinghe was trying to fight Penguin's side to the end. Should we let Shake Shack's side invest? Teacher He had a sudden thought and suggested to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe looked at him with some surprise. Teacher He, we can earn the money ourselves. Why do we share it with Jitterbug? Teacher He froze. Was Su Xinghe so confident that that script of his could be a big seller? I estimate that this movie will almost make over $1 billion at the box office. Su Xinghe said indifferently, Song-yoon, you act well, although the main part is not on you, but the role is just as colorful if you play it well. What's the name of the movie? At this time, Huang Xiaoche came over and asked with a smile, what do you think about me playing the male lead? You? Su Xinghe took a look at his big belly and shook his head. You can't do it, Mr. Huang, you're a bit old. Little Chef Huang deeply felt Su Xinghe's contempt. This guy even looked down on himself. But he lowered his head and looked at his stomach, but sighed helplessly. When one reaches middle age, it is not possible to defy old age. If it were 20 years ago, this guy, Su Xinghe, would have to beg himself to give him a slot. Haha. No more fooling around. Su Xinghe said, Mr. Huang, this is a comedy movie. You're not suitable. I'm going to find Shentang to act. Shentang. Huang was stunned. You know him well? Azure's Shentang was a famous comedian. When a Charlotte's Trouble, with an investment of $30 million froze and raked in $500 million at the box office, becoming the box office dark horse of that year. After that, he made several popular comedy movies, and now he is just like a domestic super-tier comedy king. But the problem was, how could someone that big of a movie star work with a third-tier actress like Tan Song-yoon? It's not bad. Su Xinghe smiled and said, I know, Uncle Shentang likes to eat our family's peaches. He eats a lot every time. Qingqing suddenly raised her hand and said, he said, if brother doesn't write a script for him, he'll eat all the peaches in our house. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Su Xinghe. What's going on here? Su Xinghe laughed, touched his nose, shrugged his shoulders, and with an innocent face said, the script of Charlotte's Trouble. I actually wrote it. The crowd was once again shocked. This guy, just how many secret identities does he have? Chapter 127, The Richest Tomato. Su Xinghe was naturally not bragging. The number of years he and Shentang had known each other was not short. At that time, that guy was still struggling to act in plays. He said it with a relaxed face, but Pang Pang and the others were filled with shock. Big brother Su, you said, that Charlotte's Trouble was a script written by you? Pang Pang grew his mouth and looked at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded. Yes, I'm very good at writing comedies. Don't you have a script in your hands? What he was talking about was the script that he had given to Peng Peng earlier. It was prepared for him to star with Xifeng after the program was filmed. But this is too metaphysical. Peng Peng was truly a bit incredulous. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Everyone was shocked. Su Xinghe had promoted Shentang? This guy, just how many secrets does he have? Thinking about this, everyone's eyes looked towards Qingqing. This girl, it seemed, was the best breakthrough. Qingqing. Teacher He had just opened his mouth, and before he had time to speak, Su Xinghe had already picked up the little girl and turned around. What a joke. It's not like we can let our family Qingqing spend more time with these bad guys. Looking at their backs, Huang Xiao Chef and Teacher He looked at each other. They finally understood why Su Xinghe had always been full of energy and had absolutely no worries about being blocked by Penguin. The secrets in this fellow's body were simply too many. Whenever he lifted a bottom card, he was always able to bring surprises. It was just unknown what kind of identity he would come up with next time. The reason why he was so sure that Su Xinghe had other hidden identities was because of his reaction just now. Chef Huang and Teacher He were old men. A normal person faced with that situation just now would definitely be surprised and dismayed. Or rather, it was possible to feel that this girl Qingqing had punked herself again. But Xinghe did not have that kind of expression on his face at all. He was just helpless, and even a bit thankful. Obviously, Xinghe had other secrets. After carrying the little girl upstairs, Xinghe educated her a bit and told her to keep her mouth shut. He began to make phone calls. Since he was going to deal with what was coming next, there was definitely a need to make some careful arrangements. As for that script, he had already redeemed it from the system side a long time ago and had been quietly placed in his computer. After accompanying Qingqing to play for a while and coaxing the little girl to sleep, Xinghe left Davy and Tianlong behind and went downstairs. When he came downstairs, he realized that the original program team over there discussed with Huang Xiaoqie and the others whether it was possible to open up the live broadcast. Just broadcast it. Xinghe smiled and said, "Anyway, the live broadcast is a daily routine. It's not the content of the program." Saying this, he said to teacher He, "Should the program have enough for 4 or 5 installments now?" 4 installments. Teacher He said, "The meaning on the station side is that it's 2 installments per week. And when the guests come, it's live on TV and the internet at the same time. Otherwise, let's just go live on a daily basis, broadcasting a burst every day." "It can be." Xinghe nodded. "I called Shantang. He will come over this week for the program recording." After a pause, he then said to teacher He, "Ask the director's side, the previous guests. If there are any who are willing to come, we welcome them. But if they don't want to come, I'll be responsible for finding them." Teacher He hurriedly agreed. Turning around, he went to the director to discuss this matter. Soon after, the side of the program team said that there was no problem. They weren't stupid. Xinghe's heat nowadays was there. Everyone was in it together. The guests he personally invited, needless to say, their status must be extraordinary. At that time, if there was casually a movie star or a queen or something, or a Spielberg of the same level, then Aspiring Life could be about to have a ratings explosion. The live broadcast room opened again. What met the viewer's eyes was the group from Mushroom House sitting there, and Xinghe was handing out something to them. "This script, I've already contacted a domestic comedian this weekend. He will be starring in our program at that time. You guys will need to have an interview to see if you can star in one of the roles." Xinghe spoke eloquently. An interview? The expressions on the faces of several people were wonderful. Huang Xiaoqie was even laughing so hard that he couldn't bring himself to laugh. "No. Xinghe, do I still need to audition?" Xinghe glanced at Chef Huang and nodded. "Mr. Huang, with your age and your stomach, you need an interview." Huang Xiaoqie was speechless. The audience was also amused by this statement. "Ha ha ha. Goddamn stomach still needs an interview. Xinghe, you're too venomous, poor Mr. Huang. He still needs to be mocked when he's tens of years old. Ha ha ha. It's not easy when one reaches middle age. Xinghe, you'll get old too. It's not easy when one reaches 40. Soak goji berries in a thermos cup." After Xinghe finished spitting at Huang Xiaojie, then he said to Zifeng and Peng Peng, "Your roles are just cameos. Don't worry too much about it." With that, he said to Tan Songyun, "By the way, Songyun, your favorite male singer? Who is it?" "You," Tan Songyun said subconsciously. "Right." Xinghe slapped his forehead. He himself was a pig. Asking her this question was simply stupid to the extreme. The crowd all burst into laughter. Tan Songyun herself also laughed. There was no way. She was Xinghe's hardcore fan. "All right then, I'll show up." Xinghe nodded and said. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing him say it so formally, then realized that Xinghe didn't seem to be joking. He was actually planning to make a movie. "Big Brother Su, what about that role of Sister Song Yun's before?" Zifeng asked curiously. "Director Chen called me and felt that Song Yun's image wasn't too suitable for that role. People would rather not have me invest in it, but also want to cast a female lead in their hearts, so I had to agree to it." Xinghe explained with a smile. Although everyone knew in their hearts what was going on, this face still had to be given to Brother Chen Kai to stay. It was better to settle an injustice than to tie it up, and the person had not offended himself. Xinghe also did not intend to make an enemy. "By the way, this script, how come it doesn't have a name?" Teacher He looked at it for half a day and said to Xinghe. Xinghe shrugged. "There is, you guys look at the end." Everyone flipped over to the script, and as a result they really did see the last 5 words. The Richest Man in West Rainbow City. Chapter 128. Qingqing comes. Soon, the news that Xinghe was going to make a movie called The Richest Man in West Rainbow City spread through the audience of the live broadcast and spread all over the internet. Then, someone on the side of the General Administration of Motion Pictures really did check the filing of this script. Of course, the content of the script onlookers have no way of knowing. It was only known that it was a comedy movie, and the lead actor would be a well-known domestic comedian. And this person will participate in the next installment of The Wayward Life. As soon as the news came out, the internet was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing, who exactly was this person? Even on Penguin's side, it was a bit strange what kind of medicine was Xinghe selling in this gourd. Could it be that he was prepared to go to full-scale war with Penguin? Fighting with Penguin? Does he have the strength? Even if he was a shareholder of Byte Flying, he was not the chairman of Byte Flying after all. As long as one wasn't a fool, they knew what kind of company Penguin was. Even if Xinghe is rich in front of Penguin, this behemoth, he is still very small. Could it be? Will a miracle happen? Just at this time, another shocking piece of news was revealed. The Jitterbug platform and Xiangnan TV officially reached a strategic partnership, and in the future, viewers will be able to see the 4th season of Aspiring Life on Mango TV and the Jitterbug live streaming platform together. And Huang Xiaochef, He Jiong, Zifeng, and Peng Peng will follow Xinghe and join Shake Voice. After this news came out, the entertainment circle was shaken. Some people said that this was Xinghe utilizing his status as a shareholder to return these people who helped him, while some said that Xinghe was clearly trying to expand the influence of Jitterbug and make Penguin's side burnt out. It's just that everyone didn't expect that Xiangnan TV's side would agree. After all, this was tantamount to Xiangnan TV choosing to side with Byte Flying Dance's side and go against Penguin. Could it be that they didn't care about Penguin and their subsidiaries' hundreds of millions of dollars in annual sponsorship fees? The online debate made the attention of The Wayward Life higher and higher, but surprisingly, the program group closed the live broadcasting room. For 3 days in a row, The Wayward Live Room was not on air. And just on Friday, the official microblogging of Xiang officially announced that there will be a simulcast today. Early in the morning in Manhwa village, the air was fresh, and occasionally there were a few barks coming from the dogs. On the flower road, a car stopped. A few figures appeared in the viewer's line of sight. 2 people, a man and a woman, both wearing masks. "This place is beautiful." The woman was the first to speak. "Yeah, I like it here." The man nodded, then looked at the woman. "Ms. Yu, give me the case. I'll carry it for you. It's quite heavy." "It's fine, I can do it myself." The woman wanted to refuse. "Don't. I'll do it, it's quite a long way." The man was also not polite, and reached out his hand to take the suitcase. While walking, he said, "I grew up watching your plays. When I was in school, you were the goddess of our hearts." "Really? I also especially like your comedies," the woman said. And in the live broadcast room, the audience had already started to speculate. Who are these 2 people? The woman's surname is Yu. Why do I think it sounds like Yu Fei Hong? Can't be. Doesn't she dislike participating in variety shows? Very similar, really. The male voice is familiar. It seems like Qingqing. Can't be. Qingqing is a movie star. Would he get into this mess at this time? Look, comedian, movie star. Doesn't this match up? It makes so much sense upstairs. Netizens are smart. Or rather, they were good at finding the truth amongst the clues. Fortunately, the program group didn't make them wait too long. The subtitle team gave the answer decisively. As expected, the guests of this installment were clearly none other than actor Yu Fei Hong and actor Qingqing. The 2 people walked towards the location of the mushroom house. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the place, Qingqing made a mistake. "Mr. Yu, let's both not go over there first," Qingqing suddenly said. "Ha!" Yu Fei Hong's expression was subtle. She was entrusted to come here today, but what was Qingqing doing? "Is this appropriate?" Yu Fei Hong said. "It's fine. I'll take you to a good place. I've been here several times." Qingqing's words made the audience in the live broadcast instantly determine that he was the comedian friend that Xinghe was talking about. However, what was this guy going to do? On this side of the mushroom house, as soon as Qingqing and the others got off the bus, someone saw them. But when they were about to arrive at the place, they realized that these 2 people were actually carrying suitcases and running towards the orchard. What does this mean? The viewers in the live broadcast room were confused. After watching a variety show for so long, it's the first time I've seen such a guest. This live broadcast effect was too good. Huang Xiaojie and the others looked at each other, looking at Su Xinghe. Your friend? Huang Xiaoqie asked with a smile. Su Xinghe's head shook like a rattle. No, I'm not familiar with him. That bastard, Shen Tang, must be thinking about the fruits in his own orchard. Every time he came, he ate and took it with him, as if he was a bandit entering a village. Only, this time one must properly clean him up once. Thinking of this, Su Xinghe looked towards Tan Songyun and Zhang Tianai. You two, perform well in a while, and make sure to get teacher Shen Tang's approval. Okay? The two were baffled, but still hastily nodded their heads in agreement. Su Xinghe smiled faintly, revealing a gorgeous smile. At that time, letting Shen Tang work for himself was too comfortable. Chapter 129. Since ancient times, sets have gained popularity. In fact, Shen Tang's behavior had made the audience in the live broadcast room smile with joy. The previous variety show, the group was tired of watching it. Now that this guy Shen Tang was not following the norm, it was interesting instead. Haha, this is definitely a familiar face. That's right. Shen Tang definitely didn't look at Xiang a lot before. This guy Shen Tang, he is clearly running for food. Making careless friends, making careless friends. Goddess Fei Hong is so beautiful. Can't tell how old she is at all. No, she can look more comfortable than those traffic flowers. The audience in the live broadcast room was very emotional, and many people even felt that this installment of the program was even more anticipated. Soon, the Mushroom House group found Shen Tang with Yu Fei Hong inside the orchard. The latter was looking at Shen Tang picking fruits to eat there with an embarrassed face. This guy was smart enough to take a pack of wet wipes, and every time he knew to wipe it clean before eating it. No, brother Tang, do you have to? Every time you have to come and steal a little bit of food first, Su Xinghe helplessly said to Shen Tang. Shen Tang turned around at his words and hurriedly swallowed the fruit in his own mouth, then stretched out his arms to Su Xinghe. Aya, Xinghe, my good brother, it's really been a long time. Su Xinghe rolled his eyes, no longer having anything to say to this fellow. For so many years, he was just like this. Hello, Mr. Yu. Letting Shen Tang go and exchange pleasantries with Huang Xiaojie and the others, Su Xinghe arrived in front of Yu Fei Hong and greeted her. Hello. Yu Fei Hong smiled at Su Xinghe. Her attitude was amiable, which made Su Xinghe a little surprised. But the next scene something that made him even more surprised happened. After Yu Fei Hong finished greeting Huang Xiaojie and the others, he actually took the initiative to ask Su Xinghe, "Where's your sister Qingqing?" Qingqing? Su Xinghe was stunned. This was the first time someone had taken the initiative to ask about Qingqing in front of him. Most of those guests who came before were running towards themselves. Like Yu Fei Hong, this was the first time. She's sleeping. Smiling, Su Xinghe explained. She'll come down in a while when she wakes up from her nap. Although it was a bit inexplicable, Su Xinghe did not think much about it. Everyone quickly returned to the mushroom house. First, there were some introductions and then the luggage was put away. Several young people were sent out by teacher He to pick fruits and vegetables, and in order to keep it mysterious, according to the program's arrangement, whatever they wanted to eat this time was ordered on an ad hoc basis. In the pavilion, only Su Xinghe, Huang Xiaojie and teacher He remained, plus Yu Fei Hong and Shen Tang. The two of us, we must not have seen each other for 2 years, right? Shen Tang looked at Su Xinghe and asked. Almost. Su Xinghe nodded and said. Yu Fei Hong did not expect, in fact, teacher He and the others did not expect that Su Xinghe and Shen Tang were so familiar. Shen Tang, how long have you known Xinghe? Huang Xiaoqie asked. About 12 or 13 years. Shen Tang thought for a moment before answering. When he first started out, he always went to see our Happy Little Twists drama performances, and we became familiar with each other over time. Later he became a singer, and we would occasionally get together. Then the guy wrote a script and let us shoot it, so he became more and more familiar with it. The crowd then realized that after all the fuss, Su Xinghe and Shen Tang were really familiar with each other. Right, Xinghe, you asked me to come and said you had something to show me. What is it? Shen Tang asked to Su Xinghe strangely. Su Xinghe smiled and handed Shen Tang the script of The Richest Man in West Rainbow City. This script is what I prepared for Tan Songyun and Zhang Tianai, brother Tang. Take a look for me. Su Xinghe deliberately said. Ah, okay. Shen Tang didn't think much about it and honestly took the script and read it. A moment later, his expression changed. The script. It was simply too good. Xinghe sat up straight and looked at Su Xinghe. Xinghe? Who exactly did you write the script for? It's Tan Song Yoon and Zhang Tian AI. Su Xinghe smiled. They are both my fans, and I felt that I should do something for my fans. Qingqing laughed. Xinghe, do you know what I do? You're an actor. Su Xinghe replied faintly. Is there more? Qingqing did not intend to be so good-natured. Comedian? Famous movie star? Su Xinghe helplessly turned to Qingqing and said, Brother Teng, what exactly do you want to do? That, I can be the director, I can be the lead actor. Do you want to consider letting me play the male lead in this The Richest Man in West Rainbow City? Qingqing looked at Su Xinghe with a series of prayers. I'm actually very hesitant. After all, Brother Teng, didn't you say that before? Su Xinghe glanced at Qingqing and hummed. You are a big shot, a movie star. Originally looking to call you here and give you a script, but as a result now I think it's better to forget about it. Brat, do you think making a movie is that easy? Qingqing instantly changed his face and instantly switched labels. Brother, my good brother, how can you not value your talent here? What kind of big shot am I? Compared to you, I'm simply just a firefly. You're the sun that's high above. No kidding. Qingqing's auspicious words in his mouth. One sentence after another. There would be no pause at all. And seeing this scene, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room had already burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. Yeah. This Qingqing. How can he be so funny? That's not it. It's not out of place at all. Yeah. This guy gives off an air of trustworthiness. Of course, Su Xinghe didn't know those. He just took a deep look at Qingqing and didn't actually say anything. But soon, Qingqing understood what he meant. A moment later, this fellow looked towards Su Xinghe with a sincere expression. Xinghe, just give your brother a hand. To be honest, even without Su Xinghe's admonition, his desire for good scripts was unimaginable. Previously, he had made quite a few movies that were actually the kind of commercial movies that a family could go and watch while hugging popcorn. The box office was naturally high, but Qingqing had always felt that the movie didn't have enough character depth. Although he was now known as Mr. 10 billion box office, in fact, Qingqing knew that he was panicking. So, after receiving Su Xinghe's phone call, he directly left the crew that he had closed for a month of filming. This is not a place to stay, there is a place to stay. Chapter 130. Film directors are crazy too. Teacher Shin, do you trust Xinghe that much? Looking at Qingqing's performance, Yu Feihong was somewhat surprised. She really hadn't seen that Su Xinghe was so talented that he could make a $10 billion box office movie star like Qingqing rush to him. Sister Feihong, you really shouldn't not believe it. Huang Xiaojie was a bit more familiar with Yu Feihong and explained to her with a smile. I can probably understand Qingqing's mentality. Not to mention him, if it were me, I would be the same right now. Saying this, he mentioned a few of Su Xinghe's previous movie works that he had written to Feihong. Li Mi's Conjecture, Schindler's List, Wandering Earth, and The Wolf. Just hearing the names of these movies, Yu Feihong was shocked. Xinghe, all of these, you wrote them? Yu Feihong looked at Su Xinghe. Yes. Su Xinghe smiled and nodded. I prefer writing. Yu Feihong was speechless. The viewers in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, spat out. He, pretending to be 13 again, pretending to be a BOI again. Love of writing? You have the ability to make up all the eunuch books. Yes, you eunuch-in-chief who often breaks the shift. Shameless. How could there be such a brazen person in this world? There's no way this guy breaks his shifts and eunuchs, yet here he is blabbering about his love for writing. Those bookworms were itching to run to Manhwa village and point a gun at Su Xinghe to get him to update faster. Seriously, when I first started, I didn't expect that this guy's script writing was that good. Qingqing said seriously. But then I realized after shooting The Trouble with Charlotte, that this guy really has talent in this area. He really appreciated Su Xinghe's talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so. Moreover, he also liked the subject matter of this, The Richest Man in West Rainbow City. Qingqing, as a person, still had a great talent for comedy and very much wanted to make a career in the field of comedy. This script, you like it a lot? Su Xinghe looked at Qingqing and said, Yes, say it. What conditions do you need to agree to let me shoot? Qingqing nodded honestly. In this matter, he felt that there was no need for him to hide. Su Xinghe smiled. You can be the director, and you can be the male lead, but one thing, Brother Teng, the female lead has to be Song Yoon. This? Qingqing was a little hesitant. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Su Xinghe, but it was because Tan Song-yoon didn't have much to show for her work before. One had to know that a traffic star in most people's eyes meant no acting skills and only relying on a face. Although Tan Song-yoon was a fan of Xinghe, she was also a flow star. If it was a drama, this kind of problem might not matter, but for a movie, a flow starlet with no acting skills and no box office appeal would not be able to hold up the box office no matter what. Look at the script carefully. Xinghe shrugged. Qingqing was stunned, nodded, and read it again. A moment later, he raised his head. No problem, I promise. He carefully looked at this movie. The female lead's role was actually not too heavy, and for the most part, it didn't require any complicated emotional scenes. Not to mention, Tan Song-yoon could handle the female lead's part as long as she had above-par acting skills. Don't worry. When the time comes, we, the program team of Aspiring Life, will all go to make guest appearances. Xinghe smiled and continued to say to Qingqing, Brother Tang, I'm being merciful. Qingqing rolled his eyes and was already too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He sat there by himself and lowered his head to read the script. In a short while, he was immersed in the plot, and from time to time, he even let out a burst of laughter. Next to him, Yu Fei-hong had a strange look on his face. How well this script had to be written to be able to make Qingqing like it like this. And at this time, the news that Xinghe's new drama script was booked by Qingqing had already spread across the internet. Within the first hour, it was airborne one of the hot searches. Along with the two Xinghe and Qingqing finalizing their collaboration, it even triggered the live broadcast. Chung Jun, who had previously released a statement about blocking Xinghe, had undoubtedly become the absolute center of attention. Reporters quickly blocked Chung Jun, who had just been received by the chairman from Penguin headquarters, and surrounded him. Questions about Xinghe's cooperation with Qingqing slammed down. Shocking waves. This was the real shockwave. Mr. Chung, do you think Xinghe is now considered to be in a blocked state? What do you have to say about Jitterbug shelving, Xinghe's music, and the number of downloads surpassing 80 million? Do you think that your judgment regarding Xinghe is correct? Do you think that your decision-making, was there a mistake in principle? The musical talent of The Return of the King, the golden screenwriter full of talent, do you think it's something you can block? Question after question, like hailstones, smashed into Chung Jun's face. The reporters were not as polite and gentle as when they were facing Xinghe. They were like vultures that had captured a carcass, and they brainlessly surrounded Chung Jun's side and started tearing at him regardless. And Chung Jun, as the prey, instantly became the target of all. Chung Jun already had a bellyful of anger before, but he had been controlling himself with reason. But now, along with the aggressiveness of the reporters, Chung Jun finally lost control. He stared angrily, like a wounded beast, and roared madly. Those eyes had become blood red. It seemed that with just a little more stimulation, he would completely explode. Get out, all of you. Mr. Chung, you mean, let Xinghe get out of the entertainment industry? Are you pig-brained? Did you just come out of a dirty cesspool? I'm telling you all to get lost. Get out now. Mr. Chung, you're insulting journalists. You're obstructing the freedom of the press. Self-imposed freedom, you bunch of idiots, you bunch of shameless fools. You just know how to cause trouble for me. All of you, get out. Chung Jun's anger finally erupted. Unpleasant expletives one after another. The stifled grievances that had been suppressed by Xinghe before finally erupted at this moment. His sanity seemed to have disappeared. Amidst the frothing of his mouth, he completely just said whatever came to his mind. There was no logic at all. Everyone did not expect that such a thing would happen. Chapter 131, Heavenly King's Arrival. Xinghe knew the news of Chung Jun's fury. It was already almost noon. A group of young people picked fruits and vegetables and came back. Xinghe cooked with Huang Xiaochef and showed his hand to Qingqing and Yu Fei-hong. Qingqing was okay. He had long known about Xinghe's cooking skills. Yu Fei-hong, who saw Xinghe cooking for the first time, was really surprised. And at this time, Qingqing woke up from her nap and came downstairs. Brother, I'm hungry. The little girl slept a little late last night, and after waking up, she was also too lazy to move and stayed in bed until the cooking started below, before coming downstairs. Just as soon as she came downstairs, she noticed Yu Fei-hong. Then, under the gaze of the crowd who were not surprised, Qingqing trotted all the way to Yu Fei-hong. Pretty sister, can you be my brother's girlfriend? Yu Fei-hong, who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, was a bit confused. What was the meaning of this? Teacher Yu, You don't need to pay attention to her. Human child. This girl is messing with you. Su Xinghe hurriedly explained to Fei Hong. To be honest, although belonging to a part of the Beijing circle, Yu Fei Hong was different from Feng De Gang and the others. This one had an extremely good reputation and usually had very little negative news. She belonged to the kind of intellectual woman who was outwardly and inwardly strong, and was very opinionated. While chatting earlier, where the camera could not see, Yu Fei Hong also said that she was entrusted by several bigwigs in the Beijing circle to apologize and make peace with Su Xinghe. The reason, naturally, was the previous Feng De Gang incident. Su Xinghe also generously stated that this matter was not against the entire Beijing circle, but only against Feng De Gang personally. Of course, Yu Fei Hong understood what he meant, and it looked like the previous "I'm really not a bad woman" drama that was withdrawn by the theaters under the banner of Wanda Pictures really had something to do with Su Xinghe. Pretty women are smart. This point was most fully reflected in Yu Fei Hong. In fact, she didn't need to say anything. Su Xinghe also understood her intentions. The gang from the Beijing circle were not little cuties. Other than that, if Su Xinghe did not have the identity of one of the founders of Bite Flying Dance, they would not come to apologize even if they were dead. Definitely they would still be waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. But since people were seriously rich, this matter then could not continue. After all, in this circle, artists were never the part that held the power of speech. The reason why Chang Jun dared to put out the word to block Su Xinghe was because he was Penguin's senior vice president, while Su Xinghe was just a small over-the-top artist. To put it bluntly, if Su Xinghe didn't have that many cards and was just an ordinary entertainer, then he really only had one way out of the entertainment industry to go. In turn, why was Su Xinghe not afraid of Chang Jun's so-called blocking? In the final analysis, it was because he knew that he wasn't just a singer who had retired for 10 years, but he was also one of the people who stood at the top of this world. Those who were pawns would never have the capital to resist in front of those who played chess. Su Xinghe, on the other hand, had long ago, without realizing it, become a chess player and was still one of the group with the highest level. You are Qingqing. Yu Fei Hong lowered her head and gently looked at Qingqing. However, you can't call me sister. You should call me auntie. I'm already very old. She was indeed not young. She was already in her early 40s. Really? Qingqing looked at Yu Fei Hong suspiciously. But you don't look like that at all. Brother said that a lying child's nose will grow longer. You can't lie to me, ooh. Yu Fei Hong let out a giggle and laughed. This child is really cute. Really? I'm about the same age as your Uncle Huang. Yu Fei Hong rubbed Qingqing's head and said, "Then let's get reacquainted." Qingqing thought about it and solemnly stood there and said to Yu Fei Hong, "Hello, Annie. My name is Su Qingqing. I'm 5 years old this year. Hello. My surname is Yu. You can just call me Auntie Yu." Yu Fei Hong's eyes were complicated as she looked at Qingqing and softly said. At this moment, she thought of a lot. Su Xinghe glanced at Yu Fei Hong somewhat strangely. He always felt that Yu Fei Hong's emotions were somewhat strange when facing Qingqing. But thinking about the fact that the other party had been celibate and unmarried, it was understandable. Soon, lunch was ready. Everyone sat in the gazebo and ate while chatting. Of course, most of the time it was Shinteng quizzing Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Tian AI about acting. After all, among these people, Su Xinghe, not to mention Sensei Huang Xiaochef or Mr. He, were all old men, and a cameo role would definitely be no problem. As for Peng Peng and Zifeng, there was even less to say. These two are the best actors among the young generation. Especially Zifeng's sister. She was even called the top of the 4 little flower girls of the post-000 generation. Fortunately, the performance of Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Tian AI, who had previously been remediated and taught by Su Xinghe, was not bad and finally satisfied Shinteng. Of course, this is only a preliminary interview. The specifics would have to wait for the audition after the movie started shooting to be known. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who watched them eat, were naturally in a rather depressing mood. The program, The Wayward Life, was extremely unfriendly to the audience when it came to eating. This was something that everyone had already reached a consensus on. After eating, teacher he took the initiative to take on the job of washing the dishes, leading a few young people there to clean up. Shinteng quickly opened his mouth to go out for a stroll. "I see you want to go fruit picking, right?" Su Xinghe looked at him helplessly and said, "You see, the one who knows me is Xinghe." Shinteng smiled faintly. "Let's go. There's nothing to do idly, right? Let's go for a stroll." The crowd guffawed. Everyone was about to go out, but it turned out that a car unexpectedly stopped not far away. Then a figure came down from the car. "Who is it?" The guests on the mushroom house side were all confused. I don't know. Xinghe was also confused. He had only invited Shen Ting over, and Yu Feihong had taken the initiative to contact the program side on his own. Teacher Huang, do you know? Teacher He, do you know? Soon, everyone looked at Teacher He and Chef Huang again. Unexpectedly, the two of them also shook their heads with a blank expression. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more confused. If this person was arranged by the program group, then who the hell was it? Such a big name was arranged to appear at the end. Moreover, looking at that look on his walk, it was obvious that he was the type of person who often had people in front and behind him. Just like that, that figure walked all the way. The moment he appeared at the entrance of the mushroom house, everyone froze. Heavenly King Lu. It's not true. Really, what did I see? Mom, come out and see God. The live broadcast room completely messed up. Chapter 132. Who the hell are you? The man with the surname Lu, and who was called the Heavenly King. All of China Systemia. Of course, there is only one. The four Heavenly Kings. Lu Dahua. You can say that his face is not as good as King Lai, his dancing is not as good as King Quoc, and his singing is not as good as Gajong. You can even say that his acting skills have been blown away by the same five tigers originated from the same movie star, Mr. Liang. But you have to admit, among these people, Andy Lau is the most diligent and hardworking one. His decades of hard work have made him the most accomplished of the four Heavenly Kings. The moment he took off his sunglasses, everyone was shocked. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Who do I see? My God. It's even Heavenly King Lu. My mom just wanted to watch a soap opera, but she saw Heavenly King Lu and didn't let me take the remote control? Haha. Our family too. I was watching it by myself, but now my mom and sister-in-law are watching it with me. I remember it seems like Heavenly King Lu hasn't participated in a variety show on the mainland, right? Seems like it. What's going on here? Where did the Mango channel side get that much face? For these people in the live broadcast room, being able to see Heavenly King Lu appearing in the fourth season of The Wayward Life was simply an unexpected delight. As he grew older as a veteran entertainer, Heavenly King Lu almost rarely showed up anymore. Not to mention participating in variety shows. No wonder everyone was so shocked. On the Mushroom House side, everyone was dumbfounded. Including Pang Pang and Zifeng's generation, the impression of Heavenly King Lu was slightly worse. But for Tan Song Yoon and Zhang Tian AI, Heavenly King Lu was definitely an indelible memory from their childhood. Even for Teacher He and Huang Xiaochef, when these people debuted, it happened to be the time when Lu Tianwang was the most popular. Heavenly King Lu. My God, Lu Dahua. Oops, it's really him. Hello. A group of people rushed over together. Shintang was especially excited to shake hands with Heavenly King Lu. Hello. Heavenly King Lu's Mandarin was very standard. He was a representative of Hong Kong island artists who were more inclined towards the mainland, and his relationship with the mainland side was also very good. Huang Xiaojie did have a previous relationship with him. After some pleasantries, Xinghe, who had never moved, walked up to Heavenly King Lu. Uncle Hua, hello again. Xinghe stretched out his hands and embraced Heavenly King Lu. Everyone froze once again. Uncle Hua? Xinghe actually knew Heavenly King Lu. One must know that the two of them were a full 30 years apart. Xinghe, you guys know each other? Huang Xiaoche asked in surprise. Yes. Xinghe was in Hong Kong Island back then, and wrote quite a few songs for me, but then he quit the entertainment industry, so I stopped singing. Heavenly King Lu said with a smile. These people from the Mushroom House were confused. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Xinghe had even gone over to Hong Kong Island to make a breakthrough in the first place? Seriously, it's not a joke, right? Hihi. What do you mean, would Heavenly King Lu lie? Why wouldn't he? Wasn't his hidden marriage a lie in the first place? Bull. If you're a star, and you've reached his level, try daring to tell everyone about your wife and child. This kind of program, how can you talk nonsense? Star God is awesome. Surprisingly, he wrote a song for Heavenly King Lu. I'm curious what song Star God wrote. The doubts of the audience were also the doubts of these people from Mushroom House. Everyone looked at Xinghe and Heavenly King Lu with strange gazes. At this time, even Shintang did not mention the matter of going for a walk in the orchard. What a joke! Is there anything more appealing than this gossip? Let's go in and talk. Su Xinghe naturally could see that everyone was curious about his relationship with Heavenly King Lu. Although he didn't know how this one suddenly appeared, but since he was here, it was always necessary to invite him in and sit down. Tens of millions of viewers were watching, and if there were any live broadcast accidents here, he would be disgraced. The group walked into the mushroom house. This place is so beautiful. Just after walking in, Heavenly King Lu lamented. Yeah. Chef Huang nodded. Brother Hua, you're here today, so it's a good time to try me and Xinghe's handiwork. Good wow. A smile appeared on Heavenly King Lu's face as he said, I haven't tasted Xinghe's cooking for many years either, so I'll leave tomorrow morning just so I can taste your cooking. Between the words, the crowd had understood. Heavenly King Lu had come this time to specifically stand up for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe was also greatly moved in his heart. Everyone sat down inside the pavilion, and a few young men, led by Mr. He, cut the fruits in the refrigerator for everyone and brought them up. Brother Hua, what songs did Xinghe write for you? After sitting down, Yu Feihong asked with interest. She was 10 years younger than Heavenly King Lu, so calling it that was no problem at all. Many ah. Seeing that Su Xinghe had no intention of stopping himself, Heavenly King Lu casually replied, Forgetful water, icy rain, 17 years old. It's not a sin for a man to cry, all written by him. Hiss. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was completely unexpected that Su Xinghe had actually done something like this. They all knew that he was very good at writing songs and had caused a frenzy on the internet back then. But no one had expected that he had even written for Heavenly King Lu. Moreover, almost every song was a classic with a high degree of popularity. Just when everyone thought that things ended here, Heavenly King Lu suddenly said another sentence that left them dumbfounded. Xinghe is very powerful. Back in the day, he wrote songs for me, for Xueyo, and for Ethan and the others as well. Many people in the mushroom house and the live broadcast room cursed out a domestic foul language almost simultaneously. Chapter 133. The Great Savior of Hong Kong Island's Entertainment Industry. Su Xinghe had actually been to Hong Kong Island for development, and this fellow had actually written songs for those few singers who were the best on Hong Kong Island. This guy, Su Xinghe, just how many songs has he written? Yeah, actually even the god of song has sung his songs. But I haven't seen his name before. Wait, this dog thief wouldn't be using a pen name, right? It's possible, it's definitely possible. This bastard Su Xinghe likes to use a pen name when writing novels, and the same goes for writing scripts, then writing songs. The eyes of the masses were bright. Although Su Xinghe tried to hide it as much as possible, everyone still reacted through Heavenly King Lu's words that he must have used the vest again to write songs. Otherwise, it was impossible to not have his name in the Hong Kong Island entertainment circle after so many years. Mushroom House. After listening to Heavenly King Lu's words, Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe and asked in surprise, Xinghe, you also wrote songs for the god of song? Seeing this, Su Xinghe smiled, but admitted it very baldly. At that time, Brother Xueyo was preparing to release an album, so I happened to help him write just a few songs. Really just a few songs. I'm actually not very prolific in writing songs. I need inspiration. Accompanying Su Xinghe's words, everyone suddenly had the feeling of wanting to punch someone. This guy, really isn't he pretending? Say, which songs did you write for Brother Xueyo? Teacher, he asked with some curiosity. 1,000 Reasons to be Sad, Love Net, If This Is Not Love, and Legend of the Hungry Wolf. Su Xinghe crackled out a whole bunch of songs. The expressions of the crowd immediately became odd. The reason was simple. It was because what Su Xinghe was talking about was clearly the very album that was the hottest-selling album of the god of Hakuho songs back then. At that time, that album set a historical record for record sales on Hong Kong Island. Even Xueyo himself did not expect that achievement. In later interviews, he blamed the success of the album several times on the songs themselves. In his own words, he was just in the right opportunity and met the right music for him. At that time, the mysterious songwriter was still a curiosity to everyone, because he never had any other works, and when he asked the record production company, the other party was also very secretive. It was not until today that everyone realized. That was actually Su Xinghe's vest. And after hearing Su Xinghe's answer, the audience in the live broadcast room had all been speechless. I have an urge now, really. I want to go check out what are all those songs that have exploded in popularity over the years, and then the lyricist has no name, and I suspect that all of them have something to do with this guy, Su Xinghe. Hee hee. It's impossible. There's nothing impossible. I even think that he's definitely not just writing songs for people in Hong Kong Island. After chatting for a while under Su Xinghe's leadership, Heavenly King Lu visited the orchard and sea of flowers over here. The environment here is really good, Heavenly King Lu lamented. Su Xinghe nodded, and at this time, only Huang Xiaojie and Mr. He, as well as Xintang, were left beside them. The remaining group of young people went to the other side. Brother Hua, it's been hard on you coming all this way, little Chef Huang said from the bottom of his heart. Although he did not know how deep Su Xinghe's relationship with Heavenly King Lu was, it was indeed really touching that the other party had rushed over so painstakingly. Heavenly King Lu laughed and waved his hand. I don't need to say this about my feelings with Xinghe. Saying that, he glanced at Su Xinghe and said casually, back then, if I didn't have him, I might have gone bankrupt. Hey! Hearing these words, Su Xinghe knew that something bad was going to happen, but it was too late to stop Heavenly King Lu. It was finished. With a bad cry in his heart, Su Xinghe turned around and wanted to leave. But unfortunately, the two people, Teacher He and Xintang, directly stopped in front of him. Don't go, Xinghe. Xintang looked at Su Xinghe with a smile on his face and said, yes, Xinghe. Listen to Brother Hua for a few words. I'm also curious. Teacher He looked at Su Xinghe with a smile and said, obviously, Heavenly King Lu should have just unintentionally exposed a certain little secret of Su Xinghe that he did not intend to let everyone know. Otherwise, Su Xinghe should not have reacted this way. The live broadcast room was all laughing by this time. Su Xinghe was really too pitiful. Every friend who came would accidentally expose some of his secrets. What made people even more speechless was that he had gone to great lengths to try to hide it, and often because of a small detail it would be exposed. Su Xinghe, I'm too difficult. Haha. Xinghe, did I say something I shouldn't have? Heavenly King Lu also realized the problem from amongst the reactions of several people and asked Su Xinghe. What could Su Xinghe say? People had come all the way from Hong Kong Island to cheer for himself, so even if he said something secret, it wouldn't hurt. Besides, it didn't matter what he had done in Hong Kong Island in the first place, if Heavenly King Lu knew about it. Sooner or later it was going to be exposed anyway, so if he said it now, he might be able to add a wave of heat to the program and himself. Thinking of this, Su Xinghe said to Heavenly King Lu, Uncle Hua, go ahead. It's okay. Looking at his lifeless look, Huang Xiaojie and the others all laughed. The audience in the live broadcast room was also curious as to how Su Xinghe had helped Heavenly King Lu avoid bankruptcy in the first place. Back then, I opened my own movie company, and as a result, apart from the first movie making money, the rest all lost money. In less than 3 years, it lost tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Heavenly King Lu said indifferently, at that time, if it wasn't for Xinghe writing scripts for me and helping me turn around, I'm afraid I would have declared bankruptcy. Writing scripts? Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Xinghe in surprise. Xinghe, you even wrote a script when you went to Hong Kong Island? Xintang was even more shocked. Yes. Don't tell me that you wrote Infernal Affairs. When Teacher He heard Heavenly King Lu mention what happened back then, he started to take his cell phone and search online. A few moments later, he then searched and found a piece of news about how back then, when Heavenly King Lu opened his company and lost money, and as a result, right on the eve of declaring bankruptcy, he actually made a movie called Infernal Affairs, which exploded at the box office and made a comeback from the dead. According to King Lu Tianwang, the play he turned around was a script written by Su Xinghe. Wouldn't that mean that Su Xinghe was the pioneer who started the undercover double-mode movie? At this moment, everyone could not remain calm, and in the live broadcast room and even online this news quickly fermented. Soon, Su Xinghe directly topped the Weibo hot search. Chapter 134 The God of Songs wants a date with Su Xinghe, the gold medal producer who created the highest-selling record in Hong Kong Island history, the gold medal screenwriter who wrote the movie Infernal Affairs that saved Hong Kong films from decline. Everyone didn't expect it. Heavenly King Lu would expose such fierce news after arriving at life toward you. When these two identities of Su Xinghe were revealed, everyone was nonplussed. The Weibo real-time hot search was once again dominated by Life Toward. Lu Dahua participates in Life Toward. Su Xinghe, gold medal producer. Su Xinghe's movie work, Infernal Affairs. These are the top 3 real-time hot searches on Weibo today. Of the remaining top 20 hot searches, at least 10 of them had something to do with aspiring life as well as Su Xinghe. On the shivering voice side, after realizing that Heavenly King Lu had appeared, he decisively opened the live broadcast in advance. According to the plan, they had originally planned to start the synchronized live broadcast again for the next episode. But now that they saw this situation, Huang Xinghe simply couldn't control it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The man, Heavenly King Lu, said that he would leave tomorrow morning. Ghost knows what kind of guest is coming next week. In case the curiosity is not as good as Lu Tianwang, will he not lose an opportunity to attract traffic? Not to mention, with the Jitterbug platform putting forward the slogan of live broadcasting, aspiring life, the attention of the platform has increased steeply. It is said that the name of a person is the shadow of a tree. What these 3 words of Heavenly King Lu represent is at the very least the youth of 2 generations. It was actually quite normal to have such an effect. Xinghe, you fellow, you actually have so many secrets. Teacher, he looked at Su Xinghe and shook his head helplessly. If it wasn't for Brother Hua coming, we wouldn't have known that you actually did so many things in Hong Kong Island in the past. I thought you all guessed it. Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. How could we possibly guess? Huang Xiaoche was a little surprised. He didn't think that anyone could guess that Su Xinghe had been to Hong Kong Island and had done so many great things. Su Xinghe smiled. Wu Jing, didn't that guy say when he came here before that he rented my house when he was on Hong Kong Island? Everyone was stunned. Heavenly King Lu and Xintang and Yu Feihong didn't understand what was going on. But as the parties who had heard what Wu Jing had said before with their own ears, Huang Xiaochef and Mr. He were dumbfounded. When they heard what Wu Jing said at the time, none of them thought too much about it. It was also thought that the 2 were sharing a room. But now, it seemed as if it could really hold true according to that explanation of Su Xinghe's words. But the audience in the live broadcast room quit. This guy, Su Xinghe, was clearly playing word games and stealing concepts. Star God, can you be a human being? Don't be like this. Please be kind, Star God, we have to be decent people. Big Su, you continue to fool Mr. He and Mr. Huang. Poor teacher Huang. It's always been him who has snubbed others. But he ended up being snubbed by Su Xinghe this time. Too pitiful. Same heartache. It's all because Su Xinghe is too cunning and too good at hiding himself. That's right, that's right. Inside the live broadcast room, a flood of people were mocking Su Xinghe, who let this guy hide so many secrets, yet he was always exposed by those around him. Perhaps this was the fate of the legend. It had to be said that this installment of The Wayward Life really had a lot of explosive points. This was something that even the program side did not expect. First, it was Xintang who exposed his relationship with Su Xinghe and expressed his willingness to star in Su Xinghe's new movie. Immediately after that, it was the arrival of the decades-famous Heavenly King Lu. He even exposed what Su Xinghe did in Hong Kong Island back then. Soon, someone contacted Brother Hak Yao, who was having a concert in Yongqing. Brother Hak Yao, congratulations. Today you helped the police arrest 3 more wanted criminals. The reporter asked Brother Shueo with a smile. You're welcome. Basic operation. Basic operation. Brother Song God was all smiles. He was well aware of this stunt himself and was already familiar with the reporter's banter. Big Brother Shueo, did you know that just now, Heavenly King Lu exposed in the middle of the program Life Towards that Su Xinghe was the gold medal producer who wrote the song 1000 Reasons for Sadness for You back then? May I ask if this is true? Soon after, a young reporter asked the god of song, who was preparing to leave. When Brother Shueo heard these words, his footsteps, which were originally intended to leave, suddenly stalled. Turning around, he looked at the reporter. Star River Boy admitted it? The god of song asked. Yes, Su Xinghe admitted it. That reporter nodded. Then what are you still asking me for? Brother Hakyao nodded and said, that guy threw a bunch of song scores at me back then and took the money to go drinking by himself. Really, he didn't look for me to join him after all these years. Tell him to wait for me to settle the score with him. After saying that, he turned around and left, not giving the reporter a chance to continue speaking at all. Leaving a large number of face-to-face reporters there, you look at me, I look at you, half a day no one said anything. What is this situation? After a long time, a newcomer whispered. Did the god of song just admit it? Seems like it. Su Xinghe is actually really that mysterious producer. My God, how many things does that guy know? These reporters quickly passed the news back to their respective newspapers. Soon, there were video interviews of the god of song on Weibo. Even more so, some people specifically circled Su Xinghe. The news of Song God's appointment with Su Xinghe directly hit the hot search. Very quickly, Mushroom House's side got the news. Su Xinghe cried and laughed as he looked at the cell phone Pang Pang handed to him with a helpless face. Haha, you're finished. Shueo is a very capable drinker. Heavenly King Lu was there gloating and laughing. Rolling his eyes, Su Xinghe didn't even know what to say. But seriously, I heard that you wrote another script? Heavenly King Lu remembered something and asked Su Xinghe, and hearing his words, Qingqing suddenly brightened up. Looking towards Su Xinghe, he said to him, "What do you think about Hua playing second uncle?" Su Xinghe was stunned and did not expect it. But after careful consideration, he didn't say. This matter, it was somewhat feasible. Chapter 135, Another Heavenly King Arrives? The script of The Richest Man in West Rainbow City. Qingqing was very fond of it. He had a premonition that perhaps he might be able to rely on this play to completely seal his godhood on the stage of the Weijin sub-comedians. So, from now on, he dug in his heels thinking about how to make the movie more gimmicky. And the appearance of Heavenly King Lu really made Qingqing see hope. Su Xinghe rubbed his chin and nodded. That's fine. No problem with makeup. At his age, Heavenly King Lu would be able to act as an elderly person. What are you two up to? Seeing these two guys studying there, Heavenly King Lu looked confused and a little strange. Su Xinghe smiled and asked Qingqing to get the script, explaining to him, "There's a script. I just wrote it out. A comedy movie? It's quite funny. Do you want to make a cameo?" Heavenly King Lu was stunned. He really didn't expect that Su Xinghe and Qingqing had actually hit on his own idea. He, as a person, had always been very righteous. Sometimes he would take on bad movies just because he had friendships with people and was in the way. However, now that he was older, he had pretty much returned the favor, so in the last few years, he had been a lot more cautious about filming. At this time, when he heard Su Xinghe's words, he was really quite surprised. Very quickly, Qingqing brought over the script. The Richest Man in West Rainbow City? Receiving the script, Heavenly King Lu read it in front of everyone. A moment later, he laughed. Haha. This script, it's quite interesting. After reading a little more than half of it, Heavenly King Lu raised his head and asked Su Xinghe, "You wrote it?" "Aha." Su Xinghe nodded. "How about a cameo?" Saying this, he pointed at Qingqing. "He's the director and lead actor. I'm the screenwriter and one of the investors, and the female lead is Song Yoon. All of us will make cameos in it." "You?" Heavenly King Lu was stunned and looked at Su Xinghe in surprise as he asked, "You're going to make a cameo?" "Yes." Su Xinghe smiled and nodded. "The female lead said that her favorite star is me, so of course I'm going to make a cameo." Sky King Lu smiled. "In that case, then I'll agree. However, can I specify a role?" "Of course." Before Su Xinghe could speak, Qingqing on the side had already nodded his head in a hurry. "You can play whatever you want, even if I, the main character, let you play it." The crowd was speechless. Even the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. "Brother Tung, where's your modesty?" Su Xinghe, however, shook his head. "Mr. Jean or Second Master? Uncle Hua, you choose." There weren't too many roles within this drama. Heavenly King Lu's age was there. No matter how much makeup he wore, there was no way he could play the role of the main character, Wang Duoyu, and his image wasn't suitable either. "Then it's Mr. Jean." Heavenly King Lu pondered for a moment and didn't mind, smiling at Su Xinghe. The crowd looked at them in surprise. To be honest, an ordinary person would not dare to treat Heavenly King Lu like this. You invited someone to make a cameo, they just wanted to pick a role, and you actually demanded so much. TSK. This Su Xinghe is really bullish. But what everyone didn't understand even more was that Heavenly King Lu actually agreed. What is this situation? The relationship between these two, was it not too good? But on second thought, it was possible. According to Heavenly King Lu's words, all the movies he had made before had flopped at the box office, and it looked like his company was about to go bankrupt. But it was Su Xinghe who saved his movie company with an Infernal Affairs movie, turning his company into a profit. The next few movies made money again. Since this was the case, it was normal for Su Xinghe to invite him for a cameo. "That's great." Qingqing smiled happily. He was genuinely excited. Heavenly King Lu's appeal was still very powerful, and this would be beneficial for the movie's promotion. Plus the group of people from the Mushroom House and Su Xinghe's own fans. Although it had yet to be filmed, in Qingqing's heart, the box office expectations for this movie had already come out. "That's good." Su Xinghe also smiled and said to Qingqing, "Brother Teng, I remember that you seem to have a movie and television company, right?" Since Xinghe had become famous, he had opened his own company at Xinghe's suggestion, mainly investing in some small-budget comedies and such. Well, I'll arrange for someone to start preparing. Xinghe also knew the principle of the speed of war, and immediately began to call and make arrangements. Soon, he arranged everything. Since Heavenly King Lu had come, then Xinghe definitely had to show his hand and cook a few specialty dishes. The two of them, he and Chef Huang, tied on their aprons and just started preparing the evening's food. The program team side didn't have the brainwave to put up any obstacles. The ingredients that were needed said that they did not need Heavenly King Lu to complete the task. Just wait for Xinghe to complete it tomorrow. Xinghe had the intention to object, but ended up being strongly suppressed. People have said, "People, Lu Tianwang is your good friend, forgetful friend, who will pay if you don't?" In response, Xinghe said that the small book in his heart has already been written down for this group of people. Because it is an open kitchen, so they cook, everyone can see a group of people idle there to taste. Even a handful of Age of the Heavenly Kings also ran there to point up. Xinghe said helplessly, "If you guys keep talking more, Mr. Huang and I will go on strike." The crowd shut up and smiled as they watched the two of them busy themselves. Time passed by minute by minute. Soon came to evening. The mushroom house in the evening was undoubtedly extremely beautiful. The stars were shining brightly, and the moon was hanging high. Occasionally, a few fireflies flew by, flashing a little bright light. Under such a scenery, everyone was sitting together, preparing to savor a delicious dish. This dish is very fragrant. This one is also quite good. Looking at the wide array of dishes in front of them, the crowd sighed. And just at this time, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Wow, wow! This flavor, ouch, not bad." The voice that spoke carried a crooked accent the moment it was heard. The crowd turned their heads and all froze, only to see a figure appear in the doorway, carrying a guitar on his back and a suitcase in his hand. The moment they saw this figure, the audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. What is this situation? What's going on? Today is Mushroom House, a meeting of the Heavenly Kings, and even another one has come. Chapter 136. Xinghe is also a Heavenly King? Agu. Not bad. Oh. The man who appeared in the middle of the camera with these words. Naturally, it was the music Heavenly King Zhoudong. Why are you here? Xinghe was really not expecting that outside of Heavenly King Lu, Dongzhou had also come to the mushroom house. If he and Heavenly King Lu were oblivious to each other, then he was definitely sympathetic with Dongzhou. Back then, when he had not yet retired, the few people who were able to communicate with him musically and not fall behind included Zhoudong. And at that time, the two had even expressed their appreciation for each other's musical talent across the air. Later, when Xinghe went to the Hong Kong island side, he also specialized in meeting with Zhoudong privately, and the two people got along quite happily. Xinghe disappeared this decade. Every time Zhoudong held a concert, he would sing his songs, which was also a kind of memorial. "I'm having a concert in Kuan City. I heard that you were over here, so I came over." Having a shoulder-bumping hug with Xinghe, Zhoudong smiled and said to Heavenly King Lu, "Hello again, Brother Hua." Heavenly King Lu smiled and nodded. "Can't you not take advantage of him?" As he spoke, he pointed at Xinghe. The crowd was stunned. Then they all laughed. Not to mention, it was really like that. Zhoudong was in his early 40s this year, and it was normal to call 60-year-old Lu Tianwang a Hua. But don't forget, Xinghe called Lu Tianwang an uncle. This instantly, Zhoudong's seniority went up. "That's right, you, this person, that's the only thing that's bad." Xinghe pointed at Zhoudong and said, "Always thinking of taking advantage." Zhoudong shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. "Is there? I'm just telling the truth." The pop-up screen had gone crazy with laughter. There was no way. The interaction between these two Heavenly Kings and Xinghe made people want to laugh just by looking at them. But everyone could also see that Xinghe's relationship with them was really good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this kind of joke. Too amusing. First time seeing such a Heavenly King Lu. Yeah, Zhoudong also rarely has such funny moments. He's basically mute. Could it be because he's relaxing with his friends? It's possible, I think so. Haha. If Zhoudong and Xinghe can work together. On this side of the mushroom house, Xinghe said to Dongzhou, "You came all the way here just to take advantage of me, didn't you? You people, don't talk nonsense. Familiar is familiar. I'll sue you for slander just the same." Zhoudong, however, said with a smile, Before you retreated, I couldn't find you even though. Now, isn't it necessary to fulfill what you promised before? Hearing his words, Xinghe was stunned. He remembered that when he went to Hong Kong Island, Zhou Dong had once said that he must collaborate with himself on a song when he had the chance. It's possible. Xinghe thought about it and said to Dong Zhou, how about I write the lyrics and you compose the music? Half each. Zhou Dong thought about it and proposed a more difficult way of collaboration. Although Xinghe's proposal was good, it did not highlight the level of the two people. Zhou Dong's that was a real test of standards. After all, everyone was composing lyrics and music. If your part was not as good as others or not worthy of their standards, it was really a disgrace. Okay, I want to see it too. Heavenly King Lu was also interested. As for the others, there was even less to say. Being able to see Xinghe and Zhou Dong, two people known for their creative abilities, working together was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. As for those viewers of the live broadcast, the pop-ups had long gone crazy. There were even people who had already run to Weibo and started sending out messages, calling out to their friends. Even on the Sheikh side, the number of downloads of Xinghe's song amazingly climbed once again. By the way, what's the content of the writing? Xinghe and Zhou Dong both hesitated. I'll decide. Heavenly King Lu was the referee at this time, and after thinking about it, he said to Xinghe and Dong Zhou. The two naturally did not have any opinions. Heavenly King Lu had been popular in the entertainment circle for so many years, and both his seniority and strength showed that he was qualified to be this referee. Moreover, this was a live broadcast. It wasn't like the viewers were little cuties. Most people were still able to tell whether a song was good or bad. After contemplating for a while, suddenly a robin's call came from not far away. With a slight movement in his heart, Heavenly King Lu opened his mouth and said, I just heard a robin's call and smelled the fragrance of rice flowers. Since this is the case, then this song of you two will be called Fragrance of Rice. Let's begin. Hearing these words, Xinghe instantly blushed bitterly. Finished. This song, one had not saved it before. In other words, Xinghe needed to exchange the full version of the tune from the system side. How embarrassing. System. Redeeming the complete version of The Fragrance of Rice. Redemption complete. Host needs to complete the task of embracing 5 members of the opposite sex within 1 minute in order to complete this transaction. Xinghe sat there, listening to the task given by the system. In the middle of his mind, the whole person was bad. Standing up, Xinghe went back into the room, took out a piece of paper and pen, and took out a blank song sheet, handing it to Zhou Dong. Write the lyrics first. Good. Zhou Dong nodded, took the pen and paper, sat down and began to meditate. Xinghe, on the other hand, did not sit down right away, but began to wander around. Coming to Zifeng. Zifeng. Come on, give me a hug and cheer me up, Xinghe said. Good. Zifeng didn't think much and hugged Xinghe. Then it was Yu Feihong. Teacher you also give a hug. Good. Yu Feihong was a bit strange, but still nodded and hugged Xinghe. Me too. Tan Songyun and Zhang Tianai smiled and opened their mouths to say together. Xinghe was naturally beaming with joy and walked over to hug his 2 beautiful fans separately. And me. At this time, Qingqing, that little girl, bounced and came in front of Xinghe. Brother, Qingqing also wants to cheer you up. Good. Thank you to our Qingqing. Xinghe squatted down and hugged Qingqing and smiled. Qingqing is the best. Ding. Host completes the task of hugging 5 people of the opposite sex, rewarded with the song Rice Fragrance. The next moment, a large string of melody and lyrics appeared in the center of his brain. Xinghe, on the other hand, stepped back in front of the table, picked up a pen and paper, and began to write. While writing, he also studied with the 2 Zhou Dong. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the 2 people. All were dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a heavenly king? Composing lyrics and music on the spot, and it's still a collaboration between 2 people. It's too awesome. Wait, why are we putting Xinghe inside the Heavenly King category? Chapter 137 Questioning. A long time ago, when Xinghe first debuted, even though his songs were popular. However, his fans were of a lower age group and his works were popular online. The vast majority of mainstream musicians did not recognize Xinghe. Otherwise, when he had appeared amongst the yearning before and brought up the matter of the concert, there wouldn't have been so many people from the mainstream music circle who had come out to spray him. Even just 2 days ago, when Xinghe's musical works were completely taken down, These people jumped out to point fingers at him. In the final analysis, it was because they thought Su Xinghe's works could not be called mainstream works. But this time, with the appearance of Heavenly King Lu, coupled with the appearance of Zhou Dong, everyone suddenly realized. Turned out that Su Xinghe was connected to the mainstream music circle long ago, especially with the revelation of Heavenly King Lu and the God of Song. It was even more so that everyone realized that Su Xinghe was the kind of singer who was good at both singing and doing. He could write songs and his own singing skills were above par. There weren't many people like that nowadays. Working with Zhou Dong without any fear, even very easy. This in itself is either Su Xinghe's arrogance, or he has absolute confidence in himself. After all, this was a live program, not a private gathering of friends. Soon Su Xinghe and Zhou Dong both stopped. Finished writing? Peng Peng asked with some surprise. Seems like it. Zhang Tianai nodded from the side. Going inside? Su Xinghe stood up, holding the sheet music to Zhou Dong. Good. Zhou Dong nodded, and the two stood up, ignoring the others, and just walked straight in. This? Teacher, he was dumbfounded. What is this situation? On the contrary, it was the two people, Huang Xiaochef and Lu Tianwang, who were calm. What's wrong with them? Yu Feihong asked in confusion. Xintang also stood up, still thinking of following in to take a look. He didn't mean anything else, he was purely worried about the two people. No need. Heavenly King Lu shook his head and waved his hand. They are in the midst of creation right now. This is normal. Huang Xiaoche also nodded. This is called being as if no one else is around. When they finish writing the tune, I guess it will be normal. After saying that, he and Heavenly King Lu both looked at each other and smiled. Sure enough, they were all old geezers. Haha. It's true that you still have to be an insider to understand. Interdependence is like a mountain. At a glance, Xintang and the others don't understand. Yes, thanks to Mr. Huang and Heavenly King Lu. Otherwise, it would be bad if they disturbed Star God and Zhou Dong's creation. I feel like this is definitely a classic song. The audience said whatever they wanted, but there was a consensus that the song that Su Xinghe and Zhou Dong had co-written would definitely become a classic. After all, this was a collision of inspiration between two of the most powerful creators in the Chinese music industry today. Time passed by minute. Even these people sitting in the gazebo and chatting were actually distracted, with their eyes focused on the inside of the house. Not to mention the viewers in the live broadcast room. Even so, even some of the program's staff members, who didn't have anything to do, were also surrounding the distance. There was no way this fact was just too rare. Su Xinghe, a talented man who had retired for 10 years, collaborating with the Heavenly King Zhou Dong. Just thinking about it made people excited. Finally, Su Xinghe's voice rang out. All come in. When the crowd heard this, they all became energized. All stood up in a rush and walked into the room. The staff of the program also surrounded the door. The director opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't stop it. After all, even he himself, in fact, in his heart is also very curious. Su Xinghe and Zhou Dong in this proposition essay of Heavenly King Lu, what kind of results can come up with. In the room, Su Xinghe sat there holding a guitar. Zhou Dong was sitting in front of the piano. It looked like the two had discussed it. You guys finished writing? Teacher, he asked in surprise. Aha! Su Xinghe smiled and said, please enjoy the fragrance of rice. The next moment, the guitar sounded. There were only a few notes, but in that instant, it seemed to bring everyone into the tranquil countryside. To this world, if you have too many complaints, if you fall down, you dare not move on. Why? People have to be so weak and fallen. That moment, the audience in the live broadcast room or the guests and staff at the Mushroom House site as well. They were all shocked. No one had expected that just a few lines of lyrics and melody would be so good. I'm convinced. Really, Star God, this singing, these lyrics, this melody. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to listen to the song, and I told her that I took an arrow in my knee. I really should let those so-called singing and dancing rap singers hear what it means to sing. Mushroom House side. Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun had already been too excited to speak. Being able to see Su Xinghe's live performance with their own eyes was simply an incomparably happy event for them. The fans. This is too good, Zifeng muttered. When she debuted, Su Xinghe had already retired. Therefore, what was known about Su Xinghe was more on the internet. It wasn't clear why he had so much magic power that could make people like him for more than 10 years. Especially after seeing Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun, who even went so far as to be snowed under and terminated for him. Zifeng had even more trouble imagining it. His music, what kind of magic power did it have? But this moment, Zifeng finally understood. It was just like what the outside media said. If Xinghe didn't quit the entertainment industry, then he might really be the next heavenly king singer in the Chinese music industry. This song was the proof. And at this time, Zhou Dong's voice sounded. Accompanying it was a melodious piano melody. Please turn on the TV and take a look. How many people are trying to be brave for life? Shouldn't we be contented? Cherish everything even if you don't have it. Remember you said home is the only castle. Keep running with the river of rice. Smile slightly. The dream of childhood I know. At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast room, accompanied by Xinghe's song with Zhou Dong, seemed to have returned to their carefree childhood days. Perhaps this was the true charm of music. It made everyone who heard it empathize with it. Chapter 138, shocking the entire internet. Awesome. Xinghe is awesome. Zhou Dong is awesome. It really is a divine combination. Is there a more powerful combination than them? Haha. If these two were to re-emerge, the current idols would probably cry. Hehe. Don't say it's true. Xinghe's face plus Zhou Dong's talent. Tisk. Upstairs. Xinghe is also someone who relies on his talent to eat. Thanks. Sorry, nothing else. Accompanied by Xinghe's song with Zhou Dong, the entire audience in the live broadcast room were in a state of excitement. And the news of the two people working together. It even directly became the hottest topic on Weibo and even the entire internet. Everyone was discussing this matter. Jitterbug's side was even more bullish, directly releasing the edited video of Xinghe and Zhou Dong's two people working together. And, in the shortest possible time, it was pushed on the platform. The result of doing so is that this video, in just 1 hour's time, the likes exceeded 10 million. The number of times it was retweeted also reached 3 million. In the comment section, there were all voices of praise. Make an album, really? How about Zhou Dong and Xinghe forming a band? I think it's fine. Yes, yes, yes. If the two of them release an album, I'll definitely buy it. Honestly, if these two people put out an album, will there be any other people in the entertainment industry left to live? I'm serious, after watching their performance, I think, I can't watch the current idols anymore. It had to be said that the popularity of Xinghe and Zhou Dong was just too high. The two of them teaming up was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. By themselves, they both had a large number of fans, and they were all the kind of old fans who had followed them since they were teenagers. These people might have been students back then and had little spending power, but 10 years had passed. The once green youngsters had all stepped into society and become young people in their prime, working class. These people undoubtedly have the ability to consume. Therefore, they prefer to brush Jane and watch some short videos. And now, Xinghe's collaboration with Zhou Dong made these fans of theirs happy. They left messages online, hoping that the song would be made into a digital single and released as soon as possible. And on the Mushroom House side, after the song was finished, Xinghe and Zhou Dong both took a break. Everyone sat in the gazebo, enjoying the beautiful night scenery and chatting, not to mention how cozy it was. As for the matter of people proposing for the two of them to form a group and debut, Xinghe and Zhou Dong were non-committal. After all, they are both talented people, occasionally playing can be. It really wouldn't be much fun if they really formed a band. I would prefer to have the opportunity to beat him head-on. Zhou Dong faced the camera's lens, facing the audience inside the live broadcast room that was now up to tens of millions, and said frankly, all along, I've treated him as my opponent who is also my enemy and friend. Glancing at Xinghe, Zhou Dong slowly said, if there is anyone else who can defeat me, I feel that perhaps it is him. Obviously, he really thought very highly of Xinghe. You guy, why are you talking so scary? Xinghe helplessly said to him. I'm telling the truth. Zhou Dong was quite straightforward and shrugged his shoulders. By the way, for my concert in August, do you want to come over? He was inviting Xinghe to be the guest of honor at his concert. No problem. Xinghe thought about it. By that time, Life Toward should have already ended its broadcast and he would have a lot of time to do what he wanted to do. By the way, this single, you two, have you thought about what to do? At this time, from inside the headset, Huang Xiaojie got a hint from the director and asked Xinghe and Zhou Dong. The two looked at each other and shook their heads together. Haven't thought about it. Don't know. The crowd guffawed, and with this look, they were really a bit budding. especially those female viewers who were watching the live broadcast. They loved it. They just loved to see this look of Xinghe. The news that the director's side got, the edited version of this video is on fire in both Shake and Weibo platforms. The program team's intention is to ask if you guys want to publish a digital single. Huang Xiaoche asked Xinghe and Zhou Dong. After all, it was a live rendition version, which was not quite the same as the recorded one after all. I don't care, look at him. Zhou Dong waved his hand and pointed at Xinghe. Xinghe opened his mouth and just wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered a report he had read in the afternoon. What's wrong? Seeing that Xinghe did not speak, the others were a little strange. Zhou Dong also looked at Xinghe in puzzlement. No one would think that Xinghe couldn't spare any profits from digital singles or anything like that, not to mention his status as a byte-flying dance shareholder. Xinghe's character alone was not the type of person who was small-minded enough to see money in the eyes of the beholder. I was thinking that he and I, in fact, could do something good with this song. Xinghe smiled and said to the crowd. Everyone looked at him in surprise. He heard Xinghe continue. I saw a news story on the internet before, saying that during this recent period, many healthcare workers were working especially hard. I was thinking, is it possible to make the song Rice Fragrance into a digital single for release, and use the profits from the release to help those healthcare workers in need? How about that? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Zhou Dong was also a bit surprised, but still nodded. Yes, I have no opinion. Big brother Su, you are so thoughtful. Zifeng appreciated Xinghe from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, you are my idol. Zhang Tianai was also filled with admiration. As for the viewers in the live broadcast room, they were also appreciative at this time. It's really great. Very responsible Xinghe. I realized that Star God's 3 views are really super positive, and he doesn't have that kind of profit-oriented feeling at all. That's right, he always thinks about helping others. It's only people like this who can truly succeed, right? Those young artists. Learn from them. When this single comes out, I'll definitely download it and I'll support those white angels. Me too. Support. There were people who said anything, but there was no doubt that everyone was in favor of Xinghe's decision. When one lived, one should have a kind heart after all. It was just that they didn't realize what kind of storm was triggered after the release of this single. Chapter 139. Slaughtering the list. Since the decision was made, it was natural to do it. A few people discussed it and simply entered the recording studio now. All the equipment was readily available here in Xinghe anyway. Seriously, you guy? These cost quite a bit of money. Inside Xinghe's recording studio, touching those recording equipment of Xinghe, Zhou Dong heartily lamented. The others who followed the tour were stunned. Dong Zhou, is this expensive? Peng Peng asked with some surprise. More than expensive. Zhou Dong looked at those recording equipment and said heartily, conservatively estimated, these things have to be worth more than $2 million. Moreover, a lot of them are still priced and have to be ordered. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It was completely unexpected that one of Xinghe's music studios would have such a high value. This guy, he was really a low-key tycoon. No wonder before filming, he instructed the Yearning program team that this second floor of his, do not install cameras or film. It turned out that he was afraid that someone would touch these valuable things. Qingqing is too young. When I came to this side of the hermitage, I was planning to stay for a few more years. Xinghe frankly said. So this place was decorated with a lot of thought on my part at the time. It is indeed great, Zhou Dong heartily exclaimed. The crowd all laughed. Honestly, it was indeed not easy to see Zhou Dong like this. It was because it was going to be recorded as a digital single. After everyone visited the recording studio, they retreated again. Only Xinghe and Zhou Dong were left busy inside. The rest of the people, led by Huang Xiaoche and teacher He, simply chatted and said a few words over here in the mushroom house. Continued until the end of the recording. And at this moment, the news that the two Xinghe and Zhou Dong had teamed up to produce The Fragrance of Rice had spread rapidly online. When the news came out, it immediately shook the music world. Microblogs, circles of friends, and even the Jitterbug platform all came alive. Everyone started brushing Xinghe and Zhou Dong's previous works, and then brushed the live videos of their previous collaborations. The song Rice Fragrance, even though it hadn't been officially released yet, had already become the song everyone was most looking forward to. Many people could hum parts of it. And because the lyrics were very positive, Many official media outlets had also reposted the previously released video. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the official microblog of Xiangnan TV even announced that at 12 midnight today, the digital single will be officially launched on the Shake platform, and everyone is welcome to download it. All proceeds from the income will be donated to the Hua System Asia Charity Federation to set up a White Angel Fund that specializes in helping impoverished healthcare workers. This news came out, and Su Xinghe's image once again became a positive example. Even quite a few well-known singers and artists had begun to publicize the song. After all, this was a work created jointly by Zhou Dong and Su Xinghe, and there was also an official endorsement. As for Penguin's blocking order, in the words of those artists, you have the ability to make the official news not report on this. Blocking also has to be divided into times and situations. Even Qingqing himself, after being forced into a rage by the reporters that time, decisively chose to lay off. He keenly realized that Su Xinghe was not as simple as he appeared to be. Although this fellow was a retired artist, his influence and network of connections had far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was even greater than some popular top superstars. At the very least, Qingqing hadn't heard of any artist who was able to startle Penguin's top big boss manhwa into personally stepping in to warn himself against using out-of-dishonor tactics to find trouble with Su Xinghe. This was also the reason why Qingqing had freaked out in front of the reporters at that time. He was truly shocked. One had to know that Su Xinghe was a shareholder of Byte Flying Dance, but manhwa surprisingly not only did not show the slightest bit of hostility towards him, but also clearly told himself that Penguin HQ would not provide any support to Penguin Entertainment. In other words, if he wanted to suppress and block Su Xinghe, he could only rely on Penguin Entertainment's own strength. It was this news that made Qingqing realize that wanting to deal with Su Xinghe was not that simple. As a result, a new plan was being concocted. The appearance of Heavenly King Lu and Zhou Dong made all his efforts go down the drain. What was even more frightening was that Su Xinghe had teamed up with Zhou Dong to write a song. This song, on the other hand, turned out to be very good. This is troublesome. Mr. Chang, should we secretly build up momentum? The secretary asked Qingqing. What he meant, naturally, was that he hoped to secretly trip up Su Xinghe's new song with Zhou Dong, such as buying some water armies to hack a wave or something like that. Unexpectedly, Qingqing glanced at him and glared. Is your brain squeezed by the door? Qingqing cursed a rare expletive. Can't you see what's the situation with this song right now? People are going to donate money to the officials, and the above are naming and praising Su Xinghe and Zhou Dong as socially responsible artists. You're throwing dirty water on them now, waiting to be cleaned up by the above. Qingqing snorted coldly and waved his hand. Get out! Looking at the back of the secretary leaving, Qingqing gritted his teeth. Why would he not want to go and add to Su Xinghe's problems? But the problem was this thing, he didn't dare to do it now. If it was really discovered. At that time, Boss Ma would definitely not be able to spare himself. Moreover, Qingqing could now see that Su Xinghe's advantage was his own talent, creative ability. If he wanted to beat him in this area, would undoubtedly be very difficult. So what should he do? Very simple. A roundabout strategy. A cold aura flashed through Qingqing's eyes. He knew that he needed to wait for Su Xinghe to make a mistake, to strike a blow and settle this fellow. Of course, Su Xinghe didn't know that he had already been missed. He had just finished the production of his single with the two of them now, Zhou Dong. Huang Xinqi had already called over, and at 12 o'clock at midnight, the Jade platform, as well as Watermelon Video and today's headline, would fully start promoting the song, The Fragrance of Rice. We will make this song, in the shortest possible time, the hottest word on the entire internet. Su Xinghe was quite calm about this. This was because he knew that his and Zhou Dong's fans would definitely not let him down. How about it, confident? Zhou Dong looked at Su Xinghe and asked. Hee, what do you think? Su Xinghe asked in return. What I'm considering is how long it will take us to complete the list slaughter. Zhou Dong said confidently. These people from the mushroom house were also staring at their cell phones. This was because it would soon be 12 midnight. Time passed by minute. Finally, the time arrived. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour later. Faced with the download data, everyone was confused. Chapter 140. Please open a concert. Half an hour, 50 million downloads. This result set the highest record ever for Chinese sub-music. So far, there has never been a digital single that has achieved such a result. What's dominating? What is being the best of the best? Su Xinghe used the facts to tell those who questioned him that in front of the facts, everything was false. Maybe some people said that it was with Zhou Dong's help that this achievement was achieved. But just a short while ago, Zhou Dong released a new song that had 30 million downloads on the first day it went live. Moreover, the platform where the song went online was on Shaking Voice. That was Su Xinghe's home turf. This is too fierce. I'm convinced. Really? Su Xinghe is awesome. Why are you so awesome, Star God? Is it because you're handsome? I think that if a boyfriend can't sing this song, you can break up with him. Zhou Dong plus Star God. Thanks to this being a digital single, otherwise, what's the point of this chart? On the internet, there were all sorts of discussions. But it had to be said that right now, across the entire internet, the song with the highest level of heat was undoubtedly Rice Fragrance. What was a popularity explosion? This is Mushroom House. After Su Xinghe saw the data, he glanced at Zhou Dong, and both of them all laughed. Basic operation. Very normal. The two said almost in unison. Shin Tong and the others surrounding them were all speechless. These two guys, they were really too capable of pretending to be Bowie. In fact, other than Qingqing, the rest of the people didn't sleep and all waited on this side of the gazebo. As soon as the results came out, everyone was dumbfounded. This was simply cheating. Okay, so what? Sleep. Huang Xiao Chef felt no need to pay attention to these two guys anymore. Right, let's go rest. Teacher, he also took a few youngsters away. Especially Su Xinghe's two big iron fans, Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun, as well as his sister Xifeng, who was about to become his hardcore fan. These three kids absolutely could not be left behind. Otherwise, they would be waiting to hear them demand that Su Xinghe perform live with Zhou Dong. And so on. Teacher He's footsteps stopped at once. Turning his head, Teacher He looked at Su Xinghe. Xinghe, I have an idea. What is it? Su Xinghe looked at Teacher He in puzzlement and asked. You say, what would happen if each of us recorded a video of ourselves singing The Fragrance of Rice? Su Xinghe froze. Even Zhou Dong froze. Not to mention this suggestion, it was very reliable. Originally, stars had such influence, especially those of them. This was also a means of publicity, especially when this penguin let slip that he wanted to block Su Xinghe. The greater the influence of Incense of Rice, the cleaner the so-called rumors of Su Xinghe being blocked were busted. I'll go first. At this time, Heavenly King Lu took the lead and spoke. Good. Because it was a cover song, everyone didn't need any professional equipment. They just took their cell phones and downloaded the song accompaniment. Looking at the lyrics, they could sing. After all, it was especially convenient to record the jitterbug. Soon, people were on Weibo, and suddenly discovered that Heavenly King Lu's account had released a video. Opening the video, people saw that Heavenly King Lu was singing with his unique voice. To this world, if you have too many complaints. If you fall down, you don't dare to keep going forward. Why do people have to be so weak and corrupt? Please turn on the TV and take a look. Everyone didn't expect it. At first they thought it was a parody. But at a closer look, it was clearly the not-so-logged-in microblog of Heavenly King Lu. And the background of the singing was also the location of the mushroom house of Aspiring Life. The microblog immediately exploded. Heavenly King Lu covered The Fragrance of Rice. Seriously, it's really Heavenly King. It's really him. Wait a minute. Over at Shivering Voice, Mr. He also covered it. There's also Chef Huang and Peng Peng. Sister Xifeng and Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun also posted it. Haha. Our sister Fei Hong actually sang a part as well. Laughing my ass off. Peng should stop singing in the future. He's not suitable. It feels like the Heavenly King still sings well. Just at this time, people realized that someone had actually released a new video. This time, it was Hu Gu and Wu Jing. Soon after, Xianan and Li Fulgence also posted cover videos. Obviously, these artists had waited until after the songs hit the shelves in the middle of the night to specifically record videos. By morning, more and more artists started posting their cover videos. Zhao Liang even specifically ran next to the rice paddies to film it. There were also numerous netizens who started uploading their own covers. No one had expected that. Mr. He's unintentional remark had instantly made this rice fragrance a work out of the ring. Even the videos started to be available over at Station A. This song, in a way that Su Xinghe had not expected at all, caught fire. And at this time in the mushroom house, Su Xinghe was bidding farewell to Heavenly King Lu. Thank you. Standing at the entrance of the village, Su Xinghe said seriously to Heavenly King Lu. At nearly 60 years of age, he had traveled so much just to participate in a variety show, and he had not asked for a notice fee, just to stand on stage for himself and help him record a song. Just for this favor, Xinghe had no reason not to be moved. What are you polite about? Heavenly King Lu's smile was still so warm and handsome, waving his hand to Xinghe. Back then, you said that you helped me because I was me, then I'm also telling you now that I'm helping you. Again because you are you. To be a human being, you should know how to drink water and repay kindness. Alright, you go back. Bring Qingqing to Hong Kong Island when you have the chance. I'll wait for you over there. Good. After witnessing Heavenly King Lu get into his car and leave, Xinghe then walked back. Without going far, his phone rang. It was actually Huang Jinqi. Mr. Huang, you haven't left yet? Xinghe asked with a smile. Ready to go back. Huang Jinqi said, it's like this. Our technical department found out that so many stars and ordinary people are now uploading cover versions of The Fragrance of Rice. I think it's a good opportunity for publicity. Do you want to consider opening a concert? A concert? Hearing these words, Xinghe froze. Until Huang Jinqi's side hung up, he did not utter an answer. After thinking about it, Xinghe took his cell phone and sent out a tweet. Do I want to have a concert? Along with this question of his, the Weibo server almost didn't paralyze. Chapter 141. Don't move even when you're dead. Star God tweeted. Does he want to open a concert? Of course it's open. Star God. Please, open a concert. Yes, Star God. We owe you a concert ticket. So many classic songs. I've never heard Star God's live version before. No matter where Star God has a concert, I'll definitely go see it. My wife and I were in college and met because of Star God's songs. Star God, you have a concert. I'll take my kids to see it. An hour after Xinghe's microblog was sent out, the amount of retweets quickly exceeded 1 million, and the comments were as high as $300,000. Countless fans of his fans have left comments below. Everyone had only one purpose. That was to hope that Xinghe would hold a concert. And even then, even some stars jumped out. Xinghe's group of celebrity friends naturally went without saying. Even brother Shueyo, who seldom showed up on Weibo, took the initiative to post a video of a cover of The Fragrance of Rice. And he then followed and circled Xinghe. You open a concert. I'll be your guest. The news came out. The fishing wheel was in an uproar. All knew that the god of song had always kept a low profile and used to make movies and albums, and in recent years, apart from opening concerts, you basically couldn't find his silhouette. The last time this guy appeared on top of someone else's concert was already a long time ago. And now, he actually took the initiative to request to be the guest of honor for Xinghe's concert. Let's just say that this face of Xinghe's, just how big it was. It wasn't just him. It seemed that overnight, Xinghe and Zhou Dong had more close friends in the entertainment industry. A lot of people were shooting their own cover videos of Tao Xiang and posting them on Weibo. Some of them were actually not going to post it, but there was no way other artists had posted it, and their fans were watching beautifully. Are you going to post it or not? If you don't post it, you're behind the times, and your fans will be upset. By noon, Xinghe's microblog was simply buzzing. He simply turned off his phone. But he could hide from the flurry outside. But he could not hide from the Mushroom House gang. Big brother Su, why don't you have a concert? As Xinghe's newest fan, Zifeng pitifully looked at Xinghe and asked, this Zifeng, concerts are not that easy to open. Xinghe shook his head helplessly and patiently explained to Zifeng. He could not tell Zifeng that he was actually just a bit torn and afraid of facing those fans. After all, these people had supported themselves for so many years, and they still supported themselves now. But himself. However, because of the system, he had quit the entertainment industry back then. If he really stood on top of the concert stage, to be honest, Xinghe was a little afraid to face those fans. Yet he really wanted to compensate these people who supported him and sing and perform for them. It's okay, I can help. At this time, teacher, he said behind him, Nana's husband has performed in concerts, he knows people. I can help too. Huang Xiaoche laughed from the side. There's me, there's me. Zhang Tianai and Tan Song Yun on the side also raised their hands. All right. Xinghe was incomparably moved in his heart. These people truly treated him as a family member. Otherwise, they would not treat themselves with such heart. I'll just drive. Xinghe smiled and said to everyone. At the same time, he looked towards the camera. Audience members, I've received your heartfelt wishes. Don't worry. I will definitely endeavor to have the most wonderful concert. dedicate the best songs to everyone, and create the best works. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. Heavens! The star god was finally going to open a concert. At the thought of this, those fans of Su Xinghe couldn't help but be on the verge of tears with excitement. No one could understand their feelings, liking an idol for more than a decade and a half. During this period of time, there was no news from Su Xinghe at all. They could only comfort themselves by enjoying those messages he used to release and listening to his songs. Fortunately, the effort was not enough. They finally waited. Oh my God! My husband is so excited he's crying. At least a third of the people in our company's office just now cried. Originally, I was worried about being scolded by the leaders, but I didn't realize that our boss cried the most. It's so hard. Really, watching others become more and more popular. Obviously those people are all our family star gods underdogs to come. Yeah, some people even shamelessly made some kind of music mentor. Bah! Back when the star god released songs, those guys hid faster than a rabbit. There's no tiger in the mountain. The monkey is the king. But seriously, concerts are losing money nowadays. Star God's concert? Can it be a success? Trust Star God. He'll definitely be able to. It had to be said that Su Xinghe's fans were truly cowhide. Just 10 minutes after Su Xinghe announced inside the live broadcast that he was ready to start the concert program. The news item, Su Xinghe announced the start of the concert, was unexpectedly topped as the #1 hot search. That's right, topic degree #1. Hot search #1. The entire Weibo backstage staff were dumbfounded. Because Su Xinghe's fans weren't playing any tricks like swiping votes. They were rightfully using the number of people's own click searches to send this message to the top of the hotspot. On this day, it happened to be the release of a certain Fresh Meat's new movie, which was originally intended to be booked as the #1 hit search, and a large number of water armies were bought. As a result, they realized that no matter how they rushed it, it was useless. It just couldn't compare to Su Xinghe's news. They even questioned the official, saying that Su Xinghe was brushing up the heat. As a result, People's microblogging staff bluntly stated that instead of Su Xinghe's fans brushing up the heat, they also brought a large number of new users to microblogging. This is awesome. Even Su Xinghe himself only realized this news at night. His cell phone was turned off for the entire day today, and he was leading these people from Mushroom House to do tasks. First, he accompanied Xintang and Yu Fei Hong, took Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun to the orchard to pick fruit, and then took them to collect pineapples and bananas. After a full day of busy work, except for Su Xinghe's superb physical strength, he didn't get exhausted. The few remaining people had long been screaming in agony. Even the two fans, Tan Songyun and Zhang Tianai, were now yelling straight out that they couldn't walk anymore. Boss, even if you kill me, I won't move. I'm not going anywhere. As soon as she entered the door, Tan Songyun collapsed onto the bed with a deadpan posture. Everyone laughed. Not to mention, this look of hers was really too funny. And right at this moment, Zhang Tianai's phone actually rang. Chapter 142, Braised Meat. Hello. Is this Ms. Zhang Tianai? The voice on the other side of the phone was polite. I am, and you are? Zhang Tianai asked back somewhat strangely. She had just terminated her contract with her old employer and was still a free agent today, and couldn't figure out why someone would be looking for her. It's like this. There's a web drama on our side that wants to invite you as the female lead. I wonder if Ms. Zhang is interested. The other party asked politely. Zhang Tianai answered the phone with her back to the camera. Upon hearing this news, her heartbeat suddenly sped up. This was too much of a surprise to her. Surprisingly, someone was looking for her to play the female lead. I have time, I have time. Zhang Tianai hurriedly agreed. The other party said a bit more about the time and place, and made an appointment for a specific audition before hanging up. Back to the shot. What's wrong, Tianai? Su Xinghe asked with a smile. Star God. Someone asked me to play the female lead. Zhang Tianai excitedly said to Su Xinghe. Female lead? Su Xinghe was a bit surprised, but still congratulated her. Not bad. Congratulations. After a pause, he laughed. Turn around and I'll help you find a lawyer. Look carefully when you sign the contract. After all, she was alone now without an agency in case she was cheated, it wouldn't be appropriate. Zhang Tianai hurriedly nodded her head, looking at Su Xinghe with more and more tender eyes. After all, if it wasn't for him, how could she have such an opportunity? Although she was the #1 female lead in a web drama, she was at least a female lead unlike before, when she could only play supporting roles in movies that had little to do or even only a few scenes. Everyone came over to congratulate Zhang Tianai. After all, it was a good thing to see her get a new job opportunity. A delicious meal was made for everyone in the evening, and after the crowd had recorded enough servings, they were ready to rest. According to the recording plan, all of them, they all had to leave tomorrow morning. Zhang Tianai was going to Hongdian for an audition, Shentang went back to filming, and by the way, prepared for the filming of The Richest Man in West Rainbow City. Tan Songyun was also going back to work. As for Yu Fei-hong, well, even now Su Xinghe didn't know why this one suddenly appeared in the mushroom house, and also had a good attitude towards herself. According to the program team, she had taken the initiative to contact the program team. Moreover, after arriving at the mushroom house, Su Xinghe realized that Yu Fei-hong's interest in Qingqing was far greater than her interest in herself. During these 2 days, she spent most of her time circling around Qingqing. It really made Su Xinghe a little puzzled. Liking small children, but if one remembered correctly, Yu Fei-hong was a non-marriageista. To be honest, if it wasn't for the age difference, he would have even suspected that Yu Fei-hong was Qingqing's real mom. In order to make Qingqing happy, just because Qingqing saw a toy on her cell phone and said it looked good, Yu Fei-hong directly called the assistant to run dozens of miles, the night to send over. At that time, it shocked Su Xinghe and the others. Su Xinghe even taught Qingqing a few words for this. However, Yu Fei-hong was stopped, saying that this matter is not to blame Qingqing, the little girl is to say that this is very good looking, is his own lead assistant to buy. If it wasn't for her reputation and character being evident in the circle, everyone would have to think she was a strange person. However, Huang Xiao Chef had privately told Su Xinghe that Yu Fei-hong, this person, was very good, and there was no need to worry that she would do anything dangerous to Qingqing. At this, Su Xinghe naturally nodded in agreement, but secretly he instructed Dawei and Tianlong to pay attention to protecting Qingqing. When the sun climbed up again, the sky was clear. It had rained lightly overnight last night. The two of them, Su Xinghe and Teacher Huang, who had finished their morning run, returned to the mushroom house. This weather is really nice. Tomorrow we can pull Pumba, Su Xinghe said to Teacher Huang while walking. Teacher Huang nodded deeply. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers who had flooded in were all helpless after hearing these words. Star God, is it good for you to treat Peng Zhans like this? Pang Pang will probably have nightmares. Haha. Two middle-aged people, about to bully a little kid. Wait, isn't the Star God not even 30 yet? But why does everyone think he's almost as middle-aged as these middle-aged people like Mr. Huang? Before you get old that you decline first? Haha. The Star God says, I'm still young, I'm still straight. One had to admit that Su Xinghe's behavior was still approved by everyone. That guy, Peng Peng, was getting lazier and lazier now, and also fat and even doesn't like to take a bath. Yesterday, if it wasn't for Su Xinghe forcing him to take a bath, this fellow even planned to go straight to bed. As a result, Su Xinghe directly told him, Pang Pang, if you don't like it, believe it or not, I'll throw you out the door to live. When saying this, Su Xinghe was very serious. How could Pang Pang dare not listen to him, and obediently went to take a shower. What are we doing today? Huang Xiaoche asked Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe took his cell phone and said to little Chef Huang, I want to make a braised pork. Huh? Little Chef Huang was at a loss. After receiving Su Xinghe's cell phone, he froze. At Su Xinghe, hello Star God. I'm a respiratory internal medicine nurse in Jiangxing Hospital. I've liked you for 11 years since junior high school. I can't go to your concert. I hope everything goes well for you. This was a message from a girl named Lu Ying. I've read her Weibo. She's really my fan. Su Xinghe said indifferently. Before, she watched the program that was broadcast live online and tweeted that she likes to eat braised pork, and that it would be great if she had the chance to eat the braised pork that I made. So, you're planning to make braised pork for her and send it to her? Chef Huang was dumbfounded. Xinghe, you're not kidding, right? Teacher He, who had just woken up on the side along with Shintang and the others, were also dazed. No. Su Xinghe smiled faintly and said, I bought an airplane full of supplies to donate to Jiangxing. And by the way, I'll make a bowl of braised pork and send it to Lu Ying. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room exploded in place. All the viewers were dumbfounded. There was actually this kind of operation. In order to send a bowl of braised pork, this guy, Su Xinghe, actually donated a whole airplane full of supplies. This rich man's thinking, it really was different from ordinary people. Thinking about this, Huang Xiaoche said helplessly to Su Xinghe. You really? Don't spoil your fans like this. Su Xinghe smiled lightly. She is not easy, she was infected with the virus before, and then returned to the front line after she was cured. I think such a hero, I don't deserve to be her idol, she is my idol only. So, I should do something for her. Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live broadcast room, at once, burst out in appreciation. Chapter 143 The Well-Behaved Qingqing. It was natural for people to be kinder when they lived. This was Su Xinghe's inner principle. Although this matter was actually very small, he had respect for those white-clothed angels who had always stood firm in times of crisis. That was why Su Xinghe agreed to this matter. On his microblog, he directly replied to the nurse named Lu Ying with a private message, asking for her address. Then he contacted Xiangnan TV's side and asked them to help contact the officials. Finally, he gathered a plane full of supplies, and then together with this braised pork, sent it to Zhangcheng. Of course, it was said that the plane that delivered the supplies this time was the private plane of a certain tycoon in China. Okay, you make the braised pork? I'll give you a hand. Naturally, Chef Huang had no problem with this. Nodding his head, he agreed. With the two chefs agreeing, the others could only nod their heads. However, they also had another refreshment about Su Xinghe's character. Qingqing, your brother is really nice. Yu Feihong held Qingqing's hand and softly said, Of course. Qingqing smiled and nodded. Aunt Feihong, you promised me that when you return to Yanjing, you will help introduce my brother to a girlfriend. Yu Feihong let out a giggle and nodded. Good. I won't forget. Last night when she was chatting with Qingqing, this little girl was chanting to herself one after another, saying that she wanted to find a girlfriend for her brother. Having seen the program before, Yu Feihong naturally understood what she meant and casually agreed. Right. Qingqing, why do you want to find a girlfriend for your brother? Looking at Su Xinghe and teacher Huang making braised pork there, Yu Feihong asked Qingqing in a low voice. Because that way, brother will have someone to keep him company. Qingqing tilted her head and said to Feihong. Yu Feihong was stunned. She hadn't really thought that Qingqing would think so much. This child is really precocious. Qingqing, do you miss your mom? Yu Feihong suddenly asked. Mom, ah. Qingqing was silent for a moment when she heard this word. Then she lifted her head and revealed a bright smile. Of course I want to. Miss who? Qingqing? At this time, teacher he noticed the two of them and asked with a smile. Yu Feihong was a bit hesitant, but Qingqing had already opened her mouth to explain. Aunt Feihong asked me if I want to think about my mom. Everyone looked at Yu Feihong with some surprise. But then they also all realized that she was heartbroken for this child. After all, the child was only 5 years old, but without parents, this kind of feeling is not good. AI. Teacher he sighed and didn't say anything else. Zhang Tian Ai Tan Song Yun and the girls looked at Qingqing with even more compassion. Qingqing, when you have time, go to Uncle Shin's house to play. Okay? Shinting said to Qingqing. There are little brothers and sisters at my house to accompany you. How about it? Yes, yes. Qingqing said happily. Then, she looked at Yu Feihong. Auntie, I miss my mom, but my brother said that my mom and dad must be delayed because of something. Otherwise, they would definitely come to me. After saying that, she looked at the camera and said with a smile, Dad, Mom, Qingqing is very good. Qingqing will grow up well and wait for you to come to me. At that moment, even someone as bland as Yu Feihong couldn't help but have slightly red eyes. Zifeng even turned his head to wipe the corners of his eyes. Teacher he also walked over and hugged Qingqing, softly saying, Qingqing is so good. Really too good. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more completely blown up. Oh, so touched. Really too understanding. This child. Yeah, so wanna hug her. How is Qingqing so understanding? Her parents, why can't they bear to not want her? Hey, it's said that the poor world's parents. Really, if no one wants her, I'm willing to adopt. No one knows that in a certain villa in Yanjing, a short-haired woman, after listening to Qingqing's words, tears fell like rain. I'm sorry, Qingqing, I'm sorry. The woman kept mumbling. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. This side of the mushroom house. Yu Feihong's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number, she frowned slightly and quietly stepped aside. What's wrong? Yu Feihong picked up the phone and opened her mouth to ask. Woo-woo. The person on the other side opened his mouth and cried, Sister, I'm not waiting. I'm going now. I'm going to see Qingqing now. You're crazy. Looking around to see that there was no one else, Yu Feihong was helplessly bitter up. Now that the program is being recorded, if you come over like this, aren't you going to tell the whole world about your unmarried child? At first I said you don't care so much, first bring the child back. You yourself had to make a mess. The result is that the child is lost. Now it's hard to find. You can't help it again. I miss her. I really miss her. The person on the other side of the phone, sobbing, said, even if it's only in front of her. To see her is fine. I really want her. Yu Feihong was silent. She knew that she didn't have a child and wasn't able to understand this kind of feeling of being a mother. But just like she said, there were many people. In itself, there were 100 or so people up and down the program team here, plus people coming and going. There were also reporters and fans coming over. The audience over at the live studio was tens of millions of people. If it was really exposed, no matter if it was to Qingqing or to the best friend herself, it would be a great harm. Although they had only spent 2 days together, Yu Feihong really liked that child who knew how to behave. She didn't want Qingqing to be hurt at all. How about this, when I leave, I'll reveal a little bit of information to Xinghe so that he can be prepared. What do you think? Yu Feihong thought about it and said, good. Really thank him too much. The person on the other side of the phone no longer knew what to say. Yu Feihong sighed and hung up the phone without saying anything else. There were some words that she had no way to say directly to her best friend. The person Xinghe had worked hard to raise this girl Qingqing in a handful of S and pisses, and also educated her so well. You want to take her away by saying that you are the child's biological mother. That's not an easy thing to do, even though it was an accident when Qingqing was sent to the orphanage in the first place. But no matter what, the established facts were now in front of us. Xinghe was the legal guardian of Qingqing. This point, there was no doubt about it. Moreover, Yu Feihong decided that whether Qingqing could accept her biological mother or not, Xinghe's attitude was the most important thing. Putting down the phone, she walked back in front of the camera, her face still full of tender expressions.
Come. Let's all eat.
At this time, Xinghe and Chef Huang brought up the dishes. For some reason, Yu Feihong always felt that Xinghe was looking at herself with a strange look. Chapter 144 Qingqing's Life. Xinghe was not an idiot. There were many things that, when understood from different angles, one would get different answers. Yu Feihong's words sounded normal to others, but in Xinghe's ears, it always felt a little strange, because he had been surprised by Feihong's behavior of being close to Qingqing before. Subconsciously, Xinghe would think more. In that case, even if she wasn't Qingqing's relative, she definitely had a relationship with Qingqing's relatives. But Xinghe did not point it out. He knew that it was definitely inappropriate to say this at this time. After a breakfast, it was time to part ways. Tan Songyun and Zhang Tianai couldn't bear to leave, hugging Zifeng and Qingqing without letting go. Shentang was also reluctant to leave and went to the orchard, picking a large pile of fruits, saying that he would take them back for his children and wife. Xinghe was already speechless towards him. This fellow had now completely let himself go and was hopeless. I say, Xinghe, when it's time to start filming, you'll have to make time to come over, Shentang said to Xinghe while walking. Xinghe nodded. Don't worry. I know in my heart. I'll definitely be there when your concert comes. With a hefty smile, Shentang said. The Jitterbug side had officially announced that it would invest in a concert for Xinghe. As for the location, it was still under discussion for the time being. According to Huang Jinqi's meaning, it was intended to hold a live concert of 100,000 people and synchronize the webcast. This news spread out and Jitterbug quickly became a hot search keyword. Everyone was very excited about this news. Especially Xinghe's fans were wildly praising Jitterbug as a conscientious enterprise. On the contrary, Penguin was cursed. Xinghe had such a positive image and was enthusiastic about public welfare, but Penguin wanted to block him. What was it if not brain dead? When Shentang finished talking to Xinghe, Zhang Tianai and Tan Songyun came over to say a few more words. They were slightly better. After all, a fan's heart for an idol was not that outrageous. These few people left first. Yu Feihong's flight was going to be slightly later, so she purposely stayed a little longer. When she sent people off, she didn't let anyone else send her off. Instead, she let Xinghe send her off. Everyone thought it was because of the previous conflict between the Beijing Circle and Xinghe, and did not think much about it. But Xinghe knew that it should have something to do with Qingqing. Walking on top of the flower road, the surrounding aroma was overwhelming. Yu Feihong carried her bag, and Xinghe helped her carry her suitcase. Xinghe, are you curious? Yu Feihong suddenly spoke. Su Xinghe lightly laughed a few times, but did not open his mouth. He was explaining to Feihong. Yu Feihong did not beat around the bush and slowly said, Qingqing's mother and I are very good friends. What happened back then was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Xinghe's brows furrowed. She threw her newborn child in front of the orphanage. A misunderstanding? In his opinion, no matter what, such a thing should not have happened. She is not married and gave birth to Qingqing also because she wanted a child. The original plan at that time was to put the child at the entrance of the orphanage, and when she entered the orphanage, she then went over to adopt Qingqing. Yu Feihong explained. The results did not expect. The child was picked up by you. Su Xinghe's footsteps stopped at once. Luckily, there was no camera, otherwise he definitely would not have been able to maintain his composure. This was also too amazing. How could there be such a thing? As soon as he thought of this, he looked down at Yu Feihong. Who is she? Obviously, according to Yu Feihong, the other party must be a single female celebrity in this circle, and one who could be friends with Yu Feihong must not be young. Sorry, I can't tell you. Yu Feihong shook his head and said. She recognized Qingqing when she saw her before. What happened? Su Xinghe was a little strange. That pendant on Qingqing's neck. She bought it. Yu Feihong's words made Su Xinghe freeze, because he knew that Yu Feihong was telling the truth. On Qingqing's neck, there was indeed a pendant with the word Qing written on it. This was also the origin of her name. So it seemed that this friend of Yu Feihong's was really Qingqing's real mother. Then Qingqing's father? Su Xinghe asked casually. This I don't know, she didn't say. Yu Feihong shook her head. She called in the morning and said she wanted to come over. I stopped her. After all, what about the program recording? There are many people over here. I think when the program recording is finished, if you find the time, go to Yanjing for a while. How about it? She was undoubtedly a very sensible person, and the words she said were also very organized. It's fine. Su Xinghe took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yu Feihong's suggestion was undoubtedly the most appropriate. Moreover, he also needed a process for Qingqing to accept this matter. After sending Yu Feihong away, Su Xinghe returned to the mushroom house. Of course, he naturally would not exhibit anything improper. This was a skill that Su Xinghe still had. Nowadays, the mushroom house. Once again, only they, the resident guests, were left. According to the program's team, the guests for the new installment would be arriving in the evening. The station is now receiving news that so many stars are coming. Little Chef Huang specifically found Su Xinghe for this reason. So? Su Xinghe asked with some confusion. Depends on what you mean. Huang Xiaoche said. Didn't you invite some people? The station's intention is that when these people come, they are all scheduled for the weekend so that the TV station and the network are synchronized live. Then for the other artists, just broadcast it online and forget about it. After Su Xinghe thought about it, he understood what Xiangnan TV meant. It wasn't that they were deliberately trying to cause trouble for themselves. It should be that the pressure from the outside world was too great, to the point where they couldn't bear it anymore. Nowadays, Xiang can be called the hottest program on the net, and those agencies, naturally, desperately want to stuff their own artists in. In this situation, Xiangnan TV could only compromise. I'm okay with it. Su Xinghe smiled. You're the producer. Since you guys agreed, I definitely have no problem with it. That's fine. Huang nodded. By the way, are you interested in taking a stake in our production company? Taking a stake? Su Xinghe instantly froze, looking at Huang Xiaojie in surprise. He did not expect that Huang Xiaoche actually made this request to himself. It was a bit interesting. Chapter 145 New Guest Old Friend. Su Xinghe still admired this person, Huang Xiaojie. From being a handsome young boy and a teacher at Nortel, he had come one step at a time. He had gradually separated from being an entertainer and started to become a member of the capital. Even though he wasn't the kind of capital predator that could casually control other people's futures, at the very least, he had his own chance to make a statement. It's like this. I've discussed this with Mr. He, and if this show wants to continue in the long run, it's necessary for you to join. Huang Xiaoche was very frank. He knew very well that Su Xinghe was very smart. Otherwise, it was impossible for people to have the fortune they had today. Su Xinghe, an artist, and Su Xinghe, a businessman, were two completely different concepts. The former's success relied on talent, while the latter success relied on financial strength. I don't have a problem, but the other shareholders? After all, the production company was not owned by Huang Xiaoche and Mr. He alone. They are only responsible for contributing the money. Teacher He and I will contribute the effort in terms of shares if you're willing. I've discussed it with Teacher He so that they will possess 40%, and for the remaining 60%, the three of us will each hold 20% of the shares. Little Chef Huang opened his mouth. This way. Su Xinghe frowned, then said, Good, but I have a request. They must not interfere with the normal operation of the company. Otherwise, I will definitely withdraw. Haha. Don't misunderstand. Huang Xiaochef said, Inviting you to join is because I hope that you, like us, have a greater sense of belonging to this program. After all, we intend to keep the program going for a long period of time. We're not asking you to sign up with a company. Saying that, he explained, all the programs produced by the company will be handled by the few of us in the future. I see. Su Xinghe rubbed his chin, his heart moving slightly. Mr. Huang, why don't we get our own production company? Su Xinghe frankly said to little Chef Huang. You and Teacher He have connections, I have funds on my side, and I also have a few good ideas, so perhaps we can give it a try. Hearing his words, Huang Xiaoche froze. It hadn't really occurred to him that Su Xinghe had this idea. To be honest, for those previous collaborators, Huang Xiaochef was not too satisfied either. This group of people were really too eager for quick success. Previously, the first and second seasons of Aspire were bursting with word of mouth. As a result, the program's word of mouth plummeted from the third season onwards. The sponsor thing was just fine. After all, if the show wanted to make money, you definitely had to advertise more to the Golden Father. But the problem is that from the third season onwards, on the production company's side, a whole bunch of inexplicable guests would always be shoved in. That's right. It's the young artists that Chef Huang can't even name and has no idea who they are. It wasn't that he was a narrow-minded person who despised young people. The key problem was, some of these artists, some of whom the audience had never even heard of, had to temporarily go to the internet and search before they knew who the person was and what works they had had. Where's the compulsion? Wasn't The Wayward Life billed as a program for old friends to get together? How did it somehow become a stage to promote newcomers? If you have a curiosity like Mr. Zhou, Godfather Huang, and you bring a newcomer on the show, it's just that. On the contrary, this group of young people, one by one, made it really unrecognizable. And now, this idea proposed by Su Xinghe obviously made Huang Xiaoche's heart flutter. I'll think about it. After thinking about it, Huang Xiaoche said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe smiled and did not say anything else. He was just making a suggestion. As for whether to adopt it or not, that was something that was up to Yellow Little Chef himself. Besides, Su Xinghe really didn't take this money into consideration. It was purely a temporary whim. Having traveled to the present, money was no longer a goal that Su Xinghe aspired to. It was just a standard by which he measured his success. Not being a slave to money was one of the things Su Xinghe was most proud of. The two chatted for a while longer, mainly talking about the future development route of Aspire, including how to publicize on Shake Weibo, and if to make the regular guests more popular. Even including Pang Pang and Zifeng, Su Xinghe suggested to Huang Xiaoche that if possible, let them sign to the production company's side. Since we're going to do it, let's set our goals a little more ambitious. Su Xinghe said as such. Little Chef Huang was stunned. He hadn't really thought that Su Xinghe's ambition was so great, but after thinking carefully, he was relieved. Su Xinghe, this person, had always been a perfectionist. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Peng Peng was reading the script and pondering on the role Su Xinghe gave him, while Huang Xiaoche was chatting with Mr. He and Su Xinghe. Zifeng was going to take the college entrance exam, so naturally he was honestly studying in his room. As for little friend Su Qingqing, as the price for punishing her for being a demon these last 2 days, she was forced by Su Xinghe to play the piano. You guy, you're really tough on Qingqing, Huang Xiaojie heartily lamented. This was a live broadcast at this time, and he naturally didn't care about the words being spread out. After all, he had a daughter himself. Being a bit strict now is better than her fretting on her own later. Su Xinghe shook his head. Little children. They really should be strictly educated from a young age. Spoiling won't do. A few people were talking when a clamor came from not far away. It seems like someone is coming over. Teacher He stood up and took a look, saying somewhat strangely, a guest of honor? Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoche also stood up. As a result, following Teacher He's line of sight, both of them froze. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded, because right in the camera's lens, there were actually 5 women walking across the street. What is this situation? Why are there so many female artists coming? Haha. Is this the program group hearing Qingqing's cries? Huh, isn't that Bao? Why is she here again? Haha. I see Chao Xian. There's also Oh Nana. That one is Wan Qian, right? Seems like it, and that last one is Jiang Shujing? Zhao Liang, Wan Qian, Chao Xian, Oh Nana, and Jiang Shujing. Surprisingly, it was 5 female artists. The face viewers in the live broadcast room were simply excited. The first thing they thought of was Qingqing. This girl had been clamoring for Su Xinghe to find a girlfriend, and this program group was really powerful, surprisingly inviting 5 female artists. Well, Zhao Liang didn't count. She was Su Xinghe's old friend. But the other 4, in addition to Oh Nana being slightly younger, the rest with Su Xinghe seems to be a good match. Chapter 146 Su Xinghe and Shi Zi's past. Nana, Li Ying, Xiao Qiao, Xu Ying, Qian. Teacher, he was worthy of being a friend of women in the entertainment industry, and he was familiar with all of these female artists. Several people also greeted Mr. He enthusiastically. The warblers and swallows were so lively. Soon, Pang Pang and Zifoam, who heard the commotion, also came out, and everyone exchanged pleasantries and politeness. Teacher Su, how are you? Good day, Mr. Su. Good day, Teacher Huang. Su Xinghe stood at the back with Huang Xiaoche, waiting for them to greet him. Unconsciously, Su Xinghe had also become a teacher in the mouths of others. After some pleasantries, the few people put their luggage inside before walking around the courtyard. Why are you here again? Su Xinghe helplessly looked at Zhao Liang and asked. This girl hadn't been gone for a long time, and this came back to participate in the program. Although this was a live webcast and not broadcast on television, it was still diligent enough. Nothing to do. I don't have any new theater lately, so I came to sneak around. Zhao Liang smiled and said, Where's Qingqing? How come I didn't see Davy and Tianlong? After all, once you're here, you're familiar. She was here for the second time, so of course she was familiar with everything here. Su Xinghe pointed upstairs. Playing the Qin. She was a bit too capable of fooling around in the past 2 days. I punished her by making her play for 3 hours. Zhao Liang's eyes instantly widened. Glancing at Su Xinghe, she spat. What a tyrant! Hee. If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll make you practice. Su Xinghe looked at her without any good humor and said. As soon as she heard these words, Zhao Liang went straight upstairs without saying a word, in a posture of old lady not getting along with you. However, her behavior was still seen as the truth by the viewers in the live broadcast room. Haha. From the heart. My heart aches for my Ying Bao. After so many years, she's still being bullied by this great evil. Why do I feel that Su Xinghe definitely didn't teach Ying Bao a lot of lessons back then? I've seen one of Ying Bao's interviews. She said that back then, before she became popular, there was a master who forced her to practice basic skills for 10 hours every day. Star God is so tough. It's true that a strict teacher produces a high-level student, but it's still funny to see Ying Bao's submissive look. This group of gloating fans didn't care about the pain in Ying Bao's heart. If she saw the pop-ups, she would probably be prone to take these guys as her black fans. Welcome to the arrival of several beauties. In the gazebo, Mr. He smiled and welcomed the several girls once again. These few people were all actors, and although they couldn't be talked about as first tier, they were all considered to be among the second-tier actors who had developed quite well. Of course, Su Xinghe was really not familiar with these few. He had met Wan Qian once, and that was many years ago. As for the remaining ones, to be honest, Su Xinghe couldn't even match them up. There was no way. When they debuted, he had already quit the entertainment industry. Just like Oh Nana, she was 20 years old. When Su Xinghe quit the entertainment industry 10 years ago, she was only 10 years old. Chao Xian was about the same, 93 years old. When Su Xinghe became famous, she was still studying. The other party was familiar with him, but he really didn't recognize these few. The same was true for Huang Xiaojie. So most of the time, the two of them, him and Su Xinghe, just laughed there. Luckily, Teacher He, who hosted Fast Book for so many years not for nothing, easily dissolved this awkwardness and kept the atmosphere of the show from being undoable. Teacher Su, haven't we met before? Wan Qian looked at Su Xinghe and asked with a smile. Although she was not the type of star with particularly high popularity, she was low-key and had an exceptionally good personality, and Su Xinghe had a very good impression of her. Such a female artiste could be much better than the kind of so-called top actresses who speculated on gossip all day long. Yes, you still remember? Su Xinghe smiled at Wan Qian and said, It's really you. Wan Qian smiled. What's going on? You guys know each other? Teacher He and the others all felt a bit surprised one after another. Xinghe nodded. A long time ago? About 6 or 7 years? 7 years ago. Wan Qian smiled and said to Xinghe, "That time, Mr. Su, you should have been attending a friend's party, right?" "Right." Xinghe smiled. "That time, I was talking about scripts with a few friends, and you ended up filming it." The crowd was confused. What the hell was going on here? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also lined with question marks. Obviously, this headless conversation between Xinghe and Wan Qian had sparked everyone's interest. "It's actually nothing." Seeing this, Xinghe simply explained, "At that time, after I announced my retirement, I started traveling around the world. It just so happened that I had met a friend before. He was a director who happened to be preparing to make a war movie, and knowing that I would be writing a script, he asked me to help out with ideas, and when we were chatting over in the Gallic country, we ran into Ms. Wan, who was traveling at the time as well." "Yes." Wan Qian took over the topic and explained, "At that time, I happened to have nothing to do, so I thought of going abroad for a break, and when I was taking pictures over there, I found that the scenery was very nice, and I didn't expect to shoot Mr. Su and his friends into it. Luckily he was there, or I guess I would have to be arrested by someone calling the police." Everyone froze. "I didn't expect there to be a story here. Isn't it just taking a picture?" "As for calling the police," Pumba asked in surprise. He hadn't really thought that it was just taking a picture, as to whether the other party wanted to call the police. Xinghe shrugged. "Westerners have always cared a lot about portrait rights, and those few friends of mine who are public figures, especially directors, care a lot about their privacy. That's why they were so nervous. At that time, I was grabbed by the bodyguards. Fortunately, Mr. Su asked me, 'Is it a Chinese Asian?' Wan Qian smiled and said, 'At that time, I was incredibly fortunate to be able to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land.'" The crowd nodded their heads. Although they hadn't personally experienced that scene, just think about it. A weak woman, surrounded by a few burly men, only to find out that there was a compatriot of her own. This kind of feeling was truly unforgettable. "Then what happened afterward?" Qiao Xian asked curiously. "Later, after Mr. Su asked me clearly that I was a tourist, he told his friends that I wasn't a bad person, so they didn't need to worry, and released me." Wan Qian laughed. "I didn't recognize it just now, and after looking carefully for half a day, I was sure it was Teacher Su." Xinghe laughed lightly, but did not say anything, and so on. Huang Xiaoqie suddenly thought of something and looked at Xinghe in surprise. "You said that you were talking to someone about a script? What script?" Xinghe froze. Chapter 147. "I've been exposed again." Xinghe's eyes looked at Huang Xiaoqie with a sly grudge. That's right, it was grudging. No one else could hear the problem within his own words. Only he. Oi, heart-stuffed. Looking at Xinghe's expression of hopelessness, everyone laughed. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even crazily brushing ha-ha-ha on top of the pop-up screens. "Amusing me to death. The star god has been exposed by himself again. No, it's not that our army is too weak. It's that the enemy is too cunning. Isn't that right? Mr. Huang's ears are too smart. I didn't even react, you know. That's why Ginger is still old and hot. That's right, that's right. Kudos to Mr. Huang. Well done." The pop-ups of the netizens were swiped with such joy. To them, seeing the omnipotent Xinghe suffer defeat was an incomparably soothing thing. Sorry. At this time, little Chef Huang also realized what he had just done, but he didn't have the slightest intention of repenting. Smilingly looking at Xinghe, he said, "Anyway, you've already been exposed, so tell me, what exactly is the script?" Right, Mr. Su. Just tell us." "Yes, Teacher Su." Qiao Xian and O Nana and the others were also curious. Although these people of theirs knowledge of Xinghe came from the recent microblogs and hot searches. But the problem was, the advancement of the internet made it impossible to hide many things from the past. Xinghe's experience was undoubtedly like a legend in the eyes of these girls. Debuting at the peak, leading an era, but choosing to quit the entertainment industry at the peak. 10 years later, the king returned. Even a behemoth like Penguin had no way to cover up his light. The blocking thing had become even more of a joke. And now that he even had such a secret, everyone was naturally curious. Even Wan Qian herself also had a strange look on her face. "Seriously, Mr. Su? I'm also very curious, because at that time, I actually didn't see your friend's face clearly." Xinghe was speechless. These guys, they were really outrageous. Haha. Big brother Su. Just don't resist. Pang Pang laughed joyfully at the side. If you ask me, life is like losing money when playing cards. Since there is no way to resist, it's better to enjoy it. Su Xinghe was speechless. This kid, Peng Peng, had actually learned a bad lesson and dared to flirt with himself, really seeking his own death. Snorting coldly, Su Xinghe glanced at Pang Pang. Pang Pang, I heard that you've had quite a few scandals recently? Plop. Peng Peng, who was originally sitting there, fell to the ground in a flash. The matter of him having a scandal was something that had been reported before. Pang Peng never had the time to respond. When a few people chatted privately, he did mention that he had an out-of-circle girlfriend and planned to find a suitable opportunity to talk about it inside the program. The result was never expected. Su Xinghe unexpectedly said at this time. Pang Pang's entire being was bad. Big brother Su. Looking at Su Xinghe with a bitter smile on his face, Peng Peng folded his hands and begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. Give a chance. Give a chance. Su Xinghe smiled faintly and glanced at him. Pang Peng, life is like losing money when playing cards. Since there is no way to resist, just enjoy it. The audience in the live broadcast room all went crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha. Heartbroken me Pang. Pang Pang you're not even his opponent, why bother? AI, poor Pang Pang. Once again suppressed by the great demon king of the mushroom house. Pumba don't cry. Stand up and jerk off. Pang Pang is too miserable. He didn't even get his capital back. Seconds to kill. Miserable defeat for Pumba. After spitting on Pang Pang, Su Xinghe turned his head and said to the crowd that was also laughing there, it's not really a big deal. The ones who were there at the time were Melanie Rowland and Harvey Weinstein, as well as Quentin Tarantino. Who? Huang Xiaoche was stunned and subconsciously asked. Quentin Tarantino? Mr. He even sucked in a breath of cold air. The remaining few people looked at each other in dismay, and only Wan Qian revealed a look of surprise. The viewers in the live broadcast room, although they weren't familiar with the first two names, many of them knew that last name. Quentin Tarantino, a world-renowned director who has made several classic movies and was a strong Oscar winner back then. A few years ago, A Shameless Bastard was even more amazing to the world. The reason is very simple, because that movie not only achieved a box office and word-of-mouth win-win, and even the villain of the movie in the role of the first swept the major film festivals in Europe and the United States that year, all the Best Supporting Actor, including the 3 major European film festivals and the Golden Globe Awards and even the Oscars. Truly a popular choice. At the time, this even created a miracle. And so on. Everyone suddenly thought of something. Quentin hadn't produced anything in recent years, and in his words, the people who could give him inspiration had disappeared. Could it be that that person was Su Xinghe? Huang Xiaoche looked at Su Xinghe and asked cautiously. Xinghe, that script you talked to director Quentin Tarantino about, could it be? Su Xinghe smiled slightly. That's right. It's Shameless Bastard. The live broadcast instantly exploded. It really is. Oh my God. The movie script that swept the major film festivals in Europe and America was actually written by Su Xinghe. This guy, how many things have he done that we don't know about? No wonder. No wonder. During the awards ceremony, Quentin said he was grateful to the mysterious East for bringing him great inspiration. After all that, he was thanking the star god? But the star god is really great. That's what I thought too. This news, it had to be said, was really too shocking. Almost in that instant, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room swiped millions of bars. Those who had their pop-ups on couldn't see the pop-ups or the live broadcast at all, and often, just as you saw a word, the pop-ups behind it had already drowned out the ones in front of it. A real sea of people. Not only that, another Oscar-level movie work of Su Xinghe is revealed. Su Xinghe, author of the original Shameless Bastard, Quentin Tarantino's Oriental Muse. Su Xinghe. News like this quickly spread throughout the internet. Microblogs, circles of friends, jitterbug platforms. All of these places were filled with news about this matter. The netizens were truly shocked. This guy, Su Xinghe, how did he hide so many secrets? Could it be that he still had some amazing identity that hadn't been discovered? Chapter 148, The Happiness of Rich People You Can't Think of. Did Su Xinghe still have a hidden identity? Of course he does. But would he say so? Definitely not. He was now like what was sung inside the theme song of the TV series Little Dragon Man. I have a little secret. Just don't tell you. Just don't tell you. Anyway, it was a matter of when it was discovered and when to talk about it. Getting him to reveal it voluntarily, that was absolutely impossible. And with the microblogging on the hot search and the friend circle brushing the screen, there were really netizens who found evidence of Xinghe's existence in the name of the screenwriter of Shameless Bastard. Star. On Weibo, someone quickly exposed this news. And it was seen by Onana, who liked to brush Weibo. Mr. Su, is this Star you? Onana asked Xinghe. Xinghe nodded. Yes. At that time, I didn't want to use my real name, so I just took a random one. The crowd was already speechless. There was still such an operation. But upon careful consideration, this was really what Xinghe had always done. This guy had always been very casual when it came to names, especially those pen names and such, often just depending on the mood. No, why don't you use your real name? Huang Xiaoche asked in disbelief. Not only him, these people present were all curious. A few girls even looked straight at Xinghe waiting for his answer. It's actually nothing. Xinghe shrugged. I just don't like being famous. Of course he wouldn't say that those were just random rewards given to him by the system. When he was watching the live broadcast, the system had also rewarded himself with 500 million shark fins to come, but they were all squandered by himself. This perfect life system, Xinghe had always felt that something must have gone wrong somewhere when he crossed over. Haha, you people. Several people were helpless. The girls were too embarrassed to say anything, but teacher, he was not that outgoing, pointing at Xinghe. You know how many people have to hate you if you say that? Hate me for what? I really don't like being famous. Okay? Xinghe had an innocent face. Please, be a human being. Xinghe, I advise you to be kind. Tisk, listen, is this human talk? I don't want to be famous. That's not true. Is there any netizen in the entire Chinese system Asia that doesn't know about Xinghe? He actually said he doesn't want to be famous. If he doesn't want to be famous, he has so many fans. If he wanted to be famous, he would have to go global. Ahem. Upstairs, he's already gone global. Xinghe's reply was quickly made into an emoticon and caught fire in the circle of friends. I really don't want to be famous. I really don't want to be a teacher. I really don't want to be a rich man. All sorts of segments, all of them sprung up as if they were springing up. It had to be said that the influence of the 4th season of Aspiring Life was really too great nowadays, with tens of millions of people watching online. As long as the guests did something a little bit interesting, it would immediately cause a hot debate. Like Xinghe, who had many terriers and segments, there was even no doubt that he had already left the circle. Every exposure of his identity, every line of flirtation became a hotspot of attention for many viewers. This time, he was really on fire. And it was still the kind of fire that had spread throughout the entire Chinese system Asia, and even the entire world. Even Hollywood had reported on this matter. But along with the Hollywood reporter dialed Quentin Tarantino's phone, but found that people actually turned off the phone. On this side of the mushroom house, after Xinghe finished, he invited everyone to visit outside. After all, here in Manhwa village, no matter if it was the mountain village style, or the sea of flowers and ponds, it all had a different flavor. Not to mention Xinghe's orchard. There was also the gurgling stream outside the bamboo building. So clear and transparent that one couldn't help but want to go and put their fingers in it to experience the joy of childhood. This place is so beautiful. After coming, Jiang Shujing, who hadn't said much, spoke up. Yeah, I like it here. Xiao Xian suddenly spoke. Mr. Su, do you sell here? Xinghe froze at that moment. This girl was also too straightforward, right? This was a live broadcast room of tens of millions of people, and you even asked me directly if it was for sale? I really like it here too much. Xiao Xian, however, didn't pay that much attention, seriously looking at the surrounding scenery, muttering to herself, even if I build a straw house here, I'd be willing to live here for a few months. It's simply too comfortable. This time, even the viewers in the live broadcast room were not calm anymore. Everyone could see that this was a silly girl who was innocent and had no heart. The thing of living in a hut can be done. It's really a silly big sister. On this side of the mushroom house, Mr. He didn't move and pulled Xiao Xian to chat, finally stopping her idea of continuing. On the contrary, it was Wan Qian, who was silent but carefully surveying the surroundings. It's really beautiful here, Unana whispered. Yeah, beautiful it is, but I guess it cost a lot of money. Wan Qian swept a glance at the surrounding sea of flowers and whispered, a lot of flowers over here are not available in the country and can only be transplanted from abroad. This alone is a large amount of spending. Battered Nana froze at the words, then remembered that Xinghe was not just a singer and a screenwriter. He was also a co-founder and shareholder of a publicly traded company. To put it bluntly, this person was a seriously rich man. Mr. Su, your place? The decoration cost a lot of money, right? At this time, Jiang Shujing asked frankly. What's wrong? Su Xinghe said somewhat strangely. I like this very much. I want to buy a house on this side of Yuan village as well. According to this decoration, how much would it cost? Jiang Shujing asked. Su Xinghe smiled. Not counting those equipments in my house, if it's just this flower sea and orchard, and the terrain resting, it's enough for almost $20 million. After a pause, Su Xinghe smiled. US dollars. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. This Nima was simply too extravagant. Over $20 million just to build such a place? The happiness of the rich was truly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Seeing their expressions, Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders and uttered a passage that made everyone not expect it. I would advise the young people nowadays. Don't pretend you don't love money when you're young. After all, the stars and the sea cost tickets. Poetry and faraway places are expensive. 2. Reality is cruel. Money can't buy everything. But away from money you will find that. Sometimes you are nothing. You can't take care of your parents. You can't raise your children. Even your love, you may not be able to keep it. Material things are not a bad habit. Just remember, be the master of money. Don't be a slave to money. Chapter 149, The Great Director Arrives. Su Xinghe's words quickly sparked a hot debate. The stars and the sea are ticketed. Poetry and faraway places are also expensive for the road. Reality is cruel. Money can't buy everything, but away from money, you are nothing. A few short sentences quickly triggered a massive resonance among the audience in the live broadcast room. In this day and age, young people were actually very confused. Some people always like petty sentiment, moving what a trip, what to see the stars and the sea, what life is not only in front of you, there are also poems and faraway places. But the truth? Just like what Su Xinghe said. A trip to say go, that's gonna cost money. Happy to play a circle, it is difficult not to spend real money? Do you really think that they are all poor traveling ladies who went on a pilgrimage to the highlands and can rely on themselves? Besides, relying on oneself can also be divided into many kinds. Some people rely on their bank cards, and there are people who really rely on themselves. Too true. Really, many people nowadays are indeed like this. That's right, they don't move to play any literary style, and they don't think about it, whether they have that capital or not. Star God is awesome. It should just show those petty capitalists. It's most annoying when some people say something like, if a person loves you, they will spend money for you. If the person who can't even spare money to spend for you, he must not love you. Upstairs. You look like you have a story. I can't say I have a story. I just think that in this society nowadays, people are too realistic. There are still more good people, really? The pop-up discussion in the live broadcast room was getting more and more content, but everyone felt that Su Xinghe's words made a lot of sense. Xinghe, your words, they're a bit meaningful. As a man of letters, Huang Xiaojie undoubtedly read what Su Xinghe was trying to express in the first instance. Su Xinghe laughed. I'm just being honest. Huang Xiaojie nodded and did not say anything else. In fact, he knew that Su Xinghe was feeling something. It was because the changes in this era nowadays really made middle-aged people like them unable to understand. People laughed at poverty, and their values were becoming more and more skewed. Their mouths say that they don't love money, but the movements in their hands simply don't stop. If it was just like this, it would be just the same. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, they tend to talk about how important relationships are, but in their actions, they are more materialistic than one another. For Su Xinghe as a public figure to dare to say this in Huang Xiaochie's opinion, the guts were really big enough. The several girls did not say anything because they knew very well. This was something Su Xinghe could say, but they could not. Because Su Xinghe was the hottest traffic bearer nowadays, with tens of millions of fans behind him, he was not worried about being attacked at all. But they were different. They were just a few second or third-tier actors. Casually say a few words perhaps will be amplified by the media exaggeration. At that time cannot eat a pocket is light, perhaps will be forced to withdraw from this circle. Who wouldn't like to give up after working so hard to get to this point? This is something that everyone knows by heart. You guy, you really dare to say anything. Huang Xiaochie laughed and said to Su Xinghe. It didn't matter to him, at this age and position he could say anything. Even if someone scolded, he didn't care. Little Chef Huang opened his mouth, also hoping to share the pressure for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe, on the contrary, had a calm and self-assured face. No, Mr. Su, you are not joking. Do you really need that much money here? Jiang Shujing looked at Su Xinghe and asked in disbelief. Su Xinghe nodded. Really, look at those flowers inside the sea of flowers. Most of them were transplanted from abroad. Many of them are out of print, especially cherished plants. There's one plant that I remember cost over $1 million. There are also the fruit trees in the orchard. When they were cultivated at that time, they also spent about $4 million of scientific research funds, right? Su Xinghe said with a calm face. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A few girls were even more shocked. This was too much money. Having money wasn't such a waste, was it? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also speechless. The happiness of rich people is really something we can't imagine. It's normal. I heard that Bill Gates has a periodic table of elements. What do you mean? Periodic table of elements? Yeah. Gates collected all the elements on top of the periodic table and made a wall and placed it in his study at home. How much did that cost? Not much, just over $200 million. Awesome. Although Star God isn't as good as Bill Gates, I think if he wants to, I guess it's not a big problem. Haha. Don't hack my Star God. A group of people were babbling nonsense inside the live broadcast room. However, everyone thought it was normal for Su Xinghe to spend so much money to do such a thing. No matter what, it was unquestionable that people were rich. Moreover, it wasn't earned from inside the entertainment industry, but by relying on his own mind. This left those who hated the rich speechless. But seriously, Xinghe, you are truly amazing. The design here, I've always wanted to say that it's really great. Mr. He lamented by his side. He knew a little bit about design, so he could naturally see that Su Xinghe had used his heart here. Su Xinghe smiled and was about to speak. A black SUV suddenly drove up in the distance. There are still guests? This time, Su Xinghe's brows were furrowed. With 5 female guests coming in today, it was reasonable to say that there were already quite a few people. This would be a bit rowdy if they stuffed in more guests. Huang Xiaoche and teacher He exchanged a glance. Their faces both a little ugly. But in the next moment, they all froze, because the car door opened. From inside actually came down 2 foreigners. What is this situation? The crowd all froze there, looking at the car in front of them in surprise. Su Xinghe, however, was dumbfounded and did not know what to say. Wan Qian frowned slightly, looking at the tall white man walking in front. She always felt that she had seen the other party somewhere. Su, my friend, we meet again. The man extended his hand to Su Xinghe from a long distance, with a strange Chinese Asian language. Although it sounded a bit awkward, everyone could hear that he was here to find Su Xinghe. Qingqing, why are you here? After Su Xinghe was shocked, he quickly returned to normal, walked up to shake the other party's hand and said with a smile, with just this one sentence. When these people from the mushroom house, all of them were stunned. The viewers inside the live broadcast room, there were those who liked to watch foreign movies, and at this moment they were all confused as well. This wasn't a joke, right? Quentin Tarantino actually came to the Chinese system Asia. Chapter 150. Quentin's Dilemma. A person's name, a tree's shadow. How loud Quentin Tarantino's reputation is, only in the people who like movies know. Becoming famous in Europe and catching fire in Rice, Quentin was familiar to the majority of movie fans and audiences with his unique movie style. No matter how the box office reputation of the movies he made, they all have distinctive characteristics, and there are countless fans. But everyone did not expect Quentin Tarantino, surprisingly, would appear inside A Life to Live. Su, my friend. Embracing warmly with Su Xinghe, Quentin was kind and amiable, almost like a neighborhood grandpa. As for Su Xinghe, although he was a bit surprised, he still warmly embraced Quentin. Mr. Tarantino, what brings you here? Call me Quentin. How many times have I told you? Quentin Tarantino was polite. We are friends, true friends. Because he was speaking Chinese Asian, the audience in the live broadcast room was able to hear him. At this moment, the live broadcast room really exploded. Holy, what am I hearing? Quentin Tarantino is actually Star God's forgotten friend. I'm convinced. Really, really powerful. The Star God is mighty and domineering. There's no one he doesn't know. Come. Those who said that the Star God blew his mind before, what else do they have to say now? At the very beginning, when Su Xinghe said that he knew Quentin Tarantino and wrote Shameless Bastard, some people online questioned that he was bragging. After all, there was no way to check such things. In itself, Quentin lived in deep secrecy, and the mysterious screenwriter, too, had never appeared in public. This was good. Qingqing personally arrived at the scene and hugged Xinghe warmly. What could be better than this to prove everything? Not to mention whether those spammers' faces hurt or not. Xinghe had some words of surprise and asked Quentin Tarantino, "Quentin, why are you here? You disappeared for 5 years. I have been waiting for you." Quentin said fondly to Xinghe, "Sue, it's time to tell the world that we can still continue to make movies." Everyone was shocked. So, Quentin Tarantino, this was taking the initiative to come to the door and beg Xinghe to write a script for him? This time, even Chef Huang was not calm anymore. "Fine." Xinghe smiled helplessly. I'll think about it. Saying this, he took the initiative to introduce Huang Xiao Chef and the others to Quentin. No matter what, this was in front of the camera. He didn't want to be said something like he was pandering to foreigners, being very warm to a big director like Quentin and treating his own compatriots coldly. Not for fear of rumor-mongering, but for keyboard warriors. Xinghe knows very well that they don't have any bottom line. Huang Xiaoche and teacher he were fine. The remaining few girls were overflowing with excitement at the sight of a world-renowned director like Quentin, who made this guy really too famous. Pumba was even more excited and didn't even know how to speak. No need to worship him. At this time, Xinghe said in a good-natured manner, "Just wait until you guys shoot his scenes and you'll know that this guy is a madman. So brutal that he can scare the actresses to tears when he's on set." Hi. Although Quentin's Chinese Asian language was raw, he was obviously someone who could understand Chinese, and sniffed and hurriedly stopped Xinghe. "Sue, don't ruin my image. I'm not that kind of person." Xinghe rolled his eyes, not even bothering with this guy. Several people laughed dryly. They did not realize that what Xinghe said was actually the truth. Don't look at this guy Quentin as somewhat civilized, but when it came to filming, this guy was really ruthless. When he was filming Shameless Bastard, Xinghe watched him let the actor playing the villain choke the actress very hard, almost choking the actress to death. In the end, the other party was on the verge of suffocating, and he didn't even call out to stop. If it wasn't for Xinghe noticing that something was wrong and shouting stop, maybe before the movie was finished, that best supporting actor who had swept the world of cinema would have been arrested for manslaughter. However, it had to be admitted that it was precisely because of that kind of real performance that the movie in its final version was a success. But there was absolutely no doubt about Quentin Tarantino's reputation as a tyrant on the set. "Come on, let's go back." Looking at the fact that everyone's visit was almost over, the crowd went back to the mushroom house together. They didn't realize how much buzz Quentin's appearance today had sparked in the Chinese sub-internet. Along with Quentin's identity being recognized, the entire entertainment circle of Chinese System Asia all moved. Entertainment Weekly. Our latest news, the director of Shameless Bastard, the world-famous director Quentin Tarantino recently arrived in the Chinese System Asia to participate in the recording of the variety show Looking Forward to Life. The person concerned revealed that Quentin this Chinese System Asia trip, and when his best collaborator, the legend of which star has a relationship, the Windwalker. International director Quentin Tarantino recently arrived in China. According to powerful sources, Quentin's purpose of this trip is to find a person. Analyzing rationally, what exactly can Quentin bring to us when he comes to Hua Systemia? Everyone didn't expect things to turn out this way. What was going on? When did Xinghe get so much attention? Could it be that, in this entertainment circle, something big had happened? Chapter 151 IQ Crushing. There were no secrets in the entertainment circle. Xinghe's relationship with Quentin was quickly exposed. The two had, in fact, collaborated on 3 movies: Kill Bill, Low-Life Fiction, and Shameless Bastard. Among them, both Low-Life Fiction and Shameless Bastard got the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. This news once again hit the microblogging hot search. On the other hand, Jitterbug even simply began to directly push out video clips about these movies. Xinghe's Weibo fans even went up a wave. After all, before, everyone had only heard that he had a good relationship with Spielberg and had written Schindler's List, but that was after all false. But now, Quentin himself had traveled all the way to Manhwa village in order to get Xinghe to write a script for him. The shock that this news brought to the people was simply too strong, compared to the storm outside. On this side of the mushroom house, it was quite quiet. A group of people returned to the mushroom house, just as Zhao Liang also led Qingqing downstairs. When she saw Quentin Tarantino, she was also stunned. How could she not expect that such a big Hollywood director would appear inside the mushroom house? This was too amazing. On the contrary, it was Qingqing who was half interested in Quentin and instead looked at the several pretty sisters with interest. Well, this one is too young. The little girl sized up Onana and said, "This one's a bit chubby." She took another look at Chao Xian and said, looking at the little girl in front of them, Chao Xian and Onana were both a bit baffled. Before they came, they had naturally both seen the previous show, and naturally knew that this was Su Xinghe's baby sister, Mushroom House's current group favorite, even more favored than Xifeng. But when they heard her words, both of their faces darkened. "What do you mean too small and a bit fat?" "AI, brother is a bit old and doesn't match others." Qingqing sighed and shook her head, puffing. Chao Xian and Onana didn't hold back and laughed at once. The viewers in the live broadcast room all laughed as well. "I knew it, I knew it. This girl, Qingqing, is too ghostly. So cute. This kid. Haha. The quirky little Qingqing. If only my daughter was as smart as Qingqing. Sure enough, she's her brother's personal little cotton coat." By this time, Qingqing had already seen Jiang Shujing and Wan Qian. When she saw Jiang Shujing, the little girl's eyes lit up. Sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Qingqing asked as she stood in front of Jiang Shujing in a serious manner. Jiang Shujing was stunned. "Is it so direct?" "That, no." However, seeing how cute the little girl was, she still nodded and said, "What's wrong?" "That, I have an older brother, although a bit annoying, he's not bad looking, and his cooking is especially good. Do you want to consider it?" Qingqing blinked her big eyes and said to Jiang Shujing. The crowd guffawed. This girl, she really did have her eyes on Jiang Shujing. Good. Jiang Shujing was also trying to be funny and nodded with a smile. "Then what if your brother doesn't like me? A strong twisted melon isn't sweet." "That's okay." Qingqing smiled cheekily. "Whether a strongly twisted melon is sweet or not, you'll know when you take a bite." Jiang Shujing was instantly dumbfounded. In fact, not only her, even the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha, a godlike reply. That's right. Whether a strongly twisted melon is sweet or not, you'll know when you take a bite. Right. It's like although the child isn't mine, the daughter-in-law is mine." "Huh. Upstairs seems to have exposed something. See through it and don't say anything. You can still be friends." The pop-up screen immediately turned into a sea of joy again. On the Mushroom House side, Jiang Shujing was amused by Qingqing's words and couldn't control herself at all. Qingqing looked at her appearance, sighed helplessly and shook her head. "AI. This sister. Pretty is pretty, but unfortunately, people are stupid." Jiang Shujing was instantly petrified. Looking up again, Qingqing had already abandoned her and walked over to Wan Qian. "I'm older than your brother." Wan Qian didn't wait for Qingqing to open her mouth before she immediately said. She was adamant that she wasn't going to give Qingqing the chance to open her mouth. "That's okay." Qingqing, however, hemmed and hawed. "A woman who is older holds a golden brick." Awkward. Wan Qian was instantly helpless. What a bunch of messed up things did this Su Xinghe teach his child? "Qingqing, was this all taught to you by your brother?" At this time, Jiang Shujing slowed down and asked Qingqing. Qingqing glanced at this silly sister and shook her head. "Sister, who doesn't know how to surf the internet nowadays? Why are you so childish?" Jiang Shujing felt that she definitely didn't worship the gods when she went out today. Surprisingly, she was mocked by a small child less than 6 years old. But the viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, were overjoyed, even to the extent that Jiang Shujing was taunted by Qingqing. This news even made it to the top 10 of the real-time hot searches on Weibo. It could be seen to what extent everyone was actually delighted with this scene. "Sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Qingqing still had no intention of letting Wan Qian off the hook. She was about to answer when Su Xinghe really couldn't listen anymore and walked over to pick up the little girl, reaching out and knocking her on the head. "All right, stop playing. Qingqing, this girl always likes to molest these pretty girls, and I don't know when she got into the habit of doing so. Brother, I'll play a little longer. These sisters are too interesting, especially that silly sister. At a glance, it's a good trick. Sadness." At this moment, Jiang Shujing suddenly felt an emotion called sadness welling up in his heart. Himself, unexpectedly being despised by a child. Good cheating, you my ass. Looking helplessly at Qingqing, Jiang Shujing felt that he should stay away from this little devil. Instead, it was Wan Qian who looked at Su Xinghe and Qingqing with interest. Before coming, She already knew the relationship between these two siblings. And now seeing it, one had to admit that the relationship between the two was actually no different from that of a real brother and sister. Handing the mischievous Qingqing over to Zifeng, who had been quiet there, Xinghe then looked at Quentin Tarantino. Quentin, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll cook it myself. Xinghe smiled. Me? Quentin shook his head indifferently. Whatever you make is fine, as long as you promise to write me a script. Even if what you make is bad, I will eat it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xinghe. A script? It looked like Quentin's purpose was clear. Chapter 152. Retire without an Oscar. Resolute. This was the emotion that everyone felt in Quentin. Everyone, including the audience inside the live broadcast room, was able to clearly feel Quentin Tarantino's determination. He came this time. It was to have Xinghe write a script for him. No, this Quentin is also too dead set, right? This is the attraction of a top screenwriter. It's normal, okay? Even Spielberg is asking Xinghe to write a script. It's not like Quentin is worse than Spielberg. What you're talking about is artistic achievement. Do you think that from a business perspective, Quentin can be compared to Spielberg? Quentin has won more awards. I'm afraid you don't know that Spielberg also started out making art films. Right? Really? Inside the live broadcast room, a large group of fans were tearing each other apart over their favorite directors. Xinghe, on the other hand, was frowning. He hadn't expected that Quentin would say the request for him to write a script in front of so many people, even including the audience in the live streaming room. This was a bit awkward. To use an analogy, if in a private chat, Quentin had made this invitation, Xinghe might have considered it for a while and then decided whether or not to reject him. After all, he himself had retired for many years now. To be honest, Xinghe wasn't too interested in showbiz stuff. It didn't matter if it was Eastern or Western. It was all the same concept to him. What Oscars, what 3 major European film festivals, in Xinghe's eyes, were not as happy and exciting as his own baby sister learning a piano song. But in front of tens of millions of viewers, Quentin, a world-class director, was so flattering to his own family. This was a great face. He, as a person, had always been a person who respected me. All right, Quentin. Xinghe finally nodded. In that case, I'll give it a try. After saying that, Xinghe said to Quentin, let's go upstairs and have a chat and see if there are any good ideas. Good. Quentin immediately nodded his head, and the two of them with Xinghe directly went upstairs. Looking at their backs, these people in the mushroom house were all very surprised. For some reason, they always felt that the figures of Xinghe and Quentin walking together surprisingly did not have any incongruous feeling at all. It seemed that this world-renowned big director was just an ordinary person in front of Xinghe. How strange. Why is Big Brother Sue working on the script with Mr. Tarantino? Clearly, he is here to ask Big Brother Sue to write the script. At this time, Pang asked with some confusion. Yeah, I remember Director Quentin. Seems to be a very powerful screenwriter as well. Jiang Shujing also laughed. Pumba, there's a big mistake in your words, you know? With a serious expression, Huang Xiaojie opened his mouth and said to Pang, everyone has their own area of specialization, but if you are complacent because of what you are good at, then you are doomed to only stop moving forward. Pang was stunned and couldn't help but lower his head and think carefully. Not to mention, it really was just like what Huang Xiaojie had told him. Regardless of whether it was Xinghe or Quentin Tarantino, they were actually the best in their respective fields. However, they had never given up on the idea of pursuing progress, and instead, they wanted to burst into the light of inspiration through collaboration. In fact, with the previous Shameless Bastard, they had already done that. If Xinghe were here, he would have laughed and said to Pang that it was all nonsense. As long as you've succeeded, then whatever you say to others is a philosophy of life. Reasoning is something that everyone does. But if you haven't achieved success and are just talking casually, then in the eyes of others, what you say is blowing awesome. But the other way around, if you succeed, then the situation is different. Just like Xinghe now, after he was revealed to have written 3 successful scripts for Quentin Tarantino, it was clear to everyone. Without Xinghe, Quentin might not have reached his current artistic success. They study theirs. Let's pack up and get ready to go to the field to water the watermelon seedlings. As Quentin and Xinghe left, Chef Huang exchanged glances with Teacher He and took the initiative to arrange tasks for the guests. Although it wasn't aired on TV, it was a live webcast. But the true essence of the program still had to be retained. The guests wanted to eat, they had to personally labor to do so. More importantly, the fact that Xinghe had taken Qingqing away was in turn a good thing for everyone. Think about it. A world-class director. He's sitting here. Even if he didn't say a word, the audience's eyes would all be focused on him. Even the host will try to draw the conversation to him. As for the remaining few guests, there was basically no footage. And now, if you look at it, other than Zhao Liang, who didn't care if there was any footage and dragged Zifeng and Qingqing around blindly, Nana and Xiao Xian and Jiang Shujing, they were getting quite a lot of footage. After all, people's agencies had gone to great lengths to send them to the program, not as vases. These days, even if they were vases in the entertainment industry, they had to be able to do it. However, Wan Qian didn't take the initiative to fight for any shots, but instead chatted with Mr. He there from time to time. Of course, most of her topics centered around Xinghe. Wan Qian, you don't have a boyfriend right now, do you? Teacher, he casually asked to Wan Qian. Aha! Wan Qian nodded her head. Then you're done. Teacher, he looked at Qingqing over there who was playing with Zhao Liang and Zifeng and casually said, Qingqing likes you a lot. I guess in the next 2 days you're going to be stared at by her. Hee hee. Wan Qian laughed. That kid is cute. Teacher, he was surprised and glanced at Wan Qian, but didn't say anything else. Surprisingly, she actually didn't deny Qingqing's earlier suggestion of that for her to be Xinghe's girlfriend. This smart girl, what on earth was she thinking? Soon, everyone finished watering and returned to the mushroom house. And over here, Xinghe had already come down from upstairs with Qingqing. I think this is great. I like it. Qingqing was holding a file bag in his hand, looking satisfied. Xinghe smiled. I hope you won't be disappointed. No, Su. If this play can't get you an Oscar, then believe me, I will never make any more movies in my life. Quentin Tarantino said firmly. Hiss. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, everyone was stunned. Xinghe, Director Quentin, can you reveal the name of this movie? Mr. He carefully glanced at Xinghe and Quentin Tarantino before asking. Xinghe smiled faintly. Django Unchained. Chapter 153. A proper person writes a diary? A bizarre name. This was everyone's impression of this new script of Xinghe. This was because everyone did not expect that Xinghe had studied with Quentin Tarantino for half a day and ended up coming up with a script with such a weird name. But looking at Quentin Tarantino's stance, it seemed like it was a very good script. He even shouted out that if he couldn't win an Oscar, he would quit the movie industry, so he must be really confident. After Xinghe finished saying his name, he smiled at Quentin again. Let me say this first, quitting the film world is not necessary, because I gave Mr. Spielberg a script before, and the quality is not worse than this. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire audience in the live broadcast room was shocked. That script of Spielberg's, it even has the caliber to compete for an Oscar? Left hand beating right hand? Xinghe is too confident. But if that really happened, wouldn't he have made history? Che, talking about him as if he isn't now. Yeah. In the history of Chinese System Asia, which screenwriter has worked with so many big Hollywood directors? That's right. Quentin Tarantino personally came to the door to ask for advice. And that's the star god. The group of people in the live broadcast room were discussing. Everyone was a bit curious about this Django Unchained instead. Quentin didn't stay over here for much longer and hurriedly left. Originally, Huang Xiaoche had planned to invite him to have dinner here. But in Quentin's own words, he was now homeward bound. He couldn't wait to return to Rice earlier and start preparing for the show. The side of the program group did not continue to retain him. After all, this kind of international-level director, even if he only appeared for a few hours, it was still a guarantee of ratings. Just today, the number of people online in the live broadcast of Aspiring Life had exceeded 70 million. It created a miracle in the entire history of the internet. The Xiangnan TV side regretted it very much. Had they known that Quentin Tarantino would come, they would have arranged a special program even if they were dead. If this was broadcast on TV, TSK, then the effect will definitely explode. But once Quentin left, everyone was much more relaxed. After all, the big director. The aura was really too powerful. The dinner was sumptuous, yearning for this kind of program, and in the absence of live television, the scale was undoubtedly relatively looser when it was webcast. Everyone would also chat about some circle gossip and whatnot. Of course, each other are smart people, of course have a sense of proportion, know what can be said and what cannot be said. Even the loud-mouthed Pang Pang wouldn't talk nonsense at this time. Instead, it was the two people Nana and Xiao Xian who were chatting happily. could be seen that these two were the kind of people who didn't have much heart. It's good to be young, Huang Xiaochef said with a smile as he held his teacup and watched the few girls chatting there. Mr. Huang, I don't like it when you say that. What's wrong with us 90s? Teacher, he said in a serious manner. Post-90s? Everyone's expressions went weird. Huang Xiaochef immediately nodded his head when he heard this. Right. We post-90s must maintain our vigor to be able to do so. For these two old men who pretended to be young, Su Xinghe was already speechless. Uncle Huang is lying. You are clearly older than Uncle He. Qingqing decisively stood out, expressing her dissatisfaction with Huang Xiaoche. Huang Xiaoche smiled. Qingqing, uncle asks you, why do you call me uncle and Uncle He? This? Qingqing hesitated. Seeing her look, Huang Xiaoche instantly became curious. Qingqing, a good child can't lie. Seeing that Qingqing was planning to ask Su Xinghe for help, Huang Xiaoche quickly said. Su Xinghe sighed breathlessly. Teacher Huang, why are you doing this? Ah, little Chef Huang was at a loss. In the next moment, he saw Qingqing also sigh, her little face revealing a helpless expression as she said to little Chef Huang, Uncle Huang, I actually don't want to say it, but you really are much older than Uncle He. Huang Xiaoche's entire body was bad. There was only a 3-year difference between him and He Jiong. 3 years, but why, in the middle of this narration from Qingqing, he felt as if he was 20 years older than Mr. He. On Qingqing's side, after finishing those few words, she ran into Teacher He's arms with a smile on her face. Teacher He was laughing, obviously very satisfied. Haha, Qingqing is too cute. Heartache for Teacher Huang. His little heart was stabbed by flying daggers. Stabbed in the heart, old iron. Teacher Huang's 71 years old. He has indeed aged. That's right, I think so too. Compare what age with Mr. He, he's baby-faced. Isn't that so? It just feels like Mr. He doesn't seem to age much. The viewers in the live broadcast room were obviously delighted with such a scene. Huang Xiaochef, who originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, ended up getting nothing and also caused a ruckus. Defeated. After eating, several girls went up to prepare for a shower and rest. The gang of men, on the other hand, came together to chat. I'm going to write my diary. Huang Xiaoche stood up and told the crowd. In the gazebo, only Teacher He and Su Xinghe were left, along with Pang Pang. Pang, how's your script reading going? Su Xinghe casually asked. What he was talking about, of course, was the script that he had given to Pang Pang. I've already read almost all of it, but I'm not as diligent as my sister. She's there every day reading the script and doing character biographies in addition to studying for the shoot. Obviously, he really admired Zifeng's sister. Su Xinghe nodded with satisfaction and said to Pang Pang, It's fine. Ponder over it. I'll be your backer when the time comes. Thank you, big brother Su. His friend was naturally very happy. Seriously, Teacher Huang writes a diary every day. Is there that much? Su Xinghe casually asked to Teacher He. It's normal. He's a person who always likes to write some messy feelings or something. Teacher He hemmed and hawed, naturally understanding what Su Xinghe meant. This was the two people who were going to join forces and blacken Huang Xiaochef for a time. Oh, a person who writes a diary? A serious person who writes a diary. Yeah. Do you write a diary? I do not write. Do you write a diary? Who can write what's in their heart in a diary? Can you call what you write in your diary your heart? Bastard. Pang Pang was speechless. Looking at Su Xinghe and Teacher He, the two of them were singing and harmonizing. It was almost as if they were speaking in a comedy. And the viewers in the live broadcast room had already burst out laughing. Chapter 154. I Want It All. When Huang Xiaoche came back, he saw the crowd looking at him and was still a bit strange. What are you guys looking at, this is? A group of people shook their heads at the same time. Nothing. Teacher Huang, have you finished writing? You insist on writing a diary every day? Several people said while looking at Teacher He and Su Xinghe, who were beside them with bland expressions. With a quick turn of his brain, Huang Xiaojie knew that it must have something to do with these two guys. One was not big and small, and the other was disrespectful for the old. This was how these two people treated themselves nowadays. Oops. Meeting a bad person. Making a bad friend, Sighing with emotion, Huang Xiaochef helplessly said to everyone, Let me ask, are we collecting bananas or pineapples tomorrow? Because of the frequent guests, the ingredients were consumed especially fast, so naturally, They could only rely on everyone to work hard to earn materials. The group of girls looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they still chose to cut bananas. The reason? It was because cutting bananas was more fun. In response, Xinghe and the others all silently smiled, and in their hearts, they looked forward to whether or not these girls would still say this tomorrow. After chatting for a while, they closed the live broadcast. Without the constraints of the camera, the crowd was quite relaxed. Xinghe and Nana were obviously relieved. The two of them were the most nervous today. After all, they were the youngest. Qingqing, on the other hand, stood up and went to make a phone call, looking like there was something going on. On the contrary, it was Qian, still sitting there with a bashful face. But beside her, it turned into that girl Qingqing. This child appeared to have a very interested look towards Qian, and the two of them didn't know what they were chatting about. Master! Zhao Liang smiled and came over to Xinghe's side. What's going on? Why did you run here again? Xinghe said to her helplessly. She was different from the others, belonging to the ones that he had taught with his own hands. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a disciple. Although Xinghe was in the midst of seclusion these past few years, he was actually still secretly concerned about Zhao Liang's development. Hee. There's nothing going on. Zhao Liang smiled cheekily and said to Xinghe, Master, what do you think about me acting in a movie? Act in a movie? Xinghe was stunned and frowned. Someone is looking for you? Aha. Nodding her head honestly, Zhao Liang said, Someone contacted the company, the pay offered is not low. I'm the female lead, saying that it's an adaptation of a hit drama. You know it, that 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 peach blossoms. The co-op partner is still a little fresh meat. Xinghe frowned. You took it? No. Seeing his face look bad, Zhao Liang hurriedly shook her head. I didn't take it. Didn't you say back then, let me sharpen my acting skills. Don't be overly ambitious. I didn't dare to take it. This is not to hurry to ask you, and by the way, rub a meal. Rolling his eyes, Xinghe was helpless. I see you are. Dabbling is the real thing. If you want to ask me, just make a phone call and send a WeChat. Haha. See through it and not say it. You can still be friends. You can't be too serious as a human being. Snorting, Baozi students decisively changed the topic. What a joke. This point of one's own mind really can't hide from the cunning master. You are. Xinghe was also helpless towards her, and after thinking about it, he said seriously to Zhao Liang, You know what? I've actually seen all the plays you've acted in over the past few years. Zhao Baozi was stunned. She hadn't really thought that Xinghe had actually seen her plays. You were taught by me, of course I would pay attention. Xinghe said seriously. To be honest, your acting skills, they haven't improved much. Zhao Liang was silent. She naturally understood that Xinghe was right. Her own level of acting skill was still stuck at the level he had taught her back then. Of course, I know that this is not only your own problem either. Xinghe waved his hand. Now that the entire circle's atmosphere is fickle and you are a traffic star, this situation is quite normal. However, since you are a traffic star, you have to understand one thing. Your advantage lies in the fact that your fans can go watch a drama for your new drama, but may not shell out money to go to the movie theater to watch a movie. Moreover, since it's a movie adapted from a TV series, you have to know that many people who have seen the TV series may not like to watch this movie, and will make comparisons when the time comes. Do you think that you'll be a better actor than Yang when compared to her? Zhao Liang was silent. As a flower girl, she certainly knew that there was still some gap between herself and Yang. After all, the other party had grown up in the actor's circle and had become popular earlier than herself. This was a natural advantage. She herself had today because Xinghe had arranged everything for her, acted in a few breakout dramas, and then had just remained diligent. Wait and see. I'll keep an eye out for you later. Xinghe thought about it and said to Zhao Lixiang. No matter what, she was one of his own, so it was always better to take care of her. What's more, Zhao Liang really didn't forget her roots, and had stayed in the agency she had arranged for her for so many years, turning a blind eye no matter how much outside poaching was done. And these few times, someone on the microblogging black himself, this girl is always the first to come forward to take a stand, without the slightest regard for who the other party is. Based on this alone, it was impossible for Xinghe not to take care of her. Right, master. Which one do you think looks good? Sister Wanqian or Jiang Shujing? After finishing the business, Zhao Liang suddenly asked Xinghe. What for? Xinghe looked up at her and stretched out his hand to knock on this guy's head. Less pondering on those messy things. Believe it or not, Your role is gone? AI. Look at you. Why are you like this? Zhao Baozi's classmates were instantly helpless. Play on one side. Su Xinghe glared at her, not even bothering to pay attention to this girl anymore. Ahem. She herself was not stupid when she asked this question. It so happened that Jiang Shujing and Wan Qian were both in the vicinity. The two of them were listening with their ears open. Women for this kind of thing, but very concerned. Sensei said which one's name the remaining one would definitely be unhappy. Besides, Su Xinghe did feel that they were all quite good-looking. What a woman with a good figure attracts people. Or a woman with a good temperament is prettier. He, Su Xinghe, of course, wants them all. Chapter 155, The Birth of a Thespian. Men who still do not have a left and right embrace the beautiful dream. What's more, so many excellent women appeared in their own side to say Su Xinghe did not have half a heartbeat. Then he may be really worse than animals. Time was getting late. Su Xinghe, who had finished teaching his disciple, naturally rested. There were no words for the night. Waking up early in the morning, Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaojie both went out for a run. When they returned, they saw Zifeng sitting alone inside the gazebo studying. She was going to take the college entrance exam this year, so she was basically grabbing all the time she could to work hard. When the two of them entered, this girl was scratching her head at her English test paper. So pitiful. Su Xinghe suddenly lamented. Huang Xiaojie was stunned. The viewers who had just opened the live broadcast were also a bit strange. Su Xinghe shrugged. English is a kind of language, but for most people, in fact, many people who learn it are not necessarily able to use it. He didn't go on, but everyone understood what he meant. That's right, what Star God said is so right. That's not true nowadays. This education system is really becoming a problem. English is actually a mandatory test, as if you can't live without it. But many people can't use it at all after learning it. How many countries make other countries' languages compulsory? But English is the world's lingua franca. Shouldn't we learn it from a young age? Oh, the person who says this kind of words is really brainwashed. You go and ask all the people in the Chinese system Asia, how many of them can use English after graduation? I think Star God's understanding is too shallow. As if knowing that his words would definitely spark a controversy inside the live broadcast room, Su Xinghe casually continued. It's true that English is widely used in the world, but it doesn't mean that everyone has to learn it. There are many countries in the world where people don't learn English, and I haven't heard of any country not developing. Of course, this still depends on your own interest. If you are an actor, it is best to learn English in case you go to Hollywood to shoot a movie in the future. Su Xinghe laughed to himself when he said the last sentence. Huang Xiaojie guffawed and glanced at Su Xinghe, but did not say anything. He naturally understood what Su Xinghe meant. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room also understood. It was just like what Su Xinghe said. In case he went to Hollywood to shoot a movie as an actor, it really wouldn't work if he didn't know English. But the problem was, with so many artists in the Chinese system Asia, how many of them had gone to Hollywood to shoot a movie? Not everyone was like Su Xinghe. Good morning, Zifeng. Su Xinghe finished what he had just said and walked over to greet Zifeng. Good morning, big brother Su. Zifeng raised his head and smiled brightly to Su Xinghe. You finished running. Why don't you write in the house? Su Xinghe said softly. Everyone is sleeping in the house. Zifeng said honestly. This child always liked to think of others. So good, Zifeng. Su Xinghe smiled and said. Ahem. There's still me. At this time, little Chef Huang, who really couldn't stand watching, opened his mouth. He had been standing here for 2 minutes, and the two of them, Zifeng and Su Xinghe, were just chatting like that, not seeing themselves at all. Mr. Huang, good morning. Only then did Zifeng notice Huang Xiaokue and hurriedly greeted him. Hey, girls are out going one by one, hey. Huang Xiaoche had an old father's disappointed expression, which instantly made everyone laugh. Heartache for Huang Xiaoche, haha. Being ignored by my daughter. A daughter in my family has grown up. Zifeng has really grown up. Watching her grow up, suddenly I have the feeling that if anyone takes my sister away, I'm especially sad. Me too, really. I kind of understand Mr. Huang. Sister, looking forward to you growing up, and looking forward to you not growing up. On the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room, for a moment, the atmosphere was actually a bit sad. After all, Zifeng's popularity was really high. Everyone had watched her grow from a small girl, all the way up to the teenager she was today. This feeling was really special. On the mushroom house side, Su Xinghe looked helplessly at Huang Xiaoqi. Teacher Huang, your daughter slave's jealousy is also too great. It's up to you. Little Chef Huang glared. Punish you. For today's breakfast, you do it. After saying that, he simply turned around and entered the house, leaving Su Xinghe with a dashing back. Standing there, Su Xinghe blinked his eyes. I always feel that something is wrong, Su Xinghe muttered to himself. Zifeng stifled his laughter and hurriedly lowered his head to start reading. The world of adults was too complicated for her to get involved in. By the time Su Xinghe had painstakingly made breakfast, everyone had already gotten up and started washing up. Wow! Xinghe, you're so capable. Teacher, he looked at the sumptuous breakfast and said to Su Xinghe. Yeah. Teacher Su, you're really great. Wan Qian also had a face of emotion, her eyes inexplicably looking at Su Xinghe. For some reason, Su Xinghe always felt that there was a blazing feeling in her eyes as she looked at him. However, when he looked up again, he realized that her eyes had already turned away. So strange. Su Xinghe was puzzled for a while in his heart. And at this time, little Chef Huang also walked out. The rice is ready, huh? Huang Xiaoche asked Su Xinghe with a smile. Su Xinghe sent him a blank stare. Mr. Huang, this routine of yours, it's deep enough. Look at you, what do you mean by a ruse? I call this a coincidental wit, Huang Xiaoche said in a serious manner. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room once again swiped the screen, and they all expressed that it was really worthy of being for the witty old fox Huang. You look at the pop-ups on your phone. It just so happened that Pang Pang was watching the live broadcast and hurriedly brought his phone to Huang Xiaochef. Huang Xiaoche took a look at the pop-ups and laughed. Look at how the netizens are praising me. Teacher Huang is so handsome. How come Teacher Huang is so smart? That's so witty, Teacher Huang. I adore Teacher Huang. Huang Xiaoche's words made everyone a little surprised. On this pop-up screen, so many of his fans? As a result, when everyone took out their cell phones to look at it themselves, they were dumbfounded. There were no pop-ups on it at all. It was all his own nonsense there. The crowd looked at Huang Xiaochef speechlessly. They said, your old man's drama instincts are too serious. Chapter 156 Penguin Strikes Again. The drama queen and all. Naturally, it was nothing more than Huang Xiaochef doing that on purpose. Doing the show definitely needed to have a program effect, and the few female guests definitely needed to pay attention to their image, so it was only at the expense of them, the resident guests. After breakfast, everyone sat in the gazebo and chatted. Qingqing sat there, eating fruit, and suddenly opened her mouth. Brother, I want to ask you something. You say. Although Su Xinghe was a bit strange, he still nodded. You say, why do those smart people all die very early? Qingqing suddenly asked Su Xinghe. I read that the one who weighed an elephant at the age of 5, Chao Chong, Gan Luo who became a prime minister at the age of 12, and Hua Zhaodong who became a great general at the age of 18 all died very early. Hey. Qingqing suddenly felt some emotion. Qingqing is also very smart. The mushroom house was suddenly quiet. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were surprised. This is a 5-year-old? My goodness! I glanced at my son who was still playing with mud and wanted to kick him so badly. Qingqing is thinking about such philosophical issues at the age of 5. This is already far beyond his peers, truly mature. Yes, even though this child plays every day, I saw the microblog sent out by the staff of Xiangxiang saying that Qingqing insists on practicing the piano every day, and he also reads books. It's really awesome. Do you guys remember Zifeng's microblog from 2 days ago? She was reviewing and Qingqing was reading a book. It's simply too beautiful, that image. Compared to the crowd's nonchalance, Su Xinghe was calm. This kind of problem with Qingqing was something he had gotten used to at a very young age. This girl's brain circuits were always so clear. That Qingqing, look in our family's orchard. There are so many fruits, if you want to choose one to throw away, then what kind are you going to choose? Su Xinghe asked Qingqing. His intention was to tell Qingqing that being a man should be moderate, otherwise if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, and he will definitely be envied by the heavens and the people around him. This also counted as an answer to Qingqing's question just now. But the next moment, Qingqing's words made Su Xinghe's face turn green. The little girl cocked her head and thought, of course it's the least tasty one, the fruit. Why? Su Xinghe was confused in the face of this completely southern answer. What's the point of having this kind of unpalatable fruit in my orchard? Qingqing said with a straight face. The crowd was all shocked by her overbearing words. This girl, she was not ordinary. But Su Xinghe was dumbfounded. No, this script shouldn't be like this.
PFFT.
Wan Qian, who had been watching Su Xinghe from the side, could no longer hold back and laughed at once. Sorry. I really didn't hold back. As Wan Qian laughed, she also apologized to Su Xinghe. But for some reason, looking at her expression and eyes, how could Su Xinghe not feel the sincerity of her apology? With a dark face, Su Xinghe looked at Qingqing. But what greeted him was the little girl's innocent face. At this time, everyone could no longer hold back and all laughed. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room even turned into an ocean of joy. Everyone had never seen that Su Xinghe had been so defeated. Ha 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 ha. Qingqing is mighty and domineering. Laughed me to death. Originally intended to educate the child, but ended up being educated by the child. Heartache for me, Su. Why is the life of a parent so difficult? Wan Qian is also very funny, directly laughed. A 5-year-old child like this? Convinced. I feel like watching this program. Sooner or later, I'm going to laugh until my intestines are in knots. No, how can you be like this child? Su Xinghe was all helpless. Had I known, it would have been better not to teach her to recognize words. Reading so many books at such a young age is really no good. Then what if it's someone else's orchard? At this time, teacher, he asked curiously. Qingqing, what kind would you choose to pick and throw away? Qingqing tilted her head and thought about it. And just when everyone thought her answer was the same as the last one, she suddenly said, the most delicious one, of course. Everyone froze. What was the meaning of this? Xiao Xian even subconsciously asked, why? Qingqing glanced at Xiao Xian and sighed. Hey, this sister, pretty as she is, and her figure is good. She should just eat more walnuts, Xiao Xian's entire being was bad. Eat some walnuts to make up for it. This is mocking her own brain is not enough. Just when she was unconvinced and planning to retort, Qingqing's voice rang in everyone's ears. Such a delicious fruit. Of course, I won't allow it to stay in someone else's house. It has to come to my house. Everyone was stunned, then quickly looked at Su Xinghe. What a joke. A 5-year-old child, no matter how mature he was, couldn't say something like this. This must be what that guy Su Xinghe usually taught her. Facing the crowd's line of sight, Su Xinghe was as innocent as could be. I really didn't teach her, Su Xinghe said with a bitter smile. It was all her own figuring out. He was speaking from his heart, but it was obvious that the eyes of the crowd revealed disbelief. Haha. No one believes the star god even if he wants to deny it. I don't believe it either, a 5-year-old child so smart? It's too divine, right? It's normal, right? Children are just precocious. My uncle's little sister is like that. You're so naive. Qingqing has always been so smart, okay? Up until now, the program has made this kid look like a child. That's right. The audience's reaction was quite good. After all, from the very beginning when Su Xinghe joined the program, Qingqing's performance was much more mature than the average person of her age. This was probably due to Su Xinghe's education of her, which made her mind more active than the average person. Being so messed up by Qingqing, this morning's shooting was simply too much fun. The heat in the live broadcast room was getting higher and higher. The number of people watching online also remained at around 50 million. One had to know that this was office hours. The number of people paying attention at this level was more than the viewers of some TV dramas. It was truly enviable. And the reason for all of this was because of Su Xinghe's existence. Right at this moment, Mr. He's phone rang, followed by Mr. Huang Xiaoqi's phone. Finally, even Su Xinghe's phone rang. What was going on? Everyone was a bit strange. But when the three of them came back after answering the phone, their faces were all very serious. What in the world had happened? Just as everyone was doubly surprised, a pop-up screen detonated the live broadcast room. Chapter 157, Despicable Practice. Weibo Hot Search. A message that froze everyone in their tracks. Penguin Entertainment officially announced, forbidding artists from the Penguin department from participating in the recording of Aspiring Life, and, if an artist participates in Looking Forward, then Penguin Entertainment will no longer cooperate with the other party. Su Xinghe's side was developing better and better. Chang Jun's side could no longer continue to be treated as invisible. It was important to realize that Su Xinghe's current state of development after Penguin Entertainment's side analyzed it, if it continued, it was very likely that even if Penguin wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't have that chance. After all, if he really grew into a superstar, no one would be able to block him. Just like the four heavenly kings, that level of artists, capital with them, can only be cooperation, not orders. Therefore, Qingqing wanted to take advantage of the fact that Xinghe hadn't completely grown up yet. Seal him off. That was why there was this move to get rid of him. One must know that Penguin Entertainment had a great influence. At least more than 30% of the artists within the entertainment circle had a cooperative relationship with Penguin. Let's say, for example, an artist participated in Penguin's programs or film and television works, then to a large extent, 9 times out of 10, he has a relationship with Penguin. After all, these people were relying on Penguin Entertainment for their meals. If they really didn't listen to the greetings, then what was waiting for these people was to be snowed in and blocked. As soon as the news came out, the network was instantly buzzing. By the time Xinghe and the others got the news, it was already after the news had parachuted into the Weibo hot search. Oh, it really is Penguin's style. It's so obvious. It's obvious that I'm just richer than you. I'll smash you to death with money. I guess it won't be that easy to invite guests for the later aspiring life. Definitely not only that, but the people who come to participate in the back will definitely have to consider what Penguin thinks. After all, if they participate in this program, it's the same as being on the opposite side of the fence from Penguin. Wait, I remember that on the previous list, there seemed to be quite a few stars from the Penguin department. Yeah, there's also Onana and Xiao Xian. Those are actors who have acted in Penguin's works. What should we do? This is forcing the issue. Penguin Entertainment. Yes, it's just making things difficult for the Xiangnan TV side. If you guys bail out Xinghe, then the artists from my Penguin department will quit the program and all the invitations from the back will be rejected. If you want the program to continue, then block Xinghe. Awesome, awesome. This operation is really very Penguin. It's still the same flavor. A general success is really like that. Hee hee. It looks like it's all about the determination of the wayward side. The netizens were talking a lot. As for Xinghe and the others, at this moment, their expressions were also very serious. Viewers, because of some unexpected events, so by the looks of it, our live broadcast is going to be suspended. We'll see you next time. Teacher, he was still experienced in the end, and quickly smoothed out the matter, waiting for the cameras to turn off. Everyone's faces turned serious, and the program team side came over to discuss strategies with Teacher He and Huang Xiao Chef. To be honest, the timing chosen by Penguin Entertainment's side was interesting. In itself, among the female artists participating in the program today, including Jiang Shujing Wanqian, other than Zhao Liang, everyone else could have acted in works produced by Penguin Entertainment, whether it is a variety show or film and television drama. If all of them were counted up, there would be a lot of artists on the internet who had no relationship with Penguin. There really weren't many artists who didn't have a relationship between the internet and Penguin. This created a problem for those people. Likewise, it also made the side of life toward you a bit helpless. We've received several notices, and the artists who were originally confirmed to come to the show before have all chosen to give up. The program team helplessly said to Huang Xiaoche and Teacher He. All of them? Teacher He asked with a frown on his brow. Well, since we didn't invite many artists originally, most of them chose to give up. There are still people coming? Xinghe walked over and asked with some surprise. He had thought that no one was coming. There are. The director nodded and said to Huang Xiaojie. Qing called and asked when we need her to come over. The few people all laughed. Xinghe gave a thumbs up to Huang Xiaojie. Mr. Huang, this student of yours, there's nothing to say. The reason why Qing insisted on coming over was naturally not because of Xinghe, but because of Huang Xiaoche, who made her one of the first batch of students that Huang Xiaoche had brought after staying in school back then. Even the masterpiece that became famous was also introduced with the help of Huang Xiaoche's help. It was not too much to say that it was the favor of knowing her. And indeed, Qing did not fail Huang Xiaoche, resolutely insisting on coming to the program under these circumstances. There's no rush first. Xinghe thought for a moment and said to the director, I'll look at it this way. Contact some people first to see. Didn't he say before that there were a lot of people who called wanting to participate in the program? Good. The director naturally understood what he meant and quickly arranged for people to start contacting those artists. But this time, those people all changed their faces. One by one, they all said that they were busy with their schedules and refused to appear on the wayward life. Oh, very small guts. Teacher, he muttered to himself. Yeah, otherwise, let Qing come over. Huang Xiaojie said to Xinghe. This hurdle could only be overcome by Xinghe himself. Originally, it was thought that with the appearance of Quinton and the publicity of Sheikh, Penguin's side would choose to lay down. but no one expected that the other side would play such a hand. On Su Xinghe's side, he had received quite a few phone calls. Hu Gu and Wu Jing and others have expressed their willingness to star in Xiang. He naturally understood that these guys were planning to help themselves. However, Su Xinghe did not agree with them. Since he wanted to win, he should win fair and square and beautifully. Su Xinghe didn't want to be criticized and said that he was ill and invited back the guests who had participated in the show. Taking his cell phone, Su Xinghe began to send messages. Who doesn't have a few friends? Soon, when Su Xinghe finished sending the message, Huang Xiaojie said to him, "Penguin's announcement, it has a great impact. A lot of people are now starting to wait and see. What do you say? Do you want me and Mr. Huang to find someone we are familiar with to come over?" Other than that, the few hosts who participated in the fast recording with Mr. He would definitely come. And naturally, Mr. Huang had a bunch of friends he knew. It would definitely not be a problem for these people to last through a few installments of the column. As for the problems on Penguin's side, it was no longer important in Huang Xiaoche's opinion. Glancing at the director who turned around and went to make another call, Su Xinghe smiled. "No need, Mr. Huang. Let's just ask these female guests today what they think first." Hearing his words, Mr. Huang froze. What did Su Xinghe mean by this? Chapter 158. The soldier comes to stop. Yes, Xinghe is right. Teacher, he quickly reacted. After all, the program was being broadcast live right now. Really, if he woke up tomorrow morning and there were no more guests, that would be embarrassing, okay? Seriously, I don't want them to snowball, but at least don't fall on their faces. Huang Xiaoche sighed. Su Xinghe was very spontaneous. It's okay. Don't worry, Mr. Huang. He didn't dare to guarantee others. But Zhao Baozi definitely wouldn't leave. After all, he was her master. It was only that she, who had originally been playing soy sauce the entire time, would become the only guest if Jiang Shujing and the others left. As soon as he thought of this, Su Xinghe stood up, walked to the side and took out the phone to make a call. "You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have a ladder over the wall. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover." Cheng Jun was probably too smooth these years, really thinking that Penguin could just cover the sky? If they can ban domestic artists, can they still block foreign artists? The message that was just sent was to his own domestic friends. This time, Su Xinghe's phone called abroad. "Can you speak Chinese?" "Yes. Just come over when the time comes." "No problem." "Okay." After contacting a few people, Su Xinghe then put down the phone. On the other hand, the side of the program team brought him bad news. "Qiao Xan, a few of them have to leave." The director laughed bitterly. "A few of the girls don't want to leave, but their manager is guarding the door, saying that he wants to take them away. After all, the announcement from Penguin Entertainment's side is too scary. If they hold out and don't leave, I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to receive work in the future." Su Xinghe nodded. "Then fine, just send them away." He also understood the other party's choice. Moreover, in itself, it was a few artists who did not want to leave, but the pressure from the agency side was too great, and Su Xinghe, regardless of the truth or falsehood of it, would definitely not let the other party have a hard time because of himself. "That's what I'm considering." Huang Xiaojie walked over and said to Su Xinghe, "Let's settle our own matters ourselves." "Yes." Su Xinghe smiled. "I'll go and talk to Baozi so she can be prepared. After all, Zhao Liang would soon be left alone. I'll call Hai Qing and ask her to try to get here tonight." Little Chef Huang nodded as well. "That, Qian isn't going." At this time, Teacher, he walked over and said to Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoche. "Mr. he said." Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaochef both froze. The director also froze. What's going on? Wan Qian, unexpectedly not leaving? She said that she doesn't have an agency, and it doesn't matter who she works with. She likes the environment over here very much, so she plans to stay for a few more days. Teacher, he spread his hands and explained helplessly. The several people were all confused. No one was an idiot, and this kind of thing was, to put it bluntly, well understood. Everyone could understand the reason why the others left, but this reason that Wan Qian left behind could be hidden from those netizens, but how could it be hidden from these people in Penguin's side? Obviously, she is taking sides, and she was standing on Su Xinghe's side. Ha ha. The two of them, Huang Xiaoche and the director, glanced at each other and suddenly laughed. Their gazes, naturally, looked toward Su Xinghe. "No. Mr. Huang, why are you looking at me like that?" Su Xinghe was helpless. He always felt that this look from Huang Xiaoche was slightly ambiguous. Huang Xiaoche laughed. "Xinghe, didn't see it." The director also gave a thumbs up. "Mr. Su, it's still you." Bai Qi. Su Xinghe silently sent these two guys an English word, helplessly said, "You guys don't joke. I don't care. The other Ms. Wan and I are really not familiar. Familiar or not, you can be familiar when you know each other." Teacher, he made a rare joke, then said, "Since this is the case, then the live broadcast in the afternoon will be as usual, and in the evening, let Hai Qing try to hurry over as quickly as possible." "No problem." Huang Xiaoche nodded, turned around and went to make a call. And at this moment, countless netizens also knew about this news. Many of the artists who were originally going to participate in Aspiring had issued statements, announcing that they couldn't participate in the recording of the program for various reasons. After all, Penguin's statement was there. No one dared to stroke the tiger. But surprisingly, the official microblog of Xinghe said that the program would continue to be aired according to the original model, including live webcasts and live TV broadcasts. On the jitterbug side, after Huang Jinqi communicated with Su Xinghe over the phone, he also sent out an announcement stating that he would be sponsoring Xinghe. This time, everyone's eyes were focused on Manhwa Village. Whether it was the audience or the industry insiders, they were all looking forward to it. Su Xinghe, what kind of approach was he going to use to face this dilemma? And on the Yanjing side, in a villa, Yang Mi, who had just finished her bath, was holding her cell phone and looking at something. Hee. This guy, he's offended again. Seeing the Penguin's announcement, the corner of Yang Mi's mouth revealed a smile. With her understanding of Su Xinghe, that guy would definitely not bow down. Perhaps he would even counterattack Penguin in the most severe way. "Let's see if you beg." Yang Mi cocked her head and thought to herself. At this time, her assistant knocked on the door and walked in. "Sister Mi, the side of the directing group of Aspiring has called. Should I turn it down?" The assistant asked carefully. "Why?" Yang Mi gave her a somewhat strange look. "It's all being said outside that Penguin has announced that they are blocking forward, and if anyone goes to participate in the program, they will have to block them." The assistant hurriedly said, "Several artists who were rumored to be on Wayward before have all announced that they were just in discussions before and have now decided not to go. Is there any other news?" Yang Mi asked without moving. "I heard that Jiang Shujing and Xiao Xian, who were still on air this morning, have all left the mushroom house." The assistant said the gossip she had inquired about. This was the role of an assistant. After all, there were a lot of things that artists couldn't possibly inquire about personally. "Sister Honey, let's turn back as well," the assistant whispered. Yang Mi smiled and said to the assistant, "Xiao Bing, how long have you been with me?" 5 years. The assistant nodded her head in a hurry. Her name was Yang Bing, a relative from Yang Mi's old side of the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been put by Yang Mi as an assistant. After all, an artist's assistant was aware of all the artist's secrets, and if they didn't use their own people, it would be troublesome. "You know what? I used to have a friend who told me that in a person's life, the least thing that should be praised is hard work and persistence," Yang Mi suddenly said, "because whether you can succeed or not is actually a matter of your choice and has no necessary relationship with whether you work hard or not." The words without a beginning and end made Yang Bing baffled for a while. Yang Mi, on the other hand, had already picked up the phone. Chapter 159. Call Me Sister. Soon, on the side of the program team, they received a notification from Yang Mi. "She actually wants to come again." The director's expression was quite wonderful as he said to the assistant director beside him who knew the inside story, "That's not bad. We're like having another choice." The assistant director was very happy. In this situation, those who were still willing to come to the program recording, they naturally raised their hands to welcome them. "Good then, don't hide it. I'll go talk to Mr. He and the others." The director nodded and took a step to go find Teacher He and Huang Xiaochef. The two of them were also a bit surprised, but in the end, they did not say anything. Su Xinghe was on the phone at the time, and everyone forgot to tell him. In the afternoon, Xiao Xian and the others quietly left. Despite being very reluctant, there was no way around it. There were some things that were not up to the artists to decide. It was said that when one was in the jungle, one couldn't help it, and that was the truth. Wan Qian stayed behind, the woman who always looked so cloudy, as if nothing had happened. When the camera was turned on, she was standing at the foot of the mountain behind her, looking at the distant scenery. Beside her was Mr. He, who had a helpless look on his face. "What's there to see here?" "Teacher," he said to Wan Qian. "It's beautiful." Wan Qian smiled. "Teacher He, do you think that if I buy a house in this neighborhood, I'll be able to dabble in Mr. Su's place often?" Watching her talk about something like dilly-dallying in such a serious manner, even the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. The first time I've seen someone say dabbling as a matter of course. This young lady has something and did you hear? Penguin announced that whoever dares to participate in Wayward will be blocked. Xiao Xian and the girls are gone. I heard they were arrested by the company. Then how come Wan Qian stayed? She wants to stay herself. Tactful. Righteous enough. It looks like it's because Su Xinghe helped her in the beginning. I've powdered this young lady. Even Wan Qian herself didn't expect that because of this. There were actually quite a few more fans. Cough cough. Qian. Don't be so blunt when you rub it in or something. Teacher, he coughed dryly a few times and said to Wan Qian, let's not say anything, just buy a house here. Can Star River still not invite us at that time? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all speechless. I thought that you, Mr. Y, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, were a good person, but I didn't expect that you were actually this kind of person. But why was it that everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud when they thought of that scene? Blame it on Benzema. You too. What are you discussing? Hurry back. We'll go up the mountain in the afternoon. At this time, Huang Xiaoqie stood in the courtyard and shouted at the two of them. Going up the mountain? Hearing Huang Xiaoqie's words, the audience was instantly a bit surprised. Now that there were only 2 guests left in the mushroom house, and then these people from the yearning family, what else was there to do up the mountain? I'll go up the mountain to lay some sets. Let's see if we can eat some wild game at night. When Wan Qian returned to the mushroom house with Mr. He, Su Xinghe explained with a smile. Wan Qian was dumbfounded. Even Zhao Liang was dumbfounded. Master, you still know this? Zhao Liang blurted out. The fact that she stayed in the mushroom house was not at all outside of everyone's expectations. After all, people were the ones who openly stated on Weibo that Su Xinghe was their master's person. Really, if she left, only then would she be pointed at her spine and scolded for being an ungrateful and shameless villain. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the people who are in the world. In fact, it wasn't just them. The program team was also confused. What do you mean? Going up the mountain to hunt? The director wasn't a hexologist by any means, but he really wanted to sing a song right now about daring to ask where the road was. Why did he meet such a strange guest like Su Xinghe? Hunting. You're a lifestyle variety show going up the mountain to hunt, is that like it? Laying sets to catch mountain chickens, is that something you, a literati who writes scripts and songs and novels, should do? Xinghe, you're too good. Giving a thumbs up, teacher, he said to Su Xinghe. Let's go, let's set off. Su Xinghe laughed and said to everyone, saying that it was a hunting trip to the mountains. It was naturally impossible for everyone to go. It was finally decided that teacher he would take Pang Pang and Zifeng to pick vegetables, while little Chef Huang stayed home to clean up the house in passing to prepare the other dishes needed for the evening's feast, in addition to taking care of Qingqing on the side. Of course, this last task. Actually, everyone felt it was quite unnecessary. Qingqing is very well behaved. When there are no adults at home, she will usually be practicing the piano, surrounded by 2 bodyguards, Davy and Tianlong. To be honest, really do not need to take care of Huang Xiaoqin. After settling everything at home, Su Xinghe took Zhao Liang and Wan Qian up the mountain. Baozi, Ms. Wan, look, this kind of bush. Su Xinghe pointed at a bush and said to Zhao Liang and Wan Qian, pheasants and hares like to forage in places like this the most, so as long as we can spot their traces, we can lay a snare. That, just call me by my name. Wan Qian smiled. I'm a few years older than you, so call me Sister Qian. Okay. Su Xinghe was also not pretentious. To be honest, for this actress who was as light as a chrysanthemum, he still had a good feeling about her. Master, you tell me specifically, as although a child who grew up in the countryside, it was clear that Zhao Liang, like Wan Qian, did not know much about this. Su Xinghe smiled and nodded. No problem. In fact, this kind of thing, laying a snare, was not complicated at all. It was to put baits in places where pheasants and hares often foraged, and wait until these small animals came to forage for food. And when they ate those baits, they would trigger the sets and be caught by the neck or feet. Then, it will then become the hunter's dish. This was the simplest condom. Soon, under Su Xinghe's guidance, Wan Qian and Zhao Liang each laid 3 sets, and Su Xinghe himself laid 6. Almost there. Su Xinghe looked at the terrain and calculated the time. Let's go. Let's go back and sit for a while. Just come and see in a couple hours. Don't you need to stand guard here? Wan Qian asked curiously. Zhao Liang grew up in the countryside and more or less touched these things, She, a girl who grew up in the water town of Jiangnan, needless to say touched it. She had never even heard of this kind of thing, so she was really especially curious. Su Xinghe smiled. Sister Qian, think about it. If you were a small animal, and a behemoth came to the place where you were foraging for food, would you still come and eat it? Ha! Wan Qian was stunned, then understood what Su Xinghe meant, and hurriedly nodded her head, pulling Zhao Lying away. Su Xinghe was right. If the few of them guarded this place, together with the photographer who followed them, it was estimated that there would be no critters in the neighborhood that would dare to come over. The deterrent power of humans could definitely not be small. Chapter 160 Love History Exposed? Back to the side of the mushroom house, Mr. He and the others had already returned. Zhao Lying beautifully came over to talk to them about the matter of laying the condom with a face of excitement. On the contrary, it was Wan Qian who walked over to Su Xinghe's side and helped him pack up. No need, you go rest, I'll do it myself. Su Xinghe smiled at her. It's fine, I'm idle. Wan Qian smiled faintly. When she smiled, she was particularly good-looking, her eyes squinted, and her teeth did not show much, particularly subtle. But for some reason, it gave people a feeling that was so comfortable. All right then. Su Xinghe could not say anything when he saw this, and allowed her to help himself there. Tonight he planned to make Westlake vinegar fish. The fish was exchanged for bananas, fresh grass carp. Originally this was Chef Huang's job, but he specially left it to Su Xinghe. In his words, Wan Qian and Su Xinghe worked well together anyway, so he left it to them. As for what exactly he thought, that was unknown. Watching Su Xinghe skillfully handle the fish, a light flashed in Wan Qian's eyes. It was said that men who were serious were the most attractive, and this saying, it was really true. At the very least, the current Su Xinghe was very charming. Wow! I feel like Missy likes our star god. It is a bit. It feels like her eyes, so gentle. Don't say it, it's really so-so. Really, it's said that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Why do I feel like the star god is about to be taken down? Impossible. Star god's heart is only my Li iron hammer. Oh, I, Wang iron and steel, am not convinced. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was drawing more and more crooked. If Su Xinghe saw it, he would definitely be able to be exasperated alive. Westlake vinegar fish is a famous dish in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, belonging to the Zhejiang cuisine. Select the moderate size of grass carp, preferably blanch in water first, to master the fire. After loading the plate, dripping with sweet and sour gravy. The finished dish is bright red color, tender meat, sweet and sour, slightly crab flavor. The dish is not yet ready, but the aroma has already filled the entire mushroom house. Pang Pang, who was chopping wood over there, even gulped at the scent. It smells too good. Teacher, he also lamented. This was the truth. Everyone had smelled the fragrance. It was simply too tempting. Xinghe, whoever marries you is truly blessed in their previous life. Little Chef Huang also smiled. Su Xinghe was speechless for a while. These two big brothers didn't know what was wrong with them today. They were simply possessed by Qingqing. One after another, they were pulling the red thread for themselves. Even Wan Qian was a little embarrassed, and left the kitchen on the pretext of going to get the dishes. Soon, a table of dishes was ready. Thank you Wan Qian and Liang for staying to accompany us to record the program, and thank you to our friends who will be coming soon. We hope that our viewers and friends will support us as always, and support the Yearning Life. Mr. He unexpectedly said a few words on the subject before eating, although he didn't say it outright, but everyone actually knew what he meant. On the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room, viewers swiped their cheers. Don't worry, Mr. He, together, we are the life to aspire to. Right, no matter how domineering the penguin is, as long as we're together, we're good. How can we see the rainbow if we don't go through the storm? Cheers. Yes, definitely cheer up. I believe in the star god. Believe in the yearning family. The crowd raised their glasses and were about to toast when Pumba suddenly saw someone outside the door was walking over. It seems like there are guests, Pumba said with some surprise. The camera then gave to the door. The audience also saw it. Ha! Who is it? It's Yang Mi. It's actually Yang Mi. Are you kidding me? Why is Yang Mi here? Oh my god. Isn't she afraid of being banned? Ha ha ha. Aren't all the top-tier flower girls in the country here? This time, even Zhao Lying was dumbfounded. What's going on? I haven't heard that Yang Mimi has any friendship with Xiang Xiang. Mimi. Teacher, he was familiar with Yang Mi and quickly walked out, bringing Pang Pang along to greet her. Teacher He, long time no see. Yang Mi smiled and hugged Teacher He. The suitcase was then picked up by a polite Pang Pang. Walking into the mushroom house. Teacher Huang, long time no see. Li Ying, hello. Sister Wan Qian, hello. Hello Zifeng. Yang Mi exchanged pleasantries with the crowd in a very genteel manner. When it was Su Xinghe's turn, there was no smile on her face. The group of people from the mushroom house also felt that something was wrong. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were attracted to the two people. Obviously, this wasn't right. One must know that Yang Mi's image had always been very good, and she had treated people very kindly, and her reputation was quite good. Even when she was hacked all over the internet back then, I had never heard of Yang Mi openly flipping off anyone. But now, what was this situation? Why are you here? Su Xinghe's face was expressionless as he asked in a deep voice. You should have guessed that I would definitely come. Yang Mi said coldly. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Could it be that the two had fallen in love? Su Xinghe had disappeared before because of Qingqing, and Yang Mi was discovering his trail and looking for him? In an instant, countless gossip versions began to brainstorm in the minds of the crowd. Even on Weibo, the news of Su Xinghe Yang Mi's romance exposed quietly appeared, but the next moment, he saw Yang Mi hatefully glaring at Su Xinghe. Opening her mouth, she said, You think you can run away by throwing the shares into my escrow? Dream on. What was the meaning of this? The crowd was confused. What did it mean by throwing the shares into escrow? Did it mean that Su Xinghe had partnered with Yang Mi to start a company? What's going on here? Yang Mi and Su Xinghe. This is too mismatched, right? Yeah. Big Mimi doesn't match my star god either. Scroll. It's clear that Su Xinghe, the scummy guy, started a mess and hurt my goddess. Oh, wake up, upstairs. A few dishes, drinking like this. On the pop-up screen, everyone started discussing. Everyone was curious, Su Xinghe and Yang Mi, what exactly was their relationship? And just at this time, new news came to light online. A reporter quoted a certain senior management from Penguin headquarters as saying, This time, Penguin Entertainment's blocking behavior against Su Xinghe and Xiang Xiang was Penguin Entertainment's own action and had nothing to do with the group's strategy. For Su Xinghe and even Xiang Xiang, Penguin Group does not have any hostile behavior. With the release of this message, the internet directly exploded. Chapter 161 Ex-girlfriend is Yang Mi? Su Xinghe also completely did not expect that boss Ma to be so ruthless. As soon as that interview came out, Cheng Jun was immediately pushed into the limelight, and some people simply asserted that he was taking revenge on Su Xinghe because of a personal grudge. Of course, that was an afterthought. The current Su Xinghe was facing Yang Mi in the mushroom house with a helpless face. This woman was really too tigerish. How could the matter about the shares be said in front of the camera? It was now a live broadcast, but her words had been said, and it was too late to take them back. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Xinghe said to Yang Mi, Sit down first. Did you not eat? I happen to have just made Westlake vinegar fish. Yang Mi put her luggage away and sat down inside the gazebo. Come. Taste Xinghe's handiwork. Teacher He smiled and said to Yang Mi, Mimi, the two of us haven't seen each other for years, right? Yes. Yang Mimi smiled faintly. Teacher He, I haven't seen you in a few years, you haven't changed much, I've aged. There was no doubt about her emotional intelligence after so many years of rolling around inside the entertainment circle to this day, not to mention anything else when it came to emotional intelligence. I'm afraid that the only person here would be able to compete with her would be Huang Xiaoche. Sister, do you know my brother? At this time, Qingqing curiously asked Yang Mi. Yang Mi sniffed and glanced at Su Xinghe, but revealed a bright smile to Qingqing. Yes, sister has known your brother for many years. When you were a little baby, Qingqing, you even stayed at sister's house. Yang Mi's words instantly stunned the group of people in the mushroom house. As for the more than 30 million viewers in the live broadcast room, at this moment, they only had one thought. This is too damn powerful. This is too damn powerful. When Qingqing was a little baby, that means 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Su Xinghe brought Qingqing to stay at Yang Mi's house. Am I right? If my reading comprehension is correct, then Yang Mi is declaring that she and Su Xinghe have been together before even if they haven't been in love now? Goddess. My goddess was actually once Su Xinghe's woman. Star God. You returned my big Mimi. I need to calm down. This news, it's too overwhelming. Inside the live broadcast room turned the sky, and on the mushroom house side, the crowd was dumbfounded as well. No one had expected that Yang Mi would actually say something like this. Su Xinghe was all speechless. "You're still playing?" Glaring at Yang Mi, Su Xinghe said without a trace of anger. "If you're like this, don't blame me for not being polite." "Huh." Yang Mi was stunned. A little strange. He saw Su Xinghe smile and said to Qingqing, "Qingqing, does she look familiar to you? Does she look like the sister in that photo and video I showed you before?" "Oops, I remember." The little girl stared at Yang Mi for half a day, and suddenly clapped her hands. "I remember. You're the sister who drank herself to excess and then drove her car into the river and was saved by her brother. Your great sister. I've seen your video, hey." The audience went crazy. What kind of powerful topics are these? Why is it that after Yang Mi's arrival today, it felt like this mushroom house was simply going to become a breaking point? Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Xinghe and Yang Mi. Huang Xiao Chef and the others simply almost moved their small stools and ate melon seeds there. Even Wan Qian, who had just not looked too good because she had heard Yang Mi talk about Su Xinghe bringing Qingqing to stay at her house, was also interested at this time. Yang Mi's entire body was bad. Dumbfounded, she looked at Qingqing, who was proudly showing off her exceptionally good memory. She turned her head and looked at Su Xinghe. "You taught it." Su Xinghe shrugged. "Do you know what is the most troublesome thing when friends have known each other for a long time?" "What?" Yang Mi was puzzled. "There's a lot of black material." At this time, Pang Pang on the side suddenly spoke up. "The best damaged friend." "That's right." Huang Xiaoche nodded. "Yeah." Teacher, he also thought deeply. Especially old friends who have known each other for many years, who doesn't have a bit of each other's black history in their hands. They also reacted at this time. If it was a romantic relationship, even if it was an ex-girlfriend relationship, Yang Mi definitely wouldn't have said that on the program. Obviously, she had come this time to help give life to the future and stand up for Su Xinghe. The more powerful the words were said now, the more heat the program would get. Hearing the words of a few people, the corner of Su Xinghe's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a not-so-good premonition. As expected, he saw Yang Mi grunt and looked at Su Xinghe. "Surname Su, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me. Otherwise, you won't blame me." Su Xinghe glanced at his mouth. "A few dishes, drinking like this. Wake up, Yang Stinky." Yang Mi's entire body was bad. "You're the major shareholder of Jiaxing Entertainment, yet you don't care about anything and throw the company to me. Do you have the nerve?" The audience hadn't reacted when these words were uttered. Those industry insiders who were following the program, as well as the artists, all froze. Jiaxing Pictures? Wasn't that Yang Mi's agency? The major shareholder was actually Su Xinghe. This was too explosive. Really? Jiaxing is actually the property of the star god. Holy! Doesn't that mean that even Hot Bar is an artist under Su Xinghe? Seems like it. Star god is awesome. But I remember that Jiaxing seems to have been established for 7 or 8 years. Right? Yes. It seems like Yang Mi opened this company independently after she broke up with her previous agency. The netizens were so savvy that they quickly dug out the truth of the matter. As for Yang Mi, she didn't sell any more secrets and told the truth of the matter. "Back then, I was in a particularly bad mood after I made a big fuss about terminating my contract with my former agency, so I often drank alone. As a result, one day after drinking too much, I accidentally drove my car into the river and was saved by this guy, and that's how we met." Yang Mi explained to the crowd. "Later, this guy helped me terminate my contract with my original company and helped me pay for the opening of Jiaxing Company, and he occupied 51% of the shares, becoming the majority shareholder. As a result, not long after, he met Qingqing. After bringing this girl to live in my house for more than a month, he decided to go into complete seclusion, so he entrusted the company to me and disappeared. This time he left, it was several years, and he was never heard from again. If I hadn't seen him on TV, I wouldn't have thought that he would still be around." Glaring at Su Xinghe, Yang Mi said with a belly full of resentment. "By the way, my previous agency was Penguin Entertainment." Speaking at the end, Yang Mi faintly said, This really was a coincidence." In that instant, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 162, The Big Brother Who Exposed His Identity. Yang Mi's outburst was something that caught everyone off guard. Even Su Xinghe himself did not expect that after not seeing her for several years, she had actually become so bold. How dare she expose this without consulting herself? Facts proved. Yang Mi's approach had really brought a super high level of heat to life toward you. From the half an hour after she arrived at the mushroom house, the entire Weibo and even Jane's top searches were dominated by yearning forward. Su Xinghe Yang Mi's romance revealed. Qingqing's birth mother is Yang Mi. Su Xinghe is the boss of Hot Bar. The identity of Jiaxing Media's major shareholder is exposed. How much money does Su Xinghe really have? Yang Mi and Su Xinghe have been secretly in love for many years. The entire microblogging above all such news. Everyone was curious, Su Xinghe and Yang Mi, in the end what is the relationship between the two people, in the end what is the secret? No, Xinghe. Are you so familiar with Mimi? Teacher, he asked to Su Xinghe in surprise. To be honest, even he did not expect that between Yang Mimi and Su Xinghe, there was such a deep friendship. Not really familiar. Su Xinghe shook his head decisively. You know, teacher, I'm a person who doesn't take too kindly to certain people with bad taste in alcohol. Surname Su, who are you talking about? Yang Mi's face instantly changed. Forgot about the time you drank too much and danced while hugging a big tree, didn't you? Oh, I at least didn't drive into the lake. Che said, as if you didn't run in a shirt and shorts in the middle of winter. Yang Mi, you don't take off your shoes later. Surname Su, I'll fight you. Yang Mi finally stormed out. She was about to fight with Su Xinghe with open teeth and claws, not caring about the image of a goddess at all. Teacher, he and the others rushed to stop her. Otherwise, it is estimated that she and Su Xinghe will have to wrestle together, staging an all-out brawl. Finally, these two guys were pacified. No, you two. Can you be quiet for a while? Little Chef Huang was all but helpless. Yes, Xinghe, you're a man, you have to give in to Mimi. Teacher, he said to Su Xinghe. Besides, you two have been friends for so many years, why are you fighting when you meet? At this time, Qingqing took small broken steps and walked to the exasperated Yang Mi. Sister, do you like my brother? Petrified. In that instant, Yang Mi was dumbfounded. You little kid, don't talk nonsense. How could I like him? Yang Mi began to stutter in her speech and shook her head in a hurry. Qingqing smiled cheekily. But my brother told me that girls or boys only like to get each other into trouble when they like someone. No, your brother is wrong. Yang Mi was greatly embarrassed, her head shook like a rattle drum, and her cheeks were red, completely losing the image of a strong woman with an aura of 1 meter and 8 meters outside. Not to mention the style of a woman who had just sparred with Su Xinghe. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were laughing. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, it still has to be me, Qingqing. That's right. Qingqing suppresses all disobedience. As big as the heavens and the earth, Mushroom House Qingqing is the biggest. It feels like Yang Mi has been poked in the heart. Why else would she be so nervous? It's possible if it was me, I would like Su Xinghe too, right? Young, golden, handsome, saved his life, and helped him start his own company. In this case, it's nothing to fall in love with him. You think it's ancient times, and you're still in love with your body. Che, it's not that simple in ancient times. In ancient times, if the girl was satisfied with the marriage proposal, she would say, it's up to the parents to decide what to do with their life. If she was ugly and not satisfied, she would say, the daughter still wants to honor her parents for 2 years. That's right. If the hero saves the beauty, if the hero is a handsome man, the beauty will say, the hero saves the life of the grace, the little girl is not proud to repay, but only with the body. Ha. If not handsome, the beauty will say, the hero saved his life, the little girl is not to repay, only in the next life to knit grass ring. Do cattle as a horse to repay this great kindness. Yang Mi was a beautiful woman, but Su Xinghe was not a hero. At the very least, the two were not a couple. Ahem, viewers, clarify this with everyone. After calming himself for a moment, Su Xinghe spoke. Yang Mi and I, the two of us are very good friends. Although we haven't seen each other for a few years, we were really just joking just now. Puffing. Wan Qian didn't hold back and directly laughed. Sorry. You continue. Waving her hand without any sincerity, Wan Qian said to Su Xinghe, I'm sorry. Xinghe, I really couldn't hold back. Su Xinghe rolled his eyes and was too lazy to explain further. With the words at this point, what else could he say? Yang Mi on the side couldn't help but laugh herself. Shaking her head, she opened her mouth. Back then when I first met him, this guy was also like this. Not eating a bit of loss in his mouth. Simply too annoying. Right. He's just a poisonous tongue. Little Chef Huang thought deeply and nodded his head in a hurry. Yeah. This mouth of his, it's too vicious. Teacher, he also nodded. Obviously, these few people were all pummeled by Su Xinghe's poisonous tongue. Listening to their words, it was almost as if they were having a complaint meeting. And the object of the complaint was naturally Su Xinghe. Looking at this group of people who were spitting on themselves, even Qingqing ran over to spit that her brother was too strict, forcing her to practice the qin every day, and if she couldn't practice, she wouldn't allow herself to go to the village to play. Su Xinghe felt that he really needed to clean up these guys, and right at this moment, an unintentional question from teacher he made everyone quiet. Mimi, when you met with Xinghe, you hadn't yet terminated your contract with your original agency? Teacher, he asked casually. He didn't mean anything else, he just heard Yangmi mention it herself. Yangmi nodded. Yeah, he was the one who helped me handle the termination of my contract. Xinghe, Huang Xiaoche and teacher, he both froze. Everyone else was a bit surprised as well. Wasn't Su Xinghe in an antagonistic or relationship with Penguin Entertainment? When did he have a relationship with Penguin? Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Xinghe shrugged. I don't have any acquaintances in Penguin Entertainment, but I do in Penguin Group. Everyone was confused, not understanding what he meant by this. Su Xinghe smiled, but did not say anything else. At this time, Qingqing's words, however, caused the entire live broadcast audience and these people from the mushroom house to be completely dumbfounded. Brother, what you're talking about, is it that uncle called manhwa? Qingqing's childish voice rang out. However, it was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the hearts of many people. Chapter 163. Actually, I'm Penguin's shareholder. I heard it wrong, didn't I? I definitely heard it wrong. Wife, come out to see God. Tell a joke. Su Xinghe knows manhwa. Chung Jun's heart is flustered. What should I do? He actually knows my boss. No wonder Penguin HQ side said that this matter has nothing to do with us. It's Penguin Entertainment's own decision. Haha. So there's something going on here. Su Xinghe is awesome. These viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that Su Xinghe would know manhwa. Qingqing, what you just said, was it manhwa? Teacher, his voice trembled slightly as he asked Qingqing. Qingqing nodded. Yes, an uncle wearing glasses, well, he said it, he works at Penguin. Stone hammer up. Hearing Qingqing's description, inside the crowd's minds, all that popped up was that man with a gentlemanly face, who forced player users to kryptonite with an iron face. It's him, it must be him. Penguin's boss. Manhwa. Big brother Su, is what Qingqing said true? Peng Peng gulped a bit before asking Su Xinghe cautiously. Su Xinghe sighed helplessly. With things having come to this, he was in no mood to continue hiding it. Or rather, the fight with Chung Jun should be brought to a close. That's right. I know Chairman manhwa. Su Xinghe nodded and said frankly, when Penguin was developing, I gave a little advice. Saying this, he smiled. The WeChat that everyone is using now was developed under my leadership. Moreover, I am also one of Penguin's shareholders. The founder of WeChat, Penguin's shareholder, manhwa's old acquaintance? Everyone did not expect that things would turn out like this. And the truth from Su Xinghe's mouth was too scary, right? WeChat, just the one we're using now? Wan Qian was also shocked, holding her cell phone, asking Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded. Yes, at that time it was because I felt that Penguin's communication software wasn't too convenient, and I planned to develop a new chatting tool on my own, and when the inspiration came, I got this thing. It's because of WeChat that you got the equity reward? Huang Xiaoche asked with some surprise. No. Su Xinghe shook his head and explained. Ma Dong just thought that my idea was good, and it was me who acquired some of Penguin's shares myself. Huang Xiaoche felt his heart stuffed. Why did he ask this question? This guy was a complete tycoon. Chatting with him was a waste of one's feelings. And in the live broadcast room, the viewers had all boiled over. No one had expected that things would actually turn out this way. Su Xinghe, he was actually a shareholder of Penguin. Moreover, this guy was also the developer of WeChat. No wonder the Penguin headquarters side never interfered with this time, and even secretly poked and prodded to keep things within a certain range. After all the fuss, manhwa knew in his heart what Su Xinghe was. Weibo. Su Xinghe's microblog instantly exploded. Not only his, but even other related microblogs, all exploded in popularity. The hot searches and Baidu index were all about Su Xinghe. There were even people who specifically went to Penguin Entertainment's official account to leave a message, just asking one question. What kind of mood is it to block the shareholders of one's own parent company? As for Qingqing, who was the instigator, his entire being was dumbfounded. This isn't true, is it? Qingqing's secretary accompanied him to watch the program live. When Xinghe said those words, the secretary felt a little black in front of his eyes. Qingqing, on the other hand, grew his mouth so big that he could not say a single word. This was simply too surprising. That Xinghe, that over-the-top entertainer who had retired for 10 years. He wasn't just a world-renowned screenwriter and novel writer. He was actually one of the founders of Penguin's archenemy, Bite Flying Dance. It would have been just fine if that was all there was to it. On the contrary, this guy was actually the developer of WeChat and a shareholder of Penguin Group. At this moment, Qingqing finally understood why the chairman had called himself over earlier, hinting to himself that he should not go too far, lest he make Xinghe desperate. At that time, he didn't quite understand why the chairman cared so much about this matter. Now, it seemed that Boss Ma had known Xinghe's bottom line for a long time, saying that then, he just didn't want himself to lose too much face. Thinking of this, Qingqing suddenly realized that he was simply nothing more than a joke. It was a sad story. Mr. Chang, After a long time, the secretary carefully asked Qingqing. Forget it. Qingqing slowly stood up, picked up his own clothes, and instructed the secretary. Let's go. Send me to the group headquarters. Ah! The secretary was stunned. Qingqing's face revealed a bitter expression as he glanced wistfully at his office, full of thoughts that he wanted to say. But in the end, it turned into a disheveled sigh. He knew that he had lost, completely and utterly lost. In front of that man, his own biggest mistake was that he should not have provoked him from the beginning. Because Xinghe himself was never a level of character. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky and a frog sitting in a well watching the sky. What the frog was able to see was always only the patch of blue sky at the mouth of the well in front of him, and he thought that this was the world. But in the eagle's eyes, the sky has no limits. Soon, Weibo broke the news that Qingqing, senior vice president of Penguin Group and head of Penguin Entertainment, officially announced his resignation. At this moment, less than an hour has passed since Xinghe was exposed as a Penguin shareholder. Can be seen that the Penguin side has moved very quickly. As for whether Qingqing resigned or was dismissed, it did not matter. Xinghe also knew this. Therefore, after he received the WeChat from manhwa, he just replied back with a knowing where the camera couldn't see it, and then didn't say anything else. At this moment, what he cared more about was his friends on the Mushroom House side. The live broadcast was already closed at this time. After all, after bursting out such a big and violent news, the news on the internet also needed to ferment, and the mood of the fans and viewers also needed to be calmed. And for these artists, what they were more curious about was Xinghe and Yang, what exactly was their relationship. Chapter 164, How about a bet? So, you guys are really good friends? Teacher, he asked, doubly surprised at Xinghe and Yang. I thought you guys had dated. Dating? Xinghe looked at Teacher He with a face full of speechlessness. Teacher He, do you think that a pair of young men and women who have witnessed each other's most lousy appearance, or even a very disgusting scene, would still feel in love? Huang Xiaoche was speechless, but then said, that's not necessarily true. Maybe they got to know each other that way. Ha! Xinghe laughed coldly, but did not answer his words. Obviously, he didn't see it that way. A flash of gloom swept across the bottom of Yang eyes, but her face did not move as she hummed. Speaking as if I like you. I thank you. Xinghe said helplessly. Originally I had other ways to solve Qingqing. This time it's fine. It's all exposed. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Everyone burst out laughing. The Xinghe was not wrong. No one had expected that because of Yang arrival, things would turn out to be like this. Problems that were originally thought to be difficult to solve were instantly solved. Qingqing's side was directly announced to have resigned by Penguin, and naturally, that blocking order that he had announced had dissipated. To put it bluntly, Xinghe had achieved a victory. That Chang, what will happen to him in the future? Zhao Liying said indignantly. She was truly angry. After all, Xinghe was her respected master and friend. Qingqing had gone to such lengths to mess with Xinghe. To say that he didn't have any complaints was impossible. To be honest, having him dismissed just like that, everyone felt it was too unfair. After all, if Xinghe wasn't a shareholder of Penguin, his identity hadn't been exposed, or he was an ordinary person, then it would be the same as having his future ruined for life. Well, I don't know. Su Xinghe revealed a mysterious smile. He did not think that Ma Huareng would let Chang Jun go so easily. After all, Chang Jun's decision had, in a sense, caused Penguin to lose a considerable amount of revenue. It even became the laughingstock of the entire industry. For Boss Ma, who had always been good at saving face, this was simply a slap in the face. Ma Huareng, this person, looked as if he was bland and elegant, as if he had no quarrel with the world. But in fact, those who were familiar with him knew that this guy was the kind of temper that was vindictive. Moreover, especially greedy. Otherwise, how did Penguin's game planning for those kryptonite pit players get out and pass? Several people looked at each other in dismay, except for Pang Pang and Zifeng and Zhao Liang. Several old geezers were clear that this matter would definitely not end so simply. But since Su Xinghe didn't say anything, he definitely had his considerations. Therefore, no one had the intention to look any deeper. The live broadcast room was once again opened. Before Su Xinghe and the others could speak, the pop-up screen brushed up a sea of Su Xinghe's awesome words. These viewers were truly convinced. The identities that Su Xinghe had exposed one after another not only showed that he was a big brother in hiding. More importantly, he was truly talented and wealthy. It was a feeling that made people so desperate that they couldn't even give birth to jealousy. Think about it, a person who was better than you and also worked harder than you, what qualifications did you have to be jealous of others? Star God is mighty. Haha. I knew that the Star God would definitely not let me down. Down with Penguin. Haha. Star God, you're too good. I'm powdered Star God. I don't know what to say. Really, so excited. Although the live broadcast room was chatting about that matter on the Mushroom House side, people weren't going to continue talking about it. No matter what, it was over. There was absolutely no point in continuing to dwell on this issue. This was also Su Xinghe's thoughts. Speaking of which, there's a hot topic on the internet recently. Do you guys know about it? Huang Xiaoche asked with a smile. What? Is it that monogamy? Zhao Liang asked with a smile. Huh. Several people were all stunned. Just then, they saw Zhao Liang explain with a smile. This thing, which was recently popularized by Jitterbug, said that because there were more men than women, the polygamy system would soon be realized, and by then, a woman would marry 4 husbands, with one responsible for earning money to support the family, one responsible for cooking for herself, one responsible for being a bodyguard, and one responsible for warming the bed. Puffing, even Wan Qian laughed. Su Xinghe was even more dumbfounded. There's such a saying? Of course, a lot of girls post it now. Zhao Liang replied. Su Xinghe shook his head helplessly. Maybe I'm really old. Why do I feel that people who hold this kind of idea are purely brain dead? How so? Yang Mi asked somewhat strangely. Can't we women dream? You men are allowed to dream of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. But women can't dream of having 1 wife and multiple husbands. Su Xinghe helplessly shook his head straight and said to Yang Mi, Dare to make a bet? What do you mean? Yang Mi was somewhat puzzled. Su Xinghe shrugged his shoulders and whispered a few words in her ear. A moment later, Yang Mi's face became odd. Are you serious? Yang Mi looked at Su Xinghe with a serious face. Su Xinghe smiled. Of course it's true. Could I lie to you? You too. What is the secretive trick you are playing? A few people were all confused by them, completely unable to understand what these two were doing. The 2 of us made a bet. Seeing this, Su Xinghe smiled and explained to everyone, If I lose, I will write her a script that she likes. Then what if Yang Mi loses? Huang Xiaojie asked in disbelief. Then I'll take a picture of myself hugging and sniffing my feet and post it on Twitter. Yang Mi gritted her teeth and glared at Su Xinghe and said, This asshole. Knowing that he wanted to act in his scene, but proposing this kind of shameless bet, it was simply too damaging. When the crowd heard this, all burst into laughter. Indeed, he was the best friend. Just this bet alone made people feel a sense of anticipation. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were especially curious as to what kind of bet Su Xinghe had made with Yang Mi, and even placed such a large bet. Chapter 165 Green Tea Identification Manual. Su Xinghe's bet with Yang Mi was naturally serious. On one hand, it was because Su Xinghe and Yang Mi did have a cognitive gap above this matter. On the other hand, Su Xinghe also intended to return the favor by helping her to brush up the heat. Nowadays, even if Yang Mi had been popular for more than 10 years, she still wasn't a first-tier Qingqing. To put it bluntly, she was still the same flower girl. To draw an analogy, other people, Nyang Sun and Mr. Zhou, didn't even need to hype up any topic like fresh girlhood. Sitting at home, there were the kind of big female lead scripts sent to their door for them to pick. But what about Yang Mi? She had no news if she didn't have any for a few months, but she had to admit grimly that she was being caught up by some of the flower girls behind her. For example, someone like Zhao Liang or Lu Shishir. Unless you're in a situation like Wan Qian, who herself isn't really into her career and is holding on to the idea that she's just getting by. Otherwise, if you're a strong woman type of female artist like Yang Mi, that's really tight at all times. It was also because of this. For her to be able to come under pressure to participate in aspiring life and also give herself a stand, it really touched Su Xinghe. Since this was the case, then of course Su Xinghe had to return the favor to her. Therefore, he planned to give Yang Mi a gift. What exactly are you guys doing? Huang Xiaoche still didn't understand what the two of them, Su Xinghe and Yang Mi, were playing at. Su Xinghe laughed and didn't say anything, opening his jitterbug and casually swiping videos on it. Soon, he seemed to have discovered something and clicked on a person's avatar, pointing it out to Yang Mi. Yang Mi nodded her head as if she was satisfied. What is this? Everyone was confused. They then saw that Yang Mi did the same thing and had Su Xinghe pick someone as well. The two people were holding their cell phones separately, not knowing what they were saying there. I have a feeling that the answer is definitely inside Jitterbug. Teacher, he had a flash of light in the middle of his mind and suddenly spoke. He thought he had found the answer. Su Xinghe was pulling Yang Mi to give shake sound publicity. The others looked at each other in dismay, thinking about the fact that Su Xinghe was one of the founders of Byte Flying Dance Company and was also the spokesperson of Jitterbug. There was a good reason for him to do this. Only, wasn't this a bit too hasty? Just after moving Chang Jun in the front foot and sweeping the penguin side off its feet, he started to publicize Jitterbug? But a moment later, everyone was dumbfounded, because right under their watchful eyes, Su Xinghe and Yang Mi both forwarded a Jitterbug video respectively. Only, Su Xinghe retweeted, a boy with millions of followers, and what he posted was, "My girlfriend was furious because of my sentence. You don't earn as much as me, you go and wash the dishes. Two brothers came to pick me up in the early morning. It's good to have brothers." And inside this video there was a lot of cursing. Don't go back. Save yourself from harming other girls. Hurry up. Male chauvinism doesn't work in this society. The girl will find someone who knows how to respect him. A joke is a joke only if the other person finds it funny. A joke that comes out of your mouth proves that you are just so narrow-minded inside. Don't think that others are making a big deal out of it, you should reflect on yourself. Hurry up and leave. Don't wreak havoc on people. Give someone a cut. Say sorry and it's over? Think differently. If your girlfriend said that to you, how would you feel? Not much skill, not much temper. Needless to say, all the comments were scolding this man. Then, everyone noticed that the video that Yang Mi retweeted, the content was similar to this one from Su Xinghe, only that video was said in a girl's tone. My boyfriend left without looking back because I said, "You earn less than me, you brush the dishes." My brother came to pick me up in the wee hours of the morning and took me home, telling me that in my brother's place, you'll always be a princess. But the comments underneath this video are a revelation. People who care about you don't care what you say. They will just spoil you all the time. It's good to be separated if you're not committed to your love. Such a man simply does not love you, completely unable to tolerate you. Split it. A man. Heart like a needle, like so small. How good ah? Girl, support you. Such a man should leave him. Looking at these comments, Yang Mi's face became more and more ugly. Well, Su Xinghe smiled smugly. See, this is the current situation today. Yang Mi was silent. The other people around who saw this scene all understood at once. Obviously, the content of the bet Su Xinghe had just made with Yang Mi must have something to do with the text of these two videos. I told you. Su Xinghe said to Yang Mi, I respect women, but I really don't have much of a problem with the so-called women's rights in today's society. As you can see, the same video text said in a female tone, a large group of people were frantically sympathizing with her, thinking that it was just a joke. Why should a man make a big deal out of it? But on the flip side, if a man does it, women think, this man doesn't take care of other people's feelings. When there are benefits, it is said that all women are weak and need to be taken care of and considered. Otherwise, it's the equality of men and women and other grandiose axioms. But when things really go wrong, they immediately look innocent. Or else, it's yelling something like, if a man loves a woman, he has to give for him wholeheartedly, even if he sacrifices himself. Su Xinghe said in the end, shrugged his shoulders. I think the word double standard, you should know what it means, right? Yang Mi already didn't want to speak. She herself was purely brain dead before agreeing to bet with this guy on such a thing. And now it seemed obvious that the one who lost was herself. Ahem. That Mr. Su. Xinghe. Look, are we old friends? Looking at herself about to lose, Yangmi hurriedly conceded. Carefully looking at Su Xinghe, Yangmi begged for mercy. It's not appropriate for you to let me take that kind of photo, right? Su Xinghe smiled and said to Yangmi, it's okay. I think it's quite appropriate. Besides, you're doing this to prove yourself. Yangmi's entire being was bad. Why did she know that Su Xinghe was talking nonsense? But she actually felt that it made sense. This kind of person who played with his brain really had a dirty heart. Chapter 166 Prideful Woman. Su Xinghe was naturally happy when he won. However, Yangmi was not happy. This guy, Su Xinghe, although it was true that he was trying to help raise the heat for himself. But the question was, why did he take out this foot odor stunt and use it? Speaking of which, the reason why this stunt of Yangmi's smelly feet has been circulated until now, teacher, he is definitely responsible for it. When Yangmi participated in the fast book, the director found a goat and explained that the goat especially like heavy things. The result is that the goat brought up and ran directly to Yangmi's feet to go. So, Yangmi is the one who has smelly feet. Originally this was just a joke on the program, but it got worse and worse. By now, it actually became a terrier. It is also really helpless. Many people know it is a terrier is a program joke, but never for Yangmi clarification to blackmail eventually became this way. The reasons, well, there are many. One of the main ones, naturally, is to blacken her. Human rights, this thing, in the entertainment circle seems to not exist. Whether it was artists or fans, they were all in a strange state. In order to defend their idols, they desperately try to smear others' idols. Anything can be sacrificed in order to gain exposure. Anyway, even if an artist did something wrong, there would be a saintly fan who would come out to wash their hands of it and say a word to give him a chance. Or else it is that you are violating human rights by blocking so-and-so. I don't know. Your monthly income is only 3,000 to 5,000, did not give birth to you to raise you, bought a piece of clothing, did not take your parents to eat a big meal, but the heartache of those who shoot an advertisement for a few million, in order to pursue the excitement and even go to touch the forbidden drug stars, but also to forgive them because he is still a child. Kid your ancestor, even the juvenile scum law can't protect them. Why should you idiots who earn less than their pocket money feel sorry for them? Why Su Xinghe didn't like stargazers was because of this. Even as early as many years ago, he openly stated online, I write songs and sing not to make money to live because I like so. Those fans who like me don't need to attack others or waste money doing anything star chasing because of this. At the time, this comment was a serious controversy, because Su Xinghe was simply too maverick. Generally, star artists coaxed their fans, fearing that they would be unhappy. But Su Xinghe was good and honest. Those fans of his, on the contrary, really ate it up. Get ready. When are you going to post a selfie? Su Xinghe smiled and said to Yangmi. Yangmi hummed and lazily ignored this guy. Let's talk about it at night. Send is definitely going to send. After all, willing to gamble is willing to lose. What's more, Yangmi also knew that Su Xinghe was doing it for his own good. As a traffic star, even the top traffic, one needs heat and exposure. Not everyone has the same luck as Pang Pang and Zifeng to be able to participate in a hit variety show like Xiang to accumulate popularity and exposure. General traffic stars even need to rely on buying hot searches to maintain exposure. Certain stars in the country had always done this. Of course, Yangmi was slightly better and didn't need to buy heat searches as often. After all, she was a top-tier flow, and she could increase her heat by occasionally messing up. But the problem was that there were grades of heat. News like scandals and such, the heat would quickly pass. After all, stars without scandals were the ones that were more strange. But if this kind of news was linked to Su Xinghe to places like Xiang, then the heat would be different. Soon, along with the live broadcast audience spreading the news out, Su Xinghe's relationship with Yangmi became hot news on Weibo and even in major forums. Everyone was speculating their relationship. Was it really just friends? I don't think it's possible. How can there be pure friendship between a man and a woman? Oh, can you not slander others when your own heart is nasty? My family's big Mimi is not that kind of person. What do you mean? Our family star god is a minion? Actually, they're not bad and their face values are quite compatible. Get lost. Big Mimi's feet stink. Su Xinghe is still with child. Nonsense. How dare you slander Qingqing? Come on. Don't chatter on the internet if you have the ability to touch it in reality. The hustle and bustle on the internet was not clear to the mushroom house side. After the live broadcast of the meal, everyone rested. The storm this time, to this extent, was basically over. Chang Jun left Penguin Entertainment, and there was still the possibility of Ma Huareng settling scores to appease the anger of the shareholders. So naturally, Su Xinghe couldn't possibly engage in some kind of destruction and evaporation trick. In a society based on the rule of law, if he did that, he would really be asking for death. This point Su Xinghe is very clear. Zhao Liying's childish heart was still intact, pulling Qingqing, bringing Dawei and Tianlong, and going to play in the orchard. She liked the swings and stuff over there. Pumba ran to the open space behind the house to mull over the script. Zifeng's sister, on the other hand, was grasping for time to study. She was afraid of delaying her college entrance exams. For the rest of the group, there was only Huang Xiaoqie with teacher He, Yangmi, and Wan Qian, plus Su Xinghe. "Shall we play cards?" Su Xinghe proposed. "No time." Yangmi stood up and grunted. "Why are you going?" Su Xinghe was a little surprised. "Taking pictures." Without a good-natured glare at Su Xinghe, Yangmi turned around and walked towards the inner room. Su Xinghe had an innocent face. This woman, it was clearly she herself who had to make the bet, and she was still so arrogant after losing. It was really unbelievable. "Just don't be angry with her." Watching Yangmi enter the house, teacher He helplessly said to Su Xinghe, "What do you think if you really make her angry?" "Haha, can't." Su Xinghe shook his head. "The two of us have known each other for so long, and it's always been like this. You don't know, teacher He, when I saved her. This guy opened his eyes and called me a hooligan, and even slapped me." Several people all froze. Huang Xiaoqie snapped, "Seriously, you're not kidding, right?" "No." Su Xinghe shook his head. "I was struggling to fish her out, artificial respiration and bringing her things. This guy even didn't thank me and came up to hit people. Tell me what mood I was in." As soon as teacher He and Huang Xiaoqie thought of that scene, thinking of Su Xinghe's appearance of saving someone but being wrongly accused, they couldn't help but laugh. On the contrary, it was Wan Qian, shrugging her shoulders with a calm face. "It's normal. If it was me, I was drunk myself, and when I woke up and realized that I was unclothed and being watched by a man, I'm sure I would have thought that you were the bad guy as well." Su Xinghe was speechless. Women TSK. Chapter 167. Wan Qian can't get up out of bed. Yangmi posted the selfie after all, but she didn't let anyone else help. Instead, she got herself a cell phone holder and made a 9-panel grid. And she paired it with a text. "Meeting people is not a good idea. Making friends is not prudent. To all of you, don't bet with your deadbeats. That will be miserable, just like me." Originally thought that she would be able to get everyone's comfort. The result was not expected. The microblogging was sent out less than an hour and was actually topped on the hot search. Of course, a group of people in the comment section were joyful. "Ha ha ha. Big Mimi, you're connoting my star god, right? That's right, that's right. Look at her expression. It feels raw and unlovable. This kind of friend, it's like a pit god." Wait, Star God retweeted this tweet. Star God said, "You actually didn't pass out from your own smoke? Is Star God planning to kill off his friends? What a little master of death. My Star God." With a grudge against Su Xinghe, Yangmi spent her first night in the mushroom house. It was strange to say the least. Here she slept comfortably. Even when she woke up early the next day, she couldn't leave the warm blanket. "It's raining." Qingqing's tender voice came from outside. When Yangmi packed up and went out, it was already raining lightly outside. "Luckily I was smart and moved the firewood in with Zifeng. Otherwise we wouldn't have anything to eat in the morning," little Chef Huang said proudly. "Count yourself smart." Teacher He had just finished feeding the dog and said to Su Xinghe, who had just left the house, "Why didn't you go for a run?" "I slept a bit late yesterday." Su Xinghe was a bit tired and looked around sheepishly, then looked back. "Where's Yangmi?" "What for?" Big Mimi's voice sounded behind Su Xinghe. "Cough cough. Nothing, nothing," Su Xinghe said, slightly embarrassed. "Right. Where's Sister Wan Qian? I didn't see her when I got up," Yangmi asked somewhat strangely. Su Xinghe's face revealed a touch of embarrassment, but did not dare to say anything. Instead, teacher He looked around. "I don't know. She slept alone yesterday." Saying this, he looked at Su Xinghe. "I say, Xinghe, did you know in the past that your family could have many guests one day, so you prepared so many guest rooms? There are a full 6 rooms on the first floor. It's simply too comfortable." This was from his heart. This wooden building of Su Xinghe was simply like a villa, covering a large area and fully equipped. It was completely a place to enjoy life. Su Xinghe smiled and shrugged. I actually didn't think about it that much. It's just that I feel the need to prepare some rooms if someone comes to visit occasionally. The few people chatted for a few moments, and Teacher He laughed when he looked at Teacher Huang's sportswear. Teacher Huang, this belly of yours, why do I feel like it hasn't lost much weight? What do you know, Teacher He, you said how happy you are. You don't have to run either, and you don't get fat. Look at me, I don't dare to eat more every day, and I still have to run every day. Huang Xiaoche said helplessly. The few people all laughed. Su Xinghe, however, casually pointed at Pang Pang's room and said, then there's another guy who neither tangles nor runs, and grows wildly as he pleases. Pang Pang, who was innocently lying down, was inexplicably heartbroken. Soon, everyone came out. Why isn't Wan Qian up yet? Noticing that Wan Qian hadn't gotten up, little Chef Huang was a bit strange, and casually said to Zifeng, Zifeng, go call out to your sister Wan Qian and come over for breakfast. Okay. Zifeng hurriedly got up and went to call Wan Qian. Soon, she came back and said, Sister Wan Qian said that her stomach hurts and she needs to lie down for a while. Tummy ache? A few people didn't think too much about it. Little Chef Huang thought for a moment. I'll make some kanji for her later. Good. Teacher He nodded. Su Xinghe didn't say anything from start to finish, only silently bowing his head to eat. After eating, everyone did their own thing. Zhao Liang suggested to Su Xinghe that she was leaving. There's a product launch for a sponsored brand. I have to go to it. Baozi classmate was a million times more reluctant to leave. She even dragged Qingqing to sleep with her last night. She simply loved this place to bits. Okay, go. Su Xinghe smiled and rubbed her head. Take care of your body when you're filming, and in general, if I hear news of you fainting or something, I'm prone to letting you take a vacation straight away. Hee hee. Got it, master. Zhao Liang nodded and pulled Su Xinghe's hand and said, don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of myself. After finishing, she whispered, actually, I can see that Sister Wan Qian likes you a bit, and so does Yang Mi. Su Xinghe was stunned. Then, as if his teacher's dignity had been provoked, he glared at classmate Zhao Baozi and knocked on the top of her head, saying, mind your own business, hurry up and go your way. Saying that, he then instructed, when you leave, pick some fruits and eat them on the way. The fruits of his own orchard, all exchanged among the system, were delicious and particularly hygienic. Almost everyone who came here liked them. When people left, they even liked to pick a little to give to their friends and family. Su Xinghe naturally couldn't forget his own disciple. Zhao Liang also did not polite when leaving, let the assistant and broker to help, picked a large pile, said that they intend to bring to the brokerage company. Su Xinghe was speechless and was too lazy to care about her. When he returned after sending Zhao Liang back, Wan Qian had already come out of the room and was sitting there drinking porridge in small bites. This is a mess. You stayed and got sick. Little Chef Huang had an apologetic face. Teacher He also nodded repeatedly. For Wan Qian's previous behavior, they were truly very moved. The fact that people chose to stay on Xiang's side in that situation was itself very rare. It was said that it was easy to add flowers to the brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. It is because sending charcoal in the snow is when you are in difficulty, while adding flowers to the icing on the cake is when you are successful. That's the friendship that sinks in. Nothing much. Wan Qian smiled faintly and lowered her head to take a small sip of kanji. But unconsciously, the remaining light from the corner of her eye looked towards Su Xinghe's side. Seeing him reveal a concerned look, she then smiled with satisfaction and continued to drink kanji there. Su Xinghe looked at her back, opened his mouth and sighed helplessly. Had I known this, I shouldn't have gone out last night. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a big trouble? Chapter 168, Unexpected Guests. This morning, the program group was not going to broadcast live, because tomorrow is the Dai Family Water Splashing Festival. According to the idea of the program group, they intend to shoot a special program. It just so happens that Qingqing can also arrive today. Qingqing plus Yang Mi, the starring lineup, that is definitely worth watching. It's just a pity that the time is not the weekend. There's no way to broadcast on the weekend. After all, the program team has already released The Wind. The future program is live, no recording. It just so happens that Wan Qian is not feeling well right now, so he just rested. Everyone sat together and chatted, played with their cell phones, and talked about the arrangements for future programs, which was quite pleasant in turn. Handing Qingqing over to Zifeng and Peng Peng to take out to play, Su Xinghe sat there chatting with Teacher He and Huang Xiaochef. Originally, he planned to call out to Yang Mi, but she ended up saying that she had something to do and had her assistant pull her out in the car. As for Wan Qian, she was still resting. This really made Su Xinghe feel guilty. When he thought of the sentence she said yesterday, it was just an accident. Su Xinghe was embarrassed. Xinghe, what's on your mind? Teacher, he asked casually to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe shook his head. Nothing. Teacher, what did you say just now? I'm saying when we shoot the water splashing festival tomorrow, we must pay attention to safety. After all, we have many women and children. Teacher, he explained to Su Xinghe. Well, this indeed. Su Xinghe nodded. Just drive over there at that time and have Davy and Tianlong follow Qingqing. Is that okay? Huang Xiaoqie was a little surprised. Although he knew that Dawei and Tianlong were very smart, but letting them watch the child, wasn't this too much? Su Xinghe smiled. The magic of the system could not be understood by ordinary people. It's fine, when I went out in the past, they were the ones who took care of Qingqing. Su Xinghe explained. They were all raised from childhood and are very humane. Teacher He and Huang Xiaoqie then nodded. Is the car enough? Su Xinghe asked to Teacher He. The program side provided one. If it's not enough, I'll have them drive it over again. Teacher, he said. It's fine. Su Xinghe nodded. I also have a car, but it's over at the garage in the back of the mountain. Garage? Huang Xiaojie and Teacher He were slightly surprised, not expecting that Su Xinghe actually had a garage when he lived in the mountains. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Teacher He nodded with a smile. After all, People's Dongfeng had sponsored this season's program, so when the time came, they would definitely still have to use the sponsor's car as the main focus. The three of them chatted for a while longer. Pang Pang and Zifeng and the girls had all returned, and while everyone was talking in the house, the phone rang. What's for dinner tonight? Chef Huang asked to Yang Mi. You're a guest. You can order. Haha. I'll have handheld rice. Yang Mi thought about it and pointed at Su Xinghe. Let him do it. Fine. Su Xinghe was calm. Just remember to work if you want to eat. Yang Mi did know this and asked Teacher He and little Chef Huang. What are we going to do in a while? There's a big project today. What do you think? As they were talking, they saw the director walk in. It's going to be a live broadcast soon, so prepare yourselves, the director said. The crowd was all astonished. The director looked deeply at Su Xinghe. The friend Mr. Su invited is here. What does that mean? Everyone was a little surprised. Su Xinghe slapped his head. Oops, I forgot. This was what was in his heart. Previously, after the Penguin side issued a blocking order, he invited a few of his foreign friends to come to the program. As a result, he didn't expect Yang Mi to rush over. His identity was exposed, and Cheng Jun was dismissed. Afterward, he forgot to call those few people. As a result, without any surprises, these guys should all be on their way here already. Embarrassed. Sorry. Su Xinghe hurriedly said to the director. I've caused trouble for the program. It's fine. The director waved his hands in a hurry. Remembering the contact he had received, he was even a little dizzy. The other party's agency contacted the station, and the station's leader almost didn't faint after ascertaining the identity of the person. An artist of that kind of status actually wanted to come and participate in the yearning. The Su Xinghe's connections was really terrifying to the extreme. But when they thought about it, this kind of thing happened to Su Xinghe's body, yet everyone felt it was normal. The other party is almost there now, and will be calling soon, the director said. The crowd looked at each other, naturally understanding what he meant. Since they were preparing for the live broadcast, it was time to get into the swing of things. Soon, the director left the room. Everyone was still sitting there chatting, but in their hearts, they were all a little curious as to what kind of person was coming that was able to make the program group change their shooting plans. In fact, even Su Xinghe himself was somewhat curious. After all, he didn't know who would come over first among those people he had invited by phone. Soon after, the phone rang. I'll go pick it up. Pumba stood up, ran over to the phone, and pressed the speakerphone. Hello? Is this Mushroom House? On the phone, a somewhat raw female voice rang out. Because of the electronic sound treatment done, although it was known to be a female voice, nothing else could be heard. Yes. May I ask who you are looking for? Pang Pang knew it was a foreigner and was naturally polite. I'm looking for Su Xinghe, the other party replied. Su Xinghe shook his head helplessly, got up and walked over to the phone. Who are you? Su Xinghe asked directly. I'm your friend. The other party seemed to be holding back a laugh, and after saying this, he laughed himself. Su Xinghe was speechless for a while. I've called a total of 4 female friends. Do you dare to let me guess which one you are? Sorry, can't. The other party seemed to be flustered and hung up in a hurry. The viewers who had just opened the live broadcast were confused with laughter. What kind of guest was this? He was actually scared by Xinghe and hung up the phone. The crowd was all speechless. It was also the first time they had seen such an interesting guest. Ha ha ha. I'm getting more and more curious. Is this person so interesting? Mr. He slapped his thigh and said, yeah, it should be a female. Yangmi tilted her head and thought about it. It feels like it's a European or American. The speech is too raw. We'll know in a moment. Teacher Huang smiled. Xinghe, how about you and Pang Pang go get it? Good. Xinghe nodded. Are you going Zifeng? Those few friends of his, no matter who came, it would definitely be on the hot search, so letting Zifeng and Pang Pang show their faces at that time would also be considered a publicity. Just like that, the three of them left the mushroom house and walked towards the village entrance. It just so happened that the rain had stopped and the temperature was cool, suitable for walking. And at this time, an off-road vehicle was heading towards Manhwa village. Chapter 169 Music Diva. The air after the rain was always so fresh. Walking on top of the long flower path, with each other's fresh air, gave people a feeling of relaxation. The breeze gusted, sending a fragrance of flowers. It surged into one's nostrils, instantly clearing one's mind. Big Brother Su, this friend of yours, who exactly is he? Pang Pang followed Xinghe's side and asked curiously. Yes, Big Brother Su, have you written a song for her? Or have you written a script? Zifeng was also curious. They had analyzed that the person Xinghe was able to invite must be someone he had worked with. After all, everyone now knew that Xinghe must have had contact with some people in the show business over in Europe and America. Otherwise, he wouldn't know Spielberg and Quentin Tarantino. It was just that everyone wasn't quite sure if the person who came this time was a singer or an actor. I don't know. Xinghe shook his head. The program group is too treacherous, actually using electronic synthesized sounds. Zifeng and Peng Peng all laughed at this. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed at this time. Xinghe and the others didn't know that the program group had quickly contacted the Jitterbug side after learning the identity of the other party. And now the two major live streaming platforms were synchronizing their live broadcasts. And the number of people watching, together, had already exceeded 50 million. As for the reason, naturally, it was because of that news announced on the homepage of Jitterbug and Xiangxiang's official microblog. World-class superstars will be landing on Xiangxiang. So stay tuned. Soon, Xinghe's trio saw a car parked not far from the village entrance. The door of the car was tightly closed, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Yo, people have arrived, Peng Peng said with a smile. Yes, then let's see. Just what kind of god is it? Xinghe smiled and pushed Pang Pang. You go and take a look. Pang Peng hurriedly jogged a few steps and walked to the car. Just at this time, the car door opened all of a sudden. Pang Peng froze. With his mouth wide open, he suddenly covered his mouth, unable to speak. Who is it? Zifeng was a little surprised when she saw Pang Pang's appearance. Then she took a step over. Then, she also froze. The audience in the live broadcast room and Xinghe were all a bit strange. Who was this person that made Zifeng's sister and Peng Peng so surprised? The next moment, a blonde woman appeared in front of the camera. Xinghe blurted out, "How come it's you?" In fact, not only him, the viewers in the live broadcast room all went crazy the moment they saw that person's face clearly. Holy, that's Taylor Swift, right? Moldy? It's actually Moldy. What's the situation? Xinghe knows Moldy? I didn't see it wrong. Wait. What is she going to do? Why is she rushing up? Oops, hugged. What do you mean? In the camera's lens, the blonde mold, Taylor Swift, unexpectedly rushed straight up to give Xinghe a big hug. Hi my Sue, long time no see. Moldy had a face of excitement, as if she had encountered something happy. Cough cough Taylor, you come down first. Xinghe was all speechless, and managed to get Taylor Swift, who was hugging herself like an octopus, to go down, before she asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you were going to prepare for the concert? I thought you weren't coming until next month. I told my agent I was coming to see you, so that's why my schedule was delayed." Taylor Swift smiled cheekily with a smug look on her face. "Your Chinese, it's improved so much." Xinghe heard her words and smiled. "Of course, in order to be able to communicate with you, I specially learned it," Taylor Swift said happily. The audience in the live broadcast room once again burned with the fire of gossip. These two people had a story. One was a world-renowned superstar, a regular at the Grammy Music Awards. One was the reddest and hottest artist in the Chinese system Asia today. Logically, the two should not have crossed paths. But now, Taylor Swift actually said that she had learned Chinese for Xinghe. There was definitely something fishy here. Come on, let's go in. Seeing this, Xinghe had no choice but to pull her inside. Since it was safe. No wonder the program team was so excited. After all the fuss, the one who came was actually her. Letting Pang Pang help Moldy carry the suitcase, the four of them walked back. Sue, is this where you live? Moldy looked around with an envious face. Yes, this is my home. Xinghe nodded. This is my garden. And there's an orchard over there. We can take you for a stroll in a while. Wow, awesome. Moldy was quite happy. It feels like this is as beautiful as a farm in Texas. No, this is much more beautiful than Texas. Xinghe guffawed, he almost forgot. Taylor Swift's favorite thing was the idyllic scenery, and every year, she would go on vacation to her own farm in Texas. Now that she saw the scenery of Manhwa Village, she naturally liked it even more. Big brother Sue, why does Ms. Swift speak Chinese? Walking beside them, Zifeng's sister asked curiously. Of course, it's to communicate with him. Hearing this question, before Xinghe had a chance to speak, Taylor Swift herself answered, Little sister, when I knew him before, he disliked my poor Chinese and was unwilling to write a song for me, and asked me for $1 million for a song. Later, he said that when I learned Chinese, he would write me a song for free. Saying that, she looked at Xinghe proudly. Sue, I've learned it now. Shouldn't this be called 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns? Xinghe was speechless. Sister Zifeng simply didn't hold back and laughed. Ms. Swift, it should be a day apart is like 3 days apart. Taylor Swift was confused and looked at Zifeng inexplicably. Obviously, this was beyond her scope of understanding. For poor Ms. Swift, conversations in Chinese were fine, but if they were laced with idioms, it would be troublesome. However, inexplicably, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly felt that this kind of mold looks very cute. But they then realized a message revealed inside Moldy's words just now. What happened? When had Xinghe written a song for Moldy? And a song had actually asked her for $1 million. Chapter 170 Moldy's True Fate. On the mushroom house side, the moment Mr. He and the others saw the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Taylor Swift, they were all dumbfounded. This is that Taylor Swift? Huang Xiaoche said subconsciously. Hello, I'm Taylor. Moldy was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to greet Chef Huang. Hello, Ms. Swift. Huang Xiaoche quickly shook the other party's hand. Although the person was much younger than himself, he had to say that Moldy's popularity was definitely that of a world-class superstar. Immediately after that, Yang Mi and Wan Qian both came over to get acquainted. No matter what, this was the minimum etiquette. Putting things away, Taylor curiously surveyed the surroundings, occasionally letting out a gasp. Wow! This is amazing. Oh my God. How does it look like this? Sue, is this your sister? She's so cute. Like an angel. Haha. I know this is your studio, right? The crowd in the mushroom house looked at each other in disbelief. I don't know why. It always felt that this Taylor Swift was completely different from the gaudy superstar on stage. In front of Xinghe, she was like a child. It feels like they are very close. Peng Peng muttered to Zifeng. Yeah. Zifeng nodded. Ms. Swift has been smiling since she saw Big Brother Sue. Probably a friend. Yang Mi laughed and said in a nonchalant manner. Yes, it should be a friend. Wan Qian also nodded. It was rare for the two to agree. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience speculated. That said, why do I feel a bit sour? Huh, what are you implying? Honestly, it feels like Moldy and Xinghe match so well. Look at the way they're standing together. No way, Star God is mine. No, it's not. I think Sister Wan Qian is also a good match for Star God. Che, our big Mimi is going to give her body in return. Hihi. Where do you guys put our Ing Bao? Regardless of how the outside world speculated, Xinghe took Taylor Swift and quickly finished visiting the mushroom house, and introduced several small animals to her. Returning to the house room, she sat down. Moldy was still lamenting. This place is simply beautiful, even more beautiful than the place you took me to that year. Everyone froze, surprised, They looked at Su Xinghe and Moldy. A large number of question marks were also brushed out on the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. What is this situation? Su Xinghe laughed helplessly at the situation. Glaring at Moldy, he said in a good-natured manner, "You still have the nerve. What did you do at that time that you forgot yourself?" Taylor Swift had an innocent face. "I didn't do anything." "Hey." Su Xinghe laughed coldly, turned his head and said to Teacher Huang and the others who were full of curiosity, "Teacher Huang, do you know? She once came to our Hua system back then, and I took her to worship Buddha." "Really? You brought her?" Surprisingly, she wasn't recognized. Several people were overwhelmed with emotion. No one had expected that Taylor Swift had quietly come to Asia. Su Xinghe smiled. "I put makeup on her. Of course she wasn't recognized." Saying this, Su Xinghe sighed. "I took her to a temple with many Buddha statues, and there were incense burners underneath each statue. I was thinking that I would let her worship the Buddha. So I lit a handful of incense and asked her to offer incense to each statue one by one. As a result, she took a look around, and when she finally put all the incense under the statue closest to us, she shouted, 'Divide the incense among yourselves.' She shouted, 'Divide it among yourselves.' Next to the old monk laughed at the wooden fish are knocked chaotic. Quiet. The air was suddenly quiet for a moment. Everyone's eyes went to Taylor Swift. On the contrary, she still didn't know what was happening and looked at everyone with an innocent face, revealing a bright smile. How could the word cute be said? The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room had already turned into a sea of joy when Su Xinghe said the sentence, "Divide it amongst yourselves." Laughed me to death. Ha 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 ha. God damn it. Divide it among yourselves. It feels like the bodhisattva is going to cry. Are you offering incense? Thinking we're sitting in rows to share the fruits. Sure enough, foreigners really don't know much about the religious system of the Chinese system. Seriously, I think Tyler is so cute. Well, stupid and adorable, no problem. Come on, Star God. Do a Wasaya transformation on her. Let her stay in Wasaya. Upstairs. I feel like you're implying something. I'm not. It's not me, don't talk nonsense. As it turns out, words really can't be said indiscriminately. Taylor's image, because of Su Xinghe's sentence, instantly fell to the altar. Everyone no longer treated her as some towering international superstar, but as a cute international friend. Even Yang Mi and Wan Qian were much closer to her. After all, this one was just too interesting. Moldy didn't think too much about it. She actually wasn't the kind of girl who was very scheming in her bones. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been constantly cheated by those scummy guys from the beginning of her career. If it wasn't for the fact that she later met Su Xinghe and pointed out a few things to her, this girl would probably still continue to swing inside the sea of scum. And at this time, along with Taylor Swift's arrival at the Mushroom House to participate in the news of the wayward life came out, the entire Chinese system Asia's internet was shocked. Moldy parachuted into the Mushroom House. Su Xinghe has been dating Taylor Swift for 5 years. Su Xinghe's song is worth millions of dollars. Taylor Swift's true love has surfaced. Chinese Asian superstar Su Xinghe. Fate began with a trip to the temple. All sorts of news came out in an endless stream, and soon swept the screen in front of the netizens' eyes. Even the Hollywood side got the news. A large number of netizens began to post this news on Twitter and Facebook. Of course, unlike the gloating gossip of the Chinese system Asian netizens, what the European and American side was more curious about was this young Chinese system Asian, and what exactly was his origin. But a careful understanding of Su Xinghe's information. These people are all dumbfounded. This guy, could it be that he was a big shot that came out of the crack of a rock? Why hadn't they even heard of him before? But upon closer inspection, he was actually this powerful. Chapter 171, He is My God. No one thought that Su Xinghe could be related to Taylor Swift. It didn't matter if it was the Eastern or Western audience or the media. In their view, these two people were two insulators that could not be connected at all. But now, they had become friends. It's amazing. It was like a fairy tale. Unbelievable. Miss Swift, you and Xinghe, how did you meet? Sitting there, Mr. He inquired curiously. Because it was a live broadcast, naturally, he had to consider the issue of the live broadcast heat of the two platforms, Jitterbug and Mango. Therefore, probing into how Su Xinghe and Taylor Swift met was simply the most gimmicky thing to do. Teacher, he was a veteran host, so of course he had the level. Can I say it? Unexpectedly, Taylor Swift did not answer right away, but looked at Su Xinghe. This tutor. Stone hammer. Awesome. 666. My star god is mighty and domineering. Haha. Even the most powerful goddess has to bow down in front of the star god. In terms of pretending, I'll serve the star god. This isn't even a girlfriend? Even answering a question requires asking the star god if he agrees first. The viewers in the live broadcast room were simply high when they saw this scene. In their eyes, Taylor Swift was the goddess of the people of the meter, but as a result, now that this goddess had come to the Chinese system Asia, she was even acting like a little daughter-in-law. Even answering the reporters' interviews, she had to ask for Su Xinghe's opinion. It didn't matter how Su Xinghe's real relationship with Taylor Swift was. This matter alone made them very happy. The group of people from the mushroom house were somewhat surprised, not realizing that Su Xinghe's relationship with Taylor Swift was so good. But on second thought, it was right. If the relationship was not good, Su Xinghe would not have called her to help save the day. Say it. Su Xinghe naturally understood Taylor's meaning and nodded. Only then did Taylor Swift turn to teacher He and said with a smile, I almost killed him at the time. What? Everyone froze. Surprised, they looked at the two of them. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the two had a good relationship? How come Taylor almost killed Su Xinghe? Su Xinghe shrugged but did not say anything. Taylor himself hurriedly explained, at that time, I had just fallen out of love and was in a bad mood. So I drove my car and sped down the highway, almost hitting him, and then I hit the guardrail of the road myself, and it was him who saved me. Puffing, Wan Qian laughed outright. Seeing the crowd looking at her, she explained while laughing, haha, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. I just thought, how come Xinghe always encounters things like this? Everyone was stunned. Then they all laughed wildly. Even Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention, Su Xinghe had saved himself before, and it was the same situation. Now saving Taylor Swift, it was actually still the same situation. This guy was simply a Conan. Wherever he went, something happened. You people, don't laugh so outrageously, okay? Su Xinghe himself was helpless, hugging Qingqing and said, Qingqing, they all bully brother. Be good, brother. Qingqing smiled and rubbed Su Xinghe's face. Qingqing doesn't mind you, it's fine. The crowd once again guffawed. Over in the live broadcast room, the viewers had already been frantically brushing their pop-ups. This pop-up from Taylor was simply maddening. Later, he sent me to the hospital, because he helped me with first aid beforehand. So my life wasn't in danger and I was soon discharged, and that's how we became friends. Taylor Swift explained to everyone. As she said this, she also said with a smile on her face, Su is a good person. He helped me pay for my medical bills in advance. And when I returned it to him later, he didn't ask for a reward. He just let me treat him to a big meal for a week. When the crowd heard this, they all froze. You said that he helped you pay for your medical bills and let you treat him to a big meal for a week? Chef Huang asked as he looked at Taylor in surprise. Yeah. Taylor nodded. How excessive. Schadenfreude you are. Yang Mi glared at Su Xinghe. Tisk. Xinghe, you're actually such a person. Teacher, he was also filled with contempt. Su Xinghe spread his hands. It's normal. Okay. If I don't let her treat me, she'll have to pay me a reward. What do you guys think I should do? Hearing this, even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were winded. So, you're letting someone treat you to dinner, but you're still helping her? But not to mention, there were netizens who had lived in the rice country and quickly gave an answer. Star God did the right thing, it's very realistic over there in rice. When others help you, you just have to pay a reward. Su Xinghe doing this is very conscientious. Yes, it's just a week of treats. That's a life-saving favor. That's not true. If he had taken pictures and sent them to reporters then, that would have definitely made a lot of money. That's right. Star God is definitely a kind person. No matter what, through Su Xinghe's explanation and Taylor Swift's narration, everyone finally understood that they were such good friends. Then, Miss Taylor, what are your plans for coming to Weijiania this time, besides participating in our program? Mr. He asked to Taylor Swift. I want him to write me another song. Taylor Swift blinked her eyes and said to Su Xinghe, inviting a song. Everyone then realized. No wonder she rushed over in a hurry, and after all the fuss, it was to invite a song from Su Xinghe. That, let me say a little more, the song he wrote for you before, which one was it? At this time, Wan Qian asked with a smile. Don't. Su Xinghe opened his mouth and just wanted to stop Taylor Swift. As a result, the next moment, his voice was blocked by a chubby little hand that suddenly appeared. It was Qingqing. The moment Su Xinghe opened his mouth, she directly covered Su Xinghe's mouth. You belong with me. Accompanied by Taylor Swift's words, The entire pop-up screen burst into life. And next, Taylor's explanation made everyone even more completely dumbfounded. That album. He helped me create it all. Without Sue, I wouldn't be where I am today. He is my God. Chapter 172. Isn't it just writing songs? Taylor Swift's deep confession was something that no one expected. She said it in a serious tone. No one would suspect that she was joking. After all, what people believed in was God. There probably aren't many people who joke about their faith. More importantly, some netizens had found out Taylor's results for that album and published them in the middle of the live broadcast. Seeing this data, everyone fell silent. Taylor Swift had been on the scene for 6 years and had been silent, holding the name of Rice's country music hopeful, but never warming up. However, in 2009, Taylor Swift released her second album since her debut, the album on which the single with the Chinese title You Belong to Me is based. The album not only gave her her first Billboard #1 single, but also her first #1 album. It even went so far as to sell the highest number of copies in the history of country music. A full 600,000 copies. This achievement was the most public sales ever by a female artist in the history of Rice. It was also from that time that Taylor Swift truly became a world-renowned superstar. And now, it was only then that everyone realized that that album was actually created by Xinghe for Taylor Swift. Awesome. Star God. It really is the Star God. The name is true. No wonder Taylor worships Star God so much. It would be the same if it were me. Yeah, it's like Xinghe single-handedly made her popular. On the Mushroom House side, everyone was shocked. Peng Peng simply took his cell phone and started checking it out. A moment later, he dumbfoundedly handed the information he had found out to teacher He and the others to take a look. Everyone was all confused. Xinghe still had this ability? No, you write songs, are you that good? Yang Mi said to Xinghe in surprise. Xinghe looked at her breathlessly. You don't know much. Ha ha ha. Yang Mi laughed awkwardly, all speechless. There was no way. Who made her usually not care much about things in the singing world? Besides, Xinghe hadn't said anything about even writing songs for Taylor Swift when he met her. Sue, you know, I'm going to release an album recently, so I hope you can help me write a hit song. Taylor Swift looked at Xinghe and said seriously. She was very clear. Xinghe, this person, had always had a big temper. When the album was first produced, he himself was scolded by him. In the end, if it wasn't for his bitter pleas, he wouldn't have written a song for himself at all. And now, himself and Fruit sister Katy Perry were parting spears with each other. If he could ask Xinghe to help, then perhaps he could directly overpower her. Xinghe helplessly glanced at her, but did not speak immediately. Brother, just help Sister Taylor. At this time, Qingqing suddenly spoke. Xinghe glanced at her. Little traitor, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you cover my mouth? Hehehe. The little girl smiled cheekily, whooshed and jumped out of Xinghe's embrace, running into Wan Qian's arms. Sister, help. Wan Qian breathlessly picked her up and said to Xinghe, since Miss Swift is your friend, I think we might as well write a song for her. Yes, big brother Sue, just write a song. Sister Zifeng also spoke up. She liked Taylor Swift a lot and had just dragged someone to give her an autograph, so now she naturally had to speak towards her idol. I think it's okay. Huang Xiaoche smiled and said, at this point in time, coming to our Chinese system Asia from afar is a guest. Xinghe, you must not dishonor our old ancestors' tradition of hospitality. Xinghe was all helpless. This bunch of guys, each and every one of you is standing around talking without a pain in the ass. You're not the ones who write songs anymore. Is it so easy to write a good song? Sitting there, Xinghe remained silent for a long time. System. Exchange a song suitable for Taylor. Detected that the host's body is too weak lately and needs to replenish its energy in order to complete the mission. What do you mean? Please ask the host to eat 5 bowls of rice. Xinghe's entire being was bad. Nima. This system, it's annoying. He knew that the system would always mess up this kind of moth for himself. Sighing, Xinghe waved his hand and said to Taylor Swift, I'll think about it. You stay tonight and I'll tell you the answer tomorrow. Taylor Swift naturally agreed with her mouth full. Let's go, Teacher Huang. We both have to prepare dinner. Xinghe stood up and said to Huang Xiaoche. Originally, he did not plan to broadcast live today, so the ingredients were not specially prepared. They were all left over from yesterday. Now, since Taylor Swift was here, and Hai Qing was also arriving in the afternoon, it was naturally impossible to just throw together a bite. At this point, Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoqie still had a consensus. Director, come out. With a six-parent pace, the two of them, Su Xinghe and Yellow Little Chef, arrived in front of the director's office. Something wrong. The director looked at the two of them with a guarded face. It was no good for these two to get together. An old fox and a young fox, definitely two vixens. This is a full house today, and there's also a world superstar like Miss Swift. Do you think it's time for us to have a hearty dinner? Huang Xiaoqie said in a serious manner. The director rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, even if the president of the rice country comes, he still has to follow our rules. No work, no food. Director awesome. Ha 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 ha. Kudos to the program. What a death wish. Director, that's Taylor Swift. Not the Swift who plays basketball. Oh my God. Director, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by Moldy's hundreds of millions of fans all over the world? Admire the director. The skill of making death is first class. The viewers in the live broadcast room were going crazy with laughter. This director's guts were also too big. He dared to say anything. Surprisingly, he didn't even give Taylor Swift face. How awesome. On the mushroom house side, hearing the director's words, Chef Huang froze. For a long half-day, Chef Huang didn't say anything. And just at this time, Su Xinghe, however, turned around haughtily and walked back into the house with quick steps. Then, walked out with a slipper and handed it to Huang Xiaoqie. Mr. Huang, lightly smash it. They are all old acquaintances, Su Xinghe said with a bashful face. Just leave a breath. The director felt that the world was not very friendly to him, as if he was not very friendly. Chapter 173 Threatening the program team. The director did not expect, no matter what, that Su Xinghe would actually have such a naughty moment, although he had been smashed with slippers by Huang Xiaoqie in the past. But those were all mostly components of the program's performance, and they were also all messed up by Pang Pang or Teacher He. But this guy, Su Xinghe, was actually encouraging Huang Xiaoqie to smash himself. Too bad. It was just annoying. Aya. Little Su. Why are you like this? Huang Xiaoqin heatedly smiled, shaking the slipper in his hand, gesturing at the director, his mouth still pushing back in a fake manner. I'm so familiar with the director. Can I smash him? Said. He weighed the weight and shook his head. This won't work. You change a heavier one. The director's entire being was bad. These two assholes were clearly playing with themselves. How could there be such a threat to people? No, Mr. Huang. Let's be reasonable. The director looked at Huang Xiaoqie and carefully took a few steps back, saying. Huang Xiaoqie sneered. Be reasonable? Yeah, I'm being reasonable. I'll use the slippers in my hand to reason with you. Puffing. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, Yang Mi and Wan Qian, who had walked out to watch the fun, all laughed. There was no way, this scene was just too funny. Previously, they had only seen these guests of the Wayward Life on TV fighting with the program team. Now that they were observing it on the spot, not to mention it was really quite funny. Wan Qian and Xiao Yang, you guys go back, don't worry. I'll definitely get you a big meal. Little Chef Huang turned his head and said with confidence. Thanks for your hard work, Mr. Huang. Wan Qian said with a smile. She was especially pretty when she squinted her eyes and smiled. Yang Mi also nodded. Good luck, Teacher Huang. I'm optimistic about you. Compared to Wan Qian, she was better at making programs and knew when to say what kind of words that could be more enjoyable to everyone. The viewers in the live broadcast room, by this time, had their stomachs hurting from laughing. There was no way. Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoqi's performance was just too amusing. It was the first time the audience had seen such a funny scene. Director, you've thought this through. Su Xinghe stood behind little Chef Huang and said in a nonchalant manner, Taylor is from the Mi country. It's not easy for him to come to our Chinese system as a guest. You're not even giving him an ingredient and forcing him to do hard labor, TSK. Aren't you afraid of spreading the word and tarnishing our country's image? Besides, the two beauties Yang Mi and Wan Qian are standing here. Do you not see which one of them? Or do you think that Mr. Huang has no face with you? The director's entire being was bad. What was this bastard Su Xinghe saying? According to him, it was estimated that his own microblog would have to be blasted away by these people's fans tonight. This was simply a threat. Little Mr. Su, why are you such a person? The director said with a face full of bitterness. Su Xinghe shrugged. What kind of person I am depends on what kind of decision you make. The director felt his heart was stuffed. Baby's heart is bitter. Baby doesn't want to talk. Ha ha ha. Star God is mighty and domineering. This is okay. I feel like Star God would definitely be a Zwan if he played games. Definitely, with his level of yin and yang, it's possible that he could piss off the opposite side and hang up to take a bath. Huh. Why do I feel that you seem to be hinting at someone? No, I absolutely didn't. I also like puppies okay. But it feels like today's program, it's really interesting. The audience's reaction was very enthusiastic. The pop-ups were one after another. Basically, if you turn on the pop-ups, you can't see the live broadcast. A good number of people simply turned off the pop-ups. And the total number of people in the live streams of both Shake and Mango platforms combined had already exceeded 80 million. This level of heat was simply unheard of. Normal TV programs were not this hot. This was the heat of today's life toward you. In the end, the director still gave in. Couldn't be helped. Su Xinghe's level of yin and yang was too high. It put him directly on a pedestal. If he really continued to adhere to the original principle of not allowing Su Xinghe and the others to get the ingredients, the director estimated that even within the program team, there would be a revolt. He had just seen that several people were holding books, waiting for Taylor Swift to give their signatures. This was the appeal of a world-class superstar. Not to mention, Taylor was still such a beautiful beauty. That's even more so. People love people and flowers bloom. That's it then, whatever ingredients you need, you can take them now, but tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, you'll have to work hard on your own to harvest pineapples or cut bananas to earn them back. How's that? The director said to Su Xinghe and Huang Xiaoche. Director, you're not being sincere. Su Xinghe bristled. How about this? We'll take care of the main course ourselves. And for side dishes, how about 10 bundles of bananas and 2 baskets of pineapples? He calculated that this was the amount of work that he could accomplish with teacher He and Huang Xiaochef and the others. Good. The director also resigned himself to his fate. Su Xinghe could toss and turn as much as he liked. Beautifully ending the bargain, he took the side dishes and put them in the kitchen. Su Xinghe happily returned to the house. Su, you're awesome. Taylor Swift gave Su Xinghe a thumbs up even though she didn't understand much. Yeah, brother is awesome, Qingqing said with a smile. Not bad. Facing the people who praised him, Su Xinghe had a smug look on his face. But what about the main course? Zifeng asked with some worry. Previously, Su Xinghe had brought Wan Qian and the girls up the mountain to lay the sets and hit 2 hares and a pheasant. As a result, the hares were given by him to the side of the program team, and the pheasant was eaten up yesterday. Simple, I'll just go up the mountain again. Su Xinghe smiled. The director promised that the main dish will be taken care of by ourselves. He won't interfere. Just one dish then? Pumba asked in surprise. Of course not. Su Xinghe waved his hand. I'll make another cage, you go down to the stream side. There should be quite a lot of crayfish at this time. After saying this, he said to Chef Huang, Mr. Huang, how about making a spicy crayfish? Success. Little Chef Huang was preparing to pick vegetables and nodded at his words. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. This Su Xinghe was also too powerful. In a few words, he had opened up 2 main dishes out. It was only him. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have thought of so much. Come on. Su Xinghe clapped his hands, stood up, and said to the crowd, let's each do our own thing and be self-reliant. Prepare dinner together. Cheers. Cheer up. In the mushroom house, a crisp voice rang out. Chapter 174 Standardized Man Su Xinghe. Since they were each in their own way, there naturally had to be a division of labor. Moreover, there had to be a clear division of labor. In today's mushroom house, there were quite a few personnel. Huang Xiaochef and Su Xinghe were the main chefs. Then teacher He with Zifeng and Peng Peng were the main force of the handymen. Wan Qian was not feeling well and was arranged to take Qingqing to help pick vegetables. Yangmi and Taylor Swift, on the other hand, followed Su Xinghe to go to the back of the mountain to lay sets to catch pheasants. Peng Peng actually did not want to chop firewood originally. He wanted to go up the mountain and follow Su Xinghe to hunt. As a result, Su Xinghe killed him with a single sentence. Pang Pang, do you think, if you come back from the mountain, the job of chopping firewood, whose will it be? Su Xinghe asked Pang Pang with a smile. Blinking his own eyes, Pang Pang did not say anything. My foolish O Daodu ah. This is your fate. Don't resist. Su Xinghe smiled and touched Pang Pang's head. Everyone all laughed. As the young and strong man in the aspiring family nowadays, unless a guest of honor came who was similar to Pumba's age, this kind of physical work, as Su Xinghe said, was Pumba's destiny. Hey! But still, I want to go hunting so badly. Pang Pang had a longing face. Let's do it this way. Turn around and find some time. I'll take you up inside the mountains for a spin. Su Xinghe's eyes twinkled and immediately thought of a way to comfort Pang Pang. Sure enough, hearing Su Xinghe's words, Peng Peng instantly went to chop wood cheerfully. Done. Shrugging at the camera, Su Xinghe said with a relaxed look. Ha ha ha. This guy, so he's fooling Pang Pang. Heartache for my Peng. Meeting such an unscrupulous brother. AI, the naive Pang Pang, amongst a group of foxes, is simply too difficult. Teacher Huang is an old fox. Su Xinghe is a little fox. Pang Pang's life can't see the light. Ha ha ha. Upstairs is too talented. Said in a heartbreaking manner. Jokes returned to jokes. Su Xinghe naturally couldn't bring Pang Pang up the mountain. There were a total of 3 guests. Wan Qian was not feeling well, so she could bring Qingqing to help out and play the role. The remaining ones, Yang Mi and Taylor Swift, naturally had to do something interesting to make the program look more interesting. There was nothing more fun than going up the mountain for a spin. Facts proved. Su Xinghe's idea was right. Sensei Taylor Swift, or Big Mimi. Since entering the back of the mountain, the entire person was different. The two of them were yelling and screaming, completely lacking the usual goddess appearance. No, you're my photographer. What are you doing photographing them? As he was filming, Su Xinghe realized that the photographer who was originally following behind him had actually run to the front to film Taylor Swift and Yang Mi. He instantly felt that he had received great harm. This guy, it was simply intentional. Sorry. Although he wasn't out of the picture, the photographer still apologized in a hurry. In fact, he didn't do it on purpose, he just subconsciously aimed the camera over there because it was more interesting. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Su Xinghe and called out. But it had to be said that it was definitely an interesting scene. Think about it. The invincible and beloved Su Xinghe had a time when he was ignored. What an interesting scene. As it turned out, that was indeed the case. The audience hadn't noticed at first. By the time Su Xinghe shouted out, everyone was all laughing. No one had expected that there was actually such a thing. Laughed my ass off. The star god actually has times when he is ignored. This camera big brother is so straight. Yeah. Su Xinghe is too amusing. Poor star god. It would be good if the cameraman was a woman. That's right, if it was a female, I guess they would all be filming the star god. For the 2 city girls, teaching them to lay a condom was simply an incredibly tedious task. At this time, Su Xinghe greatly missed his bun apprentice. At the very least, that Zhao lying girl was particularly nimble in her work and did not need to worry about herself at all. That day when he was teaching Wan Qian, she was fumbling around on her own, surprisingly had already studied and understood the condom. Which, like now, their own hand to teach, these 2 people are still confused. Taylor Swift, even squatting in his previous good set side, seriously pondered this thing is how to catch small animals. With a disheveled sigh, Su Xinghe was already too lazy to spit. You two, please go stand over there. Su Xinghe, who had given up on healing, decisively pointed to the opposite side and said to Yang Mi and Taylor Swift, Su, what's wrong? Are there birds over there? Taylor Swift said with a confused face. I don't know if there are any over there, but I know that if you go over there, we might have chicken to eat at night. Su Xinghe said to her helplessly, blinking her eyes. Taylor Swift finally understood. After all the fuss, she herself was disliked. Su, you can't treat me like this. I'm your guest. Taylor Swift said angrily. At that moment, she definitely wasn't in that rice angel mold. She was more like a delinquent girl, domineering. Cheer up. Taylor, you can do it. Yang Mi was gloating on the side, simply happy. Su Xinghe rolled his eyes, no longer having anything to say about this crazy woman's behavior. However, he also knew that Yang Mi was this character. Perhaps in front of others, in front of the public, she always had a face that was particularly good-natured and kind. But removing that mask, she was actually just like an ordinary girl. There were favorite stars, there were dramas that she hated, and even if she liked someone, she might not dare to openly say it. This is the life of an entertainer. It said that when you're in the jungle, you can't help it. That was the truth. Hee. Su Xinghe. How about it? Do you want to beg for mercy? Looking at Su Xinghe, Yang Mi said, I'm telling you, Taylor and I have hundreds of millions of fans combined. So when the time comes, let's see where you're going to run. Taylor Swift also raised her head in triumph at this. The two seemed as if they had eaten up Su Xinghe. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Xinghe sighed, then glanced at Taylor Swift. Taylor, your song. Su Xinghe smiled faintly. That what? I apologize, Sue. The next moment, Taylor Swift decisively chose to concede. Although she also wanted to embarrass Su Xinghe a bit, this was related to her new song. She really didn't dare to provoke Su Xinghe. After taking care of one, Su Xinghe looked at Yang Mi again. What do you want? Yang Mi looked at Su Xinghe, not knowing why. There was always a not-so-good premonition in her heart. And the next moment, her premonition was indeed fulfilled. Chapter 175. The mountain here is contracted by me. You probably forgot that I, for one, especially like taking pictures and recording videos. Su Xinghe looked at Yang Mi and said indifferently, to be honest, in those years, I had a friend who happened to be developing poorly, and especially liked to drink, and after drinking he liked to perform programs. What northeastern big rice planting song and Huangmei opera or something, TSK. Singing is not bad at. Saying that, he smiled and said to Yang Mi, do you want to take a look? The expression on Yang Mi's face had twisted. Looking at Su Xinghe, her expression was one of helplessness. Surname Su, you're forcing me, aren't you? Su Xinghe laughed. How could I, with this relationship of ours, how could I possibly do that? As I said, it's a friend of mine. Ugh. Yang Mi rounded her eyes and said without a trace of anger, are you playing dumb for me here? What kind of friend? Why haven't I heard of it? Su Xinghe could no longer hold back and simply squatted there, laughing maniacally. This Yang Mi is really too interesting. Inside the live broadcast room, seeing the interaction of the three people, the audience also laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. I have a friend series, seconds Heartache for my big Mimi. Why should I be bullied so much by Su Xinghe? Hey. But I can't help but want to watch that video Program team, can you ask the star god how you can publish the video? Yeah, if it can be published, I can spend money. Ha ha ha. You guys are so bad. What I'm curious about is, in Su Xinghe's hands, is there any black history of Tyler? Can't be. Then he's too much of a dog. Ahem. Didn't you realize? This guy, Su Xinghe, is very dark and private. Definitely a treacherous villain. Ha ha ha. Star God's friends are so miserable. Su Xinghe was naturally joking. Or rather, he brought these two people up the mountain, and if he didn't make it so, there really wouldn't be much of a program effect. It was not Su Xinghe's habit to do things without being serious. Even if the show's side wouldn't say anything because of Taylor Swift and Yang Mi's identity, then the audience would not like it if there was nothing to see. How good was this, three people working together on the mountain, and the interaction between friends? Perfect. In fact, the director's side, seeing the feedback, was also very satisfied. Doing a program, that's how it should be fun. Director, you said, in the hands of this Su Xinghe, just how much black history does Yang Mi and the girls have? They won't get angry, will they? Talking about it so much inside the program. The assistant director casually asked. The director was stunned, then laughed. What do you know? They are true friends. Lifelong friendship. Can't you see? Sensei Yang Mi or Taylor Swift, when they are with Su Xinghe, they are all incredibly relaxed, showing that they are true friends. Hearing his words, the assistant director nodded. This was true. To be able to specially come over to stand before Su Xinghe had exposed his identity, it was evident that Yang Mi and Taylor Swift were really treating Su Xinghe as a friend. The person who really got lucky is Wan Qian. The director looked around and saw that there weren't many people and whispered, Zhao Liang is Su Xinghe's own person, so it doesn't count. Wan Qian was specially left to stand yesterday. With this favor, it doesn't matter if it's Mr. Huang or Mr. He, or Xiangnan Satellite TV and Jitterbug Company. They all have to be impressed with them. What's more, haven't you seen Su Xinghe's temperament? He is clearly someone who repays favors with favors and avenges with favors. The assistant director smiled and spoke. This is true, speaking of which, I feel he is really good to those around him. This was from the bottom of his heart. Su Xinghe, this person, did not have any frame at all when not filming to these ordinary staff members of the program team. Even if their status was far from him, Su Xinghe was also polite, completely letting people not see that he was the biggest star of the crew. This is called pattern. The director muttered to himself. In his opinion, Su Xinghe's kind of temperament already had the posture of those mall tycoons. But thinking about it, he had become a shareholder of two big companies, Penguin and Bite Flying Dance, at such a young age, and with such a high fortune, it would be laughable if he didn't have a bit of poise and still acted like a showbiz artist. Su Xinghe didn't know that he was rated so highly in the eyes of the onlookers. Hustling the exasperated Yang Mi and Taylor aside, he placed 10 sets of his own and pulled them away. Su, don't we need to stand guard here? Taylor asked in disbelief. Yeah, what if someone comes? Yangmi also had a worried look on her face. Su Xinghe smiled. It's okay. Don't worry, no one will come. Why? Taylor did not understand Su Xinghe's words at all. Because this mountain is mine. The next moment, Su Xinghe's answer made the Yangmi duo and the audience in the live broadcast room all dumbfounded. This mountain is his? What kind of situation was this? What did you say? Yangmi looked at Su Xinghe and asked, This mountain is yours? Ah, Su Xinghe nodded. When I bought the house before, the village head said that the back of the mountain has been uncontracted. So I contracted it and usually arranged for someone to plant some mountain goods or something. The two women looked at each other in dismay, already not knowing what to say. And in the live broadcast room, the audience went even more crazy. Holy, what is this, a mountain? True. Earthy, Star God is awesome. Haha. Wizenmo Star God is so awesome. Is it because he's handsome? Honestly, a man like this is simply the best. That's right. He's young, handsome, and talented. He can't find any black spots at all. He's simply a woman's perfect lover. That's right. And you guys didn't realize that the Star God doesn't even smoke. Good man, absolutely good man. A group of people were warmly discussing there. Su Xinghe had just become a diamond bachelor in their eyes. Su Xinghe himself didn't feel much. After finishing, he said to Taylor and Yangmi, Let's go. Hurry down the mountain. Come back in an hour and see how the harvest is. He was still in a hurry to go back and make cages to catch crayfish. He was originally going to do it before, but as a result, Pang Pang said that he could also catch them with a mesh pocket, so Su Xinghe didn't do it. I wonder how much he's caught now. Chapter 176, Catching Lobsters. It turns out that what everyone is good at is really different. Just like Pang Pang. If he was asked to chop firewood, Pumba finished it off very well. A large pile of firewood was neatly placed there, definitely with care. When he walked into the courtyard, Su Xinghe was shocked. This firewood is chopped well. Su Xinghe lamented. Awesome. Taylor also clapped his hands and nodded. For this kind of farming life that relied purely on her own hands and self-sufficiency, she was undoubtedly a bit more curious and fresh than the others. After all, over in Rice, there were very few opportunities like this. Their farms were highly mechanized, and the idyllic scenery was there, but this kind of do-it-yourself feeling of being self-sufficient could not be found. Especially since Taylor was still a superstar nowadays, that popularity was simply insane. Appearing anywhere, she would cause a riot. It was only in a small place like Yuan village that no one would pay attention. After all, other than the program staff, the villagers had little impression of this blonde, blue-eyed, foreign woman. Huang Xiaoche and the others all laughed. To be honest, it was the first time they saw someone actually being praised for chopping firewood well. You guys are quite fast. Teacher, he said to Su Xinghe. Less down. Su Xinghe said, Where's Peng Peng? Went to fish for shrimp. Ah. Teacher, he replied. Took his sister there and hasn't returned for half a day. I'll go over and take a look. Su Xinghe nodded and took a step towards the outside. The two people, Taylor Swift and Yangmi, originally wanted to follow him, but he stopped them and told them to stay here and wait. It was just fishing for shrimp, it wasn't a big deal. The two had no choice but to be pulled by Teacher He to help in the kitchen. Su Xinghe took a step to the stream side and saw Peng Peng busy there, Wan Qian holding Qingqing's hand. Beside him were Dawei and Tianlong, watching. Zifeng, on the other hand, had his feet soaked in the water and had a happy face. How's the fishing going? Su Xinghe asked with a smile. Don't mention it. Big brother Su. Can't fish anything at all. Peng Peng said helplessly. As he said this, he showed the bag to Su Xinghe. Not to mention, it really didn't fish out anything. Let's go. I'll make you a cage. Su Xinghe smiled and said to Peng Peng, Guarantee you'll fish out a whole bunch in a while. Pang Pang naturally believed him and hurriedly went to the shore, pulling Zifeng back. Qingqing also trotted all the way behind her brother and sister, and the three of them actually played a game of running race. Dawei, Tianlong, run together. Qingqing was quite happy and actually turned her head to urge on. Dawei and Tianlong were helpless. That expression was quite humanized. The audience, who had already known that they were so psychic, naturally laughed out loud. It's really funny. Yes, Davy and Tianlong. They are really too humanized. I want to buy one of them. What do you guys think? Upstairs? Drinking in the morning? What do you mean? How can you say something like that without drinking? Is Star God poor in money? How could he sell Davy and Tianlong? Isn't that so? The person who said Star God is short of money is afraid of not going up to Shirleji. Su Xinghe and Wan Qian walked behind. Because there were cameras following them, it was natural for the two to not be so casual when they spoke. How is your body? Su Xinghe said softly. It's fine, much better. Wan Qian smiled and said to Su Xinghe, thank you. It should be. Su Xinghe said, slightly embarrassed. No matter what, this was his own problem. Last night, he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and got up with the intention of having a glass of red wine, and happened to meet Wan Qian, who also came out to hang out. The two sat inside the gazebo and drank a little wine. Perhaps it was under the stimulation of alcohol, or perhaps it was because each other had a good feeling about the other, certain things naturally happened. But the problem was, the dam system suddenly gave Su Xinghe a mission of 7 times a night. Then, Wan Qian was in tragedy. That was the real reason why she was uncomfortable this morning. But there's no way. This kind of thing could only be understood, and the two could only make eye contact. But by the looks of it, Wan Qian didn't want to pester Su Xinghe, which made him a little weird. It felt as if he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Back home, Pang Pang was being lectured by teacher He and Chef Huang, letting him fish for a shrimp and not being able to do it well. It was true that he was the stupid son of a landlord's family, only able to do work that didn't use his brain. All right, teacher He, don't blame him. Su Xinghe smiled and relieved Pang Pang. I'll make a cage. He'll take it and go down to the river. He'll be able to fish a lot in a while. With those words, he then began to take the tools. In a short while, a long cage was ready. Go on, go down to the river. Take good protective measures around it, so that the river water can only flow out of the cage. Got it? Su Xinghe was afraid that Pang Pang wouldn't understand and instructed him. Okay. Big brother Su, just watch and see. Pang Pang had a happy face. Seeing that this guy went to go down to the cage, Su Xinghe washed his hands, went into the kitchen, and started to prepare dinner together with Huang Xiao chef. By the way, he was surrounded by a group of big and small beauties. Zifeng was holding Qingqing's hand. To his left and right were Davy and Tianlong. Then Yang Mi, who was holding her arms, and Taylor Swift, who was full of curiosity and excitement, as well as Wan Qian, who had a bashful smile on her face and exchanged a few words with Mr. He from time to time. To be honest, even Su Xinghe was a little nervous. Haha. What kind of divine lineup is this? Mushroom House Daily Spectator cooking. Laughing me to death. It feels like Huang Xiao chef and Su Xinghe are like 2 giant pandas at the zoo. Being visited by the crowd, is it? Honestly, I feel that the two of us are like giant pandas. Huang Xiao chef said to Su Xinghe, who was wearing an apron, while slicing meat. Su Xinghe smiled. I think so. 2 rare animals. Everyone all laughed. We're supporting you guys with our spirits. Yang Mi blinked her eyes and said with a serious face. Those who didn't know thought she really thought so. Hey! Su Xinghe glanced at her. You're lucky it didn't rain today. Yang Mi was confused. The others were also a bit surprised. Only Wan Qian laughed, looking like she understood what Su Xinghe meant. Huang Xiaoche froze and then also understood and laughed that freely. Teacher He and the others were astonished. And Taylor was even more confused. Chinese was too profound for Taylor. It was already difficult to understand some idioms, let alone Su Xinghe's words that had no beginning and no end. It was simply like listening to heavenly books. Chapter 177 Hai Qing's Arrival. What do you mean? Yang Mi didn't react either, looking at Su Xinghe in surprise. Su Xinghe shrugged. Think for yourself. After saying that, he turned around and continued to chop vegetables. Yang Mi was furious, but she still didn't understand what Su Xinghe meant. Brother, said Sister Mimi, if it rains today, you're going to be struck by lightning. Qingqing, who was being held by Wan Qian's hand, said with a smile. Yang Mi's entire body was bad. Eyes wide open, Yang Mi looked at Su Xinghe. Surname Su you? Su Xinghe shrugged. It would have been the truth, otherwise you come to cook. I'll wait to eat ready-made. So what, you cheer ha? Yang Dame, who was still furious just now, turned around and left without saying a word. What a joke. She had ordered takeout at home. To let her cook, it would be better to eat raw. Haha, Mimi ah. Teacher He was laughing, patting Yang Mi's shoulder. You said you can't compete with him? Why do you provoke him every time? Pisses me off. Yang Mi said, this guy, he doesn't know how to give in to me. Everyone laughed out loud. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more unable to laugh themselves. For this kind of love and kill each other drama, everyone loved to see it the most. Even if they knew that the two of them were not in a romantic relationship, it was more fun to watch this way. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. "We're back," a mid-air voice rang out, and Pumba walked in with a big stride carrying the cage. "How was it? Any gains?" Teacher, he asked with a smile. "Of course, teacher, you don't even look at who I am." Pung Pung was quite happy. "Haha, let's see." Teacher, he opened the cage as he spoke. Not to mention, there were really quite a few things in there. There were fish, shrimps, and other small bugs and stuff. "Leave the fish and shrimp, and let the rest go." Little Chef Huang walked over and took a look, and instructed Pang Pang, "Pick out the fish and shrimp separately. The fish will be given to you in a deep frying sauce, and for the shrimp, make a spicy crawfish. How about it?" Everyone naturally raised their hands in welcome. "All right then, you guys clean up first. I'll go check out the sets on the mountain." Seeing this, Xinghe was also prepared to go see if there was any harvest from the traps he had planted on the mountain. "I'm going." Taylor raised his hand and said, "Good." Xinghe nodded and called Pung Pung, Zifeng plus Taylor to follow him up the mountain. The remaining people, naturally, stayed in the mushroom house and waited. Not to mention, the harvest this time was no less than the last time. A hare, 2 pheasants. "It's okay." Looking at Xinghe carrying 2 pheasants, Huang Xiaojie laughed. "Impressive indeed." Pang Pang gave a thumbs up and heartily exclaimed, "At this level of Big Brother Su, I think that if he goes to the mountains by himself, he won't be able to starve at all, and instead, he will be able to live a very nourishing life." "Ha ha 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 ha. That's right. Yeah, this is definitely a wilderness survival expert." "Awesome." A group of people nodded their heads at Xinghe. After all, this strength of his was still very possible. "All right, you guys do what you need to do." Xinghe lazily spat on this group of guys waiting for a free meal, waving his hand, letting them all go up to the side to stay there, while he himself and Huang Xiaoqiu began to pack up the pheasants. Not much later, outside the mushroom house, a figure walked in. "Hello!" A voice rang out. The crowd turned around, and Qingqing was clearly standing in the doorway. "Mom!" Zifeng was the first to run out with a happy face. She and Qingqing had once starred in a TV series where Qingqing played her mom. The relationship between the two was very good. "Agu, daughter-in-law." Qingqing had a bright smile on her face and hugged Zifeng. "You've lost a lot of weight." "Have I?" Zifeng tilted her head and said with a smile, "It's okay." Huang Xiaoqie and the others also walked out. "Long time no see." Teacher He and the others greeted Qingqing, and naturally, Yangmi Wanqian had all seen her and exchanged warm pleasantries. "Master hug." When it came to Huang Xiao Chef, Qingqing took the initiative to extend her hand for a hug. "No proper form." Glaring at Qingqing, Huang Xiaoqie said, "Go inside first." Everyone walked inside. Perhaps it was because of the rain, today's weather was particularly hot, practically making people dizzy. "On my way here, I was almost sunburned," Qingqing said. Saying this, she looked at Xinghe, who walked over. "Aya, this is Mr. Su. Isn't it? Hello, hello." Don't. Xinghe hastily waved his hand. "Sister Qingqing, you can stop cursing. Can we have a good chat, la?" "Haha. Don't be polite to him." Huang Xiaoqie waved his hand and said to Qingqing, "They're all our own people." This was true. Qingqing was his student. To be able to have today, it was also because he had supported him, although he was not familiar with Xinghe, but after experiencing what happened before, Qingqing naturally did not need to be polite and outgoing with Xinghe. Everyone smiled and sat down around the table. "You're lucky this one, coming in time for the meal." After sitting down, little Chef Huang said to Qingqing, "That's for sure. I came here smelling the aroma." Qingqing heatedly laughed. The crowd was speechless. It had to be said that her arrival had made the mushroom house quite lively. After all, the previous 3 people, Wanqian had a quiet personality, Taylor Swift was a foreigner, and it was only Yangmi who was slightly more lively and could fight with Xinghe or something. As for the others, there wasn't much sense of variety at all. Zifeng and Pung Pung, neither of them were the type of people who were very good at being funny. "Let me go get milk for everyone." Teacher He stood up and said to everyone. The meal would have to wait a while. The mountain chicken had just been stewed, so it would take an hour anyways. On a hot day, it couldn't be a bunch of people sitting here dry. "No need, Teacher He. I'll drink water, you guys drink," Qingqing said in a hurry. Although Teacher He was a bit strange, he still brought back cold milk with Zifeng and distributed it to everyone. Hai Qing herself poured a cup of water and drank it there. The crowd was a bit strange. On the side, little Chef Huang laughed. Mr. Huang, what are you laughing at? Yang Mi asked somewhat strangely. Little Chef Huang hemmed and hawed and glanced at Hai Qing before saying, I'm laughing. Hai Qing watched you guys drink cold milk, so I guess he's been chattering in his heart. The crowd all looked puzzled. What's going on here? Looking at Hai Qing again, her cheeks were already scarlet. In here, there is a story. Chapter 178, Dr. Hai's acupuncture record. Mr. Huang, what's going on? Su Xinghe was also curious, and asked to Huang Xiaoqie in disbelief. It's nothing, this disciple of mine, known as Dr. Hai in the Jianghu, likes to study things like health maintenance and health when he's not doing anything. Huang Xiaoqie explained to the confused everyone. So, seeing you guys drinking cold milk like this, she's definitely going to spit in her heart. Master! Hai Qing helplessly glared at Huang Xiaoqie. I didn't. After saying that, she looked at Su Xinghe in a serious manner. Xinghe, sister is not that kind of person.
Su Xinghe guffawed.
Not to mention, this person, Hai Qing, was really funny. Su, have you thought about it or not? Do you want to write me a song? At this time, Taylor Swift remembered her invitation for a song and asked Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded. It's no problem to write a song, but you have to wait, when I have an idea. Of course. Taylor Swift was overjoyed. Don't worry, I can always live here and wait for you. Hearing her words, Hai Qing directly spat out a mouthful of water. What is this? Next to her, Wan Qian hurriedly explained it to her. Only then did Hai Qing understand and looked at Su Xinghe in surprise. You can still write songs? Sister Hai Qing, I'm a singer by trade. Su Xinghe was speechless. How little do you understand me? Sorry. Hai Qing hurriedly apologized. She really didn't know much about these things. After all, her age was much different from Su Xinghe's. She was a generation away from Huang Xiaoqie. The two were only 3 or 4 years apart. When she went to college, she was the first batch of students that Huang Xiaoqie stayed in school and then brought up. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have such a deep bond. But Sister Hai Qing, do you really like healthcare that much? Su Xinghe didn't care. Originally, he didn't think that people all over the world would recognize him. He was more curious about whether Hai Qing really liked health maintenance like Huang Xiaojiao said. Hai Qing didn't wait for an answer, but Huang Xiaoqie already nodded and smiled at everyone. I'll tell you guys something, and you'll know. Master! Hai Qing was instantly speechless, and just wanted to stop Yellow Little Chef, but was stopped by teacher He. Aya, just let him tell it, we're curious too. Huang Xiaoqie said with a smile of his own. If you stop me like this, they're even more curious. Nodding helplessly, Hai Qing had already resigned herself to her fate. Huang Xiaoqie sat there and spoke. In the past, I guess, the two of us filmed a TV series, and while filming, Dr. Hai got hooked on acupuncture. Acupuncture? Taylor Swift asked with some surprise. She didn't quite understand this. Su Xinghe smiled and waved his hand. It's not really acupuncture, but it's a medical treatment that uses needles to prick a person's body to release fatigue and alleviate illnesses. It's a very magical means. Taylor Swift then realized that this was the case. Huang Xiaoqie continued. I have bad joints. Everyone knows that. Hai Qing'er was presumably doing it to fulfill her filial piety at that time. And suddenly one day, she said to me, Master, why don't I give you a needle? Then I said yes. So she gave me a needle here on my knee. Huang Xiaoqie gestured above his knee. While the crowd was curious, they heard Chef Huang helplessly say, Then I finished talking to the director about the script, and I was thinking about starting the shoot, so I called out to her, and I said, Hai Qing, pull the needle out for me. She came over and whooshed and pulled the needle out. Su Xinghe was a bit strange. Isn't this quite good? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also curious. This was indeed very good. A disciple who liked healthcare and was filial to his master. Perfect. Then, everyone heard Huang Xiaoqie continue. Oh, at that time, when she pulled it out, she violently slapped a hand on my leg. Why? Pumba was puzzled. Huang Xiaoqie laughed. Because the blood was bared. Whoosh, it sprayed out a long way. Poof, everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Mi and Zifeng's milk had sprayed before. Everyone was speechless as they looked at Hai Qing, who was rolling around and laughing maniacally with her mouth covered. It was unthinkable that she had such an unreliable side. Ha 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 ha, master. I really didn't mean it. Ha 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 ha. Hai Qing was already on the verge of fainting from laughing, and even her speech was a bit unsteady. Huang Xiaoche rolled his eyes as he stated that women's words were not to be trusted, especially pretty women. No, Sister Hai Qing, you're not planning to test any of us again this time you're here, are you? At this time, Pang Pang asked as he carefully glanced at Hai Qing. No, no. Hai Qing hastily waved her hand. Pang Pang, don't misunderstand. Sister is not that kind of person. Sister is the sister of Ride the Wind and Break the Waves. Ride the Wind and Waves Sister was a recent new variety show that would invite some second and third-tier female artists to star. Of course, most of them were female artists who weren't much famous today and weren't considered popular. They were definitely all over 30 years old. Successful artists like Hai Qing were certainly not invited. When she said that, she was naturally joking. But the director's team couldn't wait for her to say that. After all, that program was the main push of Xiangnan TV. Anyway, with this episode of Hai Qing, today's live broadcast was really full of joy. Many netizen fans had left comments on the website, and people felt that perhaps it could be considered to adjust the broadcast time of Aspiring Life so as to avoid competition with some programs, and also be able to maximize the ratings of the program. It was rumored that Xiangnan TV was already discussing it over there. But the same problem is that if this is done, the production cost of the entire program will naturally increase. Moreover, if the program scale is expanded, just inviting guests would be a difficult task. After all, today's Xiang was not what it used to be. With the successive exposure of Su Xinghe's series of identities, coupled with the fact that it fought head-on with Penguin Entertainment without losing ground, Aspiring Life was just like the hottest variety show in China. What's more, everyone knew that Su Xinghe's identity was there, which in itself was a concern and care for the program. How to turn the attention ratings into the key to attracting advertisers. That was the most important thing. Until then, some small things not enough to worry about. Chapter 179, The Dialectical Relationship Between Meal Size and Talent. Hai Qing's arrival meant that the guests of Mushroom House, today, had arrived. Previously, because of Penguin's blocking, although Xiang's heat was high, but again, because of this matter, many artists were fearful of Xiang. At that time, many of them openly stated that they didn't have time in their schedules and couldn't participate in the program. But now, these people were dumbfounded. Su Xinghe was actually a shareholder of Penguin. That guy, Cheng Jun, was even directly dismissed by Penguin. In this situation, those people were simply dying of regret. However, when they tried to contact the program team of Looking Forward, they were strictly rejected by the program team. In the director's words, this kind of person should not think of participating in any of Xiangnan TV's programs in the future. At the very least, they didn't even have to think about their own programs. At first, you treated me with love and disdain, but now I'm going to make you climb high. Soon, a burst of meat aroma came. Dinner is served. Accompanied by Chef Huang's words, everyone sat around the dining table. It smells really good. Pang Peng laughed. Master, you're really getting better at this craft. Hai Qing also smiled. Then you should eat more. Huang Xiao Chef laughed, contented. Here, Sister Hai Qing, try this crayfish. Pang Pang fished it in the back. Su Xinghe chucked a crayfish for Hai Qing and said. His impression of Hai Qing was really good. People could come to Xiang at this time. Even if it was because of the teacher-student relationship with Huang Xiao Chef, he himself had to receive the favor. Okay, I'll taste it. Hai Qing smiled. She was a cheerful person and was known for being a good person in the circle on weekdays. Thank you all for coming to our mushroom house today. Whether they are new or old friends, on behalf of all of you in the program, I would like to welcome you all. Chef Huang stood up and said to everyone, Come, eat. Mr. He smiled. Master, there's a bit of a gap between your craftsmanship and Xinghe's. Eating the food, Hai Qing spat at Huang Xiao Chef. Huang Xiaoche rolled his eyes helplessly, pointing at her with his teacup and said, You fellow, isn't the speed of defection a bit too fast? After saying that, he also glared at Su Xinghe. It's all your fault. What's the point of cooking so well? Su Xinghe had an innocent look on his face. What's it got to do with me? It's your fault. Yang Mi skimmed her mouth and said to Su Xinghe, If you're like this, how are we going to eat at restaurants in the future? Ha 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 ha. Everyone all laughed. Su Xinghe's and Huang Xiao Chef's craftsmanship was really great. This was obvious to all. Things like eating depended on the mood, and the most important reason for the mood was naturally the person eating. For Yang Mi, Wan Qian, Hai Qing, and the others, the mushroom house place, for them, was undoubtedly a place where they could relax. As the night fell, The breeze swept by, and a burst of laughter followed the wind and drifted into the distance. After the wine and dinner, everyone sat in the house and chatted. Sue, you ate a lot today, Taylor Swift said to Xinghe with a face of admiration. It feels like you ate a cow. Rice people had a poor vocabulary, and most of the time when they described a person who could eat, they would only use such a word. Yeah. Teacher, he also nodded. Xinghe, you have a particularly good appetite today because you've been working? It feels like you're almost catching up to Pumba. That's right. For the first time, Pang Pang was finally no longer aspiring to be the #1 rice bucket as he was robbed of the title of King of Big Appetite and had a happy face. Xinghe was helpless for a while in his heart. This damn system, what a pit. What do you guys know? Xinghe grunted and glanced at Taylor Swift. I was writing a song. That's why I was distracted and kept eating. Sensei Mushroom House's group, even the viewers watching the live broadcast did not believe this statement of his. What international joke? What could eating have to do with writing a song? This guy, again, was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Haha. According to you, if you've eaten 5 bowls of rice, doesn't that mean that you've now written a good song? Yangmi gave Xinghe a blank look and said, yeah. Without saying a word, Xinghe got up and went upstairs. While walking, he said, wait, I'll write it out for you. Seriously. Star God isn't joking, it feels like he's joking. Hee. If he can write a good song, I'll live stream it and eat it. Get lost upstairs. Don't try to cheat on your food and drink. But seriously, it feels like Xinghe is joking with Yangmi. How could he come up with a song in 1 meal? I don't believe it either. Inside the live broadcast room, Xinghe supporters and those who questioned him had already fired into a mess. Regardless of whether it was in Jitterbug's live broadcast room or Mango's live broadcast room, almost most of the people didn't believe that Xinghe would be able to eat a meal and write a song. A few moments later, Xinghe was seen walking down with sheet music and a pen. What is this? Yangmi asked somewhat strangely. Writing a song. Xinghe smiled, lowered his head and started writing in front of the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Writing a song live? Taylor Swift blinked her eyes, always feeling as if she had remembered something. He saw Xinghe sitting there, his head lowered as he wrote something on top of the sheet music from time to time. Not long after, he raised his head and said to Taylor Swift, you come and see if it's okay. I'll register it first. Since he had written it, of course he had to finish registering the copyright, or else if it was streamed out hastily and someone else registered it first, then he would suffer a big loss. Fortunately, Azure's copyright registration was relatively simple. After Xinghe opened his cell phone, took pictures of the sheet music and lyrics, and uploaded them to the internet, they were quickly certified. By the time he was done with that, on Taylor Swift's side, she was already grasping the sheet music and not letting go. Sue, do you want some more? What would you like to eat? I can send someone to specially go and fly it over for you. Taylor Swift looked at Xinghe with an expectant face. That expression, simply worshipful. The crowd was all shocked. What the hell was going on here? The song that Xinghe had written, was it really good? Could it be that eating a lot could really write good songs? For a moment, Pang Pang, who had always eaten the most in the mushroom house, fell into deep self-doubt. Chapter 180. Kneeling to Xinghe. Iste outtutelit. Got no thing in my brain. That's what people say. I go on to manadates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. While Xinghe was registering, Taylor Swift had already started humming to the sheet music. Inexplicably, the crowd only felt that the melody of the song was so catchy. Baby, I'm just gonna shake. Shake, 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 shake. Shaky toff, I shaky toff. Shaky toff, I shaky toff. Taylor Swift hummed as she suddenly remembered all the naysayers and attacks she had endured over the past few years. The people who had attacked her with her romance and smeared her with her private life. It seemed that no matter what they did, they felt it was wrong. And this song was undoubtedly the best counterattack to those people. Sue. Lifting her head, Taylor looked at Xinghe with a grateful face. Thank you. Ah. Xinghe was stunned. He was only writing out the song that the system provided him with, but he did not expect that Taylor would be so excited. Thank you. The next moment, in front of Xinghe, Taylor suddenly knelt on one knee and performed a knight's salute. Everyone was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded. Holy! Taylor Swift kneeling down to Xinghe. Is this song that good? It's too exaggerated. Isn't it? Isn't this hype? Hype your ass. Do you think Taylor Swift is a cutie? Looking forward to it. Haha. I'm starting to look forward to it now. On the mushroom house side, Xinghe helped Taylor up and hastily calmed her down. This girl was too excited now. After all, a good song was not something that could be encountered so easily. Oh my god. Is she so excited? Qingqing and the others on the side were all dumbfounded. The two younger ones, Peng Peng and Zifeng, were already at a loss for words. Wan Qian and the others were also looking at each other. This was too amazing. Xinghe had actually made Taylor Swift kneel down for him. It was hard to wait for Taylor Swift's emotions to stabilize. Only then did everyone cautiously ask for the cause. Ms. Swift, this song, is it that good? Mr. He was the first to speak. It's a song with an extremely high degree of completion. Taylor Swift smiled. I may have to leave tomorrow morning, Sue. Why? Yang Mi asked with some surprise. Taylor had originally planned to leave the day after tomorrow, but now, she actually wanted to change her schedule. Because I can't wait to go into the recording studio, get this song out, and officially release my new album. Taylor Swift explained to Yang Mi. Yang, I'm sorry I can't continue to be here with you. The two had gotten along well this day, and had originally arranged to go to Yanjing together to taste the food. That's okay, Taylor. I hope you'll have the chance to come back to Huaxia again. Yang Mi said with a smile. For her, having the opportunity to become friends with a world superstar like Taylor, that was certainly something she couldn't wait for. Big Mimi wouldn't thank Xinghe. However, it was strange to say that Yang Mi was very enthusiastic towards Taylor Swift, but towards Wan Qian, she always carried a hint of unconscious detachment. And the same was true for Wan Qian towards her. This could only be described as a woman's intuition. While they were talking on this side, on the internet, the video and photos of Taylor's kneeling had already begun to circulate. Soon after, the news hit the microblogging hot search. Taylor Swift kneeling to Xinghe. It became the hot news on the entire net. Everyone was curious as to what kind of song Xinghe had written that could make Taylor Swift so excited. Of course, there was no shortage of people who questioned it. Famous musician Gao Xiaosong suggested, although Xinghe is a well-known singer-songwriter and once wrote many popular songs, does he really still have that talent nowadays? Taylor Swift's performance in the music industry in the last 2 years has been dropping in the meter. Could this collaboration between her and Xinghe be a hype? As one of the originators of school songs, Gao Xiaosong still had some influence in the music circle. Although Xinghe and him had never met, they had once had a few chances to compete, mainly because when Xinghe had just made his debut, the few songs he released were also in the campus youth style. It so happened that during those 2 years, Gao Xiaosong had transformed from a singer to a producer and released a few singers. But unfortunately, when he encountered the hugely popular Xinghe, he was crushed in a miserable way. Later, Xinghe announced his retirement, and Gao Xiaosong's company could no longer continue to maintain. So it was dissolved. 10 years passed. Xinghe reappeared, but Gao Xiaosong has become a so-called senior musician who mixes in major variety shows. Of course, some people call him a publicist who panders to foreigners. This time, the reason why Gao Xiaosong came out to flash open group Xinghe is not because of any interest, but purely because he is not used to Xinghe. After all, for Gao Xiaosong, rice is the resort in his heart, but Taylor Swift, the rice diva, even kneeling to Xinghe, this simply makes him unacceptable. Soon, Gao Xiaosong's microblog was topped on the hot search. In an instant, this news then sparked a huge controversy. What the hell is Gao Xiaosong? What qualifications does he have to evaluate Xinghe's music? Moldy over the top? Do you have a brain, surnamed Gao? Now it's true. Anyone and everyone is qualified to evaluate music. I don't think Mr. Gao is wrong. Although Xinghe is very good at writing movie novels. How long has it been since he had a new piece of music? I really don't understand why so many people are chasing after Xinghe. It's obviously just hype. This kind of hype is also really invincible. Isn't it just having money, relying on money to make Moldy cooperate with him? There were all kinds of news. Everyone's attention was focused on that new song of Xinghe. What kind of song was it that could make Taylor Swift so seriously excited? Even Taylor Swift's manager was alarmed, because the news reached Hollywood. A reporter specifically called him and asked him about this matter. Things like gossip were the same all over the world. And at this time, there was someone who had interviewed Katy Perry. That is the same with Taylor Swift recently in the war state of the Fruit Sister. Unexpectedly, her words instantly pushed Xinghe to the tip of the storm. Chapter 181. Declaration of War. Katy Perry and Taylor Swift had been at war for some time. As for the reason, naturally, it is because the two people themselves are both European and American diva singers. In order to compete for the market and fans, naturally, they have to start the happy mode of you tearing me and me tearing everyone. Only Fruit Festival of Good Luck encountered a few good songs, popularity explosion. There are later on catching up with the trend of Mold. Otherwise, Mold would not have heard Xinghe's call, and then balked at flying all the way from the United States to arrive in the Chinese system Asia. Her thoughts were simple. That was to defy all odds and make sure to get a good song from Xinghe's hands. As a result, she didn't expect that she would actually succeed. That was why there was that scene of kneeling. Katy Perry was attending a music event when she got the news. A reporter asked her, "Ms. Perry, what do you think about the matter of Taylor Swift kneeling to a Chinese Asian musician in Chinese Asia?" This reporter was smart enough not to mention Xinghe's identity. Katy Perry was stunned. Surprised, she looked at the reporter. "Excuse me, may I ask, what did you just say?" "It's like this." That reporter repeated her question once again. Just earlier today, Miss Taylor Swift appeared in the middle of a Chinese Asian variety show, kneeling down to a Chinese Asian musician, thanking the other party for writing a song for her. "What do you think about this matter?" The expression on her face first froze, and then revealed an absurd reaction before Katy Perry spoke. "My God, you're not kidding me, right? That's got to be a trick show, right? How could Ms. Swift do something that stupid? Kneeling down to a Chinese Asian musician? Ha 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 ha. That's just ridiculous. Does she think that that musician can help her get a Grammy Award?" The Grammy Award is a world-class award recognized by the European and American music circles. Naturally, it was also the goal that those musicians worked hard for every year. Musicians all over the world were eager to showcase themselves on the Grammy stage. And it had to be recognized that Asian music, especially Chinese Asian musicians, in Europe and the United States mainstream music circle, never been recognized. After all, it is about cultural differences, not so easy to break barriers. This is also why, after the news of Taylor Swift kneeling to Xinghe came out, the first reaction of many people was disbelief, because it was hard for them to understand why she would do that. Katy Perry angrily denounced Xinghe as a last-rate musician. "A stupid farce," Katy Perry says. "Ms. Swift is stupid." In an instant, along with the reporter's reports, the news quickly fermented. By the time the next morning rolled around, it was all over the city. The entire internet was filled with such news. And on the domestic side, what Katy Perry said in her interview was quickly quoted by Gao Xiaosong and his group of supporters. In their opinion, this was a complete farce. In the words of Gao Xiaosong's interview with a reporter, Xinghe's existence has seriously jeopardized the seriousness of music, and the talent persona he created with money has caused people to lose their reverence for music creation. Art is serious, rational, and noble, not something that some rich person, casually eating a few bowls of rice, can write. This news was quickly spread to the Mushroom House side. Those who called Xinghe were naturally his friends. But before he himself had time for it to happen, Zhao Liang couldn't sit still. Being in the middle of filming, she directly sent out a microblog, pointing directly at Gao Xiaosong. Some people may not have sobered up from their drunken driving, and when they are not capable of writing songs themselves, they mock others. Trouble you to make your own bit of clear first. Don't think you can change your eating habit just because you're wearing a human skin. Today's Ying Bao is not the unquestioned little newcomer in Hengdian back then. Originally, she was one of the most popular flower girls. Even compared to Yang Mi, she was no match. Coupled with the recent revelation of her relationship with Xinghe, many people viewed her as Xinghe's closest person. Therefore, the number of her fans had also surged. Many of Xinghe's fans, loving the house, fell in love with this frank and bright girl. And now, in Bao's microblog, it was clear that she was standing up for Xinghe and taking on Gao Xiaosong. For a moment, the fans of both sides were in a mess. Ying Bao is right. What qualifications do you have to accuse the star god, surnamed Gao? Hee, how interesting. Xinghe didn't say anything. Zhao Liang jumped out to find some sense of existence. What's the matter? You got to the top by offering yourself back then, and now you're standing up for your gold master. Fart. Do you have any evidence upstairs? If you don't fart there. Zhao Liang is right. Gao Xiaosong, you've done something yourself. You know it yourself. Don't be shameless and still act like a big head of garlic there. Some people can be really forgetful. Support Ing Bao. Protect our star god. Gao Xiaosong, get out of the entertainment industry. It was already morning when Su Xinghe saw these messages. He had just sent the reluctant Taylor Swift away, and when he came back, Yang Mi showed him Ing Bao's Weibo. This precious disciple of yours is really grumpy. Yang Mi said helplessly to Su Xinghe. She, just can't control herself. Su Xinghe nodded, and as he was talking, he saw Yang Mi there with her cell phone, not knowing what she was doing. Casually, he asked, "What are you doing?" Yang Mi smiled just as she pressed the final send button and smiled at Su Xinghe. "Helping you, of course." "Helping me?" Su Xinghe was stunned. He then saw a vibration coming from his cell phone. Opening the microblog and glancing at it, Su Xinghe instantly felt his eyes go black. "Yang Mi, this crazy woman, what the hell do you want?" Only to see that the first message on the top of Yang Mi's Weibo was clearly from him at Gao Xiaosong. "Teacher Gao, I have always respected you, thinking that your music and your person are two different things. But now I realize that I was wrong, because your music obviously doesn't match your person. How can a scum like you write such good music?" As soon as this message was sent out, the entire Weibo was confused. What was Yang Mi doing? She actually went head-on with Gao Xiaosong. This entertainment industry, is the world going to be in chaos because of Su Xinghe? Chapter 182, blocking Gao Xiaosong. Su Xinghe was now confused. In fact, not only was he confused, even Gao Xiaosong was confused, because right after Yang Mi's tweet was posted, there was actually another person who retweeted her tweet. Lu Shishir, this flower girl who was rumored to be at odds with Yang Mi face-to-face and heart-to-heart, silently retweeted Yang Mi's microblog and liked it. Immediately after that, Wan Qian similarly retweeted this microblog and said 3 words, "It makes sense." Then came Hu Gu, Wu Jing, Xianan, Lu Tao, and others who retweeted one after another. If it was just this, it would be just that. What was even more frightening was, Su Xinghe's fans began to form groups to blast Gao Xiaosong's microblogs, posting bars, and fan tribes. Some people started posting his various black histories, ones that had almost been forgotten by most people. For example, cheating, drunk driving, and even various messy love histories from his early years. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was raked over the coals. And the caller of all this behavior was surprisingly also an entertainer. Su Xinghe's female fan, Zhang Tian Ai. She was also smart enough not to directly say that Su Xinghe's fans should go hack Gao Xiaosong, but instead publicly stated on Weibo. Some people always erase everything because time can erase everything, including the Thai things he used to do. Our aim is to make him remember what he used to do. This message was echoed by Tan Song Yoon and others. Soon, Gao Xiaosong really realized what it meant to have an ocean of people. As for Mushroom House's side, because of this matter, they didn't even open the live broadcast. After all, after something like this happened, everyone definitely had to discuss a response. It was mainly Su Xinghe who dissuaded everyone from continuing to publicly take sides. There's really no need. Su Xinghe bitterly persuaded Teacher He, who had just written a long tweet and was about to send it out. Teacher He, that one surnamed Gao is just planning to rub off on me. The more I pay attention to him, the more he makes a scene. Helplessly pulling Teacher He, Su Xinghe said. That's too much. Teacher He, who was rarely so angry, said with a serious face. Being a human being can have its own pursuits, after all, being in the entertainment industry, but you can't even have a little bit of bottom line and principles. Yes, Big Brother Su. Don't persuade Teacher He. His words represent all of us. Peng Peng also said righteously. As a witness to everything that happened yesterday, Peng Peng had seen with his own eyes how Su Xinghe had written that song. In his opinion, Gao Xiaosong's behavior was simply slander. Everyone was too clear about what kind of person Su Xinghe was. From the time they met until now, Pang Pang had never seen Su Xinghe put on airs with anyone. Even with the ordinary staff of the program, Su Xinghe was polite and courteous. Such a person, Gao Xiaosong actually smeared him? Pang Pang, don't add to the confusion, Su Xinghe said to Peng Peng. With you guys like this, I don't even have a way to clean up Gao Xiaosong. The crowd all froze. No one had expected that Su Xinghe would actually say this. Xinghe, you. Teacher He looked at Su Xinghe with some surprise. Su Xinghe shrugged. Teacher He, you don't think I'm the kind of person that when someone else slaps me, I still have to smile and put my face over to let them continue to slap, right? The crowd then remembered that Su Xinghe wasn't really an entertainer. He was indeed a rich man like Gao Xiaosong said. Xinghe, do you mean that you plan to clean him up? Huang Xiaojie asked with some surprise. That microblog of Teacher He's was what he meant, and originally he had planned to retweet it directly after Teacher He had posted it. But now it seemed that he and Teacher He seemed to have ruined Su Xinghe's plan. After all, if these friends in the circle had stood up for Su Xinghe, next, it seemed that Su Xinghe had no way to directly block Gao Xiaosong. In that case, it would be obvious that he was retaliating. Yeah, I'm all set. Su Xinghe touched his nose and shrugged his shoulders. If you guys don't send out microblogs, I'll directly ask someone to arrest him and throw him inside the prison for a sentence of 10 to 8 years. Really? Pumba was astonished. Of course it's true. Su Xinghe explained. Surname Gao's ass is not clean. In the past, it was just that no one wanted to touch him, and there were indeed people behind him. But since he offended me, wanting him to go to jail is just a matter of words. This time, everyone was speechless. It turned out that the rich man's world was played out like this. So what now? Everyone looked at each other, and Teacher He asked Su Xinghe. It's fine. Su Xinghe smiled, took out his phone and dialed a number. It's me. Make a note of 2 things. First, organize manpower. For those netizens who follow the trend of abusing Bao and I and others online, find out their identities and sue them for defamation. Also, if these people have violated the law and discipline in real life, expose them to me. Second, keep an eye on Gao Xiaosong. No matter what he does, he will not be allowed to succeed. YouTuber side say hello? That what's his name, Xiaoshan column? Pull it out for me. If they don't agree, tell them that within a week, I'll have YouTube's market value halved. Hiss. Whether it was Mr. He or Huang Xiaojiao, including Yang Mi and Wan Qian, everyone was confused. So this was the tactics of the rich? Completely blocking someone and destroying an artist from all angles turned out to be surprisingly simple. When Su Xinghe hung up the phone, everyone had not slowed down. Cough, cough. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Su Xinghe couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He knew that this situation would definitely happen. That, Xinghe, you... Huang Xiaoche hesitated and opened his mouth to say to Su Xinghe, isn't it too ruthless? Ruthless. Su Xinghe shook his head. Teacher Huang, in fact, with all due respect, if he, Gao Xiaosong, doesn't usually do anything wrong, then I can say that there's almost no way for these means of mine to work. Hearing his words, several people were first stunned. But upon careful consideration, it seemed like maybe it was really something like that. If Gao Xiaosong's ass was clean, there really wasn't much Su Xinghe could do to take him with these out-of-dishonor tactics. At most, it would only be in the areas that Su Xinghe himself could influence, sealing him off. But don't forget, Su Xinghe is not a god. After all, there are still places he can't control. Flies don't bite eggs that don't have seams. And if you don't do anything wrong in your life, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. This is the truth. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaojie and the others were relieved. Chapter 183 Taylor's new song release. After pacifying the group of people from the mushroom house, Su Xinghe then communicated with the director's team. No matter what, since the impact of the matter was so great, he definitely had to give a response. What I mean is that you can clarify it in the program, the director said to Su Xinghe. This was a decision he had made after communicating with the Xiangnan TV side. No matter what, Su Xinghe was now one of the most important members of Xiangxiang, and in the eyes of the Xiangnan TV leaders, this was a guarantee of the program's ratings. And according to the feedback from the director's team to the station, at that time, Taylor Swift did kneel to Su Xinghe because she liked his songs. In other words, all of this was the truth without any so-called hype in it. Then that is to say, that bastard Gao Xiaosong was really slandering Su Xinghe and rubbing him the wrong way. In this situation, of course, Xiangnan TV had to stand on Su Xinghe's side. Su Xinghe, however, shook his head. Director, I don't think it's necessary. Unnecessary? The director was a bit surprised and looked at Su Xinghe in surprise. Obviously, he did not quite understand what Su Xinghe meant. Su Xinghe laughed, completely unaffected by what had happened before, and said easily, Gao Xiaosong wants to rub off on me, wants to go toe-to-toe with me. Why should I have to follow his designs, his ideas, and fight with him on Weibo amongst the media? But, if you don't explain it clearly, then you'll have to take the blame, the director said eagerly. No matter how prominent Su Xinghe's identity was nowadays, the most important thing in his eyes was undoubtedly the identity of the guest of the 4th season of Aspiring Life. To put it bluntly, if Su Xinghe's image suffered a loss, it would be the image of the program of the 4th season of The Wayward Life that suffered a loss, which was something that the directors group and even Xiangnan TV could not accept no matter what. It was said that there were gains and losses. They had gained from the heat from Su Xinghe in the first place, so now, naturally, they had to pay the price as well. That was why he cared so much. Regarding this, Su Xinghe actually knew this in his heart. But what he knew better was that no matter what, his own image was not something that he, Gao Xiaosong, could destroy with a few words. Director, do you think that, with so many friends in the circle helping me out to clarify, and even someone simply taking it upon themselves to speak up for me even at the expense of flipping off Gao Xiaosong, is this not proof of my innocence? Su Xinghe said patiently to the director. Moreover, it's not just that Gao Xiaosong. Don't forget that there's still a Katy Perry waiting for me in the meter country. She's treating me like an unknown Chinese system Asian musician. The director then remembered. What Su Xinghe was facing this time was not only Gao Xiaosong, a public figure in the Mi subregion, but also Katy Perry, a well-known singer in the Omni music circle, Fruit Festival. This was a top female singer whose status was on par with Taylor Swift. Even she came out to question Su Xinghe. This was the fundamental reason why certain media in the country stood by Gao Xiaosong's side. It was because they felt that Su Xinghe really had no way to turn the tables this time. After all, he was being questioned by a well-known singer. And that singer wasn't just any singer, but a top female singer in the world just like Taylor Swift, a true diva-level singer. Xinghe, tell the truth, are you sure? The director hesitated and asked Su Xinghe. After a pause, he smiled bitterly. According to the rules, as a director, I shouldn't be saying such things to you, but although our contact time is short, I feel that your character is not that kind of person. Therefore, if necessary, the program team is willing to go in and out with you. The implication was naturally that he was willing to trust Su Xinghe regardless of whether he could get through the public skepticism this time. Su Xinghe's heart warmed. Of course, he understood the director's meaning. People were betting on their future to believe in themselves. For this kind of trust, Su Xinghe was of course grateful. It didn't matter if he could help organize himself, what mattered was people's attitude. Don't worry, director. Su Xinghe smiled. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time. Let's clean up that Gao Xiaosong guy first before it's that fruit sister's turn. The director was stunned. He did not expect that Su Xinghe was so confident. Su Xinghe did not say anything else. What happened next did not need him to explain, because the facts would prove everything. Right? On the program team's side, send out an announcement. On his way out, Su Xinghe said to the director, just say that during this recent period of time, there are too many various storms, and the members of the program need to adjust their mindset. So let's start broadcasting live again next Monday. This is no problem. The director nodded his head. The program that was recorded before, there was still one more episode, enough to support this weekend's broadcast. As for the content that Yang Mi and Wan Qian and Taylor participated in, he didn't intend to put it on TV. The reason was simple, because this was too easy to stir up controversy. Su Xinghe's relationship with Yang Mi and his interaction with Taylor Swift had caused netizens to clamor just by airing it online. If it was really put on TV, it was estimated that the TV station's hotline would easily be blown up. The news of Xiang's official microblog was quickly announced online. This announcement triggered a hot debate. Is this afraid? Since ancient times, a bite out of, it's true. Yes, what is Xiang afraid of? Have a brain? Not afraid of why not live? Still not a ghost in the heart? I see Su Xinghe will soon have to quit Xiang. That's right. If Su Xinghe doesn't quit Xiang, I'll eat Xiang live. The netizens' messages were in disarray. They were genuinely curious as to what this matter would develop into. Result: no one expected that Su Xinghe, in his busy schedule, had replied to a microblog. It was the same microblog that said that if Su Xinghe did not quit Xiang, he would eat Xiang live. Su Xinghe directly replied, "Don't try to cheat on me." He was a full 100 million Weibo followers nowadays. According to reason, at least as a public figure, he always had to pay some attention to his own image. But Su Xinghe did not have that kind of idle baggage at all, and just flipped an ordinary netizen's card, and also replied to the person very frankly. The entire microblogging netizens were all confused. Su Xinghe. This guy. Why is he so unlike a star? Right in the middle of such an atmosphere. 5 days passed quickly. Finally, news came from the United States. Taylor Swift's latest album, Shaky Toff, was officially released. and the hit song of the same name was composed by Xinghe himself. Fans or industry insiders, all eyes are on this album. Chapter 184, Please Be Kind. Taylor Swift's new song release naturally attracted the eyes of the world. Katy Perry's so-called overstaying her welcome was only in response to the fact that Taylor hadn't won many awards in the last 2 years. What's more, the two are rivals and denigrating each other is a basic operation. But no matter what, whether at home or abroad, with this kind of hot attention, Taylor Swift's this new album got the maximum degree of publicity. Everyone was eager to know what that song was like that could make Taylor Swift kneel down in excitement. I feel that it must be very good. Not necessarily. Maybe it's the one that overstates the case. There's news that Taylor's first championship album was created by that Sue. That's why she went to ask him for help. How long ago was that? I seem to remember that Sue is a screenwriter, right? And an Oscar-level one at that, a screenwriter writing songs, are you kidding me? Oh, what? Do you think an Oscar screenwriter can't write a song? I just think it's ridiculous. God, send down thunder to strike this guy to death. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's released. Amidst the anticipation of millions of people, Taylor's album finally went online. At this moment, in the Chinese system Asia inside the Mushroom House. According to Xinghe's request, the directing team opened the live broadcast today. 5 days had passed, but Yang Mi and Wan Qian had already left. They had other work to do. It was impossible for them to stay here. In fact, Wan Qian did not matter. She was an actress and usually kept a low profile. It was good to stay here for a while longer. Even Xinghe wanted her to stay. But the problem, Yang Mi couldn't. As one of the most popular flower girls in China, Yang Mi's work schedule was already full. Even if she came to participate in the Wayward, it was a busy schedule, squeezing out the time. If she left, Wan Qian would be too embarrassed to stay here. Especially when Mr. He and Mr. Huang, those two old foxes, had vaguely seen that something was wrong. So, she had no choice but to leave. But when she left, she asked Xinghe for WeChat and a phone number. Thus, in today's live broadcast, only these people from the aspiring family were present. This time, Taylor's agency was convinced by her to specially rent a large screen in Times Square, which displayed the sales of Taylor's album around the world. 12 o'clock in the evening, Rice time, 12 o'clock in the noon of Chinese system Asian time. Here it comes. Pumba held his cell phone with some excitement. Because Taylor's album was synchronized globally, so in China, it was also possible to download and buy it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. With the timer ending. Under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers, Taylor Swift's latest album officially went online. I'm going to download the song written by Xinghe. Let's see how it is. A fan picked up his cell phone and started to download it. The melody of this song is toxic. Soon, someone swiped a pop-up screen in the live broadcast. Yeah, even though I don't understand it, the melody is great. That's right. I want to dance just listening to it. Ha ha ha. Especially the rap part. Xinghe is too talented. This song, I feel like it has the potential to be a divine song. Star God is awesome. The audience in the live broadcast room was still like this, not to mention other places. The number of downloads on the Jitterbug platform exceeded 10 million in 10 minutes. On Weibo, there was even a large group of people clamoring. Hugo just downloaded this song Shaky Toff. I don't know much about music, but I think it's good. Zhao Liang. It's said that music has no borders. I finally understand now. Good stuff, just good stuff. Zhou Dong. This song, it fits Tyler very well. I think I probably understand Tyler's mood. Ren Xianqi. I don't know Xinghe, but I like this song. It's really good. On the side of the Chinese system Asia, even the most demanding people had to admit that Xinghe's song had the potential to be a divine song. It was important to realize that the most important criterion for a song to be good or bad, aside from the performance, was whether it was suitable for the singer. Obviously, the lyrics and style of this song were simply too suitable for today's Taylor Swift. And the melody is catchy, very suitable for the music scene in Europe and America. Originally, Gao Xiaosong didn't have many supporters, plus he had a recent lawsuit, so he couldn't care less about hacking Xinghe. So the fishing wheels on the Asian side of the Chinese system were naturally lopsidedly in favor of Xinghe. As for foreign countries, on that big screen in Times Square, the downloads from the major music platforms in Europe and America were growing like crazy. Moreover, it was at a rate of millions per minute. At the same time, the first place on the real-time download list of the major music charts in Europe and America was dominated by Taylor at almost the same time. All kill. Taylor's new song accomplished a feat. Sure enough, it was still the same diva. Mushroom House. Looking at everyone's excitement, Su Xinghe was calm and collected. Big brother Su, aren't you happy? At this time, Zifeng saw Su Xinghe's expression and asked somewhat strangely. No, I'm happy. Su Xinghe smiled at his words. Silly girl. I just think it's normal. Normal? Everyone was stunned. Those viewers in the live broadcast room were also a bit confused. Su Xinghe, this was a bit pretentious. It was a Grammy-level divine song. Xinghe, you're not kidding, right? I saw that someone on the internet said that this song could win a Grammy. Huang Xiaoqie was flipping through his cell phone and raised his head at that. Grammy. Zifeng was stunned, vaguely remembering something. At this time, Qingqing, who was playing on the swing over there, ran over and smiled cheekily when she heard Huang Xiaoqie's words. Uncle Huang, do you also know about the Grammy? Huang Xiaoqie was a bit surprised. He didn't think that a child of Qingqing's age would understand what a Grammy was. The next moment, he heard Qingqing say in a very casual tone, that trophy doesn't look good at all. It's like a big trumpet. And my brother said it's not even convenient to pad the corner of the table. When Huang Xiaoqie heard this, his entire body was confused. And inside Yearning's live broadcast room, the viewers almost thought they were hallucinating. The Grammy trophies were ugly. Padding the corners of the table was not even on the right side. Listen, is this human language? Su Xinghe. Please be kind. Chapter 185. Exposed again. Qingqing isn't kidding, right? Taking a Grammy trophy to pad the corner of the table. That's a bit of a big statement. Yeah. Su Xinghe is also too crazy, right? But at Qingqing's age, it's not like it's time to brag. But these words also make it impossible to believe. I don't believe it anyway, even if it's a star god. Right, that's a Grammy. I've never even heard that an Asian has won a Grammy. Inside the live broadcast room, the conversation between Qingqing and Huang Xiaoqie quickly sparked a hot debate among the viewers. There was no way. What the little girl said was simply ridiculous. If Su Xinghe had really won a Grammy, why had it never been reported in the news? So that was simply nonsense. Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. At this time, Su Xinghe looked a little flustered and hurriedly walked over to pick up Qingqing and said, Brother didn't say anything like that to you, right? Saying this, he even winked at Qingqing. What a joke. If this was exposed by this girl, it would probably be another hot trouble. Su Xinghe really hated trouble now. Qingqing was hugged by Su Xinghe with an innocent face. Brother, I didn't lie. Ahem. This, Qingqing, go. Brother take you to play the qin. Without saying a word, Su Xinghe held Qingqing and planned to bolt. Couldn't let this girl continue. Wait. I seem to remember. Zifeng suddenly spoke up. What's wrong, sister? Teacher, he asked in confusion. Zifeng's younger sister glanced at Su Xinghe, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I remember, on the first day we first came here, in Big Brother Su's study, I seem to have seen a certificate, and it seems to be a Grammy certificate. The crowd was all confused. The viewers inside the live broadcast room also froze. Some people immediately went up to watch the pilot movie. A few moments later, they were dumbfounded. Not to mention, there really is. Su Xinghe really took a Grammy? But there's no name for him. This dog thief wouldn't be using an alias again, right? It's possible with his character. It's too possible. This guy, he's so breathless. Haha. Qingqing is too pitiful. Clearly speaking the truth. But she was still slandered by Su Xinghe. Right, dog thief. Too doggy. The netizens were crusading against Su Xinghe in the live broadcast. This guy obviously used a fake identity himself, but he still wanted to slander Qingqing. It was simply an unpardonable crime. After Su Xinghe was exposed by Zifeng's sister, he knew that he couldn't hide the secret anymore. Xinghe, have you really won a Grammy? Seeing Su Xinghe's expression, teacher, he knew that what Zifeng's sister said was definitely true. This child was not the type to casually tell lies. Having been like this, there was naturally no need for Su Xinghe to hide it, nodding his head and admitting, in the past, I was idle and wrote a few songs. I didn't expect to win an award. It was really unintentional. After a pause, he made a point of explaining again. It was really just random writing. Puffing. Sister Zifeng directly laughed. She always felt that Su Xinghe's words seemed to be directed at Katy Perry. After all, when Katy Perry was interviewed by the media before, she had questioned what qualifications did someone like Xinghe, who had never even heard of his name, have to write a song for Taylor Swift. Was her Grammy-level vision inferior to that of an over-the-top musician? As a result, now, Xinghe had actually won a Grammy, and still more than once. This was embarrassing. That, Xinghe, how many times have you won a Grammy? Huang Xiaojie asked to Xinghe. 4 or 5 times. Xinghe thought about it and casually replied, I'm talking about the best song. As for the others, then I don't remember. After all, there are songs that are awarded to singers. National curse warning. At this moment, the viewers watching the live broadcast were left with only this mood. This was simply too breathless. This guy simply doesn't count as a person. Other people may not be able to get a Grammy trophy even after a lifetime of hard work, but he even got 4 or 5, and it's still just the best song. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. That, Big Brother Sue, can I take a look at the trophies? At this time, Peng Peng suddenly opened his mouth. Good. Although Xinghe was a bit puzzled, he still nodded. Logically speaking, Peng Peng was not someone who would do such strange things for no reason, but since he wanted to see it, it would be good for him. Stepping into the house, Xinghe quickly took out the 4 trophies. Sure enough, it really was a Grammy trophy. A large horn on top and a bass below. A phonograph look alike. Big Brother Sue, can I take a picture? Peng Peng smiled and said to Xinghe. Xinghe was a bit surprised. What are you doing? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also curious. Just look at Peng Peng laughing, faintly saying, I'm going to send it to Twitter and ask Miss Katy Perry how many of these table padding trophies she has. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy, Pumba, was trying to make things happen. Katy Perry had taunted Xinghe before, and now he was going to taunt him back in the past. It was awesome. Pumba is mighty. Haha. Unexpectedly. An honest man also has times when he gets angry. What do you know? It's not true that Peng Peng is an honest man. But he treats Xinghe as his older brother. And when Sister Fruit bullied the star god, of course Peng Peng couldn't endure it. Well done. Pumba, we support you. Right? I'll never listen to Katy Perry's songs again. Actually discriminating against us Asians. That's right. Boycott Katy Perry. The audience quickly reached an agreement on top of this matter. In everyone's opinion, Katy Perry had gone too far this time. Mocking Taylor Swift not to mention, she was also openly hostile to Xinghe. This kind of person, who would she boycott if not her? Xinghe smiled at this and said to Peng Peng, You, don't be like that. It's not good. After saying this, he pointed to the house. Go. Pad the corners of the table and circle Ms. Katy Perry. Everyone was speechless. Nima, Xinghe, you're even more ruthless than Peng Peng. Teacher, he looked at Xinghe with some concern. This is not appropriate, is it? This is a Grammy trophy. Xinghe waved his hand. It's okay. The Grammys value my musical talent. It's not a trophy. Besides, some people think I don't deserve a Grammy, and I don't know what the Grammy judges think. In an instant, everyone suddenly felt that what Xinghe said made sense. Chapter 186. How many secrets do you have? No one had expected that Xinghe had actually won a Grammy award. But those 4 trophies were there. It couldn't be faked. Nor could it be faked. How hot is Xiang today? Taking today's live broadcast as an example, a full 40 million viewers were watching online. With this kind of heat, the news that Xinghe owned 4 Grammy trophies was quickly spread. Videos and screenshots were all over the place. The netizens were dumbfounded. Is this really fake? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Yeah, just confused, you know? Really too confused. Xinghe actually has 4 Grammy trophies. Ha ha ha. I saw it. Pumba tweeted Circle Fruit Sister. Tisk. Katy Perry's face is going to be smoked this time. Pumba pure man. So stiff. Although there were still doubts about the truth of this matter, the netizens all agreed with Peng Peng's behavior. Although there were also some idiotic saints who felt that Peng Peng was too petty and not magnanimous enough to publicly punch Katy Perry in the face like this. This comment was quickly sprayed all over the place. People don't take you Xinghe, take you Asian musicians seriously. You have to be shy to give people a dog. This is not a is what? Friends come with good wine, jackals come. To meet them, of course, can only be shotgun. The left face was beaten, but also to pass the right face over for people to slap. The person who said this kind of speech should go to hell. Even so, many of Xinghe's female fans simply formed a group to go to Katy Perry's Twitter below to leave a collective message. Late generation Zhou, with her husband Su Xinghe, kowtow to Ms. Katy Perry, lady of 1,000 generations, unifying the music industry. Late generation Qian, with her husband Su Xinghe, bowing to Ms. Katy Perry, Ms. 1,000 generations, a unified music scene. Sun, with her husband Su Xinghe, we bow to Ms. Katy Perry, 1,000 generations of ladies, unifying the music world. The late generation Li, with her husband Su Xinghe, bows to Ms. Katy Perry, Ms. 1,000 generations, unifying the music scene. In a moment, Katy Perry's Twitter feed was directly blown up. Su Xinghe had too many fans. Even if only a small number of people did so, it was a great force. The most important thing was, when each of them posted it, they attached a picture of Su Xinghe's 4 Grammy trophies. This was too much of a slap in the face. Katy Perry's fans had no way to refute it at all. Because if they retorted, Su Xinghe's fans would send out screenshots and videos of Katy Perry's previous interviews. They only had one question. Now, are you Katy Perry convinced? What could Katy Perry say? She's burned out right now and has a head full of lawsuits. After Taylor Swift's new song was released, it has just completed the slaughter of the charts on all major music platforms. Unsurprisingly, parachuting to the top of the Billboard charts was already an inevitable trend. Coupled with Su Xinghe's matter, she had really become a target now. What should be done? Half an hour later. Haha. Katy Perry closed her Twitter. On the Mushroom House side, Pumba laughed and said to Su Xinghe. The live broadcast had ended, and everyone was sitting in the room chatting about the songs that Su Xinghe had won awards for earlier, when he looked at his phone, only to find that Katy Perry had actually closed her Twitter. Haha. Is this retiring from the internet? Mr. He said with a laugh. It's probably done by the agency side. Su Xinghe laughed. This time, after making a scene like this, she's considered a complete disgrace. The agency will definitely let her be honest and quiet for a while. This is possible. Huang Xiaoche also nodded. Afterward, he asked Su Xinghe, what did Taylor's side say? What's the exact result? At times like this, it was not only the number of single downloads that one had to look at, but also the number of albums sold, all of which were signs of a song's success. Not bad. Su Xinghe smiled. She called, and without any surprises, next week's Billboard should be the champion single. Whether or not it could be the champion single was the standard that proved whether or not a song was successful. And obviously, this time, Taylor Swift's new album was undoubtedly a success. Especially the song written by Su Xinghe was refreshing and made people fall in love with her music in the shortest possible time. It simply fit Taylor Swift's temperament perfectly. Even the most discerning fans had to admit it. This song might not have this flavor of Taylor Swift's if it was performed by someone else. The singer picks the song, and the song actually picks the singer. And there was no doubt. This song was the most suitable for Taylor Swift. Awesome. Pang Pang sniffed and gave Su Xinghe a thumbs up. Champion single. Hey. Casually eat a few bowls of rice and write it. I don't eat a lot every day. Why can't I write it? Maybe that one of yours has turned into a turd, while other Xinghes have turned into talent. Mr. He spat with a smile. He was the leading light for Pang Pang to be able to enter the variety arts circle. Thinking back to when the second season of Aspiring Life was being filmed, it was Teacher He who highly recommended Pang Pang to the program team, and after bringing him into the group, he also taught him extremely well, finally allowing him to gain a foothold amongst the program. Therefore, when Mr. He said some flirting words, not only would Pang Pang not be angry, but the people around him also took it for granted. When Pang Pang heard Teacher He's words, he had a helpless look on his face. Afterward, he sighed. Sure enough, people are more angry than people. Regarding Su Xinghe's talent, he was truly not jealous at all. It wasn't that Pang was magnanimous, but he felt that he simply wasn't in the same world as Su Xinghe. That guy was simply an inhuman existence. He was a good cook, so good that he even made Qingqing claim that it was even better than Huang Xiaochef's cooking. He could write web novels with countless vests, and both himself and Sister Zifeng were his fans. At the same time, he could also write sci-fi hours and even won top awards like the Hugo Awards. As for writing songs and screenplays, there was no need to say anything. Other people might not be able to get Oscars and Grammys in their entire lives, but this guy has taken several, and he still has a face of indifference. Based on this alone, it left people speechless. What's the gap? This is the gap. And it's still the kind of gap that can't be overcome, and you shouldn't even think about surpassing him. Because Pang Pang knew very well that inside the entertainment circle, there would not be someone as all-rounded as Su Xinghe. This guy is simply a bug. Chapter 187 Sister Fruit is convinced. The time of the live broadcast was Wednesday, and the time when the Billboard charts were updated on the right side was Thursday. So, when people woke up the next morning, they subconsciously clicked on the Billboard charts. Hurricane discovered. Shaky Toff had successfully parachuted to the top of the Billboard charts. On Mushroom House's side, just after opening the live stream, a large message was brushed up on the pop-up screen. Congratulations, Star God. Happy to mention a Grammy. Star God is mighty. Too awesome. Directly parachuted into the number 1 spot on Billboard. Yes, one day, Star God is mighty. No wonder Taylor Swift is kneeling. If it was anyone else, they would probably kneel too. More than kneeling? I reckon that those singers who aren't popular, I'm afraid that if they were asked to warm the Star God's bed, they would also agree. That's right. The Star God's girlfriend doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. Pull back. Just the chaotic level of that entertainment industry in Europe and America, the Star God definitely can't look at it. The viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing with incomparable fervor. On the Mushroom House side, Pang Pang and Mr. He and the others also told Su Xinghe about this happy news. Su Xinghe was quite calm. It's nothing. Isn't this something expected? Su Xinghe frankly faced the camera and said to the audience in the live broadcast, "Thank you all for your support along the way. Today is Thursday, and we are about to welcome new guests in the afternoon. I hope everyone can continue to support our program." The pop-ups in the live broadcast room naturally cheered. Previously, the recording of the program was actually delayed due to various rhythms, including Qingqing, Yangmi and her had actually left without finishing the recording. This made the viewers feel unfulfilled all the time. Some viewers even left comments online, hoping that the program group would invite Qingqing and Yangmi back to continue with the next recording. Not to mention this suggestion, Su Xinghe did find it feasible. "Mr. Huang, what do you say we call Sister Qingqing and invite her back to record an episode?" Sitting inside the Mushroom House, Su Xinghe asked Huang Xiaojie. "She doesn't have time." Huang Xiaoche shook his head. "She's picked up a movie and is filming it. It was also squeezed out before." Su Xinghe was puzzled and immediately understood what Yellow Chef meant. Previously, Qingqing had come to participate in live tours because the program side had encountered difficulties. When the master was in trouble, when the disciple, of course, he had to rush up to help. So she would rather take a vacation than come. But now that the show's most difficult time had passed, Qingqing naturally wouldn't take any more time off, but would instead shoot the movie properly. "How about Yang Mi's side?" Huang Xiaojie asked Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe thought for a moment. "Let me send her a message." With that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yangmi. A few moments later, looking at the content of Yangmi's reply, Su Xinghe cried and laughed. "What's wrong?" Seeing Su Xinghe's odd expression, Huang Xiaoche asked. "She said she's in the meter." Su Xinghe helplessly replied, "A dinner date with Taylor Swift." Huang Xiaoche was speechless. This Yangmi, there really wasn't a time to stop. Since she was in the meter this time, she definitely couldn't open up. "Right? You don't have any friends coming over, do you?" Huang Xiaoche asked Su Xinghe in a hurry. He was afraid that Su Xinghe would invite people over again. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he was afraid that he would be caught off guard and that the program side would not be prepared. "No more." Su Xinghe thought for a moment before answering. He had invited quite a few people before, but as a result of being caught off guard when their identities were exposed, just Taylor Swift came over, and the rest of them were halfway through the program for him to persuade away. "That's good. Why don't you give us a preparation next time? Look at Ms. Taylor coming over, we haven't prepared anything." Mr. He complained. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter because just yesterday, Teacher He sent out a tweet saying that he regretted that he was in too much of a hurry and didn't have the time to take a photo with Taylor Swift, and didn't even leave a signed photo. Su Xinghe had an innocent face. What does this have to do with himself? "Right, Pang Pang. How's the script looking?" Su Xinghe looked at Pang Pang playing with his cell phone there and casually asked. "It's okay." Pang Pang raised his head at the words, then sighed. "Unfortunately, there is no kissing scene."
Xinghe gufawed.
This child's obsession with kissing scenes was simply going to break through the heavens. Pumba's kissing scene was definitely a very funny stunt. "Big Brother Su, when will you write a script? I have no other requirements, a cameo is fine, as long as there is a kissing scene." Pang Pang looked at Su Xinghe pitifully and said. Su Xinghe laughed and nodded. "Fine, fine. I promise you, I will definitely help you write a kissing scene when I have the chance. A few people were talking when Zifeng's sister walked out with her cell phone. Zifeng finished studying? Teacher, he asked with a smile. Zifeng was originally studying in the house. Finished studying for half a day, Zifeng's sister said. She then handed her cell phone to Su Xinghe. Big brother Su, take a look at this. Su Xinghe took the cell phone and glanced at it, and immediately froze. There was a news article written on it. When Fruit sister Katy Perry accepted then interview this morning, she apologized for her previous actions. She said that the wrong perception of Mr. Su Xinghe originated from the malicious smearing of certain unscrupulous media, and that she respected Asia and Asian music, and did not have any discriminatory ideas. For such an excellent musician like Su Xinghe now, as an original singer, Katy Perry appreciates it very much, and looks forward to the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Su Xinghe. When they saw this news, the viewers in the live broadcast room were confused. What was this situation? Goated? This was Katy Perry's rhythm of admitting defeat? Haha. The MIB is really invincible. This level of thick skin? Awesome, awesome. I reckon this is struck down. Still cooperating? How do you think? Its normal Moldy's new song swept the global music charts. Katy Perry. Unless she wants to become the laughingstock of the world, she can only honestly admit defeat. Yes, once the big hat of discriminating against Asians is snapped, her market in Asia is gone. To put it bluntly, it's still not for their own interests. This kind of person, it's really disgusting. The netizens were talking a lot, but they completely failed to realize that this statement of Katy Perry's had pushed certain people within the Chinese subcountry to a certain awkward point. Gao Xiaosong, panicked. Chapter 188 Dayun Kickboxing Group. Katy Perry conceded weakness to Su Xinghe. This news quickly hit the Weibo hot search. While the Mushroom House side got the news, Gao Xiaosong also got the news. Bang! A teacup was viciously thrown to the ground by Gao Xiaosong and shattered. Bastard! Bastard! Rice! Gao Xiaosong cursed angrily. He was truly furious. Originally, this matter of Katy Perry mocking Su Xinghe was an important bargaining chip for him to question Su Xinghe. In his own words, even Katy Perry, the superstar of the rice country, questioned that Su Xinghe was speculating and questioned his creative ability. Why can't I? But now, that idiot woman Katy Perry had actually gone soft. She actually spoke softly directly to Su Xinghe during a media interview. What a stupid idiot. Hubby, what should we do? Now there are reporters who want to interview you again. At this time, Gao Xiaosong's wife walked in and asked him, "Tell them that I don't have time." Gritting his teeth, Gao Xiaosong said, "These assholes, they must be here to see me laugh. Can't give them this chance." Saying that, he stood up, picked up the phone, and began to call. Although he was now being suppressed and even the programs on the YouTuber video site had been pulled, he knew very well that it was all Su Xinghe's doing. But even if he, Su Xinghe, was even richer, could he still just cover the sky in this entertainment industry? Gao Xiaosong's thoughts were simple. Aren't you Su Xinghe rich? If you have the ability, you can block me completely on the internet. Otherwise, I'll just keep rumor-mongering and smearing you anyway. The emotions of netizens are the easiest to guide. As long as one is willing to spend money, one will definitely be able to succeed. Su Xinghe did not know what Gao Xiaosong was thinking. Or rather, he didn't think that much at all. After learning the news that Katy Perry had conceded to softening, Su Xinghe sent out a tweet. Life is like a single path against the odds. Where are the years to turn back? This message was quickly retweeted by netizens. At first, everyone thought that Su Xinghe had accepted Katy Perry's apology. But upon careful analysis, found that it was not that at all. Without mentioning anything else regarding the meaning of Su Xinghe's two sentences, when analyzed carefully, there was absolutely no meaning of forgiveness. There are no years to turn back. What does it mean that there is no turning back? Wasn't that the meaning of this matter not being over? The star god did the right thing. Why should we forgive them? Yes, there's no way to forgive this kind of person. But they've already apologized. A woman or a world-renowned female singer. Since she chose to apologize, I think Su Xinghe should forgive. Yes, forgive her. The internet was in an uproar because of this matter. Even that guy Gao Xiaosong came out and posted a long tweet. Of course, it was impossible for him to admit fault, but the implication of the words was that he, like Katy Perry, had been misled by the wrong information from the outside world, but it was not his own fault. Su Xinghe himself had made a mistake and should not have concealed his identity. If he had revealed his identity earlier, then naturally everyone would not have misunderstood. And now since Katy Perry has apologized, then no matter from the identity of a man, or from the traditional tolerant culture of the Chinese system Asia, Su Xinghe should accept the apology instead of sending out tweets to mock people a weak woman. For such remarks, Su Xinghe didn't even bother to pay attention. This was because he was preparing to receive a group of new guests. Guests from the Diyun Society. Speaking of which, this matter was really interesting. When the first installment of the program was first released, Qingqing came to the mushroom house, and Su Xinghe saw that the boy had a sense of comedy, so he introduced him to a role in his own TV series that was adapted from Qingqing the Year of Celebration. Not to mention, after Qingqing went to the audition, he was really spotted by the director and got the role. This matter was supposed to end here, and that was it. As a result, he never expected that Su Xinghe would be blocked by Penguin. Out of Su Xinghe's expectation, after the blocking order was issued, including big directors like Chen Kai, all chose not to take sides. But Qingqing took the initiative to retweet a microblog in support of himself, and said that he only represented individuals. If it was just this, it did not move Su Xinghe. After all, he had favored the other party. Next, Qingqing's father, Qingqing, and Master Yu Qian similarly retweeted that microblog. Then it was the entire Diyun Society's comedians. In their words, since Su Xinghe had lifted up Qingqing at this time, they could not pretend to be oblivious. Not only that, Qingqing also took the initiative to contact the program group, hoping to have the group agree to allow his father and master to bring the Diyun Society's masters and brothers to participate in an episode of the program. It's not much of an impact, but at the very least I'm doing my part. These were the original words relayed to Su Xinghe by the director. When he heard this, to be honest, Su Xinghe was very moved. Therefore, after the storm subsided, Su Xinghe discussed with Huang Xiaojie and the others, and decided that for this installment of the program, he would invite Diyun Society to star in it. When he received this invitation, Qingqing was also shocked. At that time, helping Su Xinghe to speak out was really because of his son. As a result, he did not expect that there would be such a windfall. But since he got the invitation, he was naturally very happy. Nowadays, Yearning for Life was definitely the hottest variety show in all of Chinese systemia. To have the opportunity to be on Aspiring, that was an opportunity that no one else could even beg for. Of course, he wouldn't miss it. Outside the mushroom house, walking on the flower path, looking at the sea of flowers around him, Qingqing smiled at Yu Qian beside him. "Senior, look at this environment. Dalin really wasn't wrong. A good place." "It's not." Yu Qian nodded. "Beautiful scenery, pleasant view." Qingqing looked around again before lamenting. "To be honest, I just can't afford it, otherwise I'd live here too." The audience in the live broadcast room all couldn't help but laugh when they heard these two's conversation. Here it comes, here it comes. It really was the flavor of Dawei. These two, even if they were participating in a variety show, they could still pull off the whole feeling of telling a comedy. Looking at the fat man following them, everyone was even more excited. Even Xiao Yu has come. Is this Diyun Society planning to kick off at the mushroom house today? Chapter 189. Benefactor? Outside the mushroom house, Teacher He, who had already gotten the news, was waiting at the door with Pang Pang. Naturally, Su Xinghe was also among them. That girl Qingqing, on the contrary, followed Zifeng to study in the house. Of course, it was Zifeng who was studying and she was reading animation books. Chef Huang, on the other hand, was preparing dinner. It was because Teacher Yu had ordered a Yanjing roast duck. "Mr. Gua, Mr. Yu." Seeing Qingqing and Yu Qian from afar, Teacher He waved and greeted them. "Yo, this is to greet us." Yu Qian laughed while waving at Teacher He and the others. "Sure. Let's hurry up. Don't keep people waiting." Qingqing was a fat man. Everyone liked to call him Tower. He was also a tough guy back in the day. When he first came to Yanjing to develop, he used to stay in the window for 48 hours for people to admire in order to make a living. Later on, the Diyun Society gradually developed, and he naturally became a star, and now the disciples under him are also considered to have made a name for themselves. The key thing is that he has come out with a different path from traditional comedy. For many people, this change might be hard to accept, but it had to be said that many young people liked comedy precisely because of Diyun Shi. In Su Xinghe's opinion, no matter if it was Yangchun Baixue or Xiali Baran, as long as the people liked it, it was good. "Mr. Gua, how are you, how are you?" When the three people walked to the door, Teacher He hurriedly went up to shake hands and hug Qingqing and Yu Qian, as well as Yu Yunpeng. They were all acquaintances and had all met before. After some pleasantries, it was natural to introduce Peng Peng to them. Mr. Su, how are you? When it was Su Xinghe's turn, he was about to shake hands with the other party, but he didn't expect Guodigang to raise his hand but made a bow. You are welcome, Mr. Gua. Just call me Xinghe. Su Xinghe was stunned and quickly waved his hand. That won't do, you're Dalin's leader as an actor. I'll call you old brother. Old Gua said with bravado. Yes, 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 that's how it should be called. Yu Qian on the side also nodded his head and said, that kid Dalin doesn't know the rules. How can he call you brother? Calling him uncle is the right thing to do. Su Xinghe was helpless. These two seemed to be the kind of old-fashioned heavy rules of character. This time it's good. Guoqilin saw himself in the future will have to call uncle. The audience in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, all laughed and sprayed too. Ha ha ha. Heartache Big Lin. Did not do anything. Short a generation. Yeah. People sit at home. Uncle comes from the sky. Dalin. What did I do wrong? To be honest, Mr. Gua is definitely not performing. Dayun society really has rules. That's right, before the microblogging above, a group of people stood up for the star god. It was interesting enough. However, looking at it like this, wouldn't it be that Qingqing has a whole lot more old nephews? What you said upstairs is so funny. Come, Xinghe. This is my disciple Xiao Yu Yunpeng. Guodigang pulled Xiao Yu over and introduced him to Su Xinghe. Hello. Su Xinghe smiled and extended his hand, intending to shake the other party's hand. Unexpectedly, Yu Yunpeng did something that everyone did not expect. With a fluttering sound, Yu Yunpeng knelt down. Su Xinghe was dumbfounded. Su Xinghe was confused. Teacher He and the others were also confused. Guodigang himself was also confused. No, little Yu, what's wrong with you? Yu Qian said strangely. Everyone did not expect that the first thing Yu Yunpeng did when he saw Su Xinghe was to kneel down for him. AI. What is this for? What is this for? Su Xinghe didn't even know what was happening, and hurriedly came over to help Yu Yunpeng up. Benefactor, you don't remember me? Yu Yunpeng looked at Su Xinghe and opened his mouth. Su Xinghe was a little surprised. We have met. Obviously, the other party had seen himself. You have eaten at Yanjing Sea Bowl residence before? I was a waiter there at that time. Yu Yunpeng said to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe was stunned and, looking carefully at Yu Yunpeng, after half a day of sizing up, a face flashed in the middle of Su Xinghe's mind, and he blurted out, It's actually you. It was really recognizable. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly curious. What's going on? Su Xinghe knows Yu Yunpeng? Yes. Xiao Yu actually cried. Interesting. There's even a windfall. That's not it. I'm getting more and more curious now. Come on, explain. Although Xiao Yu was agitated, the program definitely still had to be recorded. Teacher He and the others helped Yu Yunpeng up, and they all walked into the mushroom house together. While walking, Yu Qian pulled Yu Yunpeng and asked him what was going on. Soon, Zifeng's sister also came out with Qingqing, and when Huang Xiaoche heard about what had just happened, he was also a bit curious and inquired to Su Xinghe. You and Xiao Yu knew each other before? Can't talk about knowing each other. Su Xinghe smiled at this and said to Huang Xiaoche and the others with curious faces, It's just a one-sided relationship. A one-sided relationship? Everyone became even more curious. A one-sided relationship could make Xiao Yu remember it until now, and kneel down and call him a benefactor as soon as they met. This was really too surprising. At this time, everyone recalled that earlier on Weibo, when the Dayun Society crowd supported Su Xinghe, they realized that Yu Yunpeng's message was different from the others. Everyone else, including Guodigang Yu Qian, retweeted the one from Guoqilin. Only Yu Yunpeng, he retweeted it alone and with a different text. He said, I don't believe Mr. Su is that kind of hype person. He's a good person. At that time, everyone still didn't feel what was wrong. But now it seemed that here, there was definitely a story. Come on. Let's put the luggage away first. Then we'll talk about it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Su Xinghe said with a helpless smile. He also knew that this matter, today, definitely had to be explained clearly, otherwise it was estimated that these people would not let themselves go. The others naturally understood this, and started putting their luggage inside the house one after another. A few moments later, the crowd sat down in the gazebo, and Zifeng and Peng Peng brought everyone fruits. Xinghe, you're really surprising me. Guodigang looked at Su Xinghe and said with a smile, Xiao Yu never told me that he knew you. Su Xinghe laughed and smiled at Yu Yunpeng, who still had tear stains on his face. I also didn't expect that the little chubby guy who cried back then would turn into a big star now. When the crowd heard this, their eyes all lit up. It looked like there really was a story here. Chapter 190 Su Xinghe and Dayun Society. My master knows that I went to Yanjing at the age of 14 back then, and I worked in a factory as a janitor. Then I went on to learn how to weld, scrub dishes in a restaurant, and worked as a waiter. Yu Yunpeng sat there and slowly recounted the past. This part of his story had been brought up in other programs, and everyone had heard about it. But what they didn't understand was, what did this have to do with Su Xinghe? The place where I served plates as a waiter in the beginning was called High Bowl Residence. Everyone in Old Yanjing knows it. Yu Yunpeng spoke. Huang Xiao Chef and the others nodded their heads. Most of the people here had worked and lived in Yanjing, so they naturally knew the famous Sea Bowl residence in Yanjing. You guys met there? Guodigang asked Su Xinghe in surprise. Su Xinghe nodded. Well, I had just announced my retirement not long ago. At that time, I was miserable. Only $300 a month in salary. After deducting rent and stuff, I basically had nothing. Yu Yunpeng said bitterly. Once, I accidentally served a guest's beer on the wrong table, and as a result, I was scolded by the person for more than 3 hours. And in the end, that guest wanted me to compensate for a table's worth of meals. Too much. Teacher, he frowned and said. Pang Pang and Zifeng's sister also looked deeply convinced. In their opinion, this was simply too outrageous. On the contrary, Guodigang had a calm face. Mr. Gua, don't you think it's excessive? Huang Xiaoche looked at Guodigang and asked. It's normal, Guodigang said indifferently. That's how it is to be a human being. When you make a mistake, you have to bear the cost of your mistake. Xiao Yu served the wrong beer, then he has to be scolded, even if he feels aggrieved and feels that the guests went overboard. But after all, the cause was his own mistake in the first place. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, wanting to refute, but not knowing where to start. Su Xinghe nodded his head instead. I think Mr. Gua is right. Big brother Su. Peng Peng looked at Su Xinghe in surprise. No one had expected that Su Xinghe would actually say this. After all, according to Yu Yunpeng, Su Xinghe had helped him later. Xinghe, since you think that Teacher Gua is right, how did you help little Yu with this matter at that time? Huang Xiaojie opened his mouth and asked. It was simple. Su Xinghe smiled. I bought that table's food and put in a bill, then told the guests at that table. I took the waiter's mistake for him. But you guys insulted a young man so much and forced him to kneel and apologize to you. You have to apologize as well. Everyone froze. No one had expected that Su Xinghe's solution was actually so simple and rough. No, Xinghe, you really did that? Teacher, he looked at Su Xinghe with a surprised face. Su Xinghe nodded. Yes, I happened to be there to talk business at the time, and was accompanied by bodyguards. I put the money on the table and told those people, if you don't apologize, you will eat all the food on this table for me. Not a single bit can be left, or you will kneel down and get out of the restaurant. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Completely unexpected, Su Xinghe's way of solving problems was actually so simple and rough. But for some reason, everyone felt quite comfortable. Haha, awesome. The star god is awesome. Honestly, this kind of thuggish approach, I like it. In society nowadays, there are just so many people who always feel superior. That's not true. They don't treat others as people. They always think that they're above people. Poor Xiaoyu at that time, he was probably only in his teens, and he was bullied so much, thanks to meeting the star god. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking. They were all curious. What was going on in the aftermath? Su Xinghe smiled, but did not speak again, instead looking at Yu Yunpeng. Yu Yunpeng smiled somewhat embarrassedly. At that time, Mr. Su said that he saw that I looked quite comical, so he suggested that I learn comedy, and introduced me to Mr. Zhang Wenshun, and that's how I worshipped my master, and began to learn comedy as an introductory student. And so on. Now it was Guodigang's turn to freeze. Xinghe, you know old Mr. Zhang Wenshun? Guodigang was surprised and said to Su Xinghe. Well, I used to always listen to the opera together with the old man, and then I got acquainted after mixing. When you guys started getting a comedy convention, I even went there a few times, but I was just watching the action from the stage. Su Xinghe said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Guodigang sat there for half a day without saying anything, his eyes reddening. The forgetful friend that the old man said liked to listen to calling little fan. It wouldn't be you, would it? Yu Qian suddenly opened his mouth at this time, asking Su Xinghe. It's me. Su Xinghe nodded. Then when he left, I was abroad and didn't have time to rush back. This headless conversation of theirs left Huang Xiao chef with teacher He and the others confused. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more confused. What in the world was going on here? When did Su Xinghe have a relationship with Diyun society again? Moreover, listening to the meaning of their conversation, it seemed that Su Xinghe had some relationship with one of the founders of the Diyun society, the deceased old Mr. Zhang Wenshun. What the hell is going on here? Right at this moment, everyone saw that Gudigang unexpectedly stood up. Not only him, Yu Qian also stood up. As the two of them stood up, the others naturally did not dare to be slow and all accompanied and stood up. Su Xinghe, of course, also stood up. Don't, Xinghe, don't move. Unexpectedly, Gudigang, however, took Su Xinghe by the hand and pressed him down on the chair. You sit down, don't move. Gudigang said seriously. Huang Xiaoche and the others were flabbergasted. What was going on? You sit down, Gudigang said to Su Xinghe. Then he looked at Yu Yunpeng, then Yu Qian, and finally at Su Xinghe. Xinghe, this worship on behalf of Diyun society. The three of us thank you. With that, the three of them arched their hands together and made a bow to Su Xinghe. The Yearning's live broadcast room immediately exploded. What the hell is going on here? Who can tell me what's going on? How come Gudigang Yu Qian, Yu Yunpeng, suddenly wants to worship Su Xinghe? Yeah, Su Xinghe just mentioned that he's familiar with old Mr. Zhang Wenshun. Then they got excited, especially the two of them, Yu Qian and Gudigang. I felt like old Guo was about to cry just now. Right. Obviously the emotions are off. There's a story. There's definitely a story here. I really didn't think that Su Xinghe and Diyun society even had such a deep relationship. For a moment, everyone began to speculate as to what kind of inside story was going on here. What exactly was the connection between Su Xinghe and the Diyun society? Surprisingly, he was able to make both Gudigang and Yu Qian bow to him willingly. Chapter 191 New Comic Strip Creator. The curiosity of a human being was very powerful. Especially for someone like Su Xinghe, once news about him appeared, it was definitely the target of attention. Just like now, the matter of Xiao Yu kneeling down to worship Su Xinghe before had already made its way onto the Weibo hot search. Yu Yunpeng knelt down to Su Xinghe. This news, right now, was the third most popular search, and there was still a rising trend. Netizens were curious as to what kind of past between the two people could make Xiao Yu, a comedian, excitedly kneel directly to Su Xinghe inside the program. And now, this gesture of bowing by the two people, Fatty Guo and Grandpa Qian, even more so, made Su Xinghe instantly become the object of hot discussion among netizens. What kind of relationship he has with our society is even more the target of speculation. One was a retired entertainer back then, and the other was a comic group that was just starting out. It was reasonable to say that between the two, there was no connection whatsoever. But now, it was clear that another one of Su Xinghe's secrets was about to be exposed. No, Mr. Guo, what's going on? The audience in the live broadcast room was puzzled, and on the Mushroom House side, teacher He and the others were also dumbfounded. This was too amazing. Originally, they had invited the Diyun Society's people to be their guests, as a way of repaying the other party for supporting Xiangxiang in the first place. But now, there was actually a windfall. It was seen that Guodigang's eyes were slightly red as he faced Mr. He's question and squeezed out a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. He. I've made you all and the audience laugh. It's fine, it's fine. Huang Xiaojia handed Guodigang a tissue, while asking curiously, Teacher Guo, see what you mean. Is it that Mr. Zhang Wenshun, back then, had an old relationship with Xinghe? More than having old times. Guodigang explained. You all don't know. Back when I hadn't worked with Brother Qian'er yet, my partner was old Mr. Zhang Wenshun. At that time, our Diyun society wasn't called by its current name, it was called Yanjing Comedy Conference. That was more than 10 years ago. It was called the Yanjing Comedy Convention, but in fact it was just a group of comedians who couldn't make it, getting together and performing in a theater. How did they get customers? It's just us guys, going out on the street to solicit guests. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They really didn't know that the Diyun society back then even had such difficult times. But what did this have to do with Su Xinghe? The business of comedy at that time, it was not enough to eat. Guodigang smiled bitterly. My senior brother Sun Yu, Mr. Li Wenhua's grandson, also a son of a comic family, likewise couldn't find a meal rut and had to go to the zoo to feed the elephants. We people at that time is to warm up, gritting our teeth to insist. Mr. Zhang Wenshun was my uncle by seniority. Mr. Zhang Wenshun is my uncle by generation. He has some money in his hand, and if he hadn't been supporting us with his money, we wouldn't have been able to keep going. But even so, did not last long. Seeing that it will not last, Mr. Zhang took out 1,000,000. He said that it was a gift from an old friend that he had a good relationship with, and that person liked to listen to Calling Little Fan, and said that he hoped that he could see me singing the song on TV in the future. Guodigang's gaze looked towards Su Xinghe. That person should be Xinghe, right? Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Xinghe. Obviously, everyone wanted to get an answer from him. Su Xinghe smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. It's me. Things had come to this point. Even if he wanted to deny it, there was no point, so it would be better to honestly admit it. It wasn't like it was a big deal. Hiss! Everyone froze. No one had thought that things would be like this. Su Xinghe was actually the patron of the Dayun Society back then. Inside the live broadcast room, those who had been paying attention to the program, who had been whetted and filled with curiosity from the beginning, were now all dumbfounded. What kind of international joke is this? Su Xinghe actually funded the Dayun Society 10 years ago? This guy really does everything. Good-hearted person, Su Xinghe. Haha. It feels like an angel investor. Our society is so connected to the star god. Isn't that so? From Xiaoyu to Delin, and now even to be able to maintain it in the first place, it's all funded by the star god. This karma is too deep. No wonder Mr. Guo is bowing. This definitely deserves it. At this time, even the most critical audience had to admit that Su Xinghe could afford that bow from Guodigang. Because that bow of his was not for himself, but for the entire Dayun Society. Without Su Xinghe, there would be no present-day Dayun Society. This side of the mushroom house. Su Xinghe faced everyone's attention with a relaxed expression, asking Guodigang and the others to sit down. Only then did he hug Qingqing and explain to everyone what happened back then. In fact, things were not that complicated. Back then, Su Xinghe had just announced his retirement and had nothing to do every day, so he wandered around Yanjing. At that time, although the internet was still quite developed because smartphones were not popularized in the country, coupled with the fact that the usual exposure was not that high, Su Xinghe did not worry at all about being recognized. At that time, I was just too bored, and I happened to know Mr. Zhang Wenshun, so I went to listen to comedy every day. Su Xinghe laughed and pointed at Guodigang. Mr. Guo was much fatter back then than he is now. Ha ha ha. That's right, that's right. Getting fat. Everyone laughed. His words were really right. Guodigang really hasn't been the same these past few years. Speaking of which, it's actually quite simple. Residence nourishes the body and movement nourishes the qi. Position and environment can change a person's temperament, and Fengyang can change a person's physique. Once upon a time, the Dayun Society was not too much to say that it was a grassroots organization. Now, it is the largest comedy group in the country. Today is not what it used to be. Speaking of today's Guodigang and his Dayun Society. Although so many years have passed, that $1 million back then really helped us a lot. Guodigang spoke. I asked the old master about it back then, but he said that you instructed him not to reveal his identity. Su Xinghe smiled and waved his hand. I told you, I just like listening to comedy. No, no, no. Guodigang, however, shook his head. You're not just a person who likes comedy. You're also one of the founders of the Dayun Society. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be the Dayun Society and our new comedy today. Hiss! Hearing this comment from Guodigang, everyone was stunned. Everyone was truly not expecting that his evaluation of Su Xinghe would be so high. Chapter 192 Master Qian is stunned. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. Su Xinghe had accidentally become one of the founders of the Dayun Society. Even to the extent that Guodigang personally stated that without Su Xinghe, there would be no subsequent Dayun Society. This was an extremely high evaluation. After all, Guodigang was the founder of the Dayun Society and the current class master. The fact that he personally admitted it meant that no matter what, but any comedian who went out from the Dayun Society, when they saw Su Xinghe then they would have to bow and make a bow. But even so, on the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room, there was not a single person who felt that there was anything wrong with this. Even if there were a whole bunch of Dayun fans inside the live broadcast room, the young people known as Dayun girls, after hearing Guodigang's words, they also changed their usual grumpy character and swiped up the word thank you. Even the brainwashed fans were not idiots. They knew how to do what was best for their own corners. What kind of person was Su Xinghe? A bull who could write songs and compose music, a screenwriter for movies and TV shows, a famous best-selling fiction writer, and a bull who had won a Grammy Oscar. And He is also a tycoon. This kind of person, for no reason, little cutie. It's the only way to offend people. Star God is mighty. In the future, besides our second master, I'm going to pink Star God. That's right, Star God is really great. The perfect boyfriend. Handsome, and rich and talented. Haha, just perfect. You guys, really, Star God? I want to be your brother-in-law. Upstairs, you be a man. 3 years to start, idiot. Haha. Blood money? Qingqing, I love you. A group of sand sculpture netizens, where they were discussing heatedly, one moment husband, one moment brother-in-law. But it had to be said, Su Xinghe's identity that was exposed this time, besides being shocked, everyone was more moved. Because everyone realized that, outside of talent, Su Xinghe's that kindness. I really didn't expect that Xinghe, you and Dayun society, still have such a destiny. Huang Xiaoche said with heartfelt emotion. It is said that a drink and a peck are destined by heaven, and this is really true. Yes. Teacher, he nodded. Look at Xiaoye. In the beginning, if he didn't have Xinghe's help, he might not have necessarily embarked on the path of comedy. And if Xinghe hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have gotten Xiao Yu's solidarity the other day. And Mr. Gua, Mr. Yu, if they hadn't shown solidarity with Xinghe because of Dalin's matter, they wouldn't have appeared here today and learned that Xinghe was the one who had helped them back then. Karma na. At this time, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Naturally, it was that little girl Qingqing. Everyone was stunned. Then they all laughed. Not to mention, Qingqing's words were not wrong at all. Such a marvelous thing could only be described as fate. Come. Since we are old friends meeting today, we definitely can't be idle. Huang Xiaoche said with a smile. Take a break and rest. Mr. He, you show Mr. Gua and the others around. Well, by the way, organize the orchard and vegetable garden. I think it's fine. Su Xinghe also smiled. Xiao Yua, since I'm treating Mr. Gua and Mr. Yu as brothers, then you should hurry up and help your uncles with some work. Yu Yunpeng was confused. Hadn't the atmosphere just been great in catching up? How did it suddenly turn into a labor program? What is this situation? Who am I? Where am I? Ha ha ha. Everyone all laughed. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh. Couldn't be helped. Originally, Yu Yunpeng had a particularly comedic look, or else Su Xinghe wouldn't have suggested that he take the comedy route in the first place. Now that he was putting on a clueless look, it was even funnier. Of course, most of this look of his was purposely put on. Xiao Yu, who came from the countryside and had to go home to help with work during the busy farming season until now, how could he be afraid of work? In his own words, a child from the countryside, the thing that he was most unafraid of was suffering.